but he was originally a radiant young man, 1 meter 80 tall. Yet he transmigrated into a cultivation world and turned into an old man on the brink of death. But unexpectedly he awakened, an ability where the stronger his opponent, the stronger he becomes. No matter how powerful his opponent is, he will always be one realm stronger. From this old man's memories, he learned that this is a vast cultivation world, and the original owner of this body, Yi Junlin, was once the youngest golden core cultivator in the eastern region. At a young age, he had already become the peak lord of Misty Peak at the Profound Heaven sect. But during one mission, he was ambushed and his entire cultivation base was destroyed, turning him into a good-for-nothing. From then on, he lived his days in a daze, just hiding away on the mountain, ignoring worldly affairs. And just like that, he reached the age of 110. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he met his maker. With his years of experience reading web novels, Ye Junlin was certain he had to have some kind of hidden cheat. But no matter how he called out, no system responded. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Maybe this is the old grandpa in a ring type of cheat. Perhaps he could even experience a scene of, "Don't underestimate an old man just because he's poor." The story begins in the eastern region, inside the Profound Heaven sect. The lakeside scenery was perfectly still. Beneath the rustling green willows, a pair of black swans were affectionately nuzzling each other. From time to time, a few soft quacks could be heard, as if they were whispering sweet nothings. But that peaceful atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by a scream full of anguish. An old man collapsed by the lake shore. His wrinkled face was trembling as he stared intently at his own reflection, mirrored in the water's surface. He couldn't believe the image before his eyes. Even the affectionate pair of black swans was startled. They flapped their wings, squawking chaotically as they scattered. "No! No, it can't be!" That old man slapped his hand on the water's surface. His voice trembled, breaking with terror. It was none other than Ye Junlin. Just yesterday, he was dozing off in a university lecture, but now he had transmigrated into the body of a frail old man. Ye Junlin felt his heart clench. 2 streams of tears flowed silently down his face. Oh God. I was a respectable 1.85 meters tall. I had just started university and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy my glorious youth. And now I've turned into this scrawny old man. With 1 foot in the grave, he panted, his eyes turning red with helpless frustration. He cursed his fate. If I had to transmigrate, I should have at least become some hidden master. I need to see what this old guy's memories are like. Ye Junlin gritted his teeth, trying to piece together the remaining memories in his head. From the chaotic memories, he gradually understood that this was the Kunlun world, a world that revered cultivators. Here, cultivators were divided into clear ranks: key refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul spirit transformation, body integration, Mahayana, tribulation transcendence, and then true immortal. But the body he was currently in belonged to the original owner, also named Ye Junlin. When this person was young, his talent was extraordinary. He reached the golden core stage at an early age and was selected to join Piao Miao Peak, a peak within the Xuantian sect, one of the 6 great sects in the eastern region of the desolate continent. Not everyone had such an honor, but during a purge of demonic cultivators, he was ambushed by an enemy. His Dantian was crippled and his cultivation was completely destroyed. He became a cripple. For more than 15 years, he lived a bleak existence, gradually becoming dull and listless, avoiding the mortal world entirely. He stayed on a mountain, nursing his grief alone. Now over 100 years old, he was just waiting to return to dust. Damn it! Damn it all! Ye Junlin shuddered, drenched in a cold sweat. When I think about the age of this body, for a normal person like I was in my past life, living over 100 years is already pushing it. Couldn't I just drop dead at any moment? The thought of being so close to death made him tremble all over. The corners of his eyes turned red. However, thanks to years of reading web novels, his mind kicked into overdrive, trying to bullshit his way into calming down. If I've been transmigrated, there must be some kind of system. Definitely. Heaven wouldn't just throw someone into a dead end. He gritted his teeth and slammed his staff hard on the ground. He raised his head and pointed a finger to the sky. "System, get out here! Show your face already! Don't you dare hide!" Contrary to his expectations, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Ye Junlin started to panic. His voice cracked as he put on a pitiful act. "Please, don't play hide-and-seek with me anymore." "I was wrong, okay? I was just kidding. Say something, please." Still dead silence. He was in despair. Suddenly he blinked, remembering another familiar trope. What about an old grandpa in a treasure ring? So he frantically fumbled all over himself. Finally, he found an old, worn-out ring. He immediately bent down, put his ear to it, and whispered, "Medicine Elder, are you in there?" But the ring remained silent. Old man, stop pretending! I know you're in there! He called out several more times, but there was no reaction. Utterly hopeless, he angrily threw the ring away. Then he raised his staff to the sky and cursing the damned old man in the sky. Can you hear me cursing you, huh? Suddenly, from the void, a system's voice rang out. Warning, host detected using profane language. System automatically activating in passive mode. Please refrain from swearing, host. Please speak in a civilized manner. Ha, you finally decided to show yourself. Junlin was so happy he could cry, but he didn't forget to grumble with a hint of mockery. What kind of damn system is so slow? Almost. I was starting to suspect I was just a background character. But then the system's voice rang out, sounding apologetic. My sincerest apologies. This system overslept a little and has only just woken up. As compensation, the system will gift the host a starter pack. Does the host wish to open it? Awesome, so awesome. Open it for me right now. Yeah, Junlin shouted, his heart pounding with excitement. Instantly, a notification panel appeared before the system. Congratulations, host. You have received a special ability. The stronger the opponent, the stronger you become. As long as you face an enemy with a higher cultivation level, you will automatically raise your cultivation level to be 1 tier higher than your opponent's. And there are no side effects whatsoever. Ye Junlin's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Is this for real? For example, right now I'm just a mere mortal. What if I happen to confront an immortal? The system affirmed, this system does not deceive anyone. Just go and try it. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Almost mad with joy, he cheered. Then doesn't that make me invincible? Why would I even need to cultivate anymore? Cultivate my ass. The system coughed, feigning a serious tone. In that case, the host should also pay attention to the lifespan of this body. Right now, my scan shows that the host has exactly 1 hour left to live. What? What? June trembled as if he'd been doused with ice water. How can it be so soon? With only 1 hour left, how am I supposed to manage? I have to get down the mountain and find a master to fight so I can raise my cultivation level and extend my life. With that thought, he struggled to his feet, leaning on his staff. He took a few staggering steps down the mountain. Before he got far, Ye Junlin was already gasping for breath. His face was pale. He couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment. System, you and your talk about some celestial demon on this mountain. You're the reason I'm in this frantic mess. I don't have any strength left. The emotionless system appeared with a reminder. 35 minutes remaining for the host. Please find a way to save yourself quickly. He furiously shouted, Stop rushing me like a debt collector! These old bones can't go any faster even if I wanted to. But he could only grit his teeth and drag himself forward, step by step. Just then, from a distant mountain peak, dark clouds began to roll in, swirling and gathering. Thunder boomed and the very space around them trembled. Flashes of lightning lit up the sky continuously. That bizarre sight made Deep Kunlum jump in shock. That pitch-black monster. A moon beast, where the dark clouds had gathered. The disciples and elders of the Xuantian sect were assembled. Their leader, Hu Nian, had a grim expression. He roared, The audacity! What fiend dares to cause trouble at my Xuantian sect? High up in the sky, a demon king named Than Bang floated in the air. His entire body emanated a dark, demonic aura. He sneered. You lot from the Xuantian sect are a bunch of shameless scum. This demon king is still alive and well. Today I will slaughter every last one of you. Hearing this, Hu Nian's face paled as he recalled the events of the past. This fiend once massacred the Li kingdom. I gravely injured him and he fell from a 10,000 jang cliff. I never thought he would survive, and even bring a horde of demon beasts back for revenge. To think he'd repay kindness with such hatred. He clenched his fists, his voice filled with indignation. The Demon King. Than Bang circled in the air. His entire body erupted with a violent aura. He shouted with glee, Ha, is this enough for you? Hu Nian's expression changed, utterly horrified. You've broken through to the nascent soul stage? A panicked elder looked over at Hu Nian. What are we going to do? An enemy at the nascent soul stage. I'm afraid we're no match for him. Hu Nian gritted his teeth and looked behind him, resolutely. No matter what, we can't just stand by and wait to die. Everyone prepare for battle. Protect the Mystic Heaven sect to our last breath. As soon as the words were spoken, he and everyone else charged forward. Humans and demons clashed in an earth-shattering battle. The Green Rock Demon King roared, leading the charge. Slaughter every last one of these stinking Taoist priests. At the foot of the mountain, Ye Junlin, panting heavily, witnessed it all. His hands trembled uncontrollably. He stammered. Someone! Anyone! Hurry up and hit me! He frantically looked around, but no miracle appeared, hearing his plea for help. The system coldly reminded, Host has 20 minutes of lifespan remaining. Hurry up and think of something, oh my God. He slammed his staff on the ground, too frustrated to even cry. They're all the way over there. They can't hear me calling. Don't tell me I just transmigrated here only to die and reincarnate immediately. The fear of death made him break out in a cold sweat. But he still gritted his teeth, using his staff for support, and continued to climb back up the mountain. 3 on the mountaintop. The battle between the Green Rock Demon King and the people of the Mystic Heaven sect grew increasingly fierce. The sky was gloomy, filled with demonic energy. The Green Rock Demon King laughed smugly. Weak. Too weak! If this is the full extent of your power, then today is the day you all perish. I will let you taste the power of the nascent soul stage. As he finished speaking, he unleashed a terrifying beam of light. A few disciples were hit by the attack and sent flying, tumbling to the ground. Blood trickled from Shu Yunion's mouth in agony. He clutched his stomach, struggling to get back up. But the Golden Core stage is still too far from the nascent soul stage. The Green Rock Demon King looked at the scene of their defeat and burst out laughing. Ha! Does anyone else want to resist? If not, then just obediently wait for me to send you to the underworld. Suddenly, from a mountain not far away, an old but deeply sarcastic voice echoed. Hey, you stupid bird! Turn over here and listen to what I have to say! Don't look around, I'm pointing right at you! The Green Rock Demon King was momentarily stunned. He growled and turned his head. He saw an old man waving a staff around, while holding an old-fashioned loudspeaker and pointing it at him. You damn old geezer! The Demon King's eyes widened in fury. Are you looking to die? How dare you insult this king? Ye Kunlin's face flushed as he raised the loudspeaker. He provoked him in a loud voice. You stupid bird! If you've got a problem, then come at me! I've been standing here waiting for you from morning till night. If you don't show up, you're my grandson! It turns out, our boy Yi had been rummaging around on the mountain and found an ancient loudspeaker powered by spirit stones. He then used it to shout insults everywhere, hoping to lure a powerful opponent. The Green Rock Demon King was livid. His chest heaved, enraged by the provocation. Down below, several disciples of the Xuan Tian sect stared blankly at Ye Kunlin. A female disciple shouted in astonishment, Oh my God! Isn't that the once legendary figure from Misty Peak? That's right! It's senior brother Ye Kunlin! He's been secluded from the world for so many years. Why would he suddenly appear now? Someone's eyes went wide in disbelief. After all, his cultivation was crippled back then. How could he possibly stand up to a demon king? The Green Rock Demon King glanced at Ye Kunlin. He laughed boisterously. Ha! So it's just a useless old man. The one whose Dantian was shattered 15 years ago. Old man, you're already half dead before I've even made a move. And you dare run your mouth at this king? At this moment, Ye Kunlin was exhausted, his face ashen, but he still used his last ounce of strength to roar through the loudspeaker. Shut your mouth! You're just a pathetic bird. I don't even need cultivation to kill you. I'll turn you into roasted quail. If you don't believe me, then come on over. The system's voice spoke up. Host, in 10 more seconds, you will die of old age on the spot. Sweat poured down his face as he wiped his brow. His legs trembled uncontrollably. You damn black bird. Model. Hurry, get over here, or else I'll... He gasped for breath, his vision blurring. If you don't kill me, I'll die anyway. And if I can't kill you, I'll die too. Damn it all! 4. System initiating countdown. 19, 8, 7... Meanwhile, Deep Kun Lum was on the verge of despair. He screamed internally, Help! It'd be such a waste to die now! The Azure Rock Demon King narrowed his eyes in fury. His face twisted with rage. He gathered all of his spiritual energy and unleashed a devastating attack. A terrifying beam of light shot out, straight towards Deep Kun Lum. His voice hissed like the wind. If you're so eager to die, then I shall grant your wish and turn you to ash. But in the midst of this terrifying situation, Deep Kun Lum, on the contrary, showed no sign of panic. A wide, excited grin suddenly spread across his face. His eyes flew wide open. Within his pupils, a mystical light flickered, faintly resembling the shape of a flower. The system chimed, Ting! Detection complete. The host is under attack by an enemy at the early-stage nascent soul realm, activating the passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Instantly granting mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. In that very instant, an immense surge of energy erupted from within Diep Kun Lum's body. The wrinkled skin on his aged face gradually became smooth again. It was as if time itself was reversing. He stared in astonishment at his hands, now brimming with vitality. He murmured in a low voice, So this is what it feels like to be in the nascent soul realm? Incredible. Truly befitting of the pinnacle of power in the mortal realm. The system confirmed immediately, Of course, host. This system is extremely professional. 3. The aura around Deep Kunlum erupted with power. It transformed into a brilliant beam of light, blocking the terrifying attack of the Azure Rock Demon King. The two forces collided violently, creating a thunderous explosion that shook the ground. Dust and smoke filled the air. The Azure Rock Demon King was stunned. Cold sweat trickled down the back of his neck. What the hell is this? How is he so strong? Many disciples of the Profound Heaven sect, hiding in the distance, were also trembling, shielding their eyes from the terrifying pressure. A senior sister cried out worriedly, "Junior brother, yay! Is he still alive?" As the thick smoke began to clear, the figure of a young man emerged from the explosion, leaving everyone dumbfounded. His skin was clear and vibrant, his face handsome, radiating a brilliant aura. Yet Kunlun turned his hand over, gazing at the lotus flower, a mystical golden lotus shimmering in the palm of his hand. He thought to himself, so this is the power of the nascent soul stage? It truly lives up to its reputation as a powerhouse. The Azure Rock Demon King was speechless, his voice trembling. You're also at the nascent soul stage? The surrounding disciples were utterly astonished, breaking into a clamor of discussion. How can this be? Junior Brother Ye is a nascent soul expert? So all these years, Junior Brother has been living in seclusion. It was all just to deceive the world. In reality, he secretly broke through long ago. Oh my God! This guy is too good at hiding his strength. To think that Junior Brother Ye is at the nascent soul realm, I can't believe it. There are only a few people like that in the entire desolate continent. And yet, as it turns out, our Profound Heaven sect has produced one. Hearing these speculations, the Azure Rock Demon King became even more dazed. Finally, he clasped his hands, lowered his voice, and said obsequiously, "What just happened? It was all just a misunderstanding. This king has decided to call a truce. When I have time in the future, I will personally visit your esteemed sect." Ye Kunlun's face was stern, his eyes cold and filled with killing intent. A misunderstanding? You destroyed the foundation of the Profound Heaven sect. You slaughtered countless disciples, and have the gall to call it a misunderstanding? Just then, the system had chimed in again. Congratulations, host, for reaching the nascent, a soul realm for the first time. You have been gifted a random divine ability. Great Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Finger. Ye Junlin let out a triumphant laugh. Spiritual energy surged and coiled around his body. He gritted his teeth and sneered. I will wipe out your entire clan. Slaughter every last one of them. And then I'll gently say to you, oh, my apologies, this was all just a misunderstanding. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? The Azure Rock Demon King's pupils contracted violently. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, he gritted his teeth and hissed, your cultivation is only slightly higher than mine. Don't you dare underestimate me. If you really want to fight to the death, I will gladly take you down with me. I'll burn my inner core to drag you to hell with me. Ye Junlin swung his arm forcefully, completely unfazed. He pointed directly at the demon and snorted. A cruel monster like you has killed countless innocent humans. You more than deserve to die. Enraged, the Azure Rock Demon King roared, Shut up! Even if I have to burn my inner core to ash, I'll take you on! He gently raised his hand, creating a massive sphere of energy. The corner of his mouth curled into an arrogant smile. You're the one who doesn't know your own limits. With that, Ye Junlin gathered his power and unleashed his ultimate technique. Great Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Finger! A colossal beam of light shot straight down onto the head of that arrogant great rock. It was like a bolt of divine punishment. A terrifying wave of energy blasted out in all directions, striking fear into the Azure Rock Demon King. He screamed in panic, Wait! We can negotiate. I'm willing to offer you my wife and my entire clan. Please spare my life. I only just broke through to the nascent soul realm not long ago. I don't want to die yet. But the moment his pleas left his lips, it was too late. The attack slammed into the ground with a deafening boom, making the cliffs tremble. After the thunderous roar, the thick dust and smoke cleared, revealing the blood-soaked corpse of the Azure Rock Demon King. Its life was ended by that fatal blow. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining demonic beasts panicked and roared, Our king! He's dead! Run for it! But there was no escape for them. Ye Junlin slowly raised his hand. His expression was cold. Run? Too late. He flicked his hand gently. Instantly, a giant hand of energy appeared. It crushed the horde of monsters like dry twigs and withered leaves. After cleaning up, he landed among the disciples of the Xuantian sect. His hair swayed gently in the wind, his demeanor calm and composed. From now on, these wretched birds won't dare to come and cause trouble for the Xuantian sect again. Xu Yunian stepped forward, clasping his hands to express his gratitude. Junior Brother Ye, this is a great kindness. If it weren't for you, Our sect might have faced annihilation. I truly apologize. I previously thought your cultivation had been crippled. I never imagined you would break through to the nascent soul stage. Ye Junlin just gave a faint smile, turning his head to look at the other disciples. Nearby, Su Qianshui, the peak master of Tianxiang Peak, of the Xuantian sect, also sighed in admiration. She stroked her soft hair. Look at that, she giggled. Look at junior brother Ye's demeanor. How could he possibly look like someone who was completely broken down? The head of the sword pavilion, Chu Daju, said excitedly. That's right. Junior brother has always been humble and never shown off. He must have been cultivating in secret to protect the sect. How admirable. Ye Junlin nodded slightly, chuckling to himself with satisfaction. Their imaginations are quite good, that's fine. I don't need to explain much. Before he could even rest, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense as a blood-curdling scream echoed from the distance. An elder covered in blood, carrying a heavily injured disciple, stumbled forward frantically. Sect Master! Something terrible has happened. The Feng Lei sect has launched a surprise invasion. They've seized our spirit minerals and spirit veins. The disciples guarding them were all brutally killed. Zhu Yunian trembled with shock and rage. What? The Wind Thunder sect has always been on good terms with us. How dare they be so bold now? Losing the spirit veins is no different from severing our path of cultivation. He immediately turned to Ye Junlin, his voice filled with urgency. Master Ye, I am preparing to lead our disciples to take back our resources. I was wondering if you would be willing to lend a hand. Ye Junlin's expression darkened slightly. The Wind Thunder sect? One of the 6 great sects in the wild continent. Although there have been conflicts in the past, we've always maintained peace. They're taking advantage of the demon clan's disturbance to fish in troubled waters. What a treacherous scheme. Just then the system's ding sounded. A new check-in mission has been activated. Host, please proceed to the Wind Thunder sect. Complete the check-in to receive an unimaginable reward. This notification made Ye Junlin chuckle with delight. So there's such a convenient mission, huh? It's about time I faced a strong opponent. And I happen to want to test out my new abilities. With that thought, he decisively turned to Shu Yunian. You all proceed with the plan. I will charge straight into the Wind Thunder sect and cut the weeds by the root. I'll make them pay the price. Shu Yunian clapped Ye Junlin on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Excellent! Truly impressive. I have faith in you, junior brother. In just a moment, he was off. The disciples of the Profound Heaven sect watched Ye Junlin's departing figure, their eyes filled with admiration. Someone exclaimed excitedly, It's been so long since our sect has had such a powerful master. With Sect Master Ye here, we will definitely rise to the top of the 6 great sects. But at the same time, in the Wind Snow sect, the atmosphere was bustling. A group of people were whispering amongst themselves. I can't believe the plan went so smoothly. After luring the Demon King to attack the Profound Heaven sect, we'll just wipe out all their spirit veins. At this rate, the Wind and Thunder sect will rise to become the #1 sect in the barren continent. But what if that Demon King decides to turn on us? Another person replied loudly, full of confidence. What's there to fear? This time, the Wind and Thunder sect has invited a great master from the Feather Transformation sect. With him backing us, we have nothing to worry about. Inside the main hall, the sect master of this Wind and Thunder sect, Tran Van Hai, was cheerfully chatting with his guest, a man in a gray-blue robe, with white hair and a long beard, Elder Mu. I've heard that my son, Tran Q, is at the Feather Transformation sect, and his performance has been outstanding, and that he was even accepted as a direct disciple by a certain venerable one. Is this story true? Elder Mu slowly nodded. Sect Master Tran, this old man traveled all the way from the Azure continent, precisely for this matter. Your esteemed son is highly regarded by the venerable giant Sun. He is being taught the supreme Tao techniques. His future will be immeasurably bright. Hearing this, Tran Van Hai laughed with delight. Ha! That's wonderful. So, my son can reach the gate of eternal life and become an immortal? Someone beside them also chimed in to congratulate the sect master. Truly something to be proud of. At that moment, Elder Mu took a box from his sleeve. He opened the lid, revealing a medicinal pill that emitted a brilliant spiritual light. He respectfully presented it to Tran Van Hai. This is a superior-grade nascent soul pill. It is a personal gift from the venerable giant Sun himself. Tran Van Hai's eyes widened. A nascent soul pill? I can't believe it. The entire hall was in an uproar as everyone crowded around to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Sect Master. With this pill, you will surely break through and become a nascent soul cultivator. Tran Van Hai held the box and let out a hearty laugh. Ha! This is truly a double blessing. My son has achieved a great merit. Now I've even been gifted a nascent soul pill. Excellent. He turned to Elder Mu, his voice filled with gratitude. Elder Mu, regarding the matter of the Beast King, I hope you will lend us your aid soon to quell this chaos. Elder Mu stroked his beard and nodded. We will resolve that matter swiftly. Emboldened, Tran Van Hai's eyes crinkled as he smiled. So it's all going smoothly, thanks to Elder Mu's reassurance about the Beast King's cultivation realm. The Wind and Thunder sect. I could now leisurely seize the resources of the profound Heaven sect. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside the main hall. It startled everyone inside. All at once, they turned their gazes to the entrance. He saw that high up in the air, a figure was descending gracefully. His long robes billowed, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He narrowed his eyes, glancing around as he spoke in a cold voice. So this is the Wind and Thunder sect you're all so proud of? Seeing the stranger, brazenly barge into the main hall, Tran Van Hai seethed with rage. He roared, his majestic voice filled with killing intent. Do you have a death wish? How dare you sneak into the main hall of my Wind and Thunder sect? On the other side, Deep Quan Lam casually crossed his arms. A smirk played on his lips. His gaze swept over everyone in the hall, as if they were all beneath his notice. He announced clearly, I am Deep Quan Lam, the one who has come here to annihilate the entire Wind and Thunder sect. All of you, all around. Panicked gasps immediately broke out. Those with slightly higher cultivation levels, and could also sense the spiritual power fluctuations of the nascent soul, realm emanating from him, leaving everyone staring wide-eyed in shock. This aura, it's the nascent soul realm. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Mission completed, check in at the location. Wind and Thunder sect. Congratulations, host. You have received the Human King's seal and the Great Void technique. Hearing the announcement, Deep Quan Lam was extremely satisfied. He gave the system a thumbs up in approval. Meanwhile, Tran Van Hai's face darkened, his mind in turmoil. This person is a nascent soul cultivator? Our Wind Thunder sect made an enemy. Of an expert like this? When? But still, why does that name sound so familiar? He suppressed his anxiety, trying to maintain a calm tone. Fellow Taoist, what business do you have with our Wind Thunder sect? Deep Quan Lam replied coldly, with a mocking glare. Playing dumb, are we? Didn't you hear my name clearly? I am the Peak Lord of Misty Peak of the mysterious Heaven sect. Deep Quan Lam, you conspired with the Azure Rock Demon King to attack the territory of the mysterious Heaven sect, committing heinous crimes. Today, your Wind Thunder sect no longer needs to exist. Shaken by the familiar name, Tran Van Hai exclaimed in disbelief, Deep Quan Lam? Weren't you ambushed years ago and had your cultivation completely destroyed? How could you possibly have reached the nascent soul realm now? He wondered inwardly. Could it be that the Azure Rock Demon King was killed by this man? To think, the mysterious Heaven sect secretly nurtured such a talent. But then he turned to Elder Mock standing beside him and asked in a low voice about the situation. Tran Van Hai's heart swelled with hope. With Elder Mock as his backing, even if this guy is a nascent soul cultivator, he's just an egg trying to smash a rock against an expert from the Feather Transformation sect. Elder Mock immediately glared, his eyes filled with rage. His voice turned sharp. Junior, get on your knees and cut off both your hands. Do that, and this old man might consider sparing your worthless life. You should know I haven't even truly felt the urge to kill yet. Hearing this, Deep Quan Lam just shrugged and gave a disdainful smirk. He even pretended to clean out his ear. You old geezer. What god do you think you are? That I should give you any face? Huh. Being mocked like that, Elder Mock flew into a rage. All the spiritual power in his body erupted, releasing a surging pressure, causing the surrounding disciples of the Wind and Thunder sect to cry out in terror. Spirit transformation realm? What a terrifying pressure. Witnessing that scene, Chen Yunhai felt as if he had grown wings, laughing arrogantly. Haha, with a spirit transformation expert here. That Ye Junlin from the Mystic Heaven sect is dead for sure. I couldn't take your life all those years ago. Today I'll finish the job. Soon the Mystic Heaven sect will be without its pillar. My sect can do whatever it wants then. He turned and coldly pointed directly at Ye Junlin's face. Kneel before Elder Mu now. You might be able to keep your corpse intact. In response, Ye Junlin let out a cunning laugh. His eyes gleamed. Spirit transformation, you say? Sounds interesting. At the same time, at the Mystic Heaven sect's spirit vein area, Xu Yunian and many other disciples had just arrived, only to realize with horror that the ground was littered with the corpses of people from the Wind and Thunder sect. Unian's face changed. What is this? An elder from the Feather Transformation sect is currently at the Wind and Thunder sect. The last surviving enemy from the Wind and Thunder sect grinned mockingly as he staggered, but he still managed to taunt them. Did you all think we would dare to openly collude with the demon clan and seize the Mystic Heaven sect's spirit vein? Without the Feather Transformation sect backing us up? Our young sect master joined the Feather Transformation sect many years ago. His outstanding talent is highly valued by the sect. Even if you kill that monster, you should know your place. Obediently become slaves for my Wind and Thunder sect, and you might just survive. As soon as he finished speaking, he was cut down by a single sword strike from Union. Union shouted anxiously, "Everyone hurry! To the Wind and Thunder sect to regroup with Peak Lord Ye!" Thien Tweet was worried, but still held on to a glimmer of hope. Maybe Sect Master Ye has a way to deal with the people from the Yuhua sect. But Duke Tru shook his head heavily. It's too difficult. The elders of the Yuhua sect are at least soul formation cultivators. For a nascent soul to face a soul formation cultivator is no different from an egg hitting a rock. Even if I have to risk my life, I will beg them to spare Sect Master Yi. He is the only hope for our Xuantian sect, for us. Back in the main hall of the Fenglai sect, the atmosphere grew increasingly taut like a bowstring. Ye Junlin smirked slyly. What's wrong? You're about to die, and you're still worried about what to say? The onlookers sneered and jeered. Has this kid been scared stupid by a soul formation expert? With his level of strength, he's not even fit to carry Elder Mu's shoes. Elder Mu frowned, his voice deep and grave. A mere small fry cultivator, from a desolate backwater like the barren continent. How dare you boast in front of me? The Xuantian sect is just a nest of worthless ants. From the Yuhua sect's perspective, it's less than a speck of dust. You are nothing. At this, the old man clenched his fist. You have been bold enough to provoke me. Now, even if you kneel and act like a dog, you won't be able to save your own life. I will annihilate your Xuantian sect to vent my anger. In contrast, Ye Junlin remained calm, his lips curling into a teasing smile. That sounds terrifying. So hurry up and make your move. Stop wasting words. Kill me now before you miss your chance. With that, he flicked his hand lightly, as if eager to fight. If you've got the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Whoever runs is a dog for life. His nonchalant attitude made Elder Mu's face turn purple with rage. He immediately roared. Unleashing a giant palm strike, he brought it down upon Ye Junlin's head. You're courting death! Seeing the man from the Yuhua sect display his might, Tran Van Hai was gloating. He's finished. The Xuantian sect has no way out either. Just then the system chimed in. Ding! Detected that the host is being attacked by a late-stage spirit transformation enemy. Activating the passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. The host has received peak spirit transformation cultivation. A spark of lightning flashed in Deep Quan Lam's eyes. A colossal surge of energy erupted from his body. He scoffed, Spirit transformation realm, huh? Why doesn't this power feel very formidable? Raising his hand, he lightly flicked a single move. He easily shattered the old man's massive attack. Elder Mu's expression changed instantly as he screamed in terror, How? How are you also in the spirit transformation realm? In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was plunged into terror. Tran Van Hai was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. How is this possible? A mediocre Xuantian sect in the desolate continent actually possesses a spirit transformation expert? The Xuantian sect. To think they were hiding a spirit transformation talent like this. And he's even reached the peak stage. The disciples of the Wind Thunder sect were trembling uncontrollably, their faces pale with fear. In the desolate continent, a nascent soul cultivator is enough to establish a sect and achieve glory for 1,000 generations, let alone a spirit transformation expert. We've never heard of anyone so young reaching this level. Tran Van Hai broke out in a cold sweat. He hastily shook Elder Mu's arm, begging for help. Elder Mu, what do we do now? Quick, save my Wind Thunder sect! Elder Mu tried to remain calm, but his eyes, filled with terror, narrowed as he growled. You think I came here empty-handed? I am from the Azure Continent, an elder of the Feather Transformation sect. I have countless immortal secret arts. How could he possibly fathom them? Deep Quan Lum burst out laughing. He raised one finger, taunting the old man. Old man, you really think that the techniques of the Feather Transformation sect are superior to mine? Elder Mu slammed his hand on the chair and roared, You're delusional! That's enough. The techniques of a lowly sect like the Xuantian sect. How can they possibly compare to the Yuhua sect? I'll let you witness the true power of an Earth-ranked technique. With that, the old man formed a hand seal, channeling his power. He unleashed a divine skill imbued with the wood attribute. Taiyi Greenwood Palm. Instantly, countless giant dark green palms materialized. They rumbled as they rushed towards Ye Kunlin, causing the surrounding crowd to panic. As expected of the Yuhua sect, to use an Earth-ranked technique right from the start. Techniques are divided into several ranks. Mortal, Spirit mystic, earth, heaven, and revered. In the desolate continent, even a spirit-rank technique can be a sect's ultimate treasure. What a massive gap in power this is. Elder Mu laughed smugly. Brat, to die by my hand is an honor for someone from a backwater sect, like you. Just then, Ye Kunlin also moved his hands to form a seal, a faint smile on his face. It seems you don't understand what it means to show off in front of a true master. Watch this, he roared. Human King Seal! A terrifying force erupted, completely shattering all of Elder Mu's greenwood palms. Immediately, a phantom appeared behind Ye Kunlin, a majestic figure, like an inviolable god of war. The overflowing energy it radiated plunged everyone in the hall into absolute terror. What rank is this technique? Heaven rank? Revered rank? Or even higher? Ye Kunlin swung his hand forcefully. A sharp aura radiated out, carrying with it unparalleled might. In that instant, he decisively unleashed the seal that shakes heaven and earth. The surrounding space trembled violently, as if the entire world was being overturned by his power. Ye Kunlin's gaze was as sharp as a blade, filled with coldness and resolve. His completely dominant presence overwhelmed Elder Mu. Elder Mu gritted his teeth, desperately trying to muster all his strength to fight back. But it was useless. The giant hand containing Diep Kunlum's power thundered forward, completely suppressing the old man. The old man panicked and roared, "Wait, please, stop! For the sake of the Yuhua sect, I beg you, senior, spare this old man's life." But Diep Kunlum's face was ice cold. The corner of his mouth curled down in a mocking sneer. "The Yuhua sect? What the hell is that? My rule is, if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. But if anyone dares to touch me, I'll dig up 18 generations of their ancestors and beat them to a pulp. Whoever comes, I'll annihilate them all." Elder Mu frantically threatened, "If you kill me, the Yuhua sect will take revenge on your sect. It will surely be annihilated. And as for you, the one who started this will suffer a miserable end." Diep Kunlum didn't flinch at all. On the contrary, he struck with even greater determination. "You're about to die and you're still running your mouth? Begone!" A blood-curdling scream rang out. Elder Mu was hit by the unparalleled force and was crushed on the spot. The entire grand hall fell deathly silent. The Fenglai sect was instantly plunged into absolute terror. But Tran Van Hai was scared out of his wits. He immediately dropped to his knees before Diep Kunlum. Divine Lord Ye, this is all a misunderstanding." The Fenglai sect, "We are willing to submit to you. We are ready to be your servants." The disciples of the Fenglai sect also fell to their knees, their mouths stammering, "We submit." But Diep Kunlum sneered with utter contempt. It was clear these people weren't even worthy of being his slaves. "You're not resigned to this, are you?" Tran Van Hai gritted his teeth and suddenly screamed, "Divine Lord Ye! Do you really dare to make an enemy of the Fenglai sect? My son Tran Q is the heavenly prodigy. He was accepted as a direct disciple by a venerable one from the Yuhua sect. Do you think you can kill us without fearing the consequences? Don't bring about your own destruction." With that, he raised his head and looked straight at him. Ye Junlin narrowed his eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Oh, so you're the one destined for immortality, huh? Then go ahead, talk as big as you want. Don't just run your mouth in front of me, because this time it was your Wind and Thunder sect that took the initiative to invade my profound heaven sect. I've said it before. Today, not a single one of you should even think about surviving. When I say something, I make it happen." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly blazed with light. A figure like a celestial being appeared. Its presence carried a surging aura that pressed down on the entire Wind and Thunder sect. A colossal force erupted like a tidal wave, flattening everything. In the air, only a piercing, ear-splitting scream echoed. It was a heart-wrenching cry of resentment. "Today's humiliation will be washed away with blood! My son will repay you 100,000 times over!" In an instant, the entire Wind and Thunder sect was engulfed in a sea of flames. A box also fell from somewhere, thudding to the ground. Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow slightly. He looked quite intrigued. He thought to himself, "I'd love to see it too. Let's see what Chen Yunhai's immortal-to-be son is capable of." But at that moment, several figures glided across the sky, appearing above. Upon seeing Ye Junlin, they looked slightly puzzled. "Is that Shu Union?" Indeed, it was Shu Union, Su Tianshui, and Zhao Dezhu. They were anxiously flying down to find Ye Junlin. When they recognized him, their faces lit up with joy. Shu Union hurriedly landed, looking tense. "Thank goodness it really is Junior Brother Yi. You're still here?" Ye Junlin calmly nodded. "If I'm not here, where else would I be? Didn't I say I was coming to destroy the Wind and Thunder sect?" Shu Union frantically grabbed his arm as if to pull him away. "It's too dangerous. I heard a rumor that an elder from the Feather Transformation sect was here at the Wind and Thunder sect. Perhaps it's a coincidence that the old man isn't here today. That's why you were lucky enough to escape with your life. We still have time to run. Hearing this, Ye Junlin just waved his hand. With a half-joking, half-serious smile, he said, "That elder from the feather transformation sect you mentioned? I just killed him offhandedly." Yu Nian stood as if he couldn't believe his ears. He stammered, "What? You even killed the elder of the feather transformation sect?" "I heard he was a cultivator at the soul transformation stage." Su Tianshu's face lit up, her eyes sparkling. "I knew it!" Peak Lord Ye is truly a person of extraordinary power. He's more than capable of handling himself. But Yu Nian was still in a daze. He muttered like someone sleepwalking. "This is just unimaginable. Junior brother Yi defeated a soul transformation cultivator?" Ye Junlin chuckled. He lightly patted Yu Nian's shoulder. "I won't hide it from you all. Actually, I've also just reached the soul transformation stage. Anyway, enough talk. There's still a lot to do. Hurry up and finish sweeping through the Wind and Thunder sect. We need to reclaim the resources for our sect." Yu Nian stood there stunned and whispered, "So, Junior brother Ye really is at the soul transformation stage?" It's hard to believe. Just then, Zhao Deju bent down and picked up a box from under the rubble. His face beamed with joy. "Everyone look at this! There's a nascent soul pill inside." Master Zhao Deju held up the sparkling pill. Ye Junlin clicked his tongue and advised, "Give this nascent soul pill to the sect master. It will help him break through sooner. That way our profound sky sect will become even stronger." Yu Nian was overjoyed to hear this. He sincerely thanked Ye Junlin. "Thank you so much for your help, junior brother Ye." At that very moment, the system in his mind suddenly sent a notification. Model detected within a 100-mile radius. An individual suitable to become a disciple. Suspected to be a true immortal-level demonic cult leader. Does the host wish to go and recruit them? Completion will result in an unimaginable reward. Hearing the system's report, Ye Junlin was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "Excellent. Another interesting mission to receive. A disciple who's a true immortal-level demonic cult leader, huh? If I can just latch on and use my the stronger the opponent, the stronger I get ability, wouldn't I become an immortal instantly?" At that point, in the Barren Continent or even the entire Azure Continent, no one would be my match. Seeing Ye Junlin suddenly lost in thought, Su Tianshu grew anxious. Although we destroyed the Wind and Thunder sect, we've also gravely offended the Yuhua Gate. For the entire Eastern Domain and the Xuantian sect, will there still be any place left for us? Elder Yu Nian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Indeed, the Yuhua Gate's power is terrifyingly immense. It's not something we can confront just because we want to. Junior brother Ye, you have unparalleled talent. You absolutely cannot let your future be buried. Here, I suggest you leave the Eastern Domain immediately. Just let us bear the burden. If the Yuhua Gate comes for revenge, the worst that can happen is we die. You must stay alive for the future of the Xuantian sect. Elder Deju also bowed in agreement. The sect master is right. Peak Lord Ye is a rare talent, skilled in both literary and martial arts. It would be a great pity to be sacrificed here. The surrounding Xuantian sect disciples shouted in unison. "That's right, Peak Lord Ye. You must carry our hopes with you. Find a path to survival for the sect. Even if we die, the sect's name will live on in the world. Please go and fulfill your potential without any worries." Seeing the entire sect united in protecting him, Ye Junlin was suddenly choked with emotion. The corners of his lips curved up, his eyes warm. "All right, I understand everyone's intentions. But rest assured, before I do anything, I always consider the consequences. Just let me handle everything, it'll all be fine." With that, he let out a hearty laugh and clapped Hu Nian firmly on the shoulder. "I'll leave this to you, Sect Master. Take your time cleaning up and gathering the resources. We have some important business to attend to. We have to leave right away." Before anyone could react, Deep Kunlum shot up into the air and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Hu Nian standing there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This kid, he just kills someone, then dusts off his sleeves and leaves, without a single care in the world. The scene changes to the Zihi bamboo forest. A figure in red robes was frantically trying to escape. It was Hong Thien Ziep. From behind, a lewd, soft laugh echoed. "My dear beauty, where do you think you can run? Come on, let this Taoist master have a little fun with you." Hong Thien Diep angrily turned his head and yelled, "Get lost! How many times do I have to tell you? I am a man! A man, you understand?" The old man behind him had a look of pure lust. He stared at Hong Thien Diep with a ravenous look on his face. Now, a pretty lady like you? Oh, shouldn't lie to this old man. How could someone as beautiful as you possibly be a man? Hong Thien Diep was helpless. He could only charge forward blindly. His heart was filled with resentment and anguish. "It's true what they say. A tiger stranded on a plane gets bullied by dogs. To think that I, the great leader of the fire-worshipping demonic cult that once struck fear across the entire central region, once worshipped by billions of followers, would end up in such a pathetic state. But an old memory flashed before his eyes. The fire-worshipping demonic cult, founded by a true immortal, was an incredibly powerful force. It once controlled tens of thousands of nations. However, our enemies allied with numerous holy lands and launched a siege to exterminate us. It forced me to burn almost all of my primal energy, risking his life to escape the encirclement. Who knew he'd end up lost in this desolate wasteland? He fell into a humiliating situation once again. The old geezer behind him threw several nails his way, laughing with glee. "Keep running, my beauty. Run so this old man can see how long you can struggle!" Hong Tianya gritted his teeth. He channeled his spiritual energy and unleashed the crimson flame shield to block the nails. But as soon as they collided, he let out a grunt as his body was thrown into the bamboo forest, coughing. With a rustle, he struggled to his feet, his face deathly pale. The old geezer's eyes widened in surprise. A mere foundation establishment cultivator was actually able to block the five-nail technique of a golden core. And at the late stage, from this old master. Truly extraordinary. Could he be an outstanding prodigy from some great sect? But the geezer didn't bother thinking about it any longer. He immediately launched another volley of nails, surrounding Hong Tianye. Streams of black energy rose up, binding him tightly. The geezer's eyes burned with desire. Heh, beauty, don't even think about escaping this time. Now be a good girl and surrender. Hearing himself called beauty, Hong Tianye snapped. "You disgusting old dog." The geezer cackled. He crept closer and reached out to grab his chin, licking his lips lecherously. "Don't put up a useless struggle. My patience is limited. If you're obedient, we can both have a good time." "You've gone too far," Hong Tianye roared. He ripped open his collar, revealing his firm abs. "Open your dog eyes and take a good look. I am a man, do you hear me?" The bamboo forest fell silent in an instant. The geezer's eyes bulged. What? A real man? Then I wasted all that effort chasing you for nothing?" Hong Tianye pulled his robes closed. What can you expect from someone with such poor eyesight? "You've seen it. I am a man. Stop following me." But the nonchalant old man just smirked. "What's the rush? A man, you say? That is fine. This old master isn't picky." Hearing this, Hong Thien Deep became furious, clasping his hands to form a seal, unleashing his final burst of spiritual power. "Get lost, you're despicable. You won't even spare a man. Let me tell you something. Even if I have to burn my inner core, this master will never submit." Suddenly, fierce flames erupted all around him. The man's hair stood on end. Before he could even react, the raging inferno surged towards him. Hong Thien Deep unleashed a torrent of raging flames. "You've completely enraged me. Now die!" The old man screamed in terror and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body, completely engulfed by the flames, thrashed in desperation. "Ah!" Hong Thien Deep couldn't stand steady. He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. "Ugh! You brought this upon yourself. It seems I've used up too much energy. My inner core is nearly shattered. I need to find a place to rest, quickly." Before he could compose himself, a cold laugh echoed from the distance. That demon slayer deserved to die. "But you don't seem to be ordinary at all." Hong Thien Deep was startled. He quickly looked up, scanning his surroundings. He shouted, Who's there?" Suddenly, from within the bamboo forest, an old man, holding a staff, slowly walked forward. He smiled gently. "Young friend, don't be so suspicious. This old one was just passing by. I have no connection to that pervert from before. Besides, this old one is normal. I don't have any strange hobbies. You can rest assured." Hearing this, Hong Thien Deep breathed a sigh of relief and replied with his hands clasped. "If that's the case, this humble Taoist has some matters to attend to and must leave first. I won't disturb you any longer, fellow Taoist." Unexpectedly, the old man instantly flashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was right beside him. The old man's face twisted into a dark, sinister expression. But compared to that lecher, this old man is far more interested in the secrets you're hiding. Let me have a look at what's really going on inside that head of yours to possess such divine abilities. As he spoke, the old man lunged forward. An immense pressure forced Hong Thien Deep to his knees. His entire body was numb, unable to move a muscle. He screamed in despair in his heart. Could it be that my path of recultivation ends here? How can I accept this? I truly cannot accept this. Just then, as the bamboo leaves rustled softly, a faint figure flickered into existence from above. It radiated a powerful aura, as if wanting to crush everything around it. The old man's face instantly turned pale, as he sensed the power of the nascent soul stage. He whipped his head around in a panic and stammered, "Holy shit, what the hell is this?" In a small, desolate place like this? How could a great nascent soul powerhouse possibly appear? But before he could even compose himself, Deep Quan Lam had already appeared right in front of the two of them. His eyes were as cold as a blade as they swept over the old man. Seeing this, the old man trembled uncontrollably. He blurted out in terror, "Senior, please be merciful. He is yours. I wouldn't dare to fight you for him. I'll get the hell out of here right now." In response, Diep Quan Lam merely curled his lips into an ice-cold smirk. "Scum like you doesn't deserve to live any longer." The moment the words left his mouth, he swung his arm forcefully. A blinding pillar of light shot out, piercing straight through the old man's body. A throat-tearing scream echoed throughout the bamboo forest. The old man collapsed, dead before he could even close his eyes. Witnessing the entire scene, Hong Thien Deep, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but shudder. Heavens. First, a golden core expert, and now a nascent soul powerhouse appears. Is there truly no escape for me today? Deep Quan Lam strode slowly towards him, muttering as if talking to himself. System, get out here. What was that about finding a true immortal-level demonic cult leader? Isn't this long-haired guy in front of me just at the foundation, establishment stage, and a weak one at that? Are you messing with me? The system immediately spoke up. Host, rest assured I am not deceiving you. This person, his true former identity is the leader of the fire-worshipping demonic cult, a true immortal. It's just that his cultivation has been severely damaged. Ting, opening the inside eye for the host. Here is the information on the man Hong Tianye. Gender, male. Talent, heavenly grade, fire elemental spirit root. Identity, former leader of the fire-worshipping demonic cult. He was once a cultivator, who passed the tribulation to become an immortal of the true immortal realm. Current cultivation, early foundation establishment stage. Ye Junlin's eyes widened. What? That person with such an elegant appearance is actually a man? He leisurely circled around, observing Hong Tianye. From his fair skin to his delicate face, and his long, silky black hair flowing down, it was enough to make many women feel insecure. It was precisely that beauty that would easily make anyone who didn't know him mistake his gender. But as for Hong Tianye, he thought anxiously to himself, the way this guy keeps scrutinizing me. Don't tell me he's into men too? Meanwhile, Ye Junlin stroked his chin, silently considering. Although he's only at the foundation establishment stage now, with his talent and previous experience, it shouldn't be hard for him to return to his peak. Taking someone like that as a disciple might have more pros than cons. Thinking of this, he reached his hand out towards Hong Tianye, his voice leisurely. This master sees that your aptitude is rare. I'm certain you are a prodigy in cultivation. From this day forward, I have decided to accept you as my disciple. What do you say? Hearing those words, the corner of Hong Tianye's mouth twitched slightly. He wondered suspiciously, could it be that he knows my secret? Whether he wants to secretly probe me or seize the cultivation techniques and magic treasures I possess. Humph. In any case, he's just an old soul formation cultivator in this desolate place. What could he possibly be thinking? His face darkened as he sneered inwardly. Humph. With a cultivation level like this, back in the day he wouldn't even have the right to step into the outer sect of my fire worship demon sect, let alone dream of taking me as his master. Ye Kunlin's lips curled into a faint smile, unable to hide his coldness. It seems you're unwilling to become my disciple, is that it? His ice-cold gaze bore straight into Hong Tianye, making him flinch involuntarily. An invisible pressure weighed down on him. Though it wasn't obvious, it was impossible to ignore. Hong Tianye clenched his fists, trying to calm himself. For someone like him, the former leader of the fire worship demon sect, Ye Kunlin wasn't even worthy of being his junior or senior martial brother, let alone becoming his master. Although his current cultivation level was too weak to resist, his heart remained unshaken. He reminded himself silently, where there's life, there's hope. As long as he could wait until his cultivation was restored, he was certain he could turn the tables. Even though his cultivation was crippled, he still held onto his immense pride. But now, with his severe injuries yet to heal, he had no choice but to temporarily lower himself and yield. He hid his resentment, knelt down and clasped his hands, feigning the utmost respect. This disciple, Hong Tianye, pays his respects to Master. To be able to serve under you is truly the greatest fortune of my life. Though he spoke these words, he was gritting his teeth. In any case, it's just an act. I'll just play along for now. The day will come when I turn this situation around. I will definitely repay today's humiliation in full. Ye Kunlin looked at his submissive appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. From now on, you are my disciple. You may rise. I shall call you Xiao Hong. Just hearing the name Xiao Hong, Hong Tianye's face darkened. He forced out an obedient tone, "Yes, master." But inside he wanted to scream, "Shao Hong my ass! I am the great and powerful leader of the demon cult, and I'm being called by this cheesy, tear-jerkingly cringy name?" Ye Junlin smirked, fully aware of his disciple's reluctance. But he didn't care. This kid's cunning was written all over his face. I doubt he's truly sincere about taking me as his master, but it doesn't matter. Even if you turn against me in the future, I, your master, won't be afraid. Just then, the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Recruit a disciple. Reward. Divine art cultivation method with automatic cultivation mode. Ye Junlin was stunned. A wave of euphoria washed over him. Automatic cultivation? Does that mean I can get stronger just by lying around and doing nothing? The system continued. Congratulations, host, you have received the heaven-burying coffin. This treasure has 108 restrictions. They will be unlocked gradually as your cultivation realm increases. Currently, it is a third-grade spirit artifact. Remembering the ranking system, Ye Junlin nodded to himself. Cultivation methods and divine arts all have stages. Entry, minor accomplishment. Major accomplishment, perfection, and transformation. Each level is exponentially more powerful than the last. This treasure seems to have limitless potential. The system emphasized, the heaven-burying coffin can bury the heavens. It can bury the earth. It can bury all of creation. When all restrictions are lifted, it even has the power to bury the myriad realms. Detecting that the host's disciple possesses outstanding aptitude, the system is providing a free upgrade service. Reward, fire-type cultivation method, the 3000 flame scripture. Reward, fire origin pill to regenerate the fire-type spiritual root and restore his foundation. Mission complete. Is the host satisfied? Hearing the introduction, Ye Junlin couldn't help but smile with interest. This magic treasure rewarded by the system. It actually claims to be so powerful it could bury the heavenly Tao itself? I'm starting to look forward to this. After my cultivation level gets higher, I wonder what kind of terrifying power this heaven-scattering coffin will be able to unleash. If I can get this kind of reward, it seems the system's attitude towards transmigrators is going to be quite special. Now then, with this savage treasure and the rewards for my disciple, this is perfect. Now I want to see what kind of attitude this little Hong will show me. He looked over and saw Hong Tianye clenching his fists, his eyes swirling with waves of indignation. Just you wait. Ye Junlin frowned. Little Hong, are you going to keep making that dissatisfied face? Do you think I am not qualified to be your master? His thoughts exposed, he panicked. No! Of course not, it's just my personality. I've always been quiet and have a naturally sullen face. Although his words were polite, Hong Tianye was sneering inwardly. A mere deity transformation cultivator from this backwater place dares to lecture me? Just wait until I recover my strength, you'll see. Guessing his intentions, Ye Junlin took out a jade slip and infused a stream of spiritual fire into it. He held up the cultivation manual. If I don't show you what I'm capable of, I doubt you'll ever truly submit. This is your discipleship gift. Study it well. Though he feigned humility on the outside, many thanks, master, for your gift. Inside, Hong Tianye was laughing with contempt. Let's see what kind of worthless, tattered technique a mere deity transformation cultivator from this barren wasteland can possibly produce to back up his big talk. With that thought, he closed his eyes to perceive it. The words 3000 flame scripture made him chuckle to himself. A name this flashy must belong to a technique that's all show and no substance. But as soon as he began to receive it, his eyes widened in utter shock. Every mystical page of the three heavens blazing flame scripture caused all his previous knowledge of fire arts to be completely overturned. Even compared to the rebellious fury fire art, a peak-level technique, the best in the central region, which he had once used to attain Tao and become an immortal. This heavens blazing flame scripture was immeasurably more transcendent. It was definitely at the immortal grade, perhaps even the legendary saint grade. In the cultivation world, all techniques are divided into different levels. Specifically mortal grade, spirit grade, mystic grade, earth grade, heaven grade, sovereign grade, immortal grade, and saint grade. This is absolutely beyond my comprehension. With this technique, in just a few steps, I can advance my cultivation at an insane pace. Regaining my true immortal status might be nothing in comparison. Ye Junlin caught a glimpse of his disciple's shocked expression and chuckled softly. Well, are you satisfied with the technique I've given you? Hong Tianye clutched the jade slip tightly. He turned to his master and bowed. Thank you, master. This disciple has truly gained an immense harvest. Although he said that, he was still thinking to himself, I wonder where this old soul formation geezer found such a treasure. From some ancient ruins or something. Someone of his level How could he possibly create such a terrifying technique? But it didn't stop there. Ye Junlin took out a vibrant red medicinal pill. He handed it over. Once you've comprehended the technique, this pill will also help you merge with the fire and quickly restore your cultivation foundation. Seeing the brightly glowing fire origin pill shining with a mystical light, Hong Tianye couldn't help but tremble. My God, he even has a fire origin pill? For cultivators who specialize in fire-type techniques, the fire origin pill is nothing short of an immortal elixir that heaven itself has bestowed. Its amplifying effects are so immense and precious that even immortals would fight over it. He accepted it with trembling hands, his heart in turmoil. He didn't know whether to be overjoyed or on guard. For a mere nascent soul cultivator to obtain 2 items like these, even I, in my prime, didn't possess such an ability. Who is this guy, really? Seeing the constantly shifting expression on his disciple's face, Ye Kunlin asked sharply, "What is it, Xiaohong? Are you doubting the gift I've given you?" Tianhong put on a calm expression. He cleverly defended himself, saying, "Master, how could that be? For this disciple to have met you, Master, and be accepted by you, it is a blessing spanning 3 lifetimes." But deep down, Tianhong was secretly thinking something else. This guy, he definitely doesn't understand how rare this cultivation technique and that elixir are. He clearly just stumbled upon them, or in some ancient ruins. I must remain calm. Ye Kunlin sighed softly, wondering to himself, I don't get what's going on in the head of this demonic sect leader. What does this sect contain? His expression keeps changing like this. It's actually quite amusing. With that thought, Ye Kunlin handed Tianhong an elixir and instructed, "Take this. I will personally stand guard for you." Tianye bowed politely. "Yes, thank you, Master." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swallowed the elixir. Instantly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping his entire body. Tianye quickly formed hand seals to absorb the medicinal power. Seeing this, Ye Kunlin calculated inwardly, silently assessing. Early foundation establishment. Mid-stage, late stage, peak is perfected. Then golden core, and early nascent soul. This speed, it's like a reincarnated immortal. In just an hour, he went straight from the foundation establishment realm to the nascent soul realm. Not bad at all. Truly a formidable prospect. Suddenly, Thean Deep let out a low growl. A blazing fire ignited in the depths of his eyes. He was filled with excitement. This is amazing. To break through realms this quickly, the day I return to the central region, I will definitely repay the humiliation I suffered in the past. Just then, poof, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped everything. It then quickly dissipated. Thian Hong, or perhaps we should call him Thian Deep, coughed a few times. He clasped his hands and apologized. I was rude just now, and I made Master worry. Deep Quan Lum waved his hand with a half-smile. It's nothing. Now follow me back to the sect. While we're at it, I will introduce you to your martial uncles. Sunset fell. Outside the main hall of the Huyen Thian sect, cheers echoed all around. The disciples saw Diep Quan Lam from a distance, and immediately started chattering amongst themselves. Peak Lord Diep is so incredible. He killed a nascent soul expert with a single finger, and he saved the Huyen Thian sect from annihilation several times. What a pity I was so blind back then. I missed the chance to join the Misty Pavilion. If I had just been a little more persistent that year, then maybe by now I would have become Peak Lord Diep's disciple. With his level of power, I'm afraid his standards for accepting disciples must be sky high. I wonder who Peak Lord Diep will accept next. But in the midst of their discussion, Deep Quan Lum suddenly appeared. All the disciples clamored, "Look, Peak Lord Diep is back!" At the same time, many of them couldn't help but stare at the person walking behind him. Someone they mistook for a beautiful woman with an incredibly eye-catching appearance. Oh my God, who is that young lady behind him? How can she be so beautiful? Damn it, where did that woman come from? How can she be so close to Peak Master Ye? Tianhong heard those words and just let out a faint, cold smile. His heart was filled with contempt. This crippled cultivation sect. Their cultivation levels are so low they're not even worthy of carrying the shoes for our demonic sect. A moment later, the elders of the Xuan Tian sect, upon hearing that Ye Junlin had returned, all rushed out to greet him. From within the crowd, Chu Deju cleared his throat. "Junior brother Ye, on this trip back." Ye Junlin gently placed a hand on Tian Ye's shoulder. He smiled and introduced him. "This is a disciple I met on the road. I just took him in." Xiaohong, quickly pay your respects to the sect master. When Shu Yunian heard the word disciple, he exclaimed in shock. "A disciple?" Su Qian Shui, a beautiful female cultivator, suddenly blushed and stammered. "Peak Master Ye, where did you find such a pretty girl, junior brother, and bring her back to the sect as your disciple?" Unexpectedly, Tian Ye suddenly released a murderous aura. He stepped forward to face Su Qianshui, his voice low, almost a shout. I am a man. Su Qianshui was so scared her face turned pale, and she stammered, Not nascent soul. Witnessing this aggressive behavior, Ye Junlin frowned. He immediately reached out and smacked Tian Ye on the head. He reminded him sternly, Xiao Hong, do not be rude. This is my senior sister. Apologize at once. Tian Ye gritted his teeth, clasped his hands, and bowed his head. This disciple was rude. I beg for forgiveness. Inwardly, he was fuming. Just endure it a little longer. When I reach the spirit transformation stage, I will definitely repay this debt of humiliation. Ye Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Ah, the young are so teachable. All right then, the introductions are over. I'm taking Xiao Hong back to Misty Peak to let him stabilize his realm a bit. Su Xinshu also waved her hand cheerfully. All right. You two, master and disciple, can go on ahead. Waiting for the two of them. Even after they were out of sight, Hu Yunian was still in disbelief. Peak Lord Yi. Where on earth did he find a disciple at the nascent soul stage? Truly unfathomable. Tuo Chanshu let out a soft sigh. It hasn't even been a full day, and junior brother Ye has already brought about so many things that are beyond imagination. At Misty Peak of the Mystic Heaven sect, Ye Junlin pushed open the old creaky door. Then he turned to Tian Ye. You are my head disciple. Feel free to pick any place to stay. No need to be formal. Looking around the desolate and dilapidated area, Tian Ye silently cried out to the heavens. He tried to force a stiff smile. Thank you, master. But in his mind, he was screaming. You call this dump a cultivation residence? The living quarters of the disciples of the fire-worshipping demon cult are 100 times more magnificent in comparison. And I have to live in a dump like this? Ye Junlin gave a faint smile. His gaze was stern. Remember this. Only the weak complain about their circumstances. The strong learn to adapt. For a cultivator, these superficial things are not important. If it's a bit dirty, then clean it up yourself. But those words were like daggers, stabbing straight into Tian Ye's pride. He was both angry and choked up, but he forced himself to swallow it. It's fine, I'll endure it. At my current cultivation speed, it won't be long before I can turn the tables. Ye Junlin, you just wait. Night gradually fell at the Yuhua Gate in Qing Province. Inside the vast main hall, torches flickered. A person was kneeling on the ground, their expression tense. Above, Venerable Zhu Yang of the Yuhua Gate's Hall of True Disciples sat majestically on the throne. In his hand, he held a tablet inscribed with the name Elder Mu. The person kneeling below reported with a trembling voice, Master, it is all this disciple's fault. This disciple asked Elder Mu to deliver medicinal pills to my father, which led to this disaster. I was afraid my father's sect would be implicated, so I wanted to go to the desolate continent myself to investigate. Venerable Zhu Yang spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. Zhao, do you know why I, your master, took you in as my disciple? Chen Zhao answered cautiously. Because I possess the sun physique, and have the aptitude to attain the Tao and ascend. A murderous glint flashed in Venerable Zhu Yang's eyes. His hand gripped the stone tablet until it cracked. That is only one of the reasons. The second reason is that I saw the immense ambition within you. How could someone as power-hungry as you allow a little father-son sentiment to shake your will? He paused, his voice as hard as steel. The personal disciple tournament is fast approaching. You must start preparing. As long as you defeat the other personal disciples and take first place, the sect will provide you with resources. That is the greatest prize. Hearing this, Chen Zhao, with sweat beading on his forehead, tried to speak. But my father... Venerable Zhu Yang growled, cutting him off. There are no buts. The Feng Shui sect is just a tiny, insignificant sect. I will send someone to the desolate continent and to investigate. You just focus on taking first place. Understand? But Chen Zhao didn't dare to object. He could only swallow his words. Your disciple obeys. I will absolutely not disappoint Master's expectations. The next day, at Piao Miao Peak of the Xuantian sect, Ye Junlin was still lying lazily on a long chair. He leisurely waved his hand and called out, Xiao Hong, are you done yet? Your master is about to starve to death here. Tian Ye, with rage simmering inside him, forced a strained smile. Yes, it's ready, master. Your disciple will bring it out right away. He silently cursed this guy. He's a cultivator at the spirit transformation stage. Yet all he ever wants to eat is grilled meat. I really don't get it. Just yesterday he was teaching me not to complain about my circumstances, and yet today he's just leisurely enjoying himself. Ye Junlin picked up a few skewers of meat and took a bite. He praised it as he ate. Oh, this is delicious. This meat was marinated with a secret spice mix gifted by the system. It's truly a delicacy. He enthusiastically waved his disciple over to sit next to him. Xiaohong, don't be so formal. Come eat with your master. Tianye pouted and avoided his master's gaze. Master, this disciple has already given up mortal food. I no longer have any interest in the food of the human world. Hearing this, Ye Junlin's face soured with displeasure. Are you disrespecting your master? If you cultivate without enjoying life like this, then what's the point of even trying? Hearing that, Tianye could only relent. Yes, yes. Since master is being so kind, this disciple will try one skewer. He grumbled to himself. He's truly the weirdo of the cultivation world. What's so special about this meat skewer anyway? But the moment he took the first bite, an unexpected explosion of flavor made his eyes widen. The more Tianye ate, the more delicious it became. Unconsciously, tears started streaming down his face. I've never tasted anything this wonderful before. Ever since I was a child, I was always starving, dreaming of just a single piece of meat. Ye Junlin saw his disciple suddenly start crying. He frowned. Huh? Why are you crying? Is something wrong? But in reality, Tianye was lost in painful memories. As a child, he was always starving, so hungry it was agonizing. Only now was he experiencing the happy feeling of a simple human life. He thought to himself, I was always hungry and dreamed of eating a piece of meat. The feeling of happiness from eating meat for the first time is truly indescribable. But ever since I started on the path of cultivation, my heart has only known how to focus on killing and reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. I never cared about the feeling of a life like this anymore. It's just as he said. If cultivation means giving up all emotions, even the simplest desires like eating, then what's the point of cultivating at all? Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Tianye's body. Ye Junlin was shocked, thinking to himself, what? You broke through just by eating a meat skewer? Early stage, nascent soul. Mid-stage, late stage, peak perfection. One thought away from deity transformation. This guy's talent is truly speechless. All right. He grabbed a few more meat skewers and laughed heartily. Little Hong. Congratulations on reaching the deity transformation stage. Your cultivation level is about to catch up to your master's, you know. Hearing this, Tianye's eyes flashed. He schemed. So, reaching the deity transformation stage is this easy? If that's the case, this absurd master-disciple relationship, I will have to end sooner or later. Side story. Xuantian sect, Piao Miao Pavilion. Ye Junlin sat perched on a chair, casually crossing his legs. He laughed while munching on a melon. Little Hong, your massaging skills are getting better and better, huh? Tianye, who was currently at the early stage nascent soul realm, forced a smile. Thank you for the praise, master. Suddenly, Ye Junlin shot up. He casually tossed the melon rind aside. A smirk played on his lips. The sky is clear today, and I'm in a great mood. You've also made some progress recently. So as your master, I'll take you somewhere interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them immediately headed out. Tianye pondered, his eyes lighting up. An interesting place? Could this be the place where that guy had stumbled upon a fortunate encounter and rare medicinal pills? But unexpectedly, the two of them ran into someone else who had suddenly appeared. That person spoke with a mocking tone. Oh? You two are planning to go there as well? You're just nascent soul cultivators from the barren continent. Don't you know your own limits? This was Chen Zhao, a cultivator at the great perfection of the deity transformation stage. Ye Junlin glanced over, silently assessing him. Oh, great perfection of the deity transformation stage. This bag of experience points looks pretty good. I was just wondering how to raise my cultivation level a bit more. He grinned and turned to Chen Zhao. Hey, little Sparky. I'm looking for a servant to go to that place. How about you follow me and become my underling? Tranquil flew into a rage. Are you tired of living? In an instant, Deep Kun Lum revealed his early-stage integration realm cultivation. His voice was full of provocation. Come and have a taste of my skills. A system immediately issued a ding notification. Detected that the host is being attacked by a peak-stage spirit transformation master. Passive effect, encountering the strong, has been activated, granting the host early-stage integration realm cultivation. Deep Kun Lum immediately channeled Imperial Marvel of Heaven and Earth. Human King's soul supremacy. A terrifying surge of power erupted, sweeping away any thought of resistance from Tranquil. In just the blink of an eye, that guy was beaten to a pulp, unable to even lift his head. Hong Thin Deep, who was standing nearby, shuddered as she witnessed the scene. Her chest tightened. This guy is actually an integration realm cultivator? Just how many more cultivation levels is he hiding? I thought dealing with him would be easy. Turns out I was just too naive. Before they could fully recover, the two continued on their way. Deep Kun Lum gestured with his eyes. Let's go. You'll know when we get there. Even if in the past, you were the true immortal realm leader of a demonic cult, you still might not have been able to reach this place. Hearing this, Hong Thien Deep was startled. What? Could it really be the secret realm of heavenly fate? Deep Quinlum chuckled, glancing at his disciple. Look! This is a real eye-opener. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant black hole appeared before them. Without hesitation, the master and disciple stepped inside. Inside was a vast and bustling space. People were coming and going, an unusually large crowd. Right in the center, a huge silk banner hung with the words, "Wishing the 15th Anniversary Conference a great success. Esteemed heroes, please take your seats. The 15th Anniversary Assembly is about to begin. We ask for your undivided attention." Ye Junlin squinted his eyes. His voice was excited, yet still extremely gentle. This is my original world, and as for these people, they are all lords in their own respective worlds. Little Hong, if you follow me, you will learn many interesting things. Hong Tianye stood to the side, observing. He felt that everything here was beyond his comprehension. He thought to himself, although this isn't some kind of secret realm of opportunity, it's clear this place is beyond imagination. Some of the people here, I can't even probe their cultivation levels. Ye Junlin, you truly are unfathomable. Returning to the main story, after finishing their business at the conference, the two of them returned. At this moment, Ye Junlin leaned back in his chair. He slowly closed his eyes, his expression one of extreme comfort. Little Hong, you've eaten the meat, and you've broken through to the next realm. Come here and give your master a little shoulder rub. Hearing those words, Hong Tianye's entire body instantly radiated killing intent. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. That bastard yet. I've reached the God transformation realm, and you dare order me around like a servant? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Just a petty God transformation cultivator, and you dare to be so arrogant? You will die by this venerable one's hand. He was enraged. He raised his hand, about to finish off this worthless master of his. Just then, someone came running over. In a panicked voice, reporting to Peak Lord Ye. Lord Ye, the sect master invites you to the main hall. He says there is a very important matter that needs to be discussed urgently. Ye Junlin tilted his head slightly and raised an eyebrow. Oh? It's only been a day and something's already happened? All right, I'll be right there. Hong Tianye watched his master's retreating figure, his face turning pale. Such a heaven-sent opportunity ruined just like that. But no matter, this Yi fellow is full of openings. There will definitely be more chances for me to strike. Before the thought was even finished, Ye Junlin shot into the air with a whoosh, leaving behind a trail of faint smoke. And he said to his disciple in a calm voice, Little Hong, your master is leaving first. Your massage technique is quite invigorating. When I return, remember to do my legs as well. Hearing this, Hong Tianye was boiling with rage. He screamed internally, You're infuriating! Do you really take me for a servant who's here to wait on you? I should have just landed the finishing blow back there. I should have just crushed that shameless, thick-skinned bastard to death. But at that very moment, in the Grand Council Hall of the Xuan Tian sect, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Worried whispers echoed throughout the hall. Perhaps the heavens truly wished to destroy the Xuan Tian sect. What are we going to do now? Just as Ye Junlin appeared, he was immediately recognized by many. Peak Lord Yi is here. Junior brother Ye, you've come at the perfect time. He looked around and spoke in a gentle voice. Everyone, has the sect run into some kind of trouble again? Why such a grand assembly? Everyone around him had a look of admiration. Du Yunian stepped forward, his face heavy with worry. Junior brother, this is what happened. Several years ago, the Wei Kingdom, which has always been under the protection of our Xuan Tian sect, sent a message asking for help. Recently, throughout their lands, a series of strange incidents have been occurring continuously, causing the common people to die one after another. The bodies of the victims are piling up into mountains, but all of their blood has vanished completely. It's as if they've been drained dry. This situation is getting more and more serious. There are even cities with populations of up to 1 million people that have been massacred, with corpses strewn everywhere. His voice grew increasingly sorrowful. The sect master has determined that there must be some evil creature causing this chaos. So he sent a group of disciples to investigate. But they all vanished without a trace. Many people from the Xuan Tian sect went there, and none of them have returned. Du Yunian gently pinched his brow, a troubled look on his face. This morning, the Wei Kingdom sent another urgent plea for help. The report says the situation is incredibly dire, and it's at risk of spreading to neighboring countries. If it's allowed to spread throughout the entire barren continent, I fear it will become a living hell. After this, how will the Xuan Tian sect ever recruit disciples again? Hearing this, Ye Junlin frowned. This is truly serious. Could it be that the affected area is so vast that no one discovered it sooner? So does that mean we're powerless to stop it? Su Qianshu, with a worried expression, chimed in. I'm afraid that anyone who witnessed this firsthand is already dead. The Xuantian sect is located in the barren continent, place with scarce resources where nascent soul disciples are few and far between. And the state of Wei is on the very edge of the barren continent. If those evil creatures were to invade, it would be catastrophic. Ye Junlin took a deep breath, silently weighing the situation. Is there still no news at all? Could there be an even more terrifying power behind all this? But at that moment, the system's voice rang out, announcing a new mission. New mission activated. Proceed to the state of Wei. Find the root cause of the disaster. Upon completion, you will receive an unimaginable reward. Ye Junlin was delighted, nodding slightly in praise. Oh, system, you're as perceptive as ever, aren't you? Yes. If it could, the system would have sounded embarrassed by the praise. He then turned to Shu Union. All right, I understand the sect master's concerns. The incident began in the state of Wei several years ago, and it remains the epicenter to this day. The root of the problem must lie there. I will go and see for myself. Shu Union was overjoyed. With junior brother Ye taking action, there's no better outcome. I'm certain this matter will be resolved swiftly. Ye Junlin responded with a smile, and without any hesitation said, Very well, I'll depart immediately. Everyone wait here for my news. With that, he shot off like an arrow from a bow. The Peak Master was just about to say, Wait, I haven't even finished speaking. Su Qiangshu couldn't help but laugh. He sighed in admiration at Sect Master Ye Feng. Your style is truly as fast as lightning. Zhu Deju, standing to the side, looked worried. I wonder if Sect Master Ye Feng can handle this bizarre situation. Or not. Su Qianshu immediately tapped the blockhead Zhu Deju on the forehead. In this tiny barren continent, who could possibly trouble a spirit transformation cultivator? Don't worry so much. Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction where Ye Junlin had just disappeared and nodded in agreement. Zhu Deju went along with it. That's right. If even he is helpless, then I'm afraid the entire barren continent is truly helpless. Shu Union spoke up. Everyone return to your cultivation. Don't waste any more time. We must do our best to not disappoint junior brother Ye's expectations. The disciples replied in unison, Yes, Sect Master! But at the same time, at the eastern border of the barren continent, near the Wei country, two figures were flying urgently. Hong Tianyi wore a gloomy expression. His heart was filled with doubt. Why, after returning from that strange conference? Is he in such a hurry to get to this Wei country? Fine. I'll find an opening along the way to strike. I haven't forgotten our old debt. Great Peach Blossom Village, located in the Wei country. The people were suffering from rampant banditry. Looking down from above, Ye Junlin gestured with his chin and told little Hong, Look over there. There are some bandits running wild. Let's go down and see. Hong Tianyi sneered. You're actually bothered by such a trivial matter. Below, the Peach Blossom Village chief and the villagers were kneeling, crying, and begging. Please, heroes, our village is dirt poor. We only have a few chickens, cows, and goats. If you want them, we'll give you everything. We just beg you to spare the lives of us innocent people. The leader of the bandits. The bandit chief of Blackwind Fortress grinned maliciously. Heh! Who said I wanted those trivial things? What I want are your lives. He roared as he kicked the village chief hard, sending him tumbling across the ground. A flicker of cruelty appeared in the bandit chief's eyes. He laughed barbarically. Just wait for death obediently. It'll save you the pain of struggling. His minions also roared with laughter and cheered. Everyone, get back! The chief is about to unleash his divine technique. He saw the bandit chief arrogantly throw his head back and laugh. Then, streams of dark red blood from the villagers were slowly being absorbed into his body. Screams echoed everywhere. Help! Please don't kill us. Oh my God, he's a monster. Mommy, I'm scared. Someone please save us. This is horrible. We don't want to die like this. Watching this scene, Hong Thien Deep suddenly shuddered. A trace of unease stirred within him. This evil art. Why does it look so much like the one that once appeared in the central region? But I remember, it was surrounded and completely wiped out by the great sacred lands. Deep Quan Lam glanced at him and asked directly, What do you know about that technique? Startled, Hong Thien Deep immediately denied it. No, not at all. I just find it strange, that's all. Seeing his awkwardness, Deep Quan Lam didn't press him further. He muttered in a low voice, This kid's attitude is really suspicious. But whatever, I'll deal with it after this is over. Down below, the villagers wailed miserably as their blood was drained. Just as the bandit chief looked up, Deep Quan Lam appeared right behind him. His eyes widened and he stammered, Well, who the hell are you? You bastard! Are you looking to die? Just as he swung his arm to attack, it was immediately sealed. His arm swelled up grotesquely like an airbag. He let out a terrible, pained scream, and then, with a loud bang, his arm exploded. Fresh blood gushed out everywhere. Terrified, the bandit chief didn't even think twice. On your knees. Please don't kill me. I beg you to spare my life." His lackeys crowded around, anxiously crying out, "Chief!" The chief of the Black Wind Fortress was pinned to the ground. The closer he looked, the more he trembled. Spirit transformation realm. How could I have dared to cross someone like that? Ye Junlin narrowed his eyes and asked seriously, "Where are you from? Tell me everything." The chief of the Black Wind Fortress knelt prostrate on the ground. His face was ashen, his voice trembling and broken. I was originally a guard in the imperial palace of the Wei Kingdom, but I accidentally saw something I wasn't supposed to see. The prince then ordered a hunt to kill me. Not wanting to die for nothing, I risked my life to escape the imperial palace. Hearing this, Ye Junlin frowned and began his interrogation. His voice was calm, but held a stern undertone. "What was this thing you weren't supposed to see? And another thing, that evil art you're cultivating. Where exactly did you learn it from?" The fortress chief swallowed nervously in fear. His eyes darted about furtively. "I often saw the prince secretly visiting the back mountain, but I never dared to get too curious. As for this evil art, while I was on the run, I encountered a mysterious organization. They were the ones who taught me this technique, but I don't know anything about their origins." Ye Junlin nodded and pressed on. They just gave you the technique like that, without asking for anything in return?" The chief glanced furtively at the villagers, then lowered his head and confessed. "They only asked that I never stop using this evil art to devour the blood essence of other people, to use it as a way to increase my cultivation. So I had no choice but to accept. I swear I don't know anything else." After getting his answer, Ye Junlin fell silent, deep in thought. "It seems that behind all this, there's a very powerful force pulling the strings. Those barbaric acts. It might even be directly related to the series of bizarre incidents that have happened recently. Little Hong, what do you think?" Hearing this, Hong Theandeep's expression faltered. He secretly made a connection. This method of power transference is exactly the same as that person's. Could it be he's still alive? Why would he appear in the desolate continent? As he thought of that, he feigned indifference in front of his master. "This disciple does not know, master. Perhaps it's just a rare demonic art." In reality, Hong Theandeep had already begun to form his own plan. If that person is truly alive and causing trouble here, then this Ye Quan Lam guy, with his meager god transformation cultivation, is surely no match for him. I'm afraid he'll meet his end right here in the land of Great Wei. At that moment, Ye Quan Lam stood blocking the bandit leader. He silently waved his hand. An invisible wave of spiritual pressure made the man tremble uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his face. "Let me see what you're trying to hide." In the man's despairing eyes, blood vessels became clearly visible as his pupils dilated to their limit. As if he was being torn apart, the pressure slammed down on the bandit leader's body. He instantly let out a horrifying scream. His eyes bulged as he collapsed, dead before he could even close them, foaming at the mouth. Ye Quan Lam withdrew his hand, a serious look flashing in his eyes. He wasn't lying, but through my spiritual probe, I discovered a crucial piece of information. "We must head to the Imperial Palace of Great Wei immediately." Hong Theandeep coldly flicked his finger. A powerful spark shot out, incinerating the remaining bandits. The bandit leader's remaining subordinates screamed, writhing in the net of fire. In a matter of moments, they were turned to ash. The entire area was instantly filled with an acrid smell, mixed with ear-piercing screams. Seeing this, Ye Quan Lam was also a little surprised. He glanced over at Hong Tianye. The one who had just acted shrugged and smirked, asking back in a teasing tone, "Master, what your disciple just did, was there anything wrong with it? Don't these bandits deserve to die?" At the same time, a look of satisfaction flashed across his face. "I've been holding in my frustration for a long time. I finally got to vent some of this anger." Ye Junlin nodded slightly in approval. That was quite decisive. Not bad." Seeing the two immortals take action and eliminate the villains, the villagers all dropped to their knees in unison, endlessly praising the immortals for vanquishing evil and saving the people. "We are indebted to you, two great immortals. We of Peach Blossom Village will remember this for generations to come." At the Imperial Palace of Great Wei, in the eastern region of the barren continent, the Emperor of Great Wei sat on his throne, his face filled with sorrow. He sighed wearily and said, "The population of Great Wei has decreased by nearly 1/3 in the past few years. If this strange situation continues, my kingdom will sooner or later be destroyed at the hands of those evil cultists. I wonder if the immortal masters from the Mystic Heaven sect can help the nation of Wei overcome this calamity, or not." Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, a clear voice suddenly called out, "Royal Father! Royal Father!" A lovely young woman dressed in fine silks ran in. From her attire, anyone could tell she was the Princess of Wei. She smiled joyfully, announcing, I just saw outside the city gates. 2 immortals are flying this way! It must be them from the rumors these past few days. The Emperor was so overjoyed he shot to his feet. Really? Then it must be the immortal masters from the Mystic Heavens sect. My beloved ministers, quickly follow me to welcome them. Outside the imperial palace, Ye Junlin and Hong Tianye hovered in mid-air, watching as the delegation from Great Wei rushed out to greet them. Ye Junlin tilted his head slightly, asking his disciple with a smile, "Little Hong, your master's entrance was quite majestic, wasn't it?" Hong Tianye replied flatly, "Master is wise. Your disciple feels the same." Although he said that, in his heart he sneered. What an act. Wait until you run into a real evil creature. Let's see how you handle it then. Don't expect me to help you then. The Emperor of Great Wei immediately stepped forward, so overjoyed that he knelt down. Clasping his hands, he said loudly, "I welcome the High Immortal's arrival. I have long awaited the High Immortal from the Xuantian sect." Ye Junlin's expression turned serious. His entire being suddenly radiated a transcendent aura. "I am the Peak Lord of Piaomiao, a peak of the Xuantian sect. My name is Ye Junlin. Now that I am here, I will surely help you, Great Wei, eliminate this disaster. Do not worry." The Emperor was ecstatic, his face beaming with joy. "On behalf of the people of the Wei Kingdom, I kowtow in gratitude to you, High Immortal. If you have any requests, High Immortal, please just give the word." Ye Junlin glanced at Hong Tianye, then announced loudly, "First, prepare a quiet place for my disciple and me to rest." Hearing this, the Emperor nodded. "Yes, of course. No problem at all. Please, you 2 High Immortals, follow me. I will personally escort you there." As the 2 followed the Emperor, they were completely unaware that someone was secretly tailing them from behind. A murderous aura flickered in the darkness. A cold voice whispered, "Just a mere peak lord of the Xuantian sect, and he's putting on such an act. I was just worrying about not having a worthy tribute to offer my master." You 2 have arrived at the perfect time. To summarize the situation, the Xuantian sect once sent a group of cultivators to hunt down the source of the evil cult in the Great Wei, but they all vanished without a trace. The nation of Wei is now on the brink of destruction, in utter chaos. At this time, Ye Junlin was ordered to resolve the disaster. Meanwhile, Hong Tianye harbored secret contempt and hatred, unable to find an opportunity to land a fatal blow on his master. Seeing Ye Junlin casually sitting on the chair, leisurely eating fruit, Hong Tianye grew even more irritated, cursing inwardly. He's like a lazy dog. All he does is eat and sleep all day. So how could he possibly have reached the spirit transformation stage? This desolate continent is such a low-level place. This guy got lucky with his meager achievements, yet he dares to be so arrogant. Just you wait. Sooner or later I'll surpass him and crush him under my foot. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin glanced at his disciple, a faint, hidden smile on his face. He thought to himself, "Oh, little Hong, you think you can outsmart me with your petty little schemes? Do you really think you can play tricks on me? Sooner or later you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Your greatest mistake was making me your target." Suddenly he leaned back and laughed cheerfully. "Little Hong, you must be curious about your master's cultivation methods, aren't you? If you are, then hurry up and bring me a basin of warm water to wash my feet. When I'm comfortable, I'll pass on the secret to advancing your realm to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Tianye was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead, gritting his teeth so hard they audibly ground together. He thought furiously, "What? He's just a minor spirit transformation cultivator in this godforsaken backwater of a place. And he dares to claim he can teach me how to cultivate? How laughable! Back in my day, I taught immortal arts to countless immortals myself. If there's anyone truly worthy of teaching me, they should be the ones honoring me as their Grandmaster." Just then, Ye Junlin spoke up, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "What are you still standing there for? Don't you want to improve anymore? You're still so young, yet you want to retire early?" He is a high and mighty sect master of the fire-worshipping demonic cult, and he has to wash someone else's feet? Why not just turn hostile and get it over with? He thought angrily to himself. But reason quickly pulled him back to reality. Even though he was boiling with rage inside, he still had to suppress his emotions, forcing himself to swallow the rising anger. "Listen, before I could even do anything." From outside, the sound of urgent knocking echoed, along with a respectful voice, reporting to the 2 esteemed immortals, "Something strange has happened again in the Wei Kingdom. This lowly one has an urgent matter to report." Hong Tianye immediately perked up his ears to listen. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin asked in a loud voice, "Who are you? Come on in." The door creaked open. A young man dressed in formal dragon robes quickly knelt down. He clasped his hands and said, This humble one is the first prince of the Wei Kingdom. Zhao Heng, please, esteemed immortals, help me. This is a matter concerning the survival of the Wei Kingdom. I hope the esteemed immortals will grant me an audience. Ye Junlin nodded. All right, go ahead and speak. Hong Tianye observed quietly, thinking to himself, is this the prince that the master of the Black Wind stronghold mentioned? He looks quite respectable. He doesn't seem like the kind of cruel person who would order people to be killed. What is the truth of the matter? But Zhao Heng remained kneeling on the floor. His eyes revealed his anxiety as he reported, Esteemed immortals, I have never dared to report this matter to my imperial father. I suspect that there's a possibility evil cultists are plaguing the Great Way. It started from the back mountain of the imperial palace. A few nights ago, I saw with my own eyes pitch-black demon bats sneaking into a mountain cave. Furthermore, countless palace maids and eunuchs have gone missing recently. I believe that those demon bats are closely related to this matter. The esteemed immortals possess heaven-defying abilities. I beseech you to take action and suppress them. Exterminate the horde of bat demons in the back mountain. And save the Wei Kingdom. Ye Junlin let out a soft "oh." He immediately began to weigh the situation in his mind. My spiritual sense can scan a fairly large area, but I didn't detect anything unusual in the back mountain. Is this guy making things up? Or is there some power behind the scenes concealing it? Even so, he gave a faint smile and said, all right. This master will go with you to check it out. The back mountain of the imperial palace, right? Lead the way. He thought to himself, I want to see just what kind of tricks you're trying to pull. You dare use a diversionary tactic in front of me? Hearing this, Zhao Heng's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly stepped aside, beaming, Thank you, High Immortal. Please follow me, you two. Those evil creatures will surely be exterminated soon. Hong Tianye glanced over at Zhao Heng, his heart filled with suspicion. It seems things are starting to get interesting. I'll just follow along and see how that Ye Junlin fellow falls into the trap. On the deserted path leading to the back mountain, Zhao Heng walked cautiously, occasionally glancing back. From a hidden corner, a young woman in courtly attire caught a glimpse of the scene and frowned, muttering to herself. Eldest brother has always been known for his rebelliousness. Father Emperor has lectured him many times, but it's never worked. Now he's secretly leading those two immortals into the back mountain. I should probably report this to Father Emperor right away. She immediately turned and ran towards the main hall. Meanwhile, a dark and cold atmosphere enveloped the back mountain. Looking up at the bizarre, pitch-black rock formations, Ye Junlin asked the first prince, You said this is where the bat demons are hiding? It doesn't really look the part, does it? Zhao Heng stopped short and then whipped around. His voice was steely. That's right, this is the appointed place. I mean the place where the bat demons appear. At this moment, Ye Junlin suddenly smirked, his voice ice-cold. So they've finally arrived. What secret are you hiding here? Spit it out. Zhao Heng, seeing he could no longer hide it, threw his head back and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! At first I was worried I couldn't fool you. Who knew you'd be so bold as to walk right into our trap? You think you're invincible just because you're a deity transformation cultivator? Don't forget, there's always someone stronger than you in this world. You can never anticipate everything. As he finished, his eyes glared, filled with killing intent. A peak lord of the profound heaven sect, you say? You dare stand in our way? Today this place will be your grave. From the darkness, a series of cloaked figures silently appeared, flying up to surround the master and disciple. Zhao Heng called out in a loud voice, Elders, please make your move. An old man with a white beard and hair immediately cast a formation, shouting, 5-layered God-binding formation, activate! In an instant, 5 intricate layers of light appeared, weaving into a formation diagram that enveloped Ye Junlin and Hong Tianye. The man sneered, I am an elder of this blood nether sect. At the late stage of nascent soul, I've long heard of the famous Peak Lord Yi of the profound heaven sect. Quite a reputation you have. It's a pity you've fallen into our 5-layered God-binding formation. Even a deity transformation cultivator would find it difficult to escape this. The first prince, standing nearby, suddenly let out a contemptuous laugh. He turned to the masters hiding in the surroundings and commanded in a loud voice, Everyone attack now! But remember, don't strike too hard. We still need to keep him alive for my master to use. As for that wench in red, I want you to cripple her cultivation. This prince wants to enjoy you slowly. As he spoke, he licked his lips with a lecherous expression, making anyone who saw it shudder in disgust. At this moment, a blazing killing intent flashed in Hong Tianye's eyes. His voice dropped low. What did you just say? A fire of rage exploded violently within her. Hong Tianye's face turned ice-cold. Almost nothing but hatred remained. I originally had no intention of getting involved in this, but you just couldn't keep your mouth shut. You dare touch my reverse scale? Instantly, a blazing torrent of fire erupted, emitting a terrifying heat, powerful enough to incinerate anything in its path. Amidst a furious roar, a massive vortex of fire shot out like a deadly maelstrom. The nameless masters lurking nearby were immediately caught in it, screaming their lungs out. The dreadful heat was like an explosion in the blink of an eye. They were all incinerated completely. The first prince, Zhao Heng, was startled and panicked. His face turned deathly pale as he stammered, "Shh! She destroyed the entire formation in a single move!" Unbelievable. The Phoenix God formation, prepared so meticulously, and yet it was shattered in a single blow. The remaining demons strained to resist, sweat pouring down their faces. They exclaimed, while still struggling to hold their ground, "First Prince, I can't believe the peak lord of the Xuantian sect brought along a disciple at the spirit transformation realm." What's more, the technique that woman is using is likely equivalent to an immortal grade 1. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to break our Phoenix God formation. Zhao Heng suppressed his fury. He cursed under his breath, "Useless old fools." And yet he didn't forget to shout encouragement. "I hope you all will achieve a great victory to offer to our honored master." When he saw how dire the situation was, he quickly changed his tone and shouted to Hong Tianye, "Fairy, let's calm down and talk this over. With your cultivation level, if you follow my honored master, your future will surely be limitless." After hearing this, Hong Tianye just smirked faintly. Her cold eyes were filled with killing intent. "You dare try to seduce me? In that case, you can have a taste of a fate worse than death." With that, he gently waved his hand. Instantly, flames erupted, surrounding Zhao Heng. The terrifying heat made him scream in agony, writhing in the sea of fire. There was no way to escape. Seeing this, Ye Kunlin just stood with his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face. "Oh, how tragic. But little Hong, you really know how to hit the spot. All right, don't play him to death just yet. I still have some questions for him." Hong Tianyi was cold, but he was also obedient. He flicked his fingertip. The flames were instantly extinguished. At this moment, the first prince, Zhao Heng, was sprawled out on the ground. He was burned to a crisp. His breathing was faint. Ye Kunlin walked over, his voice grim. "Who exactly is your master? Could he really have what it takes to make a god transformation realm cultivator submit to him? Don't you lie to me." But Zhao Heng still forced himself to speak. "My master was once an immortal in the central region. How can a mere god transformation realm cultivator even compare? You'd be wise to submit to him sooner rather than later. I can still put in a good word for you, otherwise when my master himself appears, you won't even have the luxury of dying." Ye Kunlin looked at him with a disdainful smirk. "Submit? What a joke. I'll see for myself just how powerful your master is. But for now, I'll start by killing one of you." The moment the words left his mouth, he unleashed an invisible attack, causing the head of a nearby expert to explode. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a horrifying sight. It made the remaining people tremble in fear. An elder of the Ming cult stammered in panic, He's also at the god transformation realm. How can there be 2 god transformation cultivators in the barren continent?" But it didn't stop there. Ye Kunlin attacked again, with just a single casual blow, and in turn took the life of the second man, then the third and the fourth. The fifth, crimson blood gushed out. Their bodies collapsed, dead before they could even close their eyes. Now only the elder of the Ming cult was left. "Only you are left." Ye Junlin smirked as he advanced towards him. He flicked his fingers slightly as if to signal that he could kill him at any moment. Zhao Heng, terrified, quickly shouted, "Wait! Wait!" At that very moment, in the dead of night, a scream echoed, "Master, save me!" A stream of power descended from the sky, creating a violent tremor. The earth and rocks were thrown into the air. Debris flew everywhere as if caught in a hurricane. Right at this moment, the group from the Imperial Palace managed to arrive on horseback. A little girl was also riding a horse. Looking at the terrifying, blazing red aura in the distance, she cried out in fear, "Father Emperor, what's happening? That blood-red aura is so scary." The Emperor quickly whipped his horse, urging it to gallop faster. "Quickly! Let's go see what's going on. I hope the 2 high immortals haven't run into any trouble." Back to the battle. Hong Tianyi frowned and muttered softly, "This aura, why is it so familiar? Could it really be him?" The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. "I can handle Ye Junlin, but having to face him again is not pleasant at all." Zhao Heng, as if grasping a life-saving straw, laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Master has finally arrived. Your day of death has come." From the darkness, a dim figure appeared. The person's entire body radiated a powerful pressure, making the surrounding air feel suffocating. He is the leader of the Blood Ming cult from the central region, Shitianjue. Ye Junlin slowly raised his eyes to look at the newcomer, faint, mocking smile on his face. Ah, so the turtle finally pokes its head out of its shell. So you're the one pulling the strings behind that evil cult, aren't you? I thought you'd just hide and never dare to show your face again. Thak Tien Tweet's eyes swept over Deep Quan Lam. A blood-red glint flashed in his pupils. With an arrogant look, he said, "You insignificant cultivator from the barren continent. I admit you have a few tricks up your sleeve. But what makes you think you're qualified to fight me? The one who interests me more is my old friend over there." With that, he stared intently at Hong Thien Deep. Hong Thien Deep's expression grew increasingly grim. He growled, "Blood demon, I can't believe you're still alive." Deep Quan Lam was slightly taken aback. "Oh? Does little Hong have some history with this guy?" But Thak Tien Tweet is also the one known as the Blood Demon hovering in midair. The Blood Demon sneered. "This title, more than 200 years ago, I was hunted down by the great sacred lands of the central region. Since then, no one has heard of it. And yet you still remember me, huh? Ha ha ha." Hong Thien Deep clenched his teeth, his expression as cold as ice. He recalled anyone who experienced that cataclysmic battle would surely never be able to forget it. Back then, Thak Tien Tweet was the strongest expert in the true immortal realm. He sustained himself by devouring human blood. He also passed on his evil techniques to countless followers. If he hadn't been hunted down, the world would have been plunged into chaos. In the end, he turned on his own, draining the energy of all his followers to make himself stronger. His evil was so great that in the end, an alliance of the top powers in the central region had to join forces to destroy him. Even those of the demonic path, like myself, joined the hunt. And yet he's still alive, hiding in this pathetic, barren continent of the eastern region. If news of this were to spread to the central region, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. Van Hang collapsed limply to the ground, whimpering continuously. "Master, please save me. They want to kill me." Thak Tien Tweet suddenly glared and snapped coldly. "Insolent!" Before he finished speaking, his eyes shifted. A stream of blood fire shot out. It incinerated Zhao Hang into ash right before everyone's eyes. Hong Tianyi watched, shuddering involuntarily. As expected, the blood demon's methods are still the most ruthless. He'd even kill his own disciple without a moment's hesitation. Shi Tianjui looked at little Hong and smirked. "He was just a disciple. I can find as many others as I wish. But if you wanted him dead, then I would be even more merciless. Do you understand what I mean?" Ye Junlin stood to the side, his face filled with amusement as if watching a good show, thinking to himself, "Whoa, what great drama! I have to see this through to the end." Hong Tianyi stepped back, scrutinizing the blood demon. His gaze was heavy. "I saw with my own eyes how your immortal body was crushed by the 4 divine artifacts, ground into dust. Even your blood was completely vaporized. So how in the world did you manage to escape?" Shi Tianjui burst out laughing. "It's all thanks to those self-righteous fools. I had long since prepared by separating a drop of my essence blood. I cast a spell and hid it in a secret place. After I fell, that drop of blood nurtured itself and revived me, allowing me to return. What a coincidence. You're just like me, aren't you?" As he spoke, he fixed his blood-red eyes on Hong Tianyi, his gaze full of meaning. "Right now, my cultivation is rapidly recovering, while you are only in the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Why don't you just obediently surrender? Offer all of your blood to me, and then we can be together forever. What do you say?" Hong Tianyi's face changed as he roared in fury. "You're insane! In the central region, how many times did I reject you? And now that you've been reborn, you still haven't changed at all?" His entire body erupted with fiery energy. Arcs of furious lightning flashed around him. He hissed through clenched teeth. "Do you really think that I, at the peak of the spirit transformation stage, can't kill you? What?" Thak Tien Tweet laughed maniacally. "Good. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Against others, you might have a glimmer of hope. But against me, your only path is death." Hong Thien Deep growled, his fists clenched. "Ha! How will we know the outcome if we don't even fight?" With that, he immediately unleashed his 5th move, the Absolute God Flame. A powerful wave of flames. It surged forward with immense destructive power. The blood demon, Thak Tien Tweet, his eyes flashing, roared, "This is—" But in the next moment he swung his hand to counter with the blood slaughter palm. The 2 streams of power collided violently, causing a deafening explosion in midair. He was momentarily startled. Impossible. How can this flame be so tyrannical? He's only in the early spirit transformation stage. Yet he managed to shatter my blood slaughter palm? Where in the world did he learn such a technique? Hong Thien Deep snorted coldly. "That was just a greeting. Now witness my 2nd move, bone-chilling crackling flame." A bone-chilling flame shot out for a 2nd time. But Thak Tien Tweet wasn't one to stand idly by. He sneered. Just a defeated foe. You think that's all it takes? Soul-devouring blood lance. A giant crimson spear shot forward with a whoosh. It clashed fiercely with the bone-chilling, crackling flame. In an instant, the two forces were locked in a stalemate, clashing like opposing fire and water. In the end, the spear couldn't break through. Instead, it was partially frozen over. This astonished Tactien tweet. What kind of fire element technique possesses ice properties like this? How can it have such powerful freezing abilities at the same time? At the same time, he shattered the layer of ice, his voice fierce. You dare stand in my way? Veins bulged on his face. He looked half furious, half excited. No wonder I took an interest in you back then. It's only been a moment, and you've already managed to get me this worked up. Was it after you left the central region? You've obtained some great fortune. Did you take some powerful expert as your master? Hong Tianya continued to emanate waves of a ferocious aura. Hearing his question, he cut him off immediately. My business has nothing to do with you. With this kind of technique, I will definitely be able to dominate the central region. He thought to himself, I can't let the blood demon know that this technique was actually taught to me by some nascent soul cultivator from the desolate continent. How disgraceful. Shitianju's eyes suddenly shot wide. Killing intent erupted from him. A brilliant red light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He became more and more terrifying. If you continue to grow stronger, I'm afraid even I will have a hard time subduing you. Unfortunately, everything has to end here. Now I will show you what the true power of the immortal demon void is. But just as he finished speaking, terrifying streams of crimson power shot out in all directions, writhing like a storm from hell. At the same time, in all the cities of the Wei Kingdom, countless citizens were wailing miserably. Their blood was being drained from their bodies in sheer terror. Help! Save us! We don't want to die! But all the blood of these people, through some unknown method, was being channeled and merged into Xu Tianjue's body. He burst into a resounding laugh. Ha ha! This feeling is incredible. Those mortals have long since become my personal food pantry. All I have to do is will it, and all their life force and cultivation are immediately refined and offered up entirely to me. Seeing how urgent the situation was, Ye Junlin, who was standing behind, couldn't hold back either. He urged him on. Little Hong, finish him off quickly. Don't drag this out and waste time. Unexpectedly, Hong Tianya snapped back, annoyed. I don't need you to give me orders. Damn it, his mind was a complete mess. How did things turn out like this? I thought Ye Junlin would be the one to clash with the blood demon, that he wouldn't be able to hold on, and would have to beg me for help. That's when I would make my move. Who knew everything would get turned upside down? Not only that, Hong Tianya could also feel a bizarre aura. Coming from Xi Tianjue, I'm afraid even I can't handle this situation. Is this guy about to break through to the integration realm? Just then, Xi Tianju's body swelled up to 10,000 times its size, compared to a normal person. Flames of black and red blazed fiercely around him. He laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha! Years ago with this body. Even when facing the most powerful experts, the Saint Demon was never at a disadvantage. Those old geezers from the Holy Land teamed up and used their immortal artifacts, but they still couldn't destroy my immortal body. Now I have recovered 70% of my power. Once I devour all the living beings in the desolate continent and restore myself to my peak, even in the central region, no one will be strong enough to stand in my way. His giant limbs were covered in tangled tentacles. Xi Tianjue extended a massive hand towards Hong Tianya. He said in a hoarse voice, This sovereign will give you one last chance. If you don't know how to seize it, you will bear the consequences. Hong Tianya was extremely tense. This guy, he really has reached the integration realm. What do I do now? He gathered all his strength and unleashed the purple flame burning heaven technique, creating a shield of fire to block the terrifying blow. But the impact still made Hong Tianya cough up blood. On the spot, he gritted his teeth and thought, dragging this out with this blood demon is no different from suicide. The only way is to burn my Dantian and risk it all. With that thought, he unleashed a series of extremely powerful moves. Purple flame shatters the sky, Flame Dragon's wrathful flame. But Tactien Tweet just smirked. With one hand, he crushed the flame dragon before it could even unleash its power. He said mockingly, Useless. Your attacks are nothing more than a tickle to my immortal. A blood frame. With that, he roared. His flame-wreathed fist shot straight toward Hong Thien Deep. It's over, in the blink of an eye. Hong Thien Deep's strongest move was completely useless. I used my ultimate technique against him, and it had no effect at all. What am I supposed to do now? The enemy is just too powerful. He panicked. He had to summon the Golden Flame City Wall to protect himself. But Tactien Tuet roared, Break for me! And with just a single devastating punch, he completely shattered the Golden Flame City Wall. Hong Thien Deep's slender body was thrown into the air. Then he crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. The impact was so great it cracked the earth wide open. Debris and shattered rock flew everywhere. At that moment, the Emperor and Princess of the Wei Kingdom had just arrived on horseback. Stunned, he cried, "Hi, immortal!" The princess trembled, her face pale as a sheet. She gripped the saddle tightly. "Father, well, what kind of monster is that? It's terrifying!" The Emperor was also dazed, drenched in a cold sweat. Could he be the source of the evil calamity? Even the High Immortal is no match for him. In that case, my Wei Kingdom, I fear it cannot escape destruction this time. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Hong Thien Deep's dry coughs could be heard. He tried to force himself up, but his body was broken. His eyes were filled with utter defiance. Is my path to godhood really going to end here? After all the trouble I went through to get this heaven-defying technique, thinking of Ye Junlin, he seethed with resentment. Do I really have to beg that bastard for help now? If I admit that I'm weaker than him, what will be left of my pride? Not to mention, he's only at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Fighting someone in the body integration realm is a completely different story. Could it be that begging him actually worked? Even so, Tien Tweet didn't give him any time to think. He waved his hand from high above, draining all the cold life force from the surroundings. We are all cultivators who yearn for eternal life. If you do not wish to live forever and ever with me, then let me kill you. After that, I will absorb both your soul and your blood essence, carrying your will with me. As I continue on this infinite path, blazing red claws reached directly for Hong Thien Deep's blood-soaked body. His mind went blank with despair. In that fleeting moment between life and death, his survival instinct flared up, making him grit his teeth. Master, save me! Hearing this, Thien Tweet frowned. Master? So you've already taken someone as your master. No wonder you possess such a flame cultivation technique. Just as he finished speaking, Deep Kun Lum appeared with a knowing smile. My good disciple, you finally decided to think of your master. After speaking, he strode forward, standing protectively in front of Hong Thien Deep, directly facing Thien Tweet. Deep Kun Lum seemed to find the situation amusing. He clasped his hands and introduced himself. His master? I, Deep Kun Lum, that very person. The blood demon narrowed his eyes. Hong Thien Deep, I never thought you would fall. So low as to take some lowlife from the barren continent, who has only reached the spirit transformation realm, as your master. What a complete disgrace to the demonic path. But being mocked like this, Hong Thien Deep gritted his teeth, trying his best to suppress his emotions and his pain. He thought silently to himself, I despise Deep Kun Lum, the one who always orders me around like a servant. But for him to stand up to the blood demon to protect me, I'm afraid this won't end well. That guy is too strong. But Ye Kunlin was calm, his voice slightly teasing. You're looking down on me, aren't you, Shi Tianjui? A booming laugh echoed from his bloated figure. You're just a mosquito who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If I were in my prime, just spitting would be enough to drown you. Hong Tianye, heavily injured, lay sprawled on the ground. He whispered, Master, I'm sorry. You're no match for the blood demon. Just leave me and run. He shut his eyes, waiting for the worst. But contrary to his expectations, Ye Kunlin still stood firm. A confident smile played on the corner of his mouth. Run? That's not an option. Little Hong, open your eyes and watch carefully. Today your master will kill him for you. Kill him? Hong Tianye's pupils suddenly dilated, shining with disbelief. Shi Tianzhu also burst out laughing. You? Kill me? You can't even block a single one of my moves. What makes you think you can win? As he spoke, he gathered his strength and swung a massive palm strike down. Seeing this, Hong Tianye cried out in despair, Master, forget about me! Just run! For a moment, it seemed as if Ye Kunlin would be obliterated. But at that very moment, a shimmering light erupted from his body. The system suddenly issued an alert. Ding! Detected host is being attacked by a late-stage integration realm cultivator. Passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Activated. Host has received mid-stage integration realm cultivation. Ye Kunlin let out a hearty laugh, like someone who had just drawn their trump card. So, this is what it feels like to break through to the integration realm, huh? Terrifying spiritual pressure instantly shot straight towards Shi Tianjui, shattering his ferocious attack. The blood demon roared in agony. How is this possible? You were clearly only at the spirit transformation realm. Wait a minute. When did you reach the integration realm? Hong Tianye stared at his master, his mind completely blown. What is this? He hit his cultivation level for all this time. So this guy is actually at the mid-stage integration realm, not the spirit transformation realm. No wonder he kept provoking me before. So he was relying on his integration realm cultivation all along? I was almost fooled by him. It's a good thing I didn't turn on him back then. In the distance, the princess of the Wei Kingdom rejoiced. Father Emperor, the High Immortal is truly as powerful as they say. Look! He's overpowering that monster! The Emperor still frowned. But I'm afraid that evil creature has an immortal body. This is still going to be very difficult. Ye Junlin laughed with excitement. All right, let's see just how powerful the integration realm is. Very good. My body is overflowing with power. It feels like with just a single wave of my hand, I could destroy the heavens and the earth. The wound on Shu Tianjue's arm began to gradually recover. He continued in a loud voice. We're both at the integration realm, but the cultivation technique of a country bumpkin from the barren continent like you, how could it possibly compare? In a moment, I will show you what true power is. Once again, he threw a ferocious punch. Ye Junlin didn't back down at all and even mocked him. Who is it that doesn't know what true power is? We'll have to see about that. Instantly, the human king seal erupted. A colossal phantom of the human king rose up. It was even more imposing than Shu Tianjue's bloated form. Many times over, its oppressive aura dominated the entire area. At this moment, Shu Tianjue desperately counterattacked, with countless fists cloaked in fire and blood ki. But his attacks seemed to have little effect. Both of his arms began to shatter. Chunks of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. What? No, this can't be. Ye Junlin gave a faint smile. You were saying something earlier about a difference in our cultivation techniques? I will show you the true gap between you and me. Shu Tianjue roared defiantly. Even so, you can't kill my immortal body. The longer we fight, the more of your spiritual energy you'll waste. The outcome will still be hopeless. Hearing this, Ye Junlin mused softly. Oh? The immortal blood frame, you say? That's good, I wanted to try a new move anyway. With that, he made a mysterious hand seal, simultaneously shooting out numerous channels of magical power. His voice echoed, Great desolate heaven imprisoning finger. First finger, imprison heaven and earth. Second finger, shatter mountains and rivers. Third finger, annihilate life. Fourth finger, break the firmament. Between heaven and earth, a colossal energy vortex formed, like a meteor descending, ready to destroy everything. Shu Tianjue was horrified. Damn it! What is this now? At this moment, his true demonic form was revealed. The evil flames around him flared up one last time. He roared, You're good! In that case, I'll risk it all too. Let's settle this life-or-death battle in one move. With that, he activated the blood surge of the Yellow Springs. His reddish-black muscles bulged, trying to block the terrifying attack. But all his efforts were in vain. His defensive layer was crushed piece by piece. His limbs, charred and burnt, were blown away. Blood splattered everywhere, mixed with bits of flesh. Shu Tianjue staggered in agony, finally revealing his original form. His naked body was on the brink of death, gasping for air. You... Who in the world are you? How could this tiny, desolate continent give birth to a monster like you? Could it be that I, this venerable one, have been secluded for too long, and the prodigies outside have already become this powerful? Hong Tianye witnessed it all. A wave of terror and admiration surged in his heart. He thought to himself, too strong. Before his terrifying technique, my 3 heavenly flames are nothing but a grain of sand. No wonder he's so confident. Turns out he never even saw me as a threat. Deep Quan Lum stood in the middle of the furious vortex, yet he remained perfectly calm. He announced clearly, I am the Peak Lord of Piao, Miao Peak of the Mystic Heaven Sect, Deep Quan Lum. But Thak Tien Tweet was utterly stunned. His face hardened, unwilling to accept it. He growled, filled with indignation. Impossible! When I secretly infiltrated the desolate continent, the sect master of the Mystic Heaven Sect hadn't even broken through to the spirit transformation realm. How could someone like you appear in such a short amount of time? He gritted his teeth. His 2 eyes blazed with a cold, hateful light as he stared intently at Deep Quan Lum. Deep Quan Lum, this master will remember your name. Suddenly, Thak Tien Tweet's body began to tremble violently. He unexpectedly tore through his own flesh and skin. Chunks of bloody flesh fell off him, gushing out horrifically. Hong Thien Deep's expression changed instantly as she shouted, Oh no! He's about to use the blood escape technique to flee! If he gets away, the consequences will be unimaginable. And just as she said, amidst that gruesome scene, Thak Tien Tweet's flesh was disintegrating. It transformed into countless drops of liquid blood swirling around him. He laughed mockingly at Deep Quan Lum. Next time, this master absolutely will not be as careless as I was today. In an instant, his body completely dissolved into a vortex of blood. A chilling laugh echoed, Ha ha ha! Consider this my retreat for now. But don't forget, this master will definitely return. No, However, Deep Quan Lam didn't let him disappear. A decisive glint flashed in his eyes. Without a single word, he shot forward. He reached out and grabbed the top of Thak Tien Tweet's head, which was currently in the form of a bloody vortex. Shi Tianjue suddenly screamed, his voice filled with terror. "No, no! I don't want it to end yet. Let me go!" The corner of Ye Junlin's mouth turned down. He gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful technique. "You devoured human blood, angering both gods and men. Now get the hell out of this world!" The entire blood vortex flared up. Terrifying bolts of lightning burned away the blood demon's last glimmer of hope. Energy exploded outwards, leaving behind a thick cloud of dust and debris. Hong Tianye stood nearby, a thoughtful expression on her face. The blood demon, once a notorious figure throughout the central region, was actually destroyed by his hands, the emperor and princess of the Wei Kingdom. They hadn't even had time to dismount their horses. They cried out in joy as the demon lord was vanquished by the High Immortal. "The Wei Kingdom is finally saved." "Thank you, High Immortal." Ye Junlin lowered his hands, wearily retracting his spiritual energy. He looked up at the sky and said, "Job's done. Mission complete. Now hurry up and give me my reward." "System, you don't need me to remind you. You're a professional after all." The system's voice immediately rang out, "Coming, coming! Congratulations to the handsome and dashing host. The host has received a mysterious rune-engraved bone. It can grant its user a top-tier innate talent. In the future, you are destined to become an invincible supreme. May I ask if the host wishes to bind with it right now?" Ye Junlin was incredibly impatient, his eyes filled with desire. "An invincible supreme, huh? Hurry, I can't wait any longer." Without hesitation, he immediately began to absorb its power. The system continued its announcement, initiating the supreme bone binding process. After binding, the host's combat power will soar. Binding complete. Congratulations to the host. Standing nearby, Hong Tianye noticed the spiritual energy fluctuating strangely around Ye Junlin. She frowned, inwardly shaken. Did he just obtain some other great opportunity? Could that be why a monster like him appeared in the desolate continent? There's simply no other explanation. Recalling the sight of Ye Junlin so easily destroying the blood demon Hong Tian, he couldn't help but silently recalculate. Damn it, I have to reevaluate his strength again. What happened today shows that I need to speed up my cultivation even more. Only when I reach the integration realm will I have the confidence to suppress him. Right. I must break through as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the emperor and princess of the Wei Kingdom knelt down in unison, proclaiming, "We deeply thank the High Immortal for saving the people of the Wei Kingdom. We will forever remember this kindness. We will certainly record it in the history books for all of posterity to remember." Ye Junlin looked at them calmly. He gave a slight nod. "There is no need for such ceremony. You must be a good emperor. Look after your people and ensure they are warm and well-fed. That is all that is required." The Princess of Wei spoke softly, her eyes shining brightly. "This little girl will take the High Immortal's teachings to heart." "High Immortal, may I ask if I could join the Xuantian sect? I also want to learn how to cultivate like everyone else, to eliminate demons and slay monsters to help the people." A flicker of interest flashed in Ye Junlin's eyes. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in his mind. Princess of the Wei Kingdom Zhao Lingling. Gender, female. Cultivation, none. Talent, top-grade water spiritual root. He thought to himself, oh, her innate affinity is quite good. It seems this seedling is also quite promising. Then he replied in a gentle tone, "Linger, you do indeed possess a top-grade water spiritual root. You have great potential. If you truly have this heart for it, this master is willing to accept you." The princess was immediately overjoyed. Hearing this, the emperor couldn't contain his excitement. "Is that true? Linger, what are you waiting for? Thank the High Immortal." The young girl immediately bowed deeply. "Linger thanks the High Immortal for his graciousness." The emperor turned to look at Ye Junlin with a look of reverence. "High Immortal, you saved the entire Wei Kingdom, and now you've taken in Linger. On behalf of the people of Wei, we are eternally grateful to you both. If it's not too much trouble, we invite you, High Immortal, to rest at the royal palace for a few days." Ye Junlin pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, then let's go." Meanwhile, Hong Tianye, who had just been severely injured, suddenly radiated a powerful aura from his entire body. He gave a faint smile, inwardly ecstatic. "Finally, I've recovered. And I even broke through to the peak of the spirit transformation realm. But ever since I started cultivating the 3,000 flames and continuously used medicinal pills, my cultivation speed has increased terrifyingly. But this time, Ye Junlin saved my life, but the humiliation of having to kneel before him is something I will never forget. When I reach the body integration realm, I will definitely repay this humiliation 3 times over. Tianye gritted his teeth. You just wait, Ye Junlin. I'll wait for the day you kneel and beg me. That's when I'll truly be satisfied. He heard Ye Junlin's voice call out from behind. Little Hong, come here and greet your master. He reluctantly turned around, muttering, Here we go again. But I'll humor you for now. Seeing Ye Junlin sitting comfortably on the red chair, Tianye overheard him muttering to himself. This martial arts novel seems pretty interesting. I wonder if the locals would be into this kind of thing. Something cool like this. Who knows, maybe I could transmigrate to a neighboring country. And publish stories like Battle Through the Heavens. I'd probably make a killing. Heh, what should the author's name be? Mad Earth Burrower sounds good. Hong Tianye looked at his master's dazed expression, feeling both curious and confused. But outwardly he just cleared his throat. Master, did you call for this disciple for a reason? Ye Junlin stretched and replied with a smile, Ah, you're here. Good. My feet are tired. Hurry up and wash them for your master. As soon as the words were spoken, the color drained from Hong Tianye's face, which made you choke on your words. However, he gritted his teeth, remembering the scene where the blood demon also died at Ye Junlin's hands. He knew very well that now was not the time to turn against him. He had no choice but to endure it. Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? You think your master's feet stink? Hurry up, kneel down and wash them clean for me. Hong Tianye clenched his fists, so tightly that his knuckles cracked. But he still forced himself to say, How would this disciple dare? He bowed, screaming internally, I, the once dignified leader of the demonic sect, a peak-stage true immortal who has killed countless people, now have to bow down and wash the feet of a cultivator. From the wasteland continent, this humiliation, I will carve it into my very bones. Ye Junlin glanced at his disciple with a mocking tone. Ha, still want to compete with me? Suddenly, a glint appeared in Hong Tianye's eyes when he recognized the water in the basin. His jaw dropped as he mumbled in disbelief. Wait a minute. This water is Taiyi infinite water. If a mortal drinks it, they'll gain eternal youth, and can even live to be 200 years old. And if a cultivator drinks it, it will cleanse their impurities, making it incredibly easy to break through cultivation realms. In the central region, people would fight to the death, just to get their hands on this divine water. And yet this monster dares to use it to soak his feet. What a waste of a heavenly treasure. This also makes me even more certain. He must have obtained an incredibly great opportunity. Otherwise, how could he be so wasteful? If I could get all of this Taiyi infinite water and drink it all, it would be an enormous help to my cultivation. Thinking about drinking the water that had been soaked in, Hong Tianye felt a wave of nausea. He just stood there in a daze. Seeing this, Ye Junlin asked, What are you spacing out for? Or do you find me disgusting? His voice trembled. No, not at all. This disciple was just lost in thought for a moment. Ye Junlin shrugged. The reward, Taiyi infinite water. The system has plenty of this water. It's so relaxing to use it for a foot soak. Combined with my disciple's skilled hands, it's even more wonderful. He smiled, savoring the moment. Ah, the water's getting a little cold. Little Hong, warm it up a bit. Hong Tianye was forced to sigh. As you command, master. A flame ignited in his hand, warming the water in the basin to the perfect temperature. Ye Junlin nodded in satisfaction. That's it. This is the kind of warmth I like. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. A few moments later, Princess Zhao Lingling peeked her head in. Her face was full of excitement. Hi, immortal! But when she saw the scene of Ye Junlin comfortably soaking his feet, with the rumored woman in red, she had no idea he was a man, kneeling beside him, washing his feet. The princess froze, her face flushing bright red. Oh my God! What is this situation? The young girl quickly covered her mouth and spun around. How embarrassing! With that, Lingling retreated in a flash. Her face was beet red all the way to her ears. Ye Junlin was bewildered. Huh? Why did she run off? Did she need something? Hong Tianye's face was also flushed as he mumbled, Master, I'm done washing. Are you satisfied? Ye Junlin blinked and grinned. Satisfied, very satisfied. Little Hong, it seems like you have something on your mind. Want me to help you talk it out? Hong Tianye gritted his teeth. Talk it out, my ass! If I, this venerable one, revealed my secrets, it would scare you to death. He thought to himself, I must endure this and wait for the right opportunity. Just then, the ring on Ye Junlin's hand suddenly vibrated gently. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, a message from the sect master? Let's see. A stream of information flowed from the ring. Junior brother Ye, please return to the sect immediately to discuss an important matter. There are rumors that an ancient mystic realm is about to appear in the desolate continent. If our Xuantian, sect can gain some benefits from it. We'll surely become incomparably powerful. Yet Junlin murmured to himself, an ancient mystic realm, huh? When Hong Tianyi heard that, he immediately explained, ancient mystic realms are usually places that hide countless precious resources and rare opportunities. As long as you can obtain a treasure from a mystic realm, even an ordinary person can transform from a carp into a dragon and make a huge leap in their cultivation level. I never would have thought, and that a backwater place like this wild continent would have such a mystic realm. A profound smile appeared on his lips. Once the news spreads, the entire wild continent will surely be thrown into chaos. But for me, that's an opportunity. If I can get the treasure in addition to the 3 heavenly flames, won't I be able to break through even faster? He was already starting to scheme in his mind. Just then, a ding sound came from Ye Junlin's system. New mission. Enter the Luotian mystic realm. Upon completion, the host will receive an incredibly surprising reward. Ye Junlin jumped up excitedly. This is great! System, go ahead and tell me what this surprise is. The system acted coy. If I told you beforehand, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore, dear host, he chuckled. All right, fine, have it your way. I'll find out when I get to the mystic realm. Come on, little Hong, get ready. We'll go see the Wei Emperor, then head straight back to the Xuantian sect. Hong Tianyi bowed. This disciple obeys. 3. At the Great Wei Imperial Palace, the Emperor was emotional, his eyes welling up. Princess Lingling clung tightly to her royal father's hand, her voice trembling. Royal father, I can't bear to leave you. Maybe I should stay here with you? No! The Emperor's face turned stern. You cannot! You have already been accepted into the Xuantian sect. This is a great and rare opportunity. Countless people yearn for it and never get the chance. You must cherish it. Don't waste your future. He turned to Ye Junlin and cupped his hands. High Immortal, I will forever engrave this in my heart. Your teachings show your utmost concern for the people. You are a good emperor. I only hope that your majesty will look after this humble daughter. Yes. Ye Junlin nodded. The little girl has her own destiny. You can rest assured. I will not let her suffer any injustice. But how far she can go will depend on her own abilities. He waved his hand and called to Ling Shi. Let's go! The princess turned her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Waving, she said, Father, I will come back to visit you when I have the chance. Royal father. The emperor tried to suppress his sorrow and announced in a clear voice, a respectful farewell to the High Immortal. Meanwhile, at the Hall of True Disciples of the Yuhua sect, in a gloomy room, a hidden figure was speaking mysteriously. I heard many things have happened in the desolate continent. The ancient mystic realm is about to open, and I also heard a rumor that your father's Wind and Thunder sect has been annihilated. The one who did it was the Peak Lord of Piao Miao Peak, from the Xuantian sect. The person receiving the news frowned slightly and asked, what is his cultivation level? The other person replied, according to outside information, it seems he is a nascent soul cultivator who just broke through in the desolate continent. The eyes hidden behind the black cloak flashed with a cold light. Nascent soul? I can kill a nascent soul cultivator as easily as slitting a chicken's throat. 4. In the eastern domain, at the Hall of True Disciples of the Yuhua sect, a young disciple asked respectfully, Master, who was it that actually murdered Elder Mu? I've heard rumors that all spears are pointing towards the Xuantian sect. But is this information reliable? The man's face darkened as he said in a low voice, there are no clear conclusions at the moment. It's true that everyone's suspicion is directed at the Xuantian sect. However, how could a small sect like that possibly kill Elder Mu? Relying only on some so-called Peak Lord of Piao Miao Peak, who's merely at the nascent soul realm. Hearing this, the disciple pondered. If that's the case, could the culprit be someone else? Suddenly, his expression turned cold. A murderous aura flickered. But no matter what, the profound heaven sect must be destroyed. And that Peak Lord of Misty Peak, the one who killed my father, he will also pay with his life. The man glanced over, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Don't you forget. This time, an ancient mystic realm has appeared in the barren continent. The sect will be sending a few elders along. This struggle will also attract many other major powers. It cannot be taken lightly. First and foremost, you must remember, you are representing our emergence gate. Your revenge can wait until after the Mystic Realm event is over. I hope you know how to distinguish between what's important and what's not. Do you understand? He fell silent for a moment. Then he immediately bowed. This disciple obeys, Master. After speaking, he quickly strode away. The other man watched him go and suddenly let out a sinister laugh. In his hand, he held a mysterious object. A greedy glint flashed in his eyes. Oh, my dear disciple, just keep performing well. If you can bring back the precious resources from the ancestor, from the intersect competition. Then this master will have a solid chance to break through the 7th level of the Mahayana stage and enter the Tribulation Transcendent stage. At that time, we will both become famous. In the Kunlun world, a spirit transformation cultivator is called a divine lord. A body integration cultivator is called a heavenly lord. A Mahayana cultivator is called a venerable one or a supreme one. And if one successfully breaks through to the Tribulation Transcendent stage, they become a void immortal. To bear the title of immortal means to be an overlord in a desolate place like the barren continent. It's rare for anyone to even touch that threshold. At the same time, in the barren continent, a remote prefecture in the eastern region, because of the immortal fate within the ancient mystic realm, suddenly became more bustling than ever before. In the sky, wave after wave of forces flew in. People were packed together, jostling for space. Some were laughing and joking loudly. Bijomari, Huangzhou, isn't that supposed to be the most destitute place in the eastern region? How could an immortal opportunity possibly appear there? What damn luck! Those cultivators from Huangzhou must be both weak and poor. So how could they possibly have what it takes to grasp an immortal opportunity? Someone else nodded in agreement. Let's hurry over and take it for ourselves. If we wait for the Yuhua sect or anyone else to arrive, all the good stuff will be gone. Outside the Luotian mystic realm, the scene was incredibly crowded. Everyone was chattering excitedly. An old man with white hair and a white beard frowned as he watched over the scene. With the mystic realm appearing this time, 4 of the 5 great sects of Huangzhou have already arrived. Only the Xuantian sect is nowhere to be seen. They probably knew their place and backed out. A man in the group said with a smirk, his arms crossed. I wouldn't be so sure. Recently, I heard the Xuantian sect absorbed the Fenglei sect. They almost took the top spot among the 5 great sects. Suddenly, an arrogant-looking old man appeared from a distance. It was Ouyang Feng of the Banshan sect, a spirit transformation stage cultivator. He laughed with delight. Haha, this old man has been in seclusion for a long time. So it turns out the Xuantian sect is that capable, eh? I hear they even have a spirit transformation cultivator. I'd really like to see what that person is made of. After all, my Banshan sect can't just let a sect that was once at the bottom surpass us. The person from before looked startled. Spirit transformation? The Xuantian sect of the past was only famous for having 2 nascent soul cultivators, and yet they dared to look down on everyone. And now they've produced another spirit transformation cultivator? Another spirit transformation cultivator has appeared in our Huangzhou. Now this is news. But on the opposite side, the disciples of the Banshan sect were lined up neatly. They bowed in unison. We respectfully welcome the old ancestor out of seclusion. Ouyang Feng laughed gleefully. It seems I've chosen the perfect time to come out of seclusion, to encounter the opening of an ancient mystic realm right as I appear. This must be the will of heaven. This time, my Bansan sect will be the first to enter. He scanned the crowd, his expression dark. If anyone here disagrees, speak up. Everyone around was too timid to utter a word. They thought to themselves, Ouyang Feng has broken through to the god transformation realm here in the barren continent. Today, he is the strongest one here. Who would dare to challenge him? The disciples of the Bansan sect grew even more confident. They shouted, a god transformation master has appeared. Who dares to contend with him? Sect master is mighty. Ouyang Feng is invincible. Ouyang Feng was smug and self-satisfied. He was about to speak. But then, suddenly a fierce wind kicked up in the sky and thunder cracked. A booming voice echoed from above. The heavenly martial holy temple is here. You natives of the barren continent, back off. Same goes for the Yuhua sect. You'd best get the hell away. This ancient mystic realm belongs to my Huangji sect. Don't any of you even think about touching it? A great warship appeared in the sky. It carried a host of aggressive cultivators. On a throne at the ship's bow sat a majestic man. At his feet were 2 ferocious beasts. That man was King Chen-nan, a late-stage god transformation expert from the Shuntian imperial dynasty. He narrowed his eyes. Oh? To think a place like the barren continent actually has a god transformation cultivator. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Feng broke out in a cold sweat. His heart filled with panic. God transformation! They have hundreds of people. I suffered countless hardships in the barren continent, just to break through to the god transformation realm. I thought I could finally be the undisputed ruler here. Who knew that to the outside world I'm nothing? He hesitated, bowing timidly. Fellow Taoists, I am the ancestor of the Bansan sect, Ao Duangfeng. You can all just call me Little Feng. The people from the Shuntian imperial dynasty shot him a sideways glance. They growled insults. Shameless old man. And you're trying to get friendly with us? Scram! There's no place for you here and you still dare to fight for it? Others also sneered in contempt. You people from the barren continent, even if you break through to the spirit transformation stage, you're still nothing but low-class peasants. You want to be on the same level as us? Dream on. Although Elder Ouyang Feng was afraid, he ultimately roared in anger. The conditions in this barren continent are harsh. Cultivation is incredibly difficult, but that doesn't mean we are slaves. To be trampled on by others! For my honor, for the Banshan sect, and for the barren continent, I cannot back down. He thought of the countless disciples of the Banshan sect, watching him from behind. If I bow my head and live like a coward, what face will I have left in the future? Having made his decision, Ouyang Feng unleashed his power, and a wave of pressure erupted from him. He directly challenged the group. The barren continent may be poor, but we are not afraid to fight. Anyone who disagrees, step forward. The group of cultivators sneered. What an arrogant old fool looking to die. They were about to rush forward and quickly eliminate the delusional man. But King Chen Nan raised his hand to stop them. Wait, this insignificant creature, this king can handle him personally. Why are you all rushing in? If word got out, what would become of my reputation? His eyes scanned the area as he sneered, floating in the air. You old dog. This king needs only one hand to suppress you. I will make you understand just how vast the gap between you and me truly is. As he finished speaking, a gigantic hand made of condensed spiritual energy came crashing down. Ouyang Feng roared. He drew his sword and slashed fiercely. He tried his best to block the attack. The two sources of spiritual power from the two spirit transformation cultivators collided. It created a thunderous explosion that shook the sky. King Tran Nam, I'll remember you, old man. It seems I've underestimated you. You do have some skill. Although Ouyang Feng was glad he blocked the attack, he still didn't dare to let his guard down. He immediately rushed forward to attack again. Still want to fight? Come on, you Tran bastard! Provoked, veins bulged on King Tran Nam's forehead. He pulled out a large, spike-covered mace. You insolent old fool! This king will crush you! He swung the mace, unleashing a fatal blow, filled with immense fury. Ouyang Feng was struck directly by the powerful blow. He spat blood non-stop, planting his sword in the ground to stay upright. His voice trembled. You just said you'd only use one hand. To think you'd play dirty and deceive me? You've brought shame upon the eastern region. His entire body trembled violently. But Ouyang Feng still held the hilt of his sword tightly. For the honor of the desolate continent, this old man will not retreat even in death. We are not lowly slaves for you to trample on. King Tran Nam laughed viciously. Good. In that case, this king shall grant your wish. With that, he raised the mace high, intending to smash down and finish off the old ancestor of the Ban Sun sect. Just at that moment, brilliantly glowing patterns appeared in the sky. It was accompanied by a voice chanting, Amitabha Buddha. It's certainly lively here today. The surrounding cultivators were startled. That's Great Master Jing Chan of the Xuankong Temple from the Buddha continent, and behind him is young Master Zhang Tianyi of the Zhang family. The #1 cultivation family in the spirit continent. They're here too? Great Master Jing Chan and his entourage of powerful experts slowly descended. They instantly drew everyone's attention. Ouyang Feng felt this immense pressure. They're at the integration realm? Our desolate continent stands no chance against them. But before he could even recover from the shock, the Yuhua sect from the Azure continent also arrived, appearing along with another giant ship. This time, the most powerful sects of the eastern region had all gathered. Look at that crowd of cultivators whispering over there. That's Chen Zhao, the holy son of the Yuhua sect. He possesses the sun immortal physique. At the same cultivation level, he is invincible. He must have come for this battle. A brilliant future. They say in the next 100,000 years, the legends of the eastern region will be written by him. But there were others who whispered differently. Chen Zhao, isn't he the son of the Wind and Thunder sect's master? He's originally from the desolate continent. Hearing this, Chen Zhao's expression darkened. He thought to himself, the desolate continent, this disgusting place so full of prejudice. I will make them all understand that I have nothing to do with that lowly place. Beside him, an old man roared in anger, unleashing a powerful attack. The holy son of the Yuhua sect. My, is not someone for a bunch of ants from the desolate continent to gossip about. All of you die! The person who had just spoken cried out in terror as he was burned alive on the spot. King Chen Nan immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Holy Son Chen, just leave these little rats from the desolate continent to me. You don't need to dirty your hands, your holiness. Chen Zhao gave a casual, indifferent nod. At the same time, the profound heaven sect had arrived quietly. Sect Master Zhu Yunian frowned, just as I expected. The son of that old dog Chen, the master of the Wind and Thunder sect, is definitely here too. Fortunately, we're still hidden and haven't revealed ourselves. Elder Dejou panted nervously. Sect Master, while they're all focused on fighting for the secret realm, shouldn't we quickly leave the desolate continent and go into hiding for a while? Du Shu slowly shook her head. We still have to see what junior brother Yi thinks. That disciple is the true hope of the Xuantian sect. But where are junior brother Ye and his disciple? Suddenly Shu Yunian froze. Wait a minute, aren't they heading towards the center of the conflict? Chen Zhao is there. Going there is no different from seeking death. Just as expected, Ye Junlin and Hong Tianye appeared right in front of everyone. Ouyang Feng rushed over in a hurry, trying to stop the kid from the Xuantian sect. Don't do anything rash! This isn't a place where you can just do whatever you want. Ye Junlin just glanced over indifferently. That single look from him made Ouyang Feng shudder. It was a warning. Don't come over here. The old man from the Ban Shan sect immediately froze and had no choice but to back away. Amidst the chaotic scene, Ye Junlin gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it! These outsiders dare to bully and walk all over the people of the barren continent right here? He raised his voice, loud and clear, filled with killing intent. This barren continent can't do without me. All of you, shut up! No one is allowed to cause trouble. Stay right where you are, all of you. Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned. His face turned pale with anger. Who are you? How dare you show your face here and shout like that? State your name! An overwhelming killing intent erupted from Ye Junlin. His voice was just loud enough to be heard, but it was bone-chilling. Me? I'm your daddy. Ye Junlin. The surrounding crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Someone blurted out, Ye Junlin? Isn't that the peak lord of the Piao Miao Peak? Ed from the Xuantian sect? Oh, really? But I remember he's only at the nascent soul stage, right? Showing up here. Isn't he just asking to die? Just then, Chen Zhao's expression changed completely, hardening and filling with murderous intent. He spat out each word. Ye Junlin, you've come at the perfect time. Ye Junlin smirked, his expression mocking. Oh? Why are you so worked up? You got a problem you need to air out? An overwhelming aura radiated from Chen Zhao. He growled. Are you the one who killed the sect master of the Fenglai sect? My father? Ye Junlin smirked, looking completely unconcerned. You mean that old geezer? The one who claimed his son had the makings of an immortal, right? I think I have some recollection of that. So you're that old geezer's son? Before he could finish, Chen Zhao's blood boiled, his eyes blazing with fury. That's right, I am his only son. Ye Junlin shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. So you're that idiot's son. That clears things up. Chen Zhao couldn't contain his rage and roared. Ye Junlin, I swear I'll kill you with my own 2 hands. Immediately, King Chen Nan, who was standing beside Chen Zhao, furiously rushed forward. He crossed his arms with a showy gesture. Holy Son, please allow me to capture this arrogant bastard and present him to you for judgment. An ignorant creature who dares to disrespect the Holy Sun doesn't deserve to live. Just as he was about to show off, Hong Tianye suddenly cut in. His face was still ice cold. In an instant, killing intent surged from him. King Chen Nan saw this person dressed in fiery red robes, and with such a delicate and beautiful face, he stared and sneered. Haha, and where did this little beauty wander in from? Want to join the fun, Not only did he not know this wasn't some girl, but that it was, in fact, Hong Tianye. Being mistaken about his gender sent Tianye into an absolute rage. He roared, Get lost! Instantly, a scorching void flame erupted in a torrent, swallowing Chen Nan. The man screamed in terror, but there was nothing he could do in time. In the blink of an eye, his body was consumed by the fierce flames and burned to ashes. The surrounding crowd turned pale. A white-haired cultivator muttered in astonishment. A spirit transformation realm expert was burned to death so easily. But Ouyang Feng of the Ban Shan sect was just as stunned. The wild continent? Since when did such a terrifying figure exist here? And I even called myself the #1 expert in the wild continent. It's true. There's always someone stronger out there. After taking care of the matter, Hong Tianye cupped his hands in a salute. Master, this disciple has resolved the issue. That scene left the onlookers even more shaken. Ouyang Feng stared with a bewildered look. That's Peak Master Ye's disciple, my god. Didn't they say Peak Master Ye was only at the nascent soul realm? How could he accept a spirit transformation cultivator as a disciple? Those rumors must have been complete nonsense. Is the Xuantian sect really this powerful? Just then, Sectmaster Shu Yunian of the Xuantian sect hurried over to Ye Junlin's side. He lowered his voice. Junior brother Ye, do you have any idea what you're doing? That's the Yuhua Gate. You need to find a way to retreat now. We'll hold them off for a bit. You can't stay in this death trap. Shuda-ju chimed in, his face etched with worry. That's right. The entire future of the Xuantian sect rests on you. You absolutely cannot fall here. Ye Junlin waved his hand calmly. He cut them off. There's no need to panic. I'm fine. Oh, and while we're at it, let me introduce someone. He called to a girl sitting on a small cloud, who then leisurely descended. This is my new disciple, Zhao Linger. She was originally the princess of the Wei Kingdom. She also possesses a supreme-grade water spiritual root. She's a perfect fit for the sect's Tianxiang Peak. The girl bowed timidly and spoke softly. This junior, Zhao Linger, pays her respects to all the seniors. Su Qianshu smiled warmly, silently praising her. This little girl seems so bright. Chen Zhao, who had been suppressing his anger this whole time, could finally bear it no longer, and roared, Do you all look down on me this much? I will slaughter everyone in the profound heaven sect, and avenge my father. But in an instant, his face twisted in fury. He screamed, Ye Junlin, get out here and die! However, Ye Junlin remained calm with a hint of mockery. You want to fight me? You're not worthy. Xiaohong, go teach him a lesson for me. Show him what manners are. Hong Tianye clicked her tongue and thought to herself, He always calls for me like I'm some guard dog. But this time, she'd just have to bear with it. As soon as he saw Hong Tianye step forward, Chen Zhao suddenly sneered. Ha ha! That coward Ye Junlin doesn't dare to face the Holy Sun. So he sends a pretty girl out to die in his place? Xiaohong, not to be outdone, replied coldly, To deal with someone like you, my master doesn't even need to lift a finger. Chen Zhao was stunned, then tried to entice her. Young lady, why stay in a tiny sect that's just waiting to be destroyed? Just come with me, the Holy Sun, and I guarantee the Feather Transformation Gate will treat you with the utmost respect. But Hong Tianye glared and refused bluntly. Not interested. Chen Zhao tried to persuade her again, his voice full of confidence. Think about it carefully. With your looks and strength staying in the profound heaven sect, is it really worth it? But if you come to the Feather Transformation Gate, you could even have a status equal to that of an elder. Zhao Hong boiled with rage. My master was right! Your father was an idiot, and you're no better. Her words were like a slap across Chen Zhao's face. He roared, Fine, you're asking to die. Then don't blame me for being cruel! Chen Zhao unleashed a blazing fire dragon, which shot forward, intending to melt everything in its path. Hong Tianye faced it calmly. Using her meteor flame, she neutralized it in an instant. The fire dragon turned to ash, disintegrating before it could even touch her. Chen Zhao was horrified. What? You broke through my technique so easily? Xiaohong smirked. Is that all you've got? Provoked, Chen Zhao sneered, Don't get ahead of yourself. The real fun is just getting started. He unleashed Sun God Fist! Countless flaming fists rained down with a thunderous roar. An old man watching from the sidelines gasped in admiration. The Holy Sun is truly a prodigy. This Sun God Fist is a heaven-rank technique. At its peak, combined with his sun-immortal physique, I'm afraid even an ordinary spirit transformation cultivator would be defeated by it. A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the very heavens. A cloud of dust billowed up, making it seem as if everything had been annihilated. Chen Zhao thought he had gained the upper hand. As he eagerly searched for his opponent's figure, he was suddenly stunned. No, it can't be right. But amidst the gray smoke, Hong Tianye stood unharmed. A giant flaming lotus protected her from all sides. He screamed, How is this possible? I have the sun-immortal physique. I'm absolutely invincible among my peers. You, who in the world are you? She just snorted coldly. You're just a frog in a well. She roared inwardly. All the humiliation I've endured. Because of Ye Junlin, I will unleash it all on you. Then she waved her hand, launching a powerful counterattack. Chen Zhao attacked frantically with all his might, but every single one of his techniques was neutralized. Finally, Xiaohong swung her arm and slapped him hard. Chen Zhao was sent flying. He staggered, sweat pouring down his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. My techniques didn't harm her in the slightest. What's going on? Could it be that I'm no match for her? Even so, he refused to back down. This isn't over. At the Yuhua sect, I'm a top-tier genius. What would you know about that? Your pathetic Xuantian sect, what right does it have to produce a disciple like you? Hong Thian Deep chuckled. It's because you're too weak. The disciples of the Yuhua sect anxiously rushed to encourage their holy son. Don't be discouraged. You are a top-tier prodigy, chosen by the Yuhua sect from among tens of thousands. You have the potential to become an immortal. You are our hero. Hearing this, Chen Zhao clenched his right fist. This holy son still has a trump card. I haven't lost yet. A surging energy erupted from him. He roared, Sun Saint Body! Unleash the solar eclipse divine power initial venerable stage. A brilliant sun materialized above his head, shooting down sparks like meteors. Blazing and explosive, he screamed, Die! The sheer force of this attack was immense. The radiating heat forced the onlookers to retreat. However, Hong Thien Deep merely narrowed his eyes. You want to know what true invincibility is? At the same cultivation level, I shall open your eyes. It's time you realize the gap between us. He roared, unleashing the seven-colored burning flame. Waves of rainbow-colored fire surged forward. Boom! The collision between the seven-colored burning flame and Chen Jiao's sun created a terrifying shockwave in the sky. A member of the banned Sun sect exclaimed in horror, "A spirit transformation cultivator? How can he possess power on par with the body integration realm? Who's going to win?" 1 month later, Chen Jiao's figure plummeted from the sky with a thud. His breathing was ragged, his expression one of utter disbelief. The crowd murmured, "Is that the holy son of the Yuhua sect? Was he defeated so miserably?" Hong Thien Deep appeared, a hazy figure amidst the smoke. He spoke with disdain. "How dare the light of a firefly compare itself to the moon?" Seeing this, Hu Nian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Junior brother Ye, your disciple is truly unbelievably strong." Diju is still on his guard. But defeating Chen Jiao alone isn't enough. The Yuhua sect still has many terrifying elders. You two should leave immediately. Ye Junlin waved his hand. "Don't worry, it's nothing." He turned his head and smiled. "Little Hong, you've performed a great service. Cook some extra delicious dishes tonight, all right?" Hong Tianye bowed her head and said flatly, "Thank you, master." But his words sent her into a state of contempt. Internally, it seems I'm still just a handyman for him. On the other side, the elders of the Yuhua sect rushed to help Chen Jiao up. He trembled, his voice filled with despair. "I lost. I thought I was invincible among those at my level. I've brought shame upon the Yuhua sect." An old solemn elder called out softly, "Holy son, please don't lose heart. You still have a bright future ahead of you. Your aptitude for immortality hasn't vanished. We have ways to reclaim our honor." He thought to himself, "I never expected the Holy Son to be defeated by a disciple of these barbarians. His Tao heart has also been damaged. If this continues, the prestige of the Yuhua sect will be greatly harmed. We must stabilize the Holy Son's Tao heart. We must eliminate these barbarians here in the wild continent. Only then can we restore the prestige of the Yuhua sect, of our sect." His eyes darted around as he gritted his teeth. "Injuring the Holy Son of the Yuhua sect? We demand an answer for this. Whoever dares to be disrespectful, kill all these barbarians from the wild continent." Someone volunteered, a murderous glint in his eyes. "Let me." From the side of the Xuankong Temple and the Buddhist continent, many people looked on. They whispered, "The Yuhua sect still hasn't revealed its full strength. I heard they brought 9 integration realm masters with them. Although this girl defeated the Holy Son is only at the spirit transformation realm. If she were to face someone at the integration realm, it would still be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. To waste such great talent like this, what a pity. Truly, what a pity." Feeling an immense pressure bearing down on her, Hong Tianye unconsciously took half a step back. She shouted, "Master!" Ye Kunlin smiled faintly. "It's all right, Xiao Hong, just leave it to me." A disciple of the initial sect, upon sensing the intense aura, had suddenly erupted. His face paled as he stammered in utter shock. Peak Lord Ye of the Heavenly Profound sect. Could he have already reached the integration realm? To think that here, in this desolate continent, was hidden a heavenly lord. This is truly an unprecedented sight. As soon as he finished, Ouyang Feng burst out laughing. His hearty laughter made the very air tense up. "Ha ha! I originally thought that just Peak Lord Ye's disciple alone was enough to put me to shame. Who would have thought that man would advance to become a heavenly lord? I used to boastfully call myself the #1 in the desolate continent. Looking at it now, I was just a joke. How utterly ridiculous." A flash of fury appeared in the other man's eyes. The flames of hatred seemed ready to explode. He brought his hands together, forming a hand seal. It emitted a dazzling light. His voice roared, filled with killing intent. "So what if you're in the integration realm? You think you're qualified to fight me?" With that, he suddenly conjured a giant hand, carrying a ferocious power, and commanded it to charge straight ahead. For a fleeting moment, he smirked smugly. "To disrespect the Holy Sun, all you barbarians of the desolate continent can just piss off!" However, Ye Kunlin simply raised one hand slightly, as if casually grasping the raging flames in the palm of his hand. Then in an instant, he incinerated that feeble attack. He replied calmly, his voice tinged with mockery, "Oh? Is that all you've got?" The moment he finished speaking, the other man's expression changed drastically. He didn't know when, but Ye Kunlin had gotten too close too fast, landing a surprise blow, making him swallow the words he was about to utter. Before he could even finish saying, "You," A flash of light erupted, unexpectedly sending him flying. He slowly turned his head. The corner of his mouth curled up in a disdainful sneer as he spoke nonchalantly. "Is that all you've got?" A thought flashed through his mind. "I never expected this. Ever since bonding with the Supreme Bone, my physical strength has become great enough to crush opponents of the same level in just an instant." Elder Ran, who was standing nearby, saw his subordinate get sent flying so pathetically. He became so enraged that the veins on his forehead bulged. He roared, "Kill him for me!" Following his command, dozens of elders from the Yuhua sect charged forward aggressively. Every single one of them was determined to kill Ye Kunlin. Seeing such a large crowd, he immediately activated the Human King seal. Instantly, a giant, infinitely majestic figure appeared. As that giant hand descended, the men from the Yuhua sect were completely unable to resist. One after another, they were sent flying in utter humiliation. Old Yan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale with terror. He stammered, What level of divine ability is this?" Another man, also covered in injuries, managed to say in a weak voice, "This guy's power is too terrifying. Everyone take out your magic artifacts and kill him, hurry!" That man gritted his teeth and roared, "Kill!" unleashing the BU sword technique. As soon as he finished speaking, they all took out their magic artifacts at once, hoping to suppress Ye Kunlin's power. But just as they were about to give it their all, a mysterious black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Swirling violently, a disciple from the Xuan Kong Temple in Fuzhou immediately put his palms together and chanted, "Amitabha Buddha." "Alas, alas, I'm afraid this benefactor is in grave danger." Someone from the nearby Huangji sect saw this and muttered disdainfully to himself, "Humph, that old bald donkey is such a hypocrite. On the outside, he acts all compassionate, but behind the scenes, he's done so many despicable things that even I find them repulsive. In any case, a monster like that should be eliminated sooner rather than later. Just to be safe." Xu Yunian watched from a distance. He screamed until his voice was hoarse. "Oh, heavens! Junior brother Ye is in danger," Deju said in a panic. "I told you we should have retreated earlier. Now it's too late to run even if we want to." On the other hand, Hong Tianyi was still calmly observing from the side. Showing no sign of fear, she spoke coldly. "What do you people even understand?" Tianyi looked towards him, thinking to herself, as if she was anticipating something. "Humph, let's see what other tricks you have hidden up your sleeve." Just then, Ye Junlin's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. His entire body levitated in midair. A bewitching smile appeared on his face as he slowly spoke. "If that's how it's going to be, then I'll let you all have a taste of this move." Along with him, a ferocious aura erupted. The great divine power, the supreme bone of the one sect, was suddenly activated. His entire body was enveloped in a bright light, forming circles that spun endlessly. Seeing this, Ouyang Feng was utterly terrified. "What is happening? Just what is this terrifying power?" Instantly, a colossal force swept directly towards the people of the Yuhua sect. It was the might of the high heavens tribulation light. Their swords, blades, and magic treasures all shattered at once. Even the integration stage cultivators were knocked back like falling leaves in a storm. They panicked, screaming continuously in terror. "This is bad! Elder Yan, save us!" At that moment, he was using every technique he had in an attempt to turn the tide. His old face hardened. "I can't believe this guy is so tough to deal with. Even the Holy Sun has been severely injured. If another elder from the Yuhua sect dies for the sect, how am I supposed to explain this?" From below, someone suddenly cheered with joy. "This is great! That's Elder Yan's third-grade spiritual artifact. It's thanks to that artifact that he was promoted to Grand Elder. We're saved now!" They saw a pagoda tower in Elder Yan's hand, shining with a brilliant spiritual light. As he suddenly appeared right behind Ye Junlin, he roared, "This is the end for you! Die for me!" Ye Junlin smirked and thought to himself, "Heh, perfect timing. This is the very target I've been waiting for." Just then, the system inside him announced, "Detected host is under attack by an enemy. Realm, peak integration stage, activating passive effect. Power enhancement when facing a strong opponent. Gained additional cultivation, perfected integration stage." But before he could even strike, Junlin was already prepared, ready to meet the large-scale attack. In the middle of the sky, two completely opposite extremes suddenly formed. Elder Yan screamed in terror. You were still hiding your cultivation level?" Before he could finish his words, he was incinerated by the terrifying power from the one who had just reached the perfected integration stage. His entire body was covered in blood. One of his arms was gone, and fresh blood dripped down relentlessly. In agony, Elder Yan begged, "Senior, we admit defeat today. The Yuhua sect is willing to withdraw from the competition for the secret realm." A cold glint flashed in Ye Junlin's eyes. He laughed loudly, his tone filled with killing intent. Ha ha! You think you can come and go as you please? Die for me! Elder Yan roared helplessly. How can you be so ruthless? Aren't you afraid of offending the Yuhua sect? Suddenly a memory flashed in his mind. Wait a minute. I remember now. Elder Mu of the Outer Sect also died at your hands last time. So you're the real culprit. But compared to that giant hand, his body looked like a feeble ant that could be crushed at any moment. Ye Junlin said indifferently. I've already been on your bad side for a long time. So sending a few more of you to hell is no big deal. Just consider it a gift to liven things up. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of violent attacks landed on Elder Yan. He only had time to let out a single cry. His eyes widened in shock, then rolled back into his head. The disciples of the Huangji sect were stunned in disbelief. Impossible. With just one hand, he crushed an elder from the Yuhua sect? The one who had just witnessed the elder's fall thought to himself in fear. Shenji's Dao heart was also damaged. The prestige and power of the Yuhua sect have surely suffered a heavy blow. His gaze swept over and stopped on the disciples of the Xuankong Temple from Fuzhou. He let out a sinister smile. I'm afraid. The situation in this eastern domain is about to become even more chaotic. This is getting interesting. Chen Zhao gently placed a hand, trembling on the side of the flying ark. A feeling of helplessness washed over him. Is all hope lost? Even Elder Yan was no match for him. It's truly unimaginable that the man who murdered my father is this powerful. Will I ever even have a chance to get my revenge? The people standing on the ark, seeing that Elder Yan had been defeated, immediately panicked and shouted, This is bad! Something's happened to the elders! We have to get the Holy Sun out of here quickly! Start the Golden Ark! Hurry! Hong Thien Deep narrowed his eyes, filled with anger. He let out a cold snort. He clenched his fist, creating a blazing flame. His eyes widened as he spoke, flaunting his power. Think you can just run away after all that? This master will see you off. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Thien Deep waved his hand, unleashing a fierce fire attack. All of you die for me! The flying vessel immediately burst into flames. The people on this side who witnessed the scene couldn't help but be shaken to their core. Faced with this terrifying power, they had just killed the elders of the Wu Hua sect, and now they wanted to annihilate their holy son as well. It was truly as if they intended to hunt them down to the very end. Great Master Tin Tian immediately stepped forward, his two hands forming a seal, unleashing a powerful technique to block Hong Thien Deep's attack. He chanted the Buddha's name in a deep, powerful voice. Amitabha Buddha, female benefactor. When will this cycle of vengeance ever end? Why must you hunt them down and kill every last one? Hong Thien Deep waved his hand in frustration. You old monk, don't think that this master can't see through the schemes of your Buddhist sect. This favor you want the Wu Hua sect to owe you is truly a tactic that this master finds disgusting. But Great Master Tin Thien maintained his compassionate smile, which at a glance looked extremely fake. He replied, Female benefactor, do not be so harsh. Your prejudice against the Buddhist sect runs too deep. Your heart has already strayed to the demonic path. This old monk advises you to come to your senses. Restrain yourself a little. Hong Thien Deep narrowed his eyes, looking at him sarcastically. When a master was still in the central region, your kind of Chan cultivator was what I hated the most. You're clearly acting only for personal gain, yet you always loved to preach from a moral high ground. So what if I've stepped onto the demonic path? I don't need a lecture from you. But Grandmaster Tin Thien's expression remained calm, clinging to your foolish delusions, refusing to see the truth. If that's the case, then this old monk will personally send you to your salvation. With that, he flew swiftly towards Hong Tianye. Seeing this, the young man was taken aback. The pressure coming from this old monk, it's immense. His cultivation is at the peak of the integration stage. Suddenly, from a distance, Ye Kunlin appeared. He stood with his arms crossed, blocking Hong Tianye. Ye Kunlin asked nonchalantly, Oh? Someone dares to take advantage of my absence to bully my disciple? The moment Great Master Jing Chan saw Ye Kunlin, he stopped in his tracks. Still maintaining his compassionate demeanor, he said softly, Patron Ye, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. This old monk merely wanted to give a few pointers to this junior, that's all. Ye Kunlin sneered, his eyes narrowing. Pointers? Are you even worthy? Do you have any idea that my disciple is a reincarnated true immortal? A reincarnated true immortal? Why would he need some integration stage monk like you? To teach him anything? Hong Tianye, quick on the uptake, immediately cupped his hands with a look of grievance. Master, thank you for stepping in to help. This unworthy disciple was trying to stop that flying ship. But this old donkey kept interfering and let the ship get away. Great Master Jing Chan turned, skillfully trying to de-escalate the situation. Amitabha, peace be with you. This old monk simply thought that would be sufficient. I did not wish for either side to become too aggressive. If your excellency insists on placing blame, then this old monk has nothing more to say. Farewell. Seeing that he was about to leave, Ye Kunlun crossed his arms and deliberately raised his voice in an exaggerated manner. Trying to run? Stop right there! Great Master Jing Chan turned his head and frowned. Patron Yi, what is the meaning of this? Do you two think that after offending the Yuhua sect, you wouldn't dare to also offend the Xuankong Temple as well? This old monk would truly like to see just how audacious you can be. Ye Kunlun burst out laughing. Look at him trying to provoke that monk. You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Stopping me just to hand over a favor to someone else, then using that as an excuse for offending me. What do you possibly gain from a scheme like that? Perhaps it's just to know the day you'll die, and when that will be. Great Master Jing Tian's voice was already tinged with anger. Benefactor Ye, your words have gone too far. Ye Kunlun waved his hand. With a single move, he roared, "So what if I said that?" But instantly, Great Master Jing Tian also retaliated with the golden bell shield technique to block him. However, he was no match and was knocked backward. Seeing this, the disciples of Xuankong Temple rushed forward to form a defensive formation. Great Master Jing Tian gritted his teeth. He took out his Dharma staff, furious. "You've gone too far! Do you really think my Xuankong Temple is a pushover? Since you've pushed me this far, Benefactor Ye, don't blame this old monk for being merciless." With that, he roared, "Om Mani Padme Hum!" True form of the Amitabha Dharma idol. Instantly, a giant, illusory Dharma idol appeared. Great Master Jing Tian had completely unleashed his perfected integration realm cultivation. The group of people on the other side were all intimidated by the power of the Amitabha Dharma idol. Someone whispered, "That's the divine Dharma idol of Xuankong Temple, and he's even wielding the third-grade spiritual weapon, the 9-ringed Kakara staff." Even though Ye Kunlun has reached the perfected integration realm, it'll be difficult for him to withstand this kind of technique. Is he insane? How dare he offend the entire Xuankong Temple? Raising the Dharma staff high, Great Master Jing Tian still feigned compassion. Benefactor Ye, this old monk gave you a chance to repent, but you stubbornly cling to your delusions. In that case, this old monk will have to send you to the other side. He channeled the Dharma idol to launch a powerful strike. A resounding shout, "Annihilate!" Watching the surging attack approach, Ye Kunlun just smirked. Now this is interesting. He raised his hand and summoned a giant coffin which levitated in the air. It looked both solemn and mysterious. Everyone had heard of its name, the immortal burying coffin. And now, it appeared with a power many times stronger than before, causing Grandmaster Jing Chan's eyes to widen in shock. But what is that immortal burying coffin? Ye Kunlun thought to himself with a hint of smugness. I can't believe it. The immortal burying coffin actually leveled up along with my own cultivation realm. From a 3rd-grade spiritual weapon, it jumped straight to a 6th-grade spiritual weapon. Now let's see if your techniques can even compare. He raised his hand and roared, "All of you, get in here for me!" Instantly, a terrifying power erupted from the immortal burying coffin, sucking the Grandmasters of Xuankong Temple inside. Piercing screams echoed. "Ah, what is this? Grandmaster, save me!" Grandmaster Jingchan also broke out in a cold sweat. His face pale, he stammered, An evil artifact. You people from the Xuan Tian sect, how could you possess such a demonic item? Everyone, they are demonic cultivators. Quickly eliminate them!" However, the surrounding crowd was terrified. Not a single person dared to rush forward. Everyone thought the same thing. Attack now? Who would dare? That power is just too terrifying. Hong Tianye glanced at Ye Kunlun, feeling secretly pleased. This master of mine really knows how to save his best moves for last. Truly formidable. Grandmaster Jing Chan's face was ashen. He used all his remaining strength to resist the suction force. Utterly desperate. "Patron Ye, Amitabha Buddha, you've already made an enemy of the Yuhua Gate. And now you dare to provoke the Xuankong Temple, the greatest in the eastern region?" Ye Kunlun growled coldly. "What I hate most are sanctimonious hypocrites like you. Now get in there for me!" But before he could finish his words, the exhausted Grandmaster Jing Chan was completely sucked into the immortal burying coffin. With a loud slam, the coffin shut tight. A murderous aura erupted from Ye Junlin. He held the immortal burying coffin, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke. "Does anyone else want to try?" Hearing his question, the crowd below went pale and fell silent. They didn't dare utter a single word. The scene became frighteningly quiet. It seemed no one wanted to be the next unlucky victim. Standing nearby, Shu Yunian clenched his fists in delight. Amazing! Junior brother, that was brilliant! But Chu Deju's eyes were wide and his jaw was on the floor. He mumbled in disbelief, "Oh, my God, am I dreaming?" Suddenly, he was slapped hard across the face by Su Tianshui. Chu Deju held his swollen cheek, confused, and cried out, "Junior sister! Why did you hit me?" Su Qiansh flicked her hand and retorted, "Does it hurt?" Chu Deju said pitifully, "Of course it hurts." Su Qiansh shrugged. "Then you're not dreaming." Ouyang Feng looked up at Ye Junlin, who was hovering high above. He still couldn't believe it. He stammered, bewildered, Did Huang Province win? I can't believe that with his strength alone, he was able to suppress all these heroes." With that, Ouyang Feng led a group of people to their knees. They shouted in unison, "Long live Ye Junlin! Mighty is Ye Junlin! Divine is the power of Ye Junlin!" On the other side, the young master of the Zhui family witnessed this scene, his face turning pale, then dark. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. How could this be? Is this even Huang Province anymore? Did we come to the wrong place? That guy named Ye acted like he had a death wish so many times. But in the end, he's the one who beat the Feathering Sect, the strongest immortal sect in the eastern region until they were severely injured. And he even sucked all of Xuan, Kongzi's men, into that coffin. He has gravely offended two major powers. If he's strong enough to shatter the balance of power in the eastern region, then perhaps we can be the fisherman who profits from the conflict. Ha ha ha! Just then, a sudden surge of power descended from above. The secret realm that had long been the subject of rumors had finally opened completely. The people below saw the vast and magnificent gate to the secret realm and erupted in joyous clamor. Amazing, the secret realm is finally open. This is the first time I've ever witnessed something so magnificent. Do you think we still have a chance to get in? Ye Kunlin flew up near the gate of the secret realm, crossing his arms to observe it. He mused to himself, "It's finally open. Now I can go inside and complete my mission. Ah, but I still have to deal with that other group of people." With that thought, he turned around and announced in a loud voice to everyone, "All cultivators from the barren continent are qualified to enter this secret realm to explore. As for you outsiders, get the hell out of my sight." Hearing this, the young master of the Shi family flared up in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He gritted his teeth and strained to argue. "Our Zhui family has no grudge against the Xuantian sect, and yet you won't even grant us the right to enter. It's a damn shame the old ancestor isn't here. Let's see how long you can keep up this arrogance." His escort hurriedly advised him, "Young master, that Ye fellow is just feeling smug right now. Sooner or later, a day will come when he must face the consequences. Why should we confront him head-on at a time like this?" The young master of the Shu family snorted coldly in frustration, but he nodded anyway. "Right. Let him act wildly for a little while longer, daring to offend both the Yuhua Gate and the Xuankong Temple. I'd like to see just how long he can stay alive." With that, he turned and left. The other cultivators from the outer regions saw this and also felt dejected. Many shook their heads helplessly as they followed and left. To have come all this way, only to gain nothing in the end. Well, I guess we'll just let him be smug for a while. We'll just wait and see the good show that follows. Ye Junlin was indifferent, not paying them any mind at all. He led the group of cultivators from the barren continent and said enthusiastically, "All right, everyone, let's go. Let's enter the secret realm." Inside the Latian secret realm, Ye Junlin and Hong Tian. Ye gently landed on a flat piece of ground. Glancing around, Ye Junlin couldn't help but nod in approval. "I never expected that the scenery and spiritual energy here would be so pure and tranquil. It really lives up to its reputation." Hong Tianya scanned the surroundings. She maintained a calm demeanor, but the corner of her mouth quirked up slightly. At that very moment, the sound of the system in Ye Junlin's mind suddenly rang out. "Scan complete. The host has arrived at the correct location. Latian Secret Realm. Does the host wish to receive the check-in reward?" Hearing this, Ye Junlin enthusiastically accepted. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations to the host for checking in successfully. You have received the Celestial Emperor's Dharma form. The user can immediately summon this Dharma form, which will significantly amplify your power. At the same time, you will be able to execute several accompanying divine abilities." Hearing about the reward, Ye Junlin stroked his chin, looking pleased. The Celestial Emperor's Dharma form, huh? That's not a bad reward at all. Just as he finished speaking, he immediately recalled the battle outside with Jing-chan. "The Grandmaster," he mused. "That old man Jing-chan's Buddha Dharma form was truly formidable. If I didn't have the immortal burying coffin, I probably would have been in for an incredibly fierce battle." But in the meantime, the other cultivators who had just entered the secret realm had already quickly scattered in all directions. Upon seeing the countless precious spiritual herbs, they all cried out in joy. Heavenly spirit grass, purple crystal vine, golden ginseng. Oh my God, there's even a 10,000-year-old blood lingji! These are all top-tier treasures. Huyo Nian turned back and announced in a loud voice, "Everyone split up and search for treasures. But don't go in too deep. If you run into any trouble, you must help each other out immediately." A chorus of "understood" rang out clearly. Seeing their enthusiastic team spirit, Ye Junlin paused and smiled. At first, I just planned to complete the mission and leave, but seeing everyone so excited, I guess it wouldn't hurt to explore with them for a bit. Another disciple excitedly pointed forward. "Look, over there. It looks like there's something special. Let's go search over there." The person next to him immediately replied, "All right, I'll go with you." Suddenly, from beneath the damp soil, a giant larva burst out, its mouth gaping to attack. One unlucky person fell right into its sharp maw. "Ah! Everyone be careful!" The creatures in this secret realm are extremely ferocious. A group of cultivators hastily retreated in another direction, but they immediately ran into another larva, blocking their path. Someone shouted in fear, "There's another one over here too!" "We're trapped!" Huyo Nian shouted urgently. "Everyone fall back! These larvae have the strength of the golden core stage. They absolutely cannot be underestimated." Hong Tianya stood with his arms crossed. He snorted lightly. If you want to come in here for resources, you have to have the skills to back it up. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." From deep within the dense forest, a loud rumbling sound arose. Birds scattered, flying chaotically into the sky. Suddenly, a pack of ferocious apes appeared, charging out, growling. Seeing this, Huyo Nian immediately shouted a warning. "Everyone prepare for battle!" Thien Tweet decisively charged forward to engage the apes. The apes were taken by surprise. A large ape, looking extremely lecherous, bulged its jaundiced yellow eyes and opened its stinking maw wide, pouncing on a female disciple. The ape grabbed the girl's arm, causing her to shriek in panic. "Help! Help me!" Her comrades immediately rushed in to help. "Let our junior sister go, you filthy beast!" they roared in fury. However, their attacks seemed to only enrage the massive ape further. It continued to roar, its rancid breath washing down on her, making the girl turn pale with fear. "Don't! Please don't! Somebody save me!" Just then, a scorching pillar of fire surged from behind, incinerating the ape into dust in the blink of an eye. The one who had attacked was Hong Thien Deep. Her arms were still crossed. She squinted, watching the scattered ashes drift away. "Thank goodness you're all right." The girl, still shaken, stammered, Thank you. Thank you, Senior Sister Hong." Seizing the opportunity, Huyo Nian drew his sword, charging forward to slash at another ape. While swinging his sword, he turned and shouted, "Junior Hong, with you here I can rest much easier. I'll trouble you to look after the other disciples." This pack of white apes has a primal cultivation base. They are both numerous and agile. You need to be on your guard, too. Instead of feeling grateful, Hong Thien Diep just scoffed to herself, "Worrying about me? You should worry about your own neck first." Just then, several apes bared their fangs, roaring, and lunged towards him. Hong Thien Diep snapped in anger. "Are you all tired of living?" A blazing ribbon of fire fanned out, reducing the apes to black ash. The cultivators who witnessed this couldn't help but cheer with joy. Senior Sister Hong is so powerful, as expected of him. The 8 legacies of Peak Master Ye. Hearing those words of praise, Hong Tianyi only grew more irritated. He stomped his foot and roared, "All of you, shut up!" After speaking, he scanned his surroundings, thinking to himself, where did that dog surnamed Ye disappear to again? But while everyone was caught in the chaotic battle, in another part of the forest, one that was cooler and more serene, Ye Junlin was casually clapping his hands, calling for the system. "You said there was a special energy fluctuation here. Are you sure it's in this direction?" The system's voice replied clearly, reporting to host. "This is the exact location." The new mission is also inside. The rewards this time are even richer than for a check-in mission. Hearing this, Ye Junlin's eyes narrowed as he chuckled softly, a look of both anticipation and excitement. How enticing. I want to see just how many secrets the Luotian mystic realm has yet to reveal. Deep within the Luotian, a mystic realm. Atop a tall, massive tree known as the Great Luo Immortal Tree, several imposing figures were standing. One of them spoke, his voice filled with pride. The Great Luo Immortal Fruit has finally ripened. But around this immortal tree, several beings of unusual shapes were murmuring amongst themselves. One of them expressed concern. "But the mystic realm has already opened. Those outsiders have invaded our territory. We should deal with them as soon as possible." Here stood the patriarch of the Stone Clan at the Peak Integration Realm. the patriarch of the Beast Clan, at the peak integration realm, along with various figures from the Feather Clan, the Spirit Clan, and the Wood Clan. All of them were equally powerful. The patriarch of the Beast Clan grumbled, pointing at the great Luo immortal fruit. In this old man's opinion, dividing the great Luo immortal fruit is the most urgent priority. As long as we absorb it, we can attain the great Luo immortal body. At that point, the intruders will be nothing more than ants. We can crush them whenever we want. The patriarch of the Feather Clan, at the peak of the integration realm, narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the immortal fruit tree. However, this great Luo immortal fruit is currently occupied by that white-furred rat. I haven't figured out a way to get it down. The patriarch of the Jia clan and the patriarch of the Spirit Clan both shook their heads. The fruit ripened too unexpectedly. We were caught completely off guard. Right now, the great Luo immortal tree is protecting that rat. We can't just attack it recklessly. Otherwise, the immortal tree will retaliate. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Wood Clan, at the peak of the integration realm, suggested in a low voice, then the only way is to wait for it to finish digesting the fruit. At that time, we'll use a secret technique to suppress it, then refine the rat and divide it amongst ourselves. Only then will it be fair. The patriarch of the Beast Clan snorted angrily. I swear I'll make that greedy white-furred rat pay a heavy price. Humph! How insane to dare swallow something so precious on its own! Suddenly, the halo of light faded, and the white-furred rat was revealed. Its eyes blinked, its mouth curved into a delighted smile. Ha! Squeak, squeak. I had such a good sleep, huh, eh? The moment it opened its eyes, it saw a whole bunch of murderous glares fixed on it. Blinking, it looked around. The rat broke out in a cold sweat and stammered tremblingly. Hello, big brothers. Let's talk things over slowly. Squeak, squeak. I'll just be taking my leave now. The moment it finished speaking, it shot off like the wind, making the Beast Clan patriarch's eyes go wide. That damn rat! It's so fast! It seems the effect of the great Luo immortal fruit is terrifyingly potent. The entire group gave chase at once. The Wood Clan patriarch stretched out his arm, while shouting, "Don't just stand there mumbling! Catch it!" The Wood Clan patriarch's vine-like hand almost grabbed Thu-Thu's tiny tail. The mouse, pale with fear, spoke up in Chi's place. "My good sirs, can we please talk about this calmly?" Squeak, squeak. I'm a reasonable mouse. Please spare me and Chi. There's a portal up ahead. Squeak, squeak. Without a second thought, Liao Ming dove right in, his figure vanishing. Squeak, squeak. I feel dizzy. Squeak, squeak. Where did I just go? Who am I? Where am I? The clan leaders, hot on his heels, all gritted their teeth. Clan. The leader of the Feather Clan spread his wings, shooting out countless sharp feathers. Seething with rage. I can't believe it just finished digesting the immortal fruit. It already has the ability to teleport through the void. If we let it escape and continue its secluded cultivation, I fear it will become even more terrifying. Just give up and die here! A barrage of feathers shot forward. A few of them pierced right into Squeaky, causing it to let out a miserable cry. Arr! Squeak, squeak, it hurts like hell! It looked down at its wound. It panicked, slipped, and fell flat on its face. Squeak, squeak, it wailed miserably. Squeak, squeak, I don't want to die! Squeak, squeak, I have to be strong and keep living. A cold snort echoed from the leader of the Stone Clan. He tucked his chin, scanned the area, then lunged forward, intending to deliver a fatal blow. He let out a deep, guttural sound, creating a concussive sound wave. The air blasted away. Squeaky slammed hard into a large tree in front of it. Squeak, squeak, it fell to the ground with a thud, crying out in searing pain. Ow, ow, it hurts! It hurts so much, taking this chance. The leaders of the Beast Clan and the Feather Clan landed simultaneously. They surrounded Squeaky, arrogantly. Just a tiny little mouse dares to steal the great Luo immortal fruit. Do you have any idea how precious it is, huh? Someone of your lowly status thinks they're worthy of enjoying a treasure like this? Why don't you keep running? Ha ha ha! Looking at the vicious expressions on their faces, poor Squeaky crawled backward, crying out resentfully. You guys said it's not like your names were carved on that fruit. Why can't I Shushu eat it? And now you're blaming me? Shushu is having a hard time too, you know. The Stone Clan chief, still not over his anger, roared. Do you have any idea what it takes to grow a great Luo immortal fruit? This entire secret realm has spent countless years of effort cultivating it. Whoever swallows it will obtain the great Luo immortal physique, which is ranked at the very top. The invincible physique in the Kunlun immortal realm. Our clansmen have waited for hundreds of generations just to see it appear. I can't believe it was snatched away by a stinking rat like you. Tell me, what kind of end do you think you deserve? Hearing this, Shushu's face turned deathly pale. What? That fruit is that important? Then doesn't that mean Shushu is dead for sure? Is there a great hero somewhere who can come and save Shushu? Early in the morning, the Stone Clan chief furiously raised his hand, intending to crush Shushu to get justice. Just then, a powerful and immense pressure descended upon them. The Stone Clan chief immediately stopped his hand. Startled, he whipped his head around to look. This aura! Who is it? Amidst the swirling mist, Ye Junlin descended gracefully. The corner of his lip lifted into a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, he silently asked the system in his mind, "You're saying the energy fluctuation is from this mouse? Is that right?" "Correct," the system immediately confirmed. "That is correct. The mouse has just swallowed the Great Luo Immortal Fruit. An initial Great Luo Immortal physique has already formed inside its body. Its cultivation potential is incredibly immense. The host has a new mission: recruit a disciple. If you successfully take this white-furred mouse as your disciple, you will receive a grand reward." After hearing this, Ye Junlin stroked his chin. A glint of interest flashed in his eyes. The Great Luo Immortal Physique seems pretty interesting. Below, it was as if Shushu had just grabbed a life-saving straw. With tears welling as its eyes, it cried out pitifully, "Oh, great hero! Please save Shushu! They want to butcher me!" Ye Junlin chuckled softly and mumbled playfully, "Why is it that every time I want to take in a disciple, this scene makes it look like I'm saving someone? Am I about to become Tang Sanzang or something? Oh well, I guess it's just fate. Little Hong was such a rebellious one. This white-furred rat is nice and plump. It looks pretty docile, too. Taking it as a disciple probably wouldn't be so bad, right?" With that, he squinted his eyes, glancing at the little rat with great interest. Meanwhile, the chief of the Beast Clan gritted his teeth, raising the mace in his hand and roaring, "You human intruder! How dare you look down on us like this? Watch as I make you pay a heavy price!" He let out a roar and swung his mace, stirring up a fierce wind, aiming straight for Ye Kunlin. Seeing this, Ye Kunlin simply raised one hand nonchalantly and effortlessly blocked the ferocious attack. He glanced coldly at his attacker and said curtly, "I'll give you all one chance. I want this rat. If you know what's good for you, I'll let you walk away with your lives. Otherwise..." Before he could finish, the chief of the Stone Clan and the chief of the Beast Clan roared in unison and charged forward together. "We are at the peak of the integration realm, second to none. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Everyone get him! Crush him!" But amidst the whistling wind, Ye Kunlin's brow furrowed slightly, his expression darkening. Suddenly, he threw a palm strike straight into the chest of the Beast Clan's chief, sending him flying a full 10 meters. The chief fell, coughing up blood repeatedly as he cried out in terror. "How can this be? How could a simple strike be so powerful?" The chief of the Feather Clan immediately launched a barrage of feathers, which glowed brightly as they flew toward their target. He squinted and yelled, "Human, you're finished!" In response, Ye Kunlin simply tilted his body slightly, neatly dodging the rain of feathers, then said in a resigned tone, "I warned you all not to be so stubborn. If you insist on throwing your lives away, model, then I won't be holding back anymore." In the blink of an eye, he shot up high into the air. Spreading his palm, he unleashed the great desolate heaven-imprisoning finger. A colossal wave of energy rained down upon the crowd below. The chief of the Wood tribe was startled. He hastily raised a spirit wood shield, roaring furiously, "Don't think you can just walk all over us. I'm still here." He frantically channeled his spirit energy to heal the chief of the Stone tribe, hoping to hold on a little longer. Witnessing this scene, Ye Junlin clicked his tongue and let out a smirk. "So you know how to help each other? How interesting. Just in time, I was looking to test out my newly acquired reward." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Celestial Emperor's Dharma body. Instantly, a majestic apparition materialized behind him. Its aura, like a thunderstorm, was intensely oppressive, enveloping the entire space. The Wood tribe's chief's face turned pale as he cried out, "What in the world is this thing?" The Beast tribe's chief also trembled, stammering to himself, That apparition is too powerful. This man. There's absolutely no way we can defeat him. Who is he?" At that moment, many of the fighters nearby also looked up, terrified by the sight of the Celestial Emperor's Dharma body, which now loomed over a corner of the sky. From a distance, Ouyang Feng, who was dealing with a horde of demonic beasts, thought to himself in shock, "Is that a Dharma body? It even surpasses Xuan Kong's Buddha Dharma body. Could that be Ye Junlin?" Hong Tianyi was also astonished. Seeing that apparition exuding a sky-shattering aura, his face couldn't hide his terror. He wondered, how could he still be hiding something like this? This Dharma body is too strong, even in the central region. I've rarely seen anyone with such a brilliant and majestic Dharma body. That dog, yeah. Just how many more terrifying things are you hiding? In the center of it all, Diep Kun Lum stood proudly. His hands were clasped behind his back. He roared down, "Your heavenly emperor has descended! Do you all still dare to resist? Show no mercy!" The flames of hatred blazed in the eyes of the Stone Clan chief, burning fiercely, casting aside his fear. He still flew forward, shouting, "Everyone, we have to risk our lives and fight him!" But after advancing just a little, he stopped and looked back. He saw that the other clan chiefs were trembling. Not a single one dared to make a move. The Stone Clan chief was enraged. You all... Deep Kunlum looked at him coldly. He shrugged. "The most stubborn one, and is probably you." Then he pointed a single finger down, unleashing the heavenly annihilation finger. A flash of light burst forth, piercing straight through the Stone Clan chief's body. He screamed in despair, "No!" Then his body shattered into pieces like broken stone, and rained down to the ground. Seeing this, the Wood Clan chief was utterly terrified, his whole body trembling violently. What was that? That's absolutely horrifying. The four Beast Clan chiefs gritted their teeth, trying to suppress their fear. But their words came out weakly. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I admit I acted rashly for a moment. How about we call a truce? There's no need for this to end in mutual destruction, right?" Yes, however, the Heavenly Emperor's avatar was already bringing its giant hand down, right on top of him. The Beast Clan chief screamed in despair. "You damned human! You dare to kill me? My Beast Clan will never let you get away with this." Deep Kunlum was indifferent. He gave a faint smile to the man who already had one foot in the grave. "What's the point of saying all that now? If you all had the power to kill me, I would have acted right from the start. Why beg for a truce?" With that said, he poured more spiritual power into the finishing blow. The Beast Clan chief, the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma form, is incredibly powerful. After that one move, it also cost Deep Kunlum 80% of his mana. He frowned slightly. This move is really powerful, but it's too draining. I'll have to be careful in the future, or I might completely drain my spiritual power. Glancing at the deep crater left behind by the attack, he snorted lightly. "All right. Now I need to go recruit my disciple." Deep Kunlum turned his head back, but the mouse was nowhere to be seen. He frowned. "Huh? Where's my future disciple? This damn mouse. I didn't even get a chance to tell it that I just saved it, and it dares to run away?" Meanwhile, Thu, the little white mouse, was running for its life. It ran headfirst, panting heavily, its mind spinning. What kind of fate is this? So scary. That two-legged beast is even more terrifying than those 6 villains. That phantom earlier almost made my heart jump right out of my chest. Even though he saved me, he still scared the daylights out of me. As it spoke, it touched its old wound, and was shocked to find that the wound from that evil blockhead's punch, barely hurt anymore. Also, I've never run this fast before. Could this be the effect of the great firmament immortal fruit? It's a miracle! Thu suddenly shuddered and cried out, "Wait! Why do I feel a killing intent nearby? Is that two-legged beast chasing me?" Yes. Sure enough, Deep Kunlum was already using his maximum speed, hot on Thu's tail. He narrowed his eyes and spoke to the system. "It's up ahead. Right?" "Yes, host, you're about to catch up." Hearing that, his expression relaxed into a cold smirk. This mouse must be blessed by the great firmament immortal body. Otherwise, it would be hard for me to keep up. When I catch it, I'm going to teach it a proper lesson. How dare you run from your future master? The moment he spoke, he flashed and appeared right in front of Shushu. The tiny little mouse immediately froze solid. Tears and snot streamed down its face as it frantically cried out, "Wah! Don't kill Shushu, Heavenly Emperor." The Dharma form extended a giant hand and grabbed it by the tail, lifting it high into the air. Shushu shrieked, "Shushu doesn't want to die!" Don't cook, Shushu." Yeah, Kunlun frowned slightly. His voice was a bit reproachful. "Didn't you just cry out, 'Oh, master,' and I'm willing to be your beast of burden? So why did you run away?" Shushu trembled all over, stammering, That's because your aura was just too terrifying, wasn't it?" Shushu was scared. "What if you wanted to eat me too?" Ye Kunlun gave a wicked smile and licked his lips. "Beef and horse meat, I've had them all. But mouse meat? That sounds new. Maybe I should give it a try." Seeing him deliberately put on a twisted expression, Shushu was so scared it almost fainted, drool foaming at the corners of its mouth. "No, Shushu, I taste awful. I'm really stinky, and after you eat me, you'll let out stinky farts." "You wouldn't want to try that." The more Ye Kunlun heard, the more delighted he seemed. "Oh? Stinky farts, you say? That makes it even more interesting. Who knows, the flavor might be just as special." Shushu shrieked in horror, nearly fainting on the spot. Seeing the tiny mouse dangling there, Ye Kunlun found it rather amusing. To think it possesses a Grand Luo immortal body, yet it's as timid as a rabbit. Then again, with the way I was acting just now, who wouldn't be scared? Oh well, since I've already saved it, I might as well see this through. Maybe raising a mouse as a pet would be fun. With that, he pinched Shushu's 2 chubby cheeks, causing tears to well up in its eyes. It looked both comical and pitiful. 4 hours later, night had fallen. Ye Kunlun stopped beside a large tree. He started a fire to cook. While he was grilling meat and making soup, Shushu was curled up nearby, having passed out from sheer exhaustion. The tantalizing aroma wafted over, waking it up. It rubbed its eyes. Wow, what's that amazing smell? I'm not dead? Then Thuthu's gaze fell upon the pot of soup, which was steaming furiously. It immediately panicked and backed away a few steps. That pot is huge. Don't tell me you're planning to stew Thuthu, are you? Deep Kunlun waved his hand in annoyance. You idiot, get over here now! Don't make me chase you down again. I don't have time to play cat and mouse. Thuthu hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly crept closer. Deep Kunlun handed it a skewer of meat. Eat up. You look starving. The little mouse sniffed the aroma, licked its lips, and carefully took a bite. As it chewed, its eyes crinkled into a smile. So delicious. What kind of meat is this? Thuthu has never eaten anything so tasty before. It's rabbit meat, Deep Kunlun replied nonchalantly. Thuthu stopped chewing, its face falling. Rabbit? Rabbits are so cute. How could you eat rabbit meat? Deep Kunlun smiled slyly. If not rabbit meat, then should we eat mouse meat instead? Hearing that, Thuthu jumped and broke into a cold sweat. Ah, no! Mouse meat is awful! Rabbit meat is 100 times better! Master, could Thuthu have another piece? He smirked, his voice half joking, half serious. All right, but from now on, I'm not just your master. I'll also be your shizun. Do you agree to take me as your teacher? Thuthu! Its eyes went wide with a mix of surprise and delight. But become your disciple? Thuthu, I have no virtue or talent. Am I worthy? Besides, will being your disciple be very dangerous? Deep Kunlun cleared his throat and gave a salesman-like smile. Don't worry. As my disciple, your food and lodging are covered, and you'll be guaranteed protection by me, your master. Doesn't that sound good, Hearing that, Thuthu's eyes lit up and it jumped for joy. Good? It's great, it's great. Thuthu desperately needs someone to rely on. I want to be your disciple. Seeing the prey take the bait, Ye Junlin leisurely stood up and waved his hand. His voice was somewhat otherworldly. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet your master. Without hesitation, the little hamster prostrated himself. Disciple by Xiaoxi. Greets you, master. Immediately, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, for completing the Recruit a Disciple mission. Reward: the Supreme Divine Art. 5 extremes. Samsara Great Annihilation. This divine art can shatter all things and inflict wide-area damage. Additionally, based on the disciple's aptitude, the system has gifted a set of the Great Luo Dao scripture. All rewards have been distributed. We hope the host and disciple will love and care for each other. Absolutely no abusing small animals. Hearing that last reminder, Ye Junlin's face stiffened and he forced a smile. That's a low blow. You damn system, stop worrying for nothing. With my noble character, how could I possibly abuse my disciple? Xiaoxi looked at his master with wide, innocent eyes and asked, Master, were you talking to this little one? Ye Junlin coughed dryly, waving his hand in embarrassment. It's nothing. I was just sending a mental transmission. All right, now I will teach you a cultivation technique. Remember to practice diligently. Strive to become an outstanding warrior for me, your master. No, I mean my most powerful disciple. The cultivation technique was just transmitted directly into Xiaoxi's mind by Ye Junlin. It caused the little hamster to suddenly have an epiphany. His big round eyes widened, shining with a mixture of shock and joy. The great Luo Dao scripture. This technique is so divine. Never before has this little one... I've never seen anything so miraculous. As he spoke, Xiaoxi was moved to the verge of tears. He then bowed deeply in respect. Thank you, Master, for bestowing such a precious technique upon this little one. This little one will definitely cultivate diligently and not disappoint your expectations. Seeing his disciple's excited expression, Ye Junlin smiled. He reached out and scooped a bowl of fragrant soup from the pot bubbling over the fire. I know you're both hungry and tired. Have some soup, then try the grilled meat to get your strength back. It's really delicious. An excited Xiaoxi took the bowl of soup. Sniffing the air, he said, Thank you, Master. This soup is so fragrant and hot. Let me try it. I'm so lucky to be your disciple. In the future, I will do my best to repay you for your teachings. But just as Xiaoxi took his first sip of soup, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Debris of all sizes came plummeting down from above. catching even Ye Junlin by surprise. He immediately narrowed his eyes. What is happening? Why is the sky of the secret realm cracking apart? The system's voice suddenly rang in his head with an urgent alert. The great Luo immortal tree has been detected to be depleted. Its lifespan can no longer sustain the operation of the secret realm. The Luo Tian secret realm is on the verge of collapse. Host, please leave as soon as possible. Ye Junlin looked over at Xiaoxi. He saw the little mouse with tears welling up in his eyes. He couldn't help but find it strange. The secret realm is about to vanish. We have to leave now. But why are you crying? Xiaoxi sobbed, panting with worry. Master! I don't know why, but my heart feels so tight and I'm just so incredibly sad. Ye Junlin guessed that perhaps the great Luo, immortal physique within Xiaoxi, was intimately connected to the Luo Tian secret realm. However, he didn't have time to explain. He immediately swept Xiaoxi up into a streak of light. Space warped, and then they both vanished. First, I have to find everyone and get out of here fast. If not, the collapse of the secret realm will bury us all. All across the secret realm, gaping cracks began to appear. Blinding streams of light poured down from the cracks in the water, carrying with them crashing chunks of debris. On the other side, Chu Yunian's group had managed to gather most of the disciples. He shouted instructions for everyone to hold the formation. Get out of here now! Watch out for falling rocks! Hurry up! Chu Deju wiped his sweat and cried out in panic. I can't believe it. For something this terrifying to happen inside the secret realm. Does this mean all our efforts, risking our lives to come here, were for nothing? Xu Yunian suddenly looked around, startled as if he just remembered something. Where's junior brother Ye? Should we wait for him? Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice called out. Ye Junlin appeared, his entire body shimmering with a powerful aura. He was holding Xiaoxi in his arms. I'm here, the situation is critical. We need to get out of this secret realm as soon as possible. Seeing that Ye Junlin was safe, Xu Yunian let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. I was worried something happened to you. Now we're just missing your disciple. At first, Chu Deju didn't pay attention, but when he saw the white mouse nestled in Ye Junlin's hands, he blurted out, Hey, Peak Lord Ye, what kind of creature are you holding? Ye Junlin gently lifted Xiaoxi and said with a mischievous smile, This is my newly accepted disciple. It's this little guy. After hearing that, both of them were dumbfounded. Huh? You took a mouse as your disciple? Chu Yunian couldn't contain his curiosity. So what about that previous disciple of yours? That one, despite her fiery temper, was beautiful and had a powerful cultivation. Why would you now choose a huge mouse? That doesn't seem to have much cultivation at all. But before he could explain, Ye Junlin had already dashed off. Waving his hand, he said, Hong Tianye must have already left. Everyone hurry up, don't hesitate. As the group of people emerged from the La Thien mystic realm, blazing sunlight shone down, bringing them a moment of relief. Seeing that Deep Quan Lum was safe, the surrounding cultivators erupted in cheers. Look, Deep Quan Lum is out! Hooray! Just then, Ao Duong Fong stepped forward, his voice full of pride. Thanks to Deep Quan Lum, on this trip to the mystic realm, we managed to harvest quite a few precious resources. It was dangerous, but in the end, it was all worth it. Not far away, the real Hong Thien Deep had also emerged. He immediately flew over, cupped his fist, and bowed. Master! Deep Quan Lum said nothing. He passed Tiu Tich over to Hong Thien Deep, as if handing him a cotton ball. Here, take this. This is my new disciple. From now on, you two can treat each other as senior and junior martial brothers, or senior and junior sisters. Whatever works. In short, just get along. Got it? Hong Thien Deep was stunned and fumbled with his hands. What? Tiu Tich was knocked aside, stumbling and falling headfirst to the ground. Oof! They cried out. Seeing this, Hong Thien Deep felt a pang of guilt and cleared his throat. Yes, understood, Master. Tiu Tich sat on the ground, rubbing their sore bottom, their eyes red and welling up with tears. Wah! Where is Shushu? That mystic realm is completely destroyed. Does that mean Shushu's home is gone forever too? Just as the creature feared, the mystic realm had not yet fully closed. Wave after wave of ancient species took advantage of the cracked exit, pouring out into the outside world in droves. The creatures of all sorts of bizarre shapes and sizes were squinting and looking around in all four directions. So this is the outside world, huh? Why is the spiritual energy so thin here? These two-legged creatures, they must be the so-called human race from the records, right? They look so weak. In that case, let's just occupy this land. We'll divide the territory and make it our own. A white-haired girl with sharp eyes. She let out a crisp laugh. How interesting. First, let's enslave those humans. After that, we can do as we please. The group of cultivators, including Hu Hu Nian and Chu Duk Tru, and Ao Duong Fong, all turned pale with fear. Hu Hu Nian said, We're in grave danger. These are ancient creatures. They've been hidden deep within this secret realm for who knows how long. Their cultivation levels are far higher than ordinary demonic beasts. At a glance, I can count hundreds in the spirit transformation realm. There are even several dozen in the fusion realm. This is big trouble. In the Kun, Lun realm, there are thousands of races and countless species of creatures. Their origins were recorded on the stone tablets in the secret realm. The beings in this secret realm all came from various places across the myriad worlds. They were exiled to this secret realm. This secret realm is inherently very suitable for cultivation. On top of that, it has existed for countless years. If this group of foreign creatures were to band together, they could rival the 5 great cultivation forces of the eastern region. Chu Duk-tru asked frantically, "Ancient creatures? So should we try to negotiate?" Hu Hu-nien gave a forced smile. "I'm afraid that's unlikely. They are inherently wild, and they think we destroyed their home. This bunch will surely want to invade the wild continent for revenge." Hearing this, the other cultivators began to tremble, drenched in sweat. This is too dangerous. How can we possibly stand against such a massive ancient army? Ao Duangfang raised his hand and shouted, trying to calm everyone down. "Don't panic. We still have Deep Quan Lam. He is definitely capable enough to face that horde." The crowd seemed to gain strength. "That's right. With Deep Quan Lam here, those ancient creatures might not be able to win. Deep Quan Lam is mighty. Deep Quan Lam is divine." Behind them, Hong Thien Deep crossed his arms. His face was indifferent as he let out a soft snort. He seemed quite confident. It seems he's not worried at all in the face of those countless strange beasts. At that very moment, the system suddenly announced the activation of a new mission. Make the 100,000 residents who once belonged to the Luotian secret realm join the Xuantian sect, complete the mission, and the host will receive a desired reward. Ye Junlin's face twisted. "Are you kidding me? All these otherworldly creatures, and you're telling me to recruit every single one of them? Don't tell me I'm not allowed to just wipe them out. To complete this, I have to win them over?" The system replied curtly, "Please do your best, host. Do not give up." Before he could even come up with a plan, from high above, a giant eagle spread its wings and descended. Its eyes were filled with belligerence. It squinted at Ye Junlin. "Are you the one they call Ye Junlin? The one those people spoke of? The strongest of the human race?" Ye Junlin sighed and gave a faint nod. "Yes, that's me." Looking at the thousands of different species before him, he frowned to himself. "The Xuantian sect, I'm afraid, doesn't have enough room for this many freaks. So what am I supposed to do?" A creature with long horns glared and roared. "What are you all afraid of him for? He's just one man at the perfected integration realm. How can he possibly fight all of us?" "Comrades, charge!" Immediately, its countless species roared like a disturbed beehive and charged straight at Ye Junlin. He channeled his protective aura. His eyes lit up. "I'm good at fighting, but with this many of them, it's not going to be easy. How am I supposed to convince them?" Outside, Xiaoxi watched in shock as wave after wave of ancient creatures appeared. It rushed towards its master. A wave of fear washed over it. "Master has treated me so well. He even gave me food and taught me cultivation techniques. I can't just sit by and watch him get cornered." With that thought, Tutich gritted its teeth and lunged forward with all its might. Hong Thien Diep exclaimed in surprise, "That mouse! Where do you think you're going?" Tutich's voice called back, trembling but resolute. "Mousy isn't scared anymore. Mousy has to help Master!" Whoosh! He charged straight into Deep Quan Lum's protective barrier. He cried out instinctively, "Tutich, what are you doing?" "It's dangerous." Tutich spread its 2 tiny arms. Its body began to emit a strange light. Mystical runes flickered in and out of existence around it, as if awakening an infinite power. A faint sigil appeared on its forehead, causing everyone standing around to be shaken by that immense pressure, forcing them to fall back. My God! Junior Brother Diep's new disciple is no ordinary being. What a terrifying aura. It makes me want to kneel down and worship it. Hong Thien Diep also broke out in a cold sweat. This mouse was hiding such a terrifying secret? Meanwhile, among the ancient ones, the white-haired girl and the long-horned man suddenly had a change of expression. This is the aura of the Daluo immortal tree. Does this mean the Daluo immortal tree hasn't abandoned us? Spontaneously, they all knelt down in unison, facing Tutich. "We pray for the Daluo immortal tree's blessing, and for you to guide us on the path of survival in this new world." Hong Thien Diep turned to look. Deep Quan Lum's lips twitched. It's clear his plans have always been extraordinary. Truly a masterstroke. Deep Quan Lum looked at Tutich's tiny glowing body and frowned, thinking, perhaps when it ate the Daluo immortal fruit, Xiaoxi has merged with a part of the immortal tree's will. If that will awakens now, I'm afraid it will try to take over its body. He quickly shouted, Xiaobai, are you still okay? Answer me now! Inside the halo of light, Xiaoxi's brow was furrowed, struggling with all its might. Master is calling. Shu can't. Shu must not fall asleep. Ye Junlin's urgent and concerned words were like a torch, illuminating the little mouse's mind. It grunted, slapping its own face repeatedly. It yelled, Shu, you have to stay awake. Master needs me. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed around it. Xiaoxi's body began to fade. It looked up, its voice filled with joy. Thank you, Master, for waking Shu up. Shu is okay now. Ye Junlin let out a relieved chuckle and patted its head. Thank goodness, you're still yourself. The ancient creatures were all stunned, shouting in unison, What? Why would the great Luo immortal tree be so respectful to a human? Impossible! Noticing their bewildered gazes, Ye Junlin glanced at Xiaoxi and sent a telepathic message. You should say something in the name of the immortal tree. Be clever about it and win them over. Xiaokai nodded eagerly. It turned to face the crowd and cleared its throat. Ahem. Listen here. The collapse of the mystic realm this time was also a part of heaven's will. But rest assured, everyone, there is no need to panic. All of you are the children of the great Luo immortal tree. I will absolutely not abandon you. Ye Junlin waited for the perfect moment. He leaped into the air. His sharp gaze swept across the ancient creatures, as filled with power. The heavens cherish all life, since you have all lost your homes. And then the Xuantian sect is willing to become your new sanctuary. The great Luo immortal tree and we will advance together and retreat together, facing all hardships as one. Ye Junlin's words sent the ancient beings into a noisy uproar. Xiaoxi turned around. Her tiny face beamed. Thank you, Master. The ancient beings gradually drew closer, some of them stammering, others hesitating. Finally, one of them timidly ventured a question. Do you mean we have to bow our heads and live in the territory of humans? Divine Tree, do you really want us to follow the human race? Xiaoxi suddenly tilted her head. Her two eyes flashed with a sharp, cold light. Her adorable face, from just a moment ago, suddenly radiated a terrifying killing intent. What's this? Could it be that you all are doubting me? Terrified by her gaze, the horned one hastily bowed his head in fear. This lowly one wouldn't dare. I would absolutely never dare to doubt you. Xiaoxi glanced over, her voice becoming clear and resonant. Good. In that case, from now on, all of you will follow me and my master back to the Xuantian sect and live there in peace. Do not cause any trouble on your own again. The ancient beings shouted in unison, Understood! At that moment, the system issued a cheerful notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have received the reward, Sun Orbiting Treasury. The system explained the Sun Orbiting Treasury. The Sun Orbiting Treasury opens a special cultivation space, where 100 years inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. After hearing this, Ye Junlin smiled with satisfaction and muttered, it's a success. In any case, I don't need to train that hard myself. I've already got a golden finger up my sleeve. The stronger my opponent, the stronger I become. So the cultivation effect of the Sun Orbiting Treasury isn't that great for me. But on the other hand, it's perfect for Xiao Hong. His innate talent is high. If I let him go into seclusion there for a few years, he'll definitely make incredible progress. Then I can just rely on him and life will be even better. But this kid is rebellious to the bone. Before I let him go, I need to make a few adjustments. He secretly glanced over at Hong Tianye. The corner of his mouth twitched up in a scheming smirk. Hong Tianye, who was standing nearby, furrowed his brow in confusion when he caught that look. He thought to himself, what's with the way that guy's looking at me? Is he blaming me for not stepping in to help him? In contrast to the master and disciple duo, most of the cultivators in the Xuantian sect breathed a sigh of relief, mixed with excitement. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, Am I dreaming? Those incredibly powerful creatures are actually willing to join the Xuantian sect? Another person chimed in cheerfully. In that case, from now on, our Xuantian sect, we are officially #1 among the 10 great immortal sects of the Eastern Domain. Ha! It's all thanks to Peak Lord Ye. Hearing this, the group of outer sect disciples started chattering even more excitedly. This is truly unexpected news. As expected, Ye Kunlin can resolve any crisis. From a distance, Wu Yangfeng watched the joyous scene, unable to hide the bitterness in his heart. His face paled as he mumbled, Although I am glad that the desolate continent has escaped a great disaster, my Banshan sect, I'm afraid there will be no place left for us from now on. Meanwhile, a delighted Xiaoxi sent a telepathic message to Ye Kunlin. Master Thuthu did it! They really listened to Thuthu. I'm so happy! Ye Kunlin gently raised his hand. You did very well. Your master is very pleased. Oh, and about the will of the great Luo immortal tree inside your body. It hasn't been causing any trouble, has it? Xiaoxi flicked her ears and quickly shook her head. Not at all. Ever since Thu woke up, it's been completely silent. It hasn't made a single move. Ye Kunlin nodded. That's good. Now lead them all and follow me back to the Xuantian sect. Yes, master, Xiaoxi hurriedly replied, then immediately went to arrange for the ancients to be moved. Qing Province, Eastern Region. At the Yuhua sect's plaza. At that moment, a battered flying ship had just landed. Its smoldering flames drew the attention of the disciples. Alarmed, they rushed over and crowded around it. Holy Sun, why are you in such a terrible state? What on earth happened? And where are Elder Yan and the other elders? Chen Jiao, the holy son of the Yuhua sect, was trembling all over. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He needed someone to support him just to drag himself forward. A few elders rushed out from the main hall in a panic. As soon as they saw the Holy Sun's battered appearance, their faces turned pale. Holy Sun! What happened to you? Quickly, tell us what happened. Chen Jiao struggled to speak, his voice raspy and hoarse. I need to see my master right now. I must report to the Venerable Zhu Yang. A white-haired elder quickly explained. Reporting to the Holy Sun, the Venerable Zhu Yang is currently in seclusion. Whatever it is, please tell us first, Holy Sun. And Elder Yan, where is he? Hearing the question, Chen Jiao's heart twisted in pain. His eyes turned bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. They're all dead. Every single one of them is dead. When the elder heard this, he shuddered and nearly fell, trembling as he demanded, What? Who did this? Tell me at once so I can report to the sect master. Chen Jiao's eyes were filled with fury. He roared, It was the Xuantian sect! More specifically, it was that Ye Junlin. He killed our Yuhua sect's elders. He almost took my life too. The surrounding Yuhua sect disciples erupted in a horrified uproar. Impossible. Even Elder Yan was killed? That country bumpkin from Huang Province? Dares to look down on the Yuhua sect? How audacious. They killed an elder, and nearly killed the Holy Sun. What is the meaning of this? Are they declaring open war? This is unforgivable. The atmosphere was boiling with rage. Countless rogue cultivators were running all over the place, spreading the latest hot news. A huge shakeup in the eastern region. The Holy Son of the Yuhua sect has returned, heavily injured. Many elders have died in battle. The culprit is the Xuantian sect from the barren continent. Everyone who heard the news was shocked. Is this story for real? The Holy Sun was defeated by a woman in red of the same cultivation level. The Yuhua sect lost 9 integration stage masters. If that's true, then that bunch from the barren continent must be insane. How dare they pick a fight with the Yuhua sect? A top-tier cultivation force. The one that once produced an invincible true immortal? I think sooner or later, that Xuantian sect will be wiped off the map. What's there to even discuss? Who would dare to oppose the Yuhua sect? That's right, the Yuhua sect is a top-tier cultivation force. In the distant past, this place was once an immortal sacred land that produced a true immortal. How can these country bumpkins even compare to their foundation? In less than 10 days, that Xuantian sect will probably cease to exist. Yes, at that very moment, in the grand hall of the Xuankong Temple in the Buddhist continent of the eastern region. A solemn abbot clasped his hands together and announced before a large crowd of disciples, Amitabha Buddha, the Yuhua sect has just sent word. They have decided to declare war on the Xuantian sect. Our Xuankong Temple cannot stand idly by. We must punish evil and promote good, and make the Xuantian sect pay their blood debt with blood. A disciple standing nearby also clasped his hands and replied, This disciple understands. I will pass down the order. To summon all the Zen cultivators of the eastern region to vanquish the demons and attain enlightenment together. Meanwhile, as turmoil brewed in the barren continent, after the collapse of the Luo Tian mystic realm, the remaining spiritual energy poured out across the region. Like a whale fall, all living things were blessed, causing the once barren continent to suddenly flourish, with spiritual energy soaring to the heavens. Many creatures on this continent broke through their cultivation realms one after another. The Xuantian sect also benefited by absorbing tens of thousands of different from the secret realm, causing their power to skyrocket. However, the news that the Feathering sect and the Xuankong Temple had simultaneously declared war was a huge blow to the disciples' morale. Many were terrified, gathering in groups of 3 and 5 in the martial arts square, whispering, I heard the Feathering sect is about to attack. And then there are those monks from the Xuankong Temple. They see us as evil heretics. They definitely won't let us off the hook. It's so strange, these past few days. I haven't seen the sect master or any of the peak masters. Where could they have all gone? I heard they're in seclusion, cultivating. Even someone as skilled as Peak Master Ye has to work this hard. It seems The Profound Heaven sect might not make it through this storm, but maybe that's our greatest hope. But in another corner, on Misty Peak, within the Profound Heaven sect, Ye Kunlun was leisurely lying down, without a hint of worry. Suddenly he let out a loud sneeze. He sat up, rubbed his nose, and looked around. Just then Xiaoxi ran out from inside, holding a large, sweetly fragrant cup in her 2 hands. "Master, try this! I just finished making the traditional milk tea. The supreme invincible one you asked for." Ye Kunlun's eyes instantly lit up as he shot up, urging her, "Quickly! Hurry up and put a straw in it. I need to take a big gulp to feel refreshed." As he took a sip, he closed his eyes, savoring it with a look of pure bliss. "Ah, this is the taste. So refreshing." Then he beamed, turning to praise Xiaoxi, "You've done well. I'll allow you to make 50 more cups. And as a reward, you can also choose 1 cup for yourself." Xiaoxi was ecstatic. "Really? Thank you, Master. I'll go make them right away." Ye Kunlun let out a soft chuckle. I thought to myself, this milk tea recipe is a reward for the daily sign-in mission. It's even better than the one from my past life. Even if the Snow King himself came here, he'd probably have to offer me a cigarette, no joke. That day, Hong Tianye witnessed his master and his junior brother, the mouse, having a blast together. He felt a surge of irritation. His face darkened as he scoffed. "That mouse! You idiot! One day you'll just be sold off for money." Hearing that, Ye Junlin glanced back. He called out loudly, "Xiao Hong! Are my spicy squid skewers done yet? Look at how quick Xiaoxi is. And you're so slow, you're not even as good as a mouse." It was as if Hong Tianye had inhaled a plume of fire. He gritted his teeth, but his hands still had to grill the squid. Almost done, Master. Your disciple will bring it right over." Placing the tray of steaming hot squid in front of Ye Junlin, Hong Tianye's face was as black as if he'd just stepped in shit. "Please try it, Master. How is the spiciness? Does it need any adjustments?" Ye Junlin took a bite and nodded. "Keep this up." Hong Tianye swallowed nervously and boldly asked, "Master, could you let this disciple enter the Sun Treasury to cultivate for a few days? Your disciple wants it to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible." Ye Junlin stopped sipping his tea and glanced over. "What's the rush? The sect master and the other peak lords? I've already let them into the Sun Treasury." Hong Tianye's voice fell, but he was still pleading. "Master, please give me a chance. If I become stronger, I can better support the sect." Ye Junlin indifferently took a sip of tea and gave a faint smile. "It's fine. I, your master, will worry about the sect. You just need to stay here and serve me." Hong Tianye's hands holding the squid tray trembled. His expression darkened. Is he afraid I'll surpass him or something? How hateful. Just then Xiaoxi walked by carrying a large mortar. I happened to overhear the conversation. He looked at his master and quickly spoke up. "Master, if Senior Brother Hong wants to go that badly, please grant him a spot for the training session. Shushu will try his best to cover his duties." Ye Kunlun crossed his arms. Holding 2 skewers in his hands, he appeared thoughtful, then smiled. "All right. Since your junior brother has spoken up for you, and is even willing to do your work, I, your master, will allow you to enter the Sun Treasury for a few days. You should thank your junior brother." Hong Tianye immediately knelt down to thank his master. "Thank you, junior brother, for speaking up for me." Ye Kunlun let out a smirk, a smile that was both magnanimous and inscrutable. Then he turned and walked towards his room. "I'm going back to rest. You two can take your time and enjoy the food. Little Hong, you should also prepare well for the long training session." Hong Tianye clenched his fists. A fierce determination surged within him. "Just you wait, Ye Kunlun. The day I come out of seclusion will be the day you bow your head to me." Watching Hong Tianye's departing figure, Ye Kunlun scoffed coldly to himself. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He's clearly getting impatient after being provoked. I know he wants to advance and is trying to suck up, but what a pity. The system I possess makes me more invincible the stronger it gets. I'll just have to let that guy obediently bury his head in training to level up. And help me out. "Master, over here!" Little Shi gleefully brought out 50 cups of milk tea, filling up a large area of the courtyard. The little guy's beady eyes sparkled as he excitedly held up a cup. He licked his lips and sniffed. "Master, the 50 cups of milk tea you ordered are ready. Shushu, can I have one of these with jelly?" Ye Kunlun was at ease, strolling amidst the piles of cups, overflowing with fragrance. He smiled with satisfaction. "Of course. As your master, I already told you that you could pick any cup you wanted." Hearing that, Xiaoxi quickly stuck a straw in. He took a big, refreshing slurp. "Thank you, Master. This is absolutely delicious. It was worth staying up late to prepare this." Ye Junlin chuckled and patted the little mouse's head. His expression was cheerful. Other people usually pet cats, but here I am petting a mouse, and yet it feels pretty interesting. Xiaoxi was sipping his milk tea. when he was startled by the word cat. His white fur puffed up. He panicked and yelled, "A cat? A cat? Where's the cat? Where is it?" This little mouse is most afraid of cats. Every time he sees one, his legs turn to jelly. Ye Junlin looked at his over-the-top reaction and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You possess the great Luo immortal body, and you command 100,000 subordinates from the secret realm. And you're still afraid of a tiny little cat? Xiaoxi sniffled, his eyes welling up with tears. But I'm still really scared. Suddenly remembering something, Ye Junlin snapped his fingers and turned to ask, "Hey, why don't you enter the sundial to cultivate? 100 years in there is only one day out here. Your great Luo immortal body would surely advance by leaps and bounds." Xiaoxi obediently put down his milk tea. His voice held a hint of flattery. "I don't want to be away from Master for that long. Imagining not seeing you for 100 years, I would die of sadness. Besides, cultivating all the time is boring. I'd rather stay by Master's side and eat delicious food." Hearing the little mouse express his loyalty, Ye Junlin burst out laughing, patting his head enthusiastically. "Ha ha! I like your personality. Unlike a certain someone who's always scheming to surpass me." Right. At that moment, Hong Tianye was flying swiftly through the sky. He suddenly let out a sneeze. Achoo! A loud one, as if someone was talking bad about him behind his back. Ye Junlin continued to tease Xiaoxi. He suddenly remembered something and pointed at it. "That's right. Aren't you from the spirit beast tribe? Once you cultivate to the spirit transformation realm, you should be able to take human form. So how come I've never seen you turn into a person? Why is that?" Xiaoxi tilted its head shyly. Because I forgot." Ye Junlin burst out laughing enthusiastically. "Well then, try it now. Quick, turn into a human and let's see." "Here?" Xiaoxi broke out in a sweat and gritted its teeth. "Okay, I'll do my best." It gathered its strength and let out a soft cry as a spiritual light flashed around it. Immediately after, a pair of slender legs appeared. The figure gradually grew taller, like that of a petite little girl, but its mouse face remained exactly the same. Seeing the half-human, half-mouse spectacle, Ye Junlin nearly choked on his bubble tea. He clutched his chest, his eyes wide in horror. "My God, what in the world is this?" Xiaoxi raised two tiny hands and touched its face, blinking. "Master, is this form very ugly?" I think it's kinda cute." Ye Junlin covered his face and wailed. "It's not just not pretty, it's terrifying. Are you trying to scare your master to death or something?" Xiaoxi panicked, tears welling up in its eyes. No, I didn't. I really did try my best. But this is the only result I could manage." It sighed, hanging its head low, its voice full of self-pity. I don't understand why it turned out like this. I'm very sad about it, too." Ye Junlin clutched his forehead, rubbing his temples. All right. Just change back quickly. I don't want to be haunted by this image any longer." Xiaoxi nodded obediently. "Yes, I'll change back right away." And then, half an incense stick's time passed. Ye Junlin drank 3 more cups of bubble tea, and still saw no change in Xiaoxi. He stomped his foot in frustration. "Hey, it's been half an incense stick's time. You still haven't changed back?" Xiaoxi gave an awkward laugh and wagged its tail. "Master..." Testing. I suddenly forgot how to transform back." Ye Junlin nearly fell over backward, pointing a finger at it. "Are you sure you're a mouse? You're not a pig in disguise, are you?" Xiaoxi waved her hands frantically. "Master, don't worry. In a few more days, Shushu will get its shape back again. It will definitely be able to transform back." Ye Junlin let out a weary sigh, but still offered some comfort. "All right, then. Do your best. I'll be supporting you in spirit." Xiaoxi lowered her head and asked in a quiet voice, "So, Master, do you want to pet Shushu now?" Hearing this, Ye Junlin recoiled and squinted. "No. Never mind, just leave me in peace for a bit." Xiaoxi immediately dashed over to a nearby water urn. She looked at her reflection at the bottom. Strange. Shushu thought this appearance wasn't that bad. Why did Master have such a strong reaction? In the eastern region, at the border between the barren continent and the spirit continent, countless flying ships streamed towards the same point. In a tea house down below, few cultivators looked up. They sneered at the sight of hundreds of flying ships. "No one can withstand the wrath of the Yuhua sect. That Xuantian sect is finished for sure this time. No matter how arrogant that Ye fellow is, he's going to die." Another person chimed in with a sly tone. "I bet he's so scared he's pissing his pants right now." "Ha ha!" Meanwhile, from a private room, the faint sound of moaning could be heard. The young master of the Xie family was enjoying himself with 2 young women. Suddenly, a subordinate burst in, panicking. "Young master! We're in trouble! We're under attack!" The young master, annoyed at being interrupted, yelled, "You blockhead! Tell me clearly who's attacking, or I'll throw your head into the cesspit." The terrified subordinate stammered, It's the Yuhua sect." They've invaded the barren continent, and there are a huge number of them. After hearing this, the young master of the Z family immediately pulled up his pants and rushed outside. His face lit up with excitement. What? Oh, this is fantastic. The Xuantian sect is doomed. Just a bunch of country bumpkins, and you dare to act so brazenly before me? Ha ha! Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch this time. Here at the Banson sect in Huangchao, Duongfang's group poured out of the gates. They saw dozens of flying arcs filling the entire sky. They were terrified. Damn, what a massive army this is. Just how many cultivators did the Yuhua sect mobilize? Ao Duongfang sighed wearily. Ye Junlin, this old man begs you, don't be so stubborn. If we can't defeat them, we should retreat to preserve our lives. You are the strongest in Huangchao. You're also our spiritual leader. If you die, our defeat is certain. Inside the Xuantian sect at the martial arts plaza, the disciples were in chaos, anxiously discussing amongst themselves. The enemy is right at our doorstep. Their army is terrifyingly huge. Both the Yuhua sect and the Xuankong temple want to destroy us. A great enemy is before us, and yet the sect master and the peak lords are still nowhere to be seen. Is this situation really going to be all right? Suddenly, from the back mountain of the Xuantian sect, a massive wave of energy erupted. A group of people walked out one after another. Each of them was brimming with a powerful aura. Su Tianshui and Chu Deju were in the lead. Their expressions were solemn. 500 years of arduous cultivation in the Sun Abyss. We almost broke through to the integration stage, but we were still one step short. It seems even long-term seclusion has its limits. Su Tianshu turned to look at Chu Deju, comforting him. Senior brother, you should be satisfied. If it weren't for the techniques and pills that junior brother Ye gave us, we would have struggled to even reach the nascent soul stage, let alone dream of cultivating in seclusion for 500 years. The other disciples poked their heads out, whispering anxiously, "Where is the sect master? Hasn't he come out yet?" A moment later, Shu Yoyan emerged from the exit of the Sun Abyss and set foot on the ground. His entire body radiated a powerful aura, his face resolute. A great battle is upon us. The only thing I can do now is risk my life. Luckily, I managed to break through to the integration stage in time. Even though it's not stable yet, I have to give it my all. Suddenly, another pillar of light flashed, causing Hu Nian to turn his head. What now? This aura is terrifying. It seems even stronger than junior brother Ye's. A familiar figure appeared. Hongthian Deep emanated a suffocating pressure, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Chu Duk Tru, seemingly not recognizing him, stammered, "So it's junior brother Ye's first disciple. This master and disciple duo, truly something else. But wait, what level did you break through to?" The moment he finished speaking, Chu Duk Tru was suddenly and insolently shouted at by Hongthian Deep. "How dare you speak nonsense about me?" Along with the shout, Hongthian Deep swung his hand, striking directly at Chu Duk Tru. Hu Nin and Tu Thien Tweet rushed forward in horror to block the attack. They yelled, "Why did you suddenly attack so viciously? Chu Duk Tru is your martial uncle!" But Hongthian Deep had already revealed his arrogant, demonic nature. He laughed dryly. "Fellow disciples? This venerable one was originally a reincarnated true immortal and an old demonic sovereign. It was only because of Ye Quan Lam that I had to bow my head, but no more." Tu Thien Tweet's face darkened as she pointed a finger. "Have you cultivated so much that you've gone mad? Be careful or I'll tell junior brother Yi." Hongthian Deep waved his hand scornfully. "Go ahead. I don't give a damn about him. Besides, that guy can barely save himself right now. If you've got the guts, tell him to come here. Ha ha! Now, with my current cultivation level, it's not yet certain who would win or lose." He glanced over at the sundial. He sneered. "Why let a supreme treasure like this go to waste? It would be better to hand it over for me to use." Seeing this, Hu Nian shouted in panic. "What do you think you're doing? Aren't you afraid of being punished by junior brother Ye?" Hongthian Deep laughed arrogantly. With a wave of his hand, he sent them all flying with a single move. "Get the hell out of my way! Who the hell do you think you are to lecture me?" Blasted back, Hu Nian trembled with rage. His demonic nature is too strong now. After this breakthrough, the difference is like night and day, compared to the disciple junior brother Ye took in before. Just what is his background? Hong Tianye slowly turned his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a contemptuous sneer. "What can a bunch of rabble like you do to me?" After speaking, he suddenly turned back towards the sundial with a confused expression. "What's going on? Why isn't the sundial moving at all? The surrounding rocks and dirt began to fly about chaotically, carrying a dangerous, murderous aura. This situation made Shu Yunian even more panicked. He still tried to reason with Hong Tianye. You are the esteemed disciple of junior brother Yi. You're also the most outstanding prodigy of the sect. The sect will use all its resources to nurture you. So why must you do these despicable things? Hearing this, Hong Tianya's brow furrowed. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Shut your mouth, you damn bastard! Do you think I need you to lecture me? He continued to wave his hand, unleashing a powerful strike and knocking Zhu Yunian away once again. Seeing this, Su Tianshui cried out worriedly, Sect Master! Zhu Yunian gritted his teeth, trying to dig his feet into the ground to keep from being pushed back further. A sense of helplessness welled up inside him. What kind of cultivation level is this? With just a wave of his hand, I couldn't even resist. Compared to before he entered, the sundial, the difference in his power, is truly night and day. Hong Tianyi snorted, speaking without restraint. A bunch of mere ants dare to posture before me? Out of consideration for what just happened. The fact that I haven't killed you is already merciful enough. After he spoke, he suddenly hesitated for a moment. The grand army of the Yuhua sect has already arrived. Yet that ringleader, Ye Junlin, still hasn't shown his face. Come out and die. It's about time I showed my hand to that lot. With that said, his figure immediately flickered, disappearing from before Zhu Yunian's group. As soon as he saw Hong Tianyi leave, Zhu Yunian didn't hesitate either. He quickly signaled his disciples. Let's go over there and see what's happening too. But during all this, Ye Junlin was still casually lounging on his long chair, leisurely sipping the milk tea made by his own disciples' hands. His expression was so relaxed that anyone who saw it would find his carefree demeanor infuriating. The moment Hong Tianyi landed, he couldn't hold back the irritation boiling inside him. He thought to himself, what a disgrace to all cultivators. Such a lazy and slovenly style, and he dares to call himself a cultivator? He just got ridiculously lucky and obtained a supreme opportunity, a rare cultivation technique, and heavenly treasures. But now all of it will belong to me. Seeing his precious disciple appear, Ye Junlin called out affectionately, My good disciple, you've come out of seclusion? Your master missed you to death! Hearing those shameless words, Hong Tianyi didn't hold back at all. He glared, The people outside are about to break in. They want to take your life. And yet you're still lying here so leisurely? Are you not afraid of death? Ye Junlin indifferently took a sip of milk tea, his eyes half closed. Huh? They're already here? Why didn't I know anything about it? Hong Tianyi waved his hand, instantly shattering the soundproof barrier that enveloped this little paradise. Then he said loudly, You're holed up in here, and even put up a soundproof barrier to enjoy yourself. Of course you wouldn't know anything. Now take a good look. See how chaotic the crowd outside is? Sure enough, the scene outside was immediately revealed, and deafening shouts echoed, Ye Junlin, get out here! Come out and die! Ye Junlin let out an "oh," but he still casually raises his cup of milk tea and takes a sip. Oh, so you want to declare war on me? How interesting. Hong Tianyi sneered, crossing his arms smugly. See, the situation is this dire. But if you just obediently hand over everything you have to me, I can step in and save your life. Hearing this, Ye Junlin just looked blank. Huh? What do you mean? Hong Tianyi flew into a rage and screamed. Don't play dumb with me, we're all smart people here. Stop beating around the bush! Hey, wait a minute! Suddenly his face turned pale as he stammered, looking towards Xiaoxi. A figure was approaching from behind Ye Junlin. In its hands, was a plate of chicken wings. Hong Tianyi's face was filled with terror. Oh my god, what the hell is that thing? Xiaoxi ignored Hong Tianyi's panicked expression and politely turned to Ye Junlin. Master, these are the iron chicken wings, with the spicy flavor you asked this disciple to make. Please try them, master. Oh, senior brother Hong, you're out of seclusion? Hong Tianyi's eyes widened. He unconsciously backed away, his voice trembling. You stay away from me! A thought surfaced in his mind. Is this that white-furred rat from before? Why does it look like this? What kind of monstrosity is this? He glanced over at Ye Junlin, his face full of disbelief. He silently cursed. This damn guy has some really strong tastes. What kind of demonic cultivation technique is he practicing? Ye Junlin shot him a questioning look. What's with that expression? Is he letting his imagination run wild? Just then, Zhu Yunian and the others rushed in. They frantically shouted, Traitorous disciple! Are you trying to harm your master? Junior brother, Ye, be careful. But then all three of them jumped, crying out in unison. That's Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi turned and grinned. Everyone, don't be afraid, it's me, master's disciple. Zhu Yunian stammered, forcing an awkward smile. So you two are junior brother Ye's disciples. Quite an impressive look you've got there, huh? As expected of junior brother Ye, not only is your talent unparalleled, even your taste is a cut above the rest. Hearing that, Ye Junlin slowly stood up, crossing his arms. What are you all talking about? Why did you rush over here? What on earth happened? Shu Yonian suddenly remembered the important matter. He pointed at Hong Tianye, his voice filled with indignation. Junior brother Ye, your eldest disciple is planning to rebel. Not only does he want to steal the sundial, but he also brazenly attacked us. Ye Junlin glanced over at Hong Tianye. He asked gently, my good disciple, and is what they're saying true? Hong Tianye gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. So what if it is? What can you do to me? The Grand Army is already at the foot of the sect's gate. Your death is imminent. Do you really not understand the situation? Shu Yonian fumed. You're clearly an ungrateful beast. Junior brother Yi never mistreated you. Hong Tianye growled as his killing intent flared. What the hell do you people know? All this time I've been treated like a mere servant, looked down upon and trampled on. Now I can't take it anymore. Hearing the two sides argue, Ye Junlin just stood there wide-eyed, looking helpless. Then he suddenly clutched his forehead and sighed sorrowfully. Karma. This is truly karma. Ye Junlin pretended to be on the verge of tears. He held Xiaoxi's hand and lamented, Don't blame him, it's my fault. I failed to understand my disciple's feelings. I regret it so much. Hearing this, Xiaoxi also started to whimper, calling out, Master! Shu Yunian, standing to the side, was stunned. Junior brother Yi, this is the first time I've ever seen you like this. But as for Hong Tianye, there was no way he'd believe him. He shouted, Keep acting! Go on, keep up the act! I know exactly what you're really like. You still dare to pull a stunt in front of everyone, huh? Junlin placed a hand on his chest. His voice was so sincere it was like he was bearing his soul. Little Hong, no. Hong Tianye, my beloved disciple, I, your master, truly know that I was wrong. Will you forgive me? After all, we are master and disciple. How about we start over? Hong Tianye dodged to the side. Frowning, she said, Stay away from me. Are you trying to make me sick or something? Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. In his mind. Ye Junlin, congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Temporarily take the initiative to admit your mistake. Wholeheartedly express your remorse and gain everyone's sympathy. Reward 1 immortal tyrant body art. The immortal tyrant body art is a supreme cultivation technique that combines physical strength and the mortal body. When cultivated to the highest realm, one can condense the immortal tyrant body powerful enough to shake the ages. After hearing this, Ye Junlin's expression quietly changed, instantly relaxing. He dropped his tearful, dramatic act. He thought to himself, finally the mission's done. Good thing the reward is pretty generous. My efforts weren't for nothing. Since that's done, then next I should have some fun messing with this girl. Ye Junlin lazily plopped down onto the chair. He slowly rested his chin on his hand. Little Hong, you must remember, once a master, always a master. No matter how high and mighty you get, I'm still your daddy. Ah, no, I mean your esteemed master. As he said this, Ye Junlin deliberately gave a wicked smile, as if wanting to provoke her even more, to see where the limit of Hong Tianye's patience was. If this girl snaps, I'll just consider it a free contribution of experience points. When Hong Tianye heard that, her eyes widened as she hissed through her teeth. You! What did you just say? Ye Junlin pretended as if he hadn't heard a thing. He casually raised the cup of milk tea to his lips, took a slow sip, and then turned his head to call Xiaoxi over. Come and massage your master's shoulders. Hearing the call, Xiaoxi immediately nodded and stepped forward respectfully. Yes, master. Watching this scene, Chu couldn't help but widen his eyes and mutter in suspicion, Everyone, is it possible that junior brother Yi was under so much pressure that his mind snapped and he developed a split personality? The moment those words were spoken, Su Tianshu turned and snapped at him. Shut your mouth! What nonsense are you spouting? Meanwhile, Hong Tianye was utterly bewildered. He frowned, unable to guess what game Ye Junlin was trying to play. He was both confused and filled with simmering indignation, so he just said in a stern voice, What on earth is this guy planning? Ye Junlin remained seated with his legs crossed, a half-serious, half-mocking smile on his face. He glanced at Hong Tianye with a look of ridicule. Little Hong, you've been in seclusion in the Sun Arc for 200 years. The moment you show your face, do you really think you've become all that powerful? Hong Tianye lost his patience. He clenched his fists, veins bulging, and roared. Enough with the useless chatter. Hurry up and offer everything you have to me, and I might be able to help you. Otherwise, you'll die right here, right now. Chu leaned over and whispered into Shu Yunian's ear. Sect Master, it seems this guy is still willing to help protect our Xuan Tian sect. He still has some conscience left. The Great War is about to erupt. If he steps forward, we'll surely be in less danger. Shu Yunian listened with an anxious heart, not daring to act rashly. He only replied, This matter still depends on what junior brother Ye thinks. Ye Junlin suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha! He waved his hand tauntingly. Are you so sure that you're stronger than me? Am I right? Hong Thien Deep sneered, his confidence on full display. If it weren't for you suppressing me, forcing me to do all that time-wasting nonsense, I wouldn't have wasted 200 years of cultivation for nothing. But now I have achieved a breakthrough inside the sundial. Both my cultivation and my actual strength have far surpassed yours. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't contain his killing intent and roared, Hurry up! Stop dawdling! The Yuhua sect's fleet is already closing in on Misty Peak. Don't tell me you want this master to personally take action. Seeing his overwhelming killing intent, Xiao Shi shrank back in fear. Whoa, senior brother Hong is terrifying. Xu Yo Nian standing beside him was also tense. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his mind in turmoil. This hot-headed bastard is now revealing his wild ambition to seize all of Junior Brother Ye's opportunities. This is bad, he shouted. Junior Brother Ye, let me help you. But just then, an attack was suddenly launched from one of the airships. A powerful palm strike descended, rumbling as it bore down on Hong Thien Deep. The sudden scene terrified everyone. Hong Thien Deep, already seething with rage, turned and roared, Insolent! He swung his hand, returning the palm strike. The surge of energy collided with the attack from above, instantly deflecting the assault back towards the airship. The people on the airship screamed in panic. What? My attack was reflected? Get out of the way! Just then, the airship shattered into 1,000 pieces. 7 piercing screams echoed through the air, mixed with extreme fury. Help! Whoever did this, get the hell out here and die! Hong Thien Deep didn't even give them a moment to recover. He shot up into the air, coldly stating, You lot dare to cause trouble in front of this master? In any case, Ye Junlin is no match for me, so his resources will fall into my hands sooner or later. First, I'll deal with these flies. He directly faced the group from the Yuhua sect, his voice like steel. I was the one who struck. Can you withstand a single blow from this old man? An intersect elder of the Yuhua sect. Cultivation. Late-stage integration realm. Seeing that his opponent was just a first-order female cultivator, he leaped up in fury. How dare a little brat like you run your mouth here? He roared. Another elder behind him fumed. Let this old man take care of her. He lunged forward, screaming, Die! Hong Tianya's eyes flashed with mockery. A bunch of ignorant flies. She immediately unleashed a single move. As it flashed past, the elder only had time to let out a single cry before turning into dust. Hong Tianya's face was cold. She waved her hand. I will give you half an incense stick's time to get out of the desolate continent. Otherwise, the only path is death. The remaining intersect elder on the flying ship gritted his teeth, his face purple with rage. What? You think you can boss us around just because you got lucky with one move? The #1 immortal sect of the Eastern region, you say? Do you really think you can take on the hundreds of integration realm cultivators here? He roared and charged down along with everyone else. Everyone execute this woman! Slaughter the Xuantian sect! Hong Tianye glanced sideways and sneered. Refusing a toast. Only to drink a forfeit, is it? Very well, then I shall commence a massacre. With that, she clasped her hands and unleashed countless streams of demonic energy, dense with ghoulish skulls. She shouted, Nether soul-devouring fire! The group of integration realm elders clashed with it. This attack immediately forced them back continuously. After only a few seconds of fighting, the Yuhua sect side had already suffered heavy losses. Up to 1/3 of their experts died on the spot. Countless dark green skulls swept violently across the battlefield, like a swarm of hungry locusts, burning everything in their path. The screams and cries of the Yuhua sect disciples echoed. Ah, this is unbearably tragic. My arm, don't let it bite you, you'll be poisoned. Stop, please. The entire sky was covered by the dark skulls. The horrifying scene was crystal clear, chilling to the absolute bone. Just then, a halo of light appeared, accompanied by the sound of a Buddhist chant. Amitabha Buddha. Esteemed benefactors, the Xuan Kong Temple has come to assist. Hong Tianye snorted upon hearing this. More people looking to die. The Xuan Kong Temple, huh? A Dharma master at the peak of the perfected integration realm, Master Huichi led a group of Buddhist disciples forward. Looking at the situation, he frowned. According to our intelligence, Ye Junlin's disciple should only be at the spirit transformation realm. Why is she so terrifying now? Could it be that she possesses some heaven-defying abilities? If the disciple is already this formidable, then Ye Junlin himself must be far more frightening. Master Huichi took a deep breath and looked up, his voice grave. Demoness! Do not continue your rampage! Hong Tianye laughed coldly, launching a counterattack. What I hate most is hypocritical monks like you! Die! The evil demonic flames erupted violently, shattering Master Huiqi's defensive barrier. The surrounding Zhuangkong Temple disciples screamed in horror. Why can't our Dharma seals extinguish this monstrous flame? Amitabha Buddha, it's coming for us! No, I just got here! The netherworld flames, like venomous snakes, tore into the Buddhist disciples. Screams echoed everywhere. Master Huiqi's face turned pale. In just the first exchange, he had already lost tens of thousands of inner sect disciples. The helpless monk roared in fury, "Yuhua sect! What in the hell did you people provoke?" He gathered all his strength and screamed at the demoness, "The Buddha will not forgive you." Then he launched a devastating palm strike. But unexpectedly, Hong Tianye simply added more flames, blocking the attack. She stood defiantly. "Even if the Buddha himself came, I would still kill him." "Do you really think I'm afraid?" Huiqi's pupils contracted. He was terrified, watching as his ultimate technique was completely nullified by those flames. His whole body trembled violently as he let out 7 screams, "Ah, ah, ah!" Hong Tianjiep waved his hand, retrieving the ghostly flames with contempt. "You don't even understand your own strength." How utterly ridiculous. Below the ground, Hu Nian, Deep Kunlum, and Chuduk Tru witnessed everything. Hu Nian stared blankly, muttering, "Junior brother Diep. This wretched disciple's talent is just too terrifying. The humble Huyantian sect. I'm afraid it won't be able to contain this great Buddha." Chuduk Tru nodded slowly. "Right now, he is protecting the Huyantian sect from a great disaster. We just need to satisfy his demands. There's no need to confront him. Staying alive is more important." Tutik clapped and jumped up and down in excitement. "Senior brother Hong is so powerful. Go, go!" Deep Kunlum remained calm and did not interfere. He stroked his chin, thinking to himself, he was in seclusion in the Sun Treasury. How did he get this terrifying in just 2 days? Well, I'll just use my heavenly eye to take a look. The moment he opened his heavenly eye, he immediately saw that Hong Thien Deep's cultivation had reached the half-step Mahayana realm. Deep Kunlum raised an eyebrow slightly. So he's broken through to the very threshold of the Mahayana realm. No wonder he's so confident. It's not surprising that he thinks he can fight me, but this is even better. I'll wait for him to clean up these invaders, and I can just sit back and reap the experience points for an upgrade. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, the space ripped itself open, forming a massive rift. An overbearing power poured out from within. Countless people around saw this and cried out, "Look, the core elders are here to help us. All hail the Venerable Ones." The moment Hu Nian heard the words Venerable One, he was horrified. Venerable Ones? That means the 18 Mahayana realm cultivators from the Yuhua sect have arrived. That's the immortal foundation of the strongest immortal sect in the Eastern Domain. This time we're in grave danger. Is the mysterious Heaven sect going to be wiped out at my hands? He muttered, utterly terrified. Those 18 venerables are the core power of the Feather Transformation sect. Every single one of them is at the peak of the Mahayana realm. They once joined forces to suppress the North Sea Demon King and annihilate the Southern Emperor demonic cult. They are known as the undefeated legends of the Eastern Domain. Ye Junlin just chuckled, rubbing his chin. Heh. Compared to a half-step Mahayana, genuine Mahayana expert is far more interesting. Interesting? Background reminder. After completing the mission, Ye Junlin regained his composure and tried to provoke Hong Tianye. When Hong Tianye fought back against the Feather Transformation sect's attack, she displayed power that broke through to the Mahayana realm. Finally, with the arrival of the 18 venerables, a great crisis has befallen the mysterious Heaven sect. Venerable Dragonwind, at the perfected Mahayana realm, was the first to descend. He sneered, "A bunch of useless trash. You've completely disgraced our Feather Transformation sect." Beside him was Venerable Golden Snake, also at the perfected Mahayana realm. She scoffed. "To think the most powerful immortal sect in the Eastern Domain would be torn to shreds by a little girl. If we hadn't come to oversee this battle ourselves, wouldn't the whole world laugh their heads off at us?" Hearing this, Hong Tianye remained as defiant as ever. She gave the woman a sidelong, contemptuous glance. "You old hag." Just what old hag crawled out of her hole to act so insolently before me, huh? The moment Venerable Golden Snake heard this, she nearly coughed up blood, her face turning purple with rage. "You! What did you just say?" Several core elders of the Feather Transformation sect, all at the initial stage of the Mahayana realm, also jumped forward. "Venerable Golden Snake, don't lower yourself to this dying brat's level. She's merely a half-step Mahayana, yet she dares to stand against the Feather Transformation sect? What's even more laughable is that arrogant fool Ye Junlin. He's so conceited, sending his own disciple out to face us. He's clearly looking down on the Feather Transformation sect. Let's kill his female disciple first. I want to see just how heartbroken he'll be." Hearing those people mention Ye Junlin's name, Hong Tianyi immediately flew into a rage. I have nothing to do with him. The Golden Snake Venerable sneered. Such deep affection between master and disciple, isn't it? Men, seize her! You old hag. I want to destroy that face of hers and rip out her tongue to satisfy my hatred. The three old men charged forward at once. One of them roared, You junior! Countless resentful souls have fallen under this old man's azure Luan palm. Today your soul will be utterly annihilated as well. Your bones turn to dust. A single palm strike from me can shatter 10 brats like you. Another aggressively added, Today I'll use your head as a sacrifice for my sword. Perhaps it will nurture a peerless sword spirit. Hong Tianyi laughed coldly without a hint of fear. A blood sacrifice to nurture your sword, is it? This venerable one will show you what true hell looks like. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand. A colossal surge of power erupted, striking directly at his opponents. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Ye Junlin, just you wait. After this venerable one finishes sweeping away these ants, I want to see how long you can remain silent. Without hesitation, Hong Tianyi raised his hand and condensed, a giant hand carrying ferocious power. That force came crashing down with a roar, aiming straight for his opponent's spiritual seals, creating a violent tremor in the space around them. The three old men were horrified. Impossible! He's only at the half-step Mahayana stage. How could my azure Luan palm, which is fused with an ancient demon soul, be stopped by a mere commoner like you? The surge of power exploded, shattering the boastful one's sword. He cried out in despair, My sky-shattering sword! These demonic flames, they even incinerated the sword spirit. The red-haired man, along with Ling Feng and the golden snake. Venerable grew even more furious upon seeing this. One of them's eyes widened. Just a half-step Mahayana, yet he repelled 3 early-stage Mahayanas. Actually, dot model. I can't believe it. To think a monstrous prodigy like this exists in such a desolate place. This brat cannot be allowed to live. The entire group from the Feather Transformation sect immediately charged forward. They all unleashed the Great Compassion Palm at once. Star-plucking hand, dragon-subduing tyrants killing art, soul-extinguishing concealment. Hong Tianyi countered by unleashing the Brahma Dragon Flame. A roaring, blazing dragon charged towards the group. Countless smaller fire dragons scattered, entangling the members of the Feather Transformation sect. But the flames gradually began to weaken. Down below, Hu Yunian was also astonished. I never thought he could fight against so many venerables at once. This, Chuda Zhou was worried, but the flame is already weakening. Those streams of blue, red, purple, and yellow power are rushing towards Hong Tianyi. One of them sneered, Looks like you're still out of your league. If you don't dodge in time, you'll be sliced into 2 pieces. Hong Tianyi powered up, roaring loudly, Annihilation Demon Flame, come forth! Instantly, a dragon of spiritual energy surged forward, devouring the multicolored attacks. The group from the Feather Transformation sect snorted, Kill him! After completely swallowing those techniques, Hong Tianyi also devoured that power with sheer arrogance. Is this all the Feather Transformation sect has got? You might as well change your name to the Rabble sect. Long Feng was shocked. What is that bizarre flame? It can even devour our attacks? The red-haired man crossed his arms, his face full of disbelief, pushing back 15 venerables all by himself. Can a half-step Mahayana cultivator really do that? Ling Feng shook his head. I've never heard of such a monstrous talent. Truly a rarity in all of history. Hearing this, the golden snake venerable seethed with rage and gritted her teeth. Are you all blind? She must be using some heretical cultivation technique. This demoness must be eliminated soon. Otherwise, she will become an endless disaster in the future. But Hong Tianyi was currently in his true dragon form. He scoffed, That vicious old hag. Why don't you come at me yourself? I, this master, will grant you 3 free moves. So no one can say I'm bullying the weak. The golden snake venerable roared, You wretch! Just wait until I rip your mouth open and see if you can still talk so tough. The red-haired man also unleashed his power. If she's allowed to live, the eastern region will face a great calamity in another 100 years. Today her body and soul must be utterly destroyed. He and Ling Feng joined forces. Unleashing an incredibly powerful palm strike, they ambushed Hong Tianyi. He let out an angry groan as his body shuddered. In that instant, Hong Tianyi felt a sharp pain and was filled with bitter resentment. Damn it! This is all Ye Junlin's fault. He refused to hand over the secret treasure to me sooner. Who would have thought the Yuhua sect would send 18 Mahayana realm experts to this desolate place? It's like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. One of the red-haired men roared, It ends here! He unleashed the tyrant's palm, striking Hong Tianyi directly in the chest. It sent him flying, crashing to the ground. Hong Tianye coughed violently. Cough, cough! Xiaoxi rushed over in a panic. Senior brother Hong, are you all right? Meanwhile, Ye Junlin remained completely unfazed. Casually eating and drinking, he turned and said with a click of his tongue, "My dear disciple, didn't you promise to drive them back? Why do you now look no different from a beaten dog? You truly disappoint me, your master." Hong Tianye was furious. He staggered to his feet and yelled, "You still dare to provoke me? No matter what, I can still retreat in one piece. As for you, you can just stay here and wait for death." Just as he finished, he was about to chant something to escape. But Ling Feng, who was hovering above, laughed coldly. "With this old man here? Don't even think about escaping from the Xuantian sect." Xu Yunian and Chu Dezhu saw the spatial compass in Ling Feng's hand. Their faces turned ashen. The spatial compass! Don't the ancient records say that 100 years ago? Venerable Ling Feng used this very item, evaporated 3/10 of the North Sea with a single thought, annihilated 100,000 from the demon race, and even sealed an ancient demon god? This guy, the Xuantian sect, is beyond saving. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth. A wave of damn indignation washed over him. Why do I have to die with these flies? I refuse to accept this. Xu Yunian turned back and shouted, his voice choked with emotion. Junior brother Ye, how can you be so calm in a situation like this? Hong Tianye also saw it. Ye Junlin was still taking his sweet time. He was so furious he could burst, screaming, "Eat! Eat! What time is it to be eating? Still chewing and swallowing? Just die already?" Ye Junlin finished his pastry. He dusted off his hands and casually called out, "Xiaoxi, your skills aren't bad at all. Next time I, your master, would like a honey-flavored one." Huh? Xiaoxi heard him, dazed. "Master, there's a next time?" Ye Junlin smiled nonchalantly. "Of course." With that, he lazily stretched his limbs and slowly floated up. The red-haired man glared and roared at Ye Junlin. "So you finally decided to show yourself." Ye Junlin smirked. As he spoke, he didn't forget to take a jab at Hong Tianye. "You all beat my useless disciple like a dog. In that case, as his master, how could I not show my face?" Down below, Hong Tianye was so hateful he was speechless. He could only hiss through his teeth. "You absolute bastard!" Lang Feng and Venerable Golden Snake burst out laughing. "Ha ha! Your fate is sealed. We're going to skin you, pull out your tendons, and grind your bones to dust. Let it be an example for the entire eastern region." The Yuhua sect crowd roared. "That ringleader Ye Junlin has shown himself. Get him now!" The intel said he's only at the integration realm. But his disciple is so strong. There must be some secret to him. That's it. Everyone charged forward to attack Ye Junlin at once. "Kill him!" But Ye Junlin remained calm, a glint flashing in his eyes. Just then, the system suddenly announced, "Executing mission. Host detected being attacked by an early Mahayana realm cultivator. Activating passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. You have temporarily reached the cultivation level of the mid-Mahayana realm." The corner of Ye Junlin's mouth twitched into a delighted smile. He waved his hand. "You all are too weak." Below, Xu Yunian witnessed this with his own eyes. He cried out in shock, "Junior brother Ye! He's another Mahayana realm expert. So it turns out my Xuantian sect has long had a venerable guarding it." Hearing this, Hong Tianye was stunned in disbelief. "Impossible. How the hell did you hide your cultivation level? Who even fights like that?" The people from the Yuhua sect also turned pale, stammering, "Mahayana! Since when was he a Mahayana realm expert?" Ye Junlin crossed his arms and sneered. "The title of Integration Realm. It must have disappointed you all greatly, huh?" But Venerable Golden Snake stubbornly shouted, "Even if the information was wrong, you're still only at the mid-Mahayana realm. You're nothing but an ant. Everyone form the array with me and finish this guy off." She roared, "Immediately, Baoli formation." The Yuhua sect members obeyed and began to set up the formation, muttering, "With my blood essence I sacrifice to the sword of immortal execution. 15 heavenly executions!" Ye Junlin watched them set up their little killing formation, and just chuckled knowingly. Instantly, countless swords were summoned. They all pointed their tips towards Ye Junlin, bristling as if ready to pierce through everything. Yet he just stood there calmly, without moving a single muscle, showing no sign of resistance. At the edge of the battle, Xu Yunian was so anxious he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly cried out, "Oh my God, what is Junior Brother doing? Why isn't he blocking the attack? This is a sword formation created by the combined power of 15 venerables. Even someone at the peak Mahayana realm might not be able to withstand it." Hong Tianye also frowned in suspicion. He muttered to himself in frustration. What kind of trick is he plotting? Could it be that he's really decided to give up? Sword energy swept out, stirring up a chaotic, dense cloud of dust. As the dust cloud gradually settled, Ye Junlin remained completely calm. He lightly brushed the dirt from his clothes. He asked coldly, his voice full of arrogance, "Is that all? You couldn't even make a single drop of this venerable one's sweat fall. The immortal overlord body. Art truly is a marvelous technique. It can block a combined attack from so many people of the same cultivation level." The old men from the feather transformation sect, watching from the side, were stunned silent by the absurd scene before them. One of them spoke, his soul trembling. How is this possible? Even a perfected Mahayana venerable would have a hard time blocking the 15 heavenly cycle sword formation, and he's merely in the Mahayana mid-stage. He withstood that combined attack using only his physical body. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth tightly. A greedy thought flashed through his mind. I was right. This guy is definitely hiding some great secret opportunity. I must seize it. No matter what, I cannot let this go. Another old man was trembling, realizing that Ye Junlin was walking towards him. He stammered in fear, You are absolutely not just in the Mahayana mid-stage. Who in the world are you? Ye Junlin just casually waved his hand, sending the old man to his death. His expression remained as indifferent as ever. What's the point of asking when you're already dead? His eyes glinted. In an instant, he flashed towards another man. Seeing his terrifying demeanor, the man immediately backed away. His face turned pale, but he still couldn't escape in time. Ye Junlin struck coldly, sending him on his way cleanly. Not wanting to waste any more time, he charged in, one after another. Each swipe of his hand annihilated almost the entire group. The members of the Feather Transformation sect were terrified beyond belief. They hurriedly scattered and fled, screaming their lungs out, "This guy's physical body is too monstrous! Quick, escape, great venerable! We need your assistance." The moment the words were spoken, the group on the other side had been completely wiped out by Deep Quan Lum. Seeing him raise his fist again, about to continue the slaughter, several streams of spiritual energy flashed out to block him. It turned out, Venerable Hongvu had made his move, blocking the ferocious and fierce attack from Diep Quan Lum. The people behind him, panicked and pale as ghosts, cried out in terror, "Thank you, Venerable Hongvu, for saving our lives." The power of that punch was truly terrifying. It's a good thing the Venerable's physical cultivation is top tier, compared to that kid. We're completely outmatched. Hearing this, Deep Quan Lum just smiled. His eyes flashed with amusement. Interesting. You managed to block one of my punches. Looks like you have some strength after all. Venerable Hongvu tried to maintain his composure, but he coughed dryly and thought to himself, I was so confident in my physical cultivation, especially with the enhancement from my beast soul seal. And yet just one simple punch from him nearly shattered my defenses. If I take another hit like that, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand it. Right after that, Venerable Kim Sa suddenly summoned a giant snake, commanding it to lunge forward. She sneered, "This old lady wants to join the fun, too." I refuse to believe. You can withstand the attacks of the three of us great perfection masters. Deep Quan Lum frowned, glancing at her. Long Fong also roared, unleashing a chaotic breath of great annihilation. Venerable Hongvu seemed determined to risk it all, unleashing his ultimate move. Let's see you block this, kid. All three techniques surged forward like a tidal wave, crashing down on Deep Quan Lum. But he just smirked instantly. A system notification rang out in his mind. Host detected, and to be under attack by an enemy of the late-stage Mahayana realm. Now activating passive effect, the stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Acquiring cultivation of the peak Mahayana realm. But at the same time, three sources of power came crashing down. An attack that everyone thought could level those very mountains only left Ye Kunlin completely unfazed. He showed no sign of being injured at all. Venerable Hongwu cried out in horror, his voice cracking, "Impossible!" His cultivation level? Venerable Golden Snake and Ling Feng were horrified. He roared, "The sect's intelligence was wrong! Turns out he's a damn peak Mahayana. We were clearly tricked." Ye Kunlin waved his hand and laughed heartily. Thank you all for this gift that allowed me to perfect myself. Now it's my turn to return the favor. But with just a flick of his hand, he sent one of the old men flying. Venerable Golden Snake's face turned pale. He spoke grimly to the other two. There's no other way. We have to use the sect's secret art. No matter the cost, we must kill him. The other two old men replied in unison, their voices filled with grim determination. I agree. If we fail, the Yuhua sect will lose all its honor. We can't retreat anymore. The three of them strained to channel their power, summoning the secret art passed down by the founding ancestor. Venerable Golden Snake roared, his killing intent flaring. Ye Kunlin, you forced us to use the founding ancestor's technique. Don't blame anyone but yourself when you die. Strange patterns began to appear on their faces, radiating a bizarre power. The Yuhua sect disciples watching from the side trembled and whispered, "Could that be the secret art? From the legends of the Yuhua sect? The immortal Tao imprint? I heard the founding ancestor created it to lay the foundation for the Yuhua sect. Anyone who uses this secret art, it can achieve a combat power close to that of a void immortal." One of them shuddered and said with certainty, "This time that Ye Kunlun guy is definitely dead." Witnessing the surge of dark, formidable power, Hong Tianyi also frowned with worry. That secret art is truly terrifying. They might even rival the great sects of the central region. Chu Yonian cried out in alarm, "Heavens, what in the world is this terrifying secret art?" "Junior brother Ye, you have to be careful." Venerable Hong Wu clenched his fists, feeling the energy surging through every muscle in his body. His head was still ringing. This state of using the secret art, it feels incredible. The power is surging, but I have to be quick, because it can't be maintained for long. The price to pay is my very foundation. Ling Feng's eyes blazed with fire. He turned to remind Venerable Golden Snake and Venerable Hong Wu. "Move now! The time this secret art can be maintained is very short. If we stop, it will all be for nothing. We have no way out." The three of them roared, gritting their teeth for a fight to the death. "Great annihilation art! Die!" Successive streams of energy collided, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and smoke everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Ye Junlin just chuckled calmly. "Not bad," he praised. "Compared to the others, you lot actually have some substance." In that instant, he summoned the great heavenly emperor's Dharma idol. A colossal phantom appeared, towering majestically above his head. With a mere lift of its hand, a voice echoed out. "Insects, kneel!" Hong Tianyi's eyes widened in horror as he thought to himself, "This Dharma idol, didn't this appear in that secret realm before? This pressure is even more terrifying than the primordial demon god. So from the depths of the demon abyss." Venerable Hong Wu and Ling Feng gritted their teeth, resisting. Their entire bodies were trembling. What kind of monstrous Dharma idol ability is this? No one has ever seen anything like it." Ye Junlin raised his hand, glancing at them with a condescending look. "Had enough of a show? The main event is next?" Venerable Golden Snake was still stubborn. The old woman's voice hissed, "Don't think you can scare me. This old woman has been through countless battles. Don't tell me you're scared." Ye Junlin chuckled and immediately unleashed the heaven-sundering technique. A single beam of light pierced right through her. Without wasting a single moment, he raised his hand towards the hiding disciples of the Yuhua sect. From behind them, his voice was cold. "And now, for the rest of you." The group snapped out of their stupor and scrambled to flee, screaming at the top of their lungs. "Run! Run for your lives! This demon isn't human! The Yuhua sect tricked us! He's a reincarnated void immortal monster!" Ye Junlin waved his hand coldly. Still using the great Samsara annihilation technique, he sneered, "This move is specially made for those who refuse to submit. Don't worry, I'll see you all on your way. No need to thank me. Just take your time screaming." Desperate cries echoed continuously. "Help me! Someone save me!" Venerable Hong Yu, standing to the side, was trembling uncontrollably, his legs almost giving out. The old man stammered, his voice choked. He tears through the Mahayana realm as easily as tearing a piece of paper. That power, it's far beyond anything I could have imagined. "We have to run! We can't fight this!" Venerable Hong Yu and Ling Feng exchanged a look, then decisively turned and retreated. "Let's run! Fucking run!" However, the giant celestial emperor's Dharma body reached out and snatched the two of them, squeezing them tightly as if crushing two ants. Ye Junlin sneered, "Trying to escape?" The two old men were squeezed so hard that they coughed up blood continuously. Foaming at the mouth with hatred, one of them roared, "You demon! The Yuhua sect will never let you go. You are a great demon born from the desolate continent." Ye Junlin snorted coldly and tightened his grip. Without a hint of hesitation, he made them both explode into a mist of blood. As if I care. If you didn't want to die, you shouldn't have come crawling here. What's the use of complaining now? He looked down at his hand and chuckled softly. This truly is a supreme divine art, although the consumption is quite significant. But it's time to go settle the score with that traitor. Below, Hong Thien Deep witnessed the horrifying scene of slaughter and shuddered. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, I'm really done for this time. This guy is clearly at the peak Mahayana stage, yet he pretended to be in the integration realm. In all my life, I have never seen anyone so shameless." Deep Quan Lam then descended and landed. When Chu Duk Tru saw him, he grinned excitedly and shouted, "Great Master, does your leg need any more accessories to hang on it to complete the set?" To Thien Tweet heard this and immediately cut in, swinging her hand and bonking Chu Duk Tru on the head, as if Junior Brother Diep would ever need a stinky man like you. "Junior Brother, You've worked so hard this time. Let your senior sister give you a shoulder massage, okay? Hu Nian ignored the two of them, arguing loudly behind him. He stepped forward and cupped his fist. He spoke seriously to Diep Quan Lam. This battle has shown us your true, cultivation level. Honestly, if it weren't for this fight, how long were you planning on hiding it from us, huh? Junior brother Diep, no. Venerable Diep. Diep Quan Lam let out a dry cough, trying to act embarrassed. I was just being humble, that's all. One has to be humble. Looking around, he saw Hong Thien Deep still standing there, his face ashen. His eyes were filled with anxiety. He gritted his teeth, screaming internally, "What do I do now? In this situation, is there any way for me to escape? That sly bastard is clearly at the peak Mahayana stage, but he just kept pretending like it was nothing." Deep Quan Lam Ten jerked his chin towards Hong Thien Deep. He asked with a smirk, "So you're still here? Good." Hearing this, Hong Thien Deep tensed up, his mind reeling with all sorts of thoughts. What does he mean by that? He still wants to settle the score, doesn't he? Ye Kunlin pointed the meat skewer he was holding at him. "Senior brother Chu," he said, "I'll have to ask you to turn that guy into minced meat and use him to fertilize the parasol tree in my courtyard. How about it? Thanks in advance." Chu Deju immediately drew his sword and replied forcefully, "Right away!" Hong Tianya was utterly terrified. He dropped to his knees with a thud. Wailing loudly, he begged, "Master, spare my life! This disciple is willing to do anything to atone for my crimes. I beg you, Master, please calm your anger." Ye Kunlin gave a cold smile. He slowly walked over, his voice dripping with mockery. "Weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago? Why are you so spineless now?" Hong Tianya kowtowed, his face pale. "Master, this disciple was too arrogant this time. Please give me a chance to correct my mistakes." A cunning glint flashed in Ye Kunlin's eyes. He folded his arms and said curtly, "Slap yourself. You can only stop when I say so." "Yes." Hearing this, Hong Tianye's eyes widened. His expression froze. But knowing he had no other choice, he gritted his teeth. "Yes." With trembling hands, he began to slap his face so hard that fresh blood spurted out. Shou-si, who was standing nearby, watched in alarm and worry. She whispered, "Senior brother Hong." Witnessing the scene, Shu Union became somewhat pensive. He thought, "This Hong fellow has a terrible personality." But there were times. He did protect the Xuantian sect until the very end. Perhaps he still has some value. If we let Ye Kunlin straighten him out, who knows, he might be useful to the sect. With that in mind, Zhu Union stepped forward. He tried to say a few words to save him. According to the laws, betraying the sect is indeed punishable by death. But Hong Tianye, at the very least, did step up when the sect was in peril. We can consider that a small merit on his part. I propose we banish him to the back mountain to reflect on his actions. Junior brother Ye, what do you think? After hearing this, Ye Kunlin chuckled and nodded. Fine. He can be spared death, but he won't escape punishment. Now scram and go face the wall at the Repentance Cliff. Hong Thien Deep's face was now completely swollen, like a meat bun. He still managed to cup his fist and stammer, "Disciple." "Thank you, Master, for your mercy." Waiting until Hong Thien Deep's figure was far in the distance, Hu Nian finally let out a sigh. He's really unbelievable. A guy like him is just a burden to everyone. Chuduk Tru and Tu Thien Tweet breathed a sigh of relief, speaking in unison. Only junior brother Diep is strong enough to keep that guy in check. Otherwise, he wouldn't give a damn about any of us. In any case, his talent is quite high. Keeping him around is still a benefit to the Xuantian sect. It's all thanks to junior brother Diep for stepping in. Deep Quanlam put on a troubled expression. He reached up and scratched his head. It's my fault for being so careless usually, letting him run wild like that. Don't worry, I'll continue to teach him how to be a proper person. But inside, he was secretly gloating. I just love seeing the look on his face when he has to swallow his anger and force a smile through his gritted teeth. Thinking this, Deep Quan Lum returned to his seat. He called out in a loud voice, "Shao-si, I want to eat hot pot!" Hearing this, Shao-si quickly grabbed a ladle and ran over gleefully. "Rest assured, Master, this disciple will get it right away." But at that very moment, in the back mountains of the Xuantian sect, Hong Thien Deep was clutching his swollen face, gritting his teeth in bitter resentment. "I refuse to believe you'll be triumphant forever. I will train with all my might. Sooner or later I will reach the peak of the Mahayana stage, and perhaps even surpass that peak. And then I'll show you." In his fury, he clenched his jaw tightly, staring down at the river. "Deep Quan Lum, you just wait. I will not let you get away with this." But in the eastern region, the Buddha continent was in no less chaos. The streets are buzzing with gossip. What the hell is going on? Did you hear? That guy, Ye Junlin from the Xuantian sect, has already reached the Mahayana realm? They say he slaughtered all 18 venerables that the Yuhua sect sent. It's unbelievable. What? He wiped out an entire army of 1,000,000 cultivators, too? My gods, what a monster! But in the middle of the crowd, one man turned pale and stammered, My older brother was in that army. Looks like I'll just have to take care of my sister-in-law for him now. Someone else shuddered. A massacre like that white-haired old devil will definitely be struck down by heavenly punishment. He's the #1 killer in the eastern region, after all. Meanwhile, in the spirit province of the eastern region, inside the young master's estate, the news struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. The young master slammed his fist on the table. Impossible, he roared. Those peasants from the barren province didn't just survive. They wiped out the entire allied army? Could a great power from the immortal realm have been reincarnated or something? He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, Good thing I didn't make a move that day. If I had crossed paths with him, I'm afraid not even my father could have saved me. At this thought, the young master grew agitated. He immediately snapped at the subordinate before him. What are you standing there gawking for? Go find this young master some female cultivators. I need to relieve this fear. The subordinate's jaw dropped. Huh? Young master, but... A wave of fury washed over him. The young master waved his hand dismissively. Are you deaf? He yelled. Get going now, or else I'll drag your mother out here to take their place. Startled, the man hastily used his lightness skill and vanished. This lowly one obeys. I'm going right now. In the lower eastern region, in the grand hall of the Yuhua sect's direct disciples, an old man was reporting the situation to the Holy Sun. When Chen Zhao heard this, the color drained from his face. Are you telling the truth? Elder Jia bowed his head, his voice grave as he reported, Holy Sun, every word I've said is the truth. By now, everyone in the entire eastern domain knows. This time, our Yuhua sect has suffered a devastating defeat. Chen Zhao trembled with rage, growling, Ye Junlin. So you were already at the Mahayana stage, and you deliberately hid your cultivation level. You were clearly toying with me, the Holy Sun. I thought reaching the integration stage was enough to compete with you. Turns out I was just sleepwalking. Elder Mo beside him quickly tried to reassure him. Holy Sun, you mustn't lose heart. That white-haired old demon has probably lived for tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, it would be difficult to have such a terrifying cultivation level. But you are still young. The Mahayana stage is just a midpoint on the journey. In the future, you can reach even greater heights. Chen Zhao's eyes were bloodshot as he ground his teeth. That's right. I, the Holy Sun, must surpass the Mahayana stage. I must overcome the tribulation and become an immortal. How could I possibly admit I'm inferior to someone like him? Elder Mo, report this to the higher-ups. Tell them I've decided to refine that Supreme Yang object first. Only by doing so can I quickly increase my cultivation and strength. Elder Mo, alarmed, steadied Chen Zhao. Holy Sun! You want to do it now? This is far too dangerous. Like a madman, Chen Zhao yelled at Elder Mo. You have to trust me. I just want to become stronger. The true sun fire has already been prepared for me. This is the moment for me, the Holy Sun, to achieve nirvana and be reborn. Elder Mo turned, about to leave. He still managed a final warning. Very well, I will report it. But Holy Sun, you must also prepare yourself mentally. It won't be simple at all. At this moment, Chen Zhao's eyes blazed with blood-red streaks. Ye Junlin! This time I, the Holy Sun, will definitely take your life. 3 months later, at the Xuantian sect on Misty Peak, Ye Junlin was leisurely lounging on a chair. He raised a glass of wine and called out loudly, Little Hong, bring me a glass of 82 Lafitte. Hong Tianye had no choice but to approach with the wine jug. He respectfully offered it, saying, Mr. Yi, please take your time and enjoy. Watching the way Ye Junlin raised the wine glass, Hong Tianye could only weep internally. This guy is acting up again. There's really something wrong with his head. When will I ever escape this miserable life? Just then, the system's voice rang out in Ye Junlin's mind. Ding! Today's login has been refreshed. Does the host wish to claim the reward? He smiled and replied concisely, Of course. The system continued to announce, Congratulations, host! Your luck has exploded! You've received a supreme grade mount! Upon hearing this, Ye Junlin was so stunned, he dropped the wine glass on the ground. He said excitedly, What? A supreme grade mount? Hong Tianye, standing beside him, was startled and bowed deeply. This disciple knows his mistake. Please forgive me, master. But Ye Junlin paid no attention to that nonsense. He excitedly asked the system, A supreme grade mount? What is it exactly? The system's cold voice rang out. It is a Kunpeng, currently in its infant stage. However, it has already reached the Mahayana realm. I hope the host will take good care of it. This ancient divine beast has limitless potential. It can roam the high heavens and the vast seas. Ye Junlin's eyes lit up. Ha ha! A handsome and dashing cultivator like me when I go out? I must have a majestic mount. And a kunpeng is a divine beast. It's mentioned in so many fantasy novels. This time I can show off to my heart's content. But seeing his ecstatic expression, Hong Tianye became even more confused. Damn it. Don't tell me he stumbled upon some great fortune again. Just then, Xiaoxi rushed in breathlessly with a letter. Master, the sect master has received an invitation. Tell a disciple to bring it to him. Ye Junlin took the letter. He glanced at it, then read it aloud. An invitation to a banquet from the Shu family's old ancestor in the Spirit Province. I heard that old geezer just came out of his secluded cultivation. His breakthrough to the Tribulation Transcendence realm shook the entire eastern region. Now he's holding a banquet and inviting our Profound Sky sect. I'm afraid he wants to show off his power and assert his prestige at the same time. Hearing this, Hong Tianye quietly added, the Shu family's old ancestor has been hailed as a false immortal after his breakthrough to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Although he's not a true immortal yet, we can't afford to underestimate him. In the past, the Profound Sky sect made quite a few enemies. Will attending this banquet be dangerous? Yet Junlin smirked confidently. Dangerous? There's no such thing. Just follow me and everything will be fine. He thought to himself, a false immortal is very strong, right? Let's see if I should make that old man my subordinate. Aha, and I can use this chance to make my debut to the world. And show off my kunpeng mount too. Then the system dinged. Random quest activated. Host, bring your new mount to the Zhu family's banquet. If successful, intimidating everyone present will grant a special reward. Yet Junlin chuckled to himself. System, you really know how to pick the right moment. I was just itching to blow everyone's minds anyway. Xiaosai eagerly asked, Master, when are we leaving? He nodded slightly. Prepare now. Witnessing his master's calm demeanor, Hong Tianye frowned. Why does this guy always act so certain of victory? Yet Junlin suddenly snapped his fingers. Instantly, the clouds in the sky began to churn violently. From a distance, a colossal creature seemed to glide through them, radiating a powerful aura. So much so that all the demonic beasts in the area trembled in fear. The disciples of the Profound Sky sect looked up in a panic. What's going on? A demonic beast is attacking the sect? Sect Master, this thing, it's a supreme-level Mahayana realm demonic beast. Why would it appear here? Could it be the Yuhua sect? Faced with this unprecedented sight, Chuduk Tru and Huhu Nin's faces drained of all color. They hurriedly shouted to sound the alarm. Quick, activate the sect-protecting formation! Everyone prepare for battle! Streams of spiritual light flashed, and the sect-protecting formation was activated. Hong Thian Deep stammered, while Tutik, crying in fear, held her head. What level of demonic beast is this terrifying? You are watching on... Deep Quan Lam watched the chaotic scene and chuckled to himself. Even as a juvenile, it's already thrown the entire sect into an uproar. I'm afraid that even if those 18 elders from before were here, they still wouldn't be its match. If it were fully grown, it would surely be many times more terrifying. As the creature came into clearer view, Hong Thian Deep panicked. He backed away. An ancient divine beast. Am I doomed? I'll be dragged into this catastrophe before long. Do you see this? This is your retribution. Just then, Deep Quan Lam shot up into the sky, heading straight for the giant creature. Hong Thian Deep was stunned. That guy, does he have a death wish? Why would he take the initiative to attack? Deep Quan Lam flew forward and stopped right in front of Akun. Seeing this, Hong Thian Deep was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but exclaim, What on earth is this guy trying to do? He's already walked right into his own death. But is he trying to drag the rest of us down with him? As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes shot wide open. Utter shock was written all over his face. He couldn't believe the scene unfolding before him. This is impossible. But in just a flash, everyone stared wide-eyed at the dreamlike scene. Ye Junlin approached the demonic beast. He gently stroked its head, and even smiled as he praised it. Good boy, from now on I'll call you Akun, okay? Follow me, we shall roam the four seas together. Down below, Chu Dejun and Su Tianshui cried out in astonishment. Am I seeing things? Junior brother Yi just made a hand sign. And he tamed this monster? Could it be that they knew each other from before? Look at them! This demonic beast is acting so affectionate with him. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, and only then did they realize the giant creature's form. And it was exactly that of a legendary kunpeng. I think the ancient texts mentioned in that a fully grown kunpeng is large enough to swallow an entire planet, roaming across all the heavens and myriad realms. Look at it. It's still just a juvenile, yet it's already this massive. Just imagine when it's fully grown. How powerful will it be? Ye Junlin landed and waved his hand to reassure them. Everyone, there's no need to be afraid. This is my kunpeng mount. Those words made Zhu Yunian almost choke. What? An ancient divine beast has become Junior Brother Ye's mount? The heavens truly favor our junior brother too much. Or perhaps this is the legendary mandate of heaven, Hong Tianyi muttered, his face darkening. Before many in the immortal, a realm claimed the Kunpeng was extinct. Who would have thought a descendant would pop out of nowhere and willingly become his mount? This is absurd. On what grounds? That lazy, good for nothing degenerate gets blessed by the heavens like this, while I endure arduous cultivation, only to have my dignity trampled by him in the end? As he was seething with rage, Hong Tianyi heard Ye Junlin call out in a loud voice, "Sectmaster, let's prepare for departure. With Ah Kun with us, everyone can rest assured." He tilted his head, admiring the Kunpeng. Then he snapped his fingers as if he'd just remembered something. Something's still missing. Before he even finished speaking, he formed a hand seal. A bright flash of spiritual energy erupted. The entire Xuantian sect was instantly teleported and gently placed on Ah Kun's back. Standing back to observe his masterpiece, Ye Junlin gave a satisfied thumbs up. Perfect. Now I can lie down in my own sect, no matter where I am. Shu Union jumped in shock, screaming in horror, "What the? That's my home!" Ye Junlin laughed, waving his hand and calling out to the disciples. "Hurry up and get on Ah Kun, everyone. We're setting off." Xiaoxi quickly replied, "Yes, master." "Let's go, big sister and senior brother." The little girl gently tugged on Hong Tianyi's sleeve. "Senior brother Hong, let's go or we'll be late." Hong Tianyi mumbled reluctantly. He snorted, full of resentment. "Fine, I'll endure this for now. I refuse to believe I'll have to bow my head to him forever. As long as I dedicate myself to cultivation, sooner or later I'll seize that guy's fortune for myself. The day will definitely come when I turn the tables." Ah Kun flicked its tail and soared gently into the sky. A group of disciples on the ground witnessed this miraculous sight. They all gasped in unison, "Oh my God!" I just hope junior brother Ye doesn't cause any major trouble when he gets to the Zhou family. After all, the Zhou family's old ancestor is a void immortal. Someone burst out laughing. "Ha! You should know junior brother Ye by now." Frankly, if he didn't cause a scene, that would be the surprising part. Someone else chimed in. "That's true. This time, the arrogant Zhou family has invited a tiger into their own home. I'm afraid they're in for a serious beating, no joke." Meanwhile, at the Shui family's floating island in Lingzhou, countless factions from the eastern region had gathered. The Shu family's old ancestor had just broken through to the void immortal realm. His prestige echoed far and wide, drawing countless prominent families to offer their congratulations. Inside the Shu family's estate, the place was bustling with people. What a festive atmosphere. Everyone was buzzing, offering their congratulations. The Tiet family will have a void immortal watching over them for the next 300,000 years. They won't have to worry about anyone causing trouble. That's right. I heard a void immortal is only one level below a true immortal. For ages to come, he will protect the Tiet family. It's like having their own great wall. I'm so envious. Another person chimed in admiringly. Who knows, maybe in the future the old ancestor will advance even further. A lifespan of millions of years. Now that's what's truly terrifying. Young Master Tiet, don't you agree? Young Master Tiet is the direct line grandson of the Tiet family. Doesn't that mean his status is even higher now? Forget about Lin Chao. Even throughout the entire eastern region, he can do as he pleases. Young Master Tiet flicked his fan, a haughty smile playing on his lips. You all flatter me. After all, the Tiet family is always willing to look after our friends. Suddenly, someone remembered something. By the way, I wonder if the Tiet family sent a letter inviting the Profound Heaven sect? Young Master Tiet lifted his chin smugly. Of course we did. I just don't know if they'll dare to send anyone. If they do come, they'd better not send some nobody to ruin the party. Otherwise, they won't even make it past the gate. Someone else interjected. What if Ye Kunlin himself shows up? Hearing this name, young Master Tiet became even more spirited. He snapped his fan shut. All the better. Let him see the true immense power of the Tiet family of Lin Chao. He thinks those country bumpkins from the barren continent can win wherever they go. Once he gets here, he'll learn how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After everyone heard young Master Tiet's boastful words, they could only force a laugh and chime in with a few words of agreement. Young Master Tiet truly has an imposing aura. Even though Ye Junlin is hailed as a venerable, when he meets our young Master Shui, he'll still have to obediently offer a toast in respect. Ha ha ha, that's right. No matter how powerful a venerable is, how could he possibly compare to a virtual immortal like the old ancestor of young Master Zhu? Hearing those flattering words, young Master Shui clenched his fist even tighter, a smug smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, Ye Junlin, no matter how famous you are, you're nothing in front of me. Even a divine dragon would have to tuck its tail and bow before me. Just then, an old man standing in the distance squinted his eyes, then jumped in shock and cried out in terror, "Heavens, what is that charging towards us?" Everyone looked up at the sky. They saw a colossal demonic beast, its powerful form seeming to tear through the wind, ripping through the sky as it shot straight towards them. That majestic and powerful sight caused the surrounding flying arcs to sway and rock violently. Everyone, whether on the island or on the flying arcs, hurriedly rushed outside. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. "Oh my God! What kind of demonic beast is this? I can feel the aura of a venerable emanating from it. Could this be the Kunpeng? But that ancient, divine beast was lost to the ages long ago," someone blurted out in shock, their eyes filled with both fear and reverence. "Young Master Shui, is some great power riding the Kunpeng to attend the banquet? The appearance of a Kunpeng must be a good omen, oh my heavens. Who could possibly have the incredible fortune, the terrifying fortune, to turn a supreme-level divine beast into their personal mount? That's just unbelievably shocking." Hearing this, the others also began to whisper amongst themselves, both stunned and excited, making all sorts of wild guesses. Few people clicked their tongues in amazement, as expected of the Shui family's ancestor. "I heard his cultivation is unfathomably deep. No wonder he even knows such a mighty figure, using a Kunpeng as a mount." Seeing everyone gathering around and buzzing with excitement, young Master Shui cleared his throat, lifting his chin smugly. He was deliberately trying to attract attention, and it was working perfectly. "The guest who is about to arrive has a connection with my family's old ancestor. My parents once told me that when I had just been born, that very person expressed a desire to take me as his godson. It's just that my parents felt this karmic bond was too great, so they had to refuse. Thinking back on it now, it's a real pity." Those words made everyone even more curious. At the same time, all eyes began to turn towards the person riding the Kunpeng. Someone exclaimed in awe, "Oh, so it turns out the Shui family has had a connection with such an expert for so long. Who on earth could that mighty figure be?" Young Master Shui immediately raised his voice, his tone solemn and dignified, calling out towards the Kunpeng, "May I ask the fellow Taoist who has come from afar to attend this banquet? I wonder, who might your excellency be? This precious favor and connection, I shall accept it on behalf of the Zhu family." From the back of the Kunpeng, a calm voice rang out, carrying a carefree ease, like a gentle breeze. "I am Ye Lin of the Xuantian sect." The moment they heard the name Ye Junlin, the entire crowd below was instantly stunned. After a moment, they broke into hurried whispers. "What? It's actually Ye Junlin? That name has been causing a stir everywhere lately. I heard the Xuantian sect is an ancient sect. I was skeptical before. But seeing someone use a Kunpeng as a mount like this is enough to know just how terrifyingly deep the foundation of the Xuantian sect is." At that moment, young Master Shui's jaw dropped, his face a mixture of shock and annoyance. Why is it him? Everyone around immediately turned to look at young Master Shui. One person glanced at him, then said hesitantly, "Young Master Shui, didn't you just say?" Before he could finish his words, young Master Titch began fanning himself, an arrogant and annoyed look on his face. Did this young master just say something? I advise you all to think carefully before you eat." What nonsense. No, everyone instantly grew timid. Not daring to offend him, they all shook their heads and waved their hands frantically. No, it's nothing, young Master Titch. We didn't hear a thing." Someone hiding in the back of the crowd muttered under their breath. Despicable. Changing their tune in an instant. So shameless. At that very moment, an immense pressure descended from the sky. The Tiet family ancestor, at the early stage of the tribulation transcendence realm. He descended by stepping on the wind, his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was filled with both shock and admiration. "To think that the one riding the Kunpeng is a junior from the Xuantian sect. Your reputation is truly well-deserved." Seeing the Tiet family ancestor arrive, the surrounding crowd hurriedly bowed and cupped their fists. "Greetings, ancestor," they said in unison. His gaze was fixed intently on Deep Quan Lam. The Tiet family ancestor sighed, a hint of regret in his heart. If our Tiet family could possess that ancient divine beast, how wonderful would that be? However, the Xuantian sect just shook the entire eastern region. Not to mention, the origin of this Kunpeng is anything but ordinary. I have no choice but to show them respect. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have already tried to seize it. With that, the Tiet family ancestor stepped forward, a cordial smile on his face. "So it is Venerable Ye who has come. Our Tiet family is deeply honored." At this exact moment, the system in Deep Quan Lam's mind silently displayed a notification. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward, the automatic. Cultivation speed of all techniques and divine abilities. has been increased by 50 times. Deep Kwanlum felt a sense of delight and nodded slightly. It seems having a powerful mount is a really good thing. Even a void immortal has to show some respect. This reward was well worth it. He smiled lightly towards the Zhui family ancestor. I, Yi, on behalf of the Mystic Heaven sect, congratulate you on stepping into the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The Shu family ancestor smiled with satisfaction. He gestured with his hand, inviting them in. Venerable Yi and your 2 disciples, please come inside. The doors to our feast are always open today, to welcome guests from afar. The people around them were buzzing with discussion. Someone lowered their voice. I heard the monks from the Buddha continent say that Ye Junlin is the white-haired old devil, but seeing him today, he looks so dashing and incredibly handsome. He doesn't look like the wicked person the rumors describe. Another person glanced at the woman in red, walking closely beside Ye Junlin. He marveled. That girl must be his head disciple, the one called Fairy Hong. As for the small child next to her, I can't see their face clearly, but I'm sure they're just as adorable. It seems this group doesn't look like villains at all. Xiaoxi, Ye Junlin's disciple, had her eyes light up. She let out a delighted, "Oh," as she looked at the food spread out on the table. Wow, there are so many delicious dishes, Master. Senior brother Hong, hurry and look. Seeing his little disciple's craving, Ye Junlin chuckled in amusement and gently patted her head. If you want to eat, then go ahead and eat. Don't be shy, Master gives you permission. Yay! Xiaoxi cheered happily and dashed towards the banquet table. But she still turned her head back to ask, Really? Then I won't be polite anymore. Amidst the lively scene, young Master Shi stepped forward again. His tone was sickeningly cheerful. Senior brother Ye, it's been a while, hasn't it? Ye Junlin furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering, who is this guy? Why does he talk? As if we're really close? Seeing that Ye Junlin hadn't responded yet, young Master Shi raised his voice, not forgetting to show off. I am the young master of the Tiet family, a direct descendant of the great ancestor. Deep Quan Lam casually picked his nose, his expression indifferent. He thought, what kind of nonsense is he spouting? But young Master Tiet just waved his hand cheerfully. Ha, it's no problem. It's not too late for us to get acquainted now. But Deep Quan Lam simply turned and walked away, leaving behind a single blunt sentence. What's that got to do with me? Young Master Tiet's face darkened. Flames of anger surged within him. But on the surface, he gritted his teeth and suppressed it, thinking to himself, this young master is the heir to the Tiet family, with a void immortal ancestor. How dare a country bumpkin like you be so disrespectful? How dare you? Just you wait. He turned to the crowd around him. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he roared, What are you looking at? Have you never seen this young master before, huh? By chance, young Master Tiet's gaze swept over Hong Thien Deep. He immediately froze, captivated by the stunning beauty and sharp aura of the woman in red. A thought flashed through his mind. This must be that peerless prodigy, the one who defeated the holy son of the Yuhua sect. Looking at her, her aura is truly unparalleled. If I can conquer her, I'll surely be able to control Deep Quan Lam as well. With my charm, getting her to fall into my trap won't be difficult. As he was lost in his fantasy, the young master suddenly saw Hong Thien Deep standing under a flowering tree. He immediately approached and spoke up, his voice fawning, Fairy Hong, do you like flowers? This type of flower is the Diep Da and it's incredibly rare. My Tiet family has only managed to collect 6 of them. If they please you, please take them all as a token of my sincerity. Hong Thien Deep glanced at him and let out a scornful huff. She thought to herself, this idiot. In the central region, this flower is called spirit. It's a top-grade ingredient for pill refining that helps strengthen one's spiritual power. And yet this idiot is using it for a vase arrangement, treating it like some common wildflower? What a country bumpkin. But young Master Shi didn't give up and tried to ask, Fairy Hong, you don't like it? Hong Tianye turned away coldly. Don't call me fairy. I am a man. Hearing this, young Master Shi was taken aback. But then he burst out laughing, thinking Hong Tianye was joking. Ha, Fairy Hong, you're so humorous. Such a beautiful figure and a charming personality. Why don't you come to my room for a chat? We can exchange cultivation insights. Unexpectedly, Hong Tianye whipped around. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. If you keep pestering me, I'll kill you. In that instant, young Master Shi seemed to see a blazing red figure, like a celestial being. Its posture radiated a terrifying pressure. Even though he was backed by a void immortal ancestor, he couldn't help but tremble so hard he wet his pants. His whole body went limp as he collapsed to his knees. This caused a stir in the crowd. Oh my God! Young Master Shi is on his knees! Is this the newest way to confess your love? The head of the Shi family saw this and was furious. He immediately strode forward and slapped his son hard across the face.
You disgrace!
Ashamed, young Master Shi stammered, "Father, I—" The Shi family head's face was still dark with anger. He immediately turned to Hong Tianye and cupped his fists. His voice was sincere. "Fairy Hong, it's all my fault for not raising my son properly. I hope you can forgive him, young lady." Hong Tianye let out a sigh and replied wearily, "I am a man." Only then was the head of the Shi family startled. He carefully re-examined Hong Tianye's aura and physique. Deep saw that his figure was tall and large. His aura was restrained, not at all delicate like a woman's. The old man's face turned beet red. "So he really is a man. I must have been mistaken. How foolish of me." His expression was incredibly awkward. He didn't know how to smooth things over. The more he thought, the redder his face became. His heart pounded as he told himself, "How could I have made such a mistake?" "Fairy Hong, you're quite the joker." Just then, Hong Tian-deep let out a cold snort. "You people time and time again. You make a laughingstock out of me. Are you looking to die?" Tutik had just run over nimbly, still holding a small gourd in her hand. Her face was beaming as she called out, "Senior Brother Hong! Master told me to bring this for you to try. Brother, hurry and taste it. It's delicious." Her eager demeanor had made the corner of Hong Tian-deep's mouth twitch with annoyance. He gritted his teeth inwardly. His eyes were filled with a frustration that was about to drive him mad. "It's all because my power isn't strong enough yet. That's why I'm being suppressed by that damn Ye Junlin, and even being pushed around by that void immortal ancestor of the Zhui family. He's walking all over me." The head of the Zhui family stepped forward at this moment, clasping his hands. He bowed to Hong Tian-deep, his face full of apology. "So it is Fairy Hong. Ah, no, I should be calling you Young Master Hong now. I have been truly rude." Hong Tian-deep took the gourd from Tutik's hand and huffed. He let out a cold snort, trying his best to suppress his rage. The old man's attitude only made Hong Tian-deep even more irritated. Without saying a word, he just gave a slight nod and abruptly turned away. Beside him, Tutik's eyes sparkled as she giggled. She took the veiled hat she usually wore, casually took it off, and happily began chugging from the gourd. She couldn't be bothered to care about anyone else's stares. But this act left the surrounding crowd stunned. Someone's jaw nearly hit the floor. "Oh my God, what is that stuff? Could it be that the white-haired old devil likes this kind of bizarre drink? So his disciple is trying to copy him? This is just unbelievable." Ye Kunlin, who was standing nearby, also shook his head in exasperation. He took the hat back and quickly placed it on Xiaoxi's head. His voice was like a reminder. "Hey, Xiaoxi, be a little more careful. If you let your hat fall, people might misunderstand your master for some kind of weirdo. Have some decency." In response, Xiaoxi just waved her hand, not seeming to care. "Ah, that was so refreshing. Look at all this delicious food. Since Master gave me permission, why should I hold back?" Seeing his little disciple pay no mind to her embarrassment, Ye Kunlin just chuckled and patted her head. All right. Let's go over there and see if there are any other tempting desserts." Xiaoxi happily nodded. "Yes, I'll listen to you, Master. Yes!" Meanwhile, young Master Shi was seething with rage. He furiously ordered his underlings, "Get some beautiful girls over here for me. This young master needs to blow off some steam right now." One of his subordinates meekly replied, "Yes, young master." Let this subordinate go and prepare." Before the man could even turn to leave, Hong Tianye was watching every single move of young Master Shi from a distance. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He quietly gritted his teeth. Grind. He glared sideways in the direction of Ye Kunlin, growling to himself. "You dare ride a Kunpeng here and use the prestige of my Shu family to make a mockery of us? You even humiliated me like I was some kind of insect. An ant in front of everyone! I will absolutely not let you get away with this. And that goes for your little disciple, too. The profound sky sect, huh? You just wait. I will burn it to ashes. Then I will capture you and make you watch your own disciple be turned into mincemeat." In a fit of rage, before young Master Titch could show off any further, suddenly, a figure wearing a face-concealing hat swiftly passed by, catching Hong Tian-deep's eye. That figure was emitting a heavy killing intent. Hong Tian-deep noticed the sinister smile on that person's face and thought to himself, "Oh, it looks like a good show is about to start." At the same time, young Master Titch slammed the table and roared, "What kind of service is this? This young master has been waiting all this time and those women still haven't dragged themselves over here. A bunch of useless trash making this young master wait." Two maids bowed low, trembling in fear as they pleaded, "Please calm your anger, young master. We servants." Before they could finish, the hatted figure suddenly drew a blade and slashed straight at young Master Titch. Startled, young Master Titch screamed, "Who dares to assassinate me?" Fortunately, the protective shield on his body immediately lit up, pushing the attacker back. The hatted figure landed, maintaining their balance well. Then, holding their blade level, they pursed their lips and huffed. I didn't expect you to possess such a high-level protective treasure. It seems my opportunity has become a bit more difficult. Young Master Tiet's face was pale, but he immediately became even more arrogant and boastful. Ha! How bold of you to assassinate this young master right here on Tiet family grounds. Guards, protect me! His subordinates immediately surrounded him, shouting, Assassin! Keep the young master safe. The hatted figure glanced at the people blocking their path. Their killing intent surged. Spiritual energy gathered in their hand as their voice turned steely. They're fast. I have to be faster before more people arrive. As long as I can kill this animal. Even if I can never be reincarnated for all eternity. And so what? Blood sacrifice, kalpa annihilation. Whoever dares to stop me will die! Kill Tiet Tianyut! With that, he swung his blade like a whirlwind. Young Master Shui waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to shield him. This mad dog, he's actually burning his own life force. Is he trying to take us all down with him? Stop him! The man in the conical hat swiftly cut down countless guards who were rushing forward. In the midst of the chaos, young Master Shui was caught off guard and had one of his arms chopped off. He let out a piercing scream. Someone save this young master! Seeing the fresh blood dripping, everyone shuddered in horror. But the man in the hat didn't stop. He continued to swing his blade. Just one more strike would be enough to take a life. But some of the Shui family's subordinates managed to risk their lives to block the blow, helping young Master Shui escape the jaws of death by a hair's breadth. The man in the hat roared in frustration. Damn it! Blocked again! I was so close! Ignoring everything, he unleashed his spiritual energy, sending a wave of oncoming subordinates flying. Anyone who stood in his way was cut down. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as sky-shaking screams filled the air. He roared, You bastards! Today I will kill this animal! Seeing the situation grow more and more perilous, young Master Shui, his face pale with fear, tried to back away, his voice trembling. That good sir, you... Who on earth are you? This young master has no grudge against you. Why are you being so reckless? The man in the hat leaped up, raising his blade over his head, determined to land the finishing blow. Ha ha! Your sins are piled high. Meeting me is your retribution. Now die! Elsewhere, a group of people were gathered. Someone ran over in a panic, shouting, This is bad! There's an assassin in the rear courtyard trying to kill young Master Shui. The Shui family guards are also completely overwhelmed. It seems they can't hold them back. Hearing this, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Huh? Is this for real? An assassination attempt right inside the Shu family manor? Quick, let's go see. Hong Tianye asked Tiu Hong softly, a doubtful look on his face. Did you have a feeling beforehand that this commotion would happen? Hong Tianye frowned and replied seriously. Master, your disciple was only making a guess. Meanwhile, the man in the hat was about to bring his blade down on young Master Shui's head. But in a flash, he was blocked by an old man with a full head of white hair and a beard. It was the Shui family's old ancestor who had appeared. You dare to pull tricks right here in my Shu family's home? How audacious! He casually flicked his hand, clamping down on the blade. Then he suddenly grabbed the hatted man by the neck and slammed him into the ground. The ground cracked wide open. The old man's voice was ice cold. Speak! Who put you up to this? Despite being subdued, the hatted man just laughed maniacally. Who put me up to this? No one! That young Master Zhu is a degenerate bastard! His sins are piled high! It's just a pity you jumped in so quickly. Otherwise, I would have definitely taken his life. The Shu family's old ancestor snorted coldly and glanced towards young Master Shu Tianyi. Do you know this man? Young Master Shui Tianyi clutched his severed arm. His face was pale as a sheet and he was trembling uncontrollably, but he still managed to answer, Old ancestor. He's a madman. I have no idea where he came from. His only insane goal is to kill me. The hatted man roared, his voice screeching, You don't know me? Then listen up. I'm not one to hide my name. I am Li Wuji. Hearing this name, all the cultivators in the courtyard were stunned. Li Wuji, the blade demon? The Li Wuji who kills without batting an eye? Ye Junlin, who was standing nearby, frowned slightly and asked, The blade demon? Is he that powerful? A man in yellow turned to him and said in a low voice, That's right. His blade techniques are both fast and vicious, and his temperament is completely unpredictable. I heard that if he meets anyone he finds displeasing, he'd immediately draw his blade and kill them. There was a time he scoured all of Yunzhou, looking for masters to challenge. Anyone he defeated died from the most horrific blade wounds. It got to the point where people in Yunzhou, just hearing his name, would go weak at the knees. And yet, this time he dares to come to the Zhui estate to assassinate the young master. The absolute audacity! Hearing this, the head of the Zhu family, his face turned purple with rage as he roared, "You bastard! An invitation to my Shu family? How did it end up in the hands of a demonic cultivator like you?" Li Wuji waved his hand and replied nonchalantly, "Humph. Stop bellowing like an ox. So what if I stole the invitation myself?" The young master Shui pointed an angry finger. "Tianyi, I have no grudge or history with you. Why do you want to kill me? No grudge, no history?" Li Wuji swallowed hard and roared in fury, "My little sister! Li Xiaofei died at your hands." Tianyi was startled, his forehead beading with sweat. "Your little sister? Li Xiaofei?" Li Wuji let out a soft sigh, his eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and hatred as he slowly began to recount. "Since we were children, Xiaofei and I only had each other to rely on. After we became accomplished cultivators, we roamed the eastern domain together. That year, my sister excitedly broke through to the Golden Core realm. She wanted to go to Lingzhou and to see the Sea of Flowers, famed as the most beautiful in the eastern domain. But because I was engrossed in seclusion, forging my blade, I couldn't go with her. Who would have thought that just a few months later, I would discover that the jade pendant she left me had suddenly shattered. I knew something terrible had happened. I rushed to Lingzhou, searching everywhere. I even spent a small fortune, just to find out that my sister had a confrontation with you at the Kuijin restaurant in Anyang City. After that, the Shui family guards arrested her, and since then no one has ever seen her again." At this point, Li Wuji's voice choked with emotion, his eyes becoming bloodshot with rage. "I've heard rumors that you're an insatiable lecher. He also secretly practices a vile art that drains female essence to bolster his own power. That's why countless female cultivators have fallen victim to him, their bodies left completely ravaged. My little sister was a golden core cultivator who fell into your hands. She certainly couldn't escape the fate of being cruelly tortured. But just thinking about what my sister had to endure is enough to drive me insane." He slammed his fist on the ground. The thud echoed loudly. "From that day on, I swore I would avenge my sister no matter the cost. I put everything aside and trained arduously until I broke through to the integration realm. But every time you went out, you were escorted by a group of extremely powerful subordinates. If I had recklessly charged in, I would have only died in vain. So I had no choice but to hide and patiently wait for an opportunity. And this banquet of the Shui family was the moment you'd be at your most careless. I wanted to take your head right here on your own turf, so you wouldn't even have time to react." Having said that, Laveau Keep snorted coldly, glaring intently at Thien Nhut. He was on the verge of madness. "It's just a pity I was just a little short of taking your life. You bastard, you're really hard to kill." After hearing this, Thien Nhut let out a faint, cold smile. It seemed he remembered something from the Tui Tien Pavilion. I think I do remember that girl, Le Tuofi. Let's see, that little girl was quite fierce. Ha ha, she must have been your sister then." He slowly licked his lips. A wicked glint flashed in his eyes. "Countless women have passed through this young master's hands. I've killed so many I can't even remember them all. But there are a few who left a deep impression, so deep that I still remember them vividly. Your sister was one of them. I must say she had a fiery figure. It's just a shame her temper was like a lit fuse. She'd throw a fit at the slightest thing." His words were like daggers stabbing into Laveau Kep's heart. He roared, his eyes turning bloodshot. He frantically recalled the image of his sister, the sister who used to call out to him affectionately, "Brother, stop practicing your sword and come play with me." Meanwhile, Thien Nhut was still smirking like a wild beast. Stubborn women are all the more thrilling to break. What a pity. "Ha ha!" He waved his hand, his face filled with undisguised smugness. He began to spout his boastful words. "The number of female cultivators who have passed through my hands is countless. I can hardly be bothered to remember any of them. However, there are a few who left a deep impression. Even after so many years, they're still worth reminiscing about. And as for the stubborn type of woman, the pleasure after breaking them is truly extreme." A lecherous look appeared in Thien Nhut's eyes as he recalled the scene at the Purple Immortal Pavilion. At that time, this young master was sitting in the Purple Immortal Pavilion. I wanted to strike up a conversation with her, but the bitch didn't know her place. So I had my subordinates bring her to my room. When she was caught, she struggled and cursed me endlessly. But after I did what I did, she immediately started crying, wailing and begging for mercy. It was truly music to my ears. Ha ha! His expression grew more despicable by the second. He grinned, a crazed look on his face. That mare was so fierce. But in the end, she still had to obediently let me ride her. This young master played with her for 3 whole days and 3 nights. I pushed her until her cultivation was completely drained and her mind was a daze, seeing that she had no value left. This young master casually snapped her neck. Well, killing her like that could be considered an act of my mercy. Say, Laveau Keep, you love your little sister so much. Shouldn't you be thanking me for liberating her? Ha ha ha! Hearing this, Laveau Keep couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. His whole body trembled as he clenched his jaw tightly. He lifted his bloodshot eyes and roared ferociously. You goddamn animal! You deserve to be cut 1,000 times. Why does someone like you even exist in this world? I will kill you, no matter what it takes. Luigi raised his arm forcefully. His spiritual power erupted violently, his expression utterly crazed. Die! You will die by my hand! But at that very moment, the Z family ancestor standing beside him, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He struck out with a single, powerful, chaotic finger. The wave of spiritual power immediately sent Luigi flying back, coughing up blood. He spat out a mouthful and staggered backward. The head of the Z family then waved his hand. His voice was scathing, his expression utterly arrogant. Let me tell you something. You're nothing but a lowly demonic cultivator. Your younger sister, ending up in Tianyi's hands to be used as a cultivation vessel, can be considered atonement for her own sins. And yet you still dare to kill the Keelan that our Z family raised? That alone is enough reason for you, Luigi, to die a miserable death. Then he snorted coldly and waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Drag this animal down to hell. Let him join his sister. He doesn't deserve to live another second. Luigi clenched both fists, his eyes burning with indignation. You're not worthy. You're all just a bunch of bastards. At that moment, Tianyi became even more excited. He threw out a few more insults about the sister. Dying by my hand was a blessing for her. As for you, you're just a demonic cultivator hunted by everyone. You dare to come here and bark nonsense? What a joke. The subordinate behind, Tianyi, also chimed in arrogantly. That's right. It was your sister's honor to be favored by the young master. Her death wasn't in vain. So what if you lost a sister? The young master. I lost a precious arm. Hearing this, the head of the Ji family became even more aggressive. He pointed his finger and continued authoritatively. See? It's perfectly clear who's right and who's wrong here. You, Luigi, are truly arrogant. Luigi trembled, clenching his fists so tightly they bled. He muttered hopelessly under his breath. You are also ruthless. Watching from afar, Ye Kunlin witnessed this scene. His expression darkened. He thought to himself, someone who risked everything, cultivating like a madman, just to avenge his younger sister, ends up being branded a demonic cultivator. And that young master of the Z family, with his illustrious status, yet his actions are filthy and vicious. A backstabbing murderer, dares to proudly proclaim himself as righteous. How laughable. Just then, a notification suddenly appeared from the system in Ye Kunlin's mind. Congratulations to the host for activating an optional mission. Option 1. The host steps forward to protect Li Wuji and takes him as a disciple. Furthermore, you must make the Z family's old ancestor personally eliminate Xie Tianyi. Upon completion, the Z family's old ancestor must be grateful to the host and will also gift you a supreme fist technique, the Battle Saint Fist. Option 2. The host remains silent in the face of this injustice. You will be rewarded with 10 low-grade spirit stones. Ye Kunlin was stunned into silence. He contemptuously flipped the middle finger at the system. 10 low-grade spirit stones? Such a huge value, I bet I couldn't spend it all in a lifetime, right? This damn system dares to hand out charity to me like I'm some beggar? When you compare it to the reward for option 1, there's really no choice but the first one. The annoying part is that I didn't even want to get involved. But the system is demanding I put on a show, forcing the Z ancestor to kill Tianyi himself, and then he even has to thank me. Tick, this really seems like a tough one. But fine, let's give it a try. In the tense atmosphere, Tianyi walked towards Li Wuji with a malicious grin on his face, sword in hand. Everything ends here. In your next life, remember the name of this young master. He sneered, raising his sword to strike down. Suddenly a figure flashed and rushed forward, directly blocking the sword's path. It was him, Ye Kunlin. He caught the blow with his bare hand as if it were a mere itch. Thien Nhut's sword shattered from the force. Crack! Thien Nhut stumbled back a few steps. You! What the hell do you think you're doing? The surrounding crowd was also bewildered. The Schwantian sect wants to save a demon swordsman? That man is a demonic cultivator. Isn't Ye Kunlin afraid of offending the Shui family? Someone nudged their companion, whispering as if afraid of causing trouble. This is the Zhu family's territory. Doing this, isn't it the same as slapping them in the face? The third master of the Shu family's face darkened as he spoke in a gloomy voice. Venerable Ye, what is the meaning of this? Why did you stop my Tien Nhut from killing that demonic cultivator? Ye Kunlin tilted his chin slightly, glancing at them leisurely. I suddenly felt an impulse to take this man as my disciple. Anyone who dares to touch him will have to answer to me. His words left everyone stunned into silence. From the guests to the Shui family's subordinates, everyone was frozen. Is this guy insane? How dare he say something like that? Li Wujie, who was kneeling weakly on the ground, slowly lifted his blood-stained eyes and asked in astonishment, Senior, you. I know you are the one who recently became famous throughout the eastern region, but why would you risk offending the entire world? Just to take me as your disciple? The Zhu family's old ancestor suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. He unleashed a terrifying spiritual power and sent a voice transmission to Ye Kunlin. Have you considered the consequences? If you leave now, I will pretend this never happened. But if you insist on protecting that demonic cultivator, don't blame me for putting you down myself. Hearing this, Li Wujie grew even more anxious. He gritted his teeth and pleaded with Ye Kunlin, Senior, please, you must leave this place. I will remember your kindness for all eternity. If fate allows it in the next life, child, I am willing to work like a horse and ox to repay you. Don't risk your life for me. Hong Taiyanyi watched from the sidelines. In his heart, he felt a great deal of sympathy for Li Wujie, but he still felt that Ye Junlin's interference was far too risky. This guy is truly reckless, offending a void, immortal old monster just for a complete stranger. He's absolutely insane. Yes. But just then, Ye Junlin used a voice transmission. He called out, Little Hong, what are you still spacing out for? Hurry over here and help your master protect your new junior brother. Hong Tianyi was speechless. He silently cursed, I curse you and 18 generations of your ancestors. If you want to die, then die alone. Why are you dragging me into this? But on the outside, he still hesitantly approached, saying, Yes, master. The Zhu family's ancestor's face turned purple with rage, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light. He snorted coldly, spreading his palm and unleashing a terrifying wave of pressure. His voice boomed, You two, master and disciple, do you really have no regard for the Shui family? Let's see if you can withstand this attack of mine. The power radiating out was as heavy as a collapsing mountain. Hong Tianyi staggered, forced to take several steps back. He could barely breathe. Damn it! So this is the real difference in power? Master! Xiaoxi cried out in a panic, her eyes welling with tears. She was so scared she even dropped her gourd. Master Gourd? What is this? I won't drink it anymore. The surrounding crowd of heroes also cowered in unison. And yet in that very moment, Junlin burst out laughing. He looked extremely excited. Good! This is it. Hurry up and make your move. Let me see what a void immortal is truly capable of. Although I don't fully understand this mission yet. But if I can level up or kill a boss, that would be pretty fun. Suddenly a strange power erupted from him. It caused the Zue family's ancestor to feel a bit startled. Taking a step back, Long was secretly terrified. Who is this person? I only just broke through to the void immortal realm. Why is this guy's aura so much stronger than I expected? He must have some other formidable backing hidden up his sleeve. Boom! In the midst of the tense atmosphere, a deep, low voice suddenly echoed across the sky. Where is Ye Junlin? Ye Junlin looked up. He scowled and yelled, What dog is barking? Get out here! From high up in the sky, a figure radiating a brilliant golden light appeared. An immense pressure bore down on everyone. Ancestor Xuera raised a hand to block it. He narrowed his eyes and asked, And who might you be, fellow Taoist? A sense of dissatisfaction welled up inside him. I went through so much trouble to finally break through to the void immortal realm. I was planning to host a banquet to let everyone admire my prestige. Who would have thought that one person after another would show up? All of them powerful experts beyond my level. Ye Junlin also shouted out with a defiant tone, Who the hell is acting so high and mighty looking for me? The old man in the sky smirked. He began to introduce himself. This venerable one is from the Feather Transformation sect. My title is Zhu Yang. As soon as they heard the name Zhu Yang, the crowd immediately erupted in a flurry of comments. Oh, that's the strongest venerable one of the Feather Transformation sect. Rumor has it he's also the master of the Feather Transformation sect's Holy Sun. Back then, the Holy Sun was defeated and even lost his Tao heart. 18 elders were killed. Zhu Yang. He must be here to get revenge on Ye Junlin. Ancestor Xuera shot a quick glance at Ye Junlin. He sneered inwardly. I thought he was here as backup. But it turns out he's an enemy. This Ye Junlin has walked right into a death trap. I probably won't even have to lift a finger for him to die here. He then cupped his hands, nodded, and said to Zhu Yang, The Ye Junlin you are looking for is right here. Please, fellow Taoist, feel free to deal with him as you wish. I Xuera will not interfere. Zhu Yang tilted his chin up, looked at him, and replied coldly, When I do things, I don't need your permission. Hearing this, Ye Junlin showed no fear, only annoyance. He waved his hand dismissively. What nonsense were you just spouting? I'm right here. What do you want with me? Hong Thian-jiep almost choked, screaming internally. Master! Your mouth is going to get you killed this time. Don't you know he's a void immortal? Kyudung seemed to have gone completely insane. His face twisted with every word from Diep Quan Lum. But across from him, Diep Quan Lum still wore an arrogant expression. He raised his middle finger. You dog! What are you barking about now? I'll ask again, you mutt. What do you want? Kyudung gritted his teeth. He gathered a golden orb of spiritual power. Bastard, die for me! Crimson Sunflame Art! He roared and unleashed the massive golden fireball down at his target. Hong Thian-jiep broke out in a cold sweat, muttering in fear. It's over. The surrounding space has been sealed. I'm afraid we can't escape. Does this guy want to destroy everything? The Tiet family's old ancestor and Thien Nyut also turned pale. What the hell? If this golden orb falls, my Tet family will be flattened too. Damn it, Diep Quan Lum. You brought this on yourself, so you should be the one to face it. Why are you dragging us down with you? Standing beneath the enormous stream of energy, the dazzling Diep Quan Lum still looked completely unfazed. He raised an eyebrow. Huh? This blinding golden light is a bit too bright. The crowd below was terrified of Kyudung. Do you really intend to leave no one a way out? Amidst the surging sea of spiritual power crashing down, Kyudung's voice was icy and resolute. Not a single one of you will survive. Facing the terrifying pressure from a void immortal, the system immediately reported. Host detected under attack by a powerful enemy at the early stage tribulation realm. Attack. Activating passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Instantly, Diep Quan Lum was granted the cultivation of a mid-stage tribulation realm expert. A surge of power, many times more terrifying than his opponents, was surging violently within his body. Hong Tianya's jaw dropped in horror. You're a void immortal too? Her mind was racing, constantly weighing the situation. The wave of pressure that had just erupted. It was even more terrifying than the ancient demon god from the demon abyss. The demon abyss. Ye Junlin immediately shot back, his voice dripping with ridicule. Is that all you've got? You're not even worthy of scratching an itch for me. The ancestor of the Yuhua sect, Taoist Zhu Yang, was struck by the counterattack. Caught off guard, he was instantly stunned. What? An earth-shattering aura erupted from him, causing the onlookers to cry out in shock. What is happening? Tian Yi, who was at the mid-stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, trembled all over. Cold sweat drenched his body. A void immortal. How could he possibly be a void immortal? Li Wujie was also stunned, speechless. Senior, the crowd of gossiping onlookers began to whisper amongst themselves. No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out he had a powerful backer all along, so he had nothing to fear. He's clearly targeting all of us on purpose. If it weren't for today's banquet, how much longer was he planning to hide his true strength? Taoist Zhu Yang struggled to dodge the raging storms of energy. His aged face flushed with rage. You shameless villain! To think you'd possess the power of a void immortal and deliberately hide it. Playing the wolf in sheep's clothing? The honor of all true cultivators has been utterly disgraced by you, Kunlun replied nonchalantly, his voice feigning innocence. You've got it all wrong. I only just had my breakthrough. Before this, I really was just at the Mahayana realm. I swear to the heavens. Old man Zhu Yang roared, his voice filled with rage. Nonsense! Do you take me for a 3-year-old you can easily fool? He shrugged and sighed, feigning helplessness. If you don't believe me, then so be it. What can I say? I was born a genius. The old man looked as if he had lost all his patience. His hair stood on end. I have cultivated the Tao for 1,000 years, and I have never seen anyone as shameless and impudent as you. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the mystic sun world annihilating seal, fiercely pressing it directly towards Ye Junlin. But suddenly Junlin revealed a demonic smile. Then let me demonstrate a little something for you. His entire body suddenly radiated a brilliant light. A solid sphere of energy enveloped his body, steadfastly defending against all of the old man's attacks. Ancestor Tietra, standing nearby, snorted coldly. He thought to himself, relying on his profound cultivation to look down on everyone. He deserves to taste suffering at the hands of Taoist Zhu Yang. However, when the mystic sun world annihilating seal touched the sphere of light, it dissipated, completely neutralized. Taoist Zhu Yang was stunned. No. Impossible! His physical body could actually withstand a full-powered blow from me? This scene sent shivers down Ancestor Tietra's spine, scaring him out of his wits, completely unharmed. He must have used some kind of top-grade protective treasure. You are watching on. Ye Junlin arrogantly declared, "Put more power into it." Haven't you had breakfast, old man? Even this venerable one's pecs are tougher than your Yuhua sect's great mountain-protecting formation. He thought to himself, this indestructible tyrant body art, which only tempers the physical body, is truly domineering. Moreover, this doesn't even seem to be my limit. Taoist Zhu Yang's face turned beet red. He retorted through clenched teeth, "Sun's Radiance Wheel. This is the sect-guarding profound artifact that the Yuhua sect spent countless efforts to refine. Even a late-stage tribulation transcendence cultivator would have to be wary of it. This venerable one refuses to believe you're that tough. Or is my mystic energy tougher?" The old man roared, "You've got some nerve! Then face my magical artifact head-on again!" Instantly, a giant gear radiating a dazzling light, carrying a destructive aura, shot towards Ye Junlin. He remained completely unfazed, his expression filled with confidence. "Go on, show me what your limits are." The old man screamed frantically, "Damn it! I refuse to believe you can keep blocking it forever." And yet Ye Junlin simply raised his bare hand to stop it, halting the gear that was spinning at a terrifying speed. He even frowned, looking annoyed. "All this spinning is so damn noisy. Stop for me this instant." That death-like vortex of energy abruptly froze in midair, just inches from his hand. Only then could everyone see clearly the exaggerated and dazzling peak of this terrifying power. The ancestor trembled with fear, horrified. This guy, could he be an ancient beast in human form? If it were me, I'm afraid I would have been ground into a pile of mincemeat by now. But even the ancestor of the Yuhua sect, Taoist Zhu Yang, was utterly astonished. "No, impossible! This is the great killing weapon of the Yuhua sect, specifically used to deal with experts of the tribulation realm. And yet, it can't even break through his physical defense." Junlin frowned slightly, his eyes filled with contempt. "It's useless for you to be jealous of my toughness. Here, take this piece of junk back. I am merciful. I'll give you one last chance to risk your life." With that, he gently pushed the sun gleam wheel back towards its owner. Taoist Zhu Yang caught the magical treasure, feeling the other's unconcealed ridicule. The old man roared in absolute fury, You've gone too far with your insults. Ye Junlin? Today one of us isn't walking away from this." Suddenly the old man's entire body erupted in a blinding light. Countless streaks of purple lightning coiled around his body. His aura skyrocketed. The old man was unleashing his final secret technique, the feather transformation ascension art. Junlin, however, remained unusually calm. "Oh? I know this move of yours. I believe it's called the chicken feather flying to the sky art. Something about chicken feathers flying to heaven, wasn't it?" An ancient, mystical symbol appeared on Elder Zhu Yang's forehead. It was profound. His face twisted with rage as he screamed, "Shut your mouth! Who gave you the right to insult the ultimate secret art of the feather transformation sect? Die for me!" Countless sharp wheels of light, like destructive flying saucers, shrieked as they shot straight towards Ye Junlin. But at that very moment, his guardian avatar fully materialized. Human King Seal! Instantly, a colossal golden hand, as majestic as a descending deity, appeared in midair. It effortlessly blocked the entire storm-like assault. Those sharp wheels of light crashed against the golden hand, like nothing more than mosquito bites, against a wall of bronze and iron. They couldn't even leave a single scratch. Taoist Zhu Yang frantically pushed his energy. "Break! Break for me!" Two terrifying sources of energy collided violently, creating a horrifying earthquake. The aftershocks shook the entire eastern region. Elder Zhu Yang began to laugh maniacally, as if he had finally found an opponent worthy of him after so many lonely years. "Ha ha ha, I admit you are very strong. But if I use this move, let's see how you'll handle it." Wave after wave of relentless attacks followed, continuously like atomic bombs being dropped from the 9 heavens. Next up is the 9 suns heaven incineration. He controls 9 giant fireballs, each like a sun, unleashing a destructive formation of immense scale. Ye Kunlin! I shall sacrifice 1,000 years of my life essence to summon the dying sons of the immortal realm. I will make you forever kneel and repent in a sea of solar fire. At this moment, most of the Shui family's buildings and their guests were enduring the terrifying heat from the falling fire meteors. Half of the area was already engulfed in a sea of flames. Countless people were struggling to defend themselves, constantly crying out, "It's so hot! I'm burning to death!" Even from such a distance, I feel like I'm about to melt. This attitude from the great sun false immortal. It seems that old man is really ready to risk it all. Suddenly, Ye Kunlin's expression became unusually serious. Before him, 5 elemental energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth began to circulate. He shouted coldly, "Open your dog eyes wide and watch closely. 5-pole samsara great annihilation technique." The 5 elements broke from their original orbits, spinning and fusing together. Then they immediately expanded at a dizzying speed, emitting a destructive light, combining into a giant 5-colored vortex. It contained the endless power of samsara and annihilation. This is the 5-pole samsara great annihilation technique. Old Man Great Sun had completely resolved to fight to the death. He gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting destructive fire as he growled, "Today either you die or I perish." The 2 ultimate powers collided, creating insane shockwaves, shaking the heavens and the earth. But Ye Junlin just let out a soft, contemptuous laugh. "You think you're worthy?" But the flaming meteorites, controlled by Old Man Zhu Yang, didn't even get close before they were crushed into nothingness by the 5-colored vortex. The old man himself was also hit by the power, the terrifying power of the great annihilation art, and thrown into the air like a dry leaf. Then he plummeted to the ground, never to be seen again. Witnessing this disastrous defeat with his own eyes, Old Man Zhu Yang trembled all over. His eyes were filled with disbelief and despair. "It's fake. It's all fake. What invincible void immortal? This great one, cultivated painstakingly for 3,000 years. And yet I can't even defeat a young brat like you." The old man looked up to the sky, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and screamed miserably, "Ye Junlin, I'll be waiting for you in the 9 springs. The day will come when you suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao." Hong Tianye stood at a distance, witnessing the entire scene. Waves of horror crashed within his heart. To think that the void immortal from the strongest sect in the eastern region would be beaten to the point of a mental breakdown. Just how much more terrifying power. Is this guy hiding? Ye Junlin, however, casually put on his sunglasses. He chuckled. "Ha, not too blinding after all. Now then, it's time to go complete the mission." "Yeah." He suddenly appeared right in front of Ancestor Ziera, causing the old man to jump in fright and stumble back a few steps. He hurriedly and respectfully bowed his head. "Yeah. Void immortal Yi, your divine powers are immeasurable. This humble one is in complete awe, complete awe. May I ask what your orders are, sir?" He placed a hand on Ancestor Ziera's shoulder. His voice was gentle, but it concealed a chilling, killing intent. "Little Z about me wanting to take on a disciple just now. It seems you had a bit of an opinion on the matter, didn't you?" He was so scared his face turned pale. He immediately stammered, "Immortal Yeshu, it's a misunderstanding. How would this lowly one dare to have an opinion of you, sir? Please, feel free to take them wherever you wish." Just a light pat on the shoulder was enough to make cold sweat pour down the old man's back. His entire body trembled like a leaf. "Immortal Yeshu, spare my life! Spare this lowly one's life, Immortal Yeshu, spare me." Ye Junlin maintained his high and mighty expression. My disciple, Li Wuji, was bullied to this extent by you people of the Shui family. As his master, I am here to seek justice for him. Do you think that's reasonable?" Without the slightest hesitation, the Zhu family ancestor prostrated on the ground. "Reasonable? Extremely reasonable," he asked with a trembling voice. "Then, what exactly does Immortal Yeshu want this lowly one to do?" As if waiting for just those words, Ye Junlin gave a cold command. "I want you personally, to slaughter every single member of the Shui family present here." The Shu family ancestor exclaimed in horror. "What?" Ye Junlin remained as calm as ever. "Is this request too much to ask?" The Shui family ancestor's mind was screaming frantically. This request isn't just too much. This is worse than an animal. The number of Shui clan members living on this floating archipelago is in the tens of thousands, and yet he wants me with my own 2 hands to annihilate my own clan. How could I possibly agree to this? He looked up, trying to reason with him. Immortal Yeshu, could you perhaps lower your demand a little? There are many innocent members of the Shui clan. Hearing this, he glared and shouted, "You only stand to lose your clansmen. But my disciple lost his beloved little sister. Do you have any compassion at all, you old geezer?" The Shui family ancestor's entire body trembled violently. A bitter feeling welled up inside him. "It seems this is the retribution our Shui family has brought upon ourselves." He pleaded miserably, "Immortal Yeshu, please show us mercy. This old one truly cannot do it." "Fine." He let out a soft sigh. He put on a magnanimous air. "Very well, then." The Zhu family's ancestor was overjoyed. "Who told me to be such a reasonable person? Since that's the case, then you shall eliminate the main culprit." The family head, Shui Tianyi, stood beside them. Hearing this, he was indignant. He shouted, "What? Ancestor, if it comes to it, we'll fight him to the death." But surprisingly, the Zhui family's ancestor hurriedly thanked him. "Are you serious, sir? Thank you, immortal Yeshu, for your mercy. The old man thought to himself, from having the entire Zhui clan annihilated, to now only needing to kill one person to atone for our sins. This is an absolute blessing from the heavens. Immortal, Yeshu has truly shown us mercy. That, just as family head Shui Tianyi was about to protest against the ancestor, suddenly, an invisible force like a sharp sword pierced through his father's body, the current patriarch of the Shui family. In that instant, everyone was stunned. Family head Tianyi let out an anguished scream. He rushed forward to catch his father's collapsing body. He wailed endlessly. Father, why? Ancestor, why would you do this? The Zhu family's ancestor pointed at the masterpiece he had just created. He asked Ye Junlin tremblingly, Yeah. Immortal Yeshu, look, are you satisfied with this? Instantly, Ye Junlin's face darkened. Satisfied? My ass. You're a pig-brained idiot. I told you to kill the mastermind. Why the hell did you go and kill his father? Seeing this, the old man stammered, Sir, you? Didn't you say to punish the main culprit? I thought a child's misbehavior is the father's fault. Shouldn't the responsibility fall on his father's head? He was silent for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively and gave the order. All right then, you deal with the pair of them. The Zhu family ancestor immediately replied with deep respect, Understood. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Immediately after, he turned around. His entire body radiated a sky-high killing intent. His eyes, glaring at Shui Tianyi, were filled with resentment. You wretched beast! You nearly caused the entire clan to be buried with you! A withered hand clamped tightly around Shui Tianyi's neck, causing him to suddenly choke, unable to breathe. His pupils constricted as tears welled up in his eyes. Blood poured endlessly from his mouth. He still struggled to utter his last words, in utter despair. Well, why, ancestor? Why? The ancestor's eyes flashed, with a vicious light, veins bulging on his forehead in fury. He roared, You brought this upon yourself! You don't deserve to live! His hand tightened to the point that Shui Tianyi's facial features became horribly distorted. Die! His body shattered into countless pieces. Amidst his final scream, filled with bitter resentment. Only then did Junlin nod, showing his satisfaction. All right, consider the past matter erased. The Shu family ancestor felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly bowed his head to the ground, his voice filled with gratitude. Many thanks, immortal Yeshu. On behalf of everyone in the Shui family, high and low, I thank you for your great mercy in sparing our lives. At this moment, Li Wujie stood in the crowd. He looked up at the blue sky and let out a bitter yet relieved laugh. Ha ha! Xiaofei, did you see that, my dear sister, that beast? Finally got what he deserved. Ye Junlin walked over to Li Wujie and asked, Now that your great vengeance has been achieved, are you willing to take me as your master and become my disciple? The moment he finished speaking, Li Wujie, without the slightest hesitation, knelt to the ground and declared loudly, I, disciple Li Wujie, wish to be accepted as your student. From this day forward, this humble life of mine belongs to you. Whatever master wishes for me to do, please just give the command. Even if I must walk through fire and boiling water, I will do so without the slightest hesitation. He solemnly kowtowed 3 times, disciple. Li Wujie pays his respects to master. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the Recruit a Disciple mission. Reward 1. Supreme Fist Art. The Victorious Battle Fist. 1 aptitude test for the host's disciple. Aptitude Peerless. The system has specially provided a free upgrade package for the disciple. First reward, 1 Supreme Saber Art. The Heavenly Chaos Saber Art. Reward 2, 1 Chen Yuan Blood-Burning Pill. Reward 3, activate the Frenzied Demon Bloodline. Lying dormant within the host's disciple, Ye Junlin looked up at the sky, feeling overjoyed. The mission was completed smoothly, and I even got such a promising disciple. Frenzied Demon Bloodline, that sounds pretty interesting. System, give me the rundown. The Frenzied Demon Bloodline is an extremely rare constitution among the myriad realms. Those who possess this bloodline can unleash astonishing combat power in a short period of time. However, at the same time, their minds will fall into a state of chaos, becoming berserk and knowing only slaughter. If the condition is severe, they may even completely lose their sense of self, slaughtering non-stop until their life force is depleted. He was immediately intrigued. Although it sounded dangerous, if used at the right moment, it could create a miracle. He turned to Li Wujie. Li Wujie, since you have performed the discipleship ceremony, then as your master, I will impart a cultivation technique to you, the new way of the blade. He placed his hand on Li Wujie's head. Wujie was incredibly grateful. Thank you, master. but deep down he had some doubts. Master doesn't look like a blade prisoner. I wonder if he's truly proficient in the way of the blade. I don't know if the technique he's teaching is even suitable for me, but no matter what, I will absolutely follow my master's orders. Suddenly, a massive stream of information flooded into his mind. Li Wuji's eyes lit up. His face was filled with shock and utter disbelief. This kind of blade technique, it's called the chaotic heavenly blade art. When you strike, you can sever light and time and cut off the threads of karma. In just an instant, all the blades of the cultivators nearby began to tremble violently. It was as if they wanted to fly out of their sheaths towards him, creating a scene like the 10,000 blades returning to the origin. Li Wuji realized in astonishment, this is no ordinary blade technique. This is the way of the blade itself. Every single move contains the will to split the heavens and open the earth. That sovereign-grade blade art I trained so hard in, compared to this technique, isn't even worthy of carrying its shoes. Master, what kind of divine being are you? Ashamed, he fell to his knees. Your disciple, Li Wuji. Thanks you, Master, for bestowing upon me this peerless technique. I deserve to die. To think I actually dared to doubt you before. Patriarch Shera, who was standing nearby, also felt that terrifying blade intent. He was once again shaken to his core. Just a moment ago, this kid was like a lost dog, but in the blink of an eye, he's made this old man's heart pound and legs tremble. Yeah, Junlin, what kind of unholy art did you pass on to him? What is this terrifying technique? In Hong Tianya's mind, a storm was also brewing. A saber technique at the void immortal level. If I let this mad dog completely master the chaotic heavenly saber art, then damn it, how can my netherworld true flame lose to a mere crappy saber? Suddenly, Li Wuji coughed violently a few times and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Although the saber technique is incredibly powerful, his foundation was too heavily damaged before. His face showed a look of guilt and self-blame. Master, it is because your disciple is incompetent. Before, I acted recklessly for revenge, disregarding the consequences. I used a secret art, which ruined my body. My foundation is severely damaged. I'm afraid I will fail to live up to your expectations. Ye Junlin took out the Qinyuan blood combustion pill, which was pitch black. It gave off an unpleasant smell. He said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Take this pill and eat it first. You will undergo a transformation that you could never imagine." Li Wuji hesitated for a moment before taking the pill. "Yes, sir." "Master, what kind of pill is this? It looks a little strange." Even Ye Junlin himself was starting to have doubts. He silently asked the system, "You're not messing with me, are you? This pitch-black, chaotic-looking pill? That smells absolutely foul. Can it really help my disciple? Activate his bloodline? The Berserker bloodline? System, host. You actually dare to doubt this system's professional capabilities? This system is so heartbroken, boo-hoo-hoo. Helpless, he could only reply, all right. I believe you, okay?" He turned to persuade his new disciple. "Don't judge it by its appearance. This type of pill can activate the bloodline that lies dormant within your body. Although it doesn't look very appealing and its smell is probably a bit unpleasant, you can rest assured and swallow it." Laveau Keep replied boldly without a hint of hesitation. "Understood. Your disciple will eat this lump." No, I mean this pill right away." He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and swallowed the pill. The moment the pill touched his esophagus, Laveau Keep's eyes suddenly rolled back. His whole body convulsed and his breathing became ragged. His voice was broken. Master, I feel so sick." Shocked murmurs immediately broke out all around. "Heavens, what's wrong with the blade demon, Laveau Kiep? There's such a strange aura coming from him. It makes you feel incredibly unsettled and terrified." "Everyone be careful! His condition is extremely unstable right now." Quan Lam stroked his chin, observing and muttering. "So, the Feng Mo bloodline has been activated, has it?" System, correct. However, a person who has just activated their bloodline will temporarily fall into a berserk state and lose control, unless there is a power source that is overwhelmingly stronger, and it will be impossible to forcibly suppress him. Laveau Keep, at this moment, had completely transformed into a different being. His two eyes were bloodshot. His entire body was shrouded in pitch-black demonic energy. He let out a ferocious roar. "Die! All of you, just die for me!" Ancestor Tiet Ra witnessed this scene, utterly horrified. "Deep Hu Tien, what kind of heaven-defying technique did you just use? To think you could make your disciple in just the blink of an eye, from the early integration stage, break through straight to the great perfection stage. And what's more, he's only at the integration stage, yet the aura he's emitting is enough to make even this old man's heart An intense feeling of fear surged up. Just what in the world is going on? Hong Taeyanyi was thinking the same thing. This Ye Junlin guy, what in the world did he feed that guy? How did he suddenly turn into this thing? Even I, back in my day, when I ascended to immortality in the central region, have never seen this kind of growth state, so bizarre and monstrous, before in my life. Just then, Li Wuji let out a furious roar. Chaos Heavenly Blade, the technique activated instinctively. A tyrannical wave of chaotic blade energy erupted from him, so powerful it tore the very space around him apart. Nearby buildings were instantly pulverized into dust. This power, I fear, even an ordinary Mahayana stage cultivator would struggle to withstand it. The sect master of the Absolute Blade Pavilion, a powerful Mahayana stage expert, at the peak of his stage couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He's only at the peak of the integration stage. How can he possibly unleash this level of terrifying power? I feel like, even though I have the advantage of an entire major realm over him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take a single one of his strikes head on. This blade of his, he's just too terrifying. Ye Junlin, watching this scene, clapped his hands in praise. Not bad at all. After activating his bloodline, the berserker state is truly like adding wings to a tiger. Li Wuji's blood-red eyes now held nothing but pure killing intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he locked his sights on Ye Junlin and charged forward like a madman. Hong Taeyanyi, who was standing nearby, screamed in panic, "Master! Watch out!" The chaotic blade, carrying the power of annihilation, flashed directly towards Ye Junlin, but he just smiled faintly, a flicker of interest in his eyes. "In that case, let your master see what you've got. Let's see just how strong this new disciple of mine is, and what level he has reached." Ye Junlin stood face-to-face with Li Wuji, who was in a berserk state. He didn't flinch in the slightest. He immediately unleashed the Celestial Emperor's Dharma form. A giant golden hand, carrying the pressure of an emperor, descended from the sky. Wuji! Even though he was being controlled by the power of the demon-sealing bloodline, he instinctively roared and counterattacked. The two earth-shattering powers collided violently, creating a blinding explosion of energy. A glint of admiration flashed in Ye Junlin's eyes. Not bad at all. He's only at the peak of the integration realm, yet he can withstand one of my Dharma form techniques. If this potential continues to develop, it truly cannot be underestimated. But he also realized he needed to end this quickly. It seems I have to stop this now. Otherwise, this little disciple's fragile body, I'm afraid it won't be able to handle the pressure. Immediately, a deep and majestic voice echoed throughout the space. Li Wujie, as your master, I command you to wake up this instant. The terrifying pressure hidden within the voice made the frenzied Li Wujie unable to resist. The exploding rage and killing intent were suddenly extinguished. Li Wujie's entire body trembled. The demonic energy around him gradually dissipated. The crimson in his eyes slowly returned to clarity. He looked around in a daze, then stammered, his voice filled with confusion and fear. "Master, what just happened to me? I feel like I just lost my mind. My head was filled with nothing but thoughts of killing. I even acted with great disrespect towards you. Master, please punish me." Junlin gently patted his shoulder to comfort him, his voice gentle. "It's all right. It wasn't your fault. That's a side effect of the bloodline that was just activated. You should check yourself. See if there's any difference from before." A difference? Li Wuji was stunned. Then he seemed to sense something. He exclaimed in astonishment. "My realm, it's broken through to the peak integration realm. More importantly, my previously damaged foundation has not only fully recovered, but it's become many times stronger and more solid. This feeling, it's like I've been completely reborn." He couldn't contain his emotions. He immediately dropped to his knees, his voice choked with emotion. "This disciple! Thanks, Master, for the gift of rebirth." At this moment, Ye Junlin finally explained in detail. "Li Wuji, I just activated the demon-sealing bloodline hidden within your body. Once this bloodline is utilized, it will grant you a power that is unimaginable in a short period of time. However, this state cannot be maintained for too long and it can cause you to lose control. In the future, you must learn to master this power. Use it wisely." Li Wuji replied solemnly, "Yes, this disciple will remember Master's teachings." Witnessing this impressive scene of a master taking a disciple, old Ancestor Shui hurriedly stepped forward. He forced a smile, but tried to make it look as sincere as possible. "Ha! Congratulations, Immortal Ye, on accepting such a talented disciple. This is truly a double blessing, a day of great joy. How about you all come inside for a chat and a few celebratory drinks?" Junlin glanced at the old man and chuckled coldly. "Oh? Isn't this a case of the guest acting as the host? After all, the grand banquet Today is to celebrate your tribulation transcendence. The old man quickly waved his hands, fawning, "It's no problem. No problem at all. Immortal Yi's joyous occasion is also the Zhui family's joyous occasion." Joy was piled upon joy. The old man even turned to Li Wuji. "My young friend Li," he said, trying to get closer. "Wouldn't you agree?" Whispers once again rose from the surroundings, soft and hushed. They were filled with apprehension and terror. This old ancestor Shui, he just killed his own son and grandson with his own hands. And now he can smile and flatter? Ye Junlin like that? It's truly unbelievable. It seems this white-haired demon is going to be stirring up the eastern domain for a long, long time. Hong Tianye, standing to the side, thought to himself with a complicated feeling, in this world, it truly is the strong who are revered. This Ye Junlin guy, he actually forced a void immortal ancestor to kill his own relatives with his own hands, and that old man still has to act deeply grateful to him. I must become stronger. If not, I'll forever be held in the palm of his hand. Ye Junlin paid no mind to their thoughts. He replied indifferently to old ancestor Shui, "All right. The matter here is settled. Old ancestor Shui, you can continue with your celebration." He turned to Hong Tianye. "Little Hong, call your senior brother, too. We're preparing to leave." "Yes." After speaking, he casually turned and walked away. Behind him, Hong Tianye followed, pulling along Shoshi, who was clinging tightly to him. He replied succinctly, "Yes, master." The remaining guests hurriedly bowed their heads, saying in unison to see them off. "We respectfully see you off, Void Immortal Ye." The giant Kunpeng was already waiting in the sky. The members of the Shu family watched the figures of Ye Junlin and his disciples disappear beyond the clouds. Old ancestor Shui even tried to shout after them with a beaming smile on his face. "Immortal. Ye Shu, feel free to drop by again when you're free. The great gates of the Z clan are forever open to us. Welcome." But the moment the Kunpeng's shadow completely disappeared, the smile on old ancestor Z's face vanished. In its place was a look of utter rage and humiliation. The old man gritted his teeth. "That demon, Ye Junlin, is finally gone." He slammed his hand hard on the railing, roaring, "This is infuriating!" Such a joyous celebration was ruined like this. Suddenly, a servant was heard running over in a hurry. In his hand, he held a severed, blood-soaked arm. "Patriarch, the young master's arm! I finally found it!" The servant looked around in confusion and asked, "Huh? Where is the young master?" All he saw was old ancestor Z, his face purple with rage. He pointed at the arm and screamed, "Take that wretched creature's arm and throw it in the backyard to feed the dogs." The surrounding servants were terrified. Their faces turned pale, not daring to make a sound. The old ancestor spun around. He yelled at the guests who were still standing there, dumbfounded. "And you all, get out, get out, get out of here! Today's banquet is over!" The guests felt as if they had received a great pardon. They hurriedly and timidly bowed their heads, then quickly left. In the vast sky, the Kunpeng shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Li Wuji stood on the Kunpeng's back. He felt the powerful wind rush past his face. An indescribable feeling of euphoria welled up inside him. So this is the feeling of riding on the back of an ancient divine beast? Everything that happened feels like a dream. Not only did I get great revenge for Xiao Fei, but I was also fortunate enough to take a powerful void immortal as my master. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards Hong Tianye, who was standing not far away. He thought to himself, Fairy Hong is truly as breathtakingly beautiful as the rumors say. I've just joined the sect. Maybe I should go over and greet her, get to know her a little. Putting his thoughts into action, he immediately stepped forward. With a sincere smile, he struck up a conversation. Senior Sister Hong. Senior Sister, not only is your talent unparalleled, but your beauty is also truly exquisite. On the path of cultivation ahead, I hope you'll look after and guide this junior brother of yours. Hearing this, Hong Tianye cursed inwardly. Here we go again. Why are all these men exactly the same? After witnessing Ye Junlin easily crush the Ju Yang false immortal, his mood was already incredibly foul. And now, that guy has taken on another disciple with a super wind demon physique. This makes his chances of overthrowing Ye Junlin even more remote. Thinking this, Hong Tianye coldly turned his face away, not bothering to reply. Li Wuji froze, scratching his head in confusion. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Xiaoxi, who was standing nearby, and spoke up to explain. He, senior brother Hong. He often gets mistaken for a girl, and he absolutely hates being misunderstood like that. That's why he acted that way. The little girl tilted her head and asked, By the way, who are you? Li Wuji hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Senior Sister Bai. I am Li Wujie, the new disciple master took in at the Z Manor. You can just call me Xiao Li, senior sister. Xiaoxi clapped her hands excitedly. What? I have a junior brother now? This is great, this is great! Li Wujie said cheerfully. Thank you for the explanation, senior sister. No wonder. He's so cold towards the flattery from all those men. He acts so indifferent to all of it. So he's a man too, huh? He thought back to what he had just said, embarrassed. I just praised him the same way. You are watching on. Xiaoxi giggled and reminded him. Just make sure you remember from now on. That's senior brother Hong's biggest pet peeve. Li Wujie spoke again, his eyes full of admiration. As expected, Master is surrounded by extraordinary people. A man with such stunning beauty. And then there's senior sister. Shushu, who's this adorable? Hearing this, Xiaoxi shook her head. Her voice was a little sad. That's not it at all. Actually, Shushu, who really wants to completely transform into her human form, just like the other senior brothers and junior brothers. But for some reason, she's stuck in this state of being half human, half mouse. Because of that, she sometimes causes more trouble for Master. But Li Wujie scratched his head. Oh, so that's it. Senior sister isn't intentionally keeping this appearance. I think it's quite cute and unique, though. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His eyes lit up. That's right! If it's about transformation arts, once, while traveling in the eastern region, happened to obtain an ancient secret art scroll. Perhaps it can help senior sister completely restore her human form. If senior sister doesn't mind, please take it. He took out an old goatskin book. Xiaoxi was so overjoyed she jumped up and down. She hurriedly took it. Really, this is wonderful. Thank you, junior brother Xiao Li. If this works, Shushu won't cause any more trouble for Master. The little girl immediately ran to show it off to Ye Kunlin. Master, look! Junior brother Xiao Li gave Shushu a transformation secret art. Shushu will soon be able to completely turn back into a human. I won't cause any more trouble for you, Master. Kunlin smiled and patted the little girl's head. Oh? So something this wonderful happened? But Master will really miss this adorable, fluffy little mouse. Xiaoxi happily nuzzled into his chest. Rest assured, Master. In the future, Shishi will be able to change my form at will. Whatever Master wants to see, Shishi will transform into that form. The little girl looked up and asked, Master, are we heading back to the sect now? He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Back to the sect? Of course not. Who told your master to get such a magnificent mount? Now that I have such a cool ride, I definitely have to take it for a spin and show it off everywhere. Let's go! Kun, speed up and charge forward for me! A few months later, the giant Kunpeng roamed throughout the eastern region. The events that took place at the Zhui family's banquet had quickly spread like wildfire. Countless cultivators in the eastern region, upon hearing the news, were all shocked beyond belief. Yi Kunlin's cultivation level and true strength, to them, had become an unfathomably deep mystery. 3 months later, in Banshi City, located in the Kang prefecture of the Great Zhou dynasty's eastern region. At this moment, an incredibly brutal battle was unfolding. At the foot of the city walls, countless bizarre and hideous creatures, with ashen gray skin and blazing red eyes, were frantically attacking the city gates. A demon clan commander roared, his terrifying roar echoing, Kill! Slaughter every last one of these weak humans! Atop the city walls, the soldiers of Great Zhou, their armor soaked in blood, were determined to defend to the death. Kill! Brothers, defend Banshi City to the death! By all means, do not let these demonic creatures breach the city. Inside the city, the mournful cries of civilians rang out, sobbing. Oh heavens, can anyone save us? Just then, the giant Kunpeng happened to be flying across the sky above Banshi City. Li Wujie immediately recognized the situation and hurriedly reported to his master. Master, it looks like the demon clan is attacking the city below. But Ye Junlin was engrossed in setting up the game board. He slammed a cannon piece in Hong Tianye's face and laughed smugly. I've captured your general. Ha ha! Hong Tianye trembled with rage, grinding his teeth. Grind! What the hell is your cannon doing? How can it jump over all those pieces in the middle? To capture my general, huh? This is Chinese chess, not flying chess. I've been playing chess for years and have never seen anyone so utterly shameless. To this extent, Ye Junlin took the chance to be cocky. Oh, little Hong, you're just too terrible at this. Your master here has used less than 10% of his power, and you've already lost this badly. Hong Tianye tried to remain calm and explain, Master, for a cannon to capture an opponent's piece, there must be another piece in between to act as a screen. Furthermore, its movement range is also limited. This is a fundamental rule that even a 3-year-old child knows. This is my unique pursuit cannon. Is that not allowed? Ye Junlin replied nonchalantly. Hong Tianye cursed under his breath. Pursuit cannon my ass. This is just blatant cheating. But then he paused. Wait a minute. What did he say? A pursuit cannon? Could it be? Wait. Seeing the doubtful expression on Hong Tianye's face, Ye Junlin immediately put on a stern look. His tone was full of intimidation. It seems you're not convinced, are you? Are you doubting your master's transcendent chess skills? Hong Tianye hastily bowed his head. This disciple wouldn't dare. Ye Junlin turned to Xiaoxi, who was watching from the side. Xiaoxi, tell me, what do you think of your master's chess skills? The little girl, her eyes sparkling with admiration, replied shyly, I feel that master is the greatest chess player in the entire universe. This scene made Hong Tianye's blood boil. He thought to himself, this damn little rat. All she knows is how to suck up. At this moment, Ye Junlin turned to Li Wujie. Oh, that's right, Xiao Li. What was it you just said? Oh, Li Wujie quickly replied, Master, your disciple said that below that city, and there's a group from the Ghost Clan currently attacking it. The situation looks very critical. Ye Junlin frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the Ghost Clan? I've heard that the Ghost Clan is one of the major clans among the dark races, from the ancient Forbidden Land, the Dark Abyss, in the far east of the eastern region. That place is also the den of many other terrifying dark races. It's rumored that in the distant ancient era, the dark creatures from the Dark Abyss once tried to invade the outer world. At that time, countless human cultivators united and waged a life-or-death battle on a massive scale against them. In the end, the creatures of the Dark Abyss were utterly defeated and had to retreat back to their forbidden land. Since then, the two sides have kept to themselves, maintaining a fragile peace for the past 10,000 years. And yet now, the Ghost Clan has openly appeared and is attacking a human city. Doesn't that mean the balance that has been maintained for millennia has been broken? I fear this matter is not simple at all. Junlin shot to his feet. His gaze turned serious. If that's the case, let's go down and take a look at this Ghost Clan. We'll see what's really going on. At the foot of Banshi City's walls, a great Zhou general in tattered armor lay sprawled on the ground. Fresh blood stained the entire area red. With just a single pitch-black long spear, the Ghost General had easily slain General Zhang, the man known as the strongest in Banshi City. The great Zhou soldiers who witnessed this scene trembled, all over with fear. Long as in despair were done for. General Zhang has been defeated too. There's simply no way to win against them. The leader of the demon tribe was riding a war horse. His skeletal body radiated a pitch-black deathly aura. He let out a savage laugh. The demons behind him also laughed eerily. Heh. Stop your useless resistance. Capturing this rundown fortress is just the beginning. Very soon, all of your other strongholds will also be razed to the ground by our great demon army. The leader declared with full confidence, this entire rotten Great Zhou dynasty will soon be crushed under our heels. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of screaming demon skulls suddenly flew into the air and then fell to the ground like ripe figs. A beautiful figure in deep crimson battle armor, riding a majestic white tiger, charged out from the chaotic battle. It was Wang Huo, a nascent soul stage cultivator. She shouted, her voice clear yet filled with killing intent. Shut your mouths! You beasts will never achieve your goal. Like a blazing red arrow, she shot straight towards the demon tribe's leader. Die! With fierce determination, she growled, Kill! Kill! Suddenly, the demon tribe leader let out a horrifying laugh. The demonic spear in his hand flashed with a deadly dark light. A terrifying wave of dark power struck Wang Huo. It knocked her clean off the tiger's back, sending her flying backward. She only had time to let out a cry of pain. The great Zhou soldiers panicked. Commander Wang! The demon pointed his cold spear at Wang Huo as she struggled. Stand up, he commanded with a contemptuous voice. You lowly humans. Kneel and surrender to me. Although Wang Hua was injured, she showed no fear. She stood up straight. Her steely voice echoed across the battlefield. I am Wang Hua, commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry of the Great Zhou, acting under the Emperor's decree to guard the border. I represent the honor and spirit of the Great Zhou dynasty. How could I possibly kneel before a lowly beast? Like you? If you want to kill me, then come and get me, the demon tribe leader sneered. His eyes were filled with arrogance and smug satisfaction. Very good. Quite the spirit. This general enjoys stubborn ones like you. I will grant you your wish. I will tear your body into 100 pieces. Your head will be hung high on the city gate, so you can watch with your own eyes how your great Zhou dynasty will be annihilated by us, the demon tribe. But just then, the sky above suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up. they saw a colossal beast appear out of nowhere, covering the entire sky. Its terrifying presence was so overwhelming it was suffocating. This sight made even the smug demon tribe leader freeze in his tracks. His gaunt, bony face widened in astonishment. He screamed, "What the hell is that?" At that moment, the giant Kunpung opened, its massive mouth wide. It was like opening an endless black hole. A terrifying suction force swept across the ground. The entire horde of panicking, screaming demons was sucked into the air. "No!" Their desperate screams rang out and then fell silent. The moment the Kunpung closed its mouth, the entire battlefield fell strangely silent. The soldiers of Great Joe stared at each other in a daze. I can't believe my eyes. The entire demon tribe was devoured whole. Is this an illusion? ManHwa also raised her head, looking at the giant divine beast hovering in the air. Her heart was filled with doubt. Is it a divine beast from heaven and earth, descended to protect our Great Joe? She observed a little more closely, and was shocked to realize, wait, on the divine beast's back? There are people. It turns out, this divine beast has a master. It's a great power from the human race who has come to our aid. She hurriedly clasped her fists towards the sky and asked in a loud voice, "May I ask which senior has lent a helping hand? How should I address you, senior, and where have you come from?" 2. On the back of the Kunpung. Ye Junlin casually took a sip of his freshly made milk tea. He calmly replied, "Ye Junlin of the Xuan Tian sect. Who among you is in charge here?" Hearing the title Xuan Tian sect and the name Ye Junlin, ManHwa and all the surviving soldiers of Great Joe immediately knelt on the ground, clasping her hands respectfully. "This humble one is ManHwa, commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Greetings, Senior Yi and all esteemed seniors." ManHwa's heart bloomed with joy. To think it's actually Ye Junlin, the one whose fame has been skyrocketing recently. It's said that he alone caused a huge uproar at the Z clan, forcing their void immortal ancestor to bow his head. He even trampled on the face of the #1 immortal sect of the eastern region, the Yuhua sect. I never thought our Great Joe would be so fortunate as to be saved by him. Ye Junlin and his disciples landed on the ground. He looked around the battlefield and then asked ManHwa, "Which dynasty does this place belong to? Why did the demon tribe's army attack you?" ManHwa hurriedly replied, "Reporting to you, senior. This is Panchi City, part of the Great Joe dynasty's territory. This humble one is also not sure why. Why did the demon clan suddenly attack our Great Joe? But according to that demon general who just died, this is only the beginning. The demon clan seems to be preparing a more comprehensive assault, targeting the entire dynasty. I fear a terribly fierce battle is coming." Junlin frowned in thought. These creatures from the nether abyss? How dare they so brazenly attack the nations of the human race like this? Aren't they afraid that this action will provoke the entire human cultivation world in the eastern region? Wu Dai also added his analysis. "Master, from what I know, the demon clan prefers environments with heavy, damp, and dark energy. Although the spiritual energy in this Great Joe dynasty isn't abundant, it is still a land of the righteous path. What benefit could they possibly gain from attacking this place?" But Hong Tianye had a simpler and more direct way of thinking. "Why think so much? If they dare to come, we just have to slaughter them all." "Yes!" Hearing this, ManHwa thought Hong Tianye intended to help. He immediately showed immense gratitude, turning to Hong Tianye and saying, This fairy maiden, you wish to help our Great Joe overcome this calamity. On behalf of all the citizens of Great Joe, I wish to express my deepest gratitude for your great kindness." Hearing the words fairy maiden and you, feminine, Hong Tianye immediately gritted his teeth. Creak. An invisible killing intent radiated to the heavens. He just let out a cold, faint laugh. Ha ha. Li Wuji, standing beside him, was startled for a moment. He lamented inwardly. Senior brother Hong truly possesses a Shantian saintly body. That's easily misunderstood, huh? And it seems the more he hates being called something, the more often people call him that. But Ye Kunlin didn't think it was that simple. This definitely isn't just a simple Scion. The Nether Abyss race has been in hiding for tens of thousands of years. For them to suddenly appear in so many places at once, it's definitely not a coincidence. Ding, congratulations, host, for activating a hidden mission. Investigate the truth and defeat the great army of the demon race, invading the Great Joe dynasty. The reward for completing the mission is anything but ordinary, he thought to himself. I had a feeling a mission would pop up when I came here. This works out perfectly. I'll use this place as a temporary base for now. And while I'm at it, I'll see if I can dig up any useful clues from this demon race. But after a moment of thought, he spoke up. His tone was serious. A foreign race is causing chaos and slaughtering the innocent. As a mighty figure of the human race, how could I possibly see death and not intervene? Inform the Xuantian sect that I will take action to help you, the great Zhou, overcome this calamity. Overjoyed to the point of tears, Wang Huo kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior. The great Zhou will forever remember your immense kindness. Li Wuji's eyes filled with admiration. Master is so wise. Only Hong Tianye seemed a bit weary, mumbling, more trouble again. Ye Kunlin waved his hand. Let's go. Take me to see your emperor. Wang Hua immediately complied. Yes! This humble one will lead the way for you seniors. Meanwhile, at the great Zhou army's headquarters, outside the capital city, a general with a contemplative expression gently placed a game piece onto the military map. His deep, steady voice rang out. According to the latest reports, some of the demon army's vanguards have successfully broken through our defense lines, our outer perimeter. This establishes their current route of advance. It shows a clear intention to charge straight for the capital of Great Zhou. They're taking the shortest path. The other generals immediately chimed in, their faces filled with worry. Furthermore, compiling war reports from all over the country. Quite a few demon generals with formidable power have appeared. They are at least at the integration stage. We can't even rule out the possibility of a demon marshal at the Mahayana stage rank, secretly overseeing the battle. Another general said with a weary sigh, for the demon clan to suddenly launch a large-scale war of this magnitude and aim straight for our great Zhou imperial palace. Could it be that this great Zhou dynasty truly possesses some kind of treasure, powerful enough to attract their high-level experts? The young man in imperial robes, though exuding an air of resolution, sighed softly. This prince understands your concerns, but unfortunately, even I, as the Crown Prince Regent, have absolutely no knowledge of this so-called treasure. The general who had just spoken hurriedly bowed his head. Your Highness, this humble general was impolite just now. The Crown Prince's face became unusually resolute. It's all right, now is not the time to assign blame. The great demon army is invading our borders. What we must do is stop them with all our might. At all costs. If we truly cannot stop their advance, then we must strive to protect and help as many of our people retreat from our lands as possible. As long as the people of Great Zhou remain, there is still hope. Just then the sound of hurried footsteps and a loud shout echoed from outside. Reporting, Your Highness. There is an extremely urgent new development outside. I implore you to come and see at once. Everyone in the command tent was startled. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could the demon tribe be pulling another trick? The Crown Prince's brow furrowed tightly. His mind raced with a flurry of desperate calculations. For the past 2 days, the demon tribe has been harassing us relentlessly. Our soldiers' morale and stamina are already depleted. It's difficult to maintain high-intensity combat. The enemy has 800,000 troops, while our army has a mere 400,000, and we're forced to be on the defensive. The initiative is completely in their hands. How are we supposed to win in a situation like this? Just then, as the Crown Prince and the generals stepped outside, the magnificent sight before them left everyone stunned. The soldiers exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of divine beast is this? Why would a creature of this level appear here in our great Zhou?" A general hurriedly ordered, "Quick! All troops, prepare for battle! Stop it!" The Crown Prince of Great Zhou quickly raised his hand to stop them. "Don't be reckless. Look closely. That's the legendary divine beast, the Kun Peng. Moreover, I recognize the general on that divine beast's back. It's Wang Hua of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry." That general's jaw dropped in astonishment. What, Commander Wang? How could she possibly control an ancient divine beast of such a high caliber? As the Kunpeng lowered its altitude, Wang Hua quickly jumped down. She knelt on one knee and announced in a clear voice, "Commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, Wang Hua greets Your Highness the Crown Prince." This humble general was fortunate enough to invite the master of the divine beast, Kun Peng, the senior Ye Junlin, to come here, to assist Great Zhou against the great army of the demon tribe. The Crown Prince froze. He stammered as if he couldn't believe his own ears. What, Ye Junlin? You're saying he's that white-haired god of slaughter from the profound heaven sect? To think that he's the master of a Kunpeng divine beast of this caliber? Seeing the Crown Prince Wang Hua's flustered expression, he quickly leaned in and whispered, "Your Highness, please be careful with your words. Actually, Venerable Yi is a very easygoing and straightforward person. He's not at all as brutal as the rumors make him out to be." Hearing this, the Crown Prince hastily adjusted his attire. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "All right. Ji Xuan, Crown Prince of Great Zhou, pays his respects to Venerable Yi." Ye Junlin had just landed on the ground. Hearing the title Venerable Yi, he thought to himself, it seems these people from Great Zhou have been so busy dealing with the demon clan, and that their information is still a bit outdated. It stuck back at the time, and when I casually annihilated those 18 powerful elders from the Yuhua sect. Suddenly a savage laugh from the demon clan echoed piercingly from the distance. KKK, you humans, and you've been surrounded by our 800,000 strong demon clan army. You're surrounded on all sides. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Become a sacrifice for the rise of our demon clan. Crown Prince Jishuan immediately placed his hand on his sword hilt, his face furious. These demons are going too far. Ye Junlin, however, appeared unusually calm. He turned to his two disciples and nonchalantly gave an order. You two, go take care of that noisy swarm of flies. Li Wuji and Hong Tianye immediately replied in unison. Their voices were filled with reverence. Yes, master. Immediately after, two figures, one white and one red, shot off like two shooting stars, charging straight towards the swarming demon clan army. The soldiers of Great Zhou who witnessed this scene couldn't help but buzz with discussion. Their voices were filled with doubt and worry. Who are those two? How dare they charge into the 800,000-strong demon army all by themselves? This is no different from asking to be killed. That's right, the enemy might even have a demon marshal at the Great Ascension level. That guardian is a complete fool. So reckless. 4. In the gloomy space, chilling where the demon army was stationed, the air was thick with the stench of death and bloodlust. The demons were gathered in groups, gossiping. Their tone was full of contempt. How ridiculous. But just to conquer a mere human dynasty, like this Great Zhou. And yet, they needed to mobilize such a massive force? I heard this dynasty has a bit of national destiny on its side. But no matter how you put it, our 800,000-strong army crushing their 400,000 human soldiers, the absolute advantage is still firmly in our hands. This time, the 100 clans of the Dark Abyss have all emerged together. We demons must seize the initiative, gain the upper hand from the start. This is a major affair. It's directly related to the rise and fall of our entire clan in the future. That's right. After all, the collapse of this rotten upper realm is just a matter of time. When the order of this eastern region changes, if we can achieve great merits, we'll also have a say on the new chessboard of power. Just then, Xiaohong and Li Wuji appeared right in front of the army. Tens upon tens of thousands of bloodshot red eyes from the savage demons turned towards the two of them in unison. Look, two human prey have delivered themselves to our doorstep. Shh, keep your voice down. Don't scare our food into running away. Let's wait for them to get a little closer. 2. Laveau Keep looked at the vast sea of ghosts before him. A sense of excitement couldn't help but rise within him, and pride. He thought to himself, the Ghost Clan has a force of 800,000. Among them, those who have reached the integration realm are too numerous to count. If it were the me from before, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the courage to face this scene, let alone have any. Never mind fighting. But now I can actually stand shoulder to shoulder and fight alongside a peerless prodigy like Senior Brother Hong. He turned to Hong Thian-Deep and said excitedly, Senior Brother Hong, this junior brother's saber techniques are still unrefined. Allow me to perform first and clear a path for you. A cold glint suddenly flashed in Laveau Kiep's eyes. A flame of fighting spirit seemed to ignite in his pupils. He let out a sharp, cold cry filled with an endless saber intent to slash. Instantly, a tyrannical slash of chaotic saber light tore through space. The heads of countless Ghost Clan members in the front row were suddenly and unexpectedly severed from their necks. Black blood sprayed everywhere. They didn't even have time to realize what had happened. They only managed one final horrified scream. Get that human cultivator now! The Ghost Clan members behind them roared and charged forward madly. Hong Thian-Deep didn't delay for a moment. He quickly followed up with the golden crow burning flame art. His entire body erupted in a dazzling, brilliant golden flame like a descending sun. A terrifying heat spread everywhere. The charging Ghost Clan members were engulfed in the sea of fire. They were instantly burned to ash amidst their tragic screams. Terrifying. Flames. These flames. They're actually the inextinguishable heavenly annihilation flames. Quick, spread out! As Laveau Keep unleashed his saber and began the slaughter. Glancing at Hong Thian-Deep, who was rampaging through the sea of flames, he couldn't help but praise him from the bottom of his heart. Senior Brother Hong's methods are truly powerful. Extraordinary. This junior brother is truly impressed. Hong Thian-Deep just let out a smirk, his tone slightly arrogant. Ha ha! Let's end this quickly. Don't give others a reason to laugh at us. But in his mind he thought, Even if that shameless master of mine takes in another monster with a wind demon physique, I, Hong Thien Deep, will always be the senior brother with the greatest strength. The brilliant golden flames raged like a firestorm, sweeping away everything in its path. Wave after wave of the demon clan was incinerated. The great Zhou soldiers, watching from the city walls, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Strong! So strong!" The crown prince of Great Zhou also marveled to himself. No wonder he's the disciple of the white-haired god of slaughter. In just a few short moments, he's already wiped out nearly half of the 800,000-strong demon army. At that moment, the demon generals commanding from the rear of the army showed expressions of extreme rage. Damn it, who the hell are these two humans? How dare they show up and ruin things at such a critical moment? It seems they are the experts that this great Zhou imperial dynasty has been secretly supporting. We must strike immediately and eliminate them. No matter who it is, they cannot stop. The grand plan of our demon clan. Hong Thien Deep narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold, as he looked towards the powerful auras rushing over. From within the remaining demon horde, several colossal dark figures exuding a dense demonic aura slowly stepped forward, clad in pitch-black armor. They were the demon marshals of the Mahayana realm. They flashed savage, deadly smiles. Hong Thien Deep's lips curled into an excited smile. Oh, finally, some interesting opponents have arrived. The demon marshals had just appeared. He also sensed the extraordinary auras from the two of them. An early-stage Mahayana ghost general sneered. His aura was also imposing. But he's just a guy at the integration stage. And just a puny early-stage Mahayana at that. You're the ones in trouble this time. Yes, you're the ones who are in trouble. Another ghost general with an abnormally tall and large build, whose aura had reached the mid-stage Mahayana realm, quickly rushed forward. He laughed sinisterly and contemptuously. A mere kid at the integration stage and an early-stage Mahayana who's just entered the realm. And you two dare to confront the army of our ghost clan? No need for our leader to even lift a finger. I, a mid-stage Mahayana general alone, am more than enough to crush the both of you. Li Wuji didn't flinch in the slightest. He even appeared strangely calm. Oh, is that so? Perfect. I've got a Mahayana realm expert to warm up with. The mid-stage ghost general roared, brimming with confidence in his own strength. You arrogant brat! Die for me! He threw a punch, carrying with it a surging demonic aura toward Li Wuji. But Li Wuji simply sidestepped lightly and swung his saber in a slash. A single saber strike imbued with the will of chaos and causality grazed past the ghost general. At first, he just smirked. It doesn't hurt, doesn't even itch. Is this insignificant little scratch all the damage you can do to me? He was about to say more, but suddenly he felt that something incredibly important was being torn apart inside his body. His soul felt like it was being ripped in two. The remaining ghost generals watched, stunned. They cried out in horror, "No! Impossible! That saber will... Can it directly strike at causality?" Even the crown prince of Great Zhou, standing on the city wall, couldn't believe his eyes. An integration realm expert killing a mid-stage Mahayana realm expert. Venerable Yi's disciples. Are they all this heaven-defyingly strong? Meanwhile, after Li Wuji killed his opponent with a single slash, a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. The more he fought, the more excited he became. He laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Damn, that feels amazing! Another ghost general spoke with disdain. A mid-stage Mahayana, getting instantly killed by some guy in the integration realm. Old Seven was truly a piece of trash, no different from tofu. At that moment, the leading ghost general, the one with the most powerful aura, who had reached the peak Mahayana realm, finally spoke coldly. It was only because Old Nine was careless and arrogant that you were able to kill him with a single slash. Do you really think that with such meager strength, you can stand against so many of our Mahayana realm experts? Is that what you think? After he spoke, the 5 remaining ghost generals, including the peak-level leader, charged towards Li Wuji in unison. Their imposing aura surged to the heavens. Brothers, let's charge! Crush them! Li Wuji's expression changed slightly. This is bad. This pressure is much stronger than I expected. In a 1 versus 5 situation like this, I have no choice but to use my sealed demon bloodline. His eyes began to turn blood red, but just then, a beautiful jade-green flame that concealed an astonishingly destructive power suddenly erupted. It enveloped Li Wuji, and at the same time blocked the advance of the ghost generals. The azure jade glazed flame! Hong Tianyi was calmly controlling the azure flame. This flame had the ability to incinerate even souls. The moment the ghost generals touched it, they immediately screamed in pain and hastily retreated. The leading ghost general roared in fury. He pointed at Hong Tianye. "You damned human woman! I'll make you pay with your life!" With that said, he and the other two ghost marshals ignored Laveau Keep and changed their target to Hong Thien Deep. Laveau Keep watched them charge forward. Hong Thien Deep couldn't help but inwardly assess them. Such immense power. No wonder he's at the peak of the Mahayana realm. The ghost tribe leader sneered contemptuously, eyeing Hong Thien Deep with a greedy and cruel gaze. "It's too late to be scared now. You and that little brat over there, along with that foolish woman of yours. All of you will die here today." Laveau Keep was about to rush in to help, but then he heard the words "foolish woman." He froze and looked over at Hong Thien Deep, sensing an icy and violent aura slowly rising from his senior brother. Laveau Keep gulped as a cold sweat broke out. "It's over. It's all over. You guys have really poked the hornet's nest now." And just as expected, Hong Thien Deep's phoenix eyes suddenly ignited with pitch-black flames. A heaven and earth-shaking killing intent erupted. He let out a roar that made the very world tremble. "You insects! All of you can just die for me!" At that moment, beneath Hong Thien Deep's feet, a complex ancient magic circle appeared. A pure, destructive dark power radiated outwards as the soul-devouring black flame emerged, enveloping his entire body. The ghost marshals who were charging forward suddenly felt their bodies tightly bound by invisible chains of darkness. The demonic energy inside them felt as if it had frozen solid. They cried out in horror. What in the hell is this?" The leading ghost marshal shouted, "Second brother, third brother, be careful!" He frantically tried to counterattack, unleashing his strongest demonic art. But it was useless. In an instant, his power, completely devoured by the soul-devouring black flame. He couldn't believe it. "No, this is impossible." Those seemed to be his last words, because right after that, all three of the demon marshals, including the one at the peak of the Mahayana realm, were completely swallowed by the black flames, burned into nothingness amidst desperate screams. The remaining demon marshals gaped in astonishment. Before they could even process what happened, another jet-black flame swept over them. Hong Thien Deep floated in midair, his entire body wreathed in black flames, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. He uttered an ice-cold, contemptuous remark. "A bunch of worthless trash, courting death." Laveau Keep stood behind him, silently marveling at how senior brother Hong, once angered, is truly invincible within the same realm. No wonder he was the first disciple master ever accepted. But then, a crazed battle intent flashed in his eyes. "This is good too. If I hone my skills just a little more, perhaps one day, I'll be able to have a crazy, all-out fight with him. That'll be a proper fight." Hong Thien Deep seemed to sense the killing intent and battle lust directed at him. He whipped his head around to look at Laveau Keep. But after seeing his junior brother's expression, which was full of admiration and somewhat innocent, he frowned in suspicion. Could it be that I was just imagining things? At this moment, the two disciples had returned to Diep Quan Lam's side. Hong Thien Deep took a step forward and reported, "Master, as per your instructions, the 800,000-strong demon army has been dealt with." Tutik jumped out and chimed in, "Oh, you two are back? Master, I was just saying that you two took way too long." But seeing that Diep Quan Lam still had his eyes closed and wasn't responding, Laveau Keep worriedly asked Hong Thien Deep in a low voice, "Senior brother Hong, is he?" Tutik immediately started shaking Diep Quan Lam's arm. "Master! Master, please wake up. Senior brother is back." But while Hong Tianye appeared a bit irritable, Li Wujie, on the other hand, seemed anxious and scared to death. Could it be that Master isn't pleased with my performance and Hong's senior brothers? Just then, Ye Kunlin groggily woke up. He stretched, let out a long yawn, and sat up. With a look of complete satisfaction, he said, "Oh, is everything taken care of?" Hong Tianye suppressed his anger and replied, "That's right. We've wiped out the entire enemy army," he cursed inwardly. "We were out there risking our lives and shedding blood, while you were just so carefree, sleeping soundly on the battlefield." Ye Kunlin nodded. He reached out, patted his two disciples on the shoulder, and praised them. "Well done. You're getting stronger and stronger." The Crown Prince of Great Zhou hurried forward and immediately bowed deeply. His voice was filled with reverence and gratitude. "Greetings, Venerable Yi. Thank you so much for lending your aid. On behalf of our Great Zhou, you have averted the crisis of our annihilation." Ye Kunlin once again put on the air of an elder and a great master, waving his hand as he replied, It was a small matter. No need for such formalities. However, all that fighting has made us a bit tired. You people of Great Zhou, do you have anything delicious or interesting to treat us to?" Hearing this, the Crown Prince was visibly delighted and said enthusiastically, "But of course, you are the most honored guest of our Great Zhou. We invite you, venerable sir, and your companions, to return to the capital city with us. We will immediately prepare a grand banquet to host you at the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, inside the magnificent and majestic Hall of Heavenly Deliberation. Magnificent. The highest-ranking generals and officials of Great Zhou were all present. They all knelt in unison, shouting loudly, "We respectfully welcome the Venerable Yi." Crown Prince Ji Shen took a step forward, guiding Ye Junlin while informing him, "Venerable Yi, before the banquet begins, my royal father specifically requested to meet you once. He is currently waiting for you in this hall." Ye Junlin casually stepped into the grand hall. His gaze swept across the solemn space, inwardly assessing the situation. This old geezer really knows how to put on a show. He's actually sitting here waiting for me to come see him? Suddenly, an ancient voice, still tinged with authority, echoed down from the throne. "Venerable Ye, please forgive me. I was unable to personally come out and welcome you. It is truly because my health has been poor recently." But as soon as Ye Junlin saw the person sitting on the throne, he was slightly surprised. A mystical energy, powerful yet somewhat faint, was enveloping the man. Could this energy be the national fate? The person sitting majestically on the throne was the current emperor of the Great Zhou, a master at the peak of the Mahayana realm. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked directly, "Emperor of Zhou, this is—" His eyes never left the emperor for a second, silently analyzing him. "Based on the faint memories I have, the imperial dynasties in this cultivation world seem to be able to wield the national fate, a type of mystical power condensed from the destiny of the nation and the faith of all its living beings, to enhance their strength, heal their injuries, and even aid in their cultivation. The foundation upon which the national fate is built is the very survival and prosperity of the common people of the realm. This Emperor of Zhou, it seems he's using the national fate of the entire Great Zhou to forcefully suppress a certain wound. But the situation doesn't look very promising." But the Emperor of Great Zhou let out a soft sigh. His voice held a hint of self-mockery. "I've made a fool of myself in front of you, Venerable Yi." At the same time, he was also secretly observing Ye Junlin, his heart filled with shock and doubt. How strange. I actually can't see through his cultivation realm, or his level at all. Could it be that he's using some kind of secret technique to conceal his extremely profound cultivation? This person? Is he really just at the venerable realm? Ye Junlin got straight to the point. "Emperor Zhou, can you tell me what exactly happened?" The emperor pondered for a moment before replying. "The Nether Abyss Demon Clan attacked my Great Zhou without any reason. In the court, many of the great ministers speculate that, hidden within this Great Zhou Imperial Palace, is some kind of treasure that the Demon Clan covets. But even I, the Emperor of Great Zhou, have absolutely no idea what this treasure could possibly be." Ye Junlin's voice grew more serious. "That wound of yours, where did it come from?" The emperor shuddered slightly. His eyes revealed a look of fear and indignation. "Sometime before the Demon Clan's army officially attacked Great Zhou, some time ago, my royal family's ancestral tomb was infiltrated and desecrated by a mysterious individual. That person's strength was unfathomably deep. My most elite imperial guards, out in front of him, were nothing more than children being toyed with. In the end, I had no other choice but to risk my life and forcefully wield the power of the national fate. Only then was I able to repel that mysterious person." As he said this, his whole body shuddered slightly again. But what's even stranger is that, although that mysterious person clearly had the strength to crush me, but he seemed somewhat wary, not daring to go too far. In the end, he actually took the initiative to retreat. And just a short time after that, the great army of the Demon Clan began an all-out assault on our Great Chu. Ye Junlin's gaze sharpened, as if he could see through everything. "It seems the crucial point happened inside your ancestral mausoleum." He thought to himself, according to the Chu Emperor's description, it's highly likely that the Demon Clan attacked Great Chu because they received an order, or were instigated by that mysterious figure. Their ultimate goal was to seize the ancestral mausoleum. Behind this, there must be some incredibly huge benefit hidden. Otherwise, there's no way a power like the Demon Clan would mobilize on such a massive scale. He continued to reason, but the strange thing is, if that mysterious figure truly had the power to crush the Chu Emperor, but why did he suddenly stop and retreat? When faced with the nation's fate, could it be that inside that mausoleum, there's something else that he's wary of? Or is there something special about Great Chu's national fate itself? Ye Junlin gently stroked his chin, lost in silent thought. There are so many suspicious points in this matter. Even though I originally transmigrated to this cultivation world and even unlocked a golden finger, a cheat system I had planned to just lie flat and enjoy life, mainly just playing around in the mortal world. There was no need to go through the hardships of cultivation. But this matter holds such an interesting mystery. It really makes one a little curious and want to investigate. Hearing the Chu Emperor's account, Li Wujie couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, something that bizarre actually happened? Hong Tianye, standing to the side, had a thoughtful glint in her eyes. This matter has seemed somewhat similar to some of the mysterious rumors that I've heard in the central region. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Junlin finally spoke, his tone probing the Chu Emperor. If you wouldn't mind, could you perhaps lead me to the ancestral mausoleum for a tour? The Emperor of Great Zhou looked visibly troubled and hesitated. Seeing this, Crown Prince Ji Xuan quickly stepped forward to help his father Emperor out of the predicament. Venerable Yi, please forgive us. The ancestral mausoleum is a sacred place, the final resting place for the ancestors of the Great Zhou imperial family. The yin energy there is quite heavy. I'm afraid that if a person of your esteemed status were to enter, you would be disturbed by the foul aura, which would affect your spiritual purity. The Crown Prince skillfully changed the subject. Venerable Ye, you have helped Great Zhou repel a powerful enemy. Your contribution is immeasurable. The Imperial Kitchen has already finished preparing the state banquet. Why don't we proceed to Tianhe Hall now? The feast is ready, allowing us, your subjects, to express our sincere reverence. The Emperor followed the Crown Prince's lead, showing a sincere look of apology. Venerable Ye, please forgive me. I cannot grant your somewhat abrupt request, but to express our profound gratitude, as the most honored guest of Great Zhou, I will grant you a special privilege. You may freely choose any 3 treasures from the national treasury of Great Zhou. Junlin waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine. I was just asking casually. Don't worry about it. But inwardly, he thought, the mission the system gave me isn't complete yet. It seems I'll have to stay in this Great Zhou for a while longer. I'll just stay here for now and observe. Let's see how the situation develops. The Crown Prince regained his initial enthusiasm. I knew Venerable Yi was a magnanimous person, full of reason and understanding. Please, Venerable One, this way. Kangzhou, Eastern Region, the Demon King's palace. A gloomy space, filled with the aura of death and the thick stench of blood, a characteristic of the demon realm. The already somber scene was now even more terrifying, with countless human skulls submerged in a pool of thick, viscous blood. A tall, imposing demon king, with a single, sharp horn growing from his forehead, was sitting on a throne made of white bones. One arm held a trembling, terrified human beauty. The other hand held the skull of a newborn infant, from which he greedily drank the bright red liquid within. The liquid overflowed from the corners of his mouth, dripping onto the cold ground, where another cracked skull lay. Fresh blood was still seeping out. He is the one-horned demon king. Cultivation. Early stage tribulation transcendence realm. The blood of these human infants is truly a delicacy of the mortal world. He licked his lips, a wicked smile on his face. His expression radiated the sinister cruelty of a ruler. He muttered to himself, after so many years of patience, the opportunity has finally arrived. If I can succeed this time and conquer the entire Great Zhou imperial dynasty, then my prestige among the demon clan will surely skyrocket. Most importantly, if I can just gain the recognition of those great figures from the nether abyss, then in the future of this eastern region, there might just be a seat for me. He frowned, looking impatient. Why has it been so long without any news? With the strength of Kun Ta and his demon marshals, they should have more than enough power to force that old geezer, the Zhou Emperor, to make a move. The one thing I'm most wary of is the national fate trump card that old man possesses. Suddenly a cold, emotionless voice spoke. As if from the 9 hells, a voice suddenly echoed from the darkness. Dokukaku, you useless trash, still sitting there enjoying yourself? Dokukaku. The Demon King, startled and terrified, tumbled from his throne. He hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he spoke. This humble one greets you, Lord Emissary. That underworldly voice continued, full of menace. Right now, the 100 clans of the Abyss are all waging a holy war in unison, and yet you, a Demon King meant to guard this region, dare to hide in the rear, indulging in pleasure. Are you trying to tell me that the Demon Clan has decided to abandon this holy war? The Demon King hurriedly explained, breaking out in a cold sweat. You've wronged me, Lord Emissary. This humble one would never dare. I have already dispatched an elite army of 800,000 to attack the Great Chu Kingdom. I believe that old geezer, the Chu Emperor, will be forced to make a move sooner or later. When that time comes, his trump card, the nation's destiny, will be revealed, and I will have the appropriate countermeasures ready. The mysterious figure in the darkness roared, "You fool! The 800,000 troops you sent have been completely annihilated." Right outside the capital of Great Chu, not long ago, without causing any significant damage to the Chu Emperor at all. The Dokukaku Demon King screamed in horror. Unbelievable. No. That's impossible! In that army, just counting the integration realm experts alone, there were dozens of demon generals. There were also nearly 10 Mahayana realm demon marshals, with such a powerful force. Even if that old geezer, the Chu Emperor, acted personally, he couldn't have possibly annihilated them all so easily. Whoa. The hidden figure's entire body radiated a chilling, killing intent. The one who destroyed your 800,000 troops was not the great Chu imperial dynasty, but a human cultivator who just happened to be passing by. The people of the Great Zhou respectfully called him Venerable Yi. Venerable One, a demon king, was stunned for a moment, then immediately roared in fury. A mere Mahayana realm cultivator.
There's to ruin my grand plan.
Although I don't know what kind of trick he used to annihilate nearly 10 of my great demon marshals. But below the tribulation transcendence realm, all are mere ants. For this king, crushing him is as easy as turning over my hand. Don't be so blindly confident, the mysterious figure said coldly. A pitch-black medicinal pill radiating, a terrifying demonic aura flew out from the darkness. This nether origin pill is bestowed upon you. Take it. This time you must conquer the Great Zhou for me. I will not accept any more failures. The Demon King looked up at the medicinal pill with a look of greed and awe. He hurriedly kowtowed in thanks and obedience. Thank you, Lord Emissary, for the reward. This humble one will personally lead the expedition this time. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations, my lord. Suddenly, a dark vortex appeared in the space. The mysterious figure in the darkness vanished into the void. Only a cold, savage laughter was left echoing. Ha ha ha! The Demon King let out a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. Immediately after, in the sky outside the Demon King's palace, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Lightning streaked across the sky. A giant bolt of purple lightning struck straight down, onto the square in front of the palace. Instantly, countless demon soldiers and demon generals were summoned from all over. The Demon King stood up and swallowed the nether origin pill. His aura surged as he commanded all his officers and soldiers. Follow this king on this expedition! We will raise the Great Zhou to the ground! His subordinates obeyed the order, shouting in unison. Their morale soared to the heavens. Meanwhile, at the Great Zhou's imperial palace, inside the Hall of Celestial Harmony, a grand and lavish banquet was in full swing. Model Luigi raised his wine cup and drained it in one go. Ah, he praised with satisfaction. Good wine, as expected, of the finest imperial purple nectar? Meanwhile, Xiaoxi was engrossed in gnawing on a roasted lamb leg, her mouth glistening with grease. She kept praising, this roasted meat is absolutely delicious. Crown Prince Ji Xuan noticed that Hong Tianye was just sitting there silently, not touching his chopsticks. He asked with concern, Fairy Hong, I wonder if there is anything about the dishes at today's banquet. That is not to your liking? Hearing the two words, Fairy Hong, Hong Tianye's exquisitely beautiful face instantly turned cold. A chilling, killing intent flashed and then vanished. Ah, Crown Prince, don't mind him, Ye Junlin said while gnawing on a golden-brown roasted chicken thigh. He spoke as he chewed. He's on a diet to stay in shape these days. Oh, is that so? Fairy Hong is truly a disciplined person. How admirable. The Crown Prince said, looking as if he understood. Diet, my ass! Stay in shape, your sister! Hong Tianye cursed inwardly, but on the outside he had to maintain his cold expression. As a peak-stage tribulation transcendence cultivator, who would care for these mortal foods and drinks? Seeing this, the Crown Prince of Great Zhou stood up and said cheerfully, Well, if Fairy Hong is not inclined to enjoy the fine food, then I invite you, Fairy, and all our esteemed guests to enjoy the zither music of the #1 musician in the eastern region. Elder Jia Xiao announced as an old man with white hair and a white beard, carrying an otherworldly air, walked out holding an ancient guqin. This is Master Nangong Changfeng, known as the #1 musician of our eastern region. The zither pieces he plays are not only melodious and pleasing to the ear, but also contain profound Tao intent. It is a wonderful experience for cultivators like us. I heard that long ago there was a nascent soul cultivator whose lifespan was about to end. It was thanks to hearing and comprehending the Tao's rhythm within his zither music that I was fortunate enough to break through the God transformation bottleneck, extending my lifespan by several hundred years. The old man bowed his head slightly in a salute. I, Nam Kung Trong Fong, pay my respects to you all. The Crown Prince said, "Grandmaster Nam Kung, please begin." Instantly, the sound of the ancient zither rang out. The melodies, at times soft and melodious, at others majestic and powerful, spread throughout the grand hall. The moment the music began, it was indeed melodious and resonant, containing a profound Tao intent. Laveau, Keep, and Tutik both closed their eyes to savor it. A look of captivation on their faces, Hong Thien Deep remained cold and indifferent. But Ye Quan Lam, leaning back in his chair, had his eyes drooped shut and had nodded off to sleep at some point. Suddenly, with a loud twang, the music came to an abrupt halt. Nam Kung Truong Feng, furious, slammed his hand down on the ancient zither. He turned to the Crown Prince, his voice filled with displeasure. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, if something like this ever happens again, then please do not invite this old man here. I truly cannot bear this humiliation." The Crown Prince hastily stood up to mediate.
Grandmaster, please calm down.
He turned to Ye Quan Lam, trying to ask as tactfully as possible, "Venerable Ye, could it be that the zither piece that Grandmaster Nam Kung just performed was not to your satisfaction?" Only then did Ye Quan Lam groggily wake up. He let out a huge yawn and casually picked at his ear a few times before delivering a blunt verdict. It was just all right, I guess." The moment the words left his mouth, the Crown Prince's face turned pale and his jaw dropped. As for Grandmaster Nam Kung, he was so furious his hair and beard stood on end, his face flushing red like a fighting cock. "Shut your mouth! What does a crude brat like you know about musical theory?"
About refined music? You are fundamentally incapable of understanding the essence
of this zither's sound. Seeing his master being insulted, Laveau Keep immediately drew his sword, his eyes blazing with fire. Unleashing his Chaos Heaven Saber aura, he pointed directly at Nangong Changfeng's face and roared, "You old geezer, how dare you insult my master? Are you tired of living?" The Crown Prince, horrified, quickly rushed out to stop him. "Senior Li, please calm down." Grandmaster Nangong has always been a straightforward person. Artists tend to be a bit eccentric. He meant no harm, it was just a slip of the tongue. But Nangong Changfeng seemed unable to forgive Ye Junlin's attitude. He pointed a finger at Ye Junlin and shouted loudly, "He's just a crude martial artist who only knows how to fight and kill. On what grounds does he dare to judge this old master's zither skills as so-so? What right does he have?" The Crown Prince sighed in exasperation, about to speak but then stopping. In his heart, he could only hope that, before Nangong Changfeng died, he could retain some dignity. Finally, Li Wujie turned to Ye Junlin, as if waiting for his master's command. Just then the system suddenly appeared, displaying a notification in Ye Junlin's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating an optional mission. Option 1. The host becomes enraged and orders his disciple to execute Nangong Changfeng on the spot. After completing the mission, you will receive a reward of 10 top-grade spirit stones. Option 2. The host personally performs a piece of music so heaven-shaking and earth-shattering that it makes Nangong Changfeng feel so ashamed he wants to dig a hole and hide in it. Completion reward: 10 pouches of super-grade pet beast food. KuBI beef milk flavor, special formula. The more they eat, the faster they grow, and the smoother their fur becomes." Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow. "Oh? An optional mission popped up at a time like this?" He silently weighed his options. Option 1 is definitely not suitable. The reward is too pathetic. Plus, it would damage the expert image that I'm trying to build. Although the reward for option 2 isn't some legendary secret technique either. These 10 bags of top-grade pet food, or can be used to nourish Akon. If Akon can break through to the next level, wouldn't it be even more stylish to ride him around and show him off? Even more dazzling? Not bad at all. With that thought, Deep Quan Lum looked scornfully at Nam Kung Truong Feng. He said, "Isn't it just a few broken zither strings? What's so hard about it? All you need is a pair of hands to do it." "A pair of hands is all you need?" Nam Kung Truong Feng was so angry he burst out laughing. He pointed a finger at Deep Quan Lam, his voice trembling with indignation. "You? How dare a brute like you speak such arrogant words? This old man has sought out masters and studied the art since childhood, painstakingly practicing the zither for 1,000 years. You are fundamentally a grain of sand in the desert. How could you possibly understand the value of the ocean of music?" The Crown Prince laughed heartily. He tried to mediate. "Ha ha! Everyone has their own field of expertise, and it's the same for us cultivators. If playing the zither really only required a pair of hands, then why in the world would the concept of a Grandmaster even exist?" But Laveau Keep shouted with utmost excitement, "Master is absolutely right. All you need is a pair of hands." Nam Kung Truong Feng trembled with rage. He couldn't be bothered to maintain his grandmasterly demeanor anymore. He threw the precious Fu Jiao, ancient zither, in his hands towards Deep Quan Lum and growled, "Fine. Today this old man will lend you this Fu Jiao zither. You play it, go on play. Let's see what kind of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering melody you can produce. If you can actually play something decent, then this old man will believe that pigs can fly. A brute like you who only knows how to fight and kill. What the hell would you know about the art of the zither?" The crown prince, standing nearby, exclaimed worriedly. He was lamenting internally. "Oh, for heaven's sake, this old man. Can't you just tone it down a little? Are you really not afraid of young Master Diep getting angry and starting a massacre right here and now?" Meanwhile, Deep Quan Lam calmly caught the incoming Fuyao zither with one hand. The corner of his mouth curled into a confident smile. "In my past life I was, at the very least, a cultured young man. I dabbled a bit in playing the zither. Playing this thing is a piece of cake. Besides, I have my dear system's overpowered skills. They automatically upgrade to max level. Ding, friendly reminder. The zither skill is divided into the following levels. Beginner's glimpse, greater than entering the hall, greater than outstanding, greater than godlike transformation, greater than pinnacle of perfection. Ding! The host's current zither skill has reached the level of pinnacle of perfection. Deep Quan Lum glanced at Nam Kung Chuangfang and asked silently, "System, my dear system, what's that old man's skill level?" Ding! This gentleman's zither-playing skill has just reached the adept level. Meanwhile, Nam Kung Chuangfang started to urge him impatiently. "What are you stalling for? Hurry up and play for this old man." The crown prince, standing to the side, grew even more anxious. "It seems Venerable Deep isn't actually skilled in the art of the zither. Should I try to smooth things over a bit? Maybe I can still save that old man." Nam Kung's life. Ye Junlin placed the zither on his lap. His long, slender fingers gently brushed across the strings. He sneered inwardly. "Just a mere 7th level practitioner, and you dare to be so arrogant? In that case, you should just obediently kneel and listen to the peak level mastery of this old master. This is a perfect opportunity to let you people of this world experience a divine melody from my world. This melody that commands the world." The resonant sound of the ancient zither began to ring out. At first, the sound was as gentle as flowing water and drifting clouds, but it quickly became powerful and majestic, sometimes as fast as a tempest, other times slow and deliberate. Every single note contained an indescribable aura of solemn and domineering power. This Xiao Hong Tianye, who was sitting nearby, listened to the zither as cold sweat unknowingly broke out on his skin. What kind of magnificent melody is this? How could he possibly play something like this? This kind of transcendent, otherworldly mastery of the zither, even if you placed him in the central domain, he would absolutely be a top-tier Grandmaster. Who would dare to challenge him? Nangong Changfeng's jaw dropped and his eyes went wide. He absolutely couldn't believe what his ears were hearing. This zither music, this kind of artistic intent? How? How is this possible? As for Li Wujie, he was so excited his whole body was trembling. The musical intent. I can actually feel a kind of musical intent that is incredibly profound and so domineering. Oh my God, this music makes your blood boil with passion. I feel like my heart is about to leap out of my chest. It really is. Ye Junlin's nimble hands danced across the zither strings, faster and faster. The aura emanating from the melody also grew increasingly intense, resonantly. Little Hong could feel the hidden Tao rhythm contained within the sound of the zither. The spiritual energy in her body began to circulate wildly, continuously breaking through minor realms. The crown prince, standing beside her, witnessed this scene and was utterly horrified. "Fairy Hong Hong, this is the absolute peak of the late-stage Mahayana realm. Heavens, to think she had an epiphany just by listening to the zither for a moment. She's only one step away from the tribulation transcendence realm. And there's more! Senior Li, too! To think he went from the perfection of the integration realm and broke through directly to the early-stage Mahayana realm." The sound of Ye Kunlin's zither continued to echo. It brought immense benefits to those whose state of mind was in harmony with it. But at the same time, it also brought a terrifyingly oppressive aura. To others, Crown Prince Ji Shen had to use the full extent of his mid-stage tribulation transcendence cultivation base just to barely withstand the pressure from the music. He realized with horror that, Venerable Mai wasn't just a venerable one, but a true void immortal. The sound of Ye Kunlin's zither traveled for thousands of miles, like invisible tidal waves, with the Great Zhou Imperial Palace as its center, spreading outwards from all directions. Outside the city walls, the heavily wounded soldiers of Great Zhou were lying scattered across the ground. Upon hearing this divine music, the wounds on their bodies began to close, at a speed visible to the naked eye. They couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "This music!
My wounds, they've completely healed!
It's simply miraculous." Many other generals also felt bottlenecks in their cultivation, which had held them back for so long, shatter, breaking through realms in an instant.
I've actually broken through to the soul formation realm. This is a miracle! A divine miracle has descended upon us.
May the heavens protect our Great Joe. But at that very moment, outside the capital of Great Joe, the formidable army of the Ghost Tribe, led by the one-horned Ghost King himself, had already reached the city walls. He raised his long spear of white bone high into the air and commanded in a bloodthirsty tone,
Tonight,
"We, the Ghost Tribe, will bathe the Great Joe dynasty in blood. All of you, charge!"
my king.
Suddenly, a ghost general pointed towards the strange ethereal lights emanating from within the city walls. He asked in a panic, looking at his king,
What is that?
The moment he finished speaking, the countless Ghost Tribe warriors charging forward with ferocious momentum suddenly let out blood-curdling screams. Their bodies began to dissolve like ice and snow, turning into wisps of fire, and then nothingness.
What is this?
"Help, my king! Save us! Quickly, save us!" The one-horned Ghost King was seeing red with fury, watching his elite tribesmen vanish one after another amidst the screams. He roared helplessly in anguish.
Who is it? Who's playing these cheap tricks?
"Show yourself to me now! What kind of coward hides like this? Is that all you've got?" The agonizing screams grew more frequent and more desolate.
My king! My king, we have to retreat. The human tribe has an unparalleled master guarding them.
The Ghost King's face contorted with rage. Veins bulged on his forehead as he screamed maniacally.
No, who is it? Who in the hell are you?
He gritted his teeth and took out the nether origin pill that the emissary had granted him. A look of crazed determination flashed in his eyes.
It's come to this. I have no choice but to risk it all.
I'll consume the nether origin pill.
Today, I don't care what price I have to pay.
I have to find that powerful expert who's pulling the strings from behind and causing all this trouble. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he put the nether origin pill into his mouth and crushed it. A colossal dark energy, violent and ferocious, instantly flooded his body. He could feel it. The power in his body was burning like a wildfire. His cultivation level was skyrocketing from the initial stage of the tribulation realm. His aura leaped to the middle stage of the tribulation realm, then continued to rise to the late stage of the tribulation realm.
Ha ha ha, you!
This damn zither music can't do anything to me anymore, he shouted excitedly, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Kill! Kill!
Kill them all for me! I don't care who you are, you're going to die today.
The royal city of Great Chu is about to fall. Ha ha ha, he transformed into a stream of black energy and sped towards the imperial palace, the source of that terrifying zither music. Inside the Tianyi Hall, Ye Junlin was still engrossed in his performance. The zither's music had now reached its climax. The heroic and fervent momentum seemed as if it could shatter the very heavens and earth. Suddenly, in the sky above the imperial palace, a shocking phenomenon appeared. The sun and the moon appeared at the same time, shining brilliantly. Sacred images of a dragon and a phoenix manifested, twining around each other, dancing among the 9 layers of clouds. Everyone in the imperial palace was astonished and ecstatic. They all started pointing up at the sky. Then the sky abruptly turned into a deep night. Countless glittering shooting stars streaked across, illuminating the entire night sky. Oh my God! Oh my God! In my entire life, I have never witnessed such a divine and magnificent sight. Could this be the legendary phenomenon? The sun and moon shining as one, the dragon and phoenix crying in unison, and the stars adorning the clear heavens. The heavens are truly blessing our great Chu. Just as he rushed into the city, the Demon King saw the terrifying phenomenon up ahead. He suddenly froze in midair, wondering what the hell was happening in this Great Joe. Suddenly his eyes widened in terror. An invisible wave of zither music, but one that held destructive power, flew out from within the imperial palace. It pierced through his body before he could even react. All he could do was let out a scream of excruciating pain. Ah! His body, which had just been enhanced by the nether origin pill, began to show cracks. It couldn't withstand the tyrannical power of the zither's sound. Utterly terrified, he screamed frantically. Who in the world is doing this? Who is it? If you have the guts, show yourself to this king. His ferocious face also began to disintegrate. He looked towards the imperial palace where the zither music originated. His eyes were filled with terror and despair. The human race
The human race has such a terrifyingly powerful being, so terrifying. At this point, only a tiny fraction of his body remained. He couldn't accept it, because even in death, he still hadn't seen the face of the one who had attacked him. Who in the world is playing that zither? Those were his final words. Immediately after, the body and soul of the one-horned demon king completely vanished into the void, leaving not a single trace behind. Meanwhile, inside the hall of heavenly deliberation, Ye Junlin had just finished playing the final note of his performance. He smiled faintly, satisfied, and asked softly, "How is my melody of ruling the world?" "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the invading demon army. Mission reward: Immortal Grade 5 elements. Spirit root. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Ye Junlin was stunned and thought to himself, "Huh? System, are you bugging out? Since when did I defeat the demon army?" The system explained, "Ding! The demon army had just charged into the vicinity of the Great Zhou capital when they were struck by the hidden power in your zither music. The host's resonance with the Great Tao. It was beaten until its soul was scattered and completely obliterated. This system has always been professional and precise. Please, host, do not doubt the professional capabilities of this system." It was only then that Ye Junlin finally understood everything. So that's how it is. My zither music actually has such a domineering purification effect. Well, that's fine too. This immortal grade 5 elements, spiritual root just so happens to be perfectly suited for my 5 extreme samsara. Great annihilation technique. Shosi ran to his side and cheered happily. "That was amazing, Master. Your music is the best in the entire world." Ye Junlin stroked his chin smugly. "See, I told you. All you need are hands." He turned to look at Nangong Changfeng, who was still prostrated on the ground, and asked, "Wouldn't you agree?" "At Grandmaster Nangong?" Nangong Changfeng's entire body was now trembling, uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind. Tears and snot streamed down his face. He kowtowed repeatedly while saying, "Senna, Senior is absolutely right. It truly is a divine piece, magnificent and wonderful. Peerless and unparalleled. This old one was as blind as a bat. I failed to recognize my own limitations. And I even dared to loudly curse Senior, calling you a crude and despicable person who knows nothing of music theory. This old one deserves to die. I truly deserve to die 1,000 times over." The Crown Prince worriedly came forward, intending to help Grandmaster Nangong up. But Nangong Changfeng held out a hand to stop him, shaking his head vehemently. "No, I am not worthy. I am not worthy of being called a Grandmaster. Senior, he is the true Grandmaster, a living saint of music. As for me, I am nothing more than a clown. A complete and utter performing clown. Ping congratulations to the host for completing the optional mission. I've secured the reward, 10 bags of super-grade, milk-flavored pet beast food." The Crown Prince Ji Xuan turned to Ye Junlin. He clasped his hands respectfully and asked, "Immortal Yi, may I ask how you wish to deal with a Nangong Zhangfeng?" Ye Junlin thought to himself, since the mission is already complete, then there's nothing left that involves that old geezer. With that thought, he waved his hand and said, "Just let him go. Tell him to go home and study harder." Just then, Li Wuji came closer. His face was beaming with excitement as he asked, "Master, just now, thanks to your divine music, your disciple was able to have an epiphany. I've successfully broken through to the Great Ascension realm." Hearing this, Ye Junlin just gave a soft in response. He glanced over at Xiao Honghong Tianye, who was standing nearby. He thought, peak Great Ascension already, huh? This guy's results are truly on a different level compared to the others. Others, seeing the scene of the billowing imperial aura and the kingdom's ascending fate enveloping the Emperor of Zhou, Crown Prince Jishuan was so overjoyed he cried out with tears in his eyes. "Royal Father, you've broken through!" He looked at his father with eyes full of reverence and hope. His heart was filled with boundless joy. "This is wonderful! Father has ascended to the void immortal realm, and on top of that, he is blessed by the kingdom's fate. The power of our great Zhou will soar. Our dynasty's position in this Kang province, and even in the entire eastern region, will surely become even more unshakable." The Emperor of Zhou slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was no longer weary or weak, but had become unusually profound and majestic. Feeling the new power is surging within his body, he showed no signs of arrogance. On the contrary, his expression became incredibly solemn. He stepped down from the throne, adjusted his dragon robe, and then solemnly knelt to the ground. He kowtowed deeply before Ye Junlin. "I, Ji Changtian, on behalf of all the people of Great Zhou, would like to thank Immortal Yi for performing the divine melody, and bestowing boundless blessings upon all living beings. Crown Prince Jishuan, who was standing nearby, witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but to feel shocked and filled with admiration. His imperial father, the dignified sovereign of a nation, and now a great power at the void immortal realm, was actually humbling himself to such an extent. Before Immortal Yi, this mysterious expert from the Xuantian sect, just what kind of terrifying background and strength does he possess? Ye Junlin calmly accepted the Zhou Emperor's bow and spoke gently. Rise. Being able to seize the opportunity to break through your tribulation is a testament to your own ability and fortune. The Zhou Emperor bowed slightly and stood up. His voice was still filled with reverence. Immortal Yi, you are too kind. If not for the divine melody you performed, which contained the profound sound of the great Tao, causing the national fate of Great Zhou to reach an unprecedented peak. How could this old man have taken this chance? To be so fortunate as to break through my bottleneck? Ye Junlin smiled meaningfully. Oh, it seems you are truly grateful to me. The aged monarch didn't hesitate for a moment. He affirmed with conviction, but of course, for the great favor Immortal Yi has shown us. My great Zhou does not know how we could ever repay you. As long as Immortal Yi says the word, no matter the task, as long as it is within our power, my great Zhou, from top to bottom, will absolutely cooperate with all our might. As if waiting for just these words, Ye Junlin smoothly made his proposition. All right, since you've said so, then take me to your ancestral mausoleum now. Let's go take a look. This time, the Emperor of Great Zhou didn't hesitate for even a second. He immediately agreed. Immortal Yeshu, this way, please. I shall personally lead the way for you. His father Emperor's quick and decisive agreement took even Crown Prince Jishuan by surprise. Together they entered a dark, damp passage behind the imperial palace. The Emperor of Great Zhou explained as they walked. Truth be told, inside this ancestral tomb, aside from a few ordinary burial goods that might attract the attention of tomb raiders, there's really nothing of any particular value. After walking for a long time, they reached the end of the passage, which opened into a vast space, where countless spirit tablets and coffins of the previous emperors of Great Zhou were placed. He stopped and said, Immortal Yeshu, this is the final chamber of the royal tomb. And that's it. Ye Junlin's eyes scanned the area. He frowned slightly. Indeed, he couldn't detect anything out of the ordinary. Suddenly, Hong Tianye, who was standing beside him, gently flicked his sleeve. A stream of special netherworld flame lightly brushed against the stone wall at the back of the tomb. Instantly, complex and ancient patterns appeared, and then a mysterious, ethereal gate of light gradually materialized before everyone. The Emperor of Great Zhou was so shocked he stammered, What? What is this? Why is something like this in my Zhou clan's ancestral tomb? I have been on the throne for so many years, yet I had no idea about this at all. Xiaoxi, with her curious, sparkling eyes, looked at the scene before her and exclaimed, Whoa, this gate is so beautiful! But it feels like an illusion. I tried, but I can't touch it. Ye Junlin frowned slightly, analyzing it in his mind. This astral gate is definitely a real entity. It's just that right now, it hasn't fully manifested in this physical world. If I want to fully activate it, I'm afraid it would require a great price, or some kind of special condition. He turned to ask Emperor Chu, your dynasty. How long has this great Chu of yours existed? The Emperor quickly replied, reporting to Immortal Yeshu, Our great Chu, since its founding until now, has a history of 1,200,000 years. Here in Kangzhou, as Great Chu is one of the few immortal lineages that has managed to exist for over 1,000,000 years. Ye Junlin continued to press for more information to get a clearer picture. So before the Great Chu, and on this land, were there any other nations or cultivation forces that ever existed? Emperor Chu thought for a moment, then said, According to the ancient historical records that have survived, before the Great Chu, this land of Kangzhou was home to at least dozens of different lineages and dynasties, both large and small. There were even some brilliant cultivation civilizations that have completely disappeared into the river of time, leaving not a single trace behind. He stroked his chin, speculating to himself. In that case, the origin of this Stargate can be traced back to a much more ancient era. Even before the Great Chu was founded, perhaps there were once records about this Stargate. But later, after going through all sorts of upheavals, wars, and natural disasters, those records were long ago buried in the dust of history. And this royal ancestral tomb was just coincidentally built right on top of the ancient Stargate's location. Even the succeeding emperors of the Great Chu were completely unaware of its existence. They probably just thought that the feng shui of this place was exceptionally good, and that it was simply a suitable place for their eternal rest. He then turned to ask Hong Tianye, "Xiao Hong, if you were able to make this door appear, then you must know something about its origins, right?" Hong Tianye then replied, his tone as cold as ever. Regarding the specific origins of this type of stargate, this disciple has only heard a few vague rumors from the central region with no concrete evidence. Just now I was merely trying something on a whim. I didn't expect it to actually work. Ye Junlin smiled knowingly. "Oh, in that case, tell your master everything you know. Let's hear it." Hong Tianye closed his eyes, trying to recall his memories. Legend has it that in the extremely distant primordial era, in many places throughout this Kunlun realm, there existed many special teleportation points known as stargates. Through these stargates, people could directly teleport to other great thousand worlds in the vast universe. The cultivators of the Kunlun realm back then could rely on them to freely travel among the stars, roaming the entire cosmos. He opened his eyes and continued, but later, for some unknown reason, an earth-shattering event occurred, and all of these stargates were sealed by the ancient sages of that era, using their great divine powers. From then on, they were never to be opened again. Bali Wuji exclaimed in astonishment, "This stargate! It actually has such a heaven-defying function? It can take you directly to other worlds?" Crown Prince Jishin also speculated, his expression filled with excitement. "Could it be that the legends of other worlds that I heard as a child are actually real? I heard that our Kunlun realm is just one of countless vast cultivation planets scattered throughout the endless universe." Emperor Zhou also chimed in, his voice filled with emotion. "Cultivators in ancient times could travel freely among the stars. Once you reach the deity transformation realm, you can rely on your physical body alone to fly out of the Kunlun realm and roam the vast, empty universe." He sighed. "But I don't know when it started. It seems some invisible force began to secretly manipulate things, restricting the cultivators of this Kunlun realm. From that point on, we could no longer freely fly into the universe. We can only be imprisoned in this world until we die of old age or ascend through tribulation. The only way to break the limit is to undergo the heavenly tribulation and become a true immortal. After that, you will automatically ascend to the immortal realm. Only by using the immortal realm as a bridge will you be qualified to set foot in other worlds throughout the universe." Hearing this, Crown Prince Jishuang suddenly felt a great ambition burn in his eyes. If the cultivators of the Kunlun realm could break through this limit using this stargate to travel to other universes, then this is truly heaven helping our great Zhou. He turned to his father, his voice filled with excitement. "Father Emperor!" By that logic, our great Zhou can absolutely use this stargate to expand our territory outwards. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity." Hearing this, the Zhou Emperor couldn't help but be swayed, nodding his head. He agreed, "That's right. With the current strength of the great Zhou, plus my own cultivation at the Void Immortal Realm, if we can control this stargate, the great Zhou dominating the world and even reaching out into the universe will only be a matter of time." "Fools!" Ye Junlin suddenly whipped around, coldly shouting at the father and son, who were lost in their delusions of grandeur. "What the hell are you two thinking?" Being suddenly scolded, the startled Zhou Emperor quickly asked Ye, "Void Immortal, Ye, what do you mean by that?" Only then did Ye Junlin begin to explain in a serious tone, "Are you all certain that, with the great Zhou's current strength, you have what it takes to expand into the stars? Or will you instead become a juicy piece of prey, luring in even more powerful alien races from the outer realms to invade this Kunlun realm?" He looked Emperor Zhou straight in the eye. If this stargate truly holds such immense benefits for the development of the Kunlun realm, as you all seem to think, then why back then did the ancient sages go to such great lengths and expend so much effort to seal it away? Ye Junlin sternly reprimanded them. Besides, have you figured out the reason why that powerful, mysterious figure suddenly retreated with such apprehension when faced with your dynasty's fortune? You, the great Zhou, haven't even managed to dominate this entire Kangzhou continent yet, and yet you already dare to dream of conquering the far-flung outer realms? Human greed is truly like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Crown Prince Ji Xuan's face flushed red with shame. He hastily bowed his head, admitting his fault. "Your teachings are wise, Immortal Yi. We were indeed too shallow and arrogant." At this, Ye Junlin's voice carried a hint of contempt. "Of course, there's still one more crucial point. And that is, do you even know how to open this stargate?" His words were like a bucket of cold water, completely dousing the newly kindled ambitions of the father and son duo, the Emperor Zhou. They could only bow their heads in speechless silence. And finally, To break the somewhat tense atmosphere, Junlin spoke. All right, that's enough. You all just continue to do your best to watch over this place, perhaps as long as this Stargate remains here. The good days for you, the great Joe, will continue for a long, long time. The Chu Emperor and the Crown Prince looked as if they had been granted a great amnesty. They hurriedly kowtowed and accepted the order. We, your subjects, obey. We will definitely guard this place with utmost care and not allow any mistakes to happen. The four of them, master and disciples, left the ancestral mausoleum. On the way back, Li Wuji was the first to speak, his voice filled with indignation. Master, if things are really as you speculate, then those dark creatures from the nether abyss truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. To think they would willingly betray their homeland, the Kunlun realm, and willingly become pawns, serving as lackeys for those alien races from the outer realms. Ye Junlin simply replied indifferently. Whether they betrayed it or not is unimportant. What interests me the most right now is, in the primordial era of the Kunlun realm, what kind of earth-shattering event actually happened and that made the ancient sages seal all of the Stargates? He smiled slyly. This invasion by the Nether Abyss race is definitely not that simple. If my guess is correct, then this Stargate is certainly not the only one that exists in the eastern region. It seems that so-called interstellar travel really does exist. Ha ha. Now things are getting really interesting. Li Wujie, with absolute faith in his master, said, if we want to know the full story of what happened in the Kunlun realm back then, perhaps the only way is to go to the upper immortal realm to find out. Only then will we know. With your heaven-defying abilities, master, I believe it will only take you a short time to pass the tribulation and ascend to the upper realm. That's right! Xiaoxi also chimed in excitedly. That's right! I hope that when the time comes, I can also keep up with Master's footsteps and go to the immortal realm with you, the place that countless cultivators dream of their entire lives. Hearing the two words, immortal realm, it was then that Hong Tianye spoke, his voice cold. It was like throwing a bucket of cold water on his two junior brothers' excitement. The immortal realm is just a place where the big fish eat the small and the strong prey on the weak. That's all. In fact, it's far more brutal than this mortal world. He couldn't help but recall his own past situation. After I was fortunate enough to successfully pass my tribulation and become a void immortal, I did not choose to ascend to the immortal realm immediately. Instead, I decided to remain in the central region. On one hand, it was to train and solidify my cultivation realm. On the other, it was to help the fire worship sect deal with the remaining aftermath. But the biggest reason was that I had heard the immortal realm has a system of hierarchy that is extremely strict and brutal. People like me, even if we are void immortals in the mortal world who can command the wind and rain, figures revered and admired by countless cultivators. Once we ascend to the upper realm, we can only start over from the very bottom. We're forced to live according to the whims of others. That kind of feeling, the disparity in status, falling from the highest peak to the deepest abyss, is not something everyone can endure. Thinking back on his own situation, he grew even more melancholic. If you have a family background in the immortal realm, a powerful faction to back you, or a senior to guide you, it's manageable. But for me, it's the complete opposite. In the central region, I have offended countless factions, both large and small. If I were to risk ascending now, I'm afraid the moment I set foot in the immortal realm, I would immediately be hunted down by my enemies there and killed. Hong Tianyi turned to look at Li Wujie and Xiaoxi and said with a completely emotionless expression, becoming an immortal and ascending is not as simple as you two think. It's not something that can be achieved just by desperately cultivating. Li Wujie asked back, bewildered. Huh? Listening to your tone, senior brother? Could it be that you've become an immortal before? At this, Hong Tianye simply remained silent, saying nothing more. The Kunpeng resumed its journey, gliding through the layers of clouds. Ye Junlin sat relaxing on the Kunpeng's back, holding a glass of self-made fruit juice. He thought to himself, the Nether Abyss has launched its first wave of attacks, targeting the Great Zhou. This means that other places in the Eastern Domain will very likely have to face attacks as well. Similar attacks from the Dark Races, from the Nether Abyss. 1. I can't even rule out the possibility, and that all 4 of the remaining great domains of the Kunlun realm and will also be dragged into this vortex of war. 2. It seems this great calamity of the Kunlun realm will ultimately have to be handled by yours truly. This handsome and talented savior is stepping in to save you all. 3. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He said, that's right. I almost forgot about this. He took out a small, shiny golden packet of food from his storage ring. Xiaoxi, who was nibbling on a fruit nearby, the moment she saw the food packet, her eyes immediately lit up like 2 stars. Her cute little nose twitched as she sniffed. It smells so good. Wow, Master, what is this? It smells so good. Can I have a little taste, please? Ye Junlin smiled and explained, this is special food for spirit pets. Hearing this, Xiaoxi immediately transformed back into her little white hamster form, fluffy and adorable. With shimmering, teary eyes, she looked at Ye Junlin acting cute. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A hamster is a pet, too. I'm Master's most adorable spirit pet. Please let me have a bite, Master, please. In the end, Ye Junlin still couldn't resist that pitiful expression. He softened and gave in. Oh, all right, giving it a little something to eat. Shouldn't be a big deal, right? All right. Take this bag. Consider it a snack. Little White jumped up and down with joy. It hurriedly took the bag of snacks. Yes, thank you so much, Master. Master is the best. Hong Tianye, who was standing to the side, saw this scene and thought to himself in anger, this stupid rat. All day long it refuses to cultivate properly. It only knows how to eat and suck up. Its personality is just as rotten as that guy named Yi. What a waste of a God-given Grand Luo immortal body. Such a desecration of a heavenly treasure. The moment Little White took the first bite of the snack, its whole body suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, and it floated into the air. A massive wave of spiritual energy erupted from its tiny body. Even Hong Tianya's cold face couldn't help but show an unconcealable look of shock. Little White's cultivation level began to skyrocket at an unimaginable speed. Mid-stage spirit transformation, late-stage spirit transformation, peak spirit transformation, perfected spirit transformation. With a rumble, it directly broke through the bottleneck, entering the early stage of the body integration realm. Then it continued to rise to the mid-stage of body integration, late stage, peak, and perfected. Finally, with another loud boom, it successfully broke through to the early Mahayana stage. Hong Tianye's eyes were wide open, and his mouth stammered, this... Little White's entire body was enveloped in a spiritual glow. A brilliant and powerful aura spread out. It innocently rubbed its full belly and said, Wow, the snack Master gave me is so delicious. After eating it, I feel so much stronger. The little girl looked at herself in a daze and asked, Huh? How did I break through so many levels? Ye Kunlin thought to himself, his expression unchanging. Who would have thought that just one bag of premium pet food, bought from the system, could have such an insane effect? It made this lazy mouse go from the early stage spirit transformation realm and break through straight to the early stage Mahayana realm. I wonder what would happen if I fed it a few more bags. Would it just turn directly into an immortal beast? Bai Li Wuji, who was standing beside him, was already so shocked her jaw dropped. She stammered, Senior Sister Bai? Sister, did you just, in the blink of an eye by eating a snack, reach the same cultivation level as me? That morning, Hong Tianyi also couldn't help but wonder. That bag of snacks? There's definitely something up with it. Damn it, he was really curious. This guy, Ye Junlin, just what kind of heaven-defying treasure trove did he possess? Why could he always so easily pull out items so incredible that the entire cultivation world would covet them and fight to the death for them? Yeah. Ye Junlin gently patted Xiaoxi's head and asked, Xiaoxi, do you want to eat more? Yeah! The little white mouse's eyes lit up as she nodded her head furiously. Yes, I still want to eat more. All right, here. Take these and keep eating. Ye Junlin took out a few more bags and gave them to Xiaoxi. The little girl looked at the bags of food in her hands, her eyes sparkling like stars. Whoa! Thank you, Master. You still have so many. This is great. Then he took out another bag and gave it to the Kun Peng flying in front. Kun, you've worked hard carrying us around lately. This is your reward. Xiaoxi was sitting in a corner, eating enthusiastically. Nom, nom, nom. This is so yummy. The Kun Peng happily took the bag of food and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately after, the aura on its body also began to skyrocket from the early Mahayana stage, directly broke through to the perfect Mahayana stage. This scene made Laveau keep freeze on the spot for the second time today. What is happening? Kun, the mount, also shot up from the early Mahayana stage, straight to the perfect Mahayana stage. Master, you truly are unfathomable. This morning, Hong Thian Deep stood to one side, feeling extremely indignant and annoyed. This kind of cheating method for leveling up one's cultivation? For people like me who cultivate through painstaking effort, is this even fair? I strongly condemn this kind of action that breaks the balance of cultivation. Most importantly, this kind of rapid level-up food must have massive side effects.
Even if you offered it to me, I would absolutely refuse to eat it. Absolutely not. Seeing that Tu Tich had eaten until her belly was full, Deep Quan Lum thought to himself. She ate 3 bags, but the effect compared to the first bag has diminished greatly. Her cultivation only barely reached the late Mahayana stage. It seems that the effect of continuously eating this kind of food is significantly reduced. At that moment, Hong Thien Deep, who was leaning against a nearby tree, had a slight glint in his eyes. He looked towards Tio Tich as if signaling her. "Hey, Tutik, come over here for a second." The little girl heard his call. Understanding his intention, she quickly ran over and asked politely, "Yes? Is Senior Brother Hong calling for Shushu? Could it be that Senior Brother Hong needs Shushu for something?" The little girl tilted her head and asked curiously, "Senior Brother Hong, why are you looking for Shushu?" "Don't tell me, Senior Brother Hong. You also want to try Master's super delicious snack?" Hong Thien Deep looked at her sinfully innocent face, which was so adorable, that made you want to pinch Bai Xiaoxi's cheeks. He tried to put on the most serious expression he could muster. He said in a low voice, "Little junior sister, I need to tell you something. The food that Master has been giving you is actually poisonous." Bai Xiaoxi froze for a second, then began to shake her head frantically. "No way! That's impossible! Master loves me the most. He would never ever hurt me. Besides, I feel really healthy after eating it." My cultivation level even skyrocketed. Hong Tianyi put on a knowing look, using a tone as if he were lecturing a child. "Everything in this world has 2 sides, good and bad. Those kinds of elixirs, used to forcefully boost one's cultivation in the cultivation world, are mostly overwhelmingly powerful and contain hidden impurities. That's why most cultivators who rely on elixirs to level up quickly all have extremely weak foundations. They're unstable. The thing you've been eating, on the surface, it might seem like it shortens the time it takes to have a breakthrough. But in reality, it's very likely just burning through your potential and forcing your growth. Who knows? If toxins are building up inside your body, if you keep eating more of it, it's no different from committing suicide." Bai Xiaoxi tilted her head and blinked, her big, round, innocent eyes looking up at Senior Brother Hong. "Could you be mistaken? After I eat it, I don't feel uncomfortable at all. In fact, I feel refreshed, and my spiritual energy is much more abundant." Hearing this, Hong Tianyi frowned slightly. Could it be that this food really has no side effects? He placed his hand on top of Bai Xiaoxi's head. "In that case," he said, "let your senior brother check for you." He closed his eyes and circulated his divine sense model, carefully examining the inside of the little mouse's body. A moment later, Hong Tianyi's eyes snapped open. Panicked, he thought to himself, "No, impossible. How could this be?" But all of this mouse's meridians were perfectly flawless. Not only was its foundation undamaged, but it had also become incredibly firm and resilient. Even inside its body, there were hidden streams of extremely pure spiritual energy. There wasn't a single sign of any accumulated toxins. Could it be that this food really has no side effects at all? What? Seeing that Hong Tianyi was silent, Bai Xiaoxi asked with a wide grin, "Senior Brother Hong, is Thuthu okay? So if there are no other problems, then Thuthu is going to go play now, okay?" The little girl was about to turn and leave. Hong Tianyi stared intently at the remaining bags of food in Bai Xiaoxi's hands. An unconcealable glint of greed flashed in his long, narrow phoenix eyes. It can't be hidden. He snapped, "Wait! Leave those bags of snacks here." He tried to maintain a serious expression. "I'm only doing this for your own good. You're always the most obedient to me, aren't you?" Bai Xiaoxi looked at the precious bags of food in her hands, then at her senior brother's serious face. She mumbled in a small voice, But Master gave these to Thuthu." Seeing this, Hong Tianyi lost all his patience. He reached out and snatched the bags of food, then yelled, "Enough talk! Give them to me!" Bai Xiaoxi stood frozen on the spot. Stunned to have her snacks snatched away, she felt incredibly wronged. Clear teardrops began to well up in her eyes. Hong Tianyi gripped the bags of food tightly in his hand. Then, with a stern face, he glared at Bai Xiaoxi and barked at her. "What are you crying for? Look at me, and another thing. You are absolutely forbidden from telling Master about this. Is that clear?" Terrified, Bok Tutik shrank back and answered weakly in a small voice, Yes." The little girl tried to hold back her tears. She turned and ran off to find Lavokip and tell on him. Watching Bok Tutik's panicked, fleeing figure, Hong Thienjiep revealed a smug smile. He muttered in his head, Truly a stupid little mouse, so easy to trick. I can easily hold you in the palm of my hand." He looked down at the precious bags of food in his hands. A greedy and excited glint flashed in his eyes. Next,
is the moment I break through to the tribulation transcendence realm. But Hong Thien Deep didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately found a hidden corner and poured all those bags of food into his mouth, chewing greedily. These snacks even have a faint milky scent, huh? The flavor is also pretty amazing. After finishing all the bags, Hong Thien Deep frowned. A look of doubt and confusion appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, why is this happening? Why does my stomach feel so bloated and uncomfortable? The spiritual energy in my body is in chaos. This is bad. If this continues, if I let this enormous energy get out of control and run rampant, then my physical body will surely be destroyed. Why? Why was that stupid little mouse fine after eating it? Her cultivation even soared. But when I eat it, this happens? I'm done for. I think I'm really done for this time. A loud, long, and ominous sound echoed out. A powerful stream of energy, carrying a peculiar scent, exploded from behind Hong Thien Deep, launching him high into the sky like a rocket. Deep Kun Lum, who was meditating, heard the strange noise. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked, What was that sound? Why did little Hong suddenly fly so high up into the sky like that? Lu Wuji, standing beside them, also looked up. He frowned, pinched his nose, and said, Master, why do I smell something strange? Ye Junlin glanced at Bai Xiaoxi, who was standing dejectedly, with red swollen eyes behind him. He then noticed the way she was bracing herself with her hands on her knees. He immediately understood the problem. He looked up angrily at Hong Tianye, who was floating limply in the sky. He muttered, So that's what happened. That wretched disciple of mine. Ye Junlin raised his hand. Channeling his spiritual energy, he released a terrifying pulling force. It directly yanked the out-of-control Hong Tianye down from the sky right in front of him. Hong Tianye staggered and fell onto the deck of the ship. His face was pale. Clutching his stomach, sweating buckets, he spoke uncomfortably. Master? Ye Junlin stood with his hands on his hips. He looked at Hong Tianye with an extremely serious expression. He asked, Little Hong, tell your master what in the world happened. Ye Junlin stood sternly, looking down at Hong Tianye, who was prostrated at his feet, awaiting for his answer. But after a long moment, Hong Tianye still hadn't said anything. There was only a gurgling sound coming from his stomach. Ye Junlin's eyes flashed as he roared, Are you deaf? Your master is asking you a question. At this point, Hong Tianye completely broke down. He instinctively dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. His voice filled with regret and fear, he cried out, This disciple knows his mistake. Please forgive me, master. Ye Junlin shouted angrily, Tell me! Why did you steal Xiaoxi's food? Seeing her senior brother being scolded, Bai Xiaoxi, who was standing nearby, hurriedly scratched her head and chimed in with a nervous laugh. Master, that's not it. I gave it to senior brother Hong willingly. He said he also wanted to have a taste and see what it's like. Deep Kun Lum glanced at Hong Thien Deep, who had his head bowed low, and immediately guessed what this disciple of his was thinking. He sighed, raising a hand to his forehead, and said, I know you've always wanted to do whatever it takes to raise your cultivation level, to prove yourself. But Tutik is your junior sister, after all. How could you? Terrified, Hong Thien Deep hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly. Master! This disciple is truly guilty. I beg you, master, please grant me mercy and spare me this one time. However, just as Hong Thien Deep finished speaking, another sound echoed out, even louder than the last one. He couldn't hold it in again. Like a reusable rocket, he once again shot straight up into the deep blue sky. Deep Kun Lum waved after him helplessly, shouting up, Have a safe trip. Remember to come back soon. This isn't over yet. When you get your ass back down here, you'll obediently accept your punishment. At that moment, as Hong Thien Deep was soaring high in the sky, he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself in pain and utter shame. Oh heavens, thank goodness this humiliating scene wasn't witnessed by my old enemies in the central region. If they saw this, I truly wouldn't have any face left to live in this world anymore. In a small, peaceful village not far away, called KuBI Village, the villagers were working in the fields. Suddenly, they saw a figure soaring across the sky. They looked up and exclaimed excitedly, Hey everyone! Look quickly! A fairy is descending to the mortal world! A stunningly beautiful fairy. That's right, the fairy is so beautiful. And it seems like she's making some kind of strange sound. An innocent cowherd boy said, Huh? Why do I feel like that sound? Sounds like a fart. The old village chief immediately scolded him. Nonsense! How could that be? Such a beautiful fairy. How could she do something so worldly? This is clearly the fairy descending and bestowing her immortal energy. Blessing us villagers, the old man shouted. Everyone hurry up and absorb the immortal energy. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Oh, so this is immortal energy, huh? No wonder I thought it smelled strangely fragrant. You are watching on. Hurry, hurry, quickly absorb the immortal energy, folks. At this, all the villagers of KuBI village erupted in a frenzy. The old, the young, everyone, one after another, ran in the direction that Hong Tianye had just flown past. Every face was filled with excitement and reverence. Come on, everyone. Breathe it in. Get as much as you can. If you miss this chance, there won't be a next time. An unknown amount of time passed. Finally, Hong Tianye had finished purifying the chaotic energy inside his body. He returned looking completely drained and flew down onto the back of the kunpeng. Then he obediently knelt before Ye Junlin and said in a weak voice, "Master, I have finished purifying the energy in my body. I await your punishment, Master." That morning, Ye Junlin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at his pathetic disciple before him. He said calmly, "I know you have a great deal of pride. You always want to prove that you are the strongest. But in this matter, you were completely wrong to bully your junior sister. To atone for your mistake for the next 3 months, you must do everything that Xiaoxi asks of you. You will follow her every command. You are not to talk back, not even a single word. Do you hear me clearly?" Hearing this, Hong Tianya's face went pale. Inside, he was screaming, "Oh my God! I am a dignified, reincarnated, void immortal, proud my entire life. And now I have to be a servant. For a damn rat? Is this for real?" But on the outside, he still had to force the pained smile and replied, "This disciple understands. Thank you, Master, for your grace." 3 months later, dark clouds swirled in the sky. A colossal treasure ship, luxurious and grand, was flying in a certain direction at an incredible speed. On the deck, there were many cultivators from all over the eastern region. Cultivators of all realms were gathered, chatting excitedly. "Ha ha, I heard Medicine King Valley is about to open. This time, I absolutely cannot miss this rare opportunity." That's right, Medicine King Valley. It's a supreme blessed land filled with opportunities. I heard that place was originally established by a divine medicine sovereign from ancient times. That medicine sovereign's medical skills were heaven-defying. He was revered by all the cultivators of that era. He planted countless types of spirit herbs and rare immortal grasses inside Medicine King Valley. He even set up a colossal spirit-gathering formation, directly drawing the spiritual energy from half the Martial continent to nourish the medicinal garden. Any single treasure herb in there, even an ordinary one, if thrown out into the world, would be enough to cause a storm of conflict. I heard Medicine King Valley only opens once every 100,000 years. The opening time is also limited, and the number of people allowed in is restricted too. We can consider ourselves lucky to have made it in time. I'm just afraid the competition will be incredibly fierce. What do you mean, fierce? I heard the first-rate sects have already claimed all the spots. They're all big shots at the spirit transformation realm or higher. We're just a bunch of small fries at the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core realms. How could we possibly have a chance to squeeze in? We're only fit to stand outside in the wind and watch the excitement. That's all. Another person immediately replied, "That's nothing. I heard that the powerful experts on the upper decks of this treasure ship, there are even a few integration stage heavenly lords there. But who cares? Let's just go there and try our luck. Who knows, we might be able to pick up some scraps." Suddenly, at that moment, an old yet cold voice, carrying a faint pressure, came from ahead, reverberating throughout the entire treasure ship. "Fellow Taoists on the ship, pardon the interruption, but stop where you are. Please voluntarily hand over everything of value that you possess. Don't force this old man to take action myself." Inside the treasure ship, a panicked uproar immediately broke out. Panicked? What? Someone actually dares to block our path and rob us in broad daylight? On our ship? We even have an integration stage heavenly lord presiding over us. Hey, who the hell is so audacious? That's right, who's so reckless? How dare they commit robbery so close to the Medicine King Valley's territory? Let's go! Let's get out there and see what kind of big shot this is. At this moment, the master of the treasure ship, an old man at the late-stage nascent soul realm, hurriedly ran to the bow of the ship. He cupped his fists in a salute, asking with a tone full of respect and apprehension, "May I ask for the esteemed name of the fellow Taoist ahead? Why have you blocked our treasure ship's path?" In the distance, atop a black cloud, stood an old man in black robes with silver-white hair. He had an ethereal and otherworldly aura. He stood with one hand clasped behind his back, while the other stroked his long beard. His gaze was as sharp as lightning. He spoke calmly, Ye Junlin of the mysterious Heaven sect. Beside the white-haired old man were 3 other figures. A tall, slender girl wearing a dress as fiery red as flames. She stood with her arms crossed in front of her chest. her posture incredibly arrogant and cold. A tall young man wore a conical hat that hid most of his face. His hand was always resting on the hilt of the saber at his waist, exuding a sharp saber intent. And finally, there was one last small figure. On his head was a large, baggy brown hood, completely covering his face, making it impossible for others to see his features clearly. The moment the name Ye Junlin was uttered, the crowd of cultivators on the treasure ship immediately erupted into even more fervent discussion. Oh my God, is it really him? The white-haired god of slaughter, Ye Junlin? I feel like this person has the aura of a great master. He wouldn't stoop to something as low-class as robbery, would he? He must be an imposter. Are you blind? Don't you see the three people standing next to him? A proud woman in red, a swordsman in a conical hat, and a mysterious hooded figure. They're exactly like the rumors about Ye Junlin's disciples. What else could it be? Another cultivator then spoke up. But there are also rumors that Ye Junlin's mount is the divine beast, the Kun Peng, from the legends. So why don't we see it? Another person immediately retorted, "Damn it! You actually believe that ridiculous rumor? That kind of ancient divine beast disappeared from the Kunlun realm for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. How could it possibly be his mount?" Another person immediately chimed in, "That's right. It must be that some busybodies who like to meddle in others' affairs just exaggerated and spiced up the story. No matter how powerful Ye Junlin is, there's no way he could use a Kun Pong as a mount. Enough, stop talking. Whether they're real or fake, their aura is anything but ordinary. Right now, we can only obediently hand over our belongings to save our own skins." Seeing the chaotic and fearful scene on the treasure ship, the white-haired old man impersonating Ye Junlin, he gave a sly and triumphant smile. Heh, he thought. Looks like these idiots have fallen for the trap. He let out 2 dry coughs, putting on a serious and dignified expression as he said, "Levo Kiep, what are you waiting for? Go and accept the sincere offerings from our fellow Taoist friends." The young man in the conical hat, impersonating Levo Keep, immediately replied in a fierce tone, "Yes, master." Then a wicked smile appeared on his face. He drew his pitch-black greatsword and rushed towards the group of cultivators on the deck, roaring, "If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables now. Don't make this old master resort to cutting you down." The cultivators on the deck could only be furious on the inside, but they didn't dare to resist. One by one, they could only grit their teeth and take out their storage rings. The Levo Keep impersonator pointed his sword straight at the luxurious rooms on the upper deck of the treasure ship. He shouted, "You people upstairs, all of you get your asses out here now, and hand over your rings to this great one. Otherwise, don't blame my sword for being merciless." At that moment, the people from the rooms upstairs remained silent, not making a sound. This made him even angrier. He shouldered his sword, intending to head upstairs, cursing as he walked. "Are you cowardly turtles up there pretending to be deaf? Do you want this old master to personally come up there and collect from you myself, is that it?" Seeing this, the ship's owner hurriedly ran over to stop him, forcing a placating smile. "Sir, please calm down. You absolutely shouldn't do that." Inside those rooms are all esteemed guests from Kong province. Their statuses are extraordinary. They are all major figures. The Levo Keep impersonator snorted coldly, his expression growing even more ferocious. No matter how big a figure they are, they still have to show some respect to my master, Diep Quan Lam. If they know what's good for them, they'll obediently get out here. If you don't wait until my master personally makes a move, all of you will die without a proper burial." Hearing these words, the restaurant owner was terrified, his face drained of all color. He stammered, unable to form a single word. Suddenly, a clear yet cold voice rang out from a room upstairs. "Fellow Taoist, we are from the Wen Dao sect of Gong province. I wonder if you could give the Wen Dao sect some face and let this matter go? In the future, we will definitely pay a personal visit to the Xuantian sect to call on Ye Shushian." The Wen Dao sect? The fake Li Wuji was startled. He thought to himself, that's one of the top 10 immortal sects in the eastern region. Their strength is second only to the Yuhua sect. Rumor has it that since ancient times, the Wen Dao sect has produced several true immortals who ascended. But so what? Even the mighty Yuhua sect, in front of Ye Junlin, is absolutely nothing, let alone a mere Wen Dao sect. At this thought, he became even more arrogant. He snorted coldly. "Give you face? What face is there to give? As for that visit, we can talk about it later. For now, all of you get the hell out here for me." Just then, the door into that room suddenly opened. A middle-aged man walked out. He had an extraordinary aura, radiating the powerful presence of the Mahayana realm. Beside him was a young woman. Her beauty was exquisite, with skin as fair as jade, and a graceful, slender figure. but her pretty face was filled with anger. These two were Elder Fanda and the current saintess, An Miao Yi of the Wen Dao sect, the fake Li Wuji. Seeing the angry expression on An Miao Yi's face, immediately pointed his saber at her, aggressively yelling at that damn brat. "What's with that look on your face, huh? Are you trying to defy my master?" And Dewey has always had a fiery temper. Being humiliated like this, her face turned purple with rage. She clenched her fists, about to rush towards the imposter. "Who are you calling a wretched girl?" At that moment, Pham Duk Chin hurriedly stopped the young miss. "Don't be rash. Just leave this matter for this old man to handle." He secretly observed the group of four in the distance. In his heart, he was also a bit wary of this group. They really do look a lot like Deep Kun Lum's group from the rumors. Although this old man can't discern the cultivation level of that white-haired old man to tell if he's a void immortal or not. I've heard that Deep Kun Lum is very skilled at concealing his true strength. I cannot be careless. It's better to be cautious. Then Pham Duk Ching took out a storage ring out from his sleeve. He forced a reluctant smile and said, "Ha ha, this is a storage ring that this old man carries with me. Inside there are about 1 million the high-grade spirit stones and a few spiritual artifacts that could be considered somewhat valuable. I respectfully ask this fellow Taoist to accept it. Consider it a humble gift. Please convey a message to Void Immortal DP that this is a small token of sincerity from our Wen Dao sect." The storage ring flew towards the imposter Levokep. He caught the ring. His divine sense swept over it, and his face immediately filled with excitement. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! Well, it seems you know your place. I'll go back and report this to my master." And Dewey, standing at the side, stomped her foot in anger. She demanded, "Uncle Pham, how could you do that? We are the proud members of the Wen Dao sect. Why should we be afraid of these robbers?" Just then, with that, the fake Lewu Jai slung the saber onto his shoulder. He swaggered off. He thought to himself with great satisfaction, "Now that the act is over, it's time to scram." What a thrill! Facing a Mahayana realm expert really puts you under some pressure. Fortunately, my performance was outstanding. At that moment, the fake Yejun Lin put on a solemn and dignified air. He slowly said with a profound look, "This seat has received the kind intentions of my fellow Taoists. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. We shall surely meet again someday." Just then, An Miao Yi put her hands on her hips. Her pretty face was flushed red with anger. She started reprimanding Uncle Fan. "You have disappointed me so much." Fan Dejeng frowned slightly, sighed, and explained, "Young miss, I did that only to ensure your safety. If we hadn't backed down just now, with the cruel and bloodthirsty nature of the Ye Junlin who kills without batting an eye, from the rumors, it's very likely he wouldn't have hesitated to kill every single one of us on this ship. Yes, and you saw it too. That disciple of his showed no respect for our asking Dao sect at all. If something had happened to you here, how could I have explained myself to the sect master? How could I possibly bear that responsibility? Wouldn't I have become the eternal sinner of the asking Dao sect?" And Miao Yi was still very angry, pouting as she said, "It's true what they say, a fish rots from the head down. This Ye Junlin is just too much. What gives him the right to be so tyrannical and lawless? Wreaking havoc all over the eastern region like this?" Uncle Fan Dejeng shook his head and sighed, his voice full of helplessness. "Who can blame him when his cultivation is unfathomably deep? I heard that not long ago. He single-handedly killed a void immortal from the feather transformation gate. Right on the Shu clan's territory, no less. You should know. The man who was killed was known as Taoist Master Zhu Yang. He was the master of the current holy son of the Yuhua sect. That void immortal Zhu Yang had such a pitiful end. He traveled all the way to Xieyue, thinking he could act alone, and kill Ye Junlin to avenge his disciple. Who would have thought that bastard Ye Junlin was intentionally hiding his cultivation level, playing the sheep to prey on the wolf? In the end, not only did void immortal Zhu Yang fail to get his revenge, he was brutally killed in return. Hearing this, An Miao Yi gritted her teeth in anger. How despicable! How can such a wicked and corrupt person exist in this world? I will definitely train as hard as I can. In the future, I'll personally eliminate this scoundrel and rid the world of this evil. Pat. Fan Dejeng looked at the furious young woman in yellow before him as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he just offered some solemn encouragement. "Young miss, you must focus on your training. With your exceptional talent, sooner or later you will overcome the tribulation. It's not even impossible for you to attain the Tao and become an immortal. It's not impossible at all. Don't forget, you are the possessor of the spirit immortal physique, a constitution rarely seen in 10,000 years. This kind of physique, in terms of potential, is in no way inferior to the sun, immortal physique of the Yuhua sect's holy son. Hearing this, and Miaoyi's eyes filled with determination and resolve, you can rest assured, Uncle Fan, I will absolutely train with all my might, she thought to herself, clenching her small fists. Ye Junlin, you just wait for me. The scene changes to a remote, desolate mountain. At this moment, 4 figures, an old man with white hair, a young man in a conical hat, a woman in red, and a mysterious hooded figure, were sitting cross-legged on the ground. On the ground, gleefully, they divided the spoils they had just plundered. One of them spoke up cheerfully, his voice filled with excitement. Ha ha ha! This title of Ye Junlin is truly the most useful thing ever. These past few days, we've relied on it to successfully rob and plunder wherever we went. The harvest has been absolutely magnificent. The man impersonating Li Wujie was just as excited. He slapped his thigh hard. Damn it! A moment ago I was so scared I almost blew my cover. Luckily, that old venerable from the Wendao sect, and out of fear of Ye Junlin's reputation, obediently bowed his head, and then submitted. Ha ha! Even a Mahayana venerable, and someone who's usually so high and mighty, I never thought there'd be a day he'd have to respectfully give me face. The woman in red sitting beside him heard this, and immediately scoffed. Her voice was dripping with sarcasm. Oh, really? Why don't you look at the way you were trembling like a leaf just a moment ago? And you still dare to say he respected you? He was afraid of this reputation of the real demon blade Li Wuji. As for you, what the hell are you? Just a nameless, insignificant nobody? Borrowing a tiger's might, that's all. The Li Wuji imposter's face turned beet red with anger. He glared at the woman and growled, You bitch! Who are you talking about, huh? You think you're so much better? Aren't you just some cheap prostitute who's been ridden by who knows how many men? Have you forgotten all those years you spent rolling around in the Phoenix Spring Pavilion? And you still delude yourself into thinking you're some noble fairy hong? I spit in your face. You! The woman in red let out a piercing shriek of fury. She immediately shot to her feet and lunged towards the Li Wujie imposter, like an enraged she-panther. Today I'm going to tear that filthy mouth of yours to shreds. The fake Laveau Keep wasn't one to be trifled with either. He immediately drew a pitch-black broadsword. With a menacing aura, he shot back, Bring it on! You think I'm scared of you? Both of you shut up! Just as the two were about to clash, the old, silver-haired man sitting in the middle suddenly roared. His ice-cold gaze swept over the two of them. Do you two really think you're so skilled? You don't even know your own worth, your own weight. Let me tell you something. You are not irreplaceable. At any moment, I could just kill the two of you and find 2 more suitable replacements. That's all it would take, so if you know what's good for you, you'll watch your mouth. Understood? The pressure and killing intent radiating from the old man made the fake Laveau Keep and the woman in red tremble with fear and awe. Both of them immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. The 4 silver-haired old men reined in their auras and spoke coldly. Lately, the number of cultivators flocking to Vo Chao has been increasing. This is a golden opportunity for us. We must seize this chance quickly. After we finish this last job, everyone will go their separate ways. But before we disband, we're going to pull off something even bigger. Rumble, 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 rumble. Suddenly, from the distant horizon, an indescribably colossal black shadow, tens of thousands of meters long, streaked across the sky at a terrifying speed, dragging along a powerful airflow and a terrifying pressure so immense it was suffocating. The white-haired old man looked up, his face a mask of absolute horror. What is that aura? It's too terrifying. What kind of ancient demonic beast could that possibly be, model? The fake Li Wuji was so scared he gulped audibly. His face was as pale as a corpse. The woman in red was trembling uncontrollably. She was so frightened she nearly fainted. The mysterious hooded figure also looked up. Although their face couldn't be seen clearly, you could feel the shock in their heart. Not until that giant silhouette had completely vanished from sight did the group of imposters dare to breathe a sigh of relief. It felt as if they had just returned from the dead. One of them spoke with a trembling voice. Thank goodness. It's a good thing it just flew by and didn't stop. Otherwise, I'm afraid all of us combined wouldn't even be enough to get stuck in its teeth. Meanwhile, on the back of the giant kun, ping soaring through the sky, Votrao, Ye Junlin was lounging on a comfortable reclining chair. His expression was pensive, yet it still exuded a sense of leisurely enjoyment. Beside him, Hong Tianye was reluctantly sitting and holding Bai Xiaoxi, who had transformed back into her fluffy mouse form, in her lap and using a cute little comb to patiently brush its fur. Ye Junlin suddenly spoke up, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Little Hong, your 3-month punishment is almost over. As a reward for your good behavior during this time, today I, your master, will specially give you a wonderful gift. He turned to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, go get the super-duper giant chocolate swirl ice cream cone that I prepared in the fridge. Hearing there was delicious food, Bai Xiaoxi's eyes immediately lit up. She quickly ran to get the finished product that Ye Junlin had just finished making. She excitedly ran over and presented it to Hong Tianye. Here it is, senior brother Hong. It's a super-duper yummy swirl ice cream. At that moment, Hong Tianye looked at the strange-shaped, brownish-black ice cream that little Shi was holding out. His heart was filled with wariness and suspicion. What kind of trick is this guy Yi pulling now? Just looking at this brownish-black thing, I can tell something's wrong. Seeing Hong Tianye just staring intently, not daring to accept it, Ye Junlin spoke up. In a sincere voice, he said, Little Hong, don't be shy. This is the most delicious snack in the entire world. I know that for the past 3 months, you've had a very hard time taking care of little Shi, so I specially prepared this gift to reward you. Don't you dare disappoint your master's good intentions, you hear? In the end, under the expectant gazes of his master and junior sister, Hong Tianye had to try his best to suppress the suspicion and wariness in his heart. He reached out his hand and took the ice cream. He forced a strained smile. Many thanks, master. But internally he was screaming, This damn guy, yeah! Even after the punishment is over, he still wants to keep messing with me. This pitch-black thing. How am I supposed to swallow this? Ye Junlin spoke up again, urging him on. What's wrong, little Hong? Are you not satisfied with your master's reward? Hurry up and try it. After that, Hong Tianye closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and took a tiny lick. The moment the ice cream touched his tongue, Hong Tianye's phoenix eyes immediately lit up. It was cool and refreshing. The sweet, creamy flavor melted instantly in his mouth. The rich chocolate aroma blended with the fragrant taste of milk. It's truly delicious. He couldn't believe it. It seems, this time that Ye guy didn't have any ill intentions toward me. Thinking this, he happily continued to eat. Just then, Li Wuji came running excitedly from the front to report. Master, we have entered the territory of Wuzhou. I heard that the Medicine King Valley will officially open in just a few days. Li Wuji's gaze immediately shifted to Hong Tianye, who was happily eating ice cream. His expression became a little strange. He thought to himself, oh, senior brother Hong. Look at him, he seems to be enjoying that so much. Is this the final punishment that master gave him? And yet senior brother Hong can pretend to eat it with such relish. This is really too hard on him. At this moment, Ye Junlin turned to ask Li Wuji, What kind of place is this Medicine King Valley? Li Wuji quickly replied, Master, it is a blessed land, famous throughout the eastern region. It is said that inside there are countless heavenly treasures and earthly artifacts, where rare spiritual herbs grow. It's a place that all alchemist cultivators and cultivators seeking opportunities dream of setting foot in. Just then, the familiar sound of the system rang in Ye Junlin's mind. Ding ding! Detected that the host has entered the territory of Wuzhou. The next check-in location has been refreshed. Medicine King Valley. Complete the check-in at Medicine King Valley to receive an incredibly wonderful reward. Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow. Oh, that sounds pretty interesting. We've been wandering outside for several months now. It's about time we found an interesting place to stop. This time we'll go to that Medicine King Valley and see what's so special about it. Scene changed to Wuzhou Eastern Region. In front of the Longmen Inn, 4 figures in cloaks that concealed their faces stood before the entrance of a large inn. They looked up at the wooden sign carved with the 3 words, Longmen Inn. The inn had an imposing aura. Li Wuji said respectfully, Master, this is the largest and most famous inn within a 100-mile radius. We can rest here for a few days and wait for the Medicine King Valley to officially open. Then you can go right in. Ye Junlin nodded. All right, let's stay here then, he thought to himself. But still, this name, Dragon Gate Inn, why does it sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. 3. The moment the 4 of them stepped through the door, a nimble attendant immediately ran out to greet them. He greeted them with a bright smile. 4 esteemed guests, please come inside. Come inside. Ye Junlin and his 3 disciples stepped inside. The inn was bustling. He spoke up, his voice altered to be a bit hoarser. Attendant, give us 2 of your best top-class rooms. The attendant quickly replied, Yes, sir, 2 top-class rooms. If our 4 esteemed guests would please follow this humble one upstairs. 4. As the group was heading up the wooden staircase, Hong Tianye suddenly used voice transmission to ask Ye Junlin, Master, why do we have to dress and hide our identities like this? With your strength, why is this even necessary? Ye Junlin let out a weary sigh. He also replied via voice transmission, Oh, honestly, You just don't get it. Your master's reputation is so great these days. My fans are as numerous as a Mongol horde. If my true identity were to be revealed, countless people would undoubtedly come flocking to find me. Asking for autographs, for photos together, for cultivation pointers. Wouldn't that be incredibly troublesome? It would be such a pain for me. Hearing this, it was as if Hong Tianye had been struck by lightning. His face twitched uncontrollably. I really shouldn't have asked. This guy... As expected, you can't use the logic of a normal person to figure him out. Afterward, Ye Junlin chose an empty table by a window on the second floor and sat down. He casually asked the attendant waiting nearby, "Attendant, do you have any famous or special dishes here?" The waiter quickly rushed over. He said with a cheerful, smooth laugh, "Esteemed guest, you've certainly asked the right person. Allow me to introduce to you all a few of our restaurant's most special dishes. We guarantee their flavor is absolutely supreme. One bite and you'll remember it forever." After speaking, he opened a menu made of animal hide and enthusiastically introduced, "Take a look, sir. This dish is the pepper-braised lion's head. The lion's head meat here is taken from a lion demon beast. At the nascent soul realm of cultivation, its head is marinated in a secret blend of spices, then grilled repeatedly over charcoal embers. The outer layer is crispy and melts in your mouth, while the meat inside is tender, sweet, fresh, and rich. Additionally, there's the carp transforming into a dragon dish in a sweet and sour sauce. This is also a masterpiece. This carp is no ordinary fish, you see. It is said that its body contains a faint trace of a true dragon's bloodline. Eating it helps to nourish your chi and blood and strengthen your foundation. And then there's the azure beef, stir-fried with satay sauce. The main ingredient is taken from the tenderloin of an azure demon beast bull at the spirit transformation realm. After eating it, your whole body will feel brimming with strength. It has an excellent effect of enhancing your chi and blood." At this moment, Bai Shaoxi pointed to a dish with a rather strange name on the menu and curiously asked, "Brother waiter, what about this one? Snowflower jade meat. The name sounds so beautiful. I bet this one must be really delicious." Hearing this, the waiter laughed and said, "Ha ha! This young esteemed guest truly has a sharp eye." A sharp eye. The main ingredient for this snowflower jade meat dish is taken from the meat of the rare Arctic ice rat. This type of rat only lives in the far northern regions, which are frozen all year round. They like to burrow deep into the ice and snow to live. Their meat is as white as snow and as tender as jade. It's also extremely nutritious. Thanks to the skillful and professional preparation by our chefs, every slice of meat, when cut, is as transparent as ice and snow, and shimmers like jade, which is how it got its name. I recommend you have this dish with hot pot. It's a perfect match. Bai Shaoxi was listening to the introduction with excitement. But when he mentioned the extreme ice mouse meat, her face suddenly turned deathly pale. She was so scared she nearly fainted. She hugged her head with both hands and screamed, "I don't want it! I don't want it!" Squeak. I don't want to eat my own kind. Boo-hoo-hoo. At that moment, Ye Junlin finally spoke up to defuse the situation. "All right, other than that snowflake jade meat dish, all the other dishes you just introduced, bring them all out for us." The waiter was startled, his heart pounding. He thought to himself in astonishment, ordering so many signature dishes at once? It's been a long time since anyone ordered these. "I've really run into a big shot." He hurriedly bowed and replied, "Yes, of course. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. This humble one will immediately inform the kitchen to prepare." Bai Shaoxi was still hugging her head, her eyes welling with tears as she said pitifully, "Boo-hoo-hoo! Mice are so cute! How could you eat mice? That's so cruel!" Just then, Li Wuji asked curiously, "Master, why don't we just stay on Akun's back and wait for Medicine King Valley to open, then fly directly in? Why do we have to come down here and stay at an inn? It's so complicated." Ye Junlin smiled faintly and took a sip of tea, calmly replying, "Ha ha! This is something you wouldn't understand. Think about it. With Medicine King Valley about to open, this place will surely be where the winds and clouds gather. Heroes from all over are gathering. They're already here. Of course, we have to come down here ourselves, go incognito and blend in with the crowd, to experience this lively atmosphere for a bit. Who knows? We might even run into some interesting, unexpected events." Hearing this, Laveau Keep immediately showed an expression of admiration and praise. "Ah, so that's how it is. Master is still the most thoughtful one. Your disciple is truly impressed." Truly impressed. Suddenly, Hong Tianya's eyes narrowed slightly. He used a voice transmission to whisper, "It seems like some people at the surrounding tables are discussing us." Deep Quan Lam looked smug and replied with a voice transmission as well, "That's only normal. Who told your master to be so famously handsome? My fans are countless. Let your master listen in and see." Which one of my majestic, awe-inspiring achievements they're talking about? After that, he pretended to close his eyes and meditate. But in reality, he was using his spiritual sense to listen to the bustling discussions in the inn. What a damn disaster. A few days ago on the way here, I ran into that bastard impersonating Deep Quan Lum. All the spirit stones I worked my whole life to save up were all stolen by him. You're damn right, me too! Not just the spirit stones, but also 6 7th grade treasured artifacts, 30 mystic grade talismans, and 5 earth grade pills. All of it was stolen by that pack of beasts. I don't have a single coin left. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo, it seems all you fellow Taoists here share the same fate of being robbed, huh? I thought I was the only unlucky one, unfortunate enough to be stopped and robbed by Deep Quan Lam and his gang. Hearing these words, Laveau Keep's face immediately filled with killing intent. His hand gripped the hilt of his chaos heavenly blade, and he was about to stand up. He muttered angrily, "These people! You're spouting complete nonsense! How dare you slander and insult our master?" As for Hong Tianye, he lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if he was trying his absolute best to hold back his laughter. "Ha ha ha, Yejunlin, oh, Yejunlin, to think you'd see a day like this." Spat on and cursed by thousands. "See? This is what you call the will of the people." Yejunlin raised a hand to stop Li Wujie. He shook his head and said, "Don't get worked up. Listen to what they're saying. It's obvious that someone is using my name to go around scamming people and robbing them. It seems they are just victims." The corner of his eye glanced over at Xiao Hong, who was bowing his head and snickering. He then spoke up, teasing, "Xiao Hong, if you want to laugh, just laugh out loud. Don't hold it in like that. Be careful, you might get an internal injury and affect your cultivation." Hearing this, Hong Tianye suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly composed himself and immediately lifted his head. His beautiful face was filled with genuine-looking anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! How dare these disgusting flies impersonate Master? They deserve to die 10,000 times. Master, just give the word and your disciple will act at once. I guarantee that not a single one of them will leave this place alive." Ye Junlin gave a forced smile. You're overacting a bit, Xiao Hong." At that moment, someone else at a nearby table started to gossip, and I heard that Hong Tianye, Ye Junlin's first disciple, has unparalleled beauty and an unmatched cold aura, making countless men admire and fall for him. But the other day, when I saw her with my own eyes on that treasure ship, I realized she was nothing like the rumors. I don't get it, she's really beautiful, but she gives off this scent, kind of like the girls from the brothels. Another guy immediately spoke up, chiming in, "My friend, you're absolutely right. With my many years of worldly experience, that Hong Thien Diep's beauty is only worthy of being ranked as slightly above average at best. I just don't understand why the rumors outside exaggerate and hype her up so much. It's true what they say, seeing is believing." Yet another guy chimed in, his tone full of regret and despicableness. "My fellow cultivator, that assessment of yours is far too generous. Let me be honest. The first time I saw that fairy Hong, I nearly started drooling. Especially that place, ooh la la! It's truly magnificent to behold. It makes me... I really just want to use these little hands of mine to play with it to my heart's content." Laveau Keep, hearing this gossip that was getting more and more out of hand, his expression turned extremely strange. His gaze unintentionally swept over the flat chest of the Hong Thien Deep sitting across from him, which was as flat as an airport runway. This unintentional gesture was immediately caught by Hong Thien Deep. Hong Thien Deep gave a smile that was both extremely friendly and terrifying. "Junior brother Li, what are you looking at, Laveau Keep?" Felt as if he was being stared down by a great demon king from ancient times. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, pretending like nothing had happened. "Ah, senior brother Hong, it's just that a speck of sand flew into my eye just now. Please don't misunderstand." Just then, Deep Quan Lum let out a few dry coughs to draw everyone's attention. His tone was full of mockery. "Ahem, ahem! Little Hong, you should learn to be a bit more magnanimous." Besides, they were clearly talking about that imposter. And she's a woman. You're a man through and through. Why get so angry over those words? An ugly expression crossed Hong Thien Diep's face. The corner of his eye twitched violently. Deep Quan Lum continued to add fuel to the fire. "Little Hong, or could it be that you've secretly accepted that fairy Hong title? Otherwise, why would you have such a strong reaction to it?" Hong Thien Deep's face was as stiff as a stone statue. He shook his head frantically, firmly asserting, "I have not." Deep Quan Lum nonchalantly replied with a long, drawn-out "oh" full of hidden meaning. By now, Hong Thien Deep was about to leap up in anger. He vehemently denied it. "I really haven't." At that very moment, The waiter skillfully brought in the food at just the right time. He announced cheerfully, "Honored guests, here are the dishes you've ordered. Please enjoy." Then a table full of fragrant delicacies from the mountains and sea was served. Seeing the delicious food, Bak Tu-tich immediately forgot about everything else. Her nose twitched and her eyes lit up. "Wow, it smells so good." The waiter bowed and backed away, saying, "Please take your time and enjoy your meal, honored guests. I shall take my leave for now. If you need anything else, please just call." Deep Kwanlum urged everyone, "Come on, let's eat, let's eat. Take your time." As for that group of imposters, they'll reveal themselves sooner or later. On his way out, the waiter kept looking back as he walked, glancing into Deep Kwanlum's group's room, muttering to himself, "Why do these people look so familiar?" On the other side of the corridor, at another dining table, two people were sitting and having a meal. These two were none other than Elder Fan De Jeng and Saintess Anne, Dewey of the Wendao sect. And Dewey was eating while listening to her surroundings. She whispered to Fan De Jeng, "Uncle Fan, do you hear that? Everyone around us is cursing that Ye Junlin guy. See? That's what people really think. What goes around comes around." Fan De Jeng sighed, shook his head, and said, "Young miss, they only dare to say such things behind his back. For top-tier experts like Ye Junlin, these rumors and curses from the outside are nothing more than passing wind and clouds. They can't be swayed by them at all. So what if 1,000 people criticize him and 10,000 people curse him? Absolute power is the eternal truth in this world." Hearing this, Dewey immediately became angry. "Uncle Fan, why do you keep defending that bastard?" Fan De Jeng gave a bitter smile. He quickly waved his hands. All right, this old man was wrong. This old man won't say any more. Young miss, please eat, it's getting cold. The dishes here at Long Men Inn, their flavor is in no way inferior to the imperial cuisine of our Wendao sect. Go on, try some." After the sumptuous meal ended, Bai Shaoxi patted her full belly, completely satisfied. "Wow, that was so delicious. I'm stuffed to death." Ye Junlin's group stood up and left the table. They happened to walk past the table of Fan De Jeng and Andieu. "Why?" Fan De Jeng casually looked up. He watched the backs of the cloaked figures as they walked away. An indescribable feeling of unease suddenly rose in his heart. Seeing this, Dewey looked up and asked Uncle Pham, "What are you looking at, sir?" Father Pham Duke Chin said in a low voice, his expression grave. "This old man can sense that the power of those people who just passed by is unfathomably deep, especially the young man leading them. His aura is so profound that it makes this old man feel helpless, a fear that comes from the very bottom of my heart." And Dewey's eyes widened. With a look of disbelief, he asked again, "Impossible! Could it be another Void Immortal? We just had the bad luck of running into that Ye Kunlin guy. And now, another powerful expert appears. Another Void Immortal in this very inn?" But Pham Duke Chin gave a bitter smile. "It's not that strange. After all, the day Medicine King Valley opens is approaching. And this Long Men Inn is the largest resting place. Nearby, there are bound to be many powerful cultivators flocking here from all over. When we go outside, we should be even more careful." Scene changed to outside the Long Men Inn, under the quiet night sky. At this moment, several bizarre, shadowy figures appeared. Half human, half snake, they emerged silently from the darkness. A snake-bodied subordinate respectfully asked their leader, the priest, "My esteemed lord, are you certain that we should act now?" The one called Lord Priest was none other than Jialu Gu, a high-ranking priest of the Left Serpent clan from the Nether Abyss. He wore a black cloak, embroidered with the image of a venomous snake. In his hand he held a staff made of white bone. The top of the staff was inlaid with a six-colored gem, emitting a gloomy green light. A cold, raspy voice echoed from beneath the cloak. "To weaken the resistance of the human race. The foolish human race, say. Tonight's illusory dream massacre will begin at this very Long Men Inn. Move out immediately! Begin setting up the great endless illusionary dream formation." He raised his magic staff high. "Everything for the great holy war of the Dark Abyss." Over 10 other members of the evil snake tribe immediately followed his command. They quickly dispersed, taking up key positions around the Long Men Inn. They used sharp bone daggers to slit their own wrists, letting the foul black blood flow out. They then used that blood to draw the ancient, complex patterns of the formation on the ground. The priest Ralat Ko spoke again as a reminder, his voice filled with caution. "Be extremely careful. Make sure the great formation covers this entire Long Men Inn for me. There can be absolutely no mistakes. If even a single one of those humans escapes, our entire plan will be ruined." He let out a sinister laugh. "Our evil snake tribe Yet it has relied on this very great endless illusionary dream formation to annihilate countless powerful human experts in the past. Any human cultivator below the void immortal realm who falls into our endless nightmare will be forever lost in its illusions, never to awaken again. He declared confidently as the great formation was completed, even if a grand Luo golden immortal were to descend upon us, they wouldn't be able to break this formation. Ha ha ha! The foolish humans in this inn will be forever trapped within their own most beautiful nightmares. Once this great formation is complete, not even a grand Luo golden immortal descending in person could ever hope to break it. At that point, the human race will be forever lost in an endless nightmare, trapped within the illusionary realm of Levo Kiep, at the Kunlun realm's holy war battlefield. It was filled with scenes of demonic creatures slaughtering humanity. Everywhere blood flowed like rivers. Bones were piled up like mountains. Amidst the ashes and ruins, an old man with snow-white hair, his frail body stood amidst the desolation. He looked up to the sky, a choked, mournful cry, "Oh, high heavens! Do you truly wish for my Kunlun to be annihilated?" In that very moment of despair, a flash of sharp sword energy tore through space, slicing off the head of a roaring demon soldier. The demon marshal who was in command was terrified when he saw this. He raised his head and shouted, "Which powerful expert has made a move? Please reveal your identity." From the distance, a heroic figure appeared. Levo Kiep. His hand gripped a treasured sword, his aura soaring to the heavens. He pointed his sword forward and declared resoundingly, "It is I." The despairing villagers suddenly saw that familiar figure, as if grasping a life-saving straw in a flood. Their eyes lit up with hope as cheers erupted. "It's him! It's really him! The blade god Levo Kiep! The #1 blade cultivator of the Kunlun realm! The successor to the greatest blade arts of all time! We're saved! We're saved!" A cold glint flashed in Levo Kiep's eyes, resolute to the extreme. "Those who invade my Kunlun die!" As he finished speaking, he swung his sword. A powerful wave of sword energy swept out like a flood. The demon marshal, who was so ferocious, was instantly decapitated. He stood majestically on a high mountain peak. Raising his long sword high, his voice echoed across the heavens and earth. "This Kunlun below is under my protection!" Below, the people raised their hands in unison. Their cheers thundered like lightning. "Blade god Levo Kiep! You are our great hero! Long live Levo Kiep! Long live!" But meanwhile, in another illusionary realm, Hong Tianya sat majestically in the great hall of the fire-worshipping demon sect. With a domineering aura, he declared, "I, the sect master of the Zoroastrian demon sect, hereby officially announce that the era of the Zoroastrian demon sect's reign has arrived." The demon followers below roared with fervent cheers. "The sect master's magical power is boundless. The sacred flame shall burn the heavens. The Zoroastrian sect is supreme. For 1,000 autumns and 10,000 eons may the fire be eternally glorious." Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoxi, she was lost in a sweet dream. The little girl lay amidst a sea of colorful candies and pastries. Her face glowed with boundless happiness. Her mouth never stopped murmuring, "So delicious. So delicious. This place is truly a wonderful paradise." But Ye Junlin stood alone and silent by the window, letting out a heavy, sorrowful sigh. "Damn it all," he thought to himself. "I thought my title as a hero would resonate throughout the Eastern domain. Who would have thought it would become a stain like this? Times have truly changed, and people's hearts have become unpredictably corrupted." He gently touched his chin, his gaze fixed on the empty space, where the system interface materialized. "It's been a long time since I last logged in. Let's see, maybe I can get some catch-up logins?" Ding. Of course you can. Now distributing supplementary login rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 million Supreme Grade as Spirit Stones. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 5 top-tier Flame Burst Talismans. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 10 bags of Supreme Grade pet food. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the premier flute of all the heavens and myriad realms. The Flute of Longevity? Ye Junlin asked in surprise. The Flute of Longevity? System, what grade is this thing? Ding. It has no grade. The power of the flute depends entirely on the level of your flute-playing skill. With the same cultivation level as the host, Ye Junlin looked at the Flute of Immortality, exquisite in his hand, and let out a soft "oh." If I remember correctly, my flute-playing skills have already reached the pinnacle of perfection, haven't they? It would be nice to play a tune to ease my mind. With that thought, he brought the flute to his lips and began to play. The sound of the Flute of Immortality clear and melodious, rose and spread throughout the space. Baralugu, who was monitoring the great array, was a bit surprised when he heard the flute. He looked around in confusion. What is that strange sound? The snake tribe member beside him, upon hearing the flute, couldn't help but start writhing his entire body, dancing with joy. This music is wonderful. It reminds me of my childhood. Back in the tribe, Baralugu was startled and snapped, "You old fool! What do you think you're doing? Maintain the illusion dream array for me!" As he finished speaking, he turned around, only to see the other snake tribe members also swaying and dancing to the music. "You, all of you!" he roared in fury. "Who on earth is playing these tricks? Get out here for this priest!" However, the flute's melody grew more and more captivating. Before long, even Baralugu himself couldn't resist. His body began to sway. He even started grooving more enthusiastically than his subordinates. But in another room, Fandajang suddenly woke up. Drenched in sweat, he took a few gasping breaths and muttered, "Was I just caught in a trap? For tens of thousands of years, this old man hasn't had a single dream. Who on earth could have pulled me into such a deep and immersive dream?" Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to On Miaoyi's room. He shook her awake. "We're in danger, young miss. Wake up!" He pressed a finger to her forehead and softly chanted a dispelling spell. On Wei slowly opened her eyes, still a bit dazed. Startled, she asked, "Uncle Fan, why are you here?" Pham Dukjing sighed grimly. "We've fallen into a trap." And Wei was surprised. "A trap? No wonder I didn't feel like waking up. In fact, the deeper I fell asleep, the more exhausted my spirit became." "Yes." Pham Dukjing turned his head to look outside. On high alert, he speculated, "If I'm not mistaken, the enemy has set up the legendary Grand Illusionary Dream Array. This is one of the ancient formations, and it's incredibly evil. It can make people fall into a deep sleep, completely unaware, until they die in their dreams." But silently, without a sound, yes. Hearing this, On Yi's face couldn't hide her panic. What a vicious plan. What is their purpose for doing this? Could it be they want to rob and kill us? Pham Dukjing turned around, pondering. The Medicine King Valley is about to open, and the situation is turbulent. So anything can happen. Besides, I heard the sound of a flute just now, but it has stopped. "Young miss, don't wander off. I'm going out to check on the situation." With that, he leaped out of the inn. Meanwhile, the members of the Serpent Clan were still entranced, dancing wildly to the sound of the flute. The long-lived Pham Dukjing appeared, shouting loudly, "Those are creatures of the abyss! The legendary evil Serpent Clan!" A dancing Serpent Clan member froze, bewildered. He asked Jia Luatko, "High Priest, Jia Luatko tried to compose himself and said, "Although we were just interrupted, most of the human cultivators will still choose to remain in their slumber, because I was having a sweet dream. As long as we reinforce them in time, there's still a chance." The moment he finished speaking, Pham Dukjing descended from the sky. A flash of sword light gleamed. A powerful spiritual energy surged forth. "You wretched beasts of the dark abyss! How dare you lay a hand on our human race?" Julot Koving retorted. "So what if we did? My lord, my dark abyss will surely sweep across the entire eastern region. Killing a few cultivators like you first is hardly a big deal." "It is a big deal!" Pham Dukjing pointed his sword straight at him. He shouted threateningly, "You lot have some nerve! This is the territory of my human race." Jalutko was not only unafraid, but he even replied with arrogance, "You and I are both cultivators of the Mahayana realm, and behind me I have more than 10 elite warriors of the integration realm. What do you possibly have to fight against us?" Suddenly, two figures rushed in from the distance. Laveau Keep snorted coldly, his killing intent radiating outwards. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's just you creatures from the dark abyss. Last time I slaughtered tens of thousands of you. My hands are still itching for a fight. Hong Thien Jeep stood at the front. He said with an angry expression, "So it was you filthy and lowly creatures who tried to ambush me, huh?" Jialutko exclaimed in shock. "Two more Mahayana realm cultivators?" Pham Dukjing gritted his teeth and turned to look at the two newcomers. His heart felt a little heavy. He thought to himself, what a terrifyingly powerful sense of oppression. This is not an aura that an ordinary Mahayana realm cultivator could possess. But the most important thing is the sense of familiarity from this nameless person. What could it be? The snakekin behind him trembled and asked, "Lord Priest, what do we do now?" "The enemy now has 3 Mahayana realm experts." Elder Jarut turned his head and tried to reassure them. "Don't panic. Give me all of your power. Transfer it into my body. Hurry!" The entire snake clan responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Then they all channeled their energy at once. taking all of their power and sacrificing it into Elder Jarut's staff. With the nether bone, I shall transcend without a trace. The three of them, Keep, Hong Thien Deep, and Pham Duk Chin, saw this. They immediately rushed forward, shouting, "This is bad! They're trying to escape! Don't even think about it!" Elder Jarut slammed his staff on the ground. A powerful surge of energy erupted, pushing all three of them back. He laughed arrogantly. "It's useless. This staff is a sacred artifact that the clan leader bestowed upon me back then. Even if an expert at the Tribulation Transcendence realm were to act, they would have a hard time stopping us, let alone the likes of you." Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Deep Quan Lum's flute music once again rang out, melodious yet bewitching. Keep, who was charging forward, froze in astonishment. This flute music? After hearing it, why do I suddenly feel the urge to dance? Hong Thien Diep gritted his teeth, his entire body frozen stiff. He couldn't move. Even Elder Jarut broke out in a cold sweat, crying out in panic. "No, it's that damn flute music again!" He and his subordinates, once again, lost control of their bodies and began to dance to the melody. "Stop! Stop it!" Hong Thien Deep's face flushed red as he watched the Snake Clan dancing bizarrely, completely bewildered. What the hell are they doing? Keep was also stunned, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! Are they trying to provoke us?" Pham Duk Ching looked towards the window, where the sound was coming from. He thought to himself, so it was the sound of this flute. Just now, it was this same flute melody that woke me up. Just as I thought. This inn is full of hidden masters, and Wai felt as if she was drawn by an invisible force, following the melodious sound of the immortal flute. Who could be playing the flute? It sounds so beautiful. She gently pushed open the door to the room where the sound was coming from. Stepped inside and looked directly at Deep Quan Lam, who was engrossed in playing his flute. Her pupils constricted slightly, and her heart suddenly began to beat erratically. "Senior, I'm so sorry for disturbing you." Deep Quan Lam stopped playing and turned to look at her. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that my identity has been exposed? But to finally have a die-hard fan show up right at my door? He hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Wai's wrist, his voice full of enthusiasm. "Since my identity has been exposed, then I won't hide it any longer. Let me give you my precious autograph." And Wai was startled by his sudden behavior and let out a loud cry. Deep Quan Lam raised his hand and said with a smile, "So where would you like me to sign?" Wai, blushing and flustered, stammered, "This guy, how could he? Why would he just drag me into his room without a word, and then demand to give me an autograph for no reason at all? What am I supposed to do now?" She quickly pushed Deep Quan Lam away, saying, "Sir, please let me go. I went into the wrong room. I don't want your autograph." Deep Quan Lam pointed to himself, bewildered. "Huh? What do you mean? You don't want my autograph? Then why? Were you standing in front of my room?" Caught off guard by the question, Wai froze. She cupped her cheeks with both hands and stammered an explanation. And Wai was just drawn in by your flute playing, sir. That's why I stopped. In front of your room. I didn't expect to disturb your flute playing, young master. So I don't know you, young master, and I don't want your autograph either. May I ask for your esteemed name, young master? Could it be that you are not very famous in the eastern region? Is that why this humble girl doesn't know of you?" Ye Junlin finally understood. He breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's how it is. I was being presumptuous. My name is Ye Fan from the Barren Continent. As for my reputation, I guess it's just so-so." An Miaoyi asked in surprise, "You're from the Barren Continent?" Ye Junlin crossed his arms and nodded. "That's right. Is there a problem?" An Miaoyi replied, "Young Master Yi? Actually, I used to have a very bad impression of the Barren Continent. The seniors said it's a barren land, the weakest Dao continent in the eastern region. It doesn't even have a single spirit transformation cultivator." She clenched her fists, her voice growing more excited. "But now, with the appearance of the Xuantian sect, it has made me aware of the barren continent. I suddenly realized this place has been underestimated, severely." Ye Junlin's eyes widened as he asked, "So you have a good impression of the barren continent now?" An Miaoyi put her hands on her hips, her attitude suddenly changing completely. Her voice was filled with indignation. "It's gotten much worse. That Ye Junlin guy, the Peak Lord of Misty Peak from the Xuantian sect, just because his own cultivation is profound. There's no crime he won't commit. Recently, he even brought his disciples to the Martial continent to rob other cultivators on the road. Even Uncle Fan and I became his victims. A dignified void immortal at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, and yet he does such despicable things. He's truly a disgrace to the cultivation world of the eastern region." Hearing her say this, Ye Junlin coughed a few times, trying to explain. "Young lady, I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding here. But in the eyes of us, the people of the barren continent, Ye Junlin is a perfect godlike figure. He's one of a kind in this world, second to none. Not only is he incredibly powerful and of upright character, but he also has a handsome, flawless face with no bad angles. Even a man like myself was almost captivated upon seeing him. How could such an outstanding man possibly do something so disgraceful to ruin his reputation like that? It's just impossible. An Miaoyi lowered her voice. With a serious expression, she looked around and whispered, "Young Master Ye, there's no one else here. You can tell me the truth. You don't have to worry about what you say being leaked, and then having that old white-haired demon take revenge on you." Yet Junlin was completely stunned. He looked at her, denying it. "Miss, and your imagination is truly something else." An Miaoyi clenched her fists, still insisting on what she believed. "I know. Ye Junlin used cruel methods to oppress the people of the barren continent, forcing you to lie through your teeth. But in reality, your fear of that white-haired fiend has already seeped into your very bones. You must be living a very difficult life, every single day, aren't you? Don't be afraid. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil. I will do my best to become stronger, and then I will kill that old white-haired demon, saving the suffering people of the barren continent." Ye Junlin covered his face in exasperation. An Miaoyi pointed and asked, "Young Master Ye, judging by your expression, am I wrong?" Ye Junlin gave her a thumbs up and replied with a look of resignation, Right, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, keep it up. I have high hopes for you. You must defeat Ye Kunlin, save Huang Chou." But An Miaoyi, feeling encouraged, was overjoyed. "Don't worry, young Master Ye, I will definitely succeed." She turned and said, "Uncle Fan seems to be outside." Then she ran outside, calling out loudly, "Uncle Fan!"
"I'm over here."
Fan Dejong quickly walked over and asked, "Young miss, why did you run all the way out here? Didn't I tell you to wait in your room?" An Miaoyi smiled brightly and explained, "Just now I heard someone playing a flute. The melody was so beautiful, so I followed the sound of the flute and found my way here." "Ah!" Fan Dejong exclaimed in surprise. "Wait a minute. Are you saying you found the person who was playing the flute?" An Miaoyi pulled Ye Kunlan forward to introduce him. "That's right, it's him right here. His name is Ye Fan." Fan Dejong clasped his hands in a salute. "Young Master Ye, this humble one is truly impressed by your methods." Ye Kunlin replied generously, "It's nothing. I just happen to have a few special skills up my sleeve." At that moment, Li Wuji and Hong Tianye were about to call him Mass when Ye Kunlin quickly used sound transmission to warn them, "Don't expose me. Just call me Brother Ye." Hong Tianye's face darkened, but she still forced out the words, Brother Yi, the problems outside have all been taken care of." An Miaoyi looked at Hong Tianye and blushed once again. She thought to herself, "She's so beautiful. She looks just like a fairy." She spoke up and asked, "And these two are?" Ye Kunlin casually introduced, "Ah, this one in the red clothes. It is named Wang Hua. And this one holding the saber is named Li Tieden." Hong Tianye's face fell. She cursed him under her breath. "What the hell kind of trick is this damn name? Why on earth would you give yourself such a disgusting name?" Laveau Keep had no choice but to go along with it, saying, "That's right. My name is Lai Thiet Dan Sang." And Yu Ai felt a twinge of regret. She thought to herself, "He's so handsome, with such an extraordinary aura. But his name is Wang Hua. What a pity." She clasped her hands in a salute. "Greetings to you two. Then we won't disturb you any longer. We'll meet again, young Master Yi." Laveau Keep watched their retreating figures. Then he turned and asked, "Master, what you did just now was—" Deep Quan Lum said calmly, "This is what I think. That imposter will definitely make another move. So for the next few days, we shouldn't let anything slip. We must avoid beating the grass and startling the snake." Laveau Keep raised his index finger. He praised, "Master is brilliant." Hong Thien Deep, standing behind them, looked extremely annoyed. He thought to himself, this guy is such a suck-up. Just like that other little white mouse. He gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. Besides, on what grounds do I have to be called Wang Hua? Meanwhile, Pham Duc Chin was walking and muttering thoughtfully. This young Master Yi is truly no simple man. Although he didn't appear directly tonight, he was able to defeat the enemy with just the sound of his flute and resolve the crisis. He toyed with those creatures from the abyssal underworld as if it were child's play. Impressive, truly impressive. And Dewey strode behind him. She asked, "Uncle Pham, do you really need to exaggerate that much?" Pham Duc Ching stopped walking. He explained, "Those two are so powerful, and yet they treat him as their leader. But more than that, I don't know why. When those people are together, they give me an incredibly familiar feeling. In short, these people are acting very strangely. So it's better for us to be a little more cautious. Young miss, you should go back and rest. The Medicine King Valley is about to open." And Miaoyi nodded, "Yes, Not long after, an earth-shattering power suddenly descended. People from the inns rushed out in droves to witness the astonishing phenomenon that was unfolding. It's happening! The Medicine King Valley is opening! Look, the Medicine King Valley is opening! How strange. The timing doesn't match the predictions. To think it would open so suddenly this time. Fan Dejong flew into the air and called out, "Young miss! It's time for us to depart." Ye Junlin took a bite of cake. He smiled and said, "Xiaoxi, thanks for your tiramisu. It's actually not bad at all." Bai Xiaoxi replied happily, "As long as you like it, master. If you wish, I can make it for you every day, master." Ye Junlin urged as he started walking. "I didn't expect the Medicine King Valley to open so quickly. Let's go." Wuzhou, Eastern Region, outside the Medicine King Valley. Bah ha ha ha, I can feel it. Countless heavenly treasures are waiting for me inside. If I can just get my hands on one treasured herb, a top-grade one, and then I'll be certain of breaking through from the integration realm to the Mahayana realm, becoming a venerable one with a lifespan of 10,000 years, free to roam the world as I please. Is that all? A top-grade treasured herb? Just getting the Medicine King is enough, if you can obtain a Medicine King. Then breaking through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm would be more than guaranteed. The Medicine King? I'm afraid even the great masters of the Tribulation Transcendence realm would have to fight a bloody battle for it. Battered and bruised, so for small fries. Like us, what can we possibly do? An Miaoi asked curiously. Uncle Fan? Uncle Fan, what is this Medicine King? Fan Dejong explained. Medicinal ingredients are also divided into 3, 6, or 9 grades. They are respectively called spirit medicines, treasure herbs, king herbs, and immortal herbs. And within each type, there are further subdivisions, from low grade to supreme grade. In the cultivation world, everything is based on spiritual herbs. Whenever a medicinal ingredient reaches the level of a treasure herb, a national-level battle or a grand auction will be held to gather them, attracting various powers to fight over them. If you were to casually toss just one of them out, it would make everyone's head explode. As for king herbs, they are even more incredibly rare. For the last several tens of thousands of years in the eastern region, any trace of a king herb has been extremely scarce. This kind of famous herb, even for those in this tribulation realm, they would have to fight an earth-shattering battle if they wanted to obtain one. An Miao Yai said in confusion, "The competition is that fierce? With so many people here, how can the Medicine King Valley possibly accommodate all of them at once?" Fan Dezheng replied, "The Medicine King Valley has limits on the number of people and the time they can spend inside. If a cultivator's life is in danger, they will also be teleported out by the Medicine King Valley's formation." All in all, the arrangements made by the Medicine Sovereign back then were all very reasonable. We juniors are incredibly grateful for his kindness and are truly indebted to him. I can't believe it. Great Master Randeng of the Xuankong Temple is here as well. He's also a powerhouse at the Tribulation Realm. It seems the fight this time is going to be truly intense. After we go inside, you are not to act on your own. You must stay by my side at all times. Do you hear me? A monk from behind cheerfully chanted, Amitabha. With Great Master Randeng leading the way this time, we will surely be able to obtain enough famous herbs. That's a certainty. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Great Master Randeng once entered alone into the Medicine King Valley. He received a great fortune, and his strength increased by a whole level. Excellent, excellent. If Great Master Randeng takes action, then the treasures in the Medicine King Valley will be in the bag for our Xuan Kong Temple. But at the Xuan Kong Temple, Great Master Randeng, at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence stage, he thought to himself, the Medicine King Valley is not as simple as it appears on the surface. The mysteries hidden within are unimaginable for people like you. Even I myself couldn't withstand it back then. My Tao heart nearly collapsed. He opened his eyes, a cold, killing intent flashing within them as he thought again. Returning this time, this old monk has cultivated even more arduously. Although it's a bit shameful, I must be even more courageous. After all these years, this old monk has made up for my shortcomings. My strength has soared. Even if I have to face those little creatures in the Medicine King Valley this time, I believe I can handle them with ease. I might even be able to annihilate them all. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin's group had also arrived. Li Wuji looked around and said, Master, is this the Medicine King Valley? I heard that within this immortal valley there's an immense amount of heavenly treasures. A precious herb that's incredibly hard to find in the outside world is said to be countless in here. Hong Tianyi smirked. Interesting. Ye Junlin hummed softly and thought to himself, although the medicinal ingredients inside are said to be miraculous, they can't possibly surpass the rewards that the system gives me. But since I'm already here, who knows? Perhaps I might just run into something interesting after all. The gate to the Medicine King Valley slowly opened. A deep, unfathomable aura surged out from within. The cultivators all cried out at once. It's open! It's open! Look, it's finally open! Hurry, let's get inside! Everyone charged forward eagerly. Pham Duk Ching also quickly called out to his young miss. Let's go! Grandmaster Dang Nian also gave an order. A few of you stay behind to provide support. The rest of you follow this old monk inside. Deep Quin Lum's group also looked up, their eyes filled with excitement. They then leaped into the air and flew into the Medicine King Valley. They landed on a precipitous cliff. So this is what the inside of the Medicine King Valley looks like. It's like this, huh? This is truly magnificent. Hong Thien Deep's eyes suddenly flew wide open. He stared at his own hands in astonishment. His face was filled with bewilderment. Well, why is this happening? My cultivation level has been suppressed to the 9th level of chi refinement? Laveau Keep also stammered as he looked at his own hands. Me too. Deep Quin Lum looked at them, finding it a bit strange. Huh. Why hasn't my cultivation level changed at all? It seems the medicine sovereign's restriction. It doesn't apply to me. He gently touched his chin. A flicker of amusement appeared in his eyes as he thought to himself, but I suppose I can pretend to be at the 9th level of chi refinement too. After all, the old pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger routine is what I'm best at. Deep Quin Lum observed his surroundings and deduced, it seems this medicine sovereign has cleverly suppressed the cultivation levels of everyone down to the same stage. This way, it not only ensures fair competition, but also prevents those with excessively high cultivation. And from damaging the Medicine King Valley, a truly brilliant design. Laveau Keep fiddled with the old, worn knife in his hand. It's just a shame my cultivation level was suppressed so heavily. My beloved ink saber is now unusable. I'll have to make do with this old kitchen knife for now. Looking at the knife, Deep Quin Lum couldn't help but be surprised. Oh? Even after all this time, you still keep this kind of extremely common magical weapon? Laveau Keep smiled gently, his gaze distant. Although this kitchen knife is old, it's the knife I first used when I started cultivating. My blade techniques. It was my companion from the days when I was at my weakest. I never expected to have the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with it again, and fight side by side. No longer curious, Ye Junlin nodded. So that's how it is. Ding detected that the host has arrived at Medicine King Valley. Do you wish to proceed with the check-in? Ye Junlin happily replied, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Supreme Grade Enlightenment tea. I can drink tea when I'm free, Ye Junlin thought to himself. Then he looked like he was about to fly into a rage. He questioned the system in his mind. What is this crappy reward? You clearly know I don't need to cultivate. Whatever, I guess I can just use it as a refreshing drink. Seeing Ye Junlin's unhappy expression, Hong Tianye laughed to himself. He guessed to himself, it seems that guy, surnamed Ye, is worried about losing his cultivation. If we're at the same realm, I just need to find the right opportunity and attack with all my strength. He will definitely be defeated by my hand. He smirked wickedly, gloating to himself, just you wait. I will torture you in many different ways. Laveau Keep looked at the knife in his hand. He suddenly remembered something and said, oh, that's right. I heard that when cultivators fight in Medicine King Valley, if their lives are in danger, they will automatically be teleported out. So we don't need to be too worried. We just need to do our best. When Hong Tianye heard this, his face darkened and twisted completely with anger. Damn it, why does this crappy rule even exist? If I can't kill that bastard Ye here, he'll definitely come after me for revenge once we're out. My plan failed before I even had a chance to execute it. Damn it! Ye Kunlun smirked. He thought to himself, this guy must be thinking of taking advantage of my suppressed cultivation level to get his revenge. Too bad. I really want to know what his expression will be like when he finds out my cultivation hasn't changed at all. Ai Xiaoxi suddenly pointed and exclaimed, Master, look! These medicinal herbs have spiritual intelligence. They can move. Li Wuji's eyes lit up. He rushed excitedly towards the patch of herbs. Ha! The heavens are helping me. To think there would be so many medicinal herbs serving themselves up to me like this. Hong Tianye flew in after him. He warned cautiously, don't be reckless. These spiritual herbs are also at the 9th level of chi refinement, just like us. A ferocious 3-leaf spirit grass cried out, its voice full of mockery. Hey, everyone! The old master medicine saint has given us new toys to play with. Now we can capture these humans and torture them brutally just like before. Another foxtail spirit grass also charged forward excitedly, its voice sinister. I'll strip them all naked and make them run around the valley like dogs. Li Wuji channeled power into his frost void blade. Since when did mere medicinal herbs dare to be so insolent? He prepared to unleash a fatal blow. Hong Tianye also gathered his firepower, his face filled with killing intent. You things truly don't know your place. He unleashed a terrifying wave of fire, intending to roast the patch of three-leaf grass, but the herbs were no pushovers. They simultaneously used their power to protect themselves, resisting the attack. Hong Tianye was shocked, thinking, "What? I used 40% of my power, and I still couldn't burn it to death? That thing? If we were outside the Medicine King Valley, this one move would be enough to take down a cultivator at the same level." The dog-tail grass cursed angrily. "You filthy bitch! How dare you touch me? Just watch, I'll strip you naked, hang you from a tree, and beat you mercilessly." Hong Tianye's eyes turned ice-cold, a vein popping on his forehead. He glared at the patch of grass with utter contempt. "You're courting death." He madly unleashed a continuous barrage of the Crimson Soul demonic flame. Its power was incredibly immense. The dog-tail grass also released its power to block it. The dog-tail grass cackled. "Haha, coming at me again, you rotten woman? I'm not going to go easy on you." But the power of the crimson flame grew stronger and stronger, causing it to panic. It quickly turned to cry for help. "What are you all just standing there for? Hurry up and help me! This rotten bitch is about to burn me to a crisp." The nearby sunflowers immediately sprang into action, spewing out powerful streams of energy, and pushed back Hong Tianye's Crimson Soul demonic flame. He was even more shocked, thinking to himself, "Impossible. My cultivation technique, combined with the enhancement from my immortal-grade spiritual root, should be at least equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. This bunch of rotten grass is only at the chi refining stage. How can they possibly be my opponent? And yet I can't burn them to death." Just then, Li Wuji spoke up. "Senior Brother Hong, I'm here to help you." He unleashed a powerful strike from his chaotic heavenly blade art. The two powers combined, their might increasing exponentially. Charging straight ahead, Bai Shaoxi enthusiastically cheered from the side. "Go, Senior Brother Hong! Go, Junior Brother Li!" Ye Junlin watched the formation with a serious expression. He thought to himself, "So this is the Medicine King Valley, and the place where medicine is king, huh? How interesting." He closed his eyes and analyzed it carefully. With the talents of Hong Tianye and Li Wujie, they should have more than enough power to defeat cultivators of the same level, or even those a level higher. And yet they're only evenly matched. With these medicinal herbs of the same rank, there's definitely something strange about these herbs. He opened his eyes, a glint flashing within them. "I see now. These medicinal herbs are able to display such power because of the enhancement formation here. And this must be the medicine sovereign's doing. But what is his purpose for doing this? If Hong Tianye's group wasn't so strong, I'm afraid they would have been defeated by these herbs long ago." He looked up. It seemed he had seen through the medicine sovereign's intentions. "At first I thought that suppressing our cultivation levels was for the sake of fairness. But in reality, he deliberately strengthened the medicinal herbs to suppress the human cultivators. Clearly the medicine sovereign is protecting his own kind. Moreover, this isn't the first time the Medicine King Valley has been opened. The previous participants had never revealed a single thing about the truth of this place. What a twisted mentality. Just because they got caught in the rain themselves, they want to tear up everyone else's umbrella." He gave a faint smile as an idea flashed in his mind. "If you want to protect them, and then I can't be outdone." He flicked his finger and an invisible ripple spread out, shattering the Medicine King Valley's enhancement formation. "Let's just see. Without the enhancement formation, you weeds, how long can you all stay so arrogant?" The moment the formation was broken, Crimson Soul, Hong Tianye's demonic flames immediately erupted with ferocious intensity. The intensified heat scorched the medicinal herbs. He laughed arrogantly, his aura overwhelming. "Look, it seems like they can't hold on any longer. Suppress them! Burn them to a crisp!" The foxtail grasses shrieked miserably in pain. "What's happening? Why can't we suddenly hold on anymore? Wait a moment. Wait, please, fairy sister, stop burning us. We were wrong. We were really, truly wrong." Hearing this only made Hong Tianye even more furious. Unleashing another attack, he roared, "All of you die for me!" He mercilessly launched a frenzied, burning assault. "Don't even think about escaping my grasp. All of you will turn to ash for me." Meanwhile, Li Wujie was no slouch either. The kitchen knife in his hand was now unusually sharp. He relentlessly sliced through the herbs, making them scream and beg for mercy. Seeing this, he spoke up. "Senior Brother Hong, please show some mercy. They no longer have the strength to resist. Why don't you let your junior brother here harvest them? They're all top-grade medicinal herbs, you know." Hearing this, Hong Tianye snorted and withdrew his hand. Ye Junlin smiled and praised, "Not bad at all, huh? It's finally over." Little Lee, gather them up carefully. When we get back, we can use them to make soup. Hugging a large pile of herbs, Li Wujai happily replied, "Yes, master." Bai Shaoxi used a dry branch to poke at a charred herb, muttering, This one's still moving." Suddenly, a nearby root twitched slightly and then shot a signal high into the air, transforming into the shape of a giant axe. Bai Shaoxi was startled. She quickly hid behind Ye Junlin, stammering, that scared me to death." Deep Quan Lum looked up at the signal, his brows furrowing slightly. "I wonder what this is. Could this be a distress signal from the Hammerhead gang?" Hong Thien Deep channeled his spiritual energy, his voice filled with killing intent. "No matter how many more helpers show up, I'll burn them all to ashes." Deep Quan Lum interrupted sternly. "Bragging again, are we? If it weren't for Little Lee's help just now, you'd have been in real trouble. Haven't you all noticed that something is wrong?" "What is it?" Laveau Kep replied. "I've noticed it too. This isn't the kind of power that these medicinal herbs should be able to unleash. If this keeps up, I'm afraid the ones that appear later will be even stronger." At that point, most of the cultivators who entered the Medicine King Valley will probably, Hong Thien Deep said with contempt. This so-called medicine sovereign suppresses the cultivation of the human race, but enhances the medicinal herbs. He's a complete hypocrite. Everyone thinks he's some kind of sage of the human race, but in the end, he does things like this. And he even designed it to open only once every 100,000 years, making it so that the outside world thinks he's so generous and magnanimous. Please. Hearing this, Laveau Keep immediately retorted, "That's impossible. I've heard that the medicine sovereign is a kind person, generous with extraordinary medical skills, a great power praised throughout the entire eastern region. Perhaps it's because he loves these medicinal herbs that he treats them so favorably in this place?" Hong Thien Deep scoffed. "Ha! If he truly loved medicinal herbs, then why open the Medicine King Valley at all? Why not just seal it off forever, instead of pulling a stunt like this? What a hypocrite." Deep Quan Lum picked up a branch of a medicinal herb that had been burned. He said, all right, let's just take it one step at a time. I'd also like to see what kind of tricks this medicine sovereign is ultimately trying to pull." Meanwhile, at the lair of the Axe Gang leader, the Ginseng King, the Golden Medicine King's majestic voice echoed. "Who was it that sent out the distress signal? Who dares to provoke our Axe Gang, huh?" Several large, ancient medicinal herbs took turns reporting to the Ginseng King. "We haven't been able to find out yet. Could it be some other faction hiding in the Medicine King Valley? No, that's impossible. We've been at peace for many years. Who would possibly attack our Axe Gang? Could it be those humans? After all, according to my calculations, today is the exact day that the Medicine King Valley opens. Impossible. The humans are so weak. How could they possibly threaten our noble medicine tribe?" The Golden King rose to his feet. The Medicine King's overwhelming power pressed down from all sides. He growled, "All of you be silent for this king." He grabbed his giant battle axe and raised it high. His presence was overwhelming. After so many years, the Medicine King Valley has opened once more. This king will see for himself exactly who is so audacious as to lay a hand on a member of our Axe Gang. Not far from the entrance to the Medicine King Valley, countless human cultivators were being thrashed by medicinal herbs. Their desperate cries for help echoed endlessly. "Stop! Help! Somebody save us!" Another group was running for their lives, pursued by several giant medicinal herbs. As they ran, they wondered in despair, why are these herbs so powerful? I'm a prodigy of my sect, but I can't even defeat a single common medicinal herb? Run! This Medicine King Valley is a huge trap. Those seniors deliberately kept quiet and tricked us. There must be some kind of deep conspiracy deep inside the Medicine King Valley. A powerful hand imbued with a Buddhist seal technique struck out, stopping a horde of aggressive herbal plants in their tracks. But as Great Master Ron Deng fought, he thought to himself, last time my cultivation level was suppressed, revealing all my weaknesses. This bunch beat me to a pulp. But it's different now. It's time for revenge. The monks behind him were collecting the defeated medicinal herbs, while praising the Great Master profusely. "Randung is so powerful! These things are no match for the Great Master at all. I'm sure this time we'll definitely have a bountiful harvest. That's right, on our way here." Those princes and nobles and the powerful experts from the great sects were all being oppressed by these herbal plants, treated and ordered around like slaves. But we are completely different. It truly makes one hold their head high with pride. One of them suddenly pointed and shouted, "Great Master, be careful! Another group of herbal plants has arrived as reinforcements." Great Master Randeng's eyes lit up when he saw them aggressively, swarming towards him, yet he remained very calm. He chanted Amitabha Buddha and said, "You've come at just the right time. Saves this old monk the trouble of having to find you myself." The herbal plants cursed in anger. "How dare you lay a hand on our noble and precious herbal plant clan? You treacherous, bald-headed donkey, you're asking to die." Great Master Randung formed a hand seal. Lightning struck down from the sky, paralyzing them for a moment. The leader of the herbal plants braced itself and reassured its comrades. "Everyone, don't be angry. Focus your attacks inside this Medicine King Valley. We are the ones in charge. That old man can't hold out for long." Dozens of sharp roots attacked in unison, as shattering Great Master Randeng's shield of Buddha's light. The leader of the herbal plants excitedly gave the order. "We've finally broken his shield. Kill him!" But Great Master Randeng just laughed. His eyes flashed with the strange light. "You all think you've broken through my defenses? How ridiculous! To deal with the likes of you, this old monk has spent a very long time, traveling across famous mountains and great rivers. I used every method imaginable, sparing no amount of resources, to diligently cultivate my body-tempering arts, and overcome every single weakness." He clasped his two hands together, then with a great roar, ripped the monastic robe from his body. His muscles bulged. An aura of the indestructible Vajra radiated outwards. By now, my indestructible Vajra body has reached the stage of absolute perfection. I am only one step away from the legendary deity transformation realm. So what if my cultivation is suppressed? As long as I have this Vajra body, none of you can do a thing to me! He channeled a ferocious power into both hands, and easily sliced the approaching roots to pieces. I'd like to see what else this Medicine King Valley, as that can possibly threaten me. The medicinal herbs began to feel fear in the face of the terrifying power of Randeng. After that, Grandmaster, all that remained were echoing tragic screams. After a moment, he retracted his aura and instructed his disciples, "Clean up all these herbs. We're preparing to move on." The disciples replied in unison, "Understood." Not far away, Famduk was sitting, panting and drenched in sweat. He thought to himself with relief, "Thank goodness the young miss has a spirit-immortal body. So even though her cultivation is suppressed, she can still unleash immense power. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to resist the siege of these medicinal herbs." But why? Why do these medicinal herbs have such terrifying power? Could it be that the medicine sovereign did this on purpose? And Miaoyi, standing beside him, shouted with an angry expression, "I used to think that old medicine sovereign was a good person. Now it seems he's nothing but a vicious, sinister old man." "4. Fan Dezhang sighed. "And we're only at the edge of the Medicine King Valley. I can't imagine what's deep inside. What other more dangerous things are waiting for us? Right now, on the contrary, I'm hoping the Medicine King Valley closes soon and teleports us out of here. Otherwise, being humiliated by these herbs, it might just shatter my Tao heart." Suddenly, a branch from a medicinal herb shot down from above, aiming straight for An Miaoyi. She had just turned her head, and before she could react, it had wrapped tightly around her leg. Her face paled in terror as she screamed. She struck the vine with her spiritual power, but was immediately hit by a bolt of heavenly lightning from the branch. She cried out in pain. Then she was hoisted upside down into the air. A panicked Fan Dezhang yelled, "Young miss!" He unleashed a powerful attack, roaring, "Let her go now!" But he was struck hard by another vine from a different direction and sent tumbling to the ground. He looked up, utterly astonished. Isn't this the mid-grade Medicine King? The 9 Tribulations lightning vine? An Miaoyi was terrified beyond belief. She struggled, reaching out her hand. "Let me go! Hurry up and let me go! Uncle Fan, save me!" Even as Fan Dezhang continued to unleash his attacks, striking the vine's main body, the 9 Tribulations lightning vine just laughed with glee. "Ha ha, this is so fun, so fun!" Fan Dezhang was panting heavily, his voice filled with helplessness and despair. "Young miss, please forgive this useless Uncle Fan." This mid-grade king of herbs is equivalent to a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. But Uncle's cultivation is currently only at the chi refining stage. He's completely powerless. And Miaoyi burst into sobs. "Uncle Fan?" "It's all right. You've done your best." Fan Dezhang slammed his head to the ground. "I beg you, 9 Tribulations Thundervine, you great king of herbs, please have mercy. Spare us. Or at least spare this child. I'm willing to suffer in her place." The Thundervine let out a ghastly laugh. "I've waited so long for you all to arrive. Did you really think I would let you go so easily? You humans are so naive. Look at this woman. See how much she's enjoying being electrocuted by me?" After saying that, it released even stronger currents of electricity, causing An Miaoyi to scream endlessly in agony. Fan Dezhang reached a hand toward An Miaoyi. Choked with rage, he gritted his teeth. You! Just then, a voice rang out. Oh? What kind of game are you playing? Ye Junlin gently touched his chin. With a curious yet teasing expression, he said, Playing a little tentacle game, are we? How utterly shameless. Sirs! Fan Dezheng turned his head. Seeing Ye Junlin's group was like finding a lifeline in a storm. He was overcome with joy. Fellow Taoists, it's you! I implore you, please lend us your aid. If you help us succeed, the Wendao sect will certainly repay this great kindness. Hong Tianye let out a soft "oh." He recognized it as the 9 Tribulations Thunder Vine. Li Wuji added with interest, Heavens, that's a mid-grade king of herbs. Ye Junlin raised his hand and gave a magnanimous order. Miss Anne and I are bound by fate. How could I possibly stand by and not help? Go, Wang Cuihua and Li Tiden. Hong Tianye's face darkened, on the verge of exploding with rage. He cursed inwardly, Damn it! Why is he ordering me around like a dog? Have you no shame? But I still have to follow orders. Li Wuji charges forward, not forgetting to remind Wang Cuihua, I'll go first. Remember to cover me! Hong Tianye replies gruffly, Got it. Li Tiden, I'll cover you from here. The Thunder Vine sees the newcomer and gets even more excited, laughing, Ha ha! It looks at Hong Tianye with a greedy expression. Someone else has brought a new toy for this great one. Hong Tianye unleashes his flames, fury burning in his eyes as he growls, When you're roasted to a crisp in a moment, let's see if you can still laugh then. He and Li Wuji perform a dual sword technique. Sword light and flames intertwine, striking relentlessly, severing countless vines. The Thunder Vine cries out in pain, Ah! That hurts! How dare you humans injure this great one? Then Hong Tianye unleashes another move, the Ice Soul Demonic Flame. This makes the Thunder Vine grit its teeth. Give you an inch and you take a mile. It violently yanks on Miaoyi backward. He hurriedly catches her. Young miss, let's retreat for now to save our lives. Let them deal with this damn medicine king, Fan Dezheng says quickly. But An Miaoyi is still in shock. She mutters, We're all at the 9th level of chi refinement. I possess the Star Spirit immortal body, yet I'm completely no match for this medicine king. But they can actually fight it on even terms. She looks at Fan Dezheng, her voice filled with doubt. Uncle Fan, have you and father been lying to me all this time? I'm not a genius at all, like you two always said. Fan Dezheng sighs and explains, It's not that you're weak, young miss. It's just that the world is vast. There's always a higher mountain. I really don't know where they come from. To possess such immense strength, it's impossible that I've never heard of them. And Miao Yi watched the battle. While replying, young Master Ye once told me, they come from the desolate continent. Fan Dezheng's eyes widened in shock. He asked again, the desolate continent? He frowned, lost in thought. Impossible! Just then, the Thunder Vine roared. Countless vines carrying powerful electric currents surged forward. This great one will tie all of you up, and then zap you with the powerful shock. So powerful you won't even be able to breathe. Li Wuji and Hong Tian, you were quickly surrounded by countless vines. An Miaoyi cried out anxiously, Oh no! Even they can't handle it? Fan Dezheng was sweating profusely, at a loss for words. Ye Junlin frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Looks like they've reached their limit again. I guess I'll have to give them a hand. Bai Shaoxi clenched her fists, her face filled with worry. Senior brother Hong and junior brother Li are in danger. Shushu has to go save them. With that, she let out a cry. Her body suddenly transformed back into the form of a small white mouse. Then she shot off like a flash of lightning. Ye Junlin called out, Xiaoxi! But it was too late to stop her. He was a little surprised. He thought to himself, It's rare for Xiaoxi to be so eager to fight. Perhaps now, I'll be able to see her true fighting potential. Inside the encirclement, Li Wuji gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, Damn it! We still underestimated the Medicine King's advantage in this place. It's very difficult for us to deal a fatal blow to it. But Hong Tianye, just as frustrated, added, This is even more frustrating than being bullied by that guy named Ye. At least he has the main character's luck. But now, even a common plant dares to walk all over me. He turned to see that Bai Shaoxi had already gotten close. He thought in confusion, Why did this silly mouse run over here? Li Wuji shouted loudly, This place is dangerous, Senior Sister Bai. Get out of here, quickly. The Thunder Vine, its eyes bloodshot, snorted coldly. Its voice was filled with contempt. With just the paltry skills of this mouse, you dare to come here and cause a scene? Or did you think this great one would go easy on you? Even in her small mouse form, Bai Shaoxi didn't flinch. She grabbed a vine and her entire body erupted with an astonishing surge of power. Her voice was childlike, yet filled with power. Don't underestimate me! Squeak, squeak! Suddenly she erupted with a terrifying power, directly confronting the furious heavenly lightning. From the 9 Tribulations Thunder Vine, she screamed,
I won't let you bully my senior and junior brothers. The entire body of the Nine Tribulations Thundervine was set ablaze, letting out miserable shrieks of pain. With eyes blazing like fire, Bai Xiaoxi frantically tore it apart, piece by piece. The Nine Tribulations Thundervine carved a bloody path as it rushed toward the two of them. Senior brother, junior brother, I'm here to save you! Witnessing that scene, Li Wuji and Hong Tianye broke out in a cold sweat. Hong Tianye's face went pale. His brows furrowed as he stammered in disbelief. This has to be an illusion, right? He asked himself. The silly little mouse that follows us around all day, only interested in good food. How did she suddenly possess such earth-shattering power? Li Wuji was also stunned. Goosebumps broke out all over his skin as he stammered, Senior Sister Bai, oh my god, so you were this strong all along? Even Fan Dezheng's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets as he witnessed Bai Xiaoxi's spectacular performance. Bai Tutik's spectacular move. Old Shen was shocked beyond belief. This tiny little girl was actually stronger than those two combined. Even Ye Junlin couldn't help but be slightly astonished. He thought to himself with a sigh, so this is the power, the hidden potential of the first immortal physique in all the heavens and myriad realms. Wow, it truly is extraordinary. Hong Tianye's firepower was concentrated. He was no longer just standing by and watching. He roared, "Take the chance this rat has given us! Let's destroy it together." Li Wuji, brandishing his kitchen knives, got into a ready stance. He also let out a roar, "Kill!" The two of them charged forward at once, unleashing their full power, with the Crimson Soul Demon Flame and the chaotic Heavenly Blade Art. The White Nine Tribulations Lightning Vine, being ravaged by three terrifying powers at once, finally collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Bai Xiaoxi jumped for joy. "Amazing! We won! Senior brother, are you going to praise me?" Hong Tianye shot her a sideways glance, then snorted coldly and turned away, muttering, "You finally get to show off for once. And now you want to come flaunt it in my face? This lord is no longer your servant, you know." Hearing that, Bai Xiaoxi's eyes turned red. Tears welled up as she watched his retreating back. In a tiny voice, Did I do something wrong?" Seeing that she was about to cry, Li Wuji hurriedly knelt on one knee. He praised her endlessly. "Senior Sister Bai, you were so incredibly majestic just now." Then he turned and called out loudly, "Senior Brother Hong! Don't you agree? If it weren't for her, we would have died here long ago, right?" Hong Tianye scowled and gave a cold snort, but he still answered reluctantly. "Indeed, today you've really made people see you in a different light." As soon as she was praised, Bai Xiaoxi immediately stopped crying. Ira's small face flushed. "Actually, it's nothing, Thu. I just wanted to lend a hand." And Yu Wai, who was standing not far away, then stepped forward. He gently spoke up to thank them. "Thank you, fellow cultivators, for your assistance. Yu Wai is extremely grateful." Lavokip hurriedly waved her hand and replied magnanimously, "There's no need to be so polite, young lady. It was no trouble at all." Hearing a stranger's voice, Bok Tutit hurriedly put her tattered conical hat back on. She was so embarrassed she wanted to find a place to hide. "There's a stranger here," and Yu Wai smiled. He pointed towards the little girl who was timidly hiding behind him. Lavokip gently asked, "Little junior sister, why are you so shy?" "I saw you just now. You were very impressive. I really admire you, little sister. You don't need to worry about your appearance. You're very cute." Hearing this, Bok Tiotik's eyes lit up. She hurriedly turned and pulled on Deep Kun Lum's sleeve. Because of this, the hat on her head fell to the ground. "Really? Master, did you hear that? This big sister really admires Thu. And what's more, she doesn't even mind Thu's appearance." Hearing the word master, Pham Duc Chin narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, "Master, it seems my suspicion is becoming more and more plausible." Deep Kun Lum smiled. He patted his little student's head and replied gently, All right. Look at how happy you are." Bok Tutik's face flushed red as she giggled, and Dewey couldn't help but be surprised. He asked, "Brother, are you this little girl's master?" He secretly wondered, just what kind of terrifying existence must he be to be able to take in and accept a disciple as powerful as this? Deep Kun Lum didn't hide it and answered frankly, "That's right, little girl. She is the very disciple that I worked so hard and poured my heart and soul into raising." Hong Tianye, standing behind them, heard this and snorted. She thought to herself, how do you have the nerve to say that? What did you even raise her in? Don't tell me you trained her cooking skills. Bai Xiaoxi happily chimed in, "That's right, Master. Master taught Shushu so many things, and you've always treated Shushu so well." And Miaoyi gently bit her fingertip and mumbled, "Is that so?" She carefully observed the group. Ye Junlin felt that their faces were a bit familiar, but for the moment, he couldn't remember where he had seen them. "These four are together.
Why do they look so familiar? I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Ye Junlin also secretly glanced at An Miaoyi. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. This girl, she's not as simple as she looks. I wonder what she's already figured out. But at that moment, in another direction, a humanoid medicinal herb hurried back. It reported respectfully, Ginseng King, we've found the humans. The fluctuations from the recent battle were caused by them. Another medicinal herb, shaped like a sunflower, coldly puffed and questioned. I recall this being the Thunder King's territory, isn't it? Fan Dezheng saw a horde of medicinal herbs aggressively swarming towards them, filling the sky. His expression couldn't help but turn to panic. So many high-grade treasured herbs. We're in big trouble now. Hong Tianye also turned her head to look. A glint appeared in her eyes. Oh? Among this crowd, there's an extremely domineering aura. The herb leading the group, its entire body erupting with terrifying power. It roared, You humans! How dare you cause trouble in our territory? And you even destroyed little Lei! Hong Tianye gathered firepower in both her hands. Bursting with excitement, he exclaimed, Oh! Interesting. This place really is something else. The herbs here are of much higher quality than anywhere else. There's even a medicine king. To think it's of such supreme quality? The massive figure of the Golden King appeared. Wielding a great hammer, he roared in fury, How dare you! You despicable humans! You actually dare to lay your eyes on me? Ye Junlin observed his opponent carefully and made an assessment. Looking at that hammer, it seems this must be the leader of the medicinal herbs that the others were crying out to for help earlier. Li Wujie looked over at Bai Xiaoxi and asked worriedly, But this one is even stronger than the last one. Big Sister Bai, can you help us? Bai Xiaoxi clenched her small fists. She replied with determination, Shu Shu will do her best. The Golden King swung his giant hammer and ordered, Charge! Capture them all alive for me! At the same time, Hong Tianye and Li Wujie also took their stances, ready to charge into battle. But suddenly Bai Xiaoxi once again used that bizarre movement technique. In a flash, she appeared right in front of the Golden King. She mustered all her strength, pointed straight at his face, and declared loudly, Your opponent is me, Shu Shu. The Golden King stood tall, his powerful aura erupting from him. He let out a scornful laugh. Ha ha ha! Just you alone? It's not enough that humans dare to look down on me. But now even a little mouse dares to disrespect me? How utterly ridiculous. With that, he swung his hammer wildly, attacking. Bai Xiaoxi nimbly dodged, using her tiny hands to parry all of his blows. But the Golden King's speed was too great, leaving the little girl exhausted and nauseous. She stuck out her tongue and cried, Shoo shoo! It's so dizzy that I'm gonna throw up. I won't fight anymore. Shoo shoo. Shoo shoo won't fight anymore. Just then, Wang Huangjin launched another cleaving strike. Heavenly Hammer descends. Humph. You dare to fight this king? Your skills are still far too lacking. Die, you filthy rat! Bai Xiaoxi was terrified. She cowered before the hammer as it drew ever closer. Suddenly, Wang Huangjin's eyes widened. His face filled with utter shock, he gravely uttered, You! Ye Junlin had appeared out of nowhere. Using just 2 fingers, he effortlessly crushed his hammer. He narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. I say, you ginseng plant. Aren't you a little too full of yourself? It seems I'll have to stew you into ginseng soup for you to learn some honesty, Bai Xiaoxi, pale-faced, sobbed. Master, Shu Shu has brought shame upon you. Ye Junlin looked at her and comforted her gently. Don't overthink it. Go help the others. Just leave this place to your master. Bai Xiaoxi quickly wiped her tears, ran off, and shouted back, Yes, master! Fan Miaoyi, standing to the side, watched intently. She quietly called out to Fan Baba, Look, young Master Ye is about to make his move. Fan Dezheng's forehead was covered in sweat, his heart filled with doubt. I don't know why, but no matter how I try, I can't see through his cultivation level. Just how profound is it? Meanwhile, Wang Huangjin was burning with impatience. He had already launched an extremely powerful attack, charging straight towards Ye Junlin, and with a barrage of punches. Ye Junlin remained calm. He looked straight at the volley of punches rushing towards him. His body began to radiate a powerful aura. At the same time, he asked the system in his mind, If I get serious, will my cultivation level be exposed? Ding, host, rest assured. Every time you act in the Medicine King's Valley, your cultivation level will be suppressed to the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, since that suppression cannot overcome my system, your true power will remain perfectly hidden. So in the eyes of outsiders, you've always been at the 9th level of Qi refinement. But in reality, your cultivation level hasn't changed at all. A glint of excitement appeared in Ye Junlin's eyes. In that case, I can rest easy. He simply threw out a palm strike. Terrifying power erupted, pushing the Golden King backward. The earth-shattering power along with the overwhelming pressure spread out, shocking and Miao Yi and Ni Huairen. They turned to ask Fan Dezheng, is this really the kind of power that someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement can unleash? Right? Fan Dezheng was also stunned, unable to comprehend it. How strange. Could it be that young Master Ye isn't at the 9th level of Qi refinement at all? Or perhaps he can break through the restrictions of Medicine King Valley? The Golden King, with several scorched spots on his body, also realized something was wrong. He roared, "You human! What kind of trick did you pull? This isn't the power of the 9th level of Qi refinement," Ye Junlin calmly retorted. "I'm just a humble Qi refinement cultivator. What kind of tricks could I possibly pull? It's obvious you're just too weak. Why don't you try hitting me one more time?" The Golden King roared in fury. Then he leaped into the air, unleashing a full-power punch towards the insolent human. "Taste this king's golden fist!" Seeing this, Fan Dezheng got goosebumps all over, inwardly terrified. What a powerful aura. I'm afraid this punch has the power of the Golden Core stage. Can young Master Yi block it? Ye Junlin just smirked slightly. Then he unleashed an even more terrifying power. The entire surrounding area was instantly enveloped by his immense pressure. From above, a giant seal of the human king appeared. With just one punch, he could unleash a force so terrifying it sent him flying. The Golden King flew straight into a large boulder. 2, Famduk Chin, 7. My God, what is this? How can a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator unleash such a powerful attack? An Miaoyi was also stunned, whispering, "That's right. How did he do it? Could it be that he has some kind of exclusive secret technique that allows him to break the limits of his cultivation level?" The Golden King trembled, struggling to get back up. He pointed forward, stammering, "You cunning human! You tricked me! You're definitely not in the Qi refinement realm." "Liar!" Yet Junlin remained calm. "The high heavens are my witness. I really am only in the Qi refinement realm. It's just that you're too weak, and I've also trained a bit more than others." The nearby spirit herbs turned pale, unable to believe their eyes. "Impossible. How can a human be this strong? In all my years. This is the first time I've ever encountered such a bizarre situation. Is a great disaster about to befall our Medicine King Valley? Boo-hoo!" 4. Li Wuji stood to the side, praising enthusiastically without end. "No wonder he's our master. Even if his cultivation is suppressed to our level, his actual strength is still something we can't possibly compare to." Hong Tianyi frowned, not saying a word, but inside his heart was in turmoil. Impossible. I could feel that this Ginseng King's cultivation level had completely suppressed my own. And yet, this guy defeated it so easily. On what grounds can a mere Qi refinement cultivator, a 9th level one at that, be so incredibly powerful? And to think I was arrogant enough before to believe I could suppress him at the same cultivation level. It seems I was truly a fool spouting nonsense. The remaining spirit herbs wailed miserably as they turned tail and fled. He screamed non-stop, "The great king is dead! Run, brothers! Levo keep!" He swung his blade, creating dangerous streams of blade energy, slicing off their heads. He roared, "Trying to run? You are all top-grade treasure herbs. Stay right here for me." Deep Kwanlum, satisfied, instructed Little Lei. "You did a great job. Gather up all these treasure herbs, okay?" Levo Keep's hands didn't stop gathering the medicinal herbs, while his mouth replied cheerfully, "Yes, sir! Thank you for your praise, Master. It's all thanks to you, Master, for subduing the Ginseng King. Your disciple is merely benefiting from your efforts." At this moment, a few other groups had also found their way here. "Everyone, look! There are treasure herbs everywhere! Oh my God, they've all been taken down by someone! Could it be that besides Great Master Nandang, there's another senior expert in Herb King Valley who could do this? There are some people up ahead. It looks like they were the ones who did it." A young monk pointed towards the defeated Ginseng King. Han called out to the old monk leading them. "Great Master, look! That ginseng plant is so unusual!" Great Master Nandang looked over, unable to hide his surprise. "That is a supreme-grade Herb King." Hearing this, the others immediately burst into an uproar. They couldn't stay still. "What? An Herb King? Even a normal Herb King is enough to make powerful experts of the Tribulation Realm see red with greed, let alone a supreme-grade Herb King like this one. If this were outside, those old monsters hiding in the eastern region would definitely rush over and snatch it away. But if they were capable of subduing the medicine, King who would dare to actually do it? They wouldn't dare. But Great Master Ran, Deng, his eyes flashing with greed, didn't hesitate for a moment. He charged straight for the Medicine King, thinking coldly to himself, "If a supreme-grade Medicine King has appeared, and it's still an unclaimed item, And how could my Xuan Kong temple possibly just stand by? When Li Wuji saw someone trying to snatch his prize, he instantly flew into a rage. He swung his saber, unleashing a powerful wave of blade energy as he roared. "You son of a bitch! You dare to touch it? Get lost!" That old monk was caught by the surprise attack and was sent tumbling to the ground, coughing up blood. Great Master Randung put his palms together and chanted, "Amitabha Buddha," then said gravely, "Alas, alas, this patron. Do you not know that the man you just struck is a man of my Xuan Kong temple?" Hearing this, Li Wuji became even more contemptuous. "You bunch of bald donkeys came here to steal our things, and you still think you're Buddhas? You're nothing but a bunch of hypocritical robbers!" As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his saber forward, releasing a considerable amount of energy. The other monks standing behind Great Master Randeng were furious. They pointed and cursed, "You bastard! Such foul language! Who can prove that this thing was defeated by you? You all just happened to get here one step ahead of us. And that's all, that's right. We advise you rogue cultivators not to be so reckless. If you provoke our Xuan Kong temple, then from now on don't even think about setting foot in the eastern region again." A vein bulged on Great Master Randeng's forehead, and he too spoke in a stern, judgmental tone. "Benefactor, you are going too far." Li Wuji's entire body erupted with a violent spiritual energy. He continued to provoke the old bald monk. "Looks like you're not too happy about this, huh? Well then, come over here and try me." Another great master standing beside him, Randeng couldn't hold back and pointed a finger, shouting loudly, "You insolent whelp! Do you have any idea who you're being disrespectful to? You should know. This man is a genuine tribulation transcendence expert. Do you think you're worthy of being the great master's opponent?" When the surrounding onlookers heard this, they couldn't help but gasp in shock and break into a flurry of discussion. What, a tribulation transcendence expert? Although they had sensed early on that this great master's cultivation realm was very high, they never expected him to be a true virtual immortal. In Medicine King Valley, there were many individuals of noble status, but in front of a tribulation transcendence expert, they were nothing more than a swarm of ants. Iwuji broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "Tribulation, transcendence realm." But then he erupted with an astonishing aura. He pointed directly at their faces and arrogantly declared, "Who gives a damn about you? Everyone here is at the 9th layer of chi refining anyway. Even if we were outside, I'd still cut you down all the same." Great Master Randeng lifted his chin high, looking him over with a scrutinizing gaze. Then he spoke with somewhat sarcastic praise. "Big words, aren't they? May I ask for this patron's esteemed name?" Iwuji pointed to his own chest and proudly introduced himself. "Listen up! This great master's name is Li Tiden." When the monks heard this, they couldn't help but burst out laughing, their voices filled with ridicule. "Ha ha ha, Li Tiden. What kind of country bumpkin name is that? What village are you from? That's right, you don't even have a sect. Yet you dare to shout in front of a tribulation transcendence expert." Great Master Randeng waved his hand. A wave of ferocious power, carrying immense force and wind, swept towards him, sending rocks flying and sand kicking up a storm. "Young man, the malevolent energy on you is too heavy. Allow this old monk to purify you." Lavokeep didn't flinch at all. He unleashed a primordial cross-slash. His aura exploded as he shouted, "Excellent! If I can fight against a tribulation-level master, then this is a rare and excellent opportunity." His slashes formed a giant cross, chopping straight down at Grandmaster Niendang's defensive barrier. The old monk shielded his face with his hands, but he could still feel the terrifying pressure. The more Lavokeep fought, the more ferocious he became, charging forward and unleashing several slashes in quick succession, like a spider web spreading out to cover everything. "Amitabha! Amitabha!" Grandmaster Niendang clasped his hands together, creating a giant golden Buddha's sacred seal, blocking all of his powerful attacks. The people standing on the sidelines, seeing Lavokeep fighting on par with Grandmaster Niendang, couldn't help but be astonished and started whispering, "I can't believe it. That Li Titdun guy is actually this strong? To be able to fight the Grandmaster for so long? The Grandmaster definitely isn't using his full strength yet. After all, if he went all out against some unknown nobody, it wouldn't look good for him." But Grandmaster Niendang gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. He thought to himself, "I have painstakingly cultivated for 100,000 years for the sake of this Medicine King Valley, and yet I can't even beat some kid. I guess I have no choice but to use that move." With that thought, he clasped his two hands together again, unleashing an immense power. It was absolutely terrifying. Lavokeep paused for a moment, letting out a grunt. Then he resumed unleashing countless blade auras, but none of them could penetrate the barrier. Niendang's defense, Grandmaster, young man, stop wasting your time. Even if you were to slash for 3 days and 3 nights, you still wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Hearing this, Lu Ji sneered disdainfully and spat at the barrier. Great Master Randang's eyes widened in fury. Then he unleashed a punch with all his might. Damnation! Li Wuji also slashed out with his blade in response, but it was useless. He grit his teeth, his heart filled with 7 parts shock. The attack was ineffective. He swung his blade again, and mockingly asked the old bald donkey, "Old man, is your family name Wang? Are you an 8-shelled turtle or something?" Great Master Randang clasped his hands together and said gently, "Patron, why must you torment yourself so? After all, we can't stay in this Medicine King Valley for the rest of our lives. Can we?" The old monk unleashed his power and a brilliant halo erupted from him, causing everything around to dim and grow dark. He didn't hesitate to utter a threat. "You think being able to fight on par with this great master inside this place makes you impressive? If you've got the guts, then stay here forever. But if you dare to step outside, then a fool like you can just wait for death." Ye Junlin, who had been watching all this time, finally had to step in and set things straight. "I was the one who brought down this Medicine King tree, and yet you people from the Xuan Kong temple brazenly came to steal it. That was already shameless enough. Getting beaten like this is exactly what you deserve." Great Master Randang frowned and retorted, "This patron, the moment you all attacked together. The nature of the situation changed. Besides, who made the rule that something that falls on the ground automatically belongs to you?" The old man formed another hand seal. A circle of energy enveloped his body, radiating a terrifying power. "This old monk believes that only when an item is in my own hands. Does it truly belong to me?" From behind, Hong Tianye, his entire body erupting in flames, charged forward and roared, "Old bald donkey, are you looking to die?" But Great Master Randang continued to walk forward at a steady pace. He let out a cold snort. "You think you can stop this old monk with just the likes of you? Stop struggling. This Medicine King tree belongs to this old monk now." A powerful beam of energy suddenly shot out, blocking Hong Tianye's path. He wondered grimly, is this Ye Junlin, who was already standing in front of Master Randang? When did he get there? His entire body radiated an incredibly powerful aura. He coldly asked him, "You old bald fraud, do you really think no one can put you in your place?" He raised a fist, unleashing the victorious battle fist technique. The power contained within it made Master Randang tremble in fear. The power hidden in this punch, how can it be so terrifying? It even feels like it surpasses the limits of the Medicine King Valley. Ye Junlin threw a punch at Master Randang. Its immense power created a terrifying explosion. An earth-shattering gust of wind erupted, and the pressure it unleashed was just as horrifying. Master Randang was hit by the punch and sent flying backward. He had to dig his feet deep into the ground just to stop himself. Seeing this, the monks behind him still puffed out their chests and said arrogantly, "With just a weak little move like that, you dare try to show off in front of Master Randang? That's right, all bark and no bite. Try it again if you have the guts." But Master Randang remained silent, his head lowered. His body was still smoking. Ye Junlin wasn't angry at all. Instead, he gave a contemptuous smile and asked him, "So how did that last punch taste? For Buddha's sake, I didn't want the news of me beating you to death to get out, so I suppressed my own power to the absolute limit." Master Randang was silent for a long time. Then he spoke with difficulty. "This monk is merciful, benefactor. Take care of yourself. I will take my leave." The Grandmasters behind him were dumbfounded, staring at his hastily retreating back. It's over just like that? But we haven't even settled the score, Grandmaster. Aren't we going to take these sacred medicines anymore?" A vein bulged on Grandmaster Randang's temple. He turned and shot his disciples a ferocious glare. They immediately flinched in fear, stammering, I understand." "Let's go." Ye Junlin snapped his fingers, remarking lightly, "I'll give you credit, you old bald fraud. You know when to quit." Grandmaster Randang's group had only gone a short distance when he couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. A Grandmaster behind him asked in alarm, "Grandmaster, are you all right?" Grandmaster Randang gritted his teeth. He forced himself to say, "This old monk is fine. It's just a minor injury." He trembled inwardly, wondering to himself, who in the world is this person? To think someone like him has appeared in Medicine King Valley. How can he possess such terrifying power? Could it be that the era of great strife has already begun? So even this old monk cannot escape the vortex of this new era? One of his eyes turned red as he glared at Ye Junlin from a distance. He silently gritted his teeth. "Forget it. There are restrictions in this place. I can't finish you with a single punch. But you just wait.
I will personally be the one to send you to the afterlife. At the Medicine King Valley headquarters, tense atmosphere filled the Council of Medicine Kings. The Golden Cherry Medicine King clasped his two hands together tightly. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He spoke in a heavy voice. A human cultivator is rampaging through our Medicine King Valley. Even the Thunder King and the Ginseng King have been captured. The very survival of our clan is hanging by a thread. Everyone, we must quickly decide whether to flee, wait for Medicine King Valley to automatically seal itself, or resist with all our might. The Blood Jade Flame. Bone Bamboo Medicine. King clenched his fists. Veins bulging, he growled in rebuttal. Why should we have to hide? This is our territory. For ages, every single human cultivator who dared to set foot here has been enslaved by us. This time, we absolutely cannot retreat. We must resist together until the very end. The Red Star Medicine King immediately chimed in, his voice filled with determination. That's right! We must resist. We are the true masters of this place. If we surrender now, we'll never be able to hold our heads high again. The Frigid Spirit. Nether Lotus Medicine. King's face showed clear apprehension as he spoke hesitantly. But the human cultivators this time are truly very strong. Even if we mobilize all our forces of the Medicine King level, it would be extremely difficult to fight back. In fact, there's even a risk that we'll be overpowered by them instead. The Deer Antler Medicine King nodded in agreement. His voice trembled slightly, that's right. Especially that white-haired guy. With just a single move, he effortlessly defeated the Ginseng King. He's truly terrifying. The He-Shou-Wu Medicine King pondered for a moment, then made a suggestion. How about we ask that person to take action? Back in the day, he was an earth-shattering existence. He even once followed the Medicine Sovereign. As long as he agrees to help, he can definitely crush those humans to dust. But the Frigid Spirit Nether Lotus Medicine King still looked apprehensive. He replied hesitantly, but with his personality, I'm afraid he might refuse us. You all know he's a bit. The Blood Jade Flame Bone Bamboo. Medicine King couldn't contain his anger. He slammed the table and roared. Humph! Right now the Medicine King Valley is facing a disaster of annihilation as his successor of the first Medicine King. Is he just going to stand by and watch us? Get cut into pieces and stewed into soup by them? How can he not feel any guilt towards the Medicine Sovereign? Towards his own people? There's no more time for hesitation. Our very survival hinges on this one gamble. And so the group of Medicine Kings traveled together to the dwelling of their only savior, the Great Demon Mushroom King. A supreme-grade Medicine King, He Ling Yo Lian. The Medicine Kings and the others knelt down respectfully. They spoke in unison to pay their respects. We pay our respects to the Great Demon King. We beg you, Great Demon King, please save Medicine King Valley. The Red Star Medicine King took a step forward. He held out his hand. He pleaded urgently, please wake up. Great Demon King, please wake up. The Great Demon Mushroom King was in a deep sleep. Awakened by the calls, he slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying, soul-shattering power instantly erupted, shaking the very fabric of space in the area. The Medicine Kings below had to brace themselves to withstand that terrifying pressure. One of them shouted with joy, Look! The Great Demon King is awake! In a flash, the Great Demon Mushroom King leaped down. In another flash, he scurried behind an ancient tree. His posture was timid, on the highest alert. He stammered, his voice trembling, You people don't come over here! If you have something to say, just say it from over there. The Medicine Kings stared at each other, bewildered. The He Ling Yo Lian Medicine King's legs were sore from kneeling for so long. She quickly turned to explain to the new Medicine Kings. To all the new Medicine Kings, please forgive him. The Great Demon King, he has social anxiety. He's terrified of seeing strangers. He prefers to be alone and absolutely hates being disturbed. She prostrated herself on the ground again. Along with the others, she earnestly reported, Our revered Great Demon King, the human cultivators are slaughtering our kin in the Medicine King Valley. If we don't fight back, I'm afraid our entire race will be wiped out. The Medicine King Valley truly needs your help. Great Demon King, I beg of you. The Great Demon Mushroom King clenched his fists, his expression a mix of anger and bewilderment. Impossible. The Medicine Sovereign personally set up a restriction. It's not supposed to allow those human cultivators to threaten us. But unless the enemy is the greatest prodigy of all time, the most powerful one there has ever been. The Blood Jade, Flame, Bone, Bamboo Medicine. King clenched his fists and replied in a firm voice, It's true, so many of our kin have fallen to their cruel hands, and now Only you can save us. Your power is the greatest and your seniority is the highest. As long as you're willing to step forward, the medicine race will surely unite and fight back against those invaders together. Tears welled up in the great demon mushroom king's eyes. He stammered out a fearful refusal. No, I can't. I just want to wait here in peace. Besides, the time the Medicine King Valley is open is limited. When the time is up, those humans will be automatically ejected. Everyone should just go hide for now. The Crimson Star Ganoderma. Medicine King anxiously snapped at the great demon king. You're being too naive. The final target of those humans is you. You are the most ancient being in this entire Medicine King Valley. They will never stop until they've captured you. The great demon mushroom king's jaw dropped. His entire body trembled violently. There are many humans coming to capture me? The Crimson Star Ganoderma Medicine. King gritted his teeth, voice filled with indignation. That's exactly right. That's right. They're incredibly cruel. Once they capture you, they'll all humiliate you. They'll torture you and even drag you out to be auctioned off. Then there will be so many humans surrounding you, touching you all over. The great mushroom demon king trembled uncontrollably with fear. He stammered, crying out, Don't say any more! But the blood jade flame bone bamboo. Medicine King just kept talking. Crimson Star Ganoderma, his voice filled with urgency. Great Demon King, if you would just agree to make a move and take care of the toughest one among those humans, then you can leave the rest to us. The Crimson Star Ganoderma Medicine King quickly chimed in, That's right. Helping us is the same as helping yourself. Once this is all over, you can go back to sleeping in peace. No one will ever be able to disturb you again. The great Mushroom Demon King clenched his fists. After a moment of internal conflict, he finally agreed. All right, I'll only deal with the most powerful human, all right? You all will have to handle the rest yourselves. Hearing this, the Medicine Kings were overjoyed. Great Demon King. Thank you. The great Mushroom Demon King timidly hid behind a tree trunk again. He mumbled, You all go outside and wait for me for a moment. The Velvet Antler Medicine King looked at his cowardly appearance and couldn't help but sigh, feeling utterly helpless. The way he is now, can he really overpower those ferocious humans? He doesn't seem reliable at all, contrary to his doubt. The Cold Spirit Nether Lotus Medicine King seemed very confident. She retorted, Don't you dare underestimate the Great Demon King. He is a supreme-grade Medicine King at the perfected Golden Core realm. Dealing with that bunch of human brats won't take much effort. Meanwhile, in another area, an old man was eagerly bowing to Great Master Randeng, his voice filled with the intention of making a deal. I am the Grand Elder of the Setting Sun Sect. After we leave the valley, could you sell me a few of those precious herbs? Would that be possible? Great Master Randeng smiled and replied, Rest assured, the price will absolutely satisfy you. He loudly chanted, Amitabha Buddha, then continued, To meet is to have fate, and I only enlighten those with whom I have a fateful connection. Patron, you will surely get what you desire. The Grand Elder of the Setting Sun Sect was overjoyed. He thanked him profusely. Thank you, Great Master. Thank you, Great Master. Seeing this, several others also hurried over and began to excitedly bargain with Great Master Randeng. I want the Thunderstrike wood. What's the price? Just name your price. I want that dragon's blood grass. Great Master Randeng raised his hand to signal. With a compassionate expression, he said, Amitabha. Amitabha, I will definitely help all you fellow Taoists achieve your desires. Just then, several Medicine Kings flew down from the sky. The young monk pointed and shouted in alarm, We're under attack! Great Master Randeng turned his head, his face full of arrogance. He boomed, Excellent. I was just lamenting that I couldn't find them, and yet they've delivered themselves right to my doorstep. The blood jade flame bone bamboo medicine. King snorted coldly, pointing directly at Great Master Randeng's face. You bald swindler, still feeling smug, huh? Humph! I'm here to take you down. Great Master Randeng was both surprised and somewhat excited. So many Medicine Kings? My merciful Buddha has truly blessed me. He channeled his immense power and roared stubbornly, Unrepentant, I shall send you to the afterlife! Healing you, the Lotus Medicine King and the Blood Jade Flame, Bone Candle Medicine King, charged forward together, roaring, Die, you old bald fraud! Unexpectedly, the defensive shield of Great Master Randeng was incredibly sturdy, completely blocking all of their attacks. It didn't even budge. The Medicine Kings couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Such powerful defense. The Red Star Medicine King furiously turned his head and yelled, That old bald fraud is the Great Demon King! Great Master Randeng paused, a bit bewildered. What, the Great Demon King?
Could it be that this Medicine King Valley also has a great power? Of the demonic path residing here? The Red Star Medicine King looked behind him. The great demon Mushroom King was nowhere to be seen. Looking a little closer, he saw him hightailing it out of there, so fast that smoke was rising from his heels. The Red Star Medicine King hurriedly grabbed him and pushed him forward, pleading, "Great Demon King, we're counting on you! If not, we'll all be boiled into soup by them." The Great Demon Mushroom King saw the huge crowd on Grandmaster Randang's side, and his head started to spin. So many people. The people on the other side were still looking at each other in confusion. Isn't that just an ordinary mushroom? So this is the so-called, Great Demon King they were talking about? Ha ha ha! This! Great Master Randang carefully observed the Great Demon Mushroom King, and suddenly realized something. He exclaimed in shock, "No, this is a type of mushroom whose form is recorded in the ancient texts of Xuankong Temple. This mushroom's entire body is blue. Its name is the Immortal Chaos Mushroom. If a cultivator can refine and use it, then your power will skyrocket. Your lifespan could even be extended by 1,000,000 years. If you brew it into a soup and drink it, it can even increase your cultivation speed." The old man was ecstatic. He thought to himself, "It must be because of this old monk's sincerity that has moved the Buddha himself. The day of my ascension to immortality is near." But at that moment, Great Master Randang became even more frenzied. He manifested a giant hand made of energy and rushed forward. "This mushroom has a karmic bond with my Buddha. This old monk shall accept it first." He struck the Great Demon Mushroom King with all his might, but he was furious. Waving his 2 mushroom arms, he roared, "You've gone too far! Why are you trying to hit me on the head?" A powerful and terrifying pressure suddenly erupted. The old man in green nearby hurriedly raised his hands to shield himself. He cried out in shock, "Heavens! This mushroom is actually a supreme-grade Great Medicine King. At the peak of the Golden Core stage!" Great Master Randang put one hand behind his back, trying to stabilize his body. He shouted, "Evil creature, don't you dare cause trouble!" The Red Essence Medicine King stood behind and pointed, yelling, "Great Demon King! He wants to capture you for an auction!" The Great Demon Mushroom King tensed up, gritting his teeth. An astonishing power emanated from his entire body. "I won't let you get your way." But Great Master Randang pointed a finger to the sky. Along with it, an immense power also burst forth. He declared confidently, "This old monk possesses the Vajra's indestructible body. You will never be able to—" Before he could finish his sentence, the Great Demon Mushroom King had already condensed his killing intent into a physical form. Using his own mushroom body, he roared, "Mushroom's rage shakes the 8 directions!" and then viciously stomped down on Great Master Randang. The old man let out a blood-curdling scream of pain. It was furious. It used its ultimate technique. Mushroom's rage shakes the 8 directions. Using all of its immense power, using its big mushroom butt to bounce up and down, pounding relentlessly onto Master Niandang's back. Its mouth wouldn't stop screaming as if it needed an ambulance. "Did I say you could hit my head? Did I say you could hit my head?" Master Niandang screamed miserably in pain. With both hands braced on the ground, he growled out curses at Ngeep. "You wretched creature! If you have the guts, let this old monk get up." Just then, countless vines flew in from out of nowhere, tightly binding Master Niandang's hands and feet. Startled, he looked over. He was then completely restrained. His face turned ashen from the utter loss of face. He roared, "Hurry up and kill this old monk!" To be humiliated in public by this pathetic mushroom. After this, how can I possibly guide people anymore? The Great Demon Mushroom King pointed a finger, a smug look on its face. "I've taken care of it for you all. I'm not dealing with the rest." The other Medicine Kings let out sinister, wicked smiles. They looked at Master Niandang and replied, "Just leave him to us." Cold sweat poured down Master Niandang like rain. He looked at them and stammered, "What do you want to do?" The Buddha will not forgive you." He trembled in fear, thinking to himself, could it be that this old monk must once again experience the ultimate humiliation? Just like 100,000 years ago? Deep Kun Lum, who was off to the side, saw Anduwe, Pham Đức Chinh, and Le Vô Kiep joining forces to fight an ancient tree. He turned his head slightly. He let out a soft sound, thinking to himself, a little interesting. The aura over there is anything but ordinary. It even far surpasses all the other Medicine Kings. A red glint flashed in the corner of his eye, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The true power behind Medicine King Valley. "So you finally decided to show yourself, have you?" After being battered by all 3 of them for a while, that tree, while wailing miserably, it pleaded with the seniors. Please don't hit me anymore." This little one was just accidentally passing by. I'm not the kind of medicinal herb that's in the same league as those who bully the human race. Whatever you seniors want, I can give it to you directly. And I pointed to the few plump fruits on the branches and asked curiously, really? The fruit on your tree looks quite beautiful. The tree looked at the fruits on its head, then hurriedly and happily replied, this, as long as you all spare me, I'll give you all of this. If this stuff falls to the ground, even spirit beasts won't bother eating it. I'll give it all to you. And Yugi happily turned her gaze towards Famduk-chin. He was just as overjoyed, calling out, young miss, this is the spirit origin heavenly fruit. After eating it, one can enhance their spiritual power. It's extremely beneficial for your constitution. Famduk-chin looked at the fruits in his hand and emotionally recounted, back then, our Vandao sector, we searched the entire Kongcho, but couldn't find any trace of this immortal fruit. And now, in the blink of an eye, we found dozens of them at once. This is truly a great heaven-sent opportunity. Y held the spirit origin heavenly fruits and replied with a radiant smile, you're right, Granny Fam. This trip was truly worth it. As long as I swallow these fruits and refine them, my spiritual power will be able to break through once again. The tree gave a forced smile and spoke timidly. Esteemed seniors, can this little one leave now? Hong Thian-Jip snapped angrily, scram! The tree cowered in fear and quickly replied, thank you, senior, then took to its heels and vanished. Only then did Diep Quan Lum speak up, calling out, everyone, there's an extraordinary aura over there. Let's go over there and take a look. Maybe we can find the real power behind this Medicine King Valley. Luigi turned around, his face full of excitement. Seriously, this time? We can really find the secret of Medicine King Valley? Hong Tianye, on the other hand, looked completely astonished. He was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, why? Why can't I sense any unusual aura at all? Is he really only at the 9th level of chi refinement right now? An Miaoyi approached Ye Junlin, holding a celestial spirit origin fruit in her hand. She said gently, young Master Yi, we were able to get these fruits, all thanks to your 2 disciples. Please, you should take a few more. Ye Junlin calmly raised his hand to refuse. No need, you can keep them. Fan Dezheng, standing behind them, couldn't help but exclaim, young Master Ye is truly righteous. In the future, if you ever need anything from the Wen Dao sect, please, just say the word. Ye Junlin nodded slightly and said, you're too kind. Let's all go over there and see what's going on. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Fan Dezheng's group, following Ye Junlin, suddenly stopped in a large open area. This is... How can there be so many Medicine King-grade herbs? Holy crap, this is amazing. It's truly incredible. Several Medicine Kings were surrounding a group of humans, viciously beating and torturing them. Bai Xiaoxi pointed forward and shouted, Master! That blackened thing hanging over there? It looks really familiar. Ye Junlin only needed a single glance to recognize an acquaintance. It hasn't even been that long. So how did that old fraud of a bald monk end up in such a pathetic state? But Great Master Ron Dung was hung upside down, while the monks below were being tormented by the Medicine Kings, who were putting them through hell. Hurry, hurry! Crawl for me and bark like a dog. Hurry up! Woof, 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 woof! Ye Junlin crossed his arms, an amused look on his face. To be able to humiliate Great Master Ran Dung and the cultivators of the eastern region to this extent, it seems the power behind them is anything but simple. Zhengli Wuji raised a kitchen knife, his face full of enthusiasm. He said, the stronger the medicinal herb, the higher its grade. Who knows, it might even be a top-grade Great Medicine King. The 7-star Chi Medicine King turned around. Seeing the newcomers, he shouted arrogantly, you newcomers over there! Have you seen what happened to them? Hurry up and get on your knees to beg for your lives. Ye Junlin scoffed in response. I'd like to see just who gave you all such courage. Great Master Rondeng, who was hanging upside down, saw Ye Junlin and thought to himself, that kid! Go ahead and enjoy being human while you can. In a little while, you'll regret why you were so naive. The 6 red star Chai? Medicine King pointed at Ye Junlin. The one with the silver hair asked, are you the one who killed the Thunder King and the Greed King? But what a pity. Now that the Great Demon King is here, you're only fit to be our plaything. Fellow compatriots, please invite the Great Demon King to act. The remaining Medicine Kings shouted in unison, their voices full of excitement. Great Demon King! Great Demon King! Great Demon King! Fanda's face grew solemn, his expression filled with shock. This place! How can such a terrifyingly evil being even exist? Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, a sense of apprehension growing in his heart as he thought to himself. Even I, at the peak of my power, wouldn't dare call myself a Great Demon King. Who in the world is he? Ye Junlin kept his arms crossed in front of his chest. his arrogant expression unchanged. He spoke up. I'd actually like to know too. What exactly is this Great Demon King thing? The Red Star Medicine King looked behind him. Seeing no sign of the Great Demon Mushroom King, he hurriedly ran off to find him. He shouted as he ran, Great Demon King! This is the most powerful villain among the human race. Only you can defeat him, Ye Junlin asked with interest. Oh? So you're the strongest being in this Medicine King Valley, are you? And Miaoyi's eyes also widened, with curiosity, looking towards the Great Demon Mushroom King who was appearing timidly. She whispered, This is the Great Demon King? The Great Demon Mushroom King was chilled to the bone, shivering uncontrollably. But he still tried to sound tough as he replied, Yes, that's right. Hong Tianye recognized it at a glance and exclaimed in shock, Wait a minute! Isn't this the immortal chaos mushroom? Ye Junlin narrowed his cat-like eyes and asked curiously, Jade King? Hong Tianye, what did you say, a mushroom? Is it that powerful? Hong Tianye replied with a serious expression. This thing is called the immortal chaos mushroom. Those who eat it can increase their power and lifespan. It's incredibly miraculous. Legend has it, this is the closest thing to a divine elixir. Fan Dezhong raised his hand, wanting to stop Ye Junlin, his voice full of worry. The closest thing to a divine elixir? Then wouldn't that make it a supreme great medicine king? It has the cultivation of a perfected golden core. Young Master Ye, you must be careful. If that doesn't work, then we need to find a way to teleport out of here fast. Ye Junlin raised his hand, gesturing to calm them down. Don't panic. I know what to do. The Great Demon Mushroom King had now unleashed its full power. Its aura exploded as it roared its accusation. You humans are too cruel. All you want is to eat me. Why? Why do you keep disturbing my sleep? It frantically released a terrifying power, screaming. Why? The pressure it emitted was incredibly terrifying. Even Hong Tianye had to admit, this pressure is truly frightening. My strength is far too inferior compared to it. Ye Junlin casually raised 2 fingers, unleashing a stream of mystical power. His eyes lit up with excitement as he said, a fine speech. Then Ye Junlin raised one hand high. A wave of power, no less formidable, surged from his palm, effortlessly. It blocked the Great Demon Mushroom King's powerful attack. The other medicinal herbs allied with the Great Demon Mushroom King, witnessing this, grimaced in terror. They stammered, Great Demon King. An Miaoyi, somewhat frightened, quietly called out to Fan Dezheng, Uncle Fan, young Master Ye's technique. It doesn't seem to be suppressed by the Qi Refining Realm's restrictions. Is it? Fan Dezheng frowned, his heart filled with shock. What a powerful method. To think he can ignore the restrictions of Medicine King Valley. Hong Tianye clenched his teeth, staring intently at Ye Junlin. His face was filled with doubt and disbelief, as if he was witnessing the most absurd thing in the world. This is impossible! How on earth did he do it? The reason the Medicine Clan here is so powerful is because of the rules set by the Medicine Sovereign, and the rules here are techniques that only an immortal should be able to perform. He gritted his teeth, seething with anger. He thought that once someone entered the domain of the Medicine King Valley, they would all be affected by this rule. But only someone with an equal cultivation level, or even one that surpassed the person who had cast the spell, could ignore it, or even break this kind of rule. Hong Tianye wondered, could it be him? Then, he refuted his own thought, muttering, No way. He absolutely cannot be that existence. Absolutely not. Otherwise, I basically wouldn't have had any chance to escape from his clutches. Seeing Hong Tianye's face turn pale, then green, and contorted, Li Wujie curiously approached and asked, Jade King's sister, are you all right? Hearing this, Hong Tianye shouted, Get lost! Li Wujie was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly. He thought to himself, I just casually asked a question, and I had to run into this unlucky bastard? Great Master Randeng, who was dangling in the air, witnessed the entire event. He couldn't help but be utterly horrified, screaming internally, Oh, Buddha! What in the world is happening? The palm strike he hit me with earlier, compared to the power I used to hit that Great Demon King, was like comparing a novice to a Grandmaster. And yet now, with just a light clap of his hands, he sent the Great Demon King flying. This old monk's Buddhist heart is truly about to shatter. The Great Mushroom Demon King was struck by a devastating blow. His body slammed hard onto the ground. He lay there, flattened, his eyes vacant. He couldn't believe he had been sent flying so easily. No, impossible, he muttered. Back then, the Medicine Sovereign himself personally set up the restrictive seal. He even guaranteed to me that anyone below the immortal level would never be able to break it. Now how did it turn out like this? Could it be Could it be that after so long, the restrictive seal has lost its power? Ye Junlin gently raised a single finger. A stream of energy condensed at his fingertip. Preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the great demon king, he spoke. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, then I guess I'll just have to take you to make some soup. Hearing this, the great mushroom demon king's blood boiled with rage. It shot up to a sitting position. Gritting its teeth, it cursed, "You damn bastard! I won't let you get what you want!" It let out a roar and charged forward, frantically unleashing a flurry of vicious attacks. But Ye Junlin was no pushover. He effortlessly neutralized all of its moves. Suddenly he raised his hand, condensing a surge of violent power. Then he unleashed a heaven-shattering palm strike, blasting the great mushroom demon king, sending it flying backward while spitting blood. It was terrified as it realized a horrifying truth. He can actually ignore the suppression of the rules. This medicine sovereign is completely unreliable. He set up the rules, and yet he let some human cultivator break them with his fists. Ye Junlin raised his hand high. His entire body flared up. With an excited aura, he activated the indestructible tyrant body, a terrifying surge of power from the heavens, and slammed down on the great mushroom demon king, causing the entire forest to shake violently. The pressure became increasingly unparalleled. The great mushroom demon king's head was spinning. It lay flattened in a deep crater, created by the force of Ye Junlin's power. Its heart was filled with unexpected despair. To think that right here in the Medicine King Valley, I can't even defeat a single human. Am I really this weak? The other Medicine Kings, watching from the sidelines, became panicked and chaotic upon seeing the scene model. The great demon king, lost? We're doomed. We're doomed. Medicine King, our valley is truly finished this time. The great demon mushroom king was foaming at the mouth, his whole body trembling. He whispered in a weak voice, "My skills were inferior. Don't blame the medicine sovereign and don't blame anyone else. You should only blame me. This life of mine was long and dull. In the next life, I don't want to be a mushroom anymore. I want to be human." Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the mission. Recruit a disciple. Subdue the undying chaos mushroom and make it your disciple. You will be rewarded with the peerless divine ability, 1 chi into 3 pure ones. 1 chi into 3 pure ones can create 2 clones. The clones will have the exact same cultivation level and strength as the original body. Ye Junlin looked at the dying great demon mushroom king and frowned slightly. "System, are you sure about this?" he asked silently. "You're not even going to spare a mushroom? But the reward this time is indeed tempting." He raised his hand and said, "You don't want to die, do you? If so, I can give you a chance." He thought smugly to himself. This mushroom looks so terrified of death. It'll definitely agree right away. To his surprise, the great demon mushroom king growled out 2 words, "I refuse." Ye Junlin was stunned, frozen to the spot. He approached it, a look of utter confusion on his face. "I haven't even stated my conditions. And you've already refused? You really don't want to live anymore?" The great demon mushroom king let out a weak breath and replied, "That's right. I don't." Ye Junlin fell silent. A look of annoyance was clear on his face. Could it be that it really doesn't want to live anymore? He thought to himself. But this time, the reward is just too tempting. 1 chi into 3 pure ones is both cool and incredibly powerful. I absolutely can't miss out on this. He leaned down, placing a hand on his chest, and spoke with the utmost sincerity. "Then before you die, please do me a favor." The great demon mushroom king asked in bewilderment, What? What is it?" Ye Junlin's eyes were as sharp and cold as a blade. He said slowly, "Become my disciple." The great demon mushroom king was so shocked his face turned ashen. His mind was filled with question marks. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. In this world, who on earth on their deathbed would still be begging someone to become their disciple? How utterly shameless. Ye Junlin held out his hand. With a sinister smile, he called out, "Brother Mushroom, just give me your word." He grinned brightly. "And I promise I'll do my absolute best to strike you until you explode. And I guarantee you'll die completely pain-free?" The great demon mushroom king turned away, crossing his arms. With a look of utter contempt, he said, "Are you insane? What kind of person begs like that?" "I'm not interested." Ye Junlin's expression suddenly changed, becoming incredibly fierce. He put on a terrifying expression and threatened, "Well then, I'll just have to throw you in a pot first, then kill a few chickens, and toss in some other rare herbs. Just let it simmer over and over, and it'll become a delicious mushroom and chicken stew. And I'll eat every last bite, leaving nothing behind." He held up a ladle and a pan. Flashing a horrifying grin, he yelled, "Come here! Let me put you out of your misery!" The great demon mushroom king was so scared he burst into tears. This is terrifying. It had no other choice. It could only kowtow repeatedly, stammering, I agree! Its face flushed bright red as it shouted, I agree to become your disciple! Thud, thud! Congratulations, host, you have successfully accepted a disciple. Obtained the peerless divine art. 1 chi into 3 pure ones. Ding! Disciple's aptitude has been detected, awarding a supreme cultivation technique. The Azure Emperor Longevity Art. Ye Junlin was overjoyed, thinking to himself, finally, I've succeeded. He raised his hand and said, stand up. From now on, you are my disciple. You must address me as master. As your master, I will give you my absolute protection. I won't let anyone devour you. He raised his hand. Forming a hand seal, a stream of spiritual energy emanated from him. This is the technique I, your master, bestow upon you. Take it and begin your cultivation. He tapped a finger on the great demon mushroom king's forehead. Its eyes widened in astonishment as it asked, Is this the Azure Emperor Longevity Art? It clenched its fists, its voice filled with shock. What kind of marvelous high-level technique is this? Ye Junlin replied. Your medicine clan is naturally weak. You are not fond of combat. You rely entirely on the restrictive rules of the medicine sovereign to be able to suppress the human clan. A terrifying burst of power erupted. It shot straight up into the sky. White smoke billowed everywhere. Then it slowly dissipated, revealing a handsome man with an ethereal aura. That was the great demon mushroom king after taking human form. This Azure Emperor Longevity Art not only solves the deficiencies in the cultivation process of the medicine clan. He raised his hand, gazing at his new hand. With a look of pure exhilaration, he continued. But it also adds a significant amount of combat power, allowing the medicine clan to undergo a complete evolution. And Miao Yi's eyes widened in shock, stared at Ye Junlin in utter astonishment. First, young Master Ye was fighting them. Then he took on a disciple, and he even helped a medicinal herb take human form. What is this? What kind of bizarre hobby is this? Pham Dukchen also froze stiff. He stammered. It hasn't even become a divine elixir yet, and it can already take human form? What kind of divine secret art is this? Laveau Keep clenched his fists, praising silently in his heart. Master's power is truly unfathomable. Bok Tutik threw her hands in the air and cheered with delight. Awesome! Look, we have a new junior brother! The great demon mushroom king, now in human form, solemnly bowed before Diep Quan Lam. Thank you, honored master, for this great boon. Please accept this bow from your disciple. Diep Quan Lam grunted in acknowledgement and replied, with a satisfied expression, a promising pupil. From behind, Hong Thien Deep watched him with a scowl. He thought to himself, this bastard. Just how many more secrets is he hiding? He doesn't just take on disciples willy-nilly. He even helps them take human form. This guy, he definitely has some other motive. He suddenly paused, as if realizing something. I see now, this immortal chaos mushroom has a huge potential to evolve in the future. It could transform into a divine elixir. The value of a divine elixir is something even immortals would fight tooth and nail for. Getting battered and bruised. So that's it! This guy is just planning to cash in! He's probably just waiting for the right moment to refine it for his own use. Grandmaster Nu Dang's eyes widened in disbelief. He mumbled, his face a mask of existential doubt. This old monk, I can no longer comprehend the ways of this world. So, from the very beginning, I'm the only one who's lost out the most? He thrashed about frantically, swinging his body that was hanging upside down. He screamed, Someone! Get over here and cut me down! Diep Quan Lam touched his chin, a look of amusement on his face. Since you've already joined my school, he said. In that case, I need to give you a proper name. I'll call you. He looked up, his eyes shining brightly, his face full of anticipation. Ye Cunlin looked at him, then casually gave him a name. Xiaohei. He froze completely, but he still managed to force a smile, comforting himself. It's very simple, but that's fine. This kind of modesty suits me well. He spoke up, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, master, for giving me a name. Ye Cunlin suddenly remembered something important. Oh right, I wanted to ask you something. If the Medicine Sovereign already agreed to open the gates of the Medicine King Valley, then why did he also set up these measures? To suppress human cultivators? Xiaohei replied, his voice tinged with sadness. Because the old Medicine Sovereign, he is also a member of the Medicine Clan. So he wants to protect us from being wiped out. Lei Wuji asked in astonishment. What? The Medicine Sovereign, he's actually not human? Xiaohei hummed in affirmation and replied, the Medicine Sovereign is a Keelan herb, a rare existence in this world. So he knows very well just how sinister and unpredictable this world can be. Hong Tianyin Ningzhong's inner thoughts. A Keelan herb. That's a divine medicine from the legends. It has captured the very essence of creation, from heaven and earth. Anyone who can consume and refine it can even bring the dead back to life. Their combat power would be unmatched, and the path to immortality would be wide open for them. Ye Kunlin gestured towards Xiaohei and asked, "If that's the case, then the medicine sovereign must have made some kind of sacrifice in order to protect all of you, right?" The medicine king, standing behind them, unable to contain their resentment, answered in unison. "And isn't that all thanks to the blessing that you humans so graciously bestowed upon us?" Six-tailed Star Chai. The medicine king clenched his fists in resentment as he recounted what happened back then. There were many factions within the human clan that coveted Medicine King Valley. They plundered from us every single day. The herbs with low cultivation levels had no strength to fight back. So one by one they were turned into commodities for trade, or food on their banquet tables. For the safety of our clan, the medicine sovereign had to expend his own medicinal power to satisfy the insatiable desires of those powerful human cultivators, all to buy the medicine clan a little room to survive. Li Wuji gasped, his face filled with shock. The medicine sovereign used his own body to carve out a path to survival for the medicine clan, Xiaohei continued, his voice filled with bitterness. But the medicine sovereign's power was finite, while the greed of the powerful human factions was absolutely endless. So the medicine sovereign made a decisive choice and ascended to the immortal realm, using his own body to trade for the immortal realm's protection over the medicine clan. But the immortal realm gave a condition. Medicine King Valley would have to open its gates once every 15 years. In exchange, they would protect us. On the surface, it seemed like the medicine sovereign had conceded, but in reality, he secretly strengthened the formations that suppressed the cultivation of the human clan to better ensure the safety of the medicine clan. But these matters are only known to high-grade herbs, like us. There are quite a few lesser herbs who relied on the medicine sovereign's sacrifice to be able to achieve immortality. It's only because of that Medicine King Valley has the peace it does today. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice choked with indignation. Our medicine clan, even if we have to live in this dull and desperate situation, would absolutely never harm other cultivators. The human cultivators have entered this place. They just wanted to relieve their boredom and kill time. When Ye Junlin heard this, a deep sense of admiration couldn't help but swell within his heart. The medicine sovereign had sacrificed himself to find a path of survival for the medicine clan. It was truly impossible not to respect him. Lei Wujie clenched his fists so tightly they trembled with emotion. He said, "The medicine sovereign. He is truly a righteous man." Wu Fandezheng, stroking his beard, also spoke with admiration. "I have always respected the medicine sovereign, even though I knew he wasn't from our eastern region's human clan. The fact that he would make such a great sacrifice for his own people, that makes me respect him even more." An Miao Yi frowned, her face filled with sorrow. Looking back on what the human cultivators had done before, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. It's really truly disgraceful. Just then, a massive teleportation gate slowly swung open. "The exit portal is open!" Finally, we can leave this place." Several cultivators looked up and mumbled to each other. "This godforsaken place. From now on, whoever wants to come can come." Grandmaster Randeng gritted his teeth. He thought to himself, Amitabha, I'm finally free. Once I'm out, I will wash away this humiliation with blood. Everyone began to leave Medicine King Valley one by one. Before leaving, Ye Junlin glanced back. He held out his hand and asked Xiaohei, "Don't you want to come with us?" Xiaohei looked at him, his expression full of hesitation. He lowered his head, lost in thought. "I originally thought that after the crisis was resolved, I could finally get a good night's sleep. But now, such a major unexpected event has occurred. I've been accepted as a disciple, model, and I was even taught the supreme cultivation technique. Should I go out and experience this vast, strange world?" Or perhaps Ye Junlin didn't wait any longer. He waved goodbye to Xiaohei and said, "As your master, I respect your choice. If we have the chance, we'll meet again in 100,000 years. See you later." Xiaohei watched Ye Junlin's retreating figure, his eyes never leaving him. He also asked himself, "Do I really want to stay here and just lie flat forever? Why is it that in my heart there's such a feeling of emptiness?" His eyes widened as he thought to himself, "Am I really going to go back to that long, drawn-out, and boring life?" Xiaohei clenched his fists. His heart suddenly became incredibly resolute. "No, I don't want to go back." He used all his strength and shot up into the sky. As he flew, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "The world is so vast. I want to go out and see it." He quickly flew towards Ye Junlin and called out, "Master, take me with you. I
I want to see the world.
Ye Junlin smiled warmly, hummed in agreement, and replied, "Then from now on your master will take you flying everywhere. Blood Jade, Flame Bone Bamboo." The Medicine King asked the Great Demon King in a daze, "Why is he leaving too?" Cold Spirit Nether Lotus. This Medicine King was just as confused as the Great Demon King. After transforming into a human, he became this agitated? The Star Essence Medicine King angrily made a judgment. He was definitely oppressed by that human. That damn human! But they've already left this place. We can go back to our peaceful lives for another 100,000 years. At the entrance of the Medicine King Valley, everyone flew out one by one. The people waiting outside saw this and began to cheer excitedly. "Look, quick! They're coming out!" Model. "Look how happy he seems. He must have had a great harvest. I'm so envious. It's a shame the number of people allowed into Medicine King Valley is limited. I've lost my chance in this lifetime." Master Randeng stepped out of the gate, his face full of resentment as he thought to himself, I'm finally out. Damn it all! Several monks cheerfully crowded around and asked him, "Master, how was your harvest this time?" "Do you even need to ask?" With Master Randeng leading the way, "We're sure to come back with a full load." This hit a sore spot for Master Randeng. Veins bulged on his forehead. He glared sideways at them and growled, "Do I look like I came back with a full load?" The monks were struck by his terrifying aura and began to tremble in fear. They hurriedly stammered, "Sorry, Master. I spoke without thinking." Just then, an arrogant voice shouted a command from a distance. "All of you who entered Medicine King Valley, stay right where you are! Don't you dare move a muscle for me!" A man holding a blade cracked his knuckles. He bared his teeth in a threatening grin. "Anyone who dares to resist, don't blame my master for being merciless. My master, Ye Junlin, is a void transformation expert." A man in black standing nearby exclaimed in disbelief, "No way! We're robbing people again? How shameless!" The person next to him quickly put a hand to his mouth. "Shh," he whispered. "Keep your voice down." "Are you trying to get yourself killed talking that loud?" And Miaoyi's eyes widened in fury. "Damn it! It's them again!" But as for Ye Junlin, he just chuckled. There was a hint of sinister amusement in his smile. He said, "Excellent, I hadn't even gotten around to hunting you all down. And yet you've delivered yourselves right to my doorstep, just like this." Hong Thien Deep looked at the girl in red who was impersonating him over there, and his blood pressure shot up. He clenched his fists, thinking furiously, how dare they find a woman to impersonate this master? This is nothing short of a grave insult to me. I will grind your bones to dust. But Laveau Keep was also grinding his teeth, unable to accept this reality. I am the Blade Demon! I once made the entire mortal realm tremble in fear, and yet I've been turned into some common thug. A roadside bandit. Seeing the noisy, crowded scene, Teo Hak timidly hid in a corner, mumbling, "There are so many people." Bok Tutik patted his head, gently reassuring him. "Little junior brother, don't be afraid. Master and our senior brothers will handle this." Teo Hak hesitated, thanked her, and then asked, "But may I ask, how should I address you, senior sister?" The girl beamed and replied, "My name is Bok Tu Teach." Teo Hak rubbed his hands together and said politely, "Senior sister Bok, I hope you'll take good care of me from now on." Bok Tutik was so happy she jumped up and down, letting out a little, "Aya! You're so cute, you don't have to be so formal." Bok Teo Hak. He looked over at the group of people impersonating Diep Quan Lam's group, his face full of confusion. "Senior sister Bok, why are those mortals dressed so much like all of you?" Bok Tutik sighed and pointed at them. "Those people are imposters who have been pretending to be us," she explained. "Right now they're going around robbing people everywhere and ruining our reputation." Teo Hak's face went blank, his mouth hanging open. "Huh? People actually do things like this? You humans really have your ways, don't you?" Just then, Great Master Niandang suddenly unleashed an explosive burst of power. He glared, his face full of resentment and brimming with killing intent, as he asked, "My dear patrons, are you certain you want to do this?" The man with the saber and the girl in red gritted their teeth upon hearing this. A sense of dread grew in their hearts as they thought, What do we do now? That old man doesn't seem to be afraid of us at all." This is the aura of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. It's a void immortal." The white-bearded old man in the lead maintained a stern expression, trying to reassure them, "What are you panicking for? Back at the Z-Clan's estate, Ye Junlin single-handedly killed a void immortal from the Yuhua sect. As long as we remain calm, we can definitely intimidate this bald donkey." He raised his hand and asked arrogantly, "Fellow Taoist, do you have any idea who I am? When I decide to do something, in this entire eastern region, there are very few who can stand in my way." The monks standing behind, Great Master Randung heard this, and immediately realized the other party's identity. They couldn't help but panic. One of them pointed at the white-bearded old man and stammered loudly, "Great Master, he is the god of slaughter, Ye Junlin." He was the one who single-handedly slaughtered the entire 1 million-strong army of the Yuhua sect. But in that battle, our Xuan Kong Temple also suffered considerable losses, both in elders and disciples. Great Master Randeng glanced behind him, then let out an "oh." His expression was unreadable. He said, "So it's you." The heavens are truly helping this old monk. But at that moment, the white-bearded old man was still trying to appear calm, though inside cold sweat was pouring down his back. He thought to himself, this bald donkey. He's actually a high-ranking monk from Xuankong Temple? They seem to have a grudge against Ye Junlin. This time I'm screwed. Great Master Randung chanted in a deep voice, "Amitabha Buddha," and said, "Patron Ye, a pleasure, a pleasure. This old monk has long heard of your great name." The white-bearded old man's eyes widened, his expression grave. He thought to himself, "Oh, to be this polite? Is he really not going to settle our old score? This name, Ye Junlin, is truly useful." The people standing around couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. To think Great Master Randeng is being so courteous to him. But they're clearly mortal enemies. This Ye Junlin guy, has he really become this powerful? Li Wuji looked at Ye Junlin and asked his master curiously, "Is that old bald donkey really giving us face?" Ye Junlin crossed his arms, his expression showing no trust at all. "That old bald donkey is full of wicked schemes. Just sit back and watch the good show unfold." The white-haired old man continued his pretense, saying, "Since it has come to this, our meeting must be fate. For what comes next, I hope you, fellow Taoist, can hold back. Otherwise, Great Master Randeng's face darkened. He clasped his hands and asked, "What is your opinion, Patron Yi? This old monk understands completely. How about I lend you a hand?" As he spoke, he unleashed his full power, shooting up into the middle of the sky. Great Master Randeng summoned a giant golden bell. He clasped his hands and mumbled an incantation for a moment, and the bell expanded in size, covering the entire sky. With that, he brought it crashing down with a terrifying surge of power. The white-bearded old man's entire group was sealed tightly inside in the blink of an eye. He could no longer maintain his calm composure, asking in terror, "Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this?" Great Master Randeng held his head high, his face filled with malice. He said, "Blessings, blessings, our meeting is truly fate. This old monk will personally send you all to the Western Paradise." The others trapped together in the barrier of the golden bell all had faces pale with fear. One of them hurriedly spoke up, his voice trembling, Great Master, we have no grudge or enmity with you. If you want the precious herbs, we humble ones can offer them all to you. But could it be because of the transaction at Medicine King Valley? We can swear an oath. We absolutely won't breathe a single word about it." But Great Master Dung replied with a cold, resentful expression, "What transaction? What's important is that you all witnessed me being humiliated at Medicine King Valley, and that absolutely cannot be spread outside the eastern region. I will kill you to silence you and take your treasures, and then let that Ye Junlin fellow take the blame. That way, I can kill 3 birds with 1 stone, while still maintaining my good name for punishing evil and upholding justice." One of them quickly held up a token, enunciating every word, his voice full of threat. "I am the prince of the great Yan Imperial Dynasty. For you to do this, have you considered the grave consequences?" An old man in green robes standing nearby also hurriedly introduced himself. "I am a core elder of the Qiankun sect. If anything were to happen to me, my sect will definitely investigate this to the very end." But Great Master Dung, with a cruel expression, raised his hand forward, controlling a giant divine hand. He roared with terrifying power. "Enough talk! Go to the afterlife, all of you!" Before the prince and the elder could even react, they were seized by that giant hand. Then they were crushed into tiny pieces with an astonishing force. Seeing them die without a complete corpse, the white-bearded old man, the leader of the group impersonating Ye Junlin, was so scared he pissed his pants. He thought to himself, Originally, after this one job, I was going to wash my hands of this business and retire for good. But how did things suddenly escalate to this point?" He hurriedly held his hands out in front of him, stammering as he asked, "Fellow Taoist, don't tell me you intend to eliminate me too?" Master Randeng gritted his teeth, his face twisted with rage as he shot back. "How could that be? This humble monk holds Benefactor Ye in the highest regard. Besides, this humble one still has a favor to ask. You, benefactor, are greedy for wealth, while this humble monk is greedy for his life. I hope you can be magnanimous about this matter. The white-haired old man thought to himself, this old bald fraud, he's really playing the long game. I bet he wants me. No, he wants to frame that Ye Junlin fellow. But that works out perfectly. He immediately put on a magnanimous expression and boomed, fellow Taoist, do what you must! As for what comes after, I, Ye Junlin, will take full responsibility. A young master in yellow robes, trapped within the barrier, was so furious he pointed and cursed, Demon Head Lin, so you're in cahoots with this old bald fraud? You want to take our lives? Birds of a feather flock together. May you die a horrible death for what you've done. An Miaoyi clenched her fists, her expression anxious. She called out softly, Uncle Fan, this Ye Junlin must have lost his mind. Fan Dezhang quickly made a gesture, whispering a reminder to the young miss. Keep your voice down. Haven't you noticed? Young Master Ye and his group are nothing like these people. And Miaoyi froze for a moment, and then something suddenly clicked. Uncle Fan, to be honest, I've always had this suspicion. After our last journey, I even started to think that young Master Ye is actually Ye Jun. Lin Six Fan Dezhang stroked his beard, nodding as he spoke. Young miss, please remain calm. Let's just quietly observe for a while longer. At this moment, Great Master Ron Deng put his two hands together again, activating another giant golden lotus flower. A wave of immense power radiated from the lotus flower, causing everyone trapped inside to feel a splitting headache. They had to grit their teeth and endure it. Li Wuji held up an image sphere and said respectfully, Master, just as you instructed, the entire process just now has been clearly recorded in this very image sphere. Ye Junlin crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Let's see how these bald frauds can pretend to be compassionate and righteous in the future. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and his hands were itching for a fight as he said, Since the evidence is in our hands, I suppose I should go warm up a bit, shouldn't I? After speaking, Ye Junlin channeled all his power and shot up into the sky. He raised one hand and pointed a finger forward. A tiny sliver of power shot out from his fingertip, yet it easily shattered that giant golden bell. Great Master Ron Deng, startled and horrified, shouted, Who's there? His entire body emitted a powerful aura as he proudly introduced himself. Xuanten Sect, Ye Junlin. Everyone below heard that name and looked up in astonishment. What? He said he's Ye Junlin? Wait a minute. Isn't he that person? Who appeared at the Corpse King Valley, as if sharing the same thought. They all whipped their heads around in unison to stare at that white-bearded old man. If he is the real Ye Junlin, then this group of people must all be imposters. And Miaoyi laughed with delight, her face filled with joy. She said to Fan Dezhang, Uncle Fan, young Master Ye really is Ye Junlin. I knew it. Pham Duk-chin stroked his beard, unable to hold back his sigh. From the very beginning, back at the Dragon Gate Inn, I always had a feeling that this man was no ordinary person. Then at the Medicine King Valley, that feeling grew even stronger. As it turns out, he's just like the legends say. Truly a divine dragon, soaring through the 9 heavens. But for tiny ants like us, how could we ever hope to reach him? The white-bearded old man was so shocked. His jaw dropped and his eyes went wide. He stared up at Deep Quan Lam in horror. This time we're really dead, he thought to himself. We put on that act for so long. And it turns out the real person was just standing aside, watching the show the whole time. It's over. It's really over. However, Master Deng gritted his teeth, his face filled with indignation. He chanted, Amitabha Buddha, and then said, Patron, you certainly know how to play games. Making me act so polite to you for so long. He gathered all his strength, glaring at Deep Quan Lam and roaring hoarsely, No wonder. You were able to be at the Corpse King Valley and humiliate me like that. So you're the real Deep Quan Lam? Good. Old grudges and new, we'll settle them all today. Deep Quan Lam raised a hand, a look of amusement on his face as he said, You old bald-headed fraud, that little play you just put on? I've recorded the whole thing. What do you think? If I were to release this to the public, how would the world view your Huyan Kong? Temple, then? But Master Dang's face contorted, and he retorted with a cold snort, No one is getting out of here alive today, so who would ever know? Besides, all that good reputation you've built up recently, isn't this all your own doing? Ye Junlin said seriously. You're far too confident. Master Rondung was furious. He launched a powerful palm strike, carrying with it countless ferocious bolts of lightning. Back when I was in Medicine King Valley, this old monk's cultivation level was suppressed. He roared, That's how I fell into your trap. But things are different now. He gathered all his strength and unleashed a palm strike that carried an earth-shattering momentum. He roared, Die, you monster! Seeing this, Li Wuji was a bit worried. He frowned slightly. This old bald donkey is at the peak tribulation transcendence realm. I wonder if Master is in any danger. Hong Tianye crossed his arms in front of his chest, showing no signs of worry at all. He thought to himself, this guy must still be hiding a trump card. Someone who can even break the rules of immortals? How could he be so simple? Ding! A palm strike carrying the ferocious power of a tempest shot straight towards Ye Junlin. Ding! Detected that the host is facing an attack from an enemy with a cultivation at the peak tribulation transcendence realm. Now activating the passive effect. The stronger the opponent, the stronger I become. Received cultivation at the perfected tribulation transcendence realm. Ye Junlin's expression was solemn. A glint flashed in his eyes. Here it comes. He gently raised one hand and stopped that powerful move in its tracks, then caused it to explode horrifically. His demeanor was the same as before, completely unchanged. He even let out a laugh. Ha! Is that all you've got? Master Randeng was hit by the backlash and coughed up blood, flying backwards. He collapsed onto the ground. He was utterly shocked. He stammered, how are you? He gritted his teeth tightly. He said with a face full of resentment, you hid your true power so well. I can't believe you're actually at the perfected tribulation realm. Ye Junlin raised his hand forward. A formidable surge of power radiated from the palm of his hand. He said coldly, how do you wish to die? But Master Rondung clenched his fists. An immense power erupted from him, unleashing outwards. He roared, So what if you're at the perfected tribulation realm? The Vajra indestructible body that this old monk has painstakingly cultivated was meant for battles within the Medicine King Valley. Even someone at the tribulation realm who wants to kill this old monk would find it impossible. Ye Junlin said coldly, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Veins bulged on Master Rondeng's forehead as he roared, wretched creature! Don't you dare be so arrogant! He raised one hand to the sky, summoning an incredibly majestic great mighty heavenly dragon. The heavenly dragon faced Ye Junlin and let out a ferocious roar. But he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. He let out a cold snort. With a look of utter contempt, he said, puny little worm. He controlled a giant supreme bone hand, which appeared from high above. Hand of the Supreme. That supreme hand carried with it a tyrannical power, striking straight towards the divine dragon. Ye Junlin lowered his hand. With a cold expression, he commanded, destroy it for me. The supreme hand seized the divine dragon tightly. Then it crushed it with ease, causing it to let out a pained, tragic roar. At the same time, Master Rondeng also felt an excruciating pain, so intense that the blood vessels in his eyes burst. No, impossible. The ultimate technique of the Xuan Kong Temple. It was actually destroyed in the blink of an eye like that? Whoosh! The supreme hand, after dealing with the divine dragon, once again shot straight towards him. Great Master Niandang clasped his hands together and roared, insolent! He hastily unleashed his immeasurable Vajra light, causing an illusory mortal realm to appear before him. Trying to resist the attack of the supreme hand, Deep Kunlum raised his hand forward, controlling that stream of power as he snorted coldly. You don't know your own limits. The hand, infused with more power, quickly shattered, his immeasurable Vajra light. Great Master Niandang once again coughed up blood and fell heavily to the ground, causing the surrounding earth to crack and shatter. The few monks standing to the side were so terrified they froze on the spot. Lying on the ground, Great Master Niandang coughed violently. Fresh blood streamed continuously from the corner of his mouth. Deep Kunlum lightly touched his chin, a look of amusement on his face. Oh, you're still not dead? Great Master Niandang struggled, trying to crawl out of the deep crater. His body trembled uncontrollably. My strongest defensive stance is unbeatable by anyone of the same level. And yet today, it was easily defeated by his physical body. If that's the case, then it's time to use the rare, precious elixirs that I obtained from Medicine King Valley. The few precious elixirs that were in the hands of one of the monks suddenly shot out. Then, along with the elixirs from the others, they all flew straight towards Great Master Niandang, who then absorbed all of them. He spread his arms wide. A formidable stream of power radiated from his body. His eyes blazed as he declared confidently, this battle is only just beginning. Ye Kunlin, a terrifying power erupted from his entire body. He said coldly, it's time to end this. But Master Rondung looked at him, his face filled with confusion. Well, what does he mean by that? Ye Kunlin smirked and said, I admit your defense is impressive. He gathered a terrifying power in his hand. It crackled like incredibly powerful blazing lightning. But this next move of mine, how will you handle it? Master Randeng, seeing the technique Ye Kunlin was about to unleash, couldn't help but be utterly horrified, stammering, "This fist technique, it's—" Ye Kunlun gave him a knowing smile and asked, "Recognize it now?" Master Randung summoned all of his immense power and roared, "Ridiculous!" The power of that punch felt like less than a mosquito bite. Ye Kunlun raised his fist, gathering a surge of power that shone like brilliant lightning, impossibly strong. Then he lunged forward, not forgetting to taunt him. "Oh? What if I told you that I only used 1/10,000th of my strength back then?" Master Randeng froze mid-motion, completely stunned. He asked in horror, "What?" Ye Kunlun threw a powerful punch and roared, "Die!" A brutal attack carrying immense power slammed straight into Master Randeng, making him cough up blood as his eyes bulged in agony. His body was ravaged by that immense power, flesh torn and bones shattered. Ye Kunlun casually flicked his finger. His blood-red eyes looked utterly demonic, causing the people watching from below to tremble in fear. Goosebumps erupted on their skin. "He's dead! The demon monk is dead!" We're saved, model. Overjoyed, they all cheered in unison for Ye Junlin. "Senior Yi saved us. From now on, my life belongs to Senior Yi. If anyone calls Senior Ye a villain, I'll fight them to the death. He's a hero, no doubt about it. From now on, if anyone dares to slander Senior Ye's name, I'll fight them to the death. Senior Ye is a hero! Senior Ye is a hero!" A powerful aura emanated from Ye Junlin's entire body. He landed gently, on the ground amidst the heroic cheers, and the endless cries of "Hero!" An Miaoyi covered her face, her eyes sparkling, with a look of utter admiration. "Young Master Ye is so incredible, so cool." Feng Dezheng stroked his beard and had to offer his assessment. "Young Master Ye's true strength is far beyond what this old man could have ever imagined. However, young miss, as long as you work hard, you can certainly become just as powerful," Li Wuji said with great emotion. "Master, your might has once again broadened this disciple's horizons." Hong Tianyi, however, was not pleased, and wondered to himself. Grandmaster Randeng's defensive power was already considered incredibly rare in the central region, and yet it was shattered to pieces by a single punch from that man. Just what are the limits of this guy's power? The remaining monks, seeing that Grandmaster Randeng was dead, panicked and shouted in unison, "Quick, retreat!" Li Wuji, sword in hand, charged straight at the monks, shouting, "Where do you think you're going, you bald-headed bastards?" He lunged forward, swinging his sword in a single strike, and killed them all. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin slowly approached the group of old men, Whitebeard and Yulot, who are trembling endlessly in fear. "Now," he says, "it's time for us to settle the score." "Yes!" The old man, Whitebeard, immediately prostrates himself on the ground. Banging their heads on the ground, they cried and begged for mercy. "Please spare our lives, Senior Ye. Please, sir, spare our lives. It was us. We were lowly. We were blind fools who looked down on you. We beg you, don't bother with insignificant worms like us." At that moment, the other three simultaneously pointed their spears at the old man with the white beard, shifting all the blame onto him alone. "It was him! It was him! He's the one who forced us to do this. That's right, originally, I was working just fine at the Phoenix Spring Pavilion, but he insisted on tricking me into coming here. I used to be just a farmer tilling the fields. He said if I just followed him, I'd have food to eat and clothes to wear. I never expected to fall into his trap." Hearing this, the white-haired old man was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead. He whipped his head around and cursed at them. "You ungrateful bastards! You followed me and lived in luxury, and now you want to wash your hands of me?" Ye Kunlun crossed his arms. He curled his lip, looking at the old man with utter contempt. "Dealing with this impostor directly would truly dirty my own hands. Every injustice has a source. Every debt has a creditor. I might as well call them over to handle this." He turned his head and called out, "Miss Anne! How much did they steal from you?" And Miaoyi pointed forward and cursed, "You bastards! Spit out the 5 million. Top-grade spirit stones you stole from this young lady now." The people standing behind her also surged forward, full of righteous fury, wanting to reclaim the money that had been stolen from them, and the magic treasures and talismans of our Spirit Mountain sect, too, and the treasures of our Lixiang sect. Spit it all out. They rushed forward like a disturbed hornet's nest, wanting to tear those imposters to shreds. "And our stuff, too. Hand it over now. Give it all back to us." Standing on the sidelines, Ye Kunlun could only click his tongue. He thought to himself, with this many creditors, they're in for some serious trouble now. Li Wuji gives a thumbs up, sighing at this bunch of insects. These ants are simply not worthy of Master lifting a finger. And Miaoyi approaches Ye Junlin and thanks him profusely. "Thank you. Thank you, young Master Ye, for helping us reclaim our treasure. I always felt that you were hiding some kind of secret. I never imagined that you were actually Ye Junlin. I've been so blind and deaf for so long, Ye Junlin explains. Actually, from the first time we met, I wanted to reveal my identity. It's just that you hated that imposter to the very bone. I could only play along and continue the charade. And Miao Yi is a little embarrassed. She turns her face away and lets out a soft, It was all because those insects were leading me by the nose. I even swore that I had to become stronger, so I could uphold justice on behalf of the heavens. Thinking back on it now, it's truly ridiculous. Ye Junlin raises his hand to gently placate her. Don't laugh. This is what's called an unwavering heart, which is beneficial for your cultivation. Plus, with your spiritual physique and mental fortitude, your future is incredibly bright. We have high hopes for you. Yes. Hearing this, and Miaoyi's eyes light up. She looks at him and asks, Really? Is that true? In that case, I will work many times harder. In the future, I will definitely surpass you. Ye Junlin also shows his anticipation, humming in agreement before replying. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. He lightly snaps his fingers and calls out, Akun! A giant kunpeng immediately descends from the sky to pick everyone up. Ye Junlin flies onto the kunpeng's back. He raises his hand to wave goodbye. Miss Anne? Until we meet again. An Miaoyi replies with a yes, if fate allows. We will surely meet again. Everyone watched as the kun's silhouette flew away, unable to stop the buzzing discussions. The rumors were true. Senior Ye's mount is really the divine beast, the kunpeng. Senior Ye is truly a prodigy of the eastern region. He's both kind and powerful. I was wrong to so easily believe those rumors that slandered the senior. We have to find a way to clear his name of those rumors. He's the one who saved our lives. Right, we must repay his kindness. In just a few moments, their killing intent flared. They all turned their heads in unison, looking towards the imposters who were getting beaten to a pulp. They growled, In that case, let's make the mastermind behind this crime. Pay the price first. That's right, get them! The faces of those imposters turned pale with fear. They cowered back and stammered, What do you want? I already gave your things back. No, it has nothing to do with us. He's the one who took it all. As soon as they said that, the crowd rushed in and gave them a sound thrashing, causing them to scream miserably in pain. Before them, all that remained was a scene like hell on earth, as they were beaten senseless. Meanwhile, on the coon bird soaring through the sky, Xiaohei's eyes were wide, endlessly amazed by the beautiful scenery below. The back of this kunpeng is so vast. It's truly a paradise. Ye Kunlin placed a hand on his shoulder and gently introduced, Xiaohei, from now on, you are officially one of us. I'll introduce you to your senior brothers. This is your eldest senior brother, Hong Tianye. He's very passionate when it comes to cultivation. If there's anything you don't know, you can ask him. Hong Tianye, completely flustered, stammered in reply, That's right. If fourth junior brother runs into any trouble, then just come find me, Xiaohei asked innocently. What? I've been in the Medicine King Valley for 100,000 years, and I have never met a single person with such peerless beauty. To think he turns out to be a man, Ye Junlin placed his hands on the shoulders of Li Wujie and Bai Xiaoxi, continuing the introductions. This is your third senior brother, Li Wujie. He is my scout and also my vanguard. If anyone bullies you, you can go to him, and he'll take care of it for you. And this is your second senior sister, Bai Xiaoxi. She is also my steward and housekeeper. If you have any difficulties with your daily life, then you can go and find her. Xiaohei clasped his hands respectfully. Greetings. Greetings to you, senior brothers. And senior sisters. Please take good care of me from now on. Ye Junlin turned and said, All right, the introductions are done. Everyone go about your business. He then signaled to Xiaoxi, Come here and massage my shoulders. Bai Xiaoxi raised her hand cheerfully and replied, Yes, sir. I will definitely make sure Honored Master is satisfied. As Xiaohei stood there, he glanced towards Hong Tianye and saw his piercing stare. He's just putting on an act. Isn't it all just so I can refine him later? He thought to himself. Although it's possible that when the time comes, I might get a taste of the soup as well. Xiaohei shuddered violently. First senior brother's gaze. It's so terrifying. Why do I get the feeling that he wants to eat me? Terrified, he bolted and vanished. He approached Li Wujie and asked curiously, Third senior brother, what are you doing? Li Wujie turned around. His eyes were bloodshot red, and with a grim, murderous aura, he asked, Fourth junior brother, want some? But Little Black the Seventh thought to himself, Third senior brother is inviting me to eat his own kind? This person is terrifying. Is it too late to run? Here, Li Wujie took a large bite before he suddenly remembered. He touched his head with a guilty expression. Look at this brain of mine, senior brother. I really didn't mean it. The disciple, Little Black, was a mess of tears and snot. He bolted. Third senior brother is too scary. Li Wujie's forehead was covered in sweat as he let out a long sigh. This is a complete disaster. I've left such a horrible impression on my junior brother. Ye Junlin stretched and let out a sigh of satisfaction. Now's a good time for a cup of tea. Bai Chaoxi's eyes lit up as she said, Master, it smells so good. Ye Junlin said, Xiaoxi, let's go make some tea. Hong Tianya turned his head to look at the tea leaves. Then he put on an expression of utter shock. He stammered, Master, could this be enlightenment tea? Ye Junlin replied with a calm expression, Yes. You know of it too? Hong Tianya's eyes widened, unable to hide his extreme astonishment. He recounted, It's really enlightenment tea. This is an incredibly rare spirit tea. Just a small pinch of these tea leaves is enough to cause a bloody war among the top factions in the central region. High Immortal Ling Yun, the most ancient being in the central region, only releases a very small amount every 10,000 years. For the true immortals to have a small taste. In the past, I was only ever able to stand from afar and smell the fragrance of this tea. Now my wish is actually coming true? He held out his hand, staring intently at the teacup. Then he asked imploringly, Master, could this disciple possibly have this good fortune to taste a single cup? Today, Ye Junlin poured out a cup of tea. Of course. He handed the teacup to Hong Tianye and said, Here, try it. He held the teacup in his hands, as if it were an incredibly precious treasure. He thought to himself, the enlightenment tea that the immortals of the central region have spent tens of thousands of years just to find. A small cup right now. I can finally have it, just as I'd hoped. Hong Tianye took a sip of the tea. Immediately after, his face turned dark. Sweat poured down his forehead as he mumbled, This power. He clenched his fists tightly. Then an immense surge of power from all around his body erupted outwards. Yet Junlin looked up at Hong Tianye. What's going on? He asked. Why is this kid suddenly acting so smug? A powerful aura burst from Hong Tianye's entire body. His cultivation levels skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. Tribulation Transcendence Realm, early stage. Tribulation Transcendence Realm, middle stage. Tribulation Transcendence Realm, late stage. Tribulation Transcendence Realm, peak stage. Li Wujie, who was standing nearby, felt the terrifying pressure and couldn't help but be horrified. He thought, what in the world is happening? In just the blink of an eye, senior brother broke through all the way to the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm? Hong Tianye threw his head back and let out a loud laugh. Ha! He laughed smugly. Suddenly, smack! Ye Junlin from behind had smacked him right on the head. In a stern voice, he said, What are you ha-haing about? Furious, Hong Tianye whipped his head around. He was just about to shout the word you when he met Ye Junlin's cold gaze. He deliberately put on a stern face and asked back, What is it? Do you have a problem with me, your master? Hong Tianye's face went pale. He hurriedly clasped his hands to admit his fault. In a voice full of remorse, This disciple unintentionally offended you. Please forgive me, master. Ye Kunlin raised his hand gently and said, Be more careful next time. Then he turned to the others. My disciples, you all come and have a taste as well. Li Wuji and the others picked up the teacups in their hands. In unison, they thanked him. Thank you, master, for bestowing this tea upon us. Hong Tianye looked a bit hesitant and cautiously asked, Master, forgive your disciple for asking a bold question. How much of this enlightenment tea do you have left? Ye Kunlin brought out a large tea jar. He replied nonchalantly, It's all in here. Hong Tianye flinched back, utterly shocked. There's that much? He thought to himself. Just a few leaves of enlightenment tea were once desperately sought after by countless true immortals. To no avail. And yet he has a whole giant jar of it like this. Ye Kunlin held the tea jar and asked, What's wrong? Are you afraid there won't be enough to drink? If you want a drink, just help yourselves. Don't be so formal. Hong Tianye's eyes lit up with joy. He said, overjoyed, Really? Thank you, master. After drinking the tea, Li Wujie and Bai Xiaoxi leveled up in the blink of an eye. Xiaohei, standing to the side, couldn't help but think in astonishment. This aura is so powerful. Could this tea leaf really have such a profound effect? Li Wuji turned his head to thank his master, then looked at Bai Xiaoxi in shock. Senior sister Bai, you've actually reached the late-stage tribulation realm? Bai Xiaoxi clenched her fists and happily exclaimed, Master! I only took a small sip, and I can already feel myself becoming so much stronger. Besides, this tea is delicious. Li Wuji urged Xiaohei, Fourth junior brother, hurry up and drink it. It can help you achieve enlightenment and level up. And Xiaohei looked at the teacup in his hand, no longer hesitating, and drank it all in one gulp. All the senior brothers and sisters have had a huge increase in their cultivation levels. I just don't know if it will have any effect on our medicine clan. In just a few moments, Xiaohei also erupted with a tremendous amount of power, making Li Wuji's face turn pale. He hurriedly counted under his breath. Perfected golden core. Nascent soul, soul formation, body integration, Mahayana. Perfected Mahayana. He broke out in a cold sweat and sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness it stopped at the perfected Mahayana stage. Otherwise, the reputation of us senior brothers, it would have been completely ruined. Hong Tianye also thought to herself, because of his enlightenment, everyone else was able to advance through so many realms. Although the second cup doesn't help increase one's cultivation level, when it comes to understanding the Tao, one's martial path is refined so much more. Ye Junlin looked at the teacup and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This enlightenment tea is even more powerful than all the cultivation-boosting rewards I've received before. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Due to the host's disciples' cultivation levels advancing at a divine speed, a new mission has been activated. Go to Zhuankong Temple and check in. You will receive an incredibly amazing reward. Ye Junlin gave a faint smile and thought to himself, a new mission, huh? Perfect timing. It's time to go settle the score with that bunch of baldies. He called out, Zhao Li, bring the image recording sphere. We're taking a trip to Zhuankong Temple. Li Wuji, with his large blade slung over his shoulder, answered confidently, Yes, Master. Zhuankong Temple is the supreme sacred land for Zen cultivation. That's in the eastern domain. This time we can finally dim in a bit of their halo. But Hong Tianye, crossing her arms, thought to herself, I didn't expect it to be so soon. The time has come to settle things with those bald monks. But the abbot of Zhuankong Temple is also a profoundly unfathomable person. I wonder if this guy can even handle him. In the Lithian nation of the Buddha continent, eastern region, houses were engulfed in a sea of fire, burning fiercely. Several monks, with Buddhist prayer beads on their wrists, were brazenly killing people everywhere, causing the citizens to scream for their parents. Their cries of anguish echoed through the heavens. A person covered in wounds tightly gripped a monk's robe, pleading desperately, I'm begging you, please don't take my child. I'm willing to bear all of it in his place. The monk grabbed the child's head with one hand. With his other hand clasped, he chanted, The Buddha is merciful. You poor soul, your sins are heavy. The son must pay for the father's debts. Just let your child come and bear this debt. Suddenly, a sharp wave of energy flew in from out of nowhere. The monk hastily dodged it, dropping the child as he shouted, Who is it? The lord of Lok Ngu City, at the peak of the nascent soul stage, Mo Donghai, along with his soldiers, charged forward on horseback, roaring, How dare you? This is the territory of the Lithian nation. How can we let you people from Zhuankong Mountain run rampant here? The monk clenched his fist, his entire body erupting with immense power. A smug look crossed his face. So it's you again. Even if your nation's ruler came here himself, he wouldn't dare interfere in our affairs. Who the hell do you think you are? These pitiful children that we are taking in, under the merciful guidance of our mountain lord, will have a limitless future. Don't you dare ruin their prospects. Mo Donghai pointed his sword forward, retorting fiercely, Mountain Lord my ass! He's just an animal dressed in a tattered kasaya. And you still dare to stand here and preach your Buddhist nonsense? The children you people kidnapped. They've all ended up in that thing's stomach, haven't they? The monk clenched his fist, gathering his spiritual energy. He threw a punch towards Muronghai, roaring loudly. How dare you slander the Mountain Lord? Muronghai slashed sideways with his sword, cursing, Take this, you beast! Muronghai unleashed a powerful strike, with terrifying force, knocking the monk right off his horse. He struggled to steady himself, stumbling back a few steps, then plunged his sword into the ground to keep his balance. A soldier rushed over, calling out worriedly, City Lord! Be careful, let me help you. Muronghai turned his head, a look of delight on his face, and said, Commander Yang, you've come at the perfect time. He pointed his sword at the monk and ordered, That demonic monk over there, surrender now. The monk put his palms together, his eyes wide as he called out, Patron Yang, please show and your compassion. Muronghai froze, unable to process what was happening. Then Commander Yang, who was standing behind him, suddenly took the large trident in his hand, raised it high behind him, and with all his might slammed it into the ground. It created a deep fissure in the earth. Muronghai was caught in the aftershock of the blow and was thrown high into the air, then fell sprawling to the ground. He trembled as he looked at Commander Yang, stammering, Yang, you? The monk gave a wicked smile. He put his palms together and chanted, Amitabha Buddha. Patron Murong, are you surprised? Commander Yang no longer bothered to hide it, mocking him instead. You're the only one who's still so foolish and ignorant to keep going against Xuankong Mountain. The others all took refuge long ago. Murong Hai cursed angrily. Shameless! Colluding with Xuankong Mountain to murder a city lord. Murdering a city lord. The Imperial Court will never forgive you. At this, that monk raised his hand. A blazing flame erupted from the palm of his hand. Then he laughed loudly. Ha ha! The Luoshan Kingdom has long been in our hands. Who would even bother to investigate? Commander Yang raised his mace and said, let me tell you the truth. The previous few generations of city lords were all because they stubbornly refused to be enlightened, and were delivered for it. Did the Imperial Court send anyone here? Murong Hai gritted his teeth and stammered, what? How can this be? At this, that monk pointed his hand towards him. With a face full of compassion, he said, Patron Murong, this humble monk warned you long ago, but you remained obstinate and refused to change. In that case, this humble monk has no choice but to send you to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Murong Hai gripped the sword in his hand tightly, raising it high to the sky. Power erupted from his entire body as he roared, you bald bastard! I'll fight you to the death! The monk laughed coldly and said with contempt, foolish! At that very moment, at that crucial instant, a coon flew down from the sky, along with a majestic voice, echoing from above. Fellow Taoist, do not act rashly. A powerful gust of wind pressed down, making all three of them look up. Murong Hai realized in astonishment, could this be the ancient divine beast of the Kunlun realm? A Kunpeng here? The monk also recognized it and stammered, this is a supreme great demon of the tribulation transcendence realm. Commander Yang wondered, why did it appear here? Ye Junlin smiled wickedly, then pointed forward. Akun, I command you to swallow every last one of those bald-headed freaks for me. Akun opened its enormous mouth, unleashing a powerful gust of wind, and devoured the monk. His eyes widened in terror. He thought to himself, a great demon at the tribulation realm. Is actually that person's mount? What the hell kind of joke is this? The group of monks was swept up by the wind and sent flying into the air. They screamed and begged desperately, no! Senior, spare us! Spare our lives! They shrieked endlessly in terror. But one by one, they still flew straight into Akun's mouth. Murong Hai stood below, shouting in excitement, the Kunpeng devours all! Commander Yang saw the corpses of the monks. His face contorted as he mumbled, these shaved heads, they're all dead. Damn it all, what am I supposed to do now? Ye Junlin and his group flew down from Akun's back. He approached Murong Hai and inquired, may I ask who you are, fellow Taoist, and those demon monks? Why were they here, killing and plundering? Murong Hai clasped his hands respectfully and reported, Senior, this humble one is the lord of this city. My name is Murong Hai. Those were all fake monks. They are henchmen from Xuankong Mountain. They came here to kidnap 800 young boys and girls for the Lord of Xuankong Mountain to consume. Fortunately, you, Senior, intervened in time to stop them. Ye Junlin asked again, Xuankong Mountain? Is it related to the Xuankong Temple? Murong Hai clenched his fists and replied, that's right. The Lord of Xuankong Mountain was originally a foul wolf spirit who was enlightened by the abbot of the Xuankong Temple. Later, after enjoying the incense and offerings from worshippers, he secretly escaped and established his own mountain sect. Under his command are 3 great demon clans who act as protectors, leading 48,000 lesser demons. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with indignation, recounting how that beast used the name of the Buddhist faith to recruit criminals who were on the run, and then ordered them to go to the 36 nations of the Buddhist continent to kidnap young boys and girls. On the surface, he pretended to be converting them to Buddhism, but in reality, he devoured every last one of them. Hearing this, Luwu Ji couldn't contain his outrage and cursed out loud. They're nothing but a bunch of goddamn animals. The Buddhist continent. Isn't there anyone who will stand up and exterminate them? Murong Hai let out a long sigh, his face filled with helplessness as he spoke. At first, the rulers of the nations all sent envoys to the Xuankong Temple to ask for help, but every single one of them vanished without a trace. Clearly, someone is protecting that monster. He continued, the Xuankong Temple is the leading power in the Buddhist world, the holy land of the eastern region. Its abbot, Shu Yun, is the spiritual leader for all Zen practitioners. They have never admitted to having any connection to that beast. The nations could only suppress their anger and swallow their resentment. That was all they could do. I can only rely on my own meager strength to fight against them with my life on the line. Hong Tianya crossed her arms. She scoffed coldly. That bunch of hypocrites. They don't dare to question the sins their abbot has committed, but they're terrified of damaging the Xuankong Temple's reputation. So they secretly eliminated all of the envoys. Muronghai added furiously, who would dare question the Xuankong Temple? And even if they did, it's not like they'd ever get an answer. Yet Junlin glanced over at Commander Yang, who was sneakily trying to make a run for it. He executed a divine flash step and in an instant appeared right in front of the man. He coldly raised his hand and asked, "And where do you think you're going?" "You dog of Xuankong Mountain!" Muronghai hurriedly ran over, pointing his sword at Commander Yang and shouting loudly, "You animal! You colluded with Xuankong Mountain and murdered several generations of city lords. If it weren't for Senior's intervention, I'm afraid I would have died at your hands as well," Ye Kunlin interjected. "If I'm not mistaken, that gray wolf spirit must be planning something, right? Otherwise, there'd be no reason for you to reveal yourself in such a hurry." At that moment, Commander Yang knelt flat on the ground, trembling as he admitted, "Yes, it's true, the Mountain Master. Ah, no, I mean that wretched beast. He's planning to hold a grand birthday banquet soon, so he ordered his subordinates to step up the kidnapping of children. The quota is incredibly high." Muronghai growled, questioning him. "In this city alone, you needed 800 boys and girls. So across the entire Luoshan nation and the other 35 nations. How horrifying must that number be? All of you deserve to die." Commander Yang pressed his face to the ground, retorting with an air of helplessness. "Xuankong Mountain's power is immense, and their backing is solid. Who would dare to cross them? So it's not my fault." Ye Kunlin raised his hand forward, channeling his spiritual energy, and said coldly, "In that case, you can go down there and keep those beasts company." As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful strike. Commander Yang's eyes widened in horror as he saw himself flying straight into a coon's mouth. He screamed in terror, "Senior, spare me!" Grey Wolf Spirit. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the Xuankong Mountain mission. Objective: eliminate the Grey Wolf Spirit. Mission complete. You will receive a very special reward." Deep Kunlum gave a faint smile and thought to himself, "Perfect timing. As it happens, I was just about to go deal with those beasts anyway." He held out his hand and asked Mo Donghai, "Are you willing to lead us to Huyenkong Mountain?" Mo Donghai knelt on one knee. He answered resoundingly, "I am willing. Thank you, Senior, for agreeing to intervene and save the common people from this dire situation. You are truly a great benefactor." Deep Kunlum raised a finger, his expression a bit awkward. "A great benefactor? It's rare that I hear someone describe me that way." Akun soared high into the sky. "Let's go." Mo Donghai looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but be stunned. This is the back of the divine beast, the Kun Peng, and there's such a beautiful courtyard on it?" He approached Deep Kunlum and asked respectfully, "Forgive my impertinence, Senior, but may I ask your esteemed name? I will be sure to engrave it in my heart." He calmly introduced himself, "Zhuantian Sect, Deep Kunlum." Mo Donghai clasped his hands and said, "So you are Senior Diep." His expression turned solemn, full of agitation. He thought to himself, "Wait a minute. Deep Kunlum, isn't that the white-haired old demon whose fearsome reputation spread far and wide some time ago? The one people call the God of Slaughter? This is completely different from the image that Fo Zhou has been spreading all this time. Now the monks are going around kidnapping and plundering, while the God of Slaughter is out exorcising demons and saving the world. In this world, who is the real demon? Mountain Lord of the East Region, Fo Zhou. Huinkong Mountain, lair of the Grey Wolf Spirits. Mountain Lord of Huinkong Mountain, Hu Jinglang. Realm, perfected integration stage. He was ravenously chewing on a large piece of meat when he raised his head and asked, "What's the status of the matter?" One of the 3 great Dharma protectors, the 5-colored Rooster King at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, hurriedly replied, "Reporting to the Mountain Lord, this disciple is about to arrive. The grand birthday banquet will be held in 5 days. I will definitely gather all 66,600 young boys and girls." Another of the 3 great Dharma protectors, the Red Bull King at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, laughed heartily. "This humble one will certainly do his utmost. Please rest assured, Mountain Lord." The last of the 3 great Dharma protectors, the Wild Boar King at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, was taking a huge bite of meat, grinning sinisterly, thinking to himself, "Just thinking about those tender-skinned, soft-fleshed morsels, and is enough to make my mouth water." The Grey Wolf Spirit licked his lips. With a beastly expression, he said, "Excellent, excellent! Over 60-something thousand children with spiritual roots, coming here to form a bond with this Buddha." Suddenly, a heavy, oppressive aura descended from the sky. He shot to his feet. With a bewildered expression, he shouted, "What a powerful aura! Who dares to trespass here?" With that, he flew out, ordering, "Follow me and let's see." But outside, Akun was already approaching. Murong-hai pointed and shouted, "Senior! Down there is the lair of those beasts. Huyen-kong Mountain!" Yejunlin stated coldly, "From this day on, Huyen-kong Mountain will cease to exist." He turned to Akun. "Akun, along the way, you've consumed quite a few demon cores and spiritual herbs. You've now broken through to the Tribulation Crossing realm." The gray wolf spirit flew over, about to roar furiously. "Who dares?" Before he could finish his sentence, he froze, then declared arrogantly, "Let this scum open their eyes wide and see what a true demon king is." The five-colored Rooster King and the Red Bull King froze and asked in confusion, "Mountain Lord, what is going on?" Akun, by Ye Junlin's command, dove down from the sky. Slamming down hard, an incredibly powerful force was unleashed, causing them, along with the ash wolf spirit, to cough up blood and fly backwards. The next blow landed straight on Huyen-kong Mountain, causing everything there to crumble into dust. Murong-hai's eyes widened in shock, completely speechless. Just one move. Destroyed the entire Huyen-kong Mountain. How? This is the ancient mythical beast, the Kun. From the legends? The ash wolf spirit clung tightly to a boulder, his whole body trembling. He looked up at the sky and stammered, A demonic beast at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. I was too careless. Just you wait for me." Suddenly he burst into arrogant laughter, the smile of someone holding all the cards. "I've dominated this far west region for nearly 2 centuries, and I have the great Huyen-kong Buddhist temple backing me up. Even the national sovereign has to show me some respect. You, a mere demonic beast, dare to provoke me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he touched the precious jewel on his forehead. Energy erupted. The towering figure of an old Buddhist master appeared. His entire body radiated a blinding light, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to crack and fly everywhere. The wolf spirit laughed again. This time, his smile was twisted but full of triumph. He roared as if to reaffirm it once more. "I've got the Huyen-kong Temple protecting me, even if you're a demonic beast of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Don't you dare look down on me, this mountain lord." The ethereal figure slowly opened its eyes. Its soulless eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Immediately, a giant hand, carrying the pressure of Mount Tai, came crashing down on Ye Junlin and his group. Li Wuji, standing beside them, curled his lips into a delighted smile. "Oh, so this is the real deal. A strike that carries the aura of the peak Tribulation Transcendence realm. The Huyen-kong Temple, it seems they're not just all talk and no substance." Murong-hai, on the other hand, looked as if all the blood had drained from his face. He screamed internally, "What terrifying power! Just a mere phantom is this horrifying. I wonder if Senior Ye can withstand it." Hong Tianye also furrowed his brow and muttered, "Even I, who stands at the peak of the Tribulation realm, wouldn't dare to beat my chest and say I could take that palm strike head on. Just what kind of god is that brat? With just this piece of junk, you dare to show off in front of me? As expected, with those demon monks backing you, it's no wonder you're so confident." Kunlun smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Without another word, he leisurely stepped forward. He raised just a single hand to meet the attack. But strangely enough, that palm of Buddha's light, which seemed capable of destroying heavens and earth, as soon as it touched his power, it was like a deflating balloon. It was immediately pushed back and disintegrated in an instant. Kunlun's soul-shattering power smashed the last shred of Hui Xinglang's pride into a million pieces. He let out a piercing shriek, his face turning dark with disbelief. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The abbot of Huyen-kong Temple's phantom should at least be at the peak of the Tribulation realm. Is this guy even stronger than that? And why can't I sense a single trace of cultivation coming from him at all? Oh no, I've messed with someone I shouldn't have." As that thought crossed his mind, his sanity completely shattered. Without a word to each other, he and his 3 great protectors began kowtowing in unison, slamming their heads on the ground. Their voices trembled pitifully. "Senior, spare my life! Please forgive this lowly one for being blind and failing to recognize your greatness. How on earth did this lowly one offend you?" But his gaze remained as sharp and cold as ice. "You built this bandit's den, right in my path." The weasel spirit's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He hastily replied, "This humble one will clear it out immediately. I'll get out of here right now. From now on, I will absolutely never show my face anywhere near here again." The man's face suddenly darkened. In a grim voice, he pressed, "You plan on returning to the Huyen-kong Temple?" The weasel immediately put on an obedient expression. He lifted his bruised and battered face, looking utterly pitiful. Yes, yes, that's right. My relationship with the Xuankong Temple is very close. If Senior is interested in visiting the temple, this humble one would be happy to introduce you to the abbot to discuss the scriptures and exchange teachings with you. Inwardly, he was laughing himself sick. Just you wait until you get to the Xuankong Temple. We'll see how the abbot skins you alive. The man smiled warmly. Oh, perfect timing. I was just planning a trip to the Xuankong Temple myself. Why don't we go together for company? The weasel's face lit up as if he'd struck gold. He nodded eagerly. Yes, yes! Thank you, Senior, for the honor. The plan is a success. Once we get to the Xuankong Temple, you're a dead man. Swish! A cold light flashed and then vanished. The triumphant smile on the weasel spirit's face froze. Then his head separated from his neck. His eyes bulged, bloodshot with terror and indignation. He only had time to utter a single word, "You," before his consciousness faded completely into darkness. The man coldly brushed off his hands, muttering as casually as if commenting on the weather. Did I ever say I'd let you go back alive? Ye Junlin turned and gave an order. Xiaoli, wrap this head up carefully. Consider it an introductory gift from me to the abbot, and of the Xuankong Temple. Li Wuji calmly took the still dripping head. He turned it over, examining it, before replying succinctly, "Yes, master." He turned back towards Murong Hai and said, "City Lord Murong, this den of Xuankong Mountain has been razed to the ground. You can rest easy. Go and rescue the remaining children." The four city lords hurriedly bowed their heads, their voices choked with emotion. "Thank you, Senior. This immense debt of gratitude. It Murong Hai and the children will engrave it in our hearts for the rest of our lives." At that moment, a mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Quell the chaos of Xuankong Mountain. Reward: 9th grade profound tool, the Kang Yuan sword. This is an ancient flying sword. It contains a terrifying power and has the infinite potential to upgrade itself, its quality matching the user's cultivation realm. He let out a soft, "Oh?" Inwardly, a flicker of interest sparked within him. A terrifying power that's hard to imagine, huh? Just how terrifying could it be? This is truly something to look forward to. At the same time, at Mount Fanda, in the Pure Land country of the eastern region's Buddhist continent, countless cultivators were piously ascending the stone steps that stretched towards the sky like an endless ribbon of silk. Right before the majestic mountain gate of Xuankong Temple, a cultivator rushed inside. He clasped his hands and reported, "Reporting to the abbot. The Dharma altar will be opened shortly. The disciples have completed all preparations." The person sitting on the prayer mat, his entire body faintly glowing with Buddhist light, was none other than the abbot of Xuankong Temple, Shu Yun, a Grandmaster whose cultivation was at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The old man nodded slightly. You may leave." But he waited until the disciple was out of sight. Only then did he slowly finger his Bodhi prayer beads, his heart heavy with thought. A few days ago, the seal I placed on that wretched disciple was suddenly broken by someone else. You have to understand, not just in that barren far west, but even across this entire Buddha continent, the number of cultivators who could match me. I can count the number of times he's paid on one hand. Just who could it be? Forget it. That wretched beast was always out there causing trouble. You could say his death was just karma. I just hope whoever did this knows when to stop. If this gets blown out of proportion, the Xuankong Temple's reputation will be hard to uphold. The old man slowly stood up and began to pace. He thought to himself, a few days ago, Elder Randang also passed away suddenly. The Xuankong Temple has been plagued by misfortune lately. After the Dharma assembly is over, I'll have to whip this group of monks back into shape. In the distance, 3 figures were leisurely making their way up, climbing the final steps. The one leading the way had an extraordinary air about him. He was the first prince of the Pure Land nation. He spoke in a clear, resonant voice. Ever since the last time I heard the great abbot's sermon, my understanding of the Buddhist golden body has become much more profound. The person walking beside him immediately chimed in, his voice filled with admiration. Even if you had to face a demon emperor, I'm confident you could hold your own against one. This was the second prince of the Pure Land nation. He continued, "Still, big brother, your aptitude for enlightenment is truly exceptional." I'm still a bit unclear on it myself. The person walking with them, the quick-witted Princess Ming Yue, heard this and teased him playfully. "Second brother, wasn't it just a little while ago that you were boasting about comprehending the 6-character true mantra? You even boldly claimed that you could suppress an entire demon emperor, didn't you?" The second prince broke out in a sweat and laughed awkwardly. "Big brother, don't listen to little sister's nonsense. How could my shallow cultivation possibly compare to yours? The first prince slung an arm around his younger brother's shoulder. His voice was laced with meaning. Second brother, stop being so modest. How about we have a friendly sparring match when we get back? Hearing this, the second prince flinched and quickly waved his hands dismissively, model. All right, let's go. The princess followed behind, her voice as clear as a silver bell. In 2 months, it will be Father Emperor's grand birthday celebration. I hope that this Dharma assembly can help us comprehend new Buddhist principles. That way we can please our royal father. On the high and wide Dharma platform, the abbot, Hu Yun, had already begun his sermon. His compassionate voice echoed throughout the space. All bodhisattvas and mahasattvas should thus subdue their minds, all living beings of whatever type, whether born from eggs, from the womb, from moisture, or by transformation. I will cause them all to enter the ultimate nirvana and be liberated. Suddenly, the old monk's eyes narrowed. He looked up, his face filled with astonishment. 3 figures, Ye Junlin, Hong Tianye, and Li Wujie, had infiltrated the Dharma assembly at some point, causing all the monks present to be stunned. One of them hurriedly shouted a warning, "You intruders! You have trespassed into Zhuankong Temple without permission. This is disrespectful to the Buddhist sect. Please leave at once." The princes and princesses also looked displeased, whispering, "Who are these people to dare cause such a disturbance?" He said nothing, simply throwing out a wooden plank. His voice was cold. "Today I have come to deliver a gift." An unlucky Buddhist disciple was struck by the plank and fell, rolling on the ground, clutching his head in pain. Beside him, the wooden plank had broken in 2. The one who had just spoken roared in anger. "This cruel act of yours is a public declaration of war against our Buddhist sect." He sneered slightly. "Don't flatter yourselves. You demonic monks, you are not worthy of representing the entire Buddhist sect." Ye Junlin pointed directly at the old abbot's face, his voice like steel. "All of you at Zhuankong Temple have the faces of Buddhas, but the hearts of demons. So sanctimonious and hypocritical. It's utterly disgusting. Today I will strip away your skins, so the entire world can see your ugly faces for what they are." Princess Mingyue's jaw dropped. Good heavens, is he insane? How dare he cause a scene at Zhuankong Temple? The eldest and second princes were also radiating killing intent. He thought to himself, to think someone would dare to cause trouble right here in Buddha Prefecture. He uttered such insulting words against Zhuankong Temple, like that. Where does that leave the honor of our Pure Land nation? The Buddhist disciples could no longer hold back. They roared and charged forward. "You vile creature! This is no place for you to act so presumptuously. Show off your might! Seize him and hand him over to the abbot for judgment!" A spark flashed in Li Wujie's eyes. His tone was filled with utter contempt. "Humph! With just the likes of you?" Suddenly, a tyrannical blade aura like a raging dragon roared as it was unleashed, creating a terrifying shockwave that sent flying all the Buddhist disciples who were charging forward. Eldest Prince, what an overwhelmingly powerful blade intent. This man's mastery of the blade has reached a god-like level. He is definitely no ordinary person. Princess Mingyu's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Whoa! He's so incredible." The old Grandmaster, sitting up high, furrowed his brows tightly. He sighed inwardly. Trouble has indeed come knocking. But today, all the Zen cultivators of the world are gathered here. I must handle this properly. Only then did the old man slowly stand up, walk forward, and speak with a tone of feigned compassion. "Amitabha, greetings, benefactor. May I ask how our Zhuankong Temple has offended you all? Please speak frankly with this old monk. This old monk will certainly handle it properly and give you all a fair explanation." His face darkened. "Acting again. Keep putting on a show for me. Truly the most talented actor." The old man maintained his compassionate expression. "This benefactor, it seems your misunderstanding of my Zhuankong Temple runs very deep, but everything in this world must be governed by reason. Today, this old monk was holding a Dharma assembly to teach the Buddhist principles. Yet you all barged in without reason to cause destruction. This old monk hopes that you, benefactor, can provide a reasonable explanation." Behind him, Li Wujie stood as a sphere of light was slowly forming in his hands. Ye Junlin smiled faintly. "This is my explanation." Immediately, the sphere was tossed into the air. The scene from that day appeared in perfect clarity. An elder Randeng and an impostor, impersonating Ye Junlin, were shaking hands, conspiring to create evil karma. The Buddhist disciples gasped, That's Elder Randeng." The old master thought to himself, "Randeng again. This guy is definitely connected to his death." The Buddhist disciples began to gossip excitedly. "That other person is the white-haired old devil? Ye Junlin? Look at him. He's about to rob the cultivators from Medicine King Valley. He's as evil as the rumors say. It's a good thing Great Master Randung stepped in to stop him. Our Buddha is merciful. The first prince also analyzed the situation. That devil Yi has a brutal temperament. Although Great Master Randung has appeared to obstruct him, there will surely be a fierce battle. In the illusion, the impostor said, since we've met, it must be fate. I hope you fellow Taoist won't interfere in what comes next. Otherwise, The abbot of Xuankong Temple, having only seen up to this point, hurriedly spoke up. His voice was full of confidence. Amitabha, Amitabha! A monk is compassionate. When encountering evil, he must convert it, sacrificing himself for righteousness. The benevolent actions of Elder Randung are precisely the ideals that my Xuankong Temple has always taught. But the scene that followed shattered all the crowd's assumptions. The old monk Randung was brutal, murderous, and incredibly vicious. This goes completely against the compassion of Buddhism. The first prince was stunned. What is going on? Great Master Randung. Why would he attack his own people? The princess added, and he's even working with the white-haired old demon. Watching this, the old Great Master narrowed his eyes and cursed inwardly. Oh, Randung, to do something so stupid, and you let someone record the whole thing. The next scene was when he stepped in to punish that wicked old man. A single punch sent Randung to the Western Paradise. And just like that, the crowd erupted into chaos. It was as if someone had taken a sledgehammer to their faith and completely shattered it. He's the one who killed that demon, Ye Kunlun, and yet he came to Fanduo Mountain himself. No, that's not right. Ye Kunlun saved those cultivators. Randung was the one who wanted to kill them. In fact, Ye Kunlun was the one who stepped in to stop him. Oh my God, an elder from the Xuankong Temple. How could he do something so despicable? Ye Kunlun stood with his arms crossed, watching the chaotic scene. A cold smirk played on his lips. Let's see how you'll talk your way out of this one, you old bald fraud. But, little sister, quick, hide behind me, the first prince whispered urgently. Princess Mingyue blinked in confusion. Her mind was filled with giant question marks. Huh? Why do we have to hide so carefully? Ye Kunlun clearly just saved all those cultivators. He's supposed to be a world-class hero, isn't he? But there's still something strange about him, the first prince mumbled, his eyes full of hesitation. This whole thing is just too bizarre. Let's just stay quiet and observe the situation a little longer, okay? Meanwhile, the old Abbot Shu Yun's brow was furrowed. His white eyebrows knitted together as he sank deep into thought. Unbelievable. That old fool ran? Deng could actually be taken out by this brat so easily. But never mind that. The urgent matter right now is to salvage some face for the temple. After a moment's thought, the old man clasped his hands together, feigning a look of compassion. He raised his voice loud and clear. Yeah, you devil! You are truly a despicable, vile man. Nothing more, nothing less. You staged this cheap play on the Hong Streamstone, smearing the good name of Elder Randung, and in doing so tarnishing the reputation of our Xuankong Temple. Me, haha, with such childish tricks. You expect to fool the entire world? It's laughably absurd. Jonlin just let out a cold, contemptuous snort. I knew it. I knew you people would sing this same old song of denial. So, what about the next gift I have for you? As he finished speaking, with a whoosh, a round object flew high into the air, then landed on the ground with a dry thud. It rolled over and over a few times before coming to a stop. It was the severed head of the gray wolf spirit. The old abbot's eyes went wide. He stared at the head lying motionlessly on the ground. He blurted out, What? What is this? Ye Junlin's face was as cold as stone. Old Baldy, I went through all the trouble of finding your lost pet for you. And you don't even know how to say a proper thank you? Is that how you should behave? Old Shu Yun's face darkened like a thundercloud. Don't you dare spout such nonsense. This humble monk has never had any connection whatsoever with that beast. Although his mouth was full of denials, in his heart the old man was cursing. So you were the one who killed this accursed creature too? Whispers and murmurs began to erupt like a disturbed beehive. Look at that stupid wolf. It always acted so high and mighty because it had a powerful backer, terrorizing the entire Far West. For years, the people there have lived in misery and suffering. Countless times, they traveled all the way to the Xuankong Temple to beg for help. And yet, just to protect their worthless reputation, they were heartless enough to sending people to silence those poor villagers. Just then, from within the memory sphere, the arrogant voice of the gray wolf spirit echoed out again. I have the Xuankong Temple backing me. Even if you're a demonic beast of the tribulation realm, don't you dare act insolently before this mountain master. The crowd of cultivators was once again thrown into an uproar. I remember now. The Xuankong Temple really is raising a gray wolf. A long time ago, I saw it lurking around the temple. Could it be that Great Master Shu Yun really condones this vile beast's rampage like this? Or maybe this memory sphere has been faked? I've also vaguely heard rumors that someone was using the Xuankong Temple's name to go around kidnapping children. Suddenly, a middle-aged man spoke up with a commanding voice, drowning out all the chatter. This old man is an elder of the Celestial Phenomenon sect, and here I will stake the honor of my entire sect to swear that the images within these memory spheres show no signs of being tampered with. Everything recorded in them is 100% the truth, completely authentic. The two young masters nodded firmly. The top sect in the Pure Land Nation would surely never speak nonsense. Hearing this, Princess Mingyu's face drained of all color. She covered her mouth with both hands, exclaiming, "Oh my God! This is too horrifying. That old Shu Yun is truly an indescribably despicable scoundrel." The first prince's face was as black as thunder. An elder from the Celestial Phenomenon sect has personally come forward to vouch for it. At this point, what is there left to doubt? The surrounding cultivators were now a mess of chaotic emotions, sadness, hatred, and lamentation. Abbot Shu Yun appears so dignified and solemn on the outside. Who would have thought that behind the scenes he would condone a monster to commit such heinous crimes? Heavens, what in this world is real and what is fake anymore? At this point, model, Ye Kunlin calmly put away the memory sphere. His voice echoed throughout the space. If anyone still has doubts, feel free to go to the land of the far west and see for yourselves. What I have just shown you is the truth. It is undeniable. The crowd's long-suppressed fury finally erupted into a blazing inferno of rage. Ye Kunlin fiercely pointed straight at Shu Yun's face. His voice was as sharp as a hammer's strike. "That's him! The one you all hold in such high esteem. The spiritual leader of the Buddhist sect. Shu Yun, you are nothing but a wolf in monk's robes sitting on a lotus throne. What you sit upon is not a throne of purity, but one made of fresh blood and tears. The unjust suffering of thousands of children who died tragically in the land of the far west." The sound of grinding teeth could be heard. "Even if you chant Amitabha's name for 10,000 years, you will never be able to save the thousands of wronged souls that you yourself pushed into hell." The great prince felt as if his chest was about to explode. His faith had completely shattered. The feeling of having been deceived for so long drove him mad with anger. An invisible but enormous crack was tearing the entire Buddhist sect apart right before their very eyes. All around, curses rang out without end. "This is truly a disgrace to the Buddhist sect. A disgrace to the entire world. Old man Shu Yun, you are unworthy of wearing a monk's robe. You animal, get out of the eastern region. Get out!" Snap! The Bodhi prayer beads in old man Shu Yun's hand shattered. The beads scattered everywhere. The curses like "get out of the eastern region," "get out of the Buddhist sect," were like 10,000 needles stabbing directly into his mind. It caused him to completely lose control. A terrifying surge of power erupted from him, and from the Xuankong Temple. An invisible shockwave swept out in all directions. It was accompanied by the old man's crazed roar. "All of you, shut your mouths for me!" The four unfortunate people who were exposed to that sonic wave immediately started bleeding from all 7 of their orifices. Fresh blood poured endlessly from their mouths and noses. Their faces were contorted in absolute agony. Fortunately, the majority of the cultivators had been shielded by Ye Junlin's barrier. It enveloped them just in time, keeping them safe and sound. The first prince quickly pulled Princess Mingyu into a tight embrace, his voice filled with gratitude as he thanked him. "Thank you, Senior Yi, for saving us." Beside them, the second prince was still shaken. He said worriedly, "That was too close. We were almost killed by that sonic attack. The abbot is trying to silence all of us." "Big brother, little sister, we must report this to father immediately." The panicked cultivators were like a flock of startled ducks, shoving each other as they tried to find a way to escape. "Run, run for your lives! The abbot has gone mad!" But that old bastard Shu Yun wasn't about to let things end so easily. "No one is permitted to leave this place." Suddenly, a giant bronze bell appeared in the sky. It was tens of thousands of times larger than Rondung's bell from before. It descended, swallowing everyone inside. The crowd screamed in terror. "Shu Yun, what are you trying to do?" Old Shu Yun's eyes were now bloodshot, gleaming with a cold, murderous light. He clasped his hands together, chanting a hypocritical Buddhist mantra. "Amitabha!" Today, this old monk held a Dharma assembly, which was unfortunately infiltrated by a great demon. This old monk joined forces with my fellow brothers and all of you cultivators to fight against this demon. After a fierce and exhaustive battle, we were finally able to exterminate him. It is only a pity that the rest of the cultivators here unfortunately perished. Amitabha." The elder from the Heavenly Vision sect roared in fury. "Shu Yun! You're digging your own grave.
You're single-handedly destroying the 1,000-year reputation of the Xuankong Temple. Throughout all this, Ye Junlin just stood to the side, a sarcastic smirk playing on his lips, as expected of a master and his disciple. From the same temple as Ran Deng, both of you are just as despicable. The first prince was enraged. He looked at the group of hypocritical Buddhists and yelled, "You all want to collude with him and do these filthy things too?" But they remained foolishly and blindly loyal. Everything the great abbot does is for the survival of Xuankong Temple. We will never, because of a few one-sided words from that demon betray him! Amitabha, we swear to protect Xuankong Temple to the death. Ming Yauk worriedly tugged on her big brother's sleeve. Big brother, second brother. It seems they've all been brainwashed by that old Shu Yun. The first prince drew the sword at his hip, his eyes resolute. There's only one way now. We have to fight our way out of here. Junlin didn't bother wasting any more breath. He ordered in a stern voice, "Enough talk. Xiao Hong, you're up." Standing beside him, Hong Tianye looked incredibly badass. His killing intent surged as if an asura had descended upon the world. But inside that fiery head of his, a stream of not-so-elegant curses was screaming, "You son of a bitch. How dare you call this great one like some puppy? Am I your damn dog?" Abbot Shu Yun showed no restraint. He attacked directly. "You've come at the perfect time. I'll use you as a sacrifice for my array." Hearing this, Xiao Hong's blood boiled as he roared back, "Shut your filthy mouth!" But at the same time, at the foot of the mountain, in Fonda, people from all over the Pure Land Nation and the eastern region's Buddha continent all saw the terrifying tremor on the mountaintop. Xuankong Temple has even activated its great mountain protecting array. Could it be that they've encountered a powerful enemy? Who dares to trespass in Xuankong Temple? This is tantamount to declaring war on the entire Buddhist sect in the capital of the Pure Land Kingdom. A soldier hurriedly knelt to report. "Your Majesty, a great disaster has befallen Xuankong Temple. The three highnesses are still up there. Please give us your orders, Your Majesty." The ruler of the Pure Land Kingdom's face turned pale. He hastily gave the order. "Immediately summon all the city guards. March directly to Mount Fanda. As you command." The soldier acknowledged the order, then retreated into a dark corner, hidden from view. He took out a jade tablet that was emitting a strange light. His face revealed a mysterious and scheming expression. The time has come. Inside the Liwuji formation, seeing that the situation was not looking good for his side, he cursed in frustration. "Damn it! It's this blasted, bizarre formation." Xiao Hong's eyes were cold, glowing red like embers. With her inherent competitiveness, she arrogantly declared, "This Brahma Cage Buddha prison, this technique of yours might be good enough to suppress some run-of-the-mill cultivators, but in my eyes it's as weak as a snail." Being looked down upon by a junior, Old Man Shu Yun was furious enough to explode. He let out an arrogant roar. His two hands emitted a dazzling light. A giant formation circle appeared. The Bodhidharma palm has been activated. Hong Tianye was not to be outdone. She immediately unleashed the golden crow burning flame art to counter it. The two heaven-shaking powers collided with each other, causing a terrifying explosion in midair, creating a stalemate between two evenly matched forces. Old Man Shu Yun scoffed coldly. "Although you've reached the peak of the tribulation transcendence realm, you're still far too inexperienced. Since you are a patron who excels in fire-based techniques, then let's have a match with my Buddhist sect and see whose fire burns hotter." As he finished speaking, he unleashed the 9 nether karmic flame. Xiao Hong didn't say a word. She only responded with a burst of crimson phoenix leaf fire, a flame even more terrifying. The moment the two flames clashed, he immediately sensed something was wrong. A furious roar erupted from within the bald old geezer's flame. "You actually possess the power of the 9 netherworlds? You dare to collude with the Nether Abyss clan, and you still have the audacity to call yourself a high monk of the Buddhist sect?" Old Man Shu Yun's eyes shifted from murderous intent to pure, deadly killing intent. He arrogantly retorted, "You demons and heretics! How could you possibly understand the true Dharma? This is the Buddhist karmic fire, specifically used to incinerate scum like you." Suddenly, an earth-shattering screech tore through the sky, and a colossal shadow blotted out the entire sun as it descended. It was a Kunpeng, a legendary ancient divine beast. It charged straight into the abbot's formation. The old man was so stunned he nearly bit his tongue off. "Well, what is this? A Kunpeng, an ancient divine beast of the Demon Emperor realm? Why would it show up in this backwater Mount Fanda? Could it be more of that damn Yi Junlin's tricks?" The Kunpeng opened its massive maw. A vortex of energy formed, threatening to suck in and tear apart the old man's defensive barrier. Standing on the Kunpeng's back, Xiaoxi called out, "Master! Eldest brother! Fourth brother and the little mice are here to help. Old man Shu Yun remained stubborn, relying on a mere beast.
I don't even think you can break my great mountain protecting formation.
Xiao Hong chuckled softly. Is that so? At that very moment, Xiaoxi and Xiao Hei on the Kunpeng's back joined forces. Attack, fourth brother! Let's break this formation together! But at the same time, the sturdy defensive barrier was being relentlessly attacked, from both the inside and the outside, by countless different sources of power. Soon after, it shattered like a mirror. Old man Shu Yun stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to believe his eyes.
How could this be?
On the back of that divine beast, there's even a Tribulation Realm expert. Could it be that Fiend Ye also has a disciple at the Tribulation Realm level?
What?
From the outside, the defensive barrier was completely shattered by the Kunpeng. The people trapped inside took this chance and screamed, "The Great Array is broken! Everyone run!" The first prince hurriedly pulled his little sister's hand. "Let's go, quickly!" But old man Shu Yun had completely lost his mind, determined not to let a single person escape alive. He let out one last roar. "None of you will escape!" The defensive shield shattered like crystal, sending out tens of thousands of deadly glittering shards, unleashing a terrifying rain that sent the crowd into a panic. Amidst the chaos, Ye Junlin stood as firm as a mountain, calmly shielding the weaker ones. He smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh? Surprised, everyone?
Shocked to your very core, aren't you?"
The old abbot's face turned purple with rage. Cold sweat trickled down the back of his neck. "Damn it," he growled under his breath. "I absolutely cannot let these cowardly rats get out. If this news spreads, then the 1,000-year foundation of my Huyen Kung Temple will all go down the drain. As for my hollow title of Holy Monk, I might as well just throw it in the trash." Just as this crazed thought flashed through his mind, he roared like a wounded beast. "Block them all! Not a single fly is allowed to pass." The bewildered monks heard the command. They immediately obeyed. In contrast to the old bald monk's frantic state, Ye Junlin simply smiled calmly. "My dear disciples," he said, his voice as light as the wind, "carve a bloody path and escort these patrons safely away from this place of conflict." The moment he finished speaking, two dark figures descended from above, landing as lightly as falling leaves. It was Xiaoxi and Xiao Hei. Both of them declared in a clear, resounding voice, "Yes, master!" Instantly, the pair transformed into a whirlwind, coordinating seamlessly like a perfectly synchronized pair of swords. They easily took down every single Xuankong Temple cultivator who tried to stand in their way. Before long, the trio of master and disciples had calmly escorted everyone out through the main gate of the Temple of Discord. Outside, a general rushed forward, clasping his hands in deep respect. "Great Holy Son, thank goodness you are unharmed. Could it be that Xuankong Temple has been overrun by evil forces?" The first prince, his face flushed crimson with rage, roared, "Overrun my ass! It's the old abbot himself! He's the biggest demon in this Xuankong Temple! Quickly, send a report to my father emperor. Tell him every detail of this despicable truth." Ye Junlin stood to the side, arms crossed, speaking as casually as if he were on a stroll. "Oh, Shu Yun, you've struggled all this time, yet you can't even match a single one of my disciples. Why don't you just obediently cripple your own martial arts, kowtow, and beg for forgiveness? It'll be quicker that way." Old Shu Yun's eyes bulged, bloodshot with a killing intent so thick you could almost see it drip. He hissed through his teeth, "In your dreams! Yeah, you demon, do you really think that the true power of Xuankong Temple is only this much? The commotion has gotten this big. Are the two of you still not planning to show yourselves?" Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed from somewhere, like thunder rumbling by their ears. "Who dares to come here and cause chaos?" Shu Yun clasped his hands, his face a mask of feigned piety. Disciple Shu Yun respectfully requests the two saints to come out of seclusion, to slay demons and exorcise evil, and to protect the sect. From the main hall of Xuankong Temple, a massive spatial rift opened up, shooting out dazzling, mysterious beams of light. Ye Junlin merely smirked slightly, a look of amusement flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, two objects tore through the air, rushing out from the rift, transforming into two brilliant golden streaks of light, shooting straight towards his position. The monks of Xuankong Temple saw this, and overjoyed as if they had struck gold, cheered wildly. "It's the demon-subduing staff and the Vajra ring. The two saints of Xuankong Temple have emerged. We're saved!" Ye Junlin took just a single light step back, calm and composed as he faced the two lightning-fast attacks. He stared at the two treasures that were screaming towards him, the corner of his mouth curling into a contemptuous smile. Immediately after, with just a casual flick of his hand, both the staff and the golden ring were stopped by an invisible force.
halting in midair. From the void, two sturdy hands materialized and casually seized the two treasures. Two old men, one tall and imposing, the other refined and otherworldly, were none other than two of the three renowned saints of Xuan Kong Temple, Elder Dragon Elephant, at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. One of them spoke, his voice booming like a great bronze bell. "How audacious! Who dares to disturb the sanctity of our Buddhist sanctuary?" The monks, overjoyed, all bowed down in unison. "Amitabha Buddha! We welcome Elder Dragon Elephant and Elder Pure Tranquility. My heavens, they're the legends of old. Their fame is on par with the abbots. They are hailed as the three saints of the Xuan Kong Temple. They are Buddhist monks, the most revered in all the land. Since I was a child, I've heard of their resounding fame throughout the eastern region. I never thought I'd be so blessed as to witness the esteemed faces of you two saints today, even though you've been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. Amitabha Buddha." Shu Yun showed extreme reverence, bowing his head. "It's been a long time, you two elders. If the situation hadn't forced my hand, this old monk would never have dared to disturb your peaceful cultivation." But inside he was screaming, "Took you long enough! If these damn old geezers had shown up just a little bit later, I would have been having a direct interview with the Buddha himself." Elder Longshang frowned and questioned Shu Yun. "Who is this patron that he dares to wreak havoc in our holy temple? And to reduce you to such a pathetic state?" Elder Qingjing added, "Indeed, even the mountain-protecting Grand Formation had to be activated. Xuan Kong Temple has never faced a situation like this before. As the abbot, how do you explain this?" As soon as the question was asked, Shu Yun unleashed a torrent of pre-composed lies. "Reporting to you two, he is the demon lord Ye who is causing chaos throughout the entire eastern region. This demon lord fabricated a recording sphere to slander our temple's reputation, then incited a mob to come here and cause destruction. This old monk had no choice but to activate the Grand Formation and risk my life to fight him to the death." A monk beside him chimed in, "That's right. The elders of the Yuhua Gate and even the venerable Extreme Yang were all murdered by his hand. Now he wants to destroy our Xuan Kong Temple. We implore you two elders to seek justice for Xuan Kong Temple." Ye Junlin burst out laughing. "Ha ha! Your talent for turning black into white has truly reached a supreme level. I've been standing here all this time, precisely to provide cover for the righteous cultivators to retreat. It was to prevent this exact scenario where the dead can't testify against you all." Old Shu Yun immediately craned his neck to argue. "Demon Lord Yi, don't you dare try to argue your way out of this. Today is your doomsday. This old monk swears to protect Xuan Kong Temple to the death. I will eradicate you, you fiend, root and stem." With that said, his two eyes and the lotus on his forehead suddenly flared with a brilliant light. The old man turned to the two elders. "You two, let us strike together. Exterminate this evil demon and protect the righteous path." Suddenly, the old abbot shot up into the air. The scepter in his hand gathered an astonishing amount of energy, emitting a blinding light. The crowd of cultivators was once again left gawking. Isn't that the 9th grade mystic weapon, the heaven-piercing scepter? The foremost of the three great treasures of the Xuan Kong Temple? Immediately after, the two old elders didn't hesitate either. They struck in unison. "Excellent! Have a taste of my demon-subduing cudgel technique. You accursed wretch, die!" The three old men coordinated with each other with truly impeccable synergy. From high above, old man Shu Yun dove down, his eyes blazing with killing intent. "Yea, you fiend, pay with your life!" In the blink of an eye, the supreme mystic sword, also a 9th grade mystic artifact, was summoned by Ye Kunlin. He spoke slowly, his tone as casual as if he were showing off a new toy. "It's just a 9th grade mystic weapon, that's all." "Why so tense? Who doesn't have one?" The moment the sword left its sheath, the battle, a lopsided 1-against-3 fight, officially began. Old man Shu Yun was stunned. "Impossible! You fiend, how do you possess a 9th grade mystic artifact?" The sharp edge of this blade was right against his face. Ye Kunlin's voice was as cold as ice. "I possess many more treasures that you all couldn't even dream of in your entire lives. The question is, do you have enough lives left to witness them? This really is a good sword. It's just a shame I don't have a decent sword technique yet, one that's worthy of it." Suddenly, the system's voice spoke up. In his mind, detecting that the host has checked in at the main hall of the Xuan Kong Temple. "Host, do you wish to claim your reward?" At this moment, he thought to himself, "Not bad. So you finally decided to show your face, huh? I was starting to think you'd embezzled my reward for yourself." Claim it right now!" System notification. "Congratulations, host, for the successful login. Reward: 1 supreme sword technique, the 6 immortals sword style. A massive and deadly stream of information flooded into Ye Junlin's mind. He smirked. Excellent. Ask and you shall receive. Not bad at all. All right, for the sake of this reward, I'll forgive your sluggishness this time. A sharp and brutal aura erupted from Ye Junlin's body, causing all three old men from Xuan Kong Temple to jump in shock. What? Such terrifying killing intent. A sudden sword strike as fast as lightning lashed out, catching all three old men completely off guard. They had to join forces and brace themselves to block it. Old man Shu Yun was both terrified and worried. You fiend! What kind of demonic sword style is this? Why does it have such overwhelming killing intent? He sneered. Listen closely. Its name is the ultimate baldy butchering technique, specially designed to send those who wear monks' robes, but have the hearts of wolves like you lot to meet Buddha a little sooner. Elder Longxiang, utterly enraged, swung his staff and roared, Insolent! Such arrogant words. Ye Junlin blocked the blow with just one hand. His tone was arrogant, mixed with a mocking taunt. So weak. Is that all the strength you have? I am a renowned fiend, after all. Aren't you going to put a little more muscle into it? Knocked back by the counterattack, Elder Longsheng turned and yelled at the other two. This fiend is far too arrogant. What are you two just standing there watching for? Immediately, Old Man Hu Yun activated the Myriad Lotus Myriad Leaves Purification Formation. The elder also activated his Vajra bracelet. Abbot, an attack from above! Two elders provided cover from the sides. Although Ye Junlin was caught in a pincer attack, he still handled it with ease, protecting himself within a dense layer of sword ki. Hong Tianyi watched from a distance, his mind reeling. He's facing three Tribulation Transcendence Masters, at their peak all by himself. Yet he's as carefree as if he's on a stroll. Just how many more trump cards is he hiding? He's a man I can never see through. Li Wuji, standing beside him, was on the contrary extremely excited. That's my master for you! You bald-headed monks from the Xuan Kong Temple? So what if you have three mystic artifacts? Master will still beat you all to a pulp. The two old elders paused for a moment, panting. Their hearts were filled with terror. This fiend is truly a tough nut to crack. Back when we dominated the Eastern Domain, we never encountered an opponent this formidable. Elder Qingjing sent a telepathic message to Shu Yun. Shu Yun, what in the world did you do to provoke this god of calamity? The old abbot warned you back then. Don't recklessly make enemies for the Xuan Kong Temple, but just look at the mess we're in now. Old Shu Yun could only remain silent, his face pale with worry. Once again, Ye Junlin swung his sword, aiming straight for the three old men. He slashed at them, his voice dripping with contempt. I thought you old geezers were supposed to be powerful. Turns out this is all you've got. The fourth Longxiang elder couldn't bear this humiliation. He roared, This fiend is pushing us too far! The two of you, it seems, we have to use that power. Elder Qingjing nodded decisively. Agreed. The energy we've accumulated for so many years. If we don't use it now, when will we? Shu Yun, form the array! Old Shu Yun, as if grasping a lifeline, screamed, Demon Ye, you forced my hand! Even if you died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to atone for your sins. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering mantra rang out. The Dharma Sea Seal of the Three Masters illuminated the 10 directions. A series of other mystical mantras followed one after another. Where all good deeds gather, the white Dharma shines bright, uprooting the suffering of this world, transforming it into sweet dew, purifying the Buddha's domain, opening the path to enlightenment. The three old men combined their strength, creating an unimaginable source of power. It transformed into the colossal pillar of light from the sky, crashing straight down on their opponent's head. A fight to the death was decided. The three Grandmasters of the Xuan Kong Temple decided to play their final hand. They poured all their life force into a single, desperate life-or-death gamble to send Ye Junlin to meet his maker. The old demon monk leading the charge, his eyes were bulging, bloodshot and terrifyingly white, blazing with a terrifying heat. A murderous aura so thick it felt like it could tear space itself apart. Faced with this heaven-shaking, earth-shattering display of intimidation, Ye Junlin only furrowed his brow slightly. Master, oh my God! Li Wujie, standing not far away, almost bit his own tongue off in shock. Master's in a really tough spot now. The power of those bald old geezers suddenly shot up by several dozen times. Hong Tianyi also held her breath, her hands clenched tightly. That's the power of incense. In the eye of the storm, the old abbot was still fondling his scepter, muttering the familiar Amitabha Buddha under his breath. But in his mind, he was calculating meticulously. Damn it! I was originally saving this pile of faith energy, accumulated over tens of thousands of years, to break through to the true immortal realm. Who knew I'd have to spend it piece by piece today? Ah, whatever, I'll just use it to take down this little bastard first. When the incense power runs out, I'll just trick the followers into donating more. What's there to worry about? Yet Junlin's expression changed slightly. Then the corner of his mouth curled up into a cunning smile, so chilling it gave you goosebumps. Ah, so that's how it is. This is the one. So this is your final trump card? The terrifying pressure created by this trio truly far surpasses any opponent I've ever faced. For the first time in a long while, the blood in my veins is starting to boil with excitement. What a pity. Such a waste, he sighed to himself. These old geezers, even with all their power-ups and buffs, are still just stuck at the peak of the tribulation stage. They're not nearly strong enough to activate my talent, the one where the stronger my enemy, the stronger I become. And just like that, I've missed my chance to ride a rocket straight to the immortal realm. Elder Shu Yun's eyes were shot through with a spiderweb of blood. He let out a heaven-shaking roar. Demon Yi, hand over your life! As he finished speaking, all three blurry figures shot towards Ye Junlin, carrying a brutal force with them, as if to pulverize everything in their path. In that hair-raising moment, a massive black shadow suddenly blotted out the entire sky. The Kunpeng had appeared. From its mighty beak, an energy sphere as brilliant as a small sun shot out, smashing right into the three elders' defensive barrier and shattering it like a thin pane of glass. Elder Shu Yun roared in fury, "You beast! This old monk will definitely capture you and make you a guardian holy beast. For the Xuankong Temple." As he spoke, a giant hand of energy from the sky descended, grabbing at the divine beast in a blatant attempt to capture it by force. At this point, Ye Junlin could no longer maintain his calm composure. A storm of killing intent erupted from his body. "You old bald donkey! You dare touch a single hair on my Akun?" The old man, still not realizing the danger he was in, arrogantly provoked, "I touched him, so what? What are you going to do about it?" Hehehe. A bone-chilling demonic laugh escaped from Ye Junlin's lips. In front of him, an ancient sword began to materialize. "Then I shall let you broaden your horizons. See what one chi transforms into three truly is." As soon as he finished speaking, his body instantly split into two other identical forms. Three Ye Junlins, each with a unique aura, stood majestically in midair. Shaoli's eyes went wide as he stammered, "Holy crap! How did two more masters suddenly pop out of nowhere?" Zhao Hong was also completely stunned. Ye Junlin possesses such a mystical, great divine ability? Is it really this wondrous? Is this an inheritance from ancient times, or a great Tao that he himself pioneered? Good heavens. I once had an audience with a true immortal in my time. But following this guy, I'm realizing I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. The two doppelgangers calmly advanced as soon as they appeared. One was as cold as ice. The other wore a smile brimming with demonic energy. The two remaining elders of the Xuankong Temple were terrified, so scared their souls nearly fled their bodies. What in the world is this? The aura and cultivation level of all three of them are identical. These are definitely not your average fodder-level doppelgangers. Only old man Shu Yun tried to act tough. He sneered contemptuously. One chi into three whatever. It's all just a bunch of flashy, useless tricks. Never mind two doppelgangers. What good would another 100 do? Without the empowerment of a top-tier profound artifact, they're nothing but useless shadows. Ye Junlin's smirk grew even more mocking. Who says I don't have any? As he spoke, the incomplete heaven burial coffin and the mid-stage longevity melody appeared simultaneously in the hands of the two doppelgangers, radiating a terrifying pressure. The original Ye Junlin lazily pointed his sword at the three old men. "Let's see how many moves you old fossils can withstand." The abbot's vision blurred at the sight. His jaw hung open in disbelief. What? Ninth-grade profound artifacts? Model? All of them are ninth-grade profound artifacts? The Longxiang elder's sweat was pouring off him like he'd just taken a bath. Damn it, our entire massive Xuankong sect only has a single ninth-grade profound artifact. Where the hell did this guy come from, pulling out three of them at once? He spoke with a sneer of contempt. With those battered and broken bodies of yours, I wonder if you're even enough for this venerable one to use the Thung Win Yadam on. Humph! Shu Yun still craned his neck to argue. Demon, yeah! You think you can scare us just by adding two more shadows? A challenging glint flashed in his eyes. Why don't you try and find out? What's the point of all this chatter? As soon as the words left his mouth, the clone, Zhangsheng Chuizhong, had already turned into a bolt of lightning and shot forward, launching a thunderous blow at the old man Shu Yun. The old man staggered and flew backward. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his lips. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Impossible. I've been blessed by the power of the incense fire, and yet I couldn't even block a single move? Immediately, the other two elders roared and charged forward. "You vile creature! Don't you get so arrogant, Shu Yun! We're here to help you!" But ironically, one attack was stopped dead in its tracks by a giant wooden coffin. As for the Vajra scepter, it was ensnared by the deadly musical notes of the heaven burial coffin, completely entangled, with no way to escape. The original Ye Junlin stood with his arms crossed, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Hey, hey! Your opponents are over here with me. What's this? We just started a one-on-one? And you're already rushing off to gang up on someone else? That's not very sportsmanlike of you." Suddenly, Changsheng Ku Wei Zhong unleashed a wave of murderous, blood-red energy, shaking the entire Eastern Blood Domain, the sixth form of the heavenly ruin art. The old abbot, terrified, screamed, "This is a disaster!" He had to muster every ounce of his strength, just to barely resist that murderous aura that felt like it wanted to devour him alive. But once it had gathered enough energy, the heaven-burying coffin clone unleashed the sixth form, Cloud and Smoke Stance. The sword in its hand shone with a blinding light. A single sword strike came crashing down. The old monk Shu Yun couldn't block in time. He was sent flying like a torn ball. At the same time, Elder Longshang was struggling against the mysterious coffin. He yelled as he blocked, "It's too strong! Qingjing, hurry up and help me!" Old Elder Qingjing had lost his precious treasure. Now all he could do was clamp his hands tightly over his ears to keep from being tortured by the deathly dirges until his eardrums burst. He flicked his hand in annoyance. Elder Longshang was immediately knocked head over heels. His voice was dripping with sarcasm. "You can't even save your own skin, and you're trying to worry about someone else?" Old Longshang had just escaped the attack and hadn't even caught his breath. When he turned back, he was horrified to see Shu Yun beaten to a pulp, lying there in a mangled heap. The old man gritted his teeth, terrified. "Damn it! This demon's clone is this powerful? It's crushing us so completely we can't even fight back." Thinking they were at a dead end, the old man rallied his spirits and shouted, "Shu Yun, it's come to this. Our only choice is to use that combined technique. It's our only chance." Hearing this, the abbot was startled for a moment. Then he too gritted his teeth. Old Shu Yun originally really didn't want to play that last resort trump card. But in this situation, if they couldn't defeat him, he feared the three of them would be taking a trip to the underworld together. With that thought, he replied, "My two junior brothers, lend me a hand." The two clones, Heaven-Burying Coffin and Eternal Life Dirge, also temporarily stopped their attacks. His face full of anticipation. "Oh, you old geezers still have some tricks up your sleeves?" Suddenly, from the hands of the three elders, a magic circle emerged. In the center was the Wan character, a symbol of Buddhism. The three of them seemed to merge into one. All their energy was channeled into Elder Shu Yun. His two eyes suddenly glowed with a terrifying light. His mouth opened to a grotesque width. Unbelievable. The three old men had fused into a single entity, a ferocious, three-headed, six-armed creature. Its hands held all three of their treasures. Ye Junlin laughed with amusement. "Oh, now this is interesting. 3 heads and 6 arms. I never thought you 3 bald donkeys knew how to transform into Nezha." The 3 heads of the demonic monk roared in unison, enraged. "Yeah, you demon, your time has come. Amitabha, Tathagata descends." Back then, the 3 saints of the Xuan Kong Temple, we relied on this very move to dominate the Buddhist sects of the eastern region. This old monk and my 2 junior brothers will enact justice on behalf of the heavens today. We will crush a demon like you. The 3 treasures merged together, forming a completely new weapon. Shu Yun thought to himself, "I have to end this quickly. With every second that passes, this combined body burns my meridians like fire. I can't maintain it for long. This ultimate weapon is the 3 worlds combined. The great sun Tathagata's edict." His eyes blazed with fire. "This one move will completely eradicate a scourge like you." His attitude also changed completely. His eyes lit up with a fighting spirit. "Interesting. It seems I'll have to get a little serious, too." "Perfect. I'll use you." Mongrels to test the strength of my one chi transforms into 3 pure ones. Ye Junlin's eyes shone as brightly as the stars. Crown shakes the cosmos. Stars guide to immortality. His 3 incarnations, simultaneously activating their ultimate power. 3 weapons merge into one. 3 energy dragons surge forth. Along with the serene sword, everything transforms into a single blinding beam of light, powerful enough to annihilate heaven and earth. On the old abbot's side, their combined form doesn't flinch in the slightest. "Yeah, you demon, die!" The old man swings his weapon, unleashing a relentless storm of attacks. But he remains calm, his tone utterly contemptuous, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. "Abyss spear today? I will use their fake Buddha blood to christen you." Christen your blade. The two sides clash in a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering battle. Below, the disciples can only clutch their heads and scream, "Master! What in the world is happening up there? Oh, my eyes, I'm going blind." Oh my God, the human race. How can they be this terrifying? The terrifying power from the collision creates a horrific earthquake. The surrounding cultivators panic and flee in all directions. I've never seen power on this level before. It's too scary. Run! Staying here is a death sentence. The cultivators who were so cheerful earlier are now pale as ghosts. Our abbot will definitely win, right? But as the light fades, the scene that appears leaves everyone speechless. Lying scattered on the ground are the three old elders of the Xuankong Temple, in a pathetic state, floating in midair, majestic and imposing, is Ye Kunlin and his cold, sharp blade. Desperate cries erupt from the crowd. "No, Abbot Elders!" He looks down at them, his voice filled with triumph. Well, is there anyone else who's not convinced? A disgruntled elder roars, "You demon! Don't you get too smug?" Based on the 1,000 years of good karma of my Xuankong Temple, fellow cultivators from the righteous sects will soon be here to enact heaven's justice and execute you. I never would have thought that this sacred Buddhist land, which once saved countless lives, would be desecrated by a demon like you today. I am ashamed to face our ancestors. I couldn't protect this sacred ground. I've allowed all of their life's work to be destroyed. The old abbot whispered to the other two. Even combined, we can't defeat him. We have to find a way to get out of here. Ye Junlin let out a cold snort. The two of you can drop the act. For the past 1,000 years, your Xuankong Temple has committed countless wicked deeds, things that heaven itself cannot forgive. This piece of land was already defiled by all of you long ago. The old Qingjing and Longshang angrily retorted, "Don't you dare spout such nonsense!" From the very beginning, Xuankong Temple has always taken it upon itself to save all living beings as its responsibility. Every single disciple must descend the mountain for training, to punish the wicked and protect the innocent. Those are good deeds. It's not something you can just slander as you please. You think just because you've won, you can say whatever you want? He lazily picked at his ear, waving his hand as if shooing away a fly. I suppose it was after you two old geezers went into seclusion that Xuankong Temple was led astray. On a path of no return, wasn't it? Hey, you old bald donkey. Things have already come to this. And you're still trying to play dumb? Longshang whipped around and asked Shu Yun, "What does he mean by that?" "That old man is still spouting nonsense. You demon. Are you trying to frame this old monk?" He sneered and raised a hand. A complex circle of incantations appeared around his hand. "If you don't want to talk, then fine, don't. I'll let everyone here watch a live show." Thump, thump. Ye Junlin crossed his arms leisurely. His tone was as light as air. "I trust you two great masters have seen enough." One of the two elders had 2 streams of aged tears rolling down his face. His voice trembled as if it were about to shatter. How could this be? Shu Yun, you who wear the robes of a monk, and yet you heartlessly massacred countless innocent lives. Is this the action of a Buddhist practitioner? Elder Longxiang and Elder Qingjing roared in unison, filled with absolute fury. "Shu Yun, you beast in a kasaya! Your sins are unforgivable. Unforgivable." The 1,000-year reputation of the Xuankong Temple, painstakingly built by generations of sages, and yet today a degenerate like you has destroyed it in the blink of an eye. Have you forgotten? That year when you knelt before the late abbot, what you so grandly swore in your vows? An evil aura suddenly billowed from the corners of the old man's mouth. His voice turned demonic. "I vow to be a bright lamp to illuminate and save all living beings. I vow my body to be a vessel of mercy on the sea of suffering, and to rescue all sentient beings from hell." Isn't that right? A thick, viscous black aura, stinking and foul, erupted from his body. That's right, it was precisely to fulfill those vows, because I wanted the Xuankong Temple to be righteous and grand, and to flourish, that I had to do all of these things. In that instant, Shu Yun's face twisted into a grotesque shape, as if his soul had been completely devoured by darkness. By the way, let me share some good news with you all. The underworld has descended upon the immortal realm, with the ambition to unify all worlds. So the final days of this tattered Kunlun realm are not far off, model. Ha ha ha, he's already made his decision. Once it can no longer be hidden, then we'll all just blow up together and be done with it. The two elders were both horrified and utterly furious. The power of the 9 nethers. Shu Yun, you actually colluded with the Nether Abyss Demon Clan. All these years, not a single one of us had the slightest clue about him. Shu Yun now had almost transformed into a being of pure darkness. With a heaven-shattering killing intent, he roared and charged forward. "Today I will light the first flame for the great army of the netherworld. to conquer the Kunlun realm! All of you can go to the Western Paradise together. Ye Junlin spoke in a mocking tone. Oh? So there's even an undercover agent plot twist, huh? This big reveal? It's got quite the intimidating aura. Almost scared me to death. 4 ice-cold words rang out. Kang Yuan's path of extinction. He was seen gently waving his hand. Instantly from the 9 heavens above, tens of thousands of brilliant beams of holy light descended, piercing straight through Shu Yun's body, incinerating him amidst heart-wrenching screams of agony. His body gradually disintegrated into dust, but he still managed to let out a crazed laugh. Ye Junlin, what's the use in killing me alone? Long live the Nether Abyss! Elder Longshang and Elder Qingjing clasped their hands and bowed their heads reverently, Amitabha Buddha. Thankfully, Benefactor Yi acted righteously in the nick of time. If the Xuan Kong Temple had truly colluded with that vile group, from the Nether Abyss, the consequences would have been truly unimaginable. We are eternally grateful to Benefactor Ye for slaying the demon and preserving the 10,000-year reputation of the Xuan Kong Temple. Thank you, Benefactor Ye. You have given our temple a new lease on life. Elder Qingjing spoke, his face full of worry. If Shu Yun's final words were true, I'm afraid the Kunlun realm is about to face a great calamity, a terrifying one. All living beings will suffer, and Kunlun will be drowned in a sea of blood. Longshang continued, his gaze firm. Amitabha Buddha. If the Nether Abyss Demon Clan dares to invade the Xuan Kong Temple, we swear to fight them to the death, to protect all living beings. But Ye Junlin maintained his gentle demeanor and spoke. Masters, please rest assured, even if the myriad races of the Nether Abyss were to bring their entire clan here, I would only need to flip my hand to make every last one of them vanish from this world. With that said, he turned to leave. As for cleaning up the aftermath, I'll have to trouble you 2 elders to handle it. This one will take his leave now. Elder Longxiang and Elder Qingjing hurriedly clasped their hands. Amitabha Buddha. In that case, thank you very much, Benefactor Ye. Allow this humble monk to see you off. But he quickly waved his hand, refusing. There's no need for such trouble. Akon. He had just whistled when Akon instantly appeared out of thin air. By your command, Master. It then transformed into a streak of light and shot away. Below, the royal family of the Pure Land Kingdom was looking up. Princess Mingyu pointed to the sky and exclaimed, Big brother, look! That's Senior Ye's mount. Why are they leaving in such a hurry? Could it be that the battle is already over? The eldest prince replied thoughtfully. It's unclear what the final outcome was. We don't know if that abbot is dead or alive, but the urgent matter right now is to report back to Father Emperor immediately. Qingjing watched the distant departing figure and couldn't help but lament for Xuan Kong Temple to have fallen into this state. A part of the responsibility lies with us 2 old geezers. If we had known this day would come, we wouldn't have just left everything to others, only knowing how to close our doors and enter seclusion to get it over with. Longxiang let out a long sigh. Who would have ever thought that Shu Yun was actually a spy for the Nether Abyss clan? Well, the most important thing now is to quickly reorganize Xuan Kong Temple. Suddenly, a few dark figures darted past. But how could they escape the sharp eyes of Longshang? The elder bellowed, his voice booming like a bronze bell. Who's skulking over there? Get out here and face this old master! From the deep shadows, a group of people slowly emerged. The leader let out a hoarse, horrifying laugh. Ha ha ha! The 3 saints of Huyan Kong, who once shook the entire eastern domain, and yet now all that's left are 2 old men. Fate truly has a twisted sense of humor. Long Tong roared in anger. You pack of rats, what hole did you crawl out of? You don't even dare to show your faces, yet you come to Huyan Kong Temple to show off your might. The man bared his ghastly white teeth. Grandmaster Long Tong, your temper is still as fiery as ever. Let's see, it reminds me of the great assembly of the 10 major sects of the Eastern Domain. Back then, you were running your mouth just as loudly as you are now. Elder Long Tong was stunned. You? Who in the world are you? A terrible premonition rose in his heart. The only people qualified to attend that assembly were either sect masters or elders of the most powerful factions in the Eastern Domain. It seems the one who joined forces with the Nether Abyss Horde wasn't a Huvan alone. This matter is far more complicated than I imagined. Suddenly, the mysterious man's hands formed a bizarre seal. He mumbled an incantation. Instantly from the high heavens, countless pitch-black lightning bolts carrying an aura of destruction rained down, forcing both elders to their knees. The stranger continued, his voice dripping with pity. What a terrible shame. The 2 of you are nothing but a spent force now. You don't even have the strength to resist. You might as well just open your eyes wide and watch as the entire foundation of Huyan Kong Temple is razed to the ground. The two elders struggled to get up, roaring, "Stop! Stop right now!" Model. But before the words could even finish, those deadly bolts of lightning had already struck down upon the main hall of Xuankong Temple and the monks below, causing all of them, in an instant, to have their souls utterly annihilated. Rivers of blood flowed. Longsheng and Elder Qingjing trembled all over, unable to stand steady. "Who are you? Why would you do this?" Could it be that Shu Yun has offended you in some way? He burst into maniacal laughter. "Offended me? No, of course not. In fact, we were even close allies. If you must blame someone, blame that mouth of Shu Yun's who couldn't keep it shut." He single-handedly flipped the entire game board that Ming Yuan had so painstakingly set up. "So now I'll have to trouble you two great masters to keep this secret and remain silent forever." Both of them were utterly horrified. Allies? Before they could finish their sentence, an invisible dark art struck their minds directly, extinguishing the consciousness of them both. The stranger casually turned and walked away, leaving behind a cold remark. From this day forward, the eastern region will no longer have the so-called Buddhist Holy Land Xuankong Temple. Behind him were two corpses with their eyes still wide open, filled with resentment and terror. Meanwhile, at the royal palace of the Pure Land Kingdom, the atmosphere was more heated than ever. The first prince spoke first. "After the shocking incident at Xuankong Temple, I fear that the Zen cultivators of the world will soon gather to exert pressure. The Pure Land Kingdom, should we draw a clear line in the sand with them soon? Your Majesty." The second prince quickly chimed in. "That's right, Father. I just saw Senior Yi and his group leaving. It seems Xuankong Temple has truly fallen. Why don't we take this opportunity to lead our troops up the mountain and subjugate them? We can take advantage of the situation and also display the might of our Pure Land Nation." The ruler of the Pure Land Nation, peak stage Mahayana Realm Master, frowned and shouted, "Nonsense! Xuankong Temple is a great tree that provides shade for the entire Buddha continent. How can you speak of attacking them so lightly? Besides, I..." And the late abbot shared a deep friendship. "I know his character well. The reputation of Xuankong Temple is renowned throughout the lands. It is by no means an empty one. The truth of the matter is not yet clear. All of you are to stand down and await further news." Standing outside the main hall, Princess Ming Yue muttered to herself, "The battle inside Xuankong Temple. That should have been over by now, shouldn't it? What is that distant pillar of black smoke that seems to prop up the sky? Could it be that another great disaster has occurred?" The young princess's expression suddenly became extremely tense. Abruptly, from outside the imperial palace, piercing screams echoed. "Invaders! Invaders have breached the imperial palace!" The princess looked up in shock. What is that?" From high up in the sky, a flock of mysterious crow-like figures, wearing tightly wrapped cloaks, were diving down like deadly meteors. These strangers struck with vicious cruelty, killing everyone in their path. Immediately after, the eerie purple beams of light they shot out owed death and destruction, causing the soldiers of the Pure Land Nation to fall like mown grass. The two princes' faces were drained of all color. "Father Emperor, outside!" "Something's wrong!" The ruler was utterly shocked. Instantly, he transformed into a blazing meteor and tore through the sky. He rushed outside to face the group of strangers. The Emperor's voice was as hard as steel. "What insolent bunch! Dares to storm my imperial palace and go on a killing spree?" But the enemy forces were too numerous. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded. The king cried out inwardly, "This is bad, I'm done for." To think there are 4 auras of the early-stage tribulation realm, to be able to mobilize so many powerful experts at once. Their background is clearly not to be trifled with. Just what sect do they belong to? With that thought, he gritted his teeth, trying to figure out a way to deal with them. The king of the Pure Land Nation tried to warn them. "I advise you all to retreat immediately. The sacred Buddhist monastery is right here in this royal capital." The man in the lead replied with an infuriatingly casual tone. "Oh, you mean that Xuankong Temple? They've just been razed to the ground." The king was stunned. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Impossible! Could it be that you were the ones who destroyed the Xuankong Temple? "Why are you wasting time talking to this old geezer?" Another one of them roared. "Just kill him and then we'll slaughter everyone in the imperial palace. We still have a long mission ahead of us." Surrounded by enemies on all 4 sides, he had to tense up and defend. The black-robed men with wicked expressions on their faces spoke up. "Oh? He's using the nation's fortune to barely force his cultivation up to the mid-stage tribulation realm. Well now, isn't this interesting? But these paltry little tricks of yours aren't even enough for a warm-up for us." The Emperor desperately defended against the storm of attacks. His expression grew uglier by the second. The three princes were extremely worried. "Father!" "Why? Why is this happening so suddenly?" Amidst the barrage of attacks, he roared like thunder. "Quickly, get out of the Pure Land Nation! Go as far as you can. Hurry!" The leader immediately gave an order. "Go and kill every last one of those brats for me. Don't let a single one of them survive. This is an order from the sect master." Princess ManHwa's voice was urgent. "Big brother! Second brother, get on the Liuhe flying mount, quickly!" With that, the three of them transformed into a streak of light and shot off, leaving behind the shouts of the enemy soldiers in pursuit. "Don't let them escape!" Suddenly, a spatial black hole appeared up ahead. The two princes cried out, "There's a teleportation array up ahead! I have the command token, I can activate it! It will get us out of the Pure Land Kingdom in an instant!" The first prince gritted his teeth in hatred. "Damn it, those bastards! Who the hell are they? After we get to safety, we will definitely find out the truth." The three of them charged straight into the teleportation array, but their plan was shattered by the group of strangers. A powerful attack sent all three of them flying into the air. "You two go now!" The two princes threw out a scroll and yelled. At the same time, the first prince used every ounce of his strength to push ManHwa forward. He urged her, "Little sister, go quickly. Your brothers will hold them back." And so the princess charged alone into the teleportation array. As it was activating, suddenly, the first prince's entire body erupted in a blinding light. His voice was filled with grim resolve. "Today, I don't care who you are. Don't even think about getting near this teleportation array." Seeing this, the mysterious figures looked horrified. "Damn it! Is this guy planning to go all out? A suicide attack to take us all down with him?" "Fall back!" he screamed as his final words. His body temperature skyrocketed as he turned himself into a small, destructive sun and exploded in midair. ManHwa was already inside the stream of teleportation light. She was completely overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streamed endlessly down her face. She let out a heart-wrenching scream, "Big brother!" Meanwhile, the mysterious figures still wouldn't let the Emperor go. He was struggling to withstand their final blows. "Just who in the hell are you people? Why do you want to annihilate my Pure Land Kingdom?" The stranger snarled in response. "If you must blame someone, blame your own rotten luck. It just so happens that the gate was placed right here." The king was stunned. The man bared his sharp fangs, his humanity slowly fading away. "Once we're done with you, the creatures from the dark abyss will pour through. And then, this entire country will soon become their domain. But don't you worry. We'll find a use for your precious subjects later." He screamed in utter indignation, "A plot! This is a world-shattering plot!" Then his body suddenly began to crack like porcelain and shattered into 1,000 fragments. Right where he fell, a gloomy path shrouded in mist and bone appeared. In the deepest part of the Pure Land Kingdom's royal palace, a stargate, a deep, pitch-black vortex was slowly opening. From within, some kind of creature stepped out from the darkest of nightmares. It had razor-sharp fangs and claws and an aura of deadly mystery. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. Aboard a luxurious magical vessel soaring through the clouds and wind, the atmosphere was no different. From a chaotic marketplace, buzzing with hushed conversations. Panic! Damn it, the cultivation world has been in total chaos lately. I heard that our entire state has been completely overrun by those monsters from the dark abyss. Our fellow cultivators rose up to fight back, but they were mercilessly crushed by those things. The rest were captured and enslaved, a fate worse than death. You're telling me that dark abyss horde is sweeping through like a violent storm? How are the smaller sects supposed to stand a chance? I'm afraid only the major powers like the Feathering sect would be strong enough to take them on. But the situation right now is a complete mess. Who knows who to find to take charge? Liu Ji stood behind him, listening quietly. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, We haven't been away from the Xuankong Temple for that long. So how could the world have changed so dizzyingly fast? Just then, a little girl came running over, waving a stack of papers in her hand. She was shouting at the top of her lungs, "Hot news, hot news. The Cultivation World Daily's special edition fresh off the press. Get your copy now, everyone." Hearing the little girl shout that a copy was only 2 coins, little Lei was still looking bewildered. When a copy was shoved right into his hand, he reluctantly replied, Thanks, kid." Meanwhile, on the back of the divine beast, the Kun Peng, a completely different scene was unfolding. Junlin was stretched out on a rattan chair, casually sipping a cup of brown sugar bubble tea and enjoying a professional back massage from Hong Tian, who was serving him with a face as wrinkled as a prune. "Well, little Hong, your massage skills have really improved lately, haven't they? You truly have a natural talent for this." "Master, you flatter me. As long as you are satisfied, that's all that matters." At this very moment, little Le hurried over, presenting the newspaper with both hands. Master, as you instructed, I've obtained the latest newspaper. Huh? Hearing this, Ye Junlin, who had been lounging lazily, suddenly sat bolt upright. He glanced at his disciple's grim expression and asked, "Judging by that long face of yours, I can tell something bad has happened." "Spit it out. Something big happened, didn't it?" Luigi reported in a serious tone. "Master, in the paper, they're writing that you razed the Xuan Kong temple to the ground in a fit of madness. And while they were at it, they wiped out the entire Pure Land nation. Not only was the imperial palace bathed in a sea of blood, but even that old bald monk Huanzi was exterminated by them. And because of that, the Pure Land nation became unclaimed land, allowing the Mingyuan army to leisurely march in and occupy it. Those damn bastards dare to publicly humiliate us like this. They're truly shameless beyond belief." Hearing this, Ye Kunlin was furious. "What? Xuan Kong Temple was wiped out just like that?" Shaoli was stunned. Could it be the work of the Mingyuan clan? Ye Kunlin shook his head. Even if they did it, they wouldn't be stupid enough to expose their own dirty laundry. And they certainly wouldn't have the time to spread such pointless rumors. The human race must have had a hand in this. Considering that Abbot, Xuan Kong already had ties with the Mingyuan, it's not out of the question that the other major sects in the eastern region have also secretly joined forces with those demons, he pondered grimly. We had just left, and then Xuan Kong Temple and the Pure Land Nation met with disaster, creating an opportunity that couldn't be more perfect for the Mingyuan to occupy the land. It seems the mastermind had a perfect plan laid out long ago, and I was merely a pawn, sacrificed on someone else's chessboard and nothing more. Li Wujie hurriedly asked his master, "Could it be that their conspiracy is related to that gate?" Ye Kunlin's expression hardened. "Exactly. Everything revolves around opening the Stargate. I suspect the Emperor of the Pure Land Nation also possessed a Stargate. The Mingyuan clan is trying to form alliances with the sects in the eastern region to execute a plan to attack from both inside and out, in order to throw open the Stargate and bring an army from another world in here." Shaoli nodded and added, "Master is absolutely right. My disciple, I just gathered some news from the passengers on the ship. Many of them are fleeing for their lives. They lamented that many places in the eastern region have fallen into the hands of the Nether Abyss Horde. The situation is extremely critical." Ye Kunlin frowned slightly. "I didn't expect them to act faster than I thought. Is there any other important news?" Suddenly, Shaoli screamed, "The seven stars are in danger!" "And Master, Huangzhou is in trouble, and the Xuantian sect is also in peril." Hearing this, the flames of anger in Ye Kunlin's heart blazed intensely. "What the hell? The Xuantian sect is in trouble too? It seems the distance is too great. Even the sound-transmitting jade slip is useless. Ah Kun, turn back towards Huangzhou. Full speed!" A virtual notification panel appeared before him. "Congratulations, host. You have randomly triggered the check-in mission. Head to Huangzhou. Check in to receive the reward. Divine ability, Heaven and Earth manifestation." After claiming the reward, Ye Kunlin's aura became even more turbulent. "Excellent. I was just planning to lure the snake out of its hole, and you all delivered yourselves to me. This venerable one will be watching closely to see just what kind of demons and monsters you all are." At the same time, in Huangzhou, hell was slowly manifesting on Earth. A horde of Nether Abyss monsters from the Withered Bone clan were cheering triumphantly in the streets. Hurry up, you insects! From this day forward, you lowly commoners will, for all of eternity, be slaves to my great Bone clan." The people, bound in shackles like livestock, cried out in bitter despair, "Damn it! These bastards from the Nether Abyss Bone clan are treating us worse than animals! And yet, there's nothing I can do. Is my Huangzhou going to be like this forever? Shrouded in darkness. So what? Back in the day, Senior Ye's power shook the world. It made all the major powers in the eastern region not dare to look down on us. Those glorious days of victory. It wasn't that long ago. How did it come to this? Now even the Xuantian sect is facing a great disaster. I'm afraid that even if Senior Ye were to return, it would be difficult to turn the tides. Inside a tavern, a panicked shout rang out, "Danger! It's them again, the Withered Bone clan. They're up to their tricks again. They're publicly executing cultivators who resisted them out on the street. This time it's actually Fairy Zhao of the Xuantian sect." Hearing this, the crowd frantically rushed outside. "What? Hurry, let's go see what's happening!" In the middle of the square, little Zhao was bound tightly by demonic iron chains. Her delicate body looked so pitiful, a sorrowful sigh was heard. To think that even Fairy Zhao of the Xuantian sect couldn't escape the clutches of the Withered Bone clan. The arrogant leader of the Bone clan spoke in a hoarse voice. I heard you hold quite a high position in the Xuantian sect, Even your elders can only hide in their shells like cowards, not daring to show their faces. And yet you dared to run out here and cause trouble all by yourself? Where do you think you're going, little girl? But Zhao Linger, whose cultivation had already reached the peak of the deity transformation realm, was still powerless, letting them bind her. He continued, in this entire barren continent, your Xuantian sect is the biggest thorn in my side. But it doesn't matter. Today I, the great Bone King, will summon more forces. He suddenly reached out with his bony hand, gripping Zhao Linger's delicate face tightly. He growled, and raise your Xuantian sect to the ground. Then slaughter every last person inside. Even though she was in grave danger, little Zhao refused to submit. She shouted back, if you dare, just wait until Sect Master Ye of our Xuantian sect returns from his travels. When he comes back, he will definitely wipe out your entire wretched bone tribe. He snorted coldly, his expression full of contempt. Ye Junlin, is it? That so-called white-haired god of slaughter? I think he's just a man with an empty reputation. He doesn't dare to come back. He's probably so scared shitless that he's already run off to hide like a stray dog. Where would he find the energy to get revenge for you lot? With that, he burst into a gleeful laugh. Ouyang Feng, the sect master of Banshan sect, spoke softly, reminding those around him, everyone don't act rashly. The difference in our strength is too great. Even if we charge forward recklessly, we'd just be throwing our lives away for nothing. The Bone Tribe leader began to gather his energy, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. Let me see if your body is as tough as your mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sharp bone spikes pierced straight into Zhao Linger's body, carrying the dark energy of the Bone Tribe. Ouyang Feng could only shut his eyes in helplessness. I'm sorry, Senior, yet this old man is truly powerless to help. The Banshan sect once tried to stop this horde from the Bone Tribe, but the result was that more than half of us were killed or wounded. The remaining disciples had no choice but to leave the sect, to save their own lives. This old man doesn't want to witness any more meaningless deaths. The leader glared, looking annoyed. Why is it so quiet? There are no tragic screams, no agonizing pleas for mercy. How am I supposed to achieve the effect of intimidating you humans? Ouyang Feng cried out in his heart, half in pity, half in prayer. Such a tenacious woman. Senior Ye, the barren continent needs you. The leader roared in fury. Fine then. If you want to die in silence so badly, I'll grant you your wish. In Zhao Linger's mind, there was only one thought left. Is this finally the end? Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, blotting out the sun. An invisible shockwave made everything tremble. The leader shrieked in terror. Well, what the hell is this? This aura? This aura is something I've only ever felt from the sovereign of our Bone Clan. But this is... Ouyang Feng and the other cultivators from the Banshan sect were so terrified they fell to their knees. The aura of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, is this a demon emperor? In front of us, the Mingyuan army invades, and now a demon emperor of the Tribulation Transcendence realm descends upon the barren continent. This time, I fear we're truly doomed. Amidst a thin, ethereal mist, the figure of Ye Junlin slowly materialized. Zhao Linger struggled to lift her head. Her voice trembled. Is it you? Peak Lord Ye? Ye Junlin gave a light wave of his hand. A flash of sword light flared and shot out. Instantly, the demonic chains binding Xiao Zhao shattered into pieces. Her entire body was covered in bleeding wounds. Ye Junlin caught the small girl and asked softly, It's me. You are... Xiao Zhao quickly replied, Peak Lord Ye. It's me, Zhao Linger. Perhaps because I cultivated in the Sunken Moon Pagoda for 300 years. My appearance has changed a little. That must be why you didn't recognize me. He briefly recalled the little girl from all those years ago, then chuckled. To think it was you, little one. No wonder I felt such a sense of familiarity. Model. Wow, I didn't realize you'd gotten so big. The girl unconsciously blushed and mumbled, But big? Where am I big? Ye Kunlin seized the opportunity to tease her. What are you thinking about? I was talking about your age, you silly girl. Come to think of it, you're even older than me now. But Zhao Linger was teased into a corner. She was utterly speechless. Linger is so badly injured. I have to heal her right away, he thought to himself. Instantly, a gentle azure light enveloped little Zhao's body, quickly healing all her wounds. The Bone Tribe leader and his gang of minions stood frozen to the spot. This is the white-haired god of slaughter, the legendary Ye Kunlin. Such pressure. This pressure is terrifying. It's even more horrifying than the king of our tribe. Of my tribe! Ye Kunlin's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He coldly swept his eyes over them. Next,
It's time to settle the score with you bastards.
As he finished speaking, he shot up into the air. The aura he emitted grew stronger and stronger, like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Didn't you know this territory is under my protection? With just a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible pressure forced the entire bone tribe to kneel on the ground. And you still dared to come here and cause a ruckus. The three leaders pressed their faces to the ground. Their entire bodies trembled uncontrollably, but they still tried to put on a brave front. Our tribe has a king watching over it. I advise you not to act recklessly. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Otherwise, you won't escape death. Hearing these words, Ye Kunlin burst out laughing. Ha, if we're talking about being shameless in this world, if I claim to be number 2, no one would dare claim to be number 1. The Bone Tribe leader's eyes constricted. His pupils dilated in absolute terror. Immediately after, his entire body convulsed wildly. His mouth gaped open, letting out an inhuman cry of despair. In midair, Deep Kunlum's voice rang out, cold and sharp. All of you, listen closely. With me here to back you, even the heavens themselves have to show some respect, let alone the likes of you. Every last one of you Bone Clan minions in this Huang province can go report to the King of Hell for me. Hearing this death sentence, the Bone Clan underlings, who had been bloodthirsty just moments ago, suddenly turned pale with fright. Every single one of them wished they could sprout 4 more legs to run away faster. Levo Keep, riding majestically on the back of his kunpeng, looked down from above and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. I can't believe it. My master is basically a superstar for everyone here in Huang province. He's got fans from north to south. So admirable, truly admirable. Meanwhile, with just a few waves of his hand, Deep Kunlum had effortlessly cleaned up the remaining stragglers of the Ming Yuan who were floating in the air. They dropped down like ripe figs falling from a tree. Seeing that the situation was settled, Ao Zhongfeng hurriedly came forward, clasping his hands with the sincere look of a praying devotee. Senior Diep, in this crusade against the Bone Clan horde, this humble one would also like to lend a hand. However, our cultivation levels are truly limited and our strength falls short of our will. Therefore, this humble one dares to ask if Senior would be so kind as to show mercy and bestow upon us a sliver of your grace to unblock our stagnant meridians so that we all might have a chance to break through to the next cultivation level. Is that possible? Trio Lin Yi quickly added. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. That's right, Peak Lord Diep! I, Lin Yi, have been stuck at this spirit transformation threshold for I don't know how many seasons now. If it weren't for my pathetic cultivation level, Bap isn't so weak that he'd be captured so easily by that dry bone clan. The crowd behind them seemed to be filled with courage. They shouted loudly in unison, Please enlighten us ignorant juniors, Senior Yi. These mortal eyes and ears of ours. Ye Kunlin's face turned pale upon hearing this. He screamed internally 10,000 times, Oh, for heaven's sake! Cultivation, my ass. I can't even tell where my dantian is, let alone my bladder. But looking at this crowd with their jaws dropped and mouths agape, so full of expectation, if I refuse, how could I ever show my face again? At that very moment, a virtual notification panel appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have arrived at the Huangzhou check-in location. Do you want to claim your reward now? Ye Kunlin almost coughed up blood. He growled in his mind. System, where the hell did you learn to stall for time like this? I set foot in Huangzhou ages ago and you've been completely silent. Is your connection lagging or what? Now I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, unable to advance or retreat. What are you going to do about it? I just accidentally fell asleep for a little bit. The system replied in a completely nonchalant tone. Please calm down, dear host. As long as you accept this check-in reward, this system will immediately activate an additional function. Spoken words become truth. It will help you handle this current, awkward situation. Consider this a small gift, a little compensation for the network issue. That just happened, okay? Hearing this, Ye Kunlin finally calmed down a bit. He reluctantly nodded. Fine. Check in. Congratulations, host, for completing the check-in mission. This time's reward is the Great Divine Art, Heaven and Earth Dharma form. It allows the user to transform into a giant, literally, a super-duper massive giant, and their power will skyrocket accordingly. Model. A Speak the Truth function has been activated. Effective duration, 2 minutes. Every word the host speaks will be blessed by the Tao. It has the miraculous effect of helping listeners achieve sudden enlightenment. Ye Junlin felt a strange sensation. What the hell is this? Is it forcing me to put on a one-man show? Does this mean I can just spout a bunch of nonsense? And they'll all just automatically get enlightened or something? Correct. The host just needs to go with the flow and speak. And so Ye Junlin slowly flew up into the air. He hovered like a god, then cleared his throat. Ahem, ahem. Everyone listen closely. The so-called cultivation, fundamentally, has no such thing as a bottleneck. When it's time for a breakthrough, you will naturally break through. It's as simple as that. As for the deeper Taoist principles and mentality, he furrowed his brows slightly, putting on a profound and unfathomable expression. This is as much as I can explain. Those who get it will get it. As for those who don't, well, I can't help you either. Anyone who understands, give me a round of applause. After hearing this metaphysical speech, the crowd of cultivators below had their eyes wide, and their jaws dropped, their brains temporarily hanging up an out-of-service sign. The space fell dead silent without a single sound. They began to grow suspicious. What kind of philosophy is, when it's time for a breakthrough, you will break through? How is one supposed to understand that? Suddenly, an old cultivator's eyes flew wide open. He slapped his thigh with a loud smack and shouted, I get it! I finally get it! When the water arrives, the channel is formed. When the water flows, the ditch forms on its own. It means yin and yang harmonize, following the course of nature. This is the very principle of heaven and earth. Ye Junlin, who was still hovering in the air, almost fell right out of the sky. What a load of bullshit. And some guy actually believed it? Can you really just have a revelation and achieve enlightenment like that? This world is seriously unreal. How miraculous. Immediately after that, an intense surge of spiritual energy erupted from the man, Ouyang Feng. He has officially broken through, entering the early-stage integration realm. Zhaolinger was not to be outdone, her entire body glowing brightly. She exclaimed with joy, Sect Master, yay, I understand now too! And just like that, she also successfully broke through. A domino effect occurred. The other cultivators also achieved enlightenment one after another. Joyful cheers echoed everywhere. Xiao Li, standing nearby, was so shocked her jaw dropped. Just a single casual sentence, and it helped an entire group of people break through to the next realm. Master is truly no ordinary person. Only Xiao Hong, standing beside them, muttered to herself, I just have this feeling in my gut that this guy is just spouting a whole lot of nonsense. But the damn thing is, I have no proof to expose him. Seeing that the show had come to a perfect conclusion, Ye Junlin flew down and coughed lightly. Putting on a dignified air, he said, Very good. It seems everyone has gained something. Elder Ouyang, do you know where the main headquarters of those nether abyss creatures is located? Ouyang Feng immediately replied with respect, reporting to Senior Yi. Those beasts are holed up in the Dark Ridge. This humble one is willing to lead the way for you, sir. At this moment, Zhaolinger clasped her hands and requested, Sect Master Yi, I am truly worried about my father, the king, and everyone in the Wei Kingdom. I request permission to return and check on the situation first. He immediately nodded in agreement. All right, you should go then. The crowd behind them was also fired up with fighting spirit. We will return as well. The cultivators, after having their strength boosted, were all filled with high resolve. A life-or-death battle that would decide the fate of the entire desolate continent was about to erupt. Fellow cultivators, time waits for no one. Let's head straight for the Dark Ridge to be able to fight side by side with Senior Yi. And exterminate the demons! This is truly an honor for 3 generations. Anyone who's too slow this time will definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. At the same time, in the Dark Domain, within the eastern region of the Barren Continent, inside the Whitebone Palace, a structure built from white bones, amidst the thorns, the demonic and deathly auras were suffocatingly dense. A hoarse voice rang out. Proceed according to the original plan. Our forces must first eliminate the power that is hiding within the Stargate. Currently, most of the Tao continent's territory is already in our hands. The only thorn in our side is the Profound Heaven sect, which is the toughest to deal with. To this day, they are still stubbornly resisting. Another person reported, Adulu, have you sent word to my brothers yet? Reporting, all 5 kings have been notified. They should be arriving soon. The one sitting on this bone throne was the Bone King Bazat. Cultivation, mid-stage tribulation realm. He bared his jagged teeth in a savage grin. Excellent. Although last time, the Sect Master and the peak lords of the Profound Heaven sect were severely injured. We still couldn't do anything about that great Black Tortoise Mountain guarding formation of theirs. But this time it's different. Let's see how they can possibly stop the advance of the Bone and Tribe now. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, in midair, 5 enormous vortexes of demonic energy appeared, and immediately, 5 massive figures landed around him. Bone King Bazat laughed heartily. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother. You all finally decided to show up. The one called second brother, Bone King Baji at the early stage tribulation realm, spoke up first. Big brother is in trouble. How could we little brothers just sit back and do nothing? But still, I never expected that in a backwater place like the Tao continent model, and yet there's still someone who gives the boss a headache. Bone King Buttrat snorted coldly. In this Tao province, aside from the mystic heaven sect, everyone else is just a bunch of small fry. They're all talk. I heard the mystic heaven sect has a peak lord who once single-handedly massacred many void immortal tribulation realm experts. The world calls him the white-haired god of slaughter, but we haven't seen him show his face this whole time. I wonder if he's really as strong as the rumors say, another Bone King said with a scornful tone. God of slaughter, huh? What a flashy title. But with our current formation, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, there's only one path for him, death. He held out his hand. A strange black pill, emitting a wicked aura, lay in his palm. Bone King Buttrat was shocked. Second brother, this thing, could it be the Nether Abyss pill bestowed by the Lord Emissary? The second brother gave a cunning smile. Exactly. We each have one, combined with the Bone Clan's secret art. I'm afraid no one below the true immortal realm will be our match. Another one chimed in excitedly. Excellent, excellent! Let's move out, brothers, and raise the mystic heaven sect to the ground! Before he could even finish his sentence, the foundation of the White Bone Palace suddenly began to shake violently. Giant boulders rumbled, crashing down like falling meteors. A subordinate ran in, panicked and out of breath. His face was drained of all color. My king, this is a disaster! Someone from the human race is attacking us right at our doorstep. Not giving them a moment to compose themselves, the entire headquarters shook violently. Several Nether Abyss soldiers were hit by a terrifying wave of power and sent flying backwards, their bodies shattered as they screamed in agony. The Bone King hurriedly roared, "Don't panic! Quickly get into formation and unleash the Bone Demon Dharma body." Instantly a formation diagram. 8 colossal monsters were activated beneath the ground. An evil energy surged from all directions, converging to form a giant skeletal monster. This was Li Wujie. Alone, with a single blade, he stood imposingly before the grand hall and spoke in a cold voice. "You scum actually dare to barge in here? Humiliating the people of the barren continent and seizing my territory. Well then, today, I will come to your home to collect the debt with interest." Without another word, Little Li swung his greatsword, unleashing a slash that tore through space itself, aimed straight at the skeletal monster, which was baring its fangs and claws. Several Bone Clan leaders tried to rush forward to help, but the moment they came into contact with the blade's energy, they were immediately thrown back by the tyrannical force. Sent flying like dry leaves in a storm, they cried out in terror. This is the aura of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Not far away, Li Wujie stood, majestic and imposing. He snorted coldly. The leaders asked suspiciously, "Could it be? Are you the god of slaughter, Ye Junlin?" Little Li just smirked. "No, I am his disciple." Bone King Bazat was shaken to his core. Ye Junlin's disciple? Even his disciple is already at the void immortal tribulation transcendence realm? The second brother couldn't help but roar, "How impressive! He actually dares to send a mere brat to deal with the 6 of us brothers? Does that Ye Junlin look down on us so much?" Li Wujie swung his blade again, a strike, even more ferocious than the last. He sneered, "To deal with a bunch of amateurs like you, there's no need for my master to even lift a finger." "Shameless boasting!" The Bone Clan leader began to channel his power and shouted, "Brothers, let's go! Form the 6 kills bone formation!" The 6 Bone Kings rushed in at the same time. Bone Demon Dharma Body model. 2 heaven-shaking, earth-shattering streams of power collided, causing a cataclysmic explosion. After just one blow, the Bone Demon Dharma idol already began to show cracks. The terrified Bone Tribe members screamed, "Run!" Ouyang Feng's group seized the opportunity. They charged in like a storm. "It's injured! Finish it off now! Everyone charge! Slaughter these damn beasts!" The Nether Abyss minions, having lost their commander, couldn't possibly resist and could only flee in disarray. A Nether Abyss commander, while parrying a blow, cursed under his breath, "Damn it! After being heavily injured by that void immortal, my vital energy has been depleted too much. Otherwise, this bunch of insects wouldn't even be able to touch a single hair on my head." Ouyang Feng unleashed a flurry of powerful attacks, roaring with glee as he fought. "I never thought the day would come that I, this old man, could slay a chieftain of the Mahayana realm Bone Tribe with my own hands. What a satisfying sight." Bone King Bazat gritted his teeth. "He's just a disciple of Ye Junlin, and yet he's already this terrifyingly strong? I and my 5 brothers are all in the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and yet we couldn't even block a single one of his strikes." Li Wujie said arrogantly, "I told you to deal with weaklings like you. My master doesn't even need to lift a finger." Suddenly, Bone King Bazat put a nether abyss pill into his mouth. He swallowed it in one gulp. His aura erupted. He laughed maniacally and boasted, "Human, I will make you pay a heavy price for this." His entire body erupted with an aura of black energy. A demonic aura skyrocketed to the point where the very space around it began to distort. The nether pill that the great envoy bestowed upon me is truly a divine elixir. In the blink of an eye, it helped this king break through to the tribulation transcendence, peak stage. Countless sharp bone spikes burst from his body. Under his control, they surged forward like a flood of bones, followed by his roar, "Human, go die!" Laveau Keep, on the contrary, looked amused. He laughed heartily. "Excellent. The stronger you are, the more satisfying it is to cut you down." Every slash of his saber shattered swaths of bones. The Bone King's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light. "It seems this king has still underestimated you. But the fun ends here. Bone Tribe's ultimate art, Bone Prison Kill." The subordinate standing nearby grinned triumphantly. "The boss has used this move. Even if that guy grew wings, he wouldn't be able to escape." A colossal wall of bones suddenly erupted from all directions, rapidly closing in to form an inescapable bone prison, trapping Laveau Keep. At this moment, little Lee's eyes also began to glow with an unnatural light. A cold white mist escaped from his mouth. Instantly, the sealed demon bloodline within him was activated. His slashes became frenzied, their power multiplying manifold. His sky-high killing intent merged with his innate belligerence. Laveau Keep let out a savage, crazed laugh. "Come on, come on! Let me enjoy the most wonderful symphony, the symphony of shattered bones." "And the screams of your despair." The Bone Tribe leader let out an earth-shattering roar and shot forward like the wind. His voice was filled with contempt. "A mere brat in the late stage of tribulation transcendence dares to show off and run wild in front of a peak-level master like me? Now choose. 1, kowtow to me 6 times. 2, I'll send you back to the dust." Luigi, with eyes burning with a sharp, fiery aura, and a face that looked like it was sculpted from pure arrogance, didn't even bother to answer the man. He simply swung his hand. An invisible blade strike sliced through space. With a whoosh like an illusion, the leader's hand was split in 2. Instantly. On the other side, Ming Yuan clutched his bleeding arm and let out a pathetic scream. The 2 terrified subordinate leaders stammered, Big brother!" The man, who had just been gravely injured, ground his teeth. "I'll give you that. Quite the power you have. I underestimated that demonic power of yours, but this alone isn't nearly enough. Quickly use the Nether Origin pills. Activate the Abyss Bone Demon Suppressing Formation." 5 skeletons immediately clicked and clacked into position, tightly surrounding Xiaolei from all directions. The leader growled, "I dare you, all by yourself. How can you possibly fight against the combined attack of 5 experts at the mid-stage of tribulation transcendence like us?" 5 streams of dark power shot forth like arrows of death. The 2 colossal energies clashed in a fiery explosion. Suddenly, the sky blazed a brilliant red. A fireball as large as a meteor tore through space, so dazzling it was blinding. At the epicenter, Hong Tianya stood with his arms crossed. The corner of his mouth lifted into a sarcastic smile. "Oh, please. To think you have to waste so much effort dealing with these walking skeletons. You're just unbelievably weak. Get out of the way and catch your breath. Let me clean this up quickly." Liu Jie, who was in the middle of a bloodthirsty rage, whipped around upon hearing that. He roared, "You in that flashy dress! Get lost! You dare show your face and try to steal my prey? I'll cut you down too, right now!" Just as the Bone Clan leader was regaining his composure, his heart sank in terror. Another one. Another monster, and at the peak of the tribulation transcendent stage, no less. Just who in the world is this Ye Junlin guy? Meanwhile, Xiao Hong looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He was so shocked and furious that his face turned beet red. "What, did you just call me?" Xiaolei replied smugly, enunciating every single word. "I called you." "And the guy in the red dress got a problem with that? Then let's go, one-on-one. Let's see which is stronger, your flames or my blade." Hong Tianyi's expression darkened so much it looked like a storm cloud. "Good, very good. Has going berserk completely addled your brain? How dare you be so insolent to your senior brother? You have no respect for anything. Today I will act on our master's behalf and get rid of a traitor like you." The moment he finished speaking, the true flames of the blazing phoenix erupted violently behind him. It was followed by a blazing red palm strike, the crimson wind scorching flame. Both of them, with egos as vast as the heavens, charged at each other, beginning an earth-shattering life-or-death battle. They completely ignored the Bone Clan members standing nearby, who got a chance to laugh their heads off. That Ye Junlin guy isn't even paying attention to us. He's even letting his own disciples kill each other. What a bunch of supremely arrogant fools. Gong Kankyu was on pins and needles, and with tears welling in her eyes, she frantically tried to stop them. Stop, please, just stop! Everyone, please don't fight anymore, I'm begging you! Ye Junlin could only sigh wearily and mutter, as if to himself, I clearly intended for the two of them to just practice and solidify their cultivation realms a little. How the hell did this turn into a fight to the death between brothers? Seizing the golden opportunity, the two Bone Clan leaders exchanged a look. One of them whispered, Boss, those two brats are fighting each other. Spiritual power gushed out uncontrollably. This is the most perfect sacrificial offering for its formation. A once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to become the abyssal bone dharma body. The other one nodded in approval. I think so too. Then what are we waiting for? Let's send them on their way all at once. And while we're at it, let that guy Ye Junlin have a taste of true despair. The moment the words were spoken, they immediately channeled their power. A pitch-black fog called the Abyssal Bone 6 Zone began to envelop the area, followed by the Nether Soul 6 Kill, and finally the Dharma Idol descends, a giant set of jaws with jagged teeth, as sharp as daggers, gaped open from within the darkness. Immediately after, the 5 members of the Bone Clan merged into a massive, grotesque monster. A vile aura flared violently. The Abyssal Bone Dharma Idol. At the peak tribulation transcendence realm, it has officially descended upon the mortal world. Ouyang Feng and the group behind him were dumbfounded. Their jaws practically hit the floor. What the hell is that? Shoshi screamed in terror. Ah! Master! This giant thing is even bigger than Sister Agu. In complete contrast to everyone else, Ye Junlin appeared incredibly excited. Interesting, very interesting indeed. This aura, after they have merged, is even stronger than the 3-headed, 6-armed form of the great sage, equal to heaven from back in the day. This is quite amusing. Hong Tianye was also forced to stop, and turned to look at the bony monster before him. The Abyssal Bone Dharma Idol let out a savage laugh. Ha ha ha, you're so scared you've pissed your pants, haven't you? Below the immortal realm, our Abyssal Bone Dharma Idol is invincible. Let's see how arrogant you can be this time. Xiaohong didn't flinch in the slightest. He just snorted coldly. This venerable one has faced all sorts of opponents. Besides, this borrowed state of yours, how long can you even maintain it? The monster roared, its hand as large as a mountain, lunging toward Xiaohong. You rotten bastard! Die for me! But unfortunately, he was a step faster, effortlessly slipping through its fingers. The Abyssal Bone Dharma body gnashed its teeth with a grinding sound. It taunted. Pretty quick on your feet, aren't you? Then how about this one? It attacked once again, and Xiaohong still dodged with ease. Enraged, it went berserk. It slammed its hands on the ground repeatedly like swatting a fly. No matter how fast you fly, you can't escape your fate of being squashed flat by me. Where do you think you're going, you little fly? Humiliated, Hong Tianye let out an insolent roar and unleashed a crimson wind, raging flame palm in retaliation. Indignation seethed within him. I, the Great One, was once a true immortal, one who stood at the very pinnacle, looking down upon the teeming masses of mortals. And yet now I'm being insulted by some low-class dark creature who called me a fly. The blazing flame and the stream of dark energy clashed violently in midair. But it wasn't long before his flame was gradually swallowed by the darkness. The Dharma body said arrogantly, Heh, that's pretty warm. I suppose you have some skill after all? Xiaohong was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What? Seizing the opportunity, the monster unleashed a fatal punch. Die for me! The speed was too great, leaving Xiaohong no time to react. Damn it, this is bad. Hong Tianye hurriedly braced himself to block the devastating punch, but he could only hold on for a few seconds before being sent flying to the ground. The ground cracked open, sending debris flying everywhere. He staggered to his feet, quickly analyzing this Bone Clan in his mind. They're born with an incredibly powerful defense. Relying solely on their tough bone armor, I'm sure that's enough to withstand most types of damage. Damage! If my cultivation level hadn't dropped by several major realms, I would have burned this pile of broken bones to ashes long ago. At this moment, Luwuji seemed to have sobered up from his demonic frenzy. The young man dazedly waved his hand. Huh? Senior Brother Hong? Wow, what a coincidence! You're here too? Xiaohong turned around, his eyes blazing as he enunciated every word. It seems you're awake now, aren't you? Do you remember what you said just now? Xiaola chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Hee, what did I say? After your junior brother goes into a frenzy, I don't even recognize my own family. I even forget my own name, so I must have been spouting some nonsense. Senior brother, you're a man of great magnanimity. Please don't take it to heart, don't hold a grudge, okay? but deep down he was screaming. It's over! I'm so screwed, this damn bloodline! I think I just stepped right on Senior Brother's biggest taboo. Of Senior Brother. Is it too late to run for it now? Suddenly, Xiao Lei's eyes widened as he looked at the monster, his face turning pale. Holy crap! What is this? Why is this skeleton so terrifyingly huge? Could it be? Could it be? Just now, Senior Brother was fighting this monster? Xiao Hong cleared his throat, trying to appear calm and dismissive. Fighting? What fighting? I was merely testing to see how much it weighed. It's just a pile of dry bones, what's there to worry about? Luigi immediately started to flatter him. As expected, as expected. Senior Brother is divinely powerful. You must have dealt with it beautifully. Hearing this, Xiao Hong became even more furious. Luigi, shut your mouth for me right now. Otherwise, I really wouldn't mind helping Master cleanse the sect. Suddenly, Xiaoxi shouted, This is bad! That monster is heading towards Master. It's going to attack him. The Dharma form of Min Uyen burst into an arrogant laugh. You've finally realized it, haven't you? Who the real tough nut to crack is. Very good. The defensive power of this giant skeleton is unbeatable among those at the same level, and its strength is a rarity in this world. Old Sixth Yi, just you watch closely. Let's see if you can still pretend to be so high and mighty this time. Xiaoxi and Xiaohei hugged each other tightly, crying out in fear. Master, it's coming over here. It's so scary. The Dharma form's voice boomed with power. Enough! Ye Junlin, you are so arrogant. You're so confident that you think just 2 of your disciples can suppress us? Now it's your turn to pay the price. In contrast, he just replied calmly, I know you're in a hurry. But for now, how about you don't be in such a rush? With that, he turned around and broke into an incredibly cheerful and carefree dance. The leaders inside the monster were stunned, and then their blood began to boil with rage. What is the meaning of this? Boss, he's humiliating us. He's treating us like a bunch of circus monkeys. Suddenly, the dance stopped. His eyes blazed blood red. You think you're really something special right now, don't you? That you can actually put up a fight? Min Uyen let out a cold snort. My body stands between heaven and earth. With a flip of my hand, I can blot out the sun and moon. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a speck of dust. His body began to transform, swelling to a colossal size. His voice was filled with contempt. A speck of dust, you say? You'd better remember this arrogant posture of yours well, because I'm waiting for you to kneel and sing me a song of your defeat. He smirked. It's just a hastily patched-together skeleton, and you still dare to brag about holding up the sky? Allow me to show you what it truly means to stand between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth transformation. A towering figure appeared, its terrifying aura blanketing everything in existence. He looked down. His voice boomed like rolling thunder. Well, do I still seem small to you now? The Nether Abyss Bone Clan tried to put on a brave face. Size doesn't determine strength. You think just because you're big, you can compare to the Abyss Bone. Dharma body of mine? The moment it finished speaking, it roared and charged forward, throwing a world-shaking punch. The eyes of the heaven and earth transformation glowed brightly. No wonder you're from the Bone Clan. Your mouth is as tough as your bones. Using just one hand, he effortlessly stopped its punch. His stance was as solid as a mountain. Immediately after, he launched a counterattack, as fast as lightning tearing through space itself. The Nether Abyss creature winced in pain. So fast. Inside its colossal body, the panicked voices of its leaders echoed. Boss, this guy blocked our attack like it was nothing. Any harder and my joints would have been dislocated. The Bone King growled. I never expected his physical body to be this strong. But if he's just relying on brute strength, he doesn't stand a chance of defeating our Dharma body. The dark aura erupting from its body grew even more intense. After all, this is a heaven-reaching idol. It was condensed from the power of 1,000,000 lost souls from the Nether Abyss. An ordinary cultivator at the peak of the tribulation stage is absolutely no match for this. Ye Junlin's colossal form finally spoke, giving a command. Xiao Li, Xiao Hong, both of you watch closely. I, your master, will personally instruct you. This one time only. Laveau Keep was practically buzzing with excitement. I finally get to see it with my own eyes. Master's invincible presence. In contrast, Hong Thien Deep just pouted, muttering jealously, he gets to show off again. The avatar of Min Uyen roared once more, its killing intent piercing the heavens. It lunged at Deep Quan Lum. Wipe that smug look off your face! He didn't even flinch. On the contrary, he replied with a calm swagger. Today I am not Diep Quan Lum. You can call me Yip Wen, Master Yip. The enraged Min Uyen unleashed a furious barrage of punches. Deep Quan Lum, don't think you can act so high and mighty just because you know a few punches and kicks. Deep Quan Lum remained standing tall, his form as solid as the mountain. He let that Min Yen fellow flail about wildly, Throwing a meaningless storm of blows, he simply let out a soft sigh and said in a taunting voice, "Hey, I already told you. Call me Yip Wen. Or is that skeletal brain of yours unable to process human language? Then again, you're not exactly human, are you?" Min Win was so furious his guts twisted, a growl rumbling deep in his throat. Why? Why was it that all of his earth-shattering punches couldn't even touch a single hair on this man's head? He wasn't even bothering to dodge, let alone fight back. It was crystal clear. He was treating us like a bunch of circus monkeys. Not letting the creature guess any longer, Deep Quan Lum suddenly adopted a stance. His expression turned serious as he shouted, "My disciples, open your eyes and watch this closely." The moment he finished speaking, a wave of immense force erupted from the palm of his hand. Boundless and majestic, it was like an invisible sphere that slammed straight into Min Uyen, launching him 100 miles into the distance. He plummeted headfirst like a stray meteor. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he concluded that the martial arts of this world are in decline, utterly stagnant. This guy is way too green. That general of the bone race was defeated in the most pathetic way imaginable. His colossal body, like a moving mountain of bone, came crashing down. It dragged countless subordinates down with it, crushing them like rice crackers. Agonized screams echoed endlessly. He ground his teeth and groaned. "It hurts! It hurts so much, this old body is going to die, big bro!" That Ye Jun Lin guy isn't just outrageously arrogant. He even turned me and the brothers into living punching bags. For his disciples! This is a humiliation I simply cannot swallow. We carry the great responsibility of the underworld race. Coming to this godforsaken wasteland, how could we possibly be defeated? At the hands of some insignificant human? If we don't find that damn Stargate, how can we possibly show our faces when we report back? Hearing his subordinates whining, the Bone King suddenly erupted in a towering rage. His entire body abruptly emitted a ghastly aura, one of darkness and death. "Ye Junlin, you brought this upon yourself!" He roared 4 words, 6 bones, 1 heart, abyssal bone sacrifice, uttered like a curse. In the next instant, a tornado of death formed. Inside it were thousands of ghastly white skulls, spinning around, shrieking mournful sounds in a frenzy. All of them were aimed straight at their enemy, their one sworn mortal enemy. "Master, be careful!" Xiaoli let out a heart-wrenching scream. But unexpectedly, faced with that horrifying scene, Ye Junlin merely curled his lip into a smirk. He charged straight into the eye of the dark vortex, like a moth drawn to a flame. He didn't even forget to offer his critique. What a flashy, over-the-top performance. With more openings than there are stars in the sky. Just as the distance between them closed to its absolute limit, the sharp, powerful names of his martial techniques rang out. Wing Chun, Inch Fist, Meridian Sever, an invisible force of energy pierced through all defenses. The bone armor, as hard as steel, which the Bone Clan had always taken pride in, suddenly shattered like cheap pottery. The Bone King only had time to let out a single scream. 7 inhuman blades of nothingness. Immediately after, his entire body exploded in midair. His soul and spirit dissipated along with it, vanishing into the void. Amidst the scattered, falling bone fragments, only the final, fading death rattle echoed. "Nether Clan, Jinggate, our mission has failed. Ye Junlin just stood there. His hands were clasped behind his back, the wind making his robes flutter. The perfect image of a lonely master at the pinnacle of the world. From below, cheers erupted like thunder. "Senior Ye won! We won! Senior Ye's divine might is invincible! Senior Ye's divine might is invincible! The Bone King has been destroyed! As for the remaining bony lackeys, just leave them to us." A Kunpeng flew from out of nowhere, landing gently beside him. He placed a hand on its head, stroking its soft feathers. "Ah, Kun, do you understand how I feel right now? Being invincible is just this lonely and empty." Li Wuji's eyes, however, were shining like stars. His smile was radiant, as if he had just been enlightened. Master's divine technique, borrowing strength to strike back, neutralizing 1,000 moves. This disciple finally understands. Conversely, the corner of Hong Tianye's mouth twitched. His face was as grim as if he'd lost his life savings. He killed that Bone King so easily? He got to play the hero again. This is really pissing me off. Aisha Oxy, on the other hand, was so happy her face was practically bouncing. She clapped her hands enthusiastically. "Our master is #1! That ugly giant bag of bones, and was finished in just 1 move. So awesome!" Meanwhile, the 4th junior brother, not paying attention, had accidentally touched Xiao Hei in a place he shouldn't have from behind. Right after, Xiao Hong and Xiao Lei came forward and bowed their heads. "Our apologies, master. We are truly sorry. We have brought you shame, and we even had to trouble you to clean up the battlefield. For us, Master, I promise I'll never fail again. Ye Junlin put on a stern expression, offering a few words of reprimand. I've told you two before. Those from the same house shouldn't be fighting each other. If word of this gets out, what face will we have left? And you, Xiao Hong, a single tiny skeleton. And you still struggled with it for so long. When it came to the critical moment, your master still had to step in. But whatever. This was also a valuable lesson. Have you kids learned anything? Xiao Lei looked extremely remorseful, nodding her head repeatedly. Yes, master. We've learned a great deal, yes. But meanwhile, Hong Tianye maintained her usual dissatisfied attitude, muttering to herself, That skeleton was tiny. All you do is brag all day. One day you'll have to eat your words, just you wait. But returning to their daily lives, the Kunpeng continued to soar swiftly through the clouds. Ye Junlin wore a pair of black sunglasses, looking like a true player. He leisurely gave a command. Kun, turn around, let's head back to the Xuantian sect. The Kunpeng received the order and immediately changed direction. Ye Junlin leaned back, muttering, I've been away for so long this time. It's finally time to go home. As soon as they arrived at the sect gates, all the sect masters had gathered to welcome him. Junior brother Ye. He walked forward with a friendly smile, greeting his senior brothers and sisters. Your little brother has returned. The sect master of the Xuantian sect, Xu Yunian, was so happy he was moved to tears. Good, this is great. It's good that you're back. As long as you're here, even if the Nether Abyss army were to attack again, we would have nothing to fear. That little girl, Linger, can finally be saved. Ye Kunlin waved his hand, comforting them in a nonchalant voice. There is no more Nether Abyss army. On my way back, I took the liberty of killing that Bone King. The remnants of the Nether Abyss. Ouyang Feng's group is cleaning them up now. As for little Linger, she's already gone home to see her father. Xu Yunian's jaw nearly hit the floor, his mouth hanging open in astonishment. What? Junior brother, yeah, are you serious? But that Bone King was a powerful expert at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. I heard that last time, after fighting the Lord Protector and losing. He even went and called a whole bunch of his battle-hardened brothers. Ye Chao Deju was just as shocked. Junior brother, has he really gotten this strong already? Su Qiangsh, who was standing to the side, glanced around and chimed in seriously. Hasn't a single one of you noticed that our junior brother Yi is also at the Tribulation Transcendence realm? How could that rabble from the Nether Abyss possibly be a match for him? Ye Kunlin replied with a bright smile. I was just taking out some trash while I was at it. The sect master clapped his hands together with a loud smack, unable to hide his extreme joy. Junior brother, yeah, you've done well. You've only just returned, and you've already brought us such a great gift. This is wonderful. The threat to the Mystic Heaven sect has finally been resolved. This time, we no longer have to live in constant fear day and night. Just then, the sect master noticed the two strangers and asked, these two must be Junior brother Ye's new disciples, right? Ye Junlin nodded. I almost forgot to introduce them. This is Li Wuji. Perhaps you senior brothers have heard of him. And this is Xiao He. All right, my disciples. This is Sect Master Xu Yunian of the Mystic Heaven sect, our section. The two of them immediately bowed their heads respectfully. Greetings, Sect Master. Xu Yunian was even more delighted. This is wonderful. With you two joining the Mystic Heaven sect, it's truly like adding wings to a tiger for us. Diju suddenly spoke up. Li Wujie, could you be the infamous blade demon Li Wuga? Although you've never appeared in the desolate continent, I've heard that in the other continents of the eastern region, your reputation is already legendary. Little Li gave a forced, somewhat embarrassed smile. I'm truly sorry. It was due to my youthful recklessness and my ignorance of the world that I gained such a notorious reputation. Diju quickly waved his hands. Not at all, not at all. I've only heard about your blade techniques, that they are both fast and precise, and incredibly domineering. As for anything else, I pay it no mind. Tian Shui also nodded in agreement. That's right, Junior brother Ye's judgment of character is surely never wrong. After a moment, the sect master spoke up. Junior brother Ye, it's been a long time since you've returned. Why don't we all get together, and you can tell us about your experiences over the past few years, shall we? He immediately agreed, of course. In that case, let's all head back to my ethereal peak. Disciples, follow your master home. As soon as they sat down at the tea table, Yi Junlin, playing the part of the host, didn't forget to give orders. Xiaoxi, go and brew a pot of my finest tea for everyone here. Xiaohong, you're the eldest senior brother. Take little Li and little Hei on a tour. Show them around, all right? Xiaoxi quickly jumped in and replied, Leave it to me, master. Xiaohong also replied politely, Understood, master. But he thought to himself, he's ordering me around again. He's only good at bossing people around. But Zhao Deju couldn't wait any longer. He hurriedly asked, Junior brother Ye, quickly tell us, over this past year, what interesting things have you encountered out there? Not only has your cultivation realm soared, but you've also taken in two such formidable disciples. Ye Junlin pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, Since you're so eager, senior brother, I'll tell you all about my heroic deeds. This story has to start from the floating island of the Zhui clan. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed, Eju exclaimed in astonishment. In just one short year, a junior brother Ye, you've experienced such earth-shattering events. Your life is my dream. After hearing the story, the sect master also showed his displeasure. The Xuankong Temple was annihilated. The imperial palace of the Pure Land nation was massacred. And they even framed you for it. Just what force is behind all this? Pulling these demonic strings? Tianshui also spoke up indignantly. That's right. This is clearly a world-shattering conspiracy. He took another sip of tea, calmly analyzing the mastermind pulling the strings. Yes, this matter is definitely closely related to the creatures of the nether abyss. It's even possible that it's some powerful figure from the eastern region, just like that Shu Yun from the Xuankong Temple. Looking at the current situation, their target is the Stargate, so our desolate continent will find it hard to escape this vortex. Su Tianshu was startled. Wait a minute. The Bone Clan keeps targeting our Xuantian sect. Could it be? Our Xuantian sect has a Stargate too? He nodded. I thought so too. A Stargate is a portal that connects to all the heavens and myriad realms. Since ancient times, cultivators could use this gate to reach every corner of the universe. Its strategic value is truly immense. The sect master slammed the table in anger, his voice filled with determination. So Yunian, I swear on my life, to protect the Xuantian sect. But where on earth is that Stargate? Junlin let out a soft sigh. Considering the current situation, finding the Stargate would be like opening the door and inviting a wolf into our home. At that point, endless wars will break out, and the slaughter of countless lives will be inevitable. Another voice replied, That's right. The most urgent matter at hand is to protect the Xuantian sect well. At the same time, in the distant divine continent within the forbidden grounds of the Yuhua sect, a great tremor occurred. Chen Zhao, the holy son of the Yuhua sect, a mid-stage tribulation realm expert, stepped out, his killing intent rolling off him like violent waves. The crowd immediately knelt down. We respectfully welcome the holy son out of seclusion, they chanted in unison. His voice was as cold as ice. Hong Tianye and that Ye Junlin, the cultivation of you two is merely at the insignificant Mahayana realm. Before me now you're no different than flies and worms. He burst into a wild laugh. Chen Zhao will be the one who has the last laugh. He suddenly suppressed his anger and demanded, Where is Zhu Yang? Why hasn't that old man come to see me yet? For the sake of our past master-disciple relationship, I can help him break through to the tribulation realm and reach the false immortal stage. A subordinate immediately reporting to the Holy Sun, not long after you entered seclusion, Elder Zhu Yang broke through to the tribulation realm, becoming a true false immortal. Seeing the man hesitate, Chen Zhao pressed, Oh, just what is it? I am his disciple after all. I've finally come out of seclusion. And yet, he didn't even bother to come and congratulate me? The man stammered, Yes, about that. This subordinate must tell you the painful truth. He couldn't make it. It's because he was murdered. Chen Zhao lost his composure and roared, What? Murdered? Who did it? The man quickly replied, It was that guy from the Xuantian sect Ye Junlin. Chen Zhao felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He was pushed to the absolute limit. He gritted his teeth and growled, word by word, Damn it! He killed my father. And now he's killed my master too! If I don't eliminate a man like this hatred in my heart will never fade. The subordinate nearly fell to his knees, pleading, Holy Son, please keep a cool head. I'm afraid that Ye Junlin has already cultivated to a realm that you couldn't even touch in your wildest dreams. Hearing this, the blood rushed to Chen Zhao's head as he roared. What you're saying is only making me even more furious. What? The hell is the point of hyping up some nobody? And putting yourself down like that? How profound is my cultivation as the Holy Sun? Are you all blind? Even if that bastard Ye Junlin is in the late-stage tribulation transcendence realm? So what? I, the Holy Sun, have more than enough power to send him to his grave. And open your eyes. Besides, it's only been a short while. The best he could have done is crawl his way to the early-stage tribulation transcendence realm. That's his absolute limit. The subordinate's face was drained of all color. He stammered, trying to explain that Ye Junlin guy is a truly cunning old fox, who is cultivated to a monstrous level. He's an old monster who pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger. He is not in the early stage tribulation transcendence realm. It's not the late stage either. It's the perfected tribulation transcendence realm, Holy Son. This was a huge bombshell for Tron-Q. It felt as if a 100-pound lightning bolt had struck him right on the head. What? No way. Him? A master of the perfected tribulation transcendence realm? Absurd! I don't believe it. I don't believe a single damn word. The subordinate blurted out in a rapid-fire burst. Not long ago, it was Ye Junlin himself, who single-handedly leveled the Xuankong Temple. And the 3 old holy monks of that temple? Every single one of them was at the perfected tribulation transcendence realm, sir. Ye Junlin's cultivation has long since surpassed that level. Holy Son, you absolutely must not be foolish and go throw your life away. That man, it felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart. His teeth ground together loudly. The words surpassed, just kept buzzing in his head. Surpassed. The psychological shock was too great for him to bear. A mouthful of fresh blood. I sprayed from the corner of his mouth in a beautiful arc. Through the air. His face turned as purple as a wild eggplant. The subordinate frantically rushed forward to catch him. He desperately shook Tron-Q, calling out, "Holy Son! Wake up! If you go down, we're all done for!" Even though right now, your strength is a level below Ye Junlin's. Heaven has just given us an opportunity. A once-in-a-thousand-years chance. A chance that can help you soar to the heavens in a single step to make a spectacular comeback. Tron-Q wiped the trace of blood from his lips. His face was still twisted with indignation. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed down from the void. "Holy Son of the Taoist sect, you have been in seclusion for a long time. I fear you do not know that the Great World War is about to begin." The mysterious voice began to recount the entire chaotic situation for him. After listening, Tron-Q ground his teeth. Veins bulged on his forehead. "The Eastern region? Has it really come to this? It seems I must prepare early to wage war against those Nether Abyss insects. The Nether Abyss bugs are here." Seeing that his master had regained his spirit, the subordinate hurriedly began to flatter the Holy Son. "With your heaven-shaking, earth-shattering strength, my lord, once you join the Great War to exterminate the Nether Abyss, you will surely be the brightest star in the sky. When your fame resounds across the 4 realms, the future position of Sect Master of the Ascension Gate, how could it possibly fall into anyone else's hands but yours? At that time, all the sect's resources will be yours to command. With the talent of a prodigy like yourself, won't ascending to become a true immortal be a simple matter within your grasp?" Hearing these sweet words whispered in his ear, the arrogance inside Tron-Q was once again inflated like a balloon. "I must become an immortal. Once I become an immortal, I will settle every single score. Once I become an immortal, I will be the one who stands above all others." Thinking of his sworn enemy, Tron-Q threw his head back and let out a roar that tore through space. "Ye Junlin, you just wait for me." After Tron-Q majestically emerged from his seclusion, he relied on the immense prestige of the Ascension Gate, and naturally took the seat of Grand Marshal of the Righteous Alliance. The creatures of the Nether Abyss were scared out of their wits upon hearing his name. A few months later, Tron-Q led the Alliance on a campaign across the various prefectures, exterminating the rampaging hordes of the Nether Abyss. Relying on his mid-stage tribulation transcendence cultivation and the invincible explosive power of his supreme son, immortal physique, he was victorious wherever he fought. 100 battles, 100 victories. Countless occupied territories, both large and small, were liberated. It got to the point where the Nether Abyss creatures, just by hearing his name, would piss their pants. Tron-Q's fame skyrocketed without stopping, becoming the center of the universe, an idol in the hearts of the masses model. Countless cultivators have even composed poems and songs to praise his glorious achievements, turning Tron-Q into the spiritual leader of the younger generation within the righteous path. Meanwhile, in the eastern region's barren continent, on Misty Peak of the Xuantian sect, Ye Junlin was lounging on a large armchair, clicking his tongue in satisfaction. Li Wuji timidly approached and presented a stack of papers. "Master, this is the latest issue of the Cultivation World Daily. Would you like me to read it to you, to pass the time?" Ong Tianyi stood nearby with her arms crossed, pouting and grumbling. "This old master of ours, it looks just like a paralyzed emperor. His limbs are perfectly fine, but he still needs someone to feed him right to his mouth." Ye Junlin, while munching on the piece of fruit she had just fed him, lazily replied, "I don't even need to guess. It's news about that guy named Chen again, isn't it? Lately, every time I open my eyes, I see news about him. He must have stuffed a lot of money into those news agencies." But Xiaoli couldn't hide his admiration. "Master, you truly foresee things as if you were a god. It is indeed news about Commander Chen. It's said that he just defeated the great army of the Demon Clan in the southern continent. rescuing countless innocent people who were captured as slaves. He also boldly declared that he will continue to advance north to provide reinforcements for Gong province, which is currently engulfed in flames. Ye Junlin paused for a moment. Gong province! Isn't that where An Miaoyi's Wen Dao sect is located? What's happening there? Xiao Li continued to read. According to the newspaper, 3 formidable races from the nether abyss that specialize in the art of assassination, the Shadow Clan, the Dark Clan, and the Night Clan, have joined forces to invade Gong province. Currently, many powerful experts at the Tribulation Transcendence level have already been slaughtered by them. Even the sect master of the Wendao sect, An Zizai, has been gravely injured. The situation is extremely dire. Yet Junlin sat up straight. He asked again, "Is it really that serious? Is this information reliable?" Li Wuji nodded firmly. "Reporting to Master, I have already inquired from many other sources. Gong province is truly on the brink of annihilation. Ding, system." A notification sound echoed in Ye Junlin's mind, crisp and clear. "Congratulations, host. You have activated a check-in mission. Please go to the Wendao sect in Gong province to perform the check-in. After a successful check-in, the Kang Yuan sword will be upgraded to the immortal grade ahead of schedule." Ye Junlin was visibly delighted, thinking to himself, "Excellent. This reward is amazing. It's exactly what I needed. Once I have an immortal grade weapon in my hands, cutting down those old geezers in the Tribulation Transcendence realm will be as easy as slicing up a chicken, won't it?" With that thought, he waved his hand, his tone full of urgency. "Disciples, pack your things and prepare to go with me to the Wendao sect to uphold justice and save the common people!" Li Wuji immediately complied. "Yes! Master, your righteousness is boundless." Only Hong Tianye, standing to the side, shot him a sidelong glance. She thought to herself, this guy is usually lazy as hell. He wouldn't care if the sky was falling. Since when did he put on such a righteous face? Acting all understanding and reasonable like this. Did he take the wrong medicine or something? Or maybe he's got his eyes on some young lady over there? Sect Master Shu Union watched from the courtyard below. He couldn't help but wonder, Junior Brother Yi is going out again? Last time he brought back a few pounds of enlightenment tea. It was truly a divine medicine. To think it helped our entire sect break through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Su Chanshui, standing beside him, also smiled and said, "With Junior Brother Yi here, our Mystic Heaven sect is truly prospering day by day." In the eastern region of Gong province, inside the truth-seeking sect, the atmosphere was as gloomy as a funeral. Sect Master An Zizai, a peak Tribulation Transcendence realm expert, was slamming the table and scolding his daughter. "So you think your wings have hardened now, don't you? You even dare to talk back to your own father? Let me tell you something. Getting closer to Marshal Chen will only benefit you. There's no harm in it." An Miaoyi was fuming. "I won't marry him. I won't. I don't have the slightest interest in that Marshal Chen of yours." He tried to coax her gently. "Miaoyi, just listen to your father. I'm seriously injured right now, and I'm being watched day and night by those alien clans. If something were to happen to me later on, who would be here to protect you?" An Miaoyi covered her ears with both hands, refusing to listen. "I don't need anyone to protect me. If you're so infatuated with that handsome Marshal Chen, why don't you just move in with him? Then I'll be sure to burn Joss paper regularly to let Mom know, and that you've found yourself a new bosom buddy." Father Nzizai was so provoked by this stinging remark that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He choked and coughed violently. Seeing this, An Miaoyi turned back in alarm. Father, what's wrong?" He circulated his energy to regulate his breathing, reassuring her in a weak voice. "Don't worry about me, I'm not going to die. Although the poison from those nether abyss bastards hasn't been fully eradicated, it won't be able to take my life for the time being. But you should really think about your own future. Marshal Chen is young and highly talented. In the future, the position of Sect Master of the Feather Transformation Sect will surely be his. These are chaotic times, my child. By his side, you will never be wronged." An Miaoyi was worried about her father, but her heart was still filled with resentment. Suddenly, a disciple ran in to report, "Sect Master! Marshal Chen is here requesting an audience." And Tutai was as happy as if he'd struck gold. Quickly invite Commander Tron in." An Jui cursed silently in her heart. It just had to be him. Of all the times to show up, it had to be now when things are most critical. Tran Keo strode in, chest puffed out with confidence. "Sect Master An, just now, I and the elders of your esteemed sect have discussed and finalized our strategy. With me here, I guarantee that even if those foreign tribes grew 8 more wings, they wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on the people of the Wendao sect." Sect Master and Tutai hurriedly clasped his hands in a polite gesture. We've truly troubled you too much, Commander Tran. Our Wendao sect will forever remember this great kindness. He asked with false concern, Oh, that's right, how are your injuries? Are you feeling any better? If they haven't improved, I'll head back to the Yuhua Gate later and ask for a few king-grade medicinal herbs to bring back to heal your wounds and cure the poison. The touched sect master An replied, Oh, that would be too much trouble. Outwardly, Tran Q said, It's a small matter, just a flick of the wrist, that's all. But inwardly, he sneered. I was just saying that to be polite. Does this old fool actually believe me? Yes, and Tu Tai was still immersed in gratitude. Then I truly thank you, Commander Tran. Oh, right. This is my young daughter, Dieu Wai. She has admired you for a long time, Commander Tran. I wonder if the commander has a little free time to tell her about your heroic deeds? No! And Dieu Wai was so indignant she was speechless. But she didn't dare defy her father in front of an outsider. Hearing this, Tran Qiu's eyes lit up. He immediately chimed in, Oh? If Miss Anne is so interested, then I must certainly recount them in great detail. Hearing this, the sect master quickly found an excuse to slip away. Excellent, excellent. I just remembered I have some urgent business to attend to. Please excuse me, I must take my leave. You two please feel free to chat. You are watching the conflicted Miao Yi call out after him. Her father watched on Zizai's departing figure, inwardly ecstatic. Sect Master Anne, take care. Oh my god. Chen Zhao turned back to look at An Miao Yi, his mind screaming. Come here, hurry up and come flatter me. As long as you serve me well, I will generously deign to help your family out. In this entire Kong Trao, the only one who can save your and family is me, Chen Zhao. Seeing her turn her face away, he wondered, what trick is this woman playing now? Trying to play hard to get with me? Your father already made it crystal clear he wants to offer you to me, and yet you're still putting on this fake shy act. It was only then that he cleared his throat and spoke. Miss Anne, it seems you're quite interested in flowers and plants, aren't you? In the future, I will have my men gather all the rare and exotic flowers and herbs in the world, and personally bring them to you as a gift. What do you think? An Miaoyi just replied indifferently with a single, Oh. Chen Zhao still didn't give up, continuing to drone on in her ear. Miss Anne, you seem to be troubled by something. You can confide in me. I am willing to share all your sorrows. Ha ha ha, Miss Anne, you truly are an interesting person. How about we take a stroll? We arrived at your esteemed sect in a bit of a hurry, so we haven't had a chance to enjoy the scenery here yet. Her reply was still just a single cold oh. This made him furious inside. What the hell? Besides the word oh, does your mouth not know how to say anything else? Everywhere I go, I am the center of the universe. Beautiful women fight to throw themselves at me, and this woman dares to put on such a high and mighty act. What for? Suddenly a giant shadow streaked across the sky, catching the attention of them both. An Miaoyi looked up, her eyes suddenly shining brightly. He's here. Chen Zhao was bewildered and confused. What the hell is this? Why is there a demon in the Asking Dao sect? An Emperor-level Tribulation Realm demon attacking? Could it be that the Nether Abyss Horde is attacking again? Yes, at that very moment in the main hall of the Asking Dao sect, an elder named Fan said worriedly, Sect Master, marrying the young miss to an outsider like this? Isn't that too cruel to the child? And Zizai replied without a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhao is young, yet his achievements are already astounding. In the future, few in the eastern region will be able to match him. What's wrong with me entrusting Miao Yi to him? Just as he finished speaking, a disciple rushed in breathlessly to report, Sect Master! A demon emperor is heading straight for us! Sect Master Anne jumped in shock and blurted out, What? A demon emperor is paying a visit? Let me go see for myself what this thing looks like. The moment he spoke, the group of Asking Dao sect elders scrambled to follow close behind him. Old Man Fan narrowed his eyes, his voice full of suspicion. This massive bird of prey. Could it be the legendary Kun Peng? That's it. But why would it show up in a backwater place? Like this? And Zizai turned and asked curiously, Oh? Elder Fan, you're familiar with this demonic beast? Old Fan replied in a flash, his tone as if he were revealing an earth-shattering secret. Familiar, Sect Master? That's the prized mount of Ye Junlin. That elder, the infamous one from Misty Peak of the Profound Sky sect. There, in mid-air, the giant Kunpeng circled once before stopping. From its back, a voice both majestic and lazy echoed down. I, Ye Junlin, have come to pay your esteemed sect a visit. Hearing the three words Ye Junlin, all the Taoists of the Asking Dao sect suddenly erupted into a commotion like a disturbed beehive. Ye Kunlin? Isn't that the name of the great demon who leveled the Xuan Kong temple and bathed the entire Pure Land nation in blood? That god of slaughter, this heaven-smitten fiend suddenly showing up at our Wen Dao sect as a guest? What kind of dark scheme is he plotting? and Zizai suddenly shouted, silencing all the chatter. Do not be disrespectful. Quickly, lower the mountain protecting Grand Formation. Invite Taoist friend Ye inside for a chat. The mountain protecting Grand Formation slowly opened a path. 3 figures, a master and his 2 disciples, calmly entered the Wen Dao sect. Yan Miaoyi joyfully rushed forward. Young Master Ye! Sect Master An, standing behind her, could only call out after her in vain. Miaoyi, my child. Ye Kunlin smiled gently. Miss Anne, fate has a funny way of arranging things. We meet again. The young lady's eyes, shining like stars, asked eagerly, Young Master Ye, did you hear that our Wen Dao sect was in trouble and came specially to help us? Or did you come here on purpose to see me? Sect Master An, listening from the side, felt his heart skip a beat. Oh dear, my precious daughter's feelings for this young Master Ye seemed to have grown quite deep. Ye Kunlin subtly avoided her intense gaze. He cleared his throat a few times. Both of them understood implicitly. Of course, the most important reason had to be the third one. To collect my system's check-in reward, what else? Hey, system boy, it's payday, can't you hear me? The young man screamed silently in his mind. Seeing that the damn system was still fast asleep, his expression darkened. It's dozing off again. This familiar employee has been slacking off lately, always late with the rewards. This time I have to give it a serious review. I'll dock its pay to teach it a lesson. And Miaoyi stood beside him. Seeing him remain silent, she thought he was being shy. Her cheeks immediately flushed red like a ripe tomato as she mumbled, Thank you very much, young Master Ye. Sect Master An witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but turn to Old Fan, bewildered, and asked, Elder Fan, this is still my daughter, right? Old Fan chuckled and replied to the Sect Master, You truly are blind to what's right in front of you. Can't you see it? The young Miss's heart has already been stolen away by someone. Suddenly, a figure shot forward as fast as a rocket. Carrying a billowing killing intent, Chen Zhao appeared. He growled each word, his tone sharp and severe. Ye Junlin! His entire body radiated a blazing battle intent. You who bear the title of the God of Slaughter, whose might shakes the entire eastern region. The massacre in the Pure Land Nation back then, to this day, you still haven't given the world a proper explanation. Right now, Gong Province is being invaded by the 3 clans of the Nether Abyss. The people are suffering immensely. I wonder, for a god of slaughter like you to grace our Wen Dao sect, and are you ultimately here to offer aid, or are you planning to loot a burning house? Sect Master An's expression immediately darkened. This brat Chen Zhao, the moment he opened his mouth, he put Ye Junlin in a difficult position. He clearly wants to embarrass him on the spot. An Miaoyi also showed her worry, young Master Ye. At this moment, the master and his 2 disciples, Ye Junlin, Hong Tianye, and Li Wuji, were still standing calmly in one spot. Their eyes were all fixed on this Chen Zhao fellow, who was making a scene. Ye Junlin put on a clueless, innocent face and asked nonchalantly, And who the hell are you? Little Hong, standing beside him, still maintained her ice-cold expression. Meanwhile, Xiaoli couldn't help but burst out laughing, as expected of Master. It was just 3 words, and while the physical damage was 0, the emotional damage was maxed out. Humiliated to the core, all eyes immediately turned to Chen Zhao. His face flushed red with fury. Your anger is boiling over. He gritted his teeth, forcing a contemptuous smile. Go on, keep pretending. Have you really forgotten me so quickly? Ye Junlin responded with an indifferent gaze, utterly nonchalant. Some little nobody from who knows where expects this venerable one to carve his name into my memory. Chen Zhao could no longer hold back. He roared like a wounded beast. How dare you say that? Your arrogance is infuriating. My father, the sect master of the Wind and Thunder sect, Chen Yunhai, died at your hands. My master, perfected being Zhu Yang, was also murdered by you. These blood debts. How could you possibly have forgotten them so easily? Ye Junlin pretended to think. Then he let out an ah, as if he'd just remembered some trivial matter. Oh, so it was them, huh? I think I have a faint recollection now. But, seeing his attitude, Chen Zhao grew even more enraged. He roared at Ye Junlin, You, a mighty tribulation-crossing void immortal, and yet you mercilessly slaughtered the void immortals of a tiny sect. Have you no shame? Does your reputation mean nothing to you? Li Wuji couldn't stand by and watch any longer. He immediately jumped out to retort. Hey, watch your mouth, buddy. Your father was the one who dreamed of invading the profound heaven sect. My master was merely acting in righteous self-defense. And as for that master of yours, Zhu Yang, he was the one who attacked my master at his own home without provocation. In the end, their skills were simply no match for his. So my master sent them to meet their maker. This logic of a thief crying thief is truly something else. Ye Junlin glanced at Li Wuji. His eyes were filled with pride. Not bad, not bad. This disciple of mine is really worth the investment, Ye Junlin thought to himself. Then he glanced over at Xiao Hong, who was as quiet as a mouse, unlike someone else. His master's meaningful glance made the young man a little nervous. Seeing this, Xiao Hong quickly chimed in. Exactly. Your master failed to ambush someone and got himself killed instead. He's truly a laughingstock for the whole world. And now you, seeking revenge, only dare to fight with your mouth. And you still have the nerve to call yourself the Holy Sun? Aren't you ashamed? Chen Zhao was so furious he was speechless, his two hands clenched into fists. He just wanted to rush in and tear those three, master and disciples, into 100 pieces. On the other side, the crowd was still watching the good show. Just then, Nzizai let out a few dry coughs and spoke up to mediate. You two are both outstanding talents of the eastern region. The situation with the invading alien race is extremely critical. Why don't we temporarily set aside our personal conflicts and join forces to fight against the foreign invaders? That should be our top priority. Who would have thought Chen Zhao would suddenly turn around and shout right in his face, "Shut up! This is no place for you to speak!" And Zizai's expression changed. Then he suddenly broke into a series of difficult, racking coughs, and Miaoyi quickly supported her father. Then she pointed straight at Chen Zhao's face and cursed, "You bastard! As the commander of the Allied forces, how dare you be so disrespectful to an elder like him?"
What?
An elder from the Yuhua sect, Elder Liu, a man who had reached the peak of the tribulation transcendence stage, hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. The Holy Sun was just momentarily blinded by anger. "Fellow cultivators, excuse us. Holy Sun, let's go." Chen Zhao gritted his teeth, feeling of bitter resentment and suffocating rage churning within him. At first I thought that as long as I worked hard enough to stand at the pinnacle, admired by tens of thousands, I thought I could rightfully face my father's killer without being at a disadvantage. Who knew that from the very beginning? In his eyes, I was just a performing monkey for the world to laugh at. At this thought, he couldn't contain his rage and was about to charge forward again. "Old Liu, I won't accept this. I won't accept it. I want revenge!" Old Liu quickly grabbed him tightly. He advised, "Holy Sun, look at the state you're in right now. Your confidence and composure, where has your usual self gone? Stop embarrassing yourself here. Hurry and return with me." Seeing that Chen Zhao was still struggling, the old man leaned in and whispered in his ear, "You are still no match for him right now. Don't act so recklessly." Ye Junlin watched this whole drama unfold. He casually threw out a sentence as if adding fuel to the fire. "So what if you don't accept it? My actions were merely legitimate self-defense." Hearing these words, Chen Zhao felt like he'd exploded, the hot blood rushing to his head. "Ye Junlin, your disciple, that shameless bastard hit his cultivation level and killed so many innocent people. If you have the guts, then suppress your cultivation level. Down to the same as mine. Let's have a fair life-or-death duel. We'll see who's superior." He was roaring in his heart. After refining the true sunfire, my sun immortal body has reached a flawless, perfect state. At the same cultivation level, I am absolutely invincible. As long as you dare to accept, I will show you what hell on earth truly is. Hong Tianya stepped forward on behalf of his master. His expression was full of disdain. "A little shrimp like you dares to challenge my master, the invincible champion of the universe? You're not even worthy of fighting a kun, let alone him." Ye Junlin, standing to the side, still had a satisfied look on his face, as if he were watching a play. Not bad. This kid finally knows how to say a few things that make me proud. It seems he's teachable after all. Chen Zhao asked in bewilderment, "A kun? Who the hell is a kun?" Xiao Hong snapped her fingers and arrogantly declared, "He is, of course, my master's noble mount, the ancient mythical beast, the Kunpeng." As soon as she finished speaking, a kun in the sky tilted its head back and let out a mighty roar. Its presence was earth-shattering. Chen Zhao was so shocked he nearly coughed up blood. "Ridiculous! How can it be so ridiculous? You're actually making this holy one. Duel a mere animal mount?" Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Who the hell do you think you are to look down on my Akun?" He replied with unwavering arrogance, "I, Chen Zhao, am an extraordinary figure. I am the true heir saint of the Yuhua sect, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern region's allied forces. And now I have to fight a one-on-one duel with a mount? If word of this gets out, where could I possibly show my face?" Hong Tianye replied calmly, "Those are nothing but empty titles and a meaningless reputation. Forget about challenging my master. You aren't even qualified to challenge me." Chen Zhao clenched his fists, looking up at the giant Kunpeng in the sky. He growled, "A kun, is it? Fine! I, Chen Zhao, accept your challenge today." Down below, Ye Junlin clapped and cheered for a kun. "It's time to show the world what you can really do. Go on, boy, he's heard the command." It let out a shriek. Then it shot down like a meteor. Ah! A pained scream rang out. Someone below hurriedly shouted a warning. Holy Sun, be careful! That vile creature. That's a descendant of the ancient divine beast, the Kun Peng. Chen Zhao gathered his strength and unleashed a great sun fist. But the Kun Peng moved with a whoosh, like a bolt of lightning, nimbly dodging in midair. A nearby spectator exclaimed in awe, such terrifying power. In Chen Zhao's hand, a giant fireball was now gathering. Beast, watch as this holy sun subjugates you! The fireball collided violently with the Kun Peng, creating a terrifying shockwave. He thought he had won. He threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha! How does that feel? You vile creature! The spectating cultivators couldn't stop murmuring in awe, as expected of Commander Chen. With this level of combat power, it's enough to strike terror into the hearts of the foreign clans. So strong, so domineering. Even a descendant of an ancient divine beast was suppressed. Iran asked worriedly, Master, Akun is in danger. Ye Junlin continued to watch calmly. He gently reassured her, Don't worry. Akun is still full of energy. Chen Zhao gloated loudly. Ye Junlin? My apologies. It seems I accidentally killed your little pet. Ha ha ha. In contrast to his attitude, Ye Junlin just smiled knowingly. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, a boy of about 10 years old appeared from within the dust cloud. He closed in on Chen Zhao as fast as lightning. You bastard, taste my kun fist! With that, a barrage of punches rained down on his head. He staggered to his feet and stammered, Who are you? The boy, Kia, grinned and replied, Don't you recognize me? It is I, the handsome Icon. Tranq seethed, So you're still not dead. Icon made a funny face to taunt him. Hehe. No, your whole family is dead. He roared in a frenzy, his killing intent erupting. You animal, how dare you be so insolent to me? On his forehead, a glowing lotus-shaped seal suddenly appeared. He immediately chanted, Solar Immortal Body, activate! Akun didn't flinch at all, puffing out his chest and declaring, I Kun am not afraid of you. The boy quickly charged forward to meet him head-on, directly blocking every single one of his opponent's attacks. From below, the crowd cheered relentlessly, Go, Kun, go! Go, Kun, go! An Miaoyi enthusiastically chimed in, Kun, you're the best. Get him, beat him to a pulp! Tranq, while struggling to defend against Akun's relentless attacks, wondered to himself, Strange. How is this kid getting more fired up the more we fight? Elder Liu, standing high above, couldn't help but exclaim in shock as he witnessed the whole scene. A Kun Peng descendant is this powerful? To be able to fight one-on-one with the Holy Sun to this extent. Meanwhile, the battle raged on with intense ferocity. Tranq condensed his spiritual energy, forming a giant sword in mid-air. He roared with determination, Die for me! Akun, not to be outdone, also roared. Back in response, Witness my Kun fist! The moment his giant sword began to crack under one of Akun's punches, he realized the situation was not good. Seizing the opportunity while his enemy was at a disadvantage, Akun immediately unleashed his ultimate move, Kun's Iron Mountain Cannon. The ground shook violently, as if a massive earthquake had just struck. When the dust settled, everyone saw that Tranq had been defeated, sprawled out on the ground, but that wasn't all. He also had some strange liquid splashed directly onto his face. Kun is such a mischievous beast. It peed right on his face. The ultimate humiliation. And it's even laughing with such glee. This is hilarious. Wonderful. Kun won. Ha ha ha. You did great, Kun. Old Man Liu trembled with rage, his face turning purple. You filthy animal! How dare you insult the holy son of my feather transformation sect? He let out a roar and suddenly attacked. You are so disrespectful. This old man will teach you a lesson today. Just as the tip of the old man's spear was about to touch Akun, Ye Junlin appeared in the nick of time. He stopped the spear with a single hand. His expression darkened. He looked at the old man with utter contempt. Old man, it seems you're a sore loser who's decided to play dirty, huh? You dare to even touch my Akun? Do you have a death wish? Ye Junlin used just 2 fingers, effortlessly, to catch Old Man Liu's roaring iron chain. Then he shot him a bone-chilling glare. Oh, old man? Are your hands itching for a few rounds with me? Seeing this, Old Man Liu's heart pounded, and he wanted to pull his head into his shell faster than a turtle. He muttered to himself, calculating. This kid single-handedly crushed all 3 holy Buddhas. His power is absolutely earth-shattering. If this old body of mine rushes in, it'd be like an egg hitting a rock. No. The bigger picture is more important. To show my hand now would be suicide. I'll just take a step back for now and wait for a storm to brew. It won't be too late for me to step in then. With that thought, he clasped his hands and bowed, putting on a polite facade. Fellow Taoist, yeah, you've misunderstood. How would this old man dare to show off in front of a master? I just lost my temper for a moment. I hope that you, a man of great magnanimity, can overlook this. This old man will take his leave now. Standing behind Ye Junlin, Akun stuck out his long tongue with a flick, with an incredibly smug look. Hee, my master is truly so imposing. The moment I showed my face, that old geezer was scared out of his wits. What a total coward. The old man hurriedly dragged Chen Zhao along as they turned tail and fled. He even remembered to toss back a seemingly polite remark. Farewell? Only then did Akun come scampering over. He lifted his perfectly round head and asked Ye Junlin, his voice full of pride. I've chased away those annoying pests. Master, didn't I do it a good job? Ye Junlin smiled. He reached out and gently pinched Akun's chubby cheeks. He said indulgently, Good boy. Of course you did a great job. My efforts in raising you weren't wasted. My Akun is the best. He even added another comment, as if he were appraising goods. But man, your cheeks are really satisfying to squeeze. And Meowly, who was standing nearby, felt her eyes light up. She came closer. Oh my God, Kun, you're so adorable I could die. Can I give them a little pinch, please? Kun immediately tilted his face to the sky. He crossed his arms with a haughty look. Humph, no way. My precious perfect face isn't something that just anyone can touch. And Meowly immediately switched into sparkling puppy dog eyes mode. Her voice became as sweet as honey. Brother Kun, oh, I'm begging you, please let your little sister give them just one squeeze. Hearing the two syrupy sweet words, Brother Kun, Akun was so pleased he felt like his tail was about to start wagging. Humph, say it a few more times and let's see. This great Brother Kun will consider it. And Meowly didn't hesitate for a second. She immediately unleashed her ultimate flattery technique. Brother Kun, oh Brother Kun, the most handsome in the entire universe. Hearing this, Akun puffed up with pride and nodded in delight. All right. Seeing as you're such a sweet talker, little sister, this great Brother Kun shall bestow upon you a golden opportunity. And Meowly was overjoyed. She immediately lunged forward and gave Akun's cheek a loud pinch. She couldn't stop gasping in admiration and thanking him. Oh, Brother Kun! It's so soft, smooth, and springy. This feels absolutely amazing. Ye Junlin, who was standing behind and witnessing this whole act, could only shake his head at this cow. He was at a complete loss for words. From a distance, and Zizai watched his daughter, a sudden warmth filling his heart. It's been so long. It's been so long since I've seen Diaoli smile so brightly. If only the girl could always be this innocent, so carefree. What a blessing that would be for me. Just then, his internal injuries suddenly relapsed. His chi and blood surged violently, causing him to lose control and spit out a mouthful of thick, dark blood. And Diaoli, who was on the other side, saw what happened to her father. She rushed over, her face pale with panic. Father! Another person also hurried forward to support him. He anxiously questioned Zizai, sect master. Are you all right? Why do you look worse and worse? And Zizai waved his hand, forcing himself to answer. I'm fine, this old man can still hold on. The other person gritted his teeth. Those damn alien races! How dare they use such a poisonous scheme to torture our great sect master to this state? With tears welling in her eyes, and Diaoli asked, Father, is this poison really incurable? At that moment, Ye Junlin casually walked over, his tone as nonchalant as if it were nothing. This trivial poison? Just let my disciple handle it. After hearing this, Zizai looked up at him with an expression of disbelief. Fellow Taoist Ye, please don't joke at a time like this. This poison is incredibly insidious. It latches onto the meridians like a hungry leech. This old man has tried 100, 1,000 different methods, but I still can't expel it completely. Junlin didn't bother to explain. He simply turned and called out lightly, Xiao Hei, it's your time to shine. Go and cure Sect Master An's poison. And Diu Lai was just now getting curious. She glanced over and thought to herself, Tu Hak. That sounds like what someone would name their pet dog. A small, timid figure peeked out from behind Tu Tik. He answered in a tiny voice, Yes. Your disciple is coming right now. And Tu Tai asked, bewildered, This is fellow Taoist Ye's new disciple? The boy seems a bit timid, doesn't he? Tu Tik gently patted his junior brother's shoulder. Reassuringly, he said, Fourth junior brother, don't tremble. Just be confident. You can do it. Yes. Tu Hak took a deep breath. Yes, sir. With that, the boy stepped forward. He placed his hand on Antu Tai's back and channeled his power. A stream of pure, warm life force from the Azure Emperor longevity art began to surge forth. At first, Antu Tai was skeptical, but in the next moment, he was utterly shocked. He could feel a surging power, cleansing every inch of his meridians. Suddenly, an extremely powerful stream of black chi was violently expelled from his body and exploded in the air. It startled Tu Hak, making him jump and cry out, Ah! And Yulai watched as her father's complexion turned rosy again. Miraculously, she cheered with joy. It's working! Father, your complexion is so much better. This is unbelievable. And Tutai could feel it himself. His voice trembled with emotion. I'm cured. This old man is truly cured. Tiuhak turned back to look at Deep Kunlum. Reporting, Master. The toxin should be completely cleansed now. Deep Kunlum patted his little disciple's head, pleased. Immediately, Tutai stepped forward. He gripped Tiuhak's hand tightly and said with intensity, Thank you, little brother. Thank you. Your skill is divine, truly divine. To think you could neutralize such a terrifying poison in the blink of an eye. Xiaohei's face turned beet red as he stammered. Yes, it was nothing, really. A warm feeling surged through the boy's heart. So this is the feeling of helping someone else. It's this wonderful. I'm not even scared anymore. But then, Zizai solemnly walked up to Ye Junlin and bowed deeply. Taoist Yi, you truly live up to your reputation as a world-renowned master. Your method of teaching a disciple is truly awe-inspiring. On Zizai, I will definitely hold the most magnificent banquet to welcome you all. Ye Junlin waved his hand and replied with a smile. Sect Master An, you're being too formal. Once those troublesome flies have been dealt with, and your illness is fully cured, we can just take our time and enjoy your generous hospitality, Sect Master An. Standing to the side, Miaoli was utterly astonished. The most magnificent banquet? Ever since I was born. The Wendao sect has never held a banquet of that caliber. According to the historical records, it has only happened twice in our sect's history, and both times, they marked a turning point that changed the fate of the entire sect. I can't believe it. I can't believe Father holds young Master Ye in such high regard. Scene change, Buffalo Trough Canyon, at the encampment of the Yuhua Sect Alliance. Elder Liu was channeling his energy to heal Chen Zhao's injuries. Lying on a sickbed, Chen Zhao's face was twisted in a grimace, his voice filled with indignation. Elder Liu, I'm so damn useless. I couldn't even defeat his mount. If word of this gets out, the perfect image that I've worked so hard to build all this time will be completely shattered. From now on, we'll become the laughingstock of the entire eastern region, Father? Elder Liu slowly withdrew his power and said grimly, Holy son, that beast is definitely no ordinary creature. You don't need to debase yourself. As for this defeat, what if I told you that this matter will never have a chance? To get out? Chen Zhao looked up abruptly. Huh? What do you mean, Elder Liu? A sinister and malicious smile appeared on the aged face of Elder Liu. Just you wait and see, holy son. The grand show has only just begun. Scene change, Wendao Sect, Fengxian Hall. Kun and Xiaoxi are in food heaven. Each of them is clutching a golden brown roasted beast leg, sizzling as the fat drips down. They chew and praise it. This is unbelievably good. In my entire beastly life, I've never eaten anything this amazing. Xiaoxi also nods eagerly, munching away with a full mouth. That's right, that's right. Shushu loves it too. Xiaohei, sitting nearby, is still a bit hesitant, but is also blushing while enjoying the delicacy. At the table, Zizai casually points to his precious daughter, laughing heartily as he speaks to Ye Junlin. Fellow Taoist Ye, I heard that you and my daughter knew each other before. It seems your fate is quite intertwined, isn't it? What do you think of my little girl? Miaoli, who was sitting beside him, turned beet red upon hearing this and quickly cried out, Dad! Why are you asking young Master Ye such personal questions? I can handle my own affairs. Ye Junlin, who was taking a sip of wine, spat it all out. He quickly wiped his mouth and forced a smile. My apologies. My apologies, Sect Master Anne. It went down the wrong pipe. Miss Anne is a very fine young lady. She's as adorable as a little sister to me. But Miaoli's heart twinged with a sharp pain. A lingering sadness welled up in her heart. So it turns out in young Master Ye's heart, am I only ever going to be a little sister? Pham Duc Chin saw the young Miss's dejected look, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps love is truly the most difficult thing in this world. I hope the young Miss can come to understand this soon. With that thought, he raised his wine cup and stood up. A toast to Ye Kunlin. Senior Ye, that day at the Dragon Gate Inn, this old man already saw that you were an extraordinary person. Later, at the Medicine King Valley, you stepped in to save me and the young Miss. And this time you saved our sect master from a perilous situation. This great debt of gratitude is truly hard to repay. I would like to offer you a toast. Kunlin also raised his cup in return. Elder Pham, you're too kind. Suddenly, Pham Duc Ching did something absolutely earth-shattering. With a rip, he tore off his own outer robe and threw it aside. Kunlin was so startled, he almost dropped his wine cup. Elder Pham, no matter how great the debt of gratitude is, you don't have to go this far, do you? He was screaming internally. Ah! My eyes, they're about to go blind! Pham Duk Chin's body began to twist and turn, dancing in a bizarre manner. But inwardly, he was in a state of absolute panic. What the hell is happening? Why is my body no longer obeying my commands? The disciples of the Wendao sect who witnessed this scene also had their jaws on the floor. They pursed their lips and began to whisper. Damn. I never would have thought that Elder Pham had such unrestrained hobbies. Little Hongyan's face turned bright red. She pouted. So gross! Little Hay also chimed in. This senior is truly brave. And Zizai, finding the sight unbearable, slammed the table and shouted at them. Pham, are you insane? Even if you're grateful to them. You don't have to perform this vulgar dance, do you? 4. Pham Duk Chin was sweating profusely, his mouth stammering. Sectmaster, I can't stop. It's as if some invisible force is controlling my body. And Tutai frowned. Something's not right. Could it be them? He immediately channeled his energy, his powerful roar echoing throughout the main hall. Whoever is playing these demonic tricks, get out here for this old man. Just then, a bizarre shadow appeared behind Pham Duk Chin. A gloomy, hoarse voice rang out. Don't be in such a hurry. The best part of the show has only just begun. At the same time, the other people in the main hall also began to act strangely. Ah, senior brother, why are you hitting me? Help! Help me! Senior sister, don't! Don't! You're grabbing the wrong place! And Tutai's face turned purple with rage. He roared, Come out and face this old man! You must be from the Shadow Clan, one of the 3 races of the Nether Abyss that invaded Gong Province last time, aren't you? The shadow cackled. Sect Master An, you do have some knowledge. Not bad. Not bad at all. Slowly, a face emerged from the darkness. He was the king of the Nether Abyss's Shadow Clan, a peak-stage Tribulation Transcendence Master. He smirked. The one who attacked you last time was the king of the Dark Clan. It's a pity he didn't succeed that time. But today, not only your life, but this entire Wendao sect will become a mass grave. And Tutai roared in fury, Insolent! Do you really think that you alone, your Shadow Clan, can destroy my Wendao sect? You look down on us far too much! The corner of the Shadow Clan king's mouth curled into a treacherous smile. He clapped his hands twice and signaled, Everyone, why don't you come out and introduce yourselves? And Tutai's face instantly turned as white as a sheet. Cold sweat poured down, drenching the back of his robes. A pitch-black spatial gate slowly opens, and heavy footsteps emerge from within. The one in the lead laughs heartily. Sectmaster An, do you still remember me? The taste of the poison from last time. Did you enjoy it? He is none other than the king of the Dark Clan, Min Huiyan. He is also an expert at the peak of the Tribulation realm. And Tutai's eyes turned bloodshot upon seeing his enemy. It's you! You bastards! So you've been hiding here all along. Since when? The man shrugs. Of course, we had someone on the inside helping us. And I suspect he's about to make his move. And Tutai quickly glances towards Ye Kunlin. His heart sinks into an abyss. This is bad. At the same time, more than 10 masters, at the peak Tribulation realm from Min Huiyan's clan, emerged from their ambush within the sect. Who on earth led them in this time? I'm afraid that even with fellow Taoist Ye here, it will be difficult to turn the tables. I originally wanted to repay a debt of gratitude, but I never thought I'd end up harming them instead. However, at that critical moment, Ye Kunlin remained seated. Calmly, he poured himself a full cup of wine, looking as if he were enjoying a spectacular play. Outside, on a distant mountain peak, a figure stood watching. A demonic, dark aura was enveloping the entire Fengxian hall. He revealed a triumphant and cruel smile. Ha ha ha, so it's finally starting, is it? Just then, old Lu suddenly spoke, his voice full of hidden meaning. Holy Son, how about we take this chance to avenge Q Shuihen? We can make the entire Wendao sect be buried along with her, so they can be a pair in the afterlife, don't you think? After hearing this, Tran Q felt his mind go completely blank. He stammered, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me the arrival of Min Huiyan's nether soldiers at the Wendao sect was all orchestrated by you? Old Liu squinted, flashing a smile that was as cunning as they come. Very clever. You're not wrong. Today marks the death anniversary of this Wendao sect. Chen Chao was so horrified he nearly bit his tongue. Old Liu, are you insane? You dare to collude with those creatures from the Dark Abyss? This is treason against our race, a crime grave enough for the entire world to spit in your face and for you to be damned for all eternity. If word of this gets out to the sect, how do you plan to explain yourself? The smile on old Liu's lips grew even more sinister. In that moment, a cold chill shot down Chen Chao's spine. He was frozen to the spot, cold sweat pouring off him. So, the sect knew all along. They were even the masterminds behind it, heavens above. The Yuhua sect, the greatest pillar of the Eastern Domain, was secretly shaking hands with those devils from the dark abyss. And ironically, he himself, the holy son of the dark god, was the one who raised the banner and initiated the righteous alliance. It was truly one of fate's cruel jokes. Old Liu patted him reassuringly. His tone was like that of an elder, enlightening a naive child. Holy son, you will eventually understand why the sect had to do this. This is the inevitable trend of the times. You must believe that we are on the right path. Chen Qiao's face was as black as thunder. He growled, "So that whole commander-in-chief of the righteous alliance position, oh, was that also something you all arranged for me?" Old Liu didn't even try to hide it. He nodded in admission. "Precisely. Your previous unstoppable winning streak, your rampage across the lands, it was all a part of the script we carefully prepared. Surely you must have realized. Every battle you fought went suspiciously smoothly, didn't it? The great armies of the other races would scatter the moment they saw you, fleeing for their lives without daring to look back." Chen Qiao gritted his teeth. His chest felt like it was about to explode with resentment. So it turns out it wasn't enough that Ye Kunlin was making a fool of me. Even my most trusted people are also spinning me around like a top. What on earth did I, Chen Jiao, do wrong? Oh, heavens. Why must you treat me like a clown? Just then, old Liu placed a hand on Chen Jiao's shoulder, his voice deep with meaning. "Holy son, you are far too caught up in these trivial, empty matters of reputation. The truth doesn't matter. What matters is finding a way for you to climb to an even higher position." Chen Jiao was suspicious. "What do you mean? Are you telling me to join you in this filthy scheme? If this gets out, not even jumping into the Yellow River could ever wash away this stain." Old Liu's expression suddenly turned ruthless. "This handshake between our sect and the Nether Abyss, to put it nicely, is just an introductory gift. A ticket for us to join? A far more terrifying power that lies beyond. The so-called great cause of humanity? In the face of one's own survival. It's nothing but a bunch of empty theories. This world is about to welcome a great upheaval. If we don't start preparing now, the reign of the Yuhua sect will soon vanish into thin air." Hearing this, Chen Jiao was so stunned his soul could have left his body. He let out a choked cry. "What?" Old Liu held out a hand, his tone full of temptation. "Holy son, your potential is limitless. Even those esteemed figures have sung your praises. Your future has already been decided. You are destined to ascend to the heavens, to see farther than ever before. Why must you trap yourself in this tiny, stagnant pond? Well, I've said all that needs to be said. You just wait here obediently. Now is the time for this old man to start the blood feast." As he finished speaking, old Liu transformed into a streak of light and flew straight inside. A blood-curdling scream echoed out. "Ye Kunlin, hand over your worthless life to this old man!" A dumbfounded Chen Jiao stood there, his mind completely blank. Meanwhile, at the party inside, a royal from the Dark Clan had just thrown a medicinal pill into his mouth. Instantly, the aura around him exploded violently, reaching the threshold of the peak tribulation transcendence realm. He roared at his comrades, "All you royals, swallow the nether origin pills for me now. Tonight, not a single blade of grass will be left standing in the Wen Dao sect. This place must become a living hell." Ye Junlin was sitting in a corner, leisurely sipping a cup of wine. Only then did he lazily raise his head and speak in a taunting tone. Hey, you beasts from the Nether Abyss. Don't you have any basic manners? Can't you see that I'm busy drowning my sorrows here?" The Dark Clan Royal, who had just taken the pill, stepped forward, his aura blazing. He said with contempt, "You little brat! What hole did you crawl out of to dare lecture me?" "Excellent, I'll use your blood to christen my blade." Ye Junlin muttered to himself in his head. "You damn system, did you oversleep until now? It's time for the daily login reward, isn't it? My Azure Abyss Spear is about to starve to death. Here it is! Ding, ding, ding. My apologies, handsome host, I'm here. Congratulations, host, for completing the login. The Azure Abyss Spear has been successfully upgraded to an immortal-grade weapon." Ye Junlin looked annoyed. "Why have you been so late with the rewards every day recently? Do you always have to wait for trouble to start before you show your face at the party?" The system hurriedly flattered him. Of course not. Next time I will definitely be on time. I swear on all four of my legs." Just then, the Dark Clan Royal let out a roar and lunged forward to attack. Ye Junlin remained calmly seated, not even bothering to move. When his opponent was just an arm's length away, the spear, the Yuan sword, suddenly appeared in Ye Junlin's hand. He just thrusted lightly. Once. The sword pierced straight through the monarch's chest. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Sweat poured down like a river. His face was a mask of absolute terror and utter disbelief. How is this possible? This is an immortal artifact. Ye Junlin was cold. He swung his sword in a single decisive slash. The thing I hate most is being disturbed by buzzing flies while I'm eating. You have committed my greatest taboo. The eyes of the Dark Clan monarch rolled back into his head. His mouth only had time to let out one miserable scream. In the end, he clenched his fists tightly. One question still swirling in his mind. An immortal artifact. What the hell is something like that doing in a backwater place like this eastern region? Even though I never expected to find a legendary immortal artifact in this godforsaken place. But it's fine. With more than 10 of our brothers here, and all of us at the peak tribulation stage, surely we have a chance of winning. Yet Junlin smirked. Oh, is that so? Immediately after, he just lightly flicked his finger. The UN sword flew out on its own once again, piercing through the body of the Dark Clan monarch. Xiao Hong, who had been watching silently this whole time, was so furious she gritted her teeth until they squeaked. This bastard, he even has an immortal artifact, and he uses a sword like it's a damn toothpick, easily killing a master at the peak tribulation stage. The remaining monarchs, seeing this, began to reassure each other. Brothers, stay calm. This guy is only at the peak tribulation stage, too. He must be under immense strain to use that immortal artifact. That's right. He swung it twice already. He must be running on fumes. Let's all rush him. We've still got a good chance. Well said. We have to work together, kill him, and take that immortal artifact. With that, the whole group roared, their spirits soaring as they charged forward. Ye Kunlun let out a cold snort. A bunch of fools who don't know their own limits. With those words, he raised the Kongyuan sword high. Then he slashed down in a single decisive strike. A world-destroying wave of sword chi swept through everything. This was the ultimate technique. Kongyuan Calamity Light. Wherever the sword chi went, agonizing screams followed. It didn't just pierce through the entire building, it refused to stop. It continued to tear through the sky, soaring high into the air. Just then, old Liu was aggressively charging forward. The moment he saw that terrifying sword chi, his face went pale. This Ye Junlin guy, he can actually wield an immortal weapon. With that thought, he hastily turned back. He grabbed Chen Zhao and ran for his life. Chen Zhao stared at the scene before him, utterly horrified. Oh, old Liu, what the hell is happening? Old Liu snapped. What do you mean, what's happening? Just focus on running. Otherwise, in a moment, we'll be turned to dust. I'd buy the sword chi from that damn immortal weapon. Now the cultivators below saw the beam of sword light unleashed by Ye Junlin and were scared out of their wits. Good heavens, what is that? This beam of sword light looks like it could tear the very heavens apart. Is this really the kind of power that a human can possess? Could it be that the legendary immortal weapon has reappeared in the mortal world? Ye Junlin's beam of sword light seemed to stretch on endlessly. Even on the distant horizon, you could still see its light somewhere deep in the mountains. A hermit in secluded cultivation was startled into crying out. From this moment on, the cultivators of the eastern region truly understood what it meant for a single sword to shake the heavens. This beam of sword light created a phenomenon that countless cultivators would find impossible to forget for the rest of their lives, and later generations honored it with a name. One sword's cold light across 14 provinces. But just then, Ye Kunlun had just sheathed his Thungween sword. He dusted off his hands and spoke nonchalantly. He turned back, picking up his wine glass. He grinned at Anzizai. What are you spacing out for? Where's the music? The dancers? Let's get this party started again. Anzizai was so terrified he stammered, Yeah, Taoist Ye, don't tell me you normally carry an immortal artifact with you? Ye Kunlun picked up a piece of food and answered nonchalantly. That's right, is there a problem? Anzizai hurriedly waved his hands and gave a thumbs up. Of course there's no problem at all. Amazing. After this earth-shattering battle, the crisis in Kongtro was resolved in the blink of an eye. The prestige and fame of Taoist Ye once again soared to its peak, absolutely dazzling, completely overshadowing even the saint, Sun Chenjiao of the Yuhua sect. Standing nearby, Li Wuji sneered, That Chen guy is nothing compared to my master. Ye Kunlun was ecstatic on the inside, but he remained modest on the outside. Oh, that's all just empty fame. As a master, I've never cared for fame and fortune. Hearing these words, Xiao Hong, standing nearby, grimaced and secretly pouted. He's putting on an act again. But this time, he even brought out an immortal artifact to show off his power. It seems my plan to turn the tables on him has just gotten a few levels harder. After the banquet ended, Ye Kunlun and his disciples stood up. He said to Anzizai, Sect Master An's banquet is truly impeccable. Thank you for your hospitality. It's about time for us to be on our way. Anzizai hurriedly clasped his hands respectfully. Fellow Taoist Ye, you're too kind. Being able to host you is this old man's honor. If you have any difficulties in the future,
My sword inquiry sect will not hesitate, even if it means jumping into a sea of fire. Never. Afterward, Ye Kunlin and the others mounted the Kun's back and left with a hearty laugh. Everyone, we will meet again. When Ye Kunlin's figure had disappeared, and Zizai turned to remind his daughter, Miaoli, you have to try your best, my child. A man like him is the kind of goal you should pursue. But it's also possible that in this entire lifetime, you will never be able to catch up to him. So you'd best prepare yourself mentally. On Miaoli replied, Young master, yeah. I don't hope to catch up to his footsteps. Just being able to watch his back from afar is more than enough to make me happy. Scene change. 3 days later. In the eastern region of Qing province, inside the main hall of the Yuhua sect, the disciples were buzzing with discussion. Hey, I heard a rumor that 3 days ago, the godlike Ye Kunlin, with just a single swing of his sword, blew away the entire Dark Abyss army. More than 10 tribulation transcendence realm. Kings were annihilated, right on the spot. Ye Kunlin becoming famous is a small matter. The important thing is that our holy son was knocked out by that guy's mount. The Kun Ping, I'm afraid, his once illustrious reputation has all gone up in smoke. I hope this incident doesn't affect the holy son's Dao heart. The entire future of the Yuhua sect rests on him. In the back mountains of the Yuhua sect, a forbidden area, old Liu was leading Chen Zhao deep inside. As Chen Zhao walked, he asked doubtfully, Old Liu, where is this place? He thought to himself. Why is the forbidden area of the Yuhua sect such a gloomy place, with death energy swirling about like smoke? Old Liu answered curtly, Don't ask so many questions. The situation has changed. I'm taking you to meet some important people. An important person? Chen Zhao asked. A moment later, the two of them were standing before a man. The moment Chen Zhao saw this person, he gasped, Sect! Sect Master! This person was none other than the Sect Master of the Yuhua sect, Wan Changwei, a Grand Master at this peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Chen Zhao hurriedly bowed with respect. Sect Master, why are you in a place like this? Wan Changwei spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. Of all the holy sons there have ever been, you are the only one who is qualified to set foot here. Chen Zhao thought to himself, this place is so mysterious. What in the world is about to happen? Who am I about to meet? Just as he finished that thought, he suddenly saw behind Wan Changwei a spatial portal appear. A brilliant crimson light flashed from within the portal. A giant eye slowly began to open. Its pupil alone was 2 to 3 times the size of a full-grown man. An inhuman roar echoed out, freezing one's very soul. The color drained from Chen Chao's face. He had absolutely no idea what was happening before his very eyes. Chen Chao was scared out of his wits, his jaw nearly hitting the floor as he gazed upon the bizarre sight before him. Sect Master, that demonic! What the hell is that monstrous thing squirming in front of us? Silence! Do not be insolent! These are the 5 great ancestors of the Yuhua sect. Before the young man, there were now 5 giant eyeballs, floating and hovering in the air, radiating a dark, suffocating aura. The sect master, however, was bowing and scraping. This disciple respectfully greets the ancestors. My lords, this is Chen Chao, the once-in-a-thousand-years seed of the sun immortal physique, and that we have cultivated. Chen Chao, my very soul trembles as if heaven and earth are churning within me. Even the sect master has to bow like this. This crushing, suffocating pressure. Could it be these are the true immortals of legend? Beings who have transcended the mortal realm? One of the 5 colossal eyes suddenly widened. Its pupil swirled before locking onto this boy, Chen Zhao. His innate talent is truly superb. He has cultivated the sun immortal physique to the point of perfection. It's just a pity his Dao heart is so fragile. Chen Zhao trembled, stammering his report. Yes, ancestor. It's because recently, this junior suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of some damn godforsaken animal. So my Dao heart has become a little unstable. The path of cultivation ahead of me has suddenly become hazy. Another eye spoke. Let this old one scroll through your life's story and see. A strange beam of light swept over him. And then a fragment of Chen Zhao's memory was pulled out and projected for all to see. That ancestor suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Oh, wow! To think that in this world there still exists a Kunpeng bloodline of such purity? The entire sequence of Chen Zhao's humiliating defeat was replayed without a single detail missed. Another ancestor of the Feather Transformation sect spoke up. This Ye Junlin is indeed no small fry. The sect master continued his respectful report. Ancestors. This man is currently a peak lord of the Mystic Heaven sect. His strength is truly as deep as a bottomless well. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He suppressed the 3 saints of the Mystic Void Temple with his bare hands. He is a massive ticking time bomb for our grand plan. Elder Liu quickly chimed in. Exactly.
Last time, during our joint operation with the Nether Abyss, shout to surround the Tao-seeking sect. It was that damn bastard who drew an immortal weapon, and with a single swing wiped out all the kings of the 3 clans, causing our plan to fall to utter ruin. His pupils widened in shock once again. A terrifyingly dense dark aura billowed out. What the hell? He has an immortal artifact? The 5 pairs of eyes widened simultaneously, their oppressive aura, making the entire space feel like it was about to freeze over. An immortal artifact is nothing special. Our Yuhua sect has plenty of them. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still wouldn't be able to turn the tables. The outcome of this grand game is already set in stone. Right now, the immortal realm's line of defense has been breached. The alien races have already begun to swarm in. Fortunately, our grand ancestor of our sect has secured a firm foothold among the 5 great races. We are just waiting for the day the immortal realm completely collapses, and that will be the moment. Our Yuhua sect rises from the ashes and takes control of the world. Chen Chao was so shocked his ears started ringing. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. What in the world are they talking about? The Yuhua sect, the renowned righteous sect. When did it become a lackey for the alien races? And what's more, is the immortal realm really about to be destroyed? Seeing his stunned expression, one of the ancestors roared, "You, Junior! You're already scared out of your wits just from hearing that? How? Can you possibly be worthy of becoming the holy son of our Yuhua sect?" Startled, Chen Chao immediately fell to his knees. He kowtowed repeatedly, "Please, ancestors, calm your anger." It's just that this junior was momentarily confused and couldn't process the information so quickly. Another Yuhua sect ancestor spoke more gently, "You. There is no shame in losing to someone with the Kunpong bloodline, but to just remain silent, nursing your resentment like a fool, that is truly a path with no future." You heard everything we just said. This is a secret that someone in your position deserves to know. This Kunlun realm is the battlefield of the myriad races, an era of brutal contention. Don't you want to ascend to the heavens in a single step and become the overlord of the world? Chen Zhao shot up, but, do we really have to abandon our homeland? Another ancestor spoke, his voice filled with ambition. As long as the benefits are great enough, then any damn thing in this world can be traded away. Think about the humiliation you've had to endure. It's all because you're too weak. If you side with us, you will hold absolute power in your hands, able to crush anything that stands in your way. Chen Zhao's hands clenched tightly, so much so that his nails dug into his flesh, drawing fresh blood. The image of Ye Junlin, with his unparalleled power, appeared in his mind again. That feeling of being mercilessly crushed. Chen Zhao had been completely corrupted by these sweet words. Right, I must become stronger. I want power, the great righteousness of the human race. Can you even eat something like that? It's all just a bunch of useless dog fart trash. The ancestor looked pleased. Haha, the young are so easy to teach. Very good. From now on, you will stay here. We will personally guide you so that you may soon ascend to immortality. Chen Zhao knelt down again. This time it was with complete sincerity. Thank you, ancestors. I, Chen Zhao, vow to dedicate my heart and my strength to serve the great cause of the Yuhua sect like a dog or a horse. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of sinister dark energy enveloped him. In Huang Province, Eastern Region, Xuantian sect, on the peak of Piao Miao Peak, Ye Junlin was leisurely sipping tea and eating pastries, enjoying life. Ever since the day Chen Zhao was taught a lesson he'd never forget, the Yuhua sect had suddenly gone silent, unusually so. Even the attacks from the Nether Abyss had abruptly stopped. He had no idea what conspiracy these sewer rats were plotting now. What kind of trick is this? He thought to himself. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Xuantian sect, a princess from the Pure Land Kingdom, looking exhausted, her face haggard, was slowly approaching. The Xuantian sect. I finally made it here. 2 guards immediately appeared to block her path. Miss, please stop right there. What business do you have with our Xuantian sect? The princess replied in a hoarse voice. I have an urgent matter and wish to request an audience with Senior Ye. The 2 guards looked at each other, their expressions showing they were all too familiar with this scenario. One of them said, looking for Peak Lord Ye again, are you? It's definitely another crazed fan trying to meet her idol. The other guard added, that's right. It's been happening a lot lately. We've already had 3 of them this morning. Let's just turn her away quickly. The girl pleaded desperately, please, sirs, I beg you. Can you please let me inside? We're sorry, miss. Rules are rules, we can't let you in. They refused her outright. The princess hurriedly took out a gleaming golden token. Her eyes were filled with sincerity. I am a survivor from the royal family of the Pure Land Kingdom. I need to find Peak Lord Ye to report the truth. about the tragedy that day. The two guards burst out laughing. One said, "Miss, you've got to be kidding. Coming up with such a clumsy lie. Just to get in and see Peak Lord Ye? You're really something else, miss." The girl shouted helplessly, "Everything I'm saying is the truth. Why won't you believe me?" The guard then explained the reason clearly. "We heard the entire Pure Land Kingdom was wiped out by the Nether Abyss army. Not a single person survived. They even had the audacity to frame our Peak Lord Yi for it. Something so absurd. How do you expect us to believe you?" The other guard added, "Look, miss, that script of yours is old news. Other young ladies have come up with far more tragic stories. Just to meet Peak Lord Ye. We've even had pregnant women show up at our door, crying their eyes out, claiming they're carrying Peak Lord Ye's child and want to see the baby's father. So, miss, I suggest you go home. If you want to try again next time, remember to think of a more believable reason, all right?" The princess gritted her teeth in anger. She couldn't believe she had traveled thousands of miles in hardship to get here, only to be stopped at the front gate. Her aura erupted from her entire body. Her gaze turned solemn. "No, I must get inside. Forgive my offense, fellow cultivators." The two gatekeepers immediately took a defensive stance. Their demeanor changed completely. "Miss, please don't seek your own death." The girl was stunned by their auras. Soul Formation Realm? Heavens, they're just two ordinary gatekeeping disciples. Yet they're actually great cultivators of the Soul Formation Realm. The two gatekeepers stepped closer, their voices full of warning. "Miss, please leave here at once. Don't make us get rough." The princess of the Pure Land Kingdom retreated in embarrassment. "What do I do now? I can't just give up like this." Suddenly a clear voice echoed from behind. "What's all the commotion here?" The two gatekeepers immediately turned to report, "Senior Sister Zhao. This young lady claims to be a survivor of the royal family of the Pure Land Kingdom. She says she has inside information and is trying to sneak into the inner sect to see Peak Lord Ye. We juniors are stopping her." The young princess, on the verge of tears, lost her composure. "Everything I've said is the truth. Here, I have the royal token." "Here," Zhao Linger said. "Let me see it." One of the gatekeepers quickly warned, "Senior Sister Zhao, be careful. Props like that are definitely fakes." These days, these impersonating fans are getting really sophisticated. But when Zhao Linger took the token, her eyes suddenly lit up. This material is imperial gold. The runes on it are flowing with spiritual energy. This is definitely not some ordinary fake. The princess standing beside her continued to plead. "This celestial maiden, please, you must believe me." Zhao Linger said loudly, "This is a real imperial token. All of you get out of the way. You almost ruined our important business." The two guards froze for 5 seconds. "What? A real princess? Damn it, we really messed up just now." Linger's attitude changed in an instant. She warmly led the way. "Follow me. I will take you to see Peak Master Yi." The young princess was overjoyed. She hurriedly ran after her. "Thank you, Celestial Maiden. Thank you, Celestial Maiden," she thought to herself. "Finally, I can meet Peak Master Ye, the last hope of the Pure Land Kingdom. It all depends on him." In the Hongtian courtyard, Yi was diligently massaging his master's shoulders. "Master, is this pressure hitting the spot?" Ye Junlin squinted in enjoyment, his face beaming. Not bad at all. Your skills are improving." Suddenly, Li Wuji rushed over to report, "Master! Junior Sister Zhao has brought someone seeking an audience. She looks like she's traveled a very long way." He grunted and waved his hand. "Let them in." Hearing this, little Hong immediately froze. "Oh, crap. This casual image of my esteemed self enjoying such comforts absolutely cannot be allowed to spread outside of the Xuantian sect." Ye Junlin frowned, displeased. "Hey, little Hong, why did you stop?" It was just getting to the good part. Zhao Linger led the person inside. "Peak Master Ye, this is Princess Ming Yue of the Pure Land Kingdom." He was quite surprised. The Pure Land Kingdom. Isn't that the place that was wiped out by the Nether Abyss? Tears welled up in Min Nguyen's eyes. Her voice choked with emotion. "Senior Ye!" I was the only one lucky enough to escape. "My royal brothers, in order to protect me, they all lost their lives in the Imperial Palace." Ankao replied, "The rumors say that it was I who massacred your Imperial Palace, but it seems only those who were actually there know the truth of the matter." The young woman clutched her head as the horrifying memories flooded back. That day, a thick mist of blood rose from the Imperial Palace. The men in black were as numerous as ants. There were 4 masters of the Tribulation Transcendence realm who surrounded and killed my father, the Emperor. He had to rely on the nation's destiny just to barely hold them off and create a chance for us to escape. My 2 royal brothers used their own bodies as shields just to push me into the teleportation array. Thinking back on that horrifying scene, Min Nguyen was overcome with unbearable pain. And as for me, I could only watch helplessly as they were turned to ash. I had to hide like a rat for 3 whole months. Every night I dreamed of my father, and the nation's destiny being consumed to its very last shred before vanishing. It wasn't until I heard the news about the Pure Land Kingdom that not even a single brick in the palace was left intact. Even the dragon throne of my father was used as a footstool by those monsters from the nether abyss. Minhuit's resolve hardened. Those people in black robes colluded with the nether abyss, and then they dared to frame you, Senior Ye. It's a crime worthy of 1,000 deaths. That night, I saw all of their techniques. They were clearly the methods of the feather transformation sect. It's just that I am weak and all alone. I didn't know what else to do. But to come here and beg you, Senior? The little girl suddenly dropped to her knees, kowtowing and begging. Senior, please seek justice. For the countless souls of the Pure Land Nation, I am untalented and useless. Apart from this life, I have nothing left. If you can avenge us, I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life without any complaint. Ye Kunlun thought to himself. No wonder. The Yuhua sect and the Mingyuan have been so quiet lately. It turns out they're in the same boat, trafficking people. He helped the girl up. Get up. They already deserve to die for daring to frame me. And on top of that, they colluded with the Mingyuan. Their crimes are unforgivable. His expression darkened. I will take on this grudge of yours. Mingyu was so overjoyed she burst into tears. Senior! Are you really agreeing to help me? I thought that no one would care about the fate of the Pure Land Nation anymore. He replied, rest assured. As it happens, Piao Peak is in need of a steward. You can just stay here. He thought to himself, this girl's eyes are so determined. She's like a precious gem. With just a little polishing, she could shine brilliantly. The girl, filled with hope, said, thank you, Senior. I will definitely do a good job. Ye Kunlun gave an order. Xiaoxi, get her some snacks to fill her stomach. And then show her around Piao Miao. Oh, Peak, okay? Sis, and the appearance of Ye Kunlun only made this dark place even more gloomy than ever before. The aggressive soldiers roared, urgent report from the front lines. His Majesty has issued a conscription order. All those with a cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refining or higher must participate in the holy war. A man sitting on the ground hurriedly begged. No, please, don't. I have an elderly mother at home who needs me. The surrounding crowd also looked on with pity. It seems the war is getting more and more intense. They're even taking away Qi refiners now. Wouldn't it have been better to just live peacefully in Mingyuan? Why did we have to go coveting the territory of the Outer Realms? Watch your mouth. If they hear you, you'll be severely tortured. At that moment, within the imperial palace of the Mingyuan's Yu clan, the sounds of ceaseless arguments rang out. This holy war. We've already lost far too many of our people. At this rate, I fear the lineage of the 100 clans will be severed. King Dangyu, if you continue on this path, can you guarantee that we will be victorious? If we lose, can the Yu clan bear that responsibility? The one seated upon the throne at this moment was none other than the leader of the Yu clan, King Dangyu. His face was deep in thought. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Calm yourselves, everyone. We can still risk one more roll of the dice. Immediately, the court officials erupted in protest. How can we possibly risk any more? By relying on those few Mingyuan pills that the envoys bestowed upon us? Against the immortal artifacts of the human clan, those pills aren't even worth mentioning. Suddenly, in the middle of the air, a mysterious black hole materialized. A group of figures in black robes emerged unexpectedly, letting out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha. And you dare to call our elixirs useless? King Dongyu was stunned. Divine Envoy, he hastily said with reverence. Divine Envoy, please quell your anger. The divine elixirs are indeed potent, but the human clan has deployed their immortal artifacts, which has caused us devastating losses. That is why we wish to ask you, Divine Envoy, what should we do now? The leader of the black-robed figures boomed. What should you do, you ask? Of course, the 100 clans of the Dark Abyss will continue. All of you, charge! You are not permitted to retreat, because you don't have a choice. The Yu King clearly voiced his opposition. Your Excellency, please watch your words. We of the Dark Abyss and you are partners. We are not your subordinates. At worst, we can end our cooperation right here. After that, you can get the hell out of the Dark Abyss. The Divine Envoy spoke with a scornful voice. A bunch of slaves. How dare you speak to your masters like that? Do you really think that your Yu clan are still the rulers of this Dark Abyss? The Yu King was stunned, as if struck by lightning. What do you mean? My Yu clan has ruled the Dark Abyss for tens of thousands of years. How could it possibly belong to you? The man in black immediately ripped off his mask. That's right, and now, I will show you lowly slaves what true loyalty to a master looks like. Everyone from the Yu clan was stunned. This wasn't just an overwhelming aura. It was a suppression originating from their very bloodline. What the hell is happening? The crowd was hit by an invisible force, forcing them to their knees. Their entire bodies were paralyzed. They could only open their mouths to ask, "Who in the world are you?" The divine envoy let out a grotesque laugh. This dark abyss is nothing more than a minor world that the ancestor of our Nether clan created. And all of you have had a bloodline seal placed upon you by our ancestor since the moment you were born. For generation after generation, you are all destined to be the slaves of my Nether clan. The U-King's whole body trembled, his heart completely shattered. What? How can this be? To think that I commanded the dark abyss for tens of thousands of years, only to end up as a pawn in someone else's game. He continued to speak. In ancient times, a great cataclysm occurred in the Kunlun realm. The old ancestor had to lead our people to flee into the outer regions. But now, we will return as kings, and your mission is to do everything, use any means necessary for the Nether clan to return to the Kunlun land. The Nether King looked at him with eyes that seemed to see through everything. So that's why you ordered us, at all costs, to seize control of the Stargate. Isn't that right? He replied with ambition. That's right. The Stargate is the very lifeline of Kunlun. Only by passing through the Stargate, entering the deepest part of the outer region's domain, and receiving the baptism of the Stargate, can we be acknowledged by the will of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, anyone will be obliterated by that will, the Nether King said with difficulty. But why must we return now? The leader quickly answered, because the Kunlun realm is about to recover. Heavenly and earthly treasures will emerge like a tide. Immortal opportunities will be everywhere. Finally, it will be restored to the glory of ancient times, and our Nether clan will be the masters of that glory. At this moment, the members of the Nether tribe were finally able to break free from his control. One of them immediately said, "So that's what this is all about." But right now there's a powerful being named Ye Junlin. He can wield an immortal weapon. He wiped out a large number of the Nether Abyss's kings. We suffered a devastating blow, and we have no way to deal with that immortal weapon. That's right, in the battle at Gongzhou, he used just one sword strike to annihilate our main force. The man snorted coldly. An immortal weapon requires immortal power to unleash its full potential. But that Ye Junlin hasn't reached that realm yet, so he can only bring out 1/10 of its power. The Nether King was shocked. Just 1/10? If I were to unleash my full power, wouldn't it shake the heavens and the earth? He then said, "We came here this time, specifically to grant you a treasure. One specifically for dealing with that Ye Junlin. The power that just manifested before my eyes left King Dongyu utterly shocked. This flame, it seems like it can burn right through one's divine soul. Just looking at this light makes you want to kneel in worship. What in the world is this forbidden object?" The leader gave a cunning smile. "This is the Nether artifact that our clan secretly forged. The Netherworld soul-devouring lamp. The moment the seal is broken, the supreme Nether power will transform into a soul-devouring flame, even a true immortal, and it will have their divine soul utterly annihilated." King Dongyu held the Nether artifact, his hands trembling. He inspected it with a careful gaze. The leader continued, "The human faction has one of our moles inside. From now on, you just need to cooperate with them. With this lamp in your hands, Ye Junlin, he's nothing more than a flickering candle in the wind." His eyes glowed red. Standing from on high, he issued a command. "Immortal relics are about to appear all over Kunlun. You all must seize this opportunity. Wait for the day the Nether clan returns to its homeland. You all will also be able to enjoy eternal immortality with us." King Dongyu knelt to receive the order. "The 100 clans of the Nether Abyss vow to go through fire and water for the Nether clan. We await the day our masters return to Kunlun." In the time that followed, signs of the Kunlun realm's recovery gradually became apparent. Immortal opportunities began appearing everywhere. The great powers of the central region were all astonished, investigating the strange changes in the world. The peace treaty had become nothing but a worthless piece of paper, and the great powers began to mobilize their forces. The scramble for resources. Ever since the great powers revealed their true colors, the world has been plunged into chaos. It was like a withered tree finally seeing spring. It was also the beginning of a bloody storm. At this moment, on Piao Peak of the Xuantian sect, everyone was going about their day in the courtyard. Xiaoxi nimbly approached her master. "Master, Xiaoxi brewed a new kind of tea for you today." Suddenly, bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Startled and terrified, Xiaoxi burst into tears. "That sound is so terrifying. Master, I'm scared." Ye Kunlin gently pulled the little girl into his arms to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, your master is here." Hong Tianyi looked up at the sky with an expression of utter disbelief. This This is a celestial sign. A supreme celestial sign has appeared. You're wondering if it's a celestial sign? It is. Moreover, a celestial sign of this magnitude has never been seen before. A hazy figure slowly materialized in midair, surrounded by relentless bolts of lightning. I am the overlord of fallen immortal island. In 10 days, the trial will begin. Anyone who passes will receive a corresponding reward. The final victor will become the new master of fallen immortal island and control all the cultivation resources hidden on the island. I hope that everyone will work together to protect the Kunlun realm. But Hong Tianyi's eyes darted towards his master. If I can win this trial, I'll obtain his inheritance and become a supreme great immortal. And then I'll be able to... Ye Kunlun, however, seemed completely indifferent. He went back to lounging on his chair. He let out a yawn. So boring. It ruined my wonderful dream, he thought to himself. This so-called immortal opportunity. Compared to my system, this is nothing. But for immortal ruins like these to appear, I wonder if it has anything to do with the actions of that Nether Abyss group. Xiao Hong urgently tried to persuade his master. Master, how can we possibly miss out on such a great opportunity? System notification. Congratulations, host, for refreshing the check-in location. Go to Fallen Immortal Island to complete the check-in. The host will receive a large amount of golden luck. He asked curiously, golden luck? The system immediately replied, that's right. Luck is divided into 6 types: gray, white, red, blue, purple, and gold. Any living being, as long as they obtain even a sliver of golden luck, if they are in the mortal world, can become the founding monarch of a nation. And in the cultivation world, they will become a mighty figure in their own right. He was astonished. In that case, a large amount of golden luck. Isn't that just too heaven-defying? Ye Junlin took off his sunglasses and slowly sat up. Then he coolly delivered a line to Xiao Hong. Look at you getting all impatient again. How can a cultivator be so rash? Always in such a hurry? How are you ever going to become an immortal like this? Xiao Hong clasped his hands, putting on an act. Master's golden words have penetrated deep into my heart. Yes, Master's teachings are absolutely right. But inside he was burning with anxiety. He was an absolute mess. This was a once-in-a-millennium chance to turn things around. If he missed it, it would be all over. It would be the end for him. He had no choice but to swallow his pride and humble himself. My dearest master, lately your disciple has encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. I urgently need a small opportunity to clear my head. No, I mean to achieve a breakthrough. If you would be so kind as to accept. This disciple is willing to personally wash your precious feet for an entire year, master. Deep down, he was screaming, his throat raw. This feeling of having to be the one to speak up. How desperate. It's only natural. Serving him day and night is my undeniable duty, whether I live or die. But this time, it's under the guise of a mission. Quan Lam feigned a thoughtful expression for a moment, then declared, very well, very well. It's your own fault for becoming my disciple. Since you're so eager to go, I, your master, will have no choice but to bring Xiao Li along and join you all on this little trip. Xiao Hong was overjoyed. He quickly bowed his head, so low it nearly touched the ground. He chirped his thanks, grateful for his master's leniency. He silently made an ironclad resolve. This time, it's do or die. I must win the fair lady's hand. 10 days flew by in a flash. Outside still immortal island, a massive crowd had already gathered. The sound of ceaseless whispers and chatter filled the air. Heavens above, who was it that dared to call the barren continent a remote backwater? The spiritual energy here is so dense that just one breath is enough to fill you up. It's so filling it might even surpass the green continent. I'll admit, it's a world of difference from how I remember it. But the stigma of it being a remote backwater still remains, doesn't it? A cultivator hastily chimed in with a scornful tone. Times have changed, everyone. Let me give you a friendly reminder. Don't be foolish enough to cause trouble in the barren continent anymore. That man is one of our own from the barren continent. The crowd immediately agreed, exactly. We've learned that bloody lesson and seared it into our memories. We wouldn't dare court death here again. Not even for all the gold in the world. Standing on a towering cliff, Chen Zhao gazed down at the crowd with a complicated expression. Unbelievable. How could the barren continent have developed to this extent? In the past, I considered being born here a disgrace. Who would have thought it would now become so glorious as to surpass even the green continent? Meanwhile, my own reputation has turned to dust. Old Liu, standing beside him, quickly tried to comfort the Holy Son. With the current situation, Lord Crane, why should you concern yourself with such trivial matters? You see, in just 10 short days, the 5th Patriarch has already helped. You achieve a meteoric rise, breaking through directly to the late stage. The path ahead is clearly one of glory. but his heart remained restless and uneasy. For every day that I have not yet set foot on the path to immortality, I can never be at ease. This trip to Vantine Island, I must have victory firmly in my grasp. That's a given, old Lu said decisively. The Holy Sun is the most perfect heir to the legacy of Vantine Island. Suddenly the old man's gaze darted to a spot not far away. Huh? That person is... Chen Zhao also exclaimed in shock. What? Even that old monster showed up here? That is the legendary sword cultivator of the Xuanjian sect, Xue Wuyin. Ever since he was in diapers, this man had already reached the realm of divine swordsmanship. 5,000 years ago, he was hailed by the entire eastern region as the strongest sword cultivator. During the trial in the secret realm that year, old Lu recalled, still trembling at the memory, the light from his sword grazed past this old man's throat. It was just half an inch away, and this head of mine would have become an offering to his blade. Chen Zhao furrowed his brow. For such an earth-shattering figure, why isn't his name more renowned? I've never heard this name before, old Lu explained. For thousands of years, he has been in seclusion at the Xuanjian sect, the number 2 sect in the eastern region, undergoing arduous training in his sword arts. He pays no mind to worldly affairs. It's precisely because of this monster's existence that the 5th patriarch doesn't dare to act rashly. They always have to be wary of the Xuanjian sect. Chen Zhao frowned, deep in thought. No wonder the 5 ancestors, as formidable as they are, didn't personally show up to help the Ming Yuan Warstar sect. It seems the Xuanjian sect and the colossal power behind it also have roots that are immeasurably deep. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but be stunned. A legendary figure from several thousand years ago has also been stirred into action. I fear this trip to Immortal Inquiry Island will stir up a whole terrifying storm. Good heavens! To be able to manifest an invisible sword intent without even needing a sword. With this level of cultivation in the way of the sword, I'm afraid he's only a single step away from the realm of an immortal. And that's it. Just then, from a spatial rift, 3 figures leisurely stepped out. Ye Junlin, Hong Tianye, and Li Wuji. Their appearance immediately drew everyone's gaze. Look, Senior Ye has arrived. That man has finally decided to show his face, and he even brought along his 2 god-slaying disciples. It seems the inheritance already has a destined owner this time. Everyone bowed their heads in unison, shouting, "We pay our respects to Senior Ye!" Hearing that sound, the flames of anger in Chen Zhao's heart raged fiercely. Ye Junlin, all of this glory should have been mine, and yet now I have to hide in the shadows. Li Wuji puffed out his chest and said loudly, "Our master is truly popular with the people, having such an illustrious master, and is truly an unparalleled honor." Xiao Hong, standing beside them, seethed with jealousy and secretly pouted. Back in the day, I, the great leader of the fire-worshipping demon cult, was 10,000 times more glorious and magnificent than this scene. Xue Win, the person who had been standing quietly in a hidden corner all this time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's him, Ye Kunlin! From the distance, piercing shouts rang out. Get out of the way! Move it! Move it! Sword cultivators. That legendary figure was rushing straight towards Ye Junlin like an arrow. The 2 faced each other, the tension as taut as a drawn bowstring. Ouyang Feng was stunned. What is this guy trying to do? Could it be that he wants to attack? Senior Ye, oh my god! If 2 top-tier powerhouses like them were to clash, this battle, it would surely shake the heavens and earth. Xiao Hong quickly warned, Master, be careful. This guy is an extremely powerful grand sword cultivator. His level is absolutely on par with an immortal's. Old Liu, however, was so delighted his beard was trembling. Excellent, excellent! Fight! Go on and fight! If Ye Junlin dares to use his immortal artifact to kill Xue Wuyin, the Snow Sword sect will definitely risk everything. For revenge when that time comes, a Yuhua sect can leisurely sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. However, an unimaginable scene unfolded. Everyone present was frozen on the spot as if struck by lightning. Xue Wuyin's sword remained still in its sheath. He was seen suddenly bowing his head and speaking. Senior Ye, Could you teach me swordsmanship? Ouyang Feng rubbed his eyes several times and stammered, Am I hearing things? The number 1 sword cultivator of the eastern region is humbling himself. To beg Senior Ye to teach him swordsmanship? Is this still the proud sword immortal? As cold as ice and snow from the legends? Hong Tanya shuddered for a moment. I can't believe this guy changes his tune. Even faster than that bastard, yeah. Li Wuji, however, was visibly excited. As expected, the only person who can make the legendary sword immortal bow his head could only be our great master. Old Lu was so stunned his mouth hung open. Has this Xue Wuyin guy gone insane? Chen Zhao also showed extreme shock. On what grounds?
Even a figure of his stature has to prostrate himself before Ye Junlin. Ye Kunlin gently rubbed his forehead, his face full of annoyance. What the hell is this? What on earth gave you the idea? That I would teach you swordsmanship? But Shui Wuyin remained in his posture. His eyes were resolute. Senior, your single sword strike in Gongzhou, and the sword light that tore through the dark clouds of the 14 continents. That is the legendary supreme righteous path. This humble one has studied painstakingly for thousands of years, but I have never been able to touch that realm. You can surely guide me. Ye Kunlin looked flustered. Ah, so you're talking about that. That was just a casual flick of my hand, that's all. I really can't teach you that. Wuyin still bowed with utmost sincerity. Please do not be so modest, Senior. This humble one is truly sincere in seeking your guidance. Hearing this, Ye Kunlin started to look annoyed. Who are you trying to insult? I already said I won't teach you, and that's final. Why do you have to be so damn persistent? Xiao Li, standing at the side, was also a little startled. Oh my god, that's the white-robed sword immortal. Master isn't giving him any face at all. What if he actually gets furious? But Shui Wuyin remained firm in his choice. For 1,000 years, my sword techniques have reached their peak. But the heart of my sword seems to have always been shrouded in a layer of fog. It wasn't until I witnessed your sword intent, Senior, that I finally understood what it truly means to break through. I cannot miss this opportunity even if it costs me my life. His face darkened. Yang Feng's heart pounded and his legs trembled. This is bad. Senior Yi is going to... He's not actually going to get provoked into attacking, is he? Shui Wuyin suddenly humbled himself as much as possible, prostrating himself on the ground. His voice was filled with sincerity. Senior Ye, please teach me just one thing. I'm begging you. Senior Ye, this scene. It left all the cultivators present completely stunned. No one could have ever imagined that the once high and mighty white-robed sword immortal, Shui Wuyin, could actually become this shameless. Ye Junlin snorted coldly. Turning to leave, he said, You're annoying me to death. I already told you I can't teach you, but he still refused to let go, crawling after Ye Junlin. Senior Ye, please grant me your guidance. Senior Ye, he must be testing my sincerity. He thought to himself, I must persevere until the very end. 4 rights. Wuji clicked his tongue in admiration. Truly a genuine sword fanatic. He's willing to cast everything aside just to seek the Tao. Xiao Hong, standing nearby, scoffed, Sword fanatic? What I see is more like a madman. I've never seen anyone so persistent like a starving leech. She looked at Shui Wuyin, who was still casting aside all his dignity, kneeling and crawling at his master's feet. So she said, Master, why don't you just give him a few pointers to get it over with? Ye Junlin was inwardly distressed. Damn it. I'm a fraud? What the hell do I know about teaching swordsmanship? It's all thanks to the system's automatic upgrades. That guy named Ju shamelessly repeated, Senior Ye, I beg you. Please. Finally, with his back against the wall, Ye Junlin had no choice but to resort to a desperate measure. Ahem, since you are so very sincere, then I shall deign to give you a little guidance. Inside, however, he was screaming, All right then, you've pushed me this far. So don't blame me for messing with you. At that moment, Shui Wuyin's voice rang out, full of joy. Thank you, Senior Ye, for bestowing your teachings upon me. A strange object appeared in Ye Junlin's hand. Then he said, Watch closely. All of my life's enlightenment regarding the way of the sword has been fused into this single word. How much you can comprehend, I will depend entirely on your own destiny. Wuyin immediately steeled his mind. Ready, model. Senior Ye, please make your move. After all, what single character could possibly contain the entirety of Senior Ye's enlightenment? On the way of the sword? Li Wujie held his breath in anticipation. It's coming. It's coming. Master is about to display his divine ability. Xiao Hong, however, thought jealously, putting on a mysterious act again. Let's see what kind of trick you can pull this time. Ye Junlin suddenly waved his hand, drawing a few strokes that flew through the sky like ribbons of golden silk. The ground and the surrounding mountains trembled violently, slowly cracking open. Li Wujie was shaken. Within this character, there's actually a hidden power that can overwhelm heaven and earth. One character. Just one single character was deeply carved into a stone stele, continuously radiating a brilliant golden light. Ye Junlin stated calmly, Go on, comprehend it. Yang Feng's eyes widened. What in the world did Senior Ye write? Why is it so blinding that I can't even look at it directly? I even feel a faint urge to kneel down and worship it. Why? Shui Wuyin was forced to shut his eyes immediately because of the dazzling light from that character. But he quickly forced them wide open, his pupils filled with utter astonishment. He stared intently at the stone stele and unconsciously uttered a single word. Grass. The crowd of cultivators immediately burst into an uproar.
For Senior Yi to write this character, what profound intention could he possibly have? Zhui Wuyin kept muttering it over and over. Grass, 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 grass. Grass is the most common plant in the world. For Senior Yi to write this character, surely the meaning can't be as simple as it appears on the surface. He suddenly screamed in his mind, "My grass! My grass? It sounds almost like my ass." An indescribable sense of frustration welled up inside him. It was simply indescribable. What on earth is the hidden meaning behind this character that Senior Yi wrote? His entire life's comprehension of the way of the sword is all contained within it. I refuse to believe that I can't even glean a single clue from it. Could it be? Could it be that my talent is truly this terrible? What's this? That man's reaction left even Ye Junlin dumbfounded. If you can't figure it out, just let it go. What's the big deal? Why wear yourself out worrying? You absolutely shouldn't torture yourself like this. But the man looked as if he had made an ironclad resolve. The great Tao is right before my eyes. How can I possibly retreat? The cultivators began to murmur amongst themselves again. I think Senior Ye just casually scribbled something to get it over with. Other than the character being ridiculously big, there's no profound principle in it at all. Another person immediately retorted, "What the hell do you know? Is Senior Ye's realm something that small fries like us could ever hope to comprehend?" Just then Li Wuji spoke up, his voice full of pride. Master is truly as profound and unfathomable as they say. With just a single character, he's driven Senior Zhu to the brink of madness, and caused all these heroes to debate endlessly. This is the true formless great Tao of legend. Xiao Hong muttered to himself, "Oh, give me a break." I can clearly see that my old man was just too lazy to think, so he just picked the easiest character to write to fool everyone. But Zhui Wuyin was already deep in his own analysis. Grass is not just some ordinary plant. It is a symbol of unyielding resilience, of a relentless will to rise up. It stands tall against fierce winds and storms. It's burned by wildfires, yet it is not destroyed. It merely waits for the spring breeze to be reborn, full of life. He suddenly shouted, "Senior Ye, I understand now. I finally understand. So the reason you bestowed this character upon me was for me to thoroughly grasp the true essence of the way of the sword. Born from the realm of death, rebuilt from the ruins." This statement left Deep Kunlum utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, you can even deduce that? The imagination of these old cultivators. It really soars beyond the ninth heaven. A strange light suddenly flashed in Tweet Vongun's eyes. His entire body shot up into the sky. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering energy erupted from his body. Deep Kunlum cursed under his breath, "Gods and demons above! Is this old man really calling down heavenly thunder to throw a jealous fit? All because of a single word. Grass, that I said?" Avokeep stammered, "Hong, senior brother Hong, could it be he's about to—" Tu Hong's eyes went wide. "No way! It can happen like this? The density of this tribulation cloud is even more terrifying than when I had my breakthrough all those years ago. This is truly the legendary one step to heaven." The crowd of cultivators erupted into chaos. If Senior Tuyet successfully passes this tribulation, and that will be the line between immortal and mortal. From this day forward, he will be the #1 figure in the Eastern Domain. Not only that, even across the 5 great domains of the Central Region, the number of immortals can be counted on one hand. Each one is a pillar of the undying, ancient sects and holy lands. Tran Q was horrified beyond belief. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Just based on a single word, Tweet Vongun can receive the opportunity to become an immortal? What kind of demon is that bastard, Diep Kunlum? Someone was one step ahead of me again? I'm supposed to be the chosen one! Tweet Vongun roared at the sky. A 1,000-year predicament. And today I will break it! Lightning tribulation, you've come at the perfect time. Let me test the sword path. I have just comprehended. He gripped the Juo sword and charged straight into the thunderclouds. My sword is born in desperation and dies in nirvana. Today, and I shall use the fire of this lightning tribulation to forge my path to immortality. Countless bolts of lightning raged in unison, struck straight at Wu Yin's sword, creating an unprecedentedly majestic scene. He let out a great roar. "Break for me!" The sky seemed to be split by a single slash, a world-shaking tear ripping it open. A new expanse of space appeared. Witnessing this scene, even Ye Kunlin was truly shaken. A wisp of white mist escaped Shui Wu Yin's lips. His entire body radiated a brilliant aura. The sword in his hand also glowed dazzlingly. Is this the feeling of becoming an immortal? Yue Wu Yin whispered, feeling the spiritual energy in his body had completely transformed into immortal essence as condensed as the quintessence of the entire galaxy. Every circulation resonated with heaven and earth. The power of a single sword swing was truly unbelievable. This power must be 10 times greater than before. A casual swing of the sword could now sever a 10,000-meter mountain range. A single slash that previously would have required 70% of my full strength. The gap between an immortal and a mortal is indeed not just a difference in realms, but a chasm as vast as the one between the clouds and the mud. Before everyone's eyes was the sight of a majestic mountain range, split in two. Li Wujie was stunned. Is this the power of a true immortal? It feels like just a single gentle swing of the sword would be enough to send a Tribulation Realm cultivator to his grave. He thought to himself again. However, such terrifying power was brought about by a single touch from Master. No wonder he is. All the cultivators present immediately erupted in cheers. Congratulations, Senior Shui, on achieving the Tao and becoming an immortal. Congratulations, Senior. From now on, your lifespan is freed from its shackles. With a wave of your hand, you can move mountains and rivers. From this day forward, Senior, you are the pillar of our Kunlun realm. Hong Tianye couldn't believe his eyes. He actually became an immortal. Could it be that the sloppy, tattered calligraphy of that old man really contained the great Tao that I can't see through? Just then, everyone came to their senses. Wait a minute. Senior Shu, he only became an immortal because of Senior Ye's enlightenment, right? Last time in Gong Province, a single sword strike illuminated 14 provinces, and now a single word has enlightened a true immortal. This Senior Ye, just what kind of earth-shattering background does he have? Ouyang Feng also nodded. That's right, Senior Ye continuously shatters the limits of our imagination. Could it be that he's actually some ancient immortal lord living in seclusion and cultivating in secret? Seeing this, Zhu Zhenjiao roared in fury. Why are you letting that punk steal all the attention? Senior Zhu, you've become an immortal now. That guy named Ye humiliated you like that just now. You absolutely cannot let him go. But who would have thought? Shui Wuyin clasped his hands respectfully and bowed to Ye Kunlin. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. The reason this humble one could attain the Tao and become an immortal is all thanks to your guidance. Even Ye Kunlin himself was getting goosebumps. Holy crap, it's really that miraculous. He actually became an immortal. Maybe I should let this old guy slash me with his sword and see what happens. Who knows, I might become an immortal on the spot too. He forced a calm expression and replied, Not bad. It's good that you were able to comprehend my enlightenment. Inwardly, he comforted himself. Oh well. Might as well go all the way with this act. Besides, I don't even need to worry about cultivation anyway. Maybe my destiny lies on that fallen immortal island. Then Shui Wuyin spoke again. As expected of Senior Ye, your intentions were truly profound. This humble one doesn't know how to repay your immense kindness. From now on, no matter what you command, Senior, this Shu will follow you with sword in hand. Even if I have to jump into boiling oil and blazing fires, I will not hesitate to die 10,000 deaths. He simply replied, It's all a matter of fate. There's no need to be so troubled by it. Zhenjiao clenched his fists tightly, so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Why is it like this? A cultivator can cast aside even their dignity just to advance their cultivation realm. After being humiliated like that, he doesn't even think about getting revenge? Old Liu gritted his teeth, now that the Heavenly Mystery Sect has a true immortal watching over them. The Ascension Gate's upcoming plans. I'm afraid we will face a massive obstacle. This time, on Fallen Immortal Island, we absolutely must succeed. Otherwise, we will lose our position of dominance. Suddenly, 3 mysterious beams of light descended from the sky. All the cultivators were ecstatic. They shot up into the air. Fallen Immortal Island is open. Those are teleportation pillars of light. But just as they approached the pillars of light, an invisible force threw them all back. A bewildered old man roared, I am already at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. How can I be denied entry to this trial? This is absurd, it's not fair. Even those newly ascended Mahayana cultivators can get in. So why am I being rejected? They begged desperately. Great Immortal, we beg you, please give us a chance. Li Wuji found it strange. What is the criteria for entry? Hong Tianyi surmised. I believe it depends on each cultivator's potential. Anyone who has reached their limit is not qualified to enter this island. The 3 of them, master and disciples, shouted, Let's go! And quickly flew into the pillar of light. Old Liu observed for a moment, then said to Zhenjiao, Holy son, you should go. I know my own potential has been exhausted. The immortal opportunity here is surely not meant for me. But you, holy son, are different. You will surely succeed. With a look of ambition in his eyes, Zhenjiao replied, Very well, old Liu. We will give it our all. Suko, wait for me to return. As the master of Fallen Immortal Island. Hong Tianyi entered the island, his mind a mess of thoughts. Finally, it's all about to begin. Ye Junlin appeared nonchalant on the outside, But inside his head, who knows what the hell he was plotting? There's even a true immortal participating in the trial this time. I'm afraid this is going to be a massive free-for-all. Hong Tianye had originally thought this was just a simple contest for immortal fate, but he never imagined that he was about to face a challenge, unlike any he had ever experienced in his life. Here on Fallen Immortal Island, a large number of cultivators had already gathered. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Wait, why has my cultivation been suppressed down to the chi refining stage? Me too! Well, that's a good thing. Otherwise, even if you guys cultivated for a lifetime, you'd never be a match for Senior Shui. Xiaoli spoke up. Master, this situation is exactly like what we encountered at Medicine King Valley, Xiao Hong added. Is it the power of rules at work again? This time I'm afraid it was set by the island's master. Yeah, Junlin said aloud. This is good. This way it's fair for everyone. But inwardly he was laughing gleefully. Of course, everyone except me. Haha, at this rate, even Shui Wuyin won't be a threat to me on this island anymore, but in another corner. Shui Wuyin had a look that was somewhere between crying and laughing. I finally broke through to become a true immortal after so much difficulty. I could clearly dominate all living beings. And the result? The moment I set foot here, I get knocked down a peg. Forget it, even without my cultivation. As long as I have this sword by my side, I'm not afraid of anyone. A giant boulder slowly began to crack open. A blinding light, impossible to conceal, instantly spread everywhere. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Looks like the trial is about to begin. Suddenly, Laveau Keep exclaimed, "What in the world is this supposed to be?" Before them was what looked like a giant game board, divided into glowing squares. On it, shimmering items appeared, as if they were alive. Then a voice rang out. "These are the rules for the first trial. You will all use dice to determine how many spaces you move. Along the way, there will be many rewards, and surprise events to be triggered. Whoever can reach the final destination before the hourglass runs out will pass. Furthermore, the trial is completely safe. Anyone who encounters life-threatening danger will be teleported off the island." Deep Quan Lum thought to himself, "Isn't this just the cultivator version of Ludo? And they even have a game board like this. This is actually pretty interesting." Tu Hung was a bit bewildered. This is the first time this one has witnessed something so bizarre. It seems this is a test of a cultivator's luck. Laveau Keep was full of fighting spirit. "Time is running out. Let's get started." With a calm and confident expression, Tu Hong said, "If this is a contest of luck, then I am confident that I will not lose to anyone." Deep Quan Lum eagerly went up to the dice. "Hey, system, wake the hell up! Where's my golden luck?" The system immediately notified him. "My apologies, host, I dozed off again." "Congratulations, host, you've reached a check-in point. The reward is a massive amount of golden luck." He thought to himself, "Now that I have this golden luck in hand, I can't even imagine how insane my dice roll is going to be." His eyes glanced in another direction. "Oh? So he's here too, huh? If that's the case, how about we add a little spice to this game?" Not too far from there, Tranquille was standing imposingly. Pitvongan glanced around. Then he nodded to himself. "This light barrier serves to isolate the cultivators. Truly an elegant design, so they don't disturb each other." He quickly found a chest. Inside was an old piece of paper. As soon as he picked it up to read, Vongan's eyes widened in shock. The contents required him to show off his talent by imitating the dance of a chimpanzee right on the spot, all within the span of exactly 10 breaths. The reward was skipping ahead 70 spaces. If he refused, he would be kindly invited to return to the starting line. Pitvongan felt as if he'd been turned to stone, completely stunned. He clenched the piece of paper in his hand. Veins bulged on his skin. What kind of damn rule is so utterly humiliating? I am a world-renowned sword immortal. But on second thought, if I were to trudge all the way back to the start now, I'd definitely be left miles behind by the crowd. Suddenly, a few whispers of admiration successfully drew his attention in another direction. "Wow, which fairy is that? She's so gorgeous. Her graceful dance is truly mesmerizing. Her tiny waist sways like a willow branch in the wind. She truly has the kind of legendary beauty that could topple kingdoms and cities." Indeed, Hong Thienjiep looked incredibly beautiful at that moment. Every gesture exuded an agile and ethereal grace. Pitvongan instantly felt a sea of jealousy rise within him. What the hell is this? Why is her task so elegant and easy? Unfair, this is so unfair. Nearby, Xiaoli couldn't help but exclaim, "I can't believe Senior Brother Hong is so brave to wear palace attire and dance in broad daylight like this." It seems his inner demon has been completely dispelled. Meanwhile, Hong Tianya's face was as black as thunder. He was screaming internally with rage. His mission was to wear royal palace attire and perform a dance within the span of 10 breaths. If he succeeded, he would be rewarded with a move of 80 spaces. Otherwise, he would be turned to stone on the spot for 2 hours. Unbelievable. To think there's such a twisted rule, designed to humiliate someone to this extent. You bastards, take a good long look. I swear after I get out of here, anyone who dares to breathe a word of this, I'll gouge their eyes out. Hong Tianyi returned to his usual cold demeanor, calculating internally. Although the reward for clearing this stage was a sure thing, the price for this unwanted fame, it was truly too steep. But wait, what about that guy with the surname Ye? Oh, please, Buddha. I absolutely cannot let him witness this scene, where I've completely lost my dignity. He looked back, full of suspicion. Huh? Why is he still standing at the starting line? Could it be that he drew some kind of terrible card? But right after that, when the next turn to roll the dice began, little Hong couldn't help but let out a triumphant smile. If you don't know how to seize a golden opportunity, then don't blame me for this champion's position. I'll be taking it first. Tweet Vongan watched Hong Tianya's back as he moved swiftly ahead. No way, that woman in red. In just one turn, she's already gotten so far. I can't, just for some useless pride, let myself fall behind. With that thought, he gritted his teeth. Grind. He put on an expression like he had nothing left to lose and began to dance wildly, leaving the surrounding crowd completely dumbfounded. What in the world is that sword immortal doing? Could he be practicing the legendary gorilla divine art? Shh! Keep your voice down! Watch out! If that senior hears you, he might turn around and cut you down with a single strike. You'll be meeting your ancestors then. Inside, Wu Yin could only try to hypnotize himself. This is just a trial. A trivial trial, nothing worth getting worked up over. It's just a trial. Suddenly, an even greater commotion erupted from the crowd. Isn't that the holy son of the Yuhua sect? Heavens, he's actually performing the one-step kowtow ritual. I can't believe it. In order to pass the trial, for a holy son as high and mighty as him, to actually cast aside all of his dignity. On the ground, Chen Zhao was kowtowing repeatedly with extreme humility. He told himself, as long as I kowtow, I can skip rolling the dice and move straight forward. Although it's a bit damaging to my dignity as the holy son, but to obtain the priceless inheritance, it's all worth it. Finishing his thought, he kowtowed forcefully once more, the thud echoing with his determination. But from high above, a mysterious figure was watching everything. He stroked his long beard, nodding in approval. Not bad at all. These kids really know how to follow instructions. He silently made sharp observations about each of them. Both of these two, their willpower is truly resolute. They know how to temporarily set aside their egos for the greater good. He let out a soft sigh, then continued in a contemptuous tone. As for that bunch of trash way back there, who can't even bear to cast aside a tiny bit of their pride, what right do they have to compete? For my immortal Tao's destiny? Suddenly, his gaze landed on Ye Kunlin. What's with this kid? Why is he still rooted to the spot after all this time, while everyone else is going through all sorts of hardships? Ye Kunlin is leisurely, sitting on a chair that appeared out of nowhere, calmly enjoying the scenery. The old man was boiling with rage. This isn't about being unable to cast aside his pride. It's clear that he's way too confident in the luck that heaven has bestowed upon him. This won't do. I have to personally kick this brat out of here to feel satisfied. Huh? Just then, Ye Kunlin lazily tossed the die. Strangely, it suddenly emitted a brilliant halo of light in midair, releasing a terrifying surge of energy. 4. On the face of the die, a line of shimmering golden text appeared. Controller of the immortal Tao's destiny. He was so stunned he almost bit his tongue. 60 points? Even though I intentionally left a little trick back then. The probability of rolling. This number is only 1 in 1,000, and yet this kid, this bottom ranker, managed to roll it on his very first try. A 60? Seeing the die in his unwavering hand, the old man was so terrified he broke out in a cold sweat. 17 times in a row it landed on 60 points. Just what kind of god, what kind of place could have possibly raised this so-called son of luck? Fine, I'll just wait and see how long your luck can possibly last. The crowd once again erupted into a commotion. Everyone, look! Senior Yi rolled another 60 points. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? How the hell can a die have a 60-point face? I saw it too, and it was a blindingly bright yellow. Senior Ye truly lives up to his name, the man blessed with great fortune. He could only sigh to himself. Why do I keep getting 60 points like this? Playing like this is no different from blatantly bullying people. But in the second area, the land of ice and snow, Ye Junlin had already arrived with ease. So fast, he's already at the second area in the blink of an eye. I wonder what kind of treasure is inside this first golden chest. What's all the fuss about? As he opened the chest, a large creature suddenly burst out. He was a little surprised. Whoa, what is this thing? A mechanical voice rang out. Congratulations, you have received a flying pet, the blazing icebone dragon. It can carry the trial participant across the great snow mountain without any obstacles. Ye Junlin grasped the situation extremely quickly. In a flash, he had climbed onto the dragon's back. There's even a sweet perk like this? In that case, I won't be polite, brother dragon. Let's get going. Receiving the command, the dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar, then flapped its wings and soared away. From above came his excited shout, Yahoo! Let's fly. This is even more satisfying than rolling. The 60 points over and over again. So, Duet Vongan, who was currently struggling with a giant snowman, was so shocked his jaw dropped when he saw the scene. It's Senior Yi. Why is he able to fly in the sky so effortlessly? Many people, watching his figure gradually disappear, Tuyet Vongan vowed to himself, model, it seems I'm still 1,000 miles behind Senior Yi. I hope I can catch up to him next time. Area 3, Flame Mountain. The cultivators were struggling to withstand the streams of molten lava erupting from the volcano. It's so hot I feel like I'm going to evaporate. Everyone, watch out for the lava! Just one drop, and you'll be teleported right off the island. With the help of the icebone wyvern, Ye Junlin quickly landed in the third area. He glanced around and remarked, a world of both ice and fire indeed. What a wild sensation. I wonder if this stage will be generous and give me another mount. He rolled the dice again, and once again a gleaming golden number appeared. Inside the golden chest, this time there was a notification scroll. Just shout loudly, back, and the path before you will become clear. He looked skeptical. What a bizarre rule. I wonder if this will actually work. So, Ye Junlin cleared his throat and shouted 3 times. Back! Instantly, a smooth, clear path appeared before his eyes. A path this perfect, isn't this basically cheating? This is way easier than the first stage. 4. Area 4, the Great Plains. He walked leisurely, remarking on the plains. The air is fresh, and much more pleasant than the last 2 areas. Let's see what kind of awesome items we've got this time. Yang. Next came an even more incredible announcement. Congratulations! From now on, you can run as much as you like. Ignore all the squares and run in a single stretch until you are out of this grassland. With his newly bestowed power, he immediately got into a starting stance. Awesome. This time I don't even need to roll the dice. There's no need to shake them anymore. At the same time, Hong Tianyi had just set foot on the Great Plains when he was suddenly attacked by something. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. There were hidden traps. These Great Plains might look peaceful, but in reality they're riddled with traps. But with my current cultivation level, the slightest mistake will get me kicked right off this island. Instantly, Xiaohong suddenly noticed Chen Zhao looming, up behind him. Why is it him? And he even has a horse to ride. If I let him get past me, it'll be hard to catch up. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhao spurred his horse, charging forward at full speed. Suddenly, a series of traps were triggered, making him jump in surprise. These damn vines! He struggled to dodge them, thinking to himself, I finally got a chance to surpass her and take the #1 spot. These petty tricks won't be enough to stop me. I just need to deal with this poison gas first. As long as I have my horse. This holy sun will sooner or later finish first in this round. But it was out of this frying pan and into the fire. His horse, unfortunately, lost its footing and fell into a swamp, quickly sinking. He flew into a rage, shouting, Damn it, my horse! Hong Tianyi, watching his miserable state, let out a smirk. Let's see. Without your horse, how are you going to compete? With me for first place? Oh? Suddenly, Xiao Hong froze as a black shadow zipped past him. Startled, he whipped his head around. Wait a minute. I think something just ran past me. Yet Junlin stopped and turned his head back to look at Xiao Hong. He asked nonchalantly, Oh? Oh, so you're here too, huh? Hong Tianyi couldn't believe his eyes. Master, why are you here? I clearly remember you were still standing at the starting line. Nearby, Chen Zhao roared in frustration. On what grounds does this Yi Kunlin guy get to do this? Why, in a fair trial, can he just run around freely like he's on a stroll? This is unfair! Ye Kunlin smiled teasingly. Your master was just afraid of accidentally bullying you kids. So I deliberately waited for you all at the starting line for half a day, you know. With that said, he dashed off, not forgetting to look back and add, It's a pity you kids still have a long way to go. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line! Hong Tianyi was in complete shock. Just a moment ago, he had boldly declared he wanted to win first place. But now, not only had he been overtaken, but he was also being mercilessly mocked by his opponent. Chen Zhao was also seeing red. He must be cheating. Why do I have to suffer and endure all these bizarre tricks while he gets to just casually stroll around like this? Suddenly, both of them snapped out of it. They glanced at each other warily. Then, without a word, they both started frantically rolling the dice. Little Hong thought to himself, even if I can't beat that Ye guy, I can't let myself lose. Second place to anyone else. Chen Zhao was not to be outdone. This is just the first hurdle. We still have a chance. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin had already left them far, far behind, so far away that there wasn't even anyone to chat with. The more you win, the lonelier you get. Those masters who stand at the pinnacle are truly always lonely and desolate. He let out a soft sigh. If I had known, I would have slowed down a bit. And yet, to think there's still half the time left. He glanced at the hourglass, its sands steadily pouring. A faint smirk appeared on his lips. This golden fortune thing is truly a joke against creation. Without a doubt, it will lead to some unbelievable performances in the challenges to come. The island manager's eyes widened, looking as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. What the hell kind of freakish luck does that brat have? He just casually strolled to the finish line this early? Not only is his comprehension absurdly profound, but every single treasure he stumbled upon was a top-grade item, allowing him to breeze right through every zone. The old man began to wonder, could this kid be an illegitimate son of the heavenly Tao or something? In this brutal war for the heavenly Tao, perhaps only those with such terrifying luck even have a chance of survival. Otherwise, sooner or later they'll be crushed by the flow of time and ground to dust, just like the great calamity of the past, a horrifying event where even a figure of his stature was utterly powerless, he mused to himself. And now a young brat has appeared, with such overbearing luck. Could it be that the time for the Kunlun realm to change its fate has finally arrived? Suddenly the old man's gaze froze. His expression shifted from astonishment to absolute fury. Amidst the solemn atmosphere of the trial, Ye Junlin was lounging casually in a chair, nonchalantly munching on grilled meat skewers. Hey, you goddamn brat! What the hell do you think you're doing? This is the ultimate inheritance trial of the Kun. What a big shot. Please, can you give this old man a little face? The other contestants are out there, half dead. So what are you doing enjoying yourself in here? Meanwhile, Hong Tianye was straining himself to avoid the traps. Vines, mud. The man knew. He absolutely could not let this damn thing touch him. With his meager chi-refining cultivation, neutralizing this kind of poison was almost impossible. Chen Zhao, who was nearby, wasn't any better off. His face was pale. Why are these damned vines so endless? That guy named Ye has vanished without a trace, leaving me behind to suffer in this godforsaken place. Little Hong, after struggling for his life, finally managed to drag himself to the destination, and the scene before him made his blood boil with rage. Does this Ye guy think this is his own Misty Peak? To be so carefree and at ease? Chen Zhao was also so angry he was seeing stars. I nearly lost my life. And yet he's in the mood to sit here and have a feast? It's unfair, so incredibly unfair. Seeing him stumble over, Junlin greeted him with a wide grin. Well, well, if it isn't Little Hong. Is your stomach growling? Come over and have a hot skewer. On the outside, Hong Tianye clasped his hands and said, Thank you, master. But inside he was screaming, Humph! Keep up your act. There will come a time when you'll cry without tears. The remaining cultivators also dragged themselves to the finish line one by one. Every single one of them was in a tattered state. Their clothes and faces were caked with mud. Shui Wuyan, however, was completely speechless. Senior Ye not only passed the trial with ease, but even had the leisure time to roast and enjoy some meat. This unbelievably carefree demeanor is truly unmatched by anyone. Suddenly, Li Wuji rushed out from nowhere, his face swollen, to the point where its original shape was unrecognizable. It even startled Ye Junlin. Ah, we're finally here. There's grilled meat. Everyone save some for me. Not a single wasted motion. Ye Junlin sent Shaoli flying with a single kick. He snapped, Since when are we so close? You just got here and you're already trying to snatch food. Don't you have any basic manners? Li Wuji lay sprawled on the ground, trembling as he said, Master, it's me, your third disciple. How could you not recognize me? He glanced over. Hong Tianye saw him and gave a slight nod of confirmation. Ye Junlin immediately tried to smooth things over. Ahem, ayah! I recognized you from the start. I was just testing your reaction time, that's all. Shaoli looked at the grilled meat skewer, drool pouring from his mouth. So, Master, is the test over? Can your disciple have the skewer now? He replied cheerfully, Go on, eat up. It's not like I, your master, would snatch it from you, right? But if you had been any later, I'm afraid your master would have eaten it all. Shaoli's face turned pale. Master, you really have a knack for comforting people, don't you? Just then, the last grains of sand in the hourglass ran out. A solemn voice echoed. The results of the first trial are in. Congratulations to the contestants who have advanced. The one in first place will receive a reward, the immortal marrow cleansing art. Ye Junlin calmly accepted the reward. Meanwhile, whispers broke out among the crowd. It's no surprise Senior Yi came in first again. They marveled to receive the immortal marrow cleansing art. His cultivation path from now on will surely be blessed by the gods. Senior Ye's ascension to immortality is probably just a matter of time. Chen Zhao, his eyes red with envy, gritted his teeth. Damn it! Another prize falls into his hands. Ye Junlin, you just wait. Xiaoli, standing beside him, asked in confusion. Master, this is such a great immortal opportunity. Why don't you seem happy about it at all? The other cultivators chimed in. That's right. An immortal opportunity like this, if word got out to the outside world, it would definitely trigger an immortal war. One that would shake the heavens and the earth. And yet Senior Ye is so nonchalant. Well, he is someone who can use a single word to enlighten a true immortal. Perhaps in his eyes, this thing is nothing special. Hearing the crowd's discussion, he immediately got into character. His eyes lit up as he shouted exaggeratedly, "Whoa! This marrow-cleansing immortal art is so incredible. My whole body feels like it's overflowing with power. This is so exciting." The controller of the immortal vestige island was so furious. He was boiling with rage, roaring in his mind. You bastard! The marrow-cleansing immortal art is something that countless descendants of the immortal emperor have to fight, tooth and nail just for a chance to get. And you dare to put on such a fake act? You're pissing me off! Since you're so arrogant, let's see in this second trial how long your luck will last. The announcer's voice rang out clearly again. The second trial will now officially begin. Contestants, please proceed to the next point. Suddenly, in mid-air, the countless different spatial doors appeared. Contestants, please, in order, step into the projection space. The longer you survive in the projection space, the greater your chance of victory. Note, only 100 spots are available to advance in this round. The remaining contestants will be eliminated. Xiaohong frowned. A survival time test? It seems the space inside is definitely a death trap. Xiao Li, on the other hand, shouted enthusiastically. No matter how difficult it is, model, I'll be going on ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shot through a doorway, instantly vanishing. He appeared in a space completely filled with trees, dense and overgrown. He raised his own wrinkled hands. In a panic, "Hey, where's my saber?" Luwuji was utterly bewildered. His once handsome face had now turned into that of a white-haired old man with decaying skin. Wait a minute, this isn't my body! Frail, decrepit old man, without a single shred of cultivation in his body. How am I supposed to survive in a place like this? The Vanyan Island system announced coldly. Greetings, contestant. You will roleplay as an ordinary old man. Try to survive in this mountain teeming with ferocious beasts until your death. The challenge will end when you die. Luwuji's face turned purple with rage. Rampaging beasts? Damn you to hell! After a moment of screaming, he tried to calm himself down. Calm down. Don't let the game end before it's even begun. Hong Tianyi and Shui Wuyin also quickly chose their doors and entered. The controller of Vanyan Island revealed a triumphant smile. In this round, what's being tested is the ability to adapt. And most importantly, survival instincts. No matter how heaven-defying your abilities were before, in here, you're all just fish on the chopping block. His face was filled with malice. Surviving for 100 days is considered superior. Surviving for 150 days makes you an outstanding genius. As for surviving more than 200 days, that would be a legendary rarity. But more importantly, after 200 days, the beasts in the mountains will mutate and grow stronger. Their appearance rate will become much more frequent. The difficulty will skyrocket straight to hell mode. He looked towards Ye Junlin and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! You little brat, let's see you act so arrogant now, model. This time, let's see what creative way you'll find to die in that world. In the second trial space, the first day, Luwuji went through a trial he'd never forget. His whole body shivered uncontrollably in the bone-chilling cold. This damn weather is going to freeze me to death, he complained endlessly. This decrepit body can't even reach the threshold of chi induction. If back then, I hadn't secretly learned a few breathing techniques from martial artists, a mere mortal would have probably died in this god-forsaken place on the very first day. Looking at the shriveled wild fruits on the ground, he sighed again. In this desolate place, there isn't even a single decent thing to eat. But in the end, he had to pick them up and try his best to chew and swallow with his gappy teeth. This isn't even enough to get stuck in my teeth, but whatever. First, I have to endure. I made Master lose face in the first round. This round, I must prove myself. I have to survive for 100 days no matter what. On the second day, just as he took a sip of spring water, Luigi panicked and spat it all out. Damn it! My throat is so dry it feels like it's on fire. And yet the water here is as poisonous as rat poison. This damn trial is full of traps everywhere. In the stream, the pitch-black carcasses of fish were floating everywhere. Dragging his exhausted body, he walked on. He gave himself a pep talk. You call this a trial? This is clearly just torture until death. I refuse to believe I can't find a way to survive. I, your old master, will not only pass this, but I will also make my master proud. On the 10th day, while chasing a wild rabbit, Luigi slipped and fell flat on his face. He scrambled back up, telling himself, "What's a little fall?" That year, to avenge my sister, I practiced my swordsmanship day and night. I struck a stone 100,000 times. My hands blistered and bled, but I never stopped to rest. I can endure a little hardship like this. On the 20th day, Keep held a bag of freshly caught fish. This is enough food for the next 10 days. I absolutely cannot drop it. It's already the 20th day. I just have to hold on for another 80 days. Then I'll have won. On the 50th day, he faced a ferocious wolf. In his hand was a stone knife. He had made it himself, thinking, I spent 50 long days, grinding for hours every day just to make this knife. I'm already halfway to my 100-day goal. Today I will definitely take it down. By the 88th day, Keep had become strong and calloused. Much more so. I finally made it through the harsh winter. After mastering my hunting skills, this body has become much healthier. Only 12 days left. I can definitely do this. Suddenly from the treetops, a giant python with jagged teeth lunged down to attack. He let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. Arr! What the hell is this? The pain is killing me! In a fit of anger and desperation, Keep resolutely bit back at the python. So it was you, you damn beast! I fought so damn hard to survive for 88 days. I was just one step away from my goal. Damn it, even if I die today, I'm taking you down with me. And in the end, both man and snake collapsed to the ground. Only 12 more days and I could have proven myself to master. Then his vision began to blur. Darkness slowly enveloped everything. I'm sorry, master. I failed to prove myself again. The moment the gate cracked open, a wave of wailing people rushed out. They poured out one after another, scrambling over each other. A monk with a twisted face slapped his thigh and cried out, Heavens, ghosts, and gods! If this old man's eyes weren't blind, I wouldn't have died such a pointless death. Another person chimed in with a long sigh. I wasn't any better. I managed to drag on for exactly 10 days. Then I got devoured by a wild wolf. You were lucky, man. I didn't even get to warm my seat for 2 days. Before I slipped, fell flat on my face and died. This fake body, even just moving makes my joints and creak and crack. But amidst the noisy crowd, Ye Junlin appeared calmly. He raised his voice and asked, This master wants to hear how long you all lasted, and why you kicked the bucket. Li Wu Jie immediately puffed out his chest, tilted his chin up, and boasting proudly, he reported, Master, your disciple here survived valiantly for a whole 88 days, you know? In the end, I was sneak attacked by a venomous snake. But before I breathed my last, I fought fire with fire and bit it to death. I sent it to meet its maker. So, isn't your disciple a badass? Ye Junlin smirked and nodded. Well done, little Li, he praised. You really go all out, don't you? He turned to Shui Wuyin curiously. And you, how did you end up in this state? The young man scratched his head and ears, mumbling in reply, It's so embarrassing. I was struck by lightning and died. Life truly isn't what you expect. To think that I, of all people, survived the real lightning tribulation, only to pay the price in a simulated trial? Still, I survived for 160 days anyway. That's some consolation, I guess. Hearing that, Li Wujie's eyes went wide with shock as he exclaimed, A whole 160 days? That long, huh? Senior Shu truly lives up to his reputation. Ye Junlin, let me spell it out for you. What's so impressive about that number of days? Xiao Li hurriedly explained. Master, you look so serious. I swear to the heavens, inside there, it's terrifyingly difficult. Zhui Wuyan also nodded in agreement. That's right, Senior. Inside, you have to be careful down to the millimeter. After all, your cultivation is completely nullified. Upon hearing this, Ye Junlin's eyes lit up. His interest surged. Oh? Sounds pretty exciting, doesn't it? In that case, I have to go in there and have some fun. He thought to himself, this is a good chance to test out my golden luck and see just how ridiculously powerful it really is. Without a second's hesitation, he quickly stepped into his space. Ye Junlin's space, day 1. He looked down at his own withered body. His wrinkled hands involuntarily let out a comment. Well now, this kind of experience is realistic down to the last detail. Isn't it? For a second there, I thought I'd transmigrated all over again. He leaned on a wooden staff and hobbled forward, his eyes scanning the 4 directions. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the wilderness survival shows that Ming Chang used to watch. They say the first step is to find a source of water and food. Next is to craft tools and build a shelter. At the very least, find a cave or something to use as a temporary lodging. After taking a few steps, a pure white rabbit suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He exclaimed with joy, "Well, well! A rabbit! I've barely set foot in here, and there's already food being delivered right to my door?" As if it had heard his words, the rabbit suddenly started convulsing. Its eyes rolled back, and it slammed its head straight into a nearby tree, dead before it could even gasp. Ye Junlin's jaw dropped. He was frozen for a good 5 seconds. What the hell kind of move was that? This old man hadn't even made a move yet. And you just offered yourself up willingly? He picked up the rabbit. A wide grin spread across his face. A tasty meal just walked right up to me. It'd be a crime against nature not to eat this. All right, let's find a spot to start a fire and get this feast started. A short while later, the rabbit was cleaned and prepped, lying golden brown on a rack over a blazing red fire. Ye Junlin clicked his tongue in approval as he roasted it. If only I had some rich sauce. To spread on this, the flavor would be absolutely to die for. But he also told himself, in a desolate place like this, where would I even find any? Just then, a hairy giant came running for its life. Behind it, a swarm of honeybees was in hot pursuit. He sat to the side, bewildered, watching the ridiculous scene unfold. Holy crap, a bear this huge is getting chased down by honeybees? Wait, hold on a minute. A glint appeared in his eyes. Ooh la la, isn't this a blessing from the heavens? I just wished for some sauce. And honey gets delivered right to my doorstep, spreading honey on the roasted rabbit. The flavor will definitely be out of this world. Whoa, the aroma is absolutely irresistible. This meal, compared to those street-side skewers back at the finish line, is 100 times more luxurious. A while later, his stomach was full. He started looking around for a place to lie down. Oh, look! Why is there such a massive cave here? This cave is truly an ideal shelter. Looking at the surroundings, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A 5-star accommodation like this actually exists out here? There's even a source of clean water ready to go. This means I don't even need to set up a tent and sleep out in the elements. He thought to himself, could it be that all of this is thanks to my golden fortune? So be it. If that's the case, then I won't be so polite anymore. Day 3. He was leisurely fishing by a crystal-clear stream. Yesterday, he feasted on grilled rabbit. Today, he needed a change of pace. A meal of fresh fish would be nice and light. Suddenly, the entire school of fish in the stream went into a frenzy. They started competing to leap onto the shore. Quan Lum held a pile of fish in his arms. His expression was a mix of satisfaction and utter helplessness. All right, this is getting ridiculous. You all are being way too proactive with this. This old man came here to experience the harshness of survival. Not to be served hand and foot like this? If this keeps up, I'm going to get soft. For the next 180 days, birds and wild animals were regularly delivered right to the mouth of his cave for Deep Quan Lum to feast on. He even casually planted all sorts of vegetables and fruits around the cave. And so his life passed by in an unbelievable state of peace and comfort. Meanwhile, the controller of Vantine Island was boiling with rage. This trial was designed to be a challenge, a hellish survival challenge. A frail old man was supposed to struggle alone in these desolate mountains, surrounded by danger on all sides. So why the hell did you come in here? And turn it into some high-class resort? Living out your days in peace with more than enough to eat, huh? Damn it, did you come here to retire or something? But after 200 days comes the gate of death. The other participants have all been eliminated, and yet one guy still managed to survive for over 200 days. Not bad. Not bad at all. Just at that moment, Hong Thien Deep stepped out of his space. Lavo Keep immediately ran over, exclaiming in awe, "Senior brother Hong, you're the last one to come out. That's just insane. How many days did you last, brother?" He coldly replied, 206 days. After the 200-day mark, not only did ferocious beasts appear more and more frequently, but even getting a peaceful night's sleep became a luxury. What's more, they started appearing in organized packs. They themselves had mutated, and their speed was demonic. Lavo Keep gulped nervously. Whoa, just hearing about it is enough to make my skin crawl. To think senior brother Hong could last that long, that's so admirable. Little Hong said scornfully, "What do you know? I could have lasted even longer, but the mutations happened too fast. I was ambushed by those damn beasts." He was filled with regret. In the end, I was surrounded by a pack of mutated wolves. An ordinary person definitely couldn't have survived in that situation. But he had used a secret technique from the demon sect to reform his physical body. If I had just been a little more careful, I definitely could have survived for a few hundred more days. Suddenly, another spatial gate slowly began to open. Hong Thien Deep was stunned. "Didn't you say I was the last one? Why is he still in there?" Little Le awkwardly scratched his head. No. It's not what you think, senior. My master? He went in much later than we did. Hong Thien Deep smirked sinisterly. I see. That Deep Quan Lum fellow is usually lazy as hell. He completely relies on others to survive. This time, there's no one for him to leech off of. He must be struggling miserably in there, probably just hiding in one corner, then scurrying to another, just to find enough scraps to get through the day. Just imagining the sight of Deep Quan Lum, with his face all covered in filth. He'd be thrilled just to see him starving and in rags. He gloated, imagining the scene of Ye Junlin being tormented and humiliated, not to mention the hellish difficulty after another 200 days. Ah, no, you definitely won't survive until then. No matter what, when you get out, you'll look like a beggar. Let this master watch you make a fool of yourself. Now this is Ye Junlin's trial space, day 200. He was lounging on a self-made chair, sipping on a glass of self-made fruit juice. This is so relaxing. Am I just going to enjoy myself like this until the day it all ends? And my strength runs out? Suddenly, the sky erupted in fury. Dark clouds gathered menacingly, coalescing into a gloomy vortex. Ye Junlin looked up. Oh, a change in the weather? Let's see. It's been exactly 200 days. Could this be the turning point of the trial? He looked at a tree trunk covered in marks, the claw marks and fresh blood, and saw the familiar white rabbit frantically, smashing its head against the base of the tree. He exclaimed, "What the hell? Has my lunch rabbit mutated? It's that strong? If that were a wild boar instead, it would probably knock down this entire forest. Well, so much for my lunch." His expression suddenly changed, a look of surprise on his face. There are tigers around here now? For the past 200 days. I've never seen a ferocious beast of this size appear. A ferocious-looking tiger slowly emerged. Just as it was about to pounce, Ye Junlin broke into a satisfied smile. Finally, a chance for my wooden sword, this treasure of mine, to taste blood. With the golden luck protecting my body, why would I be afraid of a crazy cat like you? But before he could even make a move, another giant brown bear charged out from nowhere, covered in blood. Two ferocious beasts bared their fangs and brandished their claws, growling at each other. An earth-shattering battle to the death was about to begin. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, looks like I won't get a chance to show off after all." And so Ye Junlin sat back down in his chair. He continued to enjoy his fruit juice. Wonderful. This mauling scene is even more realistic than a 3D movie. Truly a visual feast. The bloody battle came to an end, when both animals were heavily wounded. Covered in injuries and exhausted, they collapsed. Leaning on his cane, Ye Junlin leisurely walked over. Not bad, not bad. The bear's hide is thick and warm. It's perfect for making a winter coat. And the tiger's striped pelt would make a fine blanket, adding a touch of luxury to my cave dwelling. The manager of Vantian Island was once again completely and utterly shocked. How could this be happening? This kid's luck. How can it be so ridiculously heaven-defyingly good? The wild beasts went crazy and slaughtered each other, just so he could reap the rewards without lifting a finger? But he still had another plan. But the beast tide is coming. They won't be stupid enough to kill each other like they did today. This time, let's see how you deal with this. An army of ferocious beasts advanced, roaring and snarling. Ye Junlin was in a daze when the noise startled him awake. What's going on? An earthquake? Seeing the ferocious beast tide rushing towards him, he commented casually. Oh crap, it's an army of fighting beasts gathering together. Are they coming to my place to throw a huge buffet party? That's quite a grand formation. He raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, let's see what you minions are really made of. The manager of Vantian Island sneered, "You rotten brat! Just wait to be torn to shreds by the beast army!" Suddenly, a soft, young voice called out from behind. "Grandpa! Oh, Grandpa, Grandpa!" Deep Quan Lum turned his head in confusion. Huh? Why is there a child's voice here? Grandpa, are they calling me? From high up on the trellis, colorful gourds were continuously making human sounds. He was a bit stunned. Could these be the legendary Gourd brothers? The red gourd spoke again, its voice loud and clear. "Grandpa, don't be afraid. We'll keep you safe." He thought to himself, it seems that an old man's diligent gardening, tending to his flowers and plants, isn't just good for his health, both physically and mentally, but at crucial moments, it can also bring about some unbelievable surprises. A giant wild beast, taking advantage of Deep Quan Lum's distraction, charged to attack him from behind. The red gourd, as if filled with magical power, shot towards the beast. "Don't you dare harm my grandpa!" Then it magically transformed into a complete little boy and stomped the monster's head flat with a single kick. Watching from behind, Deep Quan Lum couldn't stop slapping his thigh in praise. "First brother, my boy, you're incredible. That move was absolutely flawless. Meanwhile, the old island master, who ruled this immortal island, had his jaw on the floor, his eyes wide in disbelief. Damn it all, what the hell is going on? A gourd can actually cultivate itself into a spirit? Right after that, two other mutated spirit beasts also let out a furious roar and charged forward to attack. First brother roared in fury and flexed. His muscles bulged, causing his body to swell up 100 times its size. He roared, "You're just a bunch of animals. You dare come here to die?" Earth-shattering punches rained down, pummeling the pack of spirit beasts senseless. His face was beaten so badly he couldn't even lift his head. The old island master got the shock of his life. How did this brat get so big? This monstrosity. How can something like this possibly exist? In my trial space? Suddenly, a wild wolf stealthily approached from behind. Baring its sharp jaws, it lunged forward for a sneak attack. Clank! A sturdy arm appeared, stopping its bite cold. "You beast! You dare try to sneak attack us?" Instantly, the wolf's entire set of teeth shattered into tiny pieces, while the boy's arm was completely unscathed. Another boy in a bright blue outfit appeared. He spat a raging sea of fire from his mouth, aiming straight at the pack of wild beasts. "Ah, just die, all of you!" At the same time, a boy, who wielded the power of the water element, also made his move. With just a wave of his hand, he submerged the entire horde of spirit beasts in a tidal wave. The boy warned in a loud voice, "Don't even think about getting near our grandpa!" A powerful shout rang out, and another boy appeared. Ye Junlin clapped endlessly in admiration, truly like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each with their own vast and unique powers. This is even more epic than some kind of game hack. Ha ha, with a crew of super grandkids like this, around this remote mountain corner. And if I claim to be number 2, who would dare claim to be number 1? Won't I be the ruler of the world? The old island master's face had already turned black with rage. Models, I don't understand a single thing anymore. In the end, is this my domain or his? How can such an absurd ability even exist? The 4 young boys quickly gathered, surrounding Ye Junlin. The boy in the orange shirt spoke up to report. "Grandfather, I've already scanned the area with my clairvoyance. Within a 10-mile radius around here, there isn't a single wild beast left." Ye Junlin smiled kindly, patting his head. "You truly are my filial grandchildren. With you kids here, I'm truly blessed for 3 lifetimes. But inwardly, he sighed. Well, this is just great. Other than dying of old age, I really have no other way to escape this god-forsaken place. Day 300. In the days that followed, with the companionship of the Gourd brothers, Ye Junlin officially began his top-tier retirement life. He sat upon his mobile throne, Big Bro's shoulders, leisurely gazing over his kingdom. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This feeling of being up high, looking down on everything, it's truly exhilarating. Hey, Big Bro, those birds perched on that tree over there, don't let them go to waste." Day 500. Ye Junlin's life became even more regal, and when he moved into a magnificent castle built by Big Bro himself. Day 1001. Ye Junlin stood on the towering city wall, his gaze sweeping across the 4 directions. In the blink of an eye, so much time has passed. Compared to that place, Kunlun, where all we did day in and day out was fight and kill, the peaceful life in this trial space isn't bad at all. It's as if I've traveled back in time to live a life of leisure. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the cultivators were still gathered in groups, whispering amongst themselves. "It's been so long." And there's still no sign of Senior Ye. It's impossible. In a place swarming with mutated beasts like that, how on earth did he manage to survive? It's completely absurd. Li Wuji voiced his speculation. "Master is probably still in there." He must have ascended to immortality by now. Otherwise, how could he have lasted this long? Hong Tianyi immediately shot the idea down. "Impossible! There's absolutely no way. For all we know, he could be dead and gone in there. Or the dimension malfunctioned, and that's why he can't teleport out." At that moment, Xiao Li couldn't take it anymore. She looked up to the sky and yelled, "Hey, Island Master! Is there something wrong with your trial? Release my master now!" Immediately, an authoritative voice boomed down from the heavens. "What the hell would you know? This trial was designed by this venerable one. It has never once malfunctioned. Just you wait, you ignorant little brats." Zai Xiao Honglian was startled in disbelief. How can this be? That old geezer, he's actually still alive? An old man with absolutely no cultivation? How? Could he survive in a place that terrifying? For so long? The island master observed from the side, and suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha! My trial has never had a flaw, but then it ran into a monster like you. Could it be that you'll actually become the first person in history to die of old age in the second trial? Huh? Ye Junlin's 3 Trial Dimensions, Year 25. The Calabash brothers were kneeling around Ye Junlin's bed, their eyes filled with tears. "Master, please don't leave us," Ye Kunlin whispered with his last breath. "Thank you. Thank you, my children, for being by my side all these years. When I return, I will miss you all dearly." "Boo-hoo!" "Master!" the Calabash brothers wailed miserably. With that, Ye Kunlin smiled peacefully. He closed his eyes and passed away, announcing survival duration, cause of death, old age. The island master, who had been observing everything in secret, muttered to himself, "Unbelievable. He actually became the first person to pass the second trial by dying of old age, to be able to peacefully pass away from natural causes on this mountain of death. Just what kind of monumental and heaven-defying miracle is this?" he continued thoughtfully. "However, you completed the first 2 trials all by yourself. But this final challenge will be different. All participants will fight against each other. Let me see just how much further you can defy the heavens." At that moment, Ye Junlin gave a refreshing stretch and stepped out of the trial space. The crowd of cultivators, all wearing curious expressions, immediately gathered around him. "Senior Yi is finally out. How can he be so calm?" When we came out, some of us were in despair, others were filled with resentment. But Senior Ye looked so strangely calm and at ease. "Master, Senior, what in the world did you go through in there?" Li Wuji rushed forward. "Master, you're finally out. How many days did you manage to survive? And how did you finally go?" He answered calmly. "Me, I died of old age." Everyone was stunned. "He died of old age? How is that even possible?" In such an incredibly treacherous place, a mountain teeming with wild beasts. How could anyone live long enough to die of old age? How? It's unbelievable. Oh my God. While the rest of us were struggling just to survive for a few tens or a few hundred days, Senior Yi lived a full life for several decades. Shui Wuyin, you were there too. He respectfully stepped forward. "Yeah, Senior Ye, may I be so bold as to ask you a question? How did you do it? Is there some kind of secret to it?" He smiled mysteriously and replied, "Actually, the secret is incredibly simple. You just need to keep your minds at ease. Plant a few rows of flowers, water a few trees, and then you will harvest 7 magical gourds. From then on, you can just live out your old age in peace." Tit Vong An was a bit taken aback. Is it really that simple?" Deep Quan Lum nodded firmly. "It is." Everyone once again burst into a lively discussion. In a life-or-death situation like this, how could anyone possibly stay calm and focus on planting flowers? What are these 7 gourds? Are they some kind of treasure? Deep Hong Tien was so angry he gritted his teeth, acting all mysterious. "If you don't want to say it, then don't. What's with this profound act?" Suddenly, Tuit Vong An had a shocking realization. Could it be this is the secret way to pass the second trial? Its core isn't about survival, but a test. A test to see if the participant can maintain their composure, their ease and freedom in desperate situations, or not. With that thought, he immediately knelt down. He bowed his head. "Senior Diep, I have been enlightened. It turns out the path we've been taking was completely wrong." The island master sighed in exasperation. This damn brat managed to fool the whole lot of them again. Whatever, first I'll just give him the reward for the second trial. Deep Quan Lum once again received the blessing. His entire body seemed to emit a brilliant aura. Tule was filled with admiration. To receive the blessings of 2 immortal arts in a row, Master will surely gain an even greater affinity for immortality. His path of cultivation will be even wider from now on. Tu Hung was so jealous that his whole body trembled. Damn it! The rewards for both of the first 2 trials were all taken by him alone, but Deep Quan Lam didn't seem very interested in this reward. "It's useless. After all, I have a golden finger. The stronger my opponent, the stronger I get. What's the use of a talent like this?" The crowd of cultivators saw his expression and immediately began to speculate. "Hey, look, everyone! It seems like Senior Yi is a bit unimpressed." "Don't be ridiculous. The senior is definitely just being humble. He doesn't want to be too flashy, just to avoid discouraging us." The island master was boiling with rage. This is a blessing that even an immortal venerable would covet. Why has this brat, for 2 times in a row, acted so indifferent? Does he actually think my rewards are terrible? But he immediately pushed the matter aside. Forget it. I should just quickly start the final trial. This is the trial I am most proud of. A challenge of unparalleled creativity in all the heavens and myriad realms. In the final stage, trial takers ranked outside the top 100 will be eliminated. Watching the cultivators get eliminated one by one, Lawu, Jai felt a bit smug. Although I didn't achieve my goal in the second stage, at least I managed to hang on. "How wonderful," Hong Tianye sneered. "You say that as if staying here gives you a chance. Just as he finished speaking, an announcement rang out again. Next, please enter the passage in order to begin the trial. The final one. The participants entered the passage one after another. Chen Zhao also appeared at this moment. He schemed to himself, Ye Junlin. So what if you got the blessings from the first two stages? This third stage is the crucial one. As long as I win this stage, the inheritance of the fallen immortal island will still be mine. By then, taking your life will be as easy as flipping my hand. A virtual information panel appeared in front of everyone. Welcome to the projection world. To ensure fairness, everyone can freely set up your appearance and join the battle behind a mask. To avoid retaliation after the trial is over, the 60 of you will be taken to an isolated island. You are free to choose your equipment and elixirs, as well as talismans and cultivation techniques. All of it can be obtained by searching or by eliminating monstrous beasts. As time passes, a ring of deathly miasma will gradually engulf the island. You must escape to the safe zone in time. Slaughtering each other is permitted. The last person left alive will become the heir to the fallen immortal isle. Everyone started murmuring. A trial like this, I've never heard of anything like it before. It completely shatters all common sense. So this is the kind of game the great immortals play? Deep Quinlum thought to himself. Is this old geezer kidding me? From flying chess to an evolving arc, and now even PUBG? Could it be that the true immortal is also a transmigrator like me? What? Laveau Keep observed for a moment, and a dark idea sparked in his mind. If our identities are kept secret, maybe I should take this chance to go wild for once. I'll experience what it feels like to be a woman. Heh. Tranquille had also chosen his identity. He thought smugly, someone as invincible as me, of course, has to use an invincible avatar. Suddenly, everyone was teleported to a mysterious place. At a glance, it looked like they were on a giant ship. Just as expected, an announcement rang out again. We are now entering the preparation phase. First, the airship will fly a circuit around the islands. After that, all of you may freely choose your preferred landing spot. Amidst the bustling space, a piercing shriek suddenly tore through the air, accompanied by a finger pointing straight ahead. Oh my God, everyone hurry and look at that thing over there! All eyes immediately shifted to the target, and they beheld a brawny, muscular beauty, shyly clad in a deep violet cheongsam. She looked so peculiar that one couldn't bear to look directly at her. The Wu Ji, in his new form, cleared his throat and spoke with full confidence. Ha! Surprised, aren't you? There's no way any of you could guess who I am, right? However, a familiar voice rang out from behind her, making the lady jump in shock, nearly scaring the soul right out of her body. Ha! You damn I never knew you had such a perverted hobby. Wu Ji's heart pounded and his legs trembled as he hastily spun around, vehemently denying it. I am not a Li. Don't you go making baseless accusations. The young man before him just shrugged and replied nonchalantly. Can you guess why I was able to recognize you? Upon hearing this, little Li's face turned pale. He stammered, This solely honored senior brother Hong. We're all on the same side here. Did you really have to be so serious and scare me like that? Hong Tianyi pressed his advantage even further. He crossed his arms and smirked. Honestly, I never realized your taste was this intense. Just imagine, if this appearance of yours were to be discovered by outsiders, wouldn't it become the most brilliant stain on your glorious life? Little Lei was so furious he could spit fire. Stop threatening me! Where's your proof? Are you just going by this name floating above my head? That's just a wild guess. As long as I don't admit it, who the hell is gonna know who I am? In another corner of the ship, another character was also shining in his own way, becoming the center of attention and frustration. The crowd murmured restlessly. Damn it, that bald head over there. It's so shiny it's blinding my eyes. Who the hell is this guy? He has such a clueless look on his face. But why does he look so damn punchable? Hong Thian Deep also glanced over, making a comment. That aura of his really gets under your skin. It's annoying, but he looks a bit familiar. Tu Lei also chimed in. Where on earth did this guy crawl out from? He's got the kind of punchable face that just makes you want to smack him. Just then, the system's announcement once again echoed throughout the space. You have arrived at Phuket Island. Will all contestants please select a landing point? The final trial officially begins. 4. The participants of the third trial began to scratch their heads. With so many options, how are we supposed to choose where to land? The system spoke up again with a reminder. Cultivation techniques from the real world will be disabled. All new techniques must be acquired at designated locations. Choose your landing point wisely. Good luck, everyone. See you on the ground. Laveau Keep's eyes lit up as he declared boldly, in that case, Chaotic Blade Valley will be my starting point. Senior brother Hong, where do you plan on going? Hong Thian Deep scoffed.
I'm not an idiot like you. Showing your hand so early? Tule beamed. Haha, don't tell me you're afraid that I might send you to the afterlife before you know it. Hong just waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. You? I doubt you'll even have the good fortune of seeing me again. Just worry about saving your own skin. Immediately after that, countless other cultivators also hurried to choose a side for themselves. A female cultivator tried to persuade her senior brother. Let's go to Red Brow Mountain together. Invited by a beauty, that cultivator nodded his head repeatedly. All right, let's go. Zhao Li watched this, his face filled with contempt. Only a bunch of chickens need to huddle together, just to feel less scared. A true man has always walked alone. Besides, in the end, only one person gets to survive. What's the point of you guys forming a whole group? But meanwhile, Ye Junlin, on the other hand, appeared extremely carefree. An invincibly handsome contestant like me, of course, has to go with the flow. After all, wherever I am is my home turf. As he finished speaking, the young man stood on his tiptoes and leaned back, with a pose and expression that couldn't be more chill. Let's go! His whole body shot forward with a whoosh. At Crescent Moon Lake, the young man had just landed on the ground, and when he quickly scanned his surroundings, looks like this is Crescent Moon Lake, one of the 6 main zones. Junlin mused to himself. Those pillars of light must be the technique fragments. According to the rules, you have to collect enough fragments to assemble a complete secret manual. And they're even divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow ranks. I wonder what rank these things are. Suddenly, a fierce-looking man charged forward. Haha, you slowpokes are too slow. This bunch of fragments is all mine. His entire body emitted a strange glow, causing the lake's surface to tremble. The man roared, "You dare fight me for this stuff? Go die!" he shouted, unleashing his purple lightning fist. The poor opponent didn't even have time to block the blow, and turned into a loot box in the blink of an eye. After winning the battle, the man's body was radiating killing intent. I can't believe a yellow rank technique, the most basic one here, is even stronger than an earth rank technique. In the real world, as expected of an item from an immortal. Ha ha ha! The surrounding cultivators were horrified by the sight. His 7 souls have merged into a cultivation technique. Brothers, run! The man watched the crowd flee for their lives, feeling immensely pleased with himself. Good. At least you all know your place. There are still quite a few fragments and pieces of equipment here. It seems that in this trial, the killing and looting is the ultimate truth. Just then, the loot box was opened. Ye Kunlin, standing at a distance, spoke sarcastically. You got sent to heaven the moment you landed? What a complete noob. When it comes to playing PUBG, I'm the king. Just you wait and see this master find some divine weapons. Meanwhile, Hong Tianye had arrived at the misty forest. He thought to himself, with a fog this thick, it's the perfect place to hide and grow stronger. Suddenly, a flame erupted in the distance, catching little Hong's attention. What the hell is that? As he got closer, he discovered it was a skeleton, still smoldering. Hong Tianye casually picked up 3 cards, a fire dragon talisman. With this kind of spiritual power fluctuation, it must be a type of charm, an attack with extraordinary power. He then picked up a book called The Shadow Escape Art. Don't all cultivation techniques require collecting 10 fragments to be synthesized? And yet, here's a completed one. He happily took them all. He couldn't hide his excitement. I can't believe this 3rd stage is so generous. Not only is there blue rarity equipment, but it also comes with cultivation techniques and talismans. It seems my luck has finally turned. Ye Kunlin, the winner of this. The stage can only be me. The aggressive man was just admiring his spoils of war as he walked. I must have cleaned out all the cultivation techniques at Crescent Moon Lake. It's time to go rob another area. Suddenly, the man froze when he saw a figure in front of him. That guy, isn't that the annoying bald kid? He's at Crescent Moon Lake too? Too bad for him, I've already cleaned this place out. Ha ha ha. As he finished speaking, the man suddenly lunged forward to attack. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for landing in the wrong place. Now let me inherit your legacy. The bald young man turned around and asked calmly, Mister, are you looking for me for some reason? When he got a clear look at the young man's appearance, the man was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Rare purple-grade armor and weapons? How is that possible? The stuff from Crescent Moon Lake. Didn't I take it all? The man immediately wiped the greedy look off his face. He switched gears and started backpedaling. Well, actually, it's nothing important. I just came here to give you a little reminder. You have to be careful. Once you leave this lake, no one will be as kind as me. The bald young man replied, Oh, you really are a good person. The other guy quickly looked for an excuse to scram. If there's nothing else, this little brother will take his leave. But he froze in place. Because of the other man's next words, don't be in such a hurry to leave.
Just leave behind all that stuff you just looted, okay? Ye Junlin continued in a mocking tone. After all, a kind person like you will have a hard time surviving once you leave this place. Immediately after, a devastating blow shot towards the man. The man hastily put up a defensive barrier to save his own skin. Wait! Wait, spare me, mighty one, I'll give you everything. But it was too late. The man's defensive barrier was shattered to pieces. His entire body was covered in blood. And finally, with an unwilling gaze, he too turned into a glowing box. The guy let out a cunning smile. Thanks for your trouble, uncle, for helping me gather all the items in this area. Now it's time to check out the other areas. The island master observed everything from above and commented, that kid, although he managed to get the only purple equipment set at Crescent Moon Lake, compared to the special tricks I've set up, on this island the gap is still too great. I'm afraid this time, you won't win so easily. A group of cultivators standing high above were also discussing this animatedly. Damn, that bastard is so lucky. In just a flash, he's already collected a full rare purple set. Another guy in the group added, he even calls himself something like Lonely Invincible. It's so damn annoying to hear. I couldn't stand the sight of him back on the immortal ship. I was just hoping to run into him after we landed to teach him a lesson. A woman in the group spoke up. This prey is really juicy. If we can take him down and split the resources he's gathered, we'll definitely gain a huge advantage. They grew worried again, but he has a full purple set protecting him. How can we kill him? The leader then revealed his plan. Don't worry, everyone, there's still a chance. We just need to do this. Yet Junlin was looking around when he was interrupted by a sweet voice. Brother Invincible! He turned his head and asked, Miss, are you calling me for something? The girl from before, with a deadly seductive look, appeared with a voice as sweet as honey. Brother Invincible, I want to make a deal with you. Ye Junlin glanced her up and down, then asked, what kind of deal? Is it something proper? The girl exuded a sensual aura from head to toe. Her eyes were flirtatious as she replied, well, how should I put this? It's rather improper. Emboldened, she slowly closed the distance. Her face was filled with affection. Invincible Master. Our identities in this simulated world may be fake, but the experience is very real. I want to exchange a few useful things with you. As for the benefits, you understand, right? Ye Junlin's face suddenly flushed red as he said shyly, here? It doesn't seem very appropriate. Seeing that the fish was about to take the bait, she pressed her attack relentlessly. Oh? For something like this, do we really need to be picky about the location? Invincible Master, stop pretending. He smiled and replied, all right then. But her eyes suddenly changed. She was secretly gloating. As expected, the so-called invincible are truly lonely. He's probably never been close to a woman before. Just one flirtatious line and he's already hooked. At this moment, she said slowly, so, shall we begin? He then threw a piece of jade onto the ground. He casually declared, this is for you. I want to see you do push-ups. This sentence left the girl completely frozen. I haven't even finished taking off my clothes. And he's telling me to do this? Is this guy sick in the head? Startled, she stammered, You really want me to do push-ups? Something about this doesn't seem right. But seeing her bewildered expression, he threw down countless more pieces of jade. Is one not enough? Then here's more for you. Is this enough now? At that, she once again struck a seductive pose. She said coyly, Invincible Master, we must have misunderstood each other. What I meant was, you can do whatever you want with me, whatever you request. Just feel free to say it. Even if the requests are a little bolder. He immediately replied, I understand what you mean. She smiled brightly again, nodding her head repeatedly. Then let's seize the moment and start quickly. Before she could even close her mouth, Ye Kunlin casually made a shocking statement. In that case, I'll throw in a few more. Sit-ups to round out the number. Blood rushed to the woman's head. She was on the verge of her hair standing on end as she roared, You dare to mess with me? But her rage instantly deflated when her eyes caught sight of a sparkling object. Oh my God. A mystic tear fragment. The kind of treasure people would fight to the death for. And yet he just tossed it out so casually. Just then, Ye Kunlin's voice rang out again. I'll count to 3. Are you doing it or not? What is dignity? Can you eat it? She immediately tossed it aside. Obediently, she lay flat on the ground and started furiously doing push-ups. Long live the boss! I'm doing it right now! In her mind, a voice was consoling her. It's fine. It's totally fine. I mean, who could resist when he's paying so much? Just endure it for a little while and it'll be over. The two goons, watching from a distance, had their jaws dropped to the floor. Has that juice-selling chick lost her mind? Why did she suddenly drop and start doing push-ups like that? The scene that followed left the two of them even more dumbfounded. One, huh? Why has she switched to sit-ups now? That bastard. is clearly treating us like circus monkeys. A man's pride welled up. One of them couldn't take it anymore. He roared fiercely, "What the hell are you waiting for? Everyone get him for me!" Ye Kunlun just sighed softly, looking disappointed. 2. Why so impatient? We've only done a few warm-ups and you're already losing your temper? At the same time, the girl also felt utterly humiliated. She sprang up and charged forward to attack. "You dare trick me? I'll kill you!" The guy just lazily swung his sword once, muttering to himself. Everyone's in such a hurry. Before the woman could even register what had happened, was sent flying backward by an invisible force. The man carrying the mace also let out a roar, a world-shattering, mountain-shaking dragon slash. But what greeted him was a streak of Ye Junlin's cold sword light. The mace shattered into pieces, and its owner, with a pop, turned into a loot box. The last accomplice trembled as he witnessed the scene, muttering to reassure himself, "Low-grade heaven rank. Nothing to worry about, it's just a sword technique. If we brothers coordinate well, we can still send him to his grave. Then this cultivation method will be mine." He sneered contemptuously. "Is that supposed to be an itch?" Another person rushed out from the shadows, attempting a sneak attack, shouting, "Don't even think about escaping, die!" But then, a stream of sword ki, sharper than a razor, made him let out a terrified scream before sharing the same fate as his comrades. Suddenly, the mastermind from before finally revealed himself, laughing sinisterly. "Ha! The deaths of these small fries were not in vain," he said arrogantly. "While you were busy taking out the trash, the weakening curse, 9th layer, from yours truly, has already been activated. Now that you're afflicted by this weakening curse, even with a heaven-rank cultivation method, it's completely useless. Just obediently accept your death." But his joy was short-lived. Ye Junlin suddenly unleashed an aura even more powerful than before. What a cowardly and dirty trick. Using even your own teammates as sacrifices. "Too bad for you. This old man always keeps a purification on hand." The other guy's face went pale as a sheet. "What? How do you have a purification?" He and the surviving woman hurriedly kowtowed. "Wait, big brother. Invincible big brother, please don't kill us. I offer my entire fortune to you, big brother. Big brother, spare my life. After the trial is over, I will serve you with all my heart. I guarantee you'll be on cloud 9. Ye Kunlun shot them an ice-cold glare. Then he slammed his sword into the ground. An electric current instantly spread out around him. "Serve me? A bunch of trash like you think you're worthy of that honor? Go serve the king of hell!" A terrifying shockwave erupted. The ground shook violently. In the midst of the tremor, his voice rang out, full of authority. "Still plotting a sneak attack? You guys are still far too green." When the dust and smoke cleared, only 4 boxes were left lying silently on the ground. He spoke softly. "Let's see now. What interesting little toys did you all manage to pick up?" Meanwhile, in a place called the Dragon's Lair, in the Hidden Zone, a hideous monster was growling. A man was confronting it. 6 golden quality talismans. So this is this young master's trump card. "It's all or nothing." He let out an ear-splitting roar. 6 talismans of divine fire, burn it to a crisp for me. Immediately, a sacred flame engulfed the monster, turning it to ash in the blink of an eye. The man panted heavily. It seemed he had used up a great deal of his strength, but he still muttered in admiration. "The map in the treasure chest. The golden glow really doesn't lie. This is truly the legendary Dragon's Lair." This person was none other than Chen Zhao. He laughed like a madman, an irrepressible joy. "As expected, I, the Holy Sun, am the child of destiny. No force can stop me from rising." He confidently stepped deeper into the mountain crevice. The scene that appeared before his eyes, leaving him both shocked and utterly ecstatic. This is the power of the divine dragon. I finally obtained it. Even someone wearing a full set of epic gear wouldn't be able to withstand a few of my blows. I, the Holy Sun, am invincible. High above, the island master was observing everything through a mirror. His expression held a hint of surprise. "Oh? So someone actually managed to find the little toy that I casually left behind all those years ago? Could it be that this time's successor is him?" He smiled faintly, his gaze turning in another direction. "Ye Junlin, let's see how you'll handle this." Meanwhile, with the ancient sword clan, Shui Wuyin was dancing, with his sword like a soaring dragon and a dancing phoenix. Every single strike pulsed with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. This level of sword intent, fit for a sword immortal. It can't possibly be real. The grunts facing him could only scream internally. Why in this damn virtual world is there someone who possesses such genuine power? To such an absurd degree? Please, Lord Sword Immortal, spare my life. But their prayers were clearly sent to the wrong address. Before long, the entire group was graced by Shui Wuyin and sent straight to the afterlife. The trial Fallen Immortal Island was entering its most intense phase. The cruel circle of death tightened with every passing moment. The merciless countdown ticked on. From Chaos Blade Valley, the Red Brow Mountain, to the East Ice Glacier, Crescent Moon Lake, or the Misty Forest, all of them were arenas of life and death. You either die or you become the one who dictates the rules of death. Zhui Wuyin glanced coldly at the screen, calculating every second as the death circle began to shrink. Although the ancient Sword Clan's faction was considered safe for the time being, but to face the special care that was to come, finding a reliable war steed is the #1 priority. Just then, a roar that shook the mountains and forests echoed from afar. Zhui Wuyin snapped his head around. His eyes shone brightly. He grinned excitedly. Judging by that roar, that is definitely the roar of a ferocious tiger. But if I can manage to tame it, it'll surely be a badass mount. As soon as the words left his mouth, he dashed off, riding the wind. At the same time, in Chaotic Blade Valley, a giant eagle was circling in the sky. On the ground below, a man had just defeated his final opponents. He was looking up at the sky, laughing vilely. "Ha ha, this huge bird is mine. With it, I won't be afraid even if the death key ring is right on my tail." Just as he was savoring his victory, Li Wuji slowly approached, his tone nonchalant. "I've already laid claim to this eagle." The other guy's face turned pale as a sheet. His tongue was tied and he began to stutter. The other man just flashed an excited smile and swung his blade. A slash from the earth-splitting saber art shot out. The other guy vanished before he could even utter another word. Obviously, a divine beast like this eagle can only be owned by the strong. Li Wuji looked up, admiring the giant bird with eyes full of satisfaction. Big enough, majestic enough to make the world go cross-eyed with envy. "I like it, eagle, let's go. Let's do a few laps and give the world a show." Back in the misty forest, a dazzling streak of light suddenly ripped through the darkness, carrying with it a terrifying surge of power. The people below looked up, their mouths agape and their eyes wide in shock. Good heavens. Isn't this the legendary treasure? The whole group hurriedly gave chase until dawn. With a commotion this big, I bet it has to be epic-grade equipment inside. "Hurry up, brothers, before someone else snatches it." One of them offered some reassurance. "There are 6 of us here. Who would dare try to steal from us?" The one-eyed guy next to them sneered, but in his mind he was already secretly plotting. "Once I get my hands on that epic gear, who needs a bunch of useless trash like you anymore? Later, I'll have to find a way to send them to meet their ancestors. Keeping the treasure all to myself, that's the real prize." Before long, the whole group had landed right near where the streak of light had touched down. The guy standing next to the one-eyed man was still giddy with excitement. "Is this the legendary treasure?" Wham! Wham! Without a word, the one-eyed man suddenly threw a devastating punch right in his face. Then he roared, "What are you looking at? This belongs to me!" The girl in purple and the remaining guys were frozen for a good 5 seconds. Stunned, she pointed a finger. "You? How dare you sneak attack old Lee?" "What are you trying to pull?" The one-eyed man let out a cold snort. He couldn't be bothered to act anymore. "You already know the answer, so why pretend to be naive?" "A treasure of this caliber, of course, must be kept for myself." The whole group, they never expected him to turn on them so quickly. They could only choke out a single word in stunned silence. "You!" The one-eyed man pulled out his gleaming weapon, a smug look on his face. Purple-grade equipment, an Earth-rank, high-grade cultivation method. "In old Lee and I had it all. Now that he's gone, do you really think I need to show any respect to a bunch of small fry? Like you?" As he finished speaking, he waved his hand and summoned a giant demonic bear. "Ham Tianbao, take care of them all for me." Hiding behind an ancient tree, Hong Tianye toyed with the fire dragon talisman in his hand. He clicked his tongue and sighed. "This trial is truly a harsh crucible. A place where the strong devour the weak. In a world where the strong devour the weak, there are still naive fools who trust their teammates." What a joke. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man, after having cleaned house, threw his head back and let out a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha! From now on, all the treasure is mine alone." In the blink of an eye, Hong Thien Deep had already appeared looming behind him, along with a blazing fire dragon talisman. His voice was as cold as ice. "If you're going to be a lamb, you should have the self-awareness of one. And you dare dream of taking the treasure all for yourself? Are you even worthy?" The one-eyed man jumped and spun around. Veins bulged on his forehead. It's you! So you were hiding here this whole time. You despicable, shameless coward!" Hong Thien Deep shrugged, scoffed, and retorted. "When you turned on your own teammates, why didn't you call yourself despicable then? I was merely an unwilling spectator." And with that, he didn't bother with any more words. He raised his hand, channeling a bit of power, and sent the one-eyed man to his grave. Filth like you? Thinks you can touch what is mine? Die. Hong Thien Deep landed gently. He uttered a single arrogant sentence. You don't know your own limits. He looked up at the floating piece of equipment. He wondered if this could be the legendary epic grade. A set. Just as he put it on, Hong Tianye felt a surge of power, surging like never before. It seems even the heavens are on my side. He laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Now that I have this divine weapon, who in this world would dare to oppose me? He channeled his power and flew forward, heading straight for the final ring of Death Key at Mount Chimay. My hands are itching for a fight. I'll go there and start a massacre. I'll let you have your fun. Ye Kunlun, you just wait! Meanwhile, in another place, Ye Kunlun suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Who the hell is talking about me? He was right on the border between Crescent Moon Lake and Red Brow Mountain. He had an annoyed look on his face. He turned around and snapped at this little gray donkey. Where the hell do you think you're going? The safe zone is over there, but you're running the wrong way. Are you trying to get me killed? He angrily smacked its head a few times. What the hell are you trying to pull, you damn donkey? Suddenly, brilliant golden light flashed up ahead. Ye Kunlun froze, his eyes wide. Wait a minute. Holy crap. Could this be the legendary supply crate that falls from the sky? He hurriedly jumped off the donkey. His attitude did a complete 180 as he patted Little Gray. Haha, I knew it. You really are my lucky charm. He reached out and touched the supply crate. He was almost blinded by its brightness and had to exclaim in shock. Holy crap, it's so bright. It's blinding. This is definitely the legendary gold tier. Ye Kunlun cheered with excitement. I can't believe that in this harsh trial. There's such good loot. This is going to be awesome. Meanwhile, at Red Brow Mountain, the number of remaining survivors was 40. Zhui Wuyin calmly rode in on a majestic white tiger. His imposing aura made the people hiding in the bushes cautiously peek their heads out to look. They whispered to each other. The white-robed sword saint, it's him, Zhui Wuyin. Look at his mount and the gear he's wearing. It's all purple tier or higher. Don't be stupid and mess with him. Let's just steer clear of him for now. It's the smart thing to do. Suddenly, from the sky, Lu Wujie descended, riding a great eagle. He let out a chuckle. Your mount looks pretty impressive. But why is it so deserted around here? Tweet Vongan looked up and replied politely, Thank you. You flatter me, fellow cultivator. I suppose everyone realized they weren't strong enough, so they've all gone into hiding. Hearing this, Lu Wujie raised his blade, his voice dripping with menace. So that's how it is. I didn't expect so many cowardly rats to be hiding here. What I hate most is the kind of trash that only knows how to hide their heads and leave their tails exposed. If you all don't show yourselves willingly, then don't blame me for hunting you down one by one to pick a fight. The men hiding behind the rock heard this and were seething with rage. They whispered, This psycho woman. She was already getting on my nerves back on the ship, and now she has the gall to lecture us. We respect Senior Tuyet, but what right does she have? Hey, how about we brothers team up and take both of them down for good? Tweet Vongan heard Le Wujie's words and drew his sword, showing his complete agreement. Fellow cultivator, you are truly a straightforward and noble person. I also can't stand these cowards who hide in their shells. Since we share the same ideals, why don't we join forces and wipe out this swarm of vermin? Le Wujie landed on the ground, gathered his power, and declared, Excellent! After I wipe out these small fries, you and I will have a proper duel to see who's stronger. That is a battle worthy of true cultivators. Without another word, he swung his blade, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The aura was overwhelming. You cowardly rats! If you don't hurry up and drag yourselves out here, you'll be buried alive in there. Unable to take it anymore, the hiding group rushed out all at once. You're pushing it! Kill every last one of them! Tweet Vongan couldn't wait any longer either. He unsheathed his sword. A bone-chilling wave of cold air swept through, causing the fired-up crowd to suddenly freeze, not daring to move an inch. Damn it, his sword is epic grade. We're screwed. This technique, it has to be at least heaven tier. Brothers, fall back! Tweet Vongan pointed his sword forward, unleashing an ultimate ice technique. Overwhelming frost. Without a hint of hesitation, Tweet Vongan with ice-cold eyes whispered, Turn to frost. In the blink of an eye, the screaming cultivators suddenly froze in place. Their entire bodies were covered in a layer of frost, then shattered into cold, lifeless blocks, scattering across the ground. The lucky few who survived were scared out of their wits, turning and fleeing for their lives. My God, is this the power of a sword immortal? I can't even imagine it. If I ever met a real sword immortal in person, I'd probably die from sheer despair. So terrifying. Run! How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Let's get out of here while we still can. But from the very beginning, Tweet Vongan had no intention of leaving a single one alive. He pursued them relentlessly, his voice ringing out with menace. You little rats, think you can run? And obviously, No one could escape the Grim Reaper's blade. Just then, Keep finally spoke. His tone was calm yet challenging. The trash has been taken out. Now it's time for our main event. Suddenly, a sense of unease flashed through him. Tweetvongan immediately took a defensive stance. Wait, did one get through the net? He swung his sword forward, shouting, "Who's skulking around in there? Get the hell out here!" From within the hazy mist, Deep slowly emerged. He stood with his arms crossed, looking more arrogant than anyone. Haha, how very interesting. You're certainly worthy of the name Sword Immortal. Your senses are even sharper than those who practice the blade. Standing to one side, Keep's face darkened upon hearing this. Damn it, who the hell is this bastard talking about? Early in the morning, Tweetvongan glanced at the equipment on Xiaohong. A trace of wariness couldn't help but rise in his heart. I have to be careful. This guy is wearing a full set of epic-grade equipment. I'm afraid he's even tougher to handle than me and my Ice Soul sword. Deep's gaze gradually turned sharp and cold. He had originally planned to wait for the two of them to slaughter each other, and then swoop in to reap the rewards. But since you all forced my hand and made me show myself early, then don't blame me for being cruel. I'll send you both on your way with my own two hands. He smirked, glancing over at Kiep. Oh, that's right. You're not going to jump in and help him later, are you? Tweetvongan immediately looked at Kiep with suspicion. What do you mean by that? Could it be that you know her true identity? Kiep jumped, his heart pounding. He hastily roared to hide his flustered state. Shut your mouth! If you dare spout another word of nonsense, this won't end until one of us is dead. He cursed inwardly. If my identity gets exposed, this will be a stain that follows me for the rest of my life. Deep thought to himself. I can't believe this guy is so obsessed with saving face. Fine, all right. We're Marshall brothers after all. But who do you think you're trying to scare? As if I'd be afraid of you. If you've got the guts, then just wait. We'll have a one-on-one duel later. Hearing this, Xiaolei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, luckily, eldest Marshall brother is still giving me some face. Well then, I'll just go with the flow. He quickly replied, fine, I'll be waiting. Tweetvongan had already started to vaguely figure something out. It seems these two actually know each other. That woman. Who is she to be so concerned about her identity? Not wanting to waste any more time, he issued a challenge. Enough talk, let's see what you've got. Xiaohong, not one to back down, immediately retorted. Fine. Let me see for myself just how powerful this Sword Immortal truly is. Just as the battle, hanging by a thread, was about to erupt, suddenly both of them froze. An immense power suddenly surged from beneath the ground, stopping their fight. The moment this energy appeared, it caused a violent tremor. A colossal pillar of light shot straight into the sky like a bolt of furious lightning. Shui Wuyin and Hong Tianye were both stunned, staring towards the center of the explosion. Through the hazy smoke and mist, razor-sharp spikes slowly emerged, followed by a grotesque, scaly tail. Chen Zhao appeared in a completely different form. His entire body radiated an overwhelming murderous aura. He arrogantly declared, "Stop this at once, for this holy sun! This holy sun does not want a victory that lacks the joy of slaughter. All of you will become stepping stones for my greatness." Hong Tianye was terrified. This aura? It's too powerful. And what's with this monstrous form? He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Chen Zhao let out a horrifying laugh. "Who am I? This holy sun is the child of heaven's mandate. The heir of Wen? Xian Island," Xiaohong warned. "Don't be so arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible?" Chen Zhao stated with absolute certainty, precisely. "This holy sun is invincible. Those sets of epic equipment you're all so proud of are nothing but a pile of scrap metal before me. Nothing more, nothing less." Thienjiep couldn't believe his ears and immediately retorted, "Then I shall help you wake from your dream." At the same time, Keep proposed, "This guy's power is just too bizarre. How about we temporarily join forces and take care of him first?" Tweetvongan agreed without hesitation. "I had the same idea." Tiu Hong was the one to strike first, but Tran Qiu had no intention of holding back either. The energy he unleashed created a small tremor, making it impossible for Hong Thiendiep to get any closer. Even Tweetvongan was astonished. Such a powerful blow. If I were to face that head-on, I'm afraid it would be difficult to retreat in one piece, Tran Qiu said scornfully. "Is that all you've got?" In his hand, a sphere of energy was gradually taking shape. This time, even Tiu Hong was shocked. "What?" That was a full-powered blow from an epic-grade weapon. "So why is he completely unscathed?" Tran Qiu sneered. "I already told you. The things you people call epic-grade equipment are nothing but garbage in the eyes of this holy sun." With that, he immediately launched a counterattack. Hong Thiendiep gave his all to defend against it, but he still couldn't withstand the blow, and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Just at that critical moment, Tuyetvongan rushed in to save him. He used his Arctic ice sword in tent formation to block the next attack. Hong Thean-Deep was bewildered and asked, "Where does your power come from?" Laveau Keep chimed in as well. "That's right. By what right can you transform?" "When we can't." Trankyu answered arrogantly. "I've told you already. This holy son is the child of heaven's mandate, the one destined to inherit Asking Heaven Island. You mongrels. And how dare you even dream of contending with me?" Laveau Keep could not stand it any longer and charged forward to attack. "The thing I hate the most? It's that arrogant tone of yours. Blade that cleaves all creation, water that severs the flow. Ah, you rotten brat!" A single slash, a blade of light shining like divine judgment, was unleashed. Chen Zhao was furious. With a single palm strike, he sent Xiao Li flying for a whole kilometer. "An ugly thing like you dares to even approach this holy son?" Just then the great eagle, Li Wuji's mount, let out a roar and charged forward to avenge its master. But before it could even touch Chen Zhao, it was restrained by an invisible force he controlled. Its entire body convulsed in agony. "A mere feathered beast dares to be insolent before me?" The last word he uttered was "die." And the great eagle was crushed into pieces, its body completely obliterated. Blood-soaked feathers fluttered down in front of Li Wuji. This tragic sight completely shattered his sanity. He let out a savage roar. "My Diao Bao! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Li Wuji roared and shot forward, unleashing his signature move with a smug look on his face. "Come on, enjoy this special appetizer that I prepared from 8 high-grade talismans." He gleefully believed that, with the demonic combination of 6 weakening talismans and 2 scorching talismans, his opponent, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, would have to suffer a bitter defeat. The flames of Chen Zhao's anger flared violently. His aura surged. "How audacious! You dare try to sneak attack me, the Holy Son? Are you tired of living?" As he spoke, a wave of earth-shattering power was unleashed by him, aimed directly at the troublemaker. Knowing he was no match, Li Wuji swallowed his pride and called out to the 2 brothers behind him. "Quickly avenge my beloved eagle!" Zhue Wuyin and another sword cultivator immediately joined forces. Sharp sword energy thrust forward, seizing the moment of his weakness to land the finishing blow. At the same time, Hong Thean-Deep didn't miss his chance. A spear thrust out, carrying the destructive power of a ray beam. Faced with 2 streams of power attacking at once, Trankyu didn't flinch at all. Instead, he let out a scornful sneer. "You people think that you can deal with this saint with just these petty tricks? How utterly delusional." He roared, and a terrifying energy, never seen before, erupted from his body. His true form gradually materialized. "You gnats! You finally managed to piss me off." He swiped his claws with overwhelming might, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Remember this well. In the face of absolute power, all resistance is just a meaningless joke." Suddenly, the ears of a nearby donkey perked up, twitching a few times. Far in the distance, Deep Quanlum gazed at the giant dragon that was coiling in mid-air, his eyes shining brightly. He let out a loud whistle. "Whoa, it's the real deal! There's even a dragon! I don't know which master's ultimate technique this is, but it looks like my flashy brand name gold is finally going to get its time in the spotlight. Hey, my hands are itching for a fight." Meanwhile, Laveau Keep had already been knocked out of the battle. He cursed in frustration. "Damn it! This half-breed dragon man is way too over the top. Who the hell is he anyway?" In the middle of the battlefield, Trankyu still carried the air of a world conqueror. He pointed and declared, "See this? This is the fate of those who dare to oppose this holy son. Now it's your turn." The crowd of onlookers felt a chill run down their spines just from watching. This dragon man form is truly terrifying. He looks just like a reincarnated demon dragon, ferocious and brutal. Compared to him, the other sword immortals, even if they were equipped with epic gear from head to toe, were nothing more than gnats buzzing before a hurricane. Hong Thean-Deep gritted her teeth. She clenched her fists. How the hell did he transform into this horrifying form? Tuyetvongan's voice was filled with caution. "Everyone be careful. This source of power is not something that can be obtained in an ordinary trial." Trankyu roared, unleashing his twin dragons' Devour the Heavens technique. Shooting forward. "All of you just die for me!" Hong Thean-Deep braced herself to fight back, unleashing the purple flame rend with all her might. "I refuse to believe I can't stop you!" However, the 2 dragon heads in Trankyu's attack suddenly became many times more ferocious. Tuyetvongan had to slam his sword deep into the ground just to keep from being thrown back by the terrifying shockwave. Impossible. The power of this black dragon, how can it be this monstrous? The demonic dragon heads shot straight towards Tuyetvongan. He hastily raised his ultimate, Frost Shield, to defend himself. but the ice shield shattered in an instant. The shockwave was too horrifying. It was impossible to withstand, and he was torn apart by that power, dying on the spot. "I'm sorry, my friend. I can't avenge you and your eagle anymore," Tran-Q arrogantly declared. "The trashy inheritances and equipment that you all are so proud of aren't even worthy of this holy son using his dragon claws on." Hong Tian-Jiep bit her lip so hard it bled. His eyes were filled with damn unwillingness. Could it be that the great immortal destiny was truly meant for him this time? Chen Zhao threw his head back and let out a wild laugh. "My suffering has finally paid off. My time has finally come. One. Who can possibly stop me now?" Below, the crowd was completely in despair. Everyone thought the outcome was set in stone. "This kind of power, it's just blatant cheating. How can we possibly fight this?" "That's right. Where's Ye Junlin? Isn't that guy supposed to have heaven-defying luck? How come there's no sign of him now? He was probably eliminated early on." At this point, who else has the strength to defeat that demonic dragon? Chen Zhao raised his hand, condensing a destructive ball of energy. He aimed it straight at Hong Tianye. "As long as you die, I will be the final victor." Hong Tianye hung his head low. Despair washed over him. He didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Is this really how it ends? But it's strange. Why haven't I seen any sign of that guy this time? Chen Zhao had lost all patience. He lunged forward. "The entire inheritance of the fallen immortal island is something only a child of destiny like me is worthy of possessing. In your next life, try to be reborn into a better one. And don't be foolish enough to stand in my way again." Just then a voice, full of excitement and a hint of mockery, rang out from the distance. "Well, well, well. This game even has a little dragon man to play with, huh?" Chen Zhao froze. His sharp gaze swept towards Ye Junlin. "There's still one left alive?" Hong Tianye was stunned. He recognized him as the bald guy he'd met on the immortal ship. But this familiar, somewhat shameless aura, could it really be him? Facing everyone's gazes, Tran-Q Ving boasted arrogantly. "You country bumpkin, what hole did you crawl out of? This saint is now the great Dragon King." The onlookers were both confused and amused. They started whispering amongst themselves. Where did this bald dude come from? He dares to provoke the demon dragon? He must have a screw loose. Showing his face now is no different than handing over his life. Why didn't he just hide and secure his second-place position? Hearing this, Dep Quan Lam burst out laughing. His tone was full of sarcasm. "Oh, no. Unbelievable. Just by putting on a new skin, you're already delusional enough to think you're the real Dragon King. You're getting a little overconfident, young man." Tran-Q roared in fury. A world-shaking roar, and then he charged straight forward. "You monstrous demon! Die for this saint!" Hong Tian-Deep only had time to let out a gasp, while the crowd, enjoying the show, covered their eyes in fear. "That dragon claw is terrifying! The bald guy is definitely going to be crushed into a pulp. It's too brutal, I can't watch!" But before Tran-Q could even touch his opponent, a violent blade aura slashed through the air. "Swish!" Tran-Q clutched his bleeding arm in pain. He let out a scream of disbelief. As he hurriedly tried to heal his wound, he glared at Dep Quan Lam. "I am the Dragon King, an existence chosen by destiny itself. How could your shabby blade possibly injure me?" Hong Tian-Deep's eyes widened in astonishment. She exclaimed, "A golden legendary! That's the highest grade weapon!" The other two trial participants were also utterly bewildered. "We've turned all 3 zones upside down, and only managed to pick up a few epic fragments. Assembling a single complete piece of equipment was already a luxury." "Yeah, how the hell did he collect 10 to forge a complete legendary weapon?" Ye Kunlin slung the glittering saber over his shoulder. His posture was majestic and awe-inspiring, as if he were shooting a commercial for some video game. "Hey, kid, have you ever grinded the legend before? Ever heard of the dragon-slaying saber?" "I am Ba Hui. Where are my brothers? Come on, charge in and strike me down." Chen Zhao asked blankly, "What the hell is the legend? And who the heck is Ba Hui?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" He roared, and then it suddenly dawned on him. Wait a minute, dragon-slaying saber? Could it be a weapon specifically designed to kill dragons? Isn't that... That means... Hong Tianye stared intently at Ye Kunlin. That familiar silhouette and those cryptic words, along with that heaven-defying weapon? A realization suddenly flashed in her mind. "It's him! It's definitely him!" Outside, Li Wujie also came to the same conclusion. He clenched his fists, filled with excitement. "This aura, it can only be Master! Master, you must avenge your disciple." The white-haired old man nodded firmly. "With such heaven-defying luck and power, it's certainly no one other than Ye Kunlin." The girl in purple was overjoyed. "I told you so. There's no way he could be eliminated so easily. Turns out he was hiding an ace up his sleeve." Chen Zhao gritted. his teeth so hard they audibly ground together. He couldn't hold back any longer. He unleashed all of his remaining power, determined to fight Ye Kunlun to the death. "I don't believe it! I am the son of heaven's mandate! This inheritance must be mine!" He transformed into a dragon, even more majestic and colossal than before. He roared, "The final victor must be me!" Outside, the big-faced guy exclaimed in shock, "Good heavens! That demon dragon can still transform again? This size is just ridiculous." The guy with shaggy hair gaped, "How terrifying." This time, even if it's Ye. Even Junlin would have a hard time withstanding this. Chen Zhao stops, gathering a giant ball of energy in his mouth. Then he unleashes a destructive beam, with all his resentment. "I want you dead! I, the Holy Sun, am the new master of Fallen Immortal Island." Yet Junlin doesn't even bother to dodge. Instead, he swings his dragon-slaying saber, a slash with earth-shattering power. "With this treasured saber in hand, the world is mine." The wave of saber energy sweeps across, easily tearing Chen Zhao's attack into nothingness. He's stunned. What? Cold sweat pours down his back. He quickly tries to calm himself. Calm down. Besides that legendary weapon, the rest of his gear is just some crappy purple tier stuff. If I can just find an opening, I still have a chance to win. Chen Zhao once again unleashes. His twin dragons devour the heavens skill. But Ye Junlin just casually flicks his saber and neutralizes it. It's useless. The dragon-slaying saber. Just from the name, you can tell it's the bane of dragons. Suddenly, Chen Zhao appears right behind him and roars. This is it! He launches a decisive blow, but it hits an invisible shield around Ye Junlin. This is... Ye Junlin slowly turns his head, speaking with a terrifying calmness. Not bad speed, but unfortunately, this dragon-slaying, that saber of mine comes with a 100% defensive insurance package. No blind spots. Chen Zhao screams frantically, continuously, pounding the shield with earth-shattering punches. "I refuse to believe in this nonsense about absolute defense. I am the strongest in the universe." On the sidelines, Li Wujie can't help but snicker to himself. "Ha, this foolish dragon is just scratching an itch for master." The girl in the pink dress watches in horror. Such terrifying power. That single punch is enough to kill me 10 times over. The man in blue was skeptical. Ye Junlin's armor. Can it really hold on forever? Chen Zhao attacked relentlessly. Hiding in a corner, Hong Tianye smirked deviously. This guy's power is still increasing. "Go on, hit him. Hit him with everything you've got. It would be best if you both destroyed each other. That way this master will at least have a glimmer of hope," he muttered, trying to move further away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Chen Zhao let out a roar. Finally, he poured every last bit of his strength into a terrifying strike, creating an immense pressure. Even Hong Tianye, who was hiding, was hit by the aftershock and sent flying. He gritted his teeth. "I have to get further away. Otherwise, sooner or later, this wave of energy will grind me to dust." But the shield, Ye Junlin's defense, remained solid, mockingly so. The man in blue stood stunned. What a terrifying attack. Just the shockwave spreading out. I'm afraid I couldn't even block that. The man in brown had a grim expression. And yet, Senior Ye is dealing with it so casually. Just how strong is he? Hong Tianye struggled to shield himself with his hands. He thought to himself, the opportunity is coming. Chen Zhao was pushed into a corner. He had no choice but to unleash his final move. Golden Dragon's heaven-burning roar. This Holy Sun refuses to believe you can block this move too. A flaming golden dragon shot out. Its power was truly heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. The onlookers, just from watching, cowered in fear. This power is too terrifying. Even the shield of a legendary weapon probably couldn't withstand that. And yet Ye Junlin stood within his defensive layer, as steady as a rock. A cold, contemptuous snort for a child. "I already told you, I am invincible." A stream of Chen Zhao's power descended, destroying everything in its path. Hong Tianye only took a fraction of the aftershock and couldn't even stand. How pathetic. I can't even withstand the energy waves from their fight. The crowd outside was dead silent. That white light had completely enveloped Mount Chimay. Could it be that Senior Yi was completely swallowed by the dragon's breath? Li Wujie gritted his teeth, calling out to his master in his mind. "Master, you have to block it! Avenge me!" But when the thick smoke cleared, Ye Junlin was still standing there, completely unharmed, facing a completely and utterly stunned Chen Zhao. How is this possible? Why don't you have a single scratch on you? Is it possible you have no weakness? Ye Junlin raised his dragon-slaying saber. His voice echoed everywhere. "I told you. With the Dragon Slayer in my hand, the world is mine. You think a puny little dragon man like you is someone I can't handle? Now then, it's my turn, isn't it?" Ye Junlin unleashed a single strike, the dragon-slaying, illusion-shattering slash. It was only then that Chen Zhao knew true fear, screaming, "Wait! Wait! "Brother Invincible, please just give me a chance." But it was too late. In the instant he was obliterated, he still screamed in hopeless defiance. "No, I, the Holy Sun, possess the power of the divine dragon. I am the one who is invincible." In the end, he was still erased from the world with a single slash. Why? Why did it turn out like this? I refuse to accept this. Ye Junlin lowered his saber and let out a familiar sigh. Being invincible is truly a lonely existence. The crowd watching through the screens erupted into a frenzy of excited cheers. He's unbelievably strong. As expected, Senior Yi is invincible. He dominated every single stage. In the future, Senior Yi will definitely be the #1 expert of the Eastern region. Li Wuji puffed out his chest, full of pride. He thought to himself, "That's my master, all right." He never disappoints. A mechanical voice rang out. "Congratulations, trial taker, on your great fortune, and for successfully clearing the stage." Ye Kunlin's eyes welled up with tears. "I finally get my chicken dinner." That really wasn't easy at all. Hearing this, the big-faced guy and the frizzy-haired guy were so angry they could cough up blood. "What do you mean, not easy? You were crushing everyone from start to finish. You're so shameless." Suddenly, a beam of light enveloped Ye Kunlin and teleported him away. Where was Senior Ye teleported to? I wonder what the final reward is. But when Ye Kunlin opened his eyes again, he was in a completely unfamiliar space. Where is this? Why am I here? He turned around and was stunned silent by the sight before him. A brilliant star gave him an indescribably familiar feeling. Could this be the Kunlun realm? He quickly speculated. Or is this a scene from the ancient era, being reenacted right before my eyes? He was astonished, watching a group of immortals fighting with all their might against a dark force. The ancient Kunlun realm was this powerful? How could there be so many mighty immortals? Ye Kunlin looked ahead with some apprehension. This is the scene of a war. Between immortals? It's this intense? Even the moon and stars are shattered by the aftershocks of the battle. You are watching on. A group of black-robed people on the opposite side spoke up. The outcome is already decided. Why do you all still stubbornly resist? A golden-robed immortal raised his weapon high, his call echoing loudly. We cultivators do not fear battle. We swear to live and die with the Kunlun realm. Once again, they charged forward with all their might, determined to die protecting their homeland. We swear to live and die with the Kunlun realm. The leader in black snorted coldly with contempt. So stubbornly blind. You're nothing more than a bunch of pawns, abandoned by the divine courts. And yet you still delude yourselves into thinking someone will come to save you? The old man in yellow retorted, The Kunlun realm doesn't need to rely on the divine courts. We can save ourselves. A man in black standing beside him sneered. If that's the case, then let them have a taste of the river of death. Let them know the price of resistance. He raised a single finger, controlling a surging pitch-black river to crash down upon them. It's time for the Kunlun realm to feel true death. Wherever the river of death flowed, the cultivators it touched screamed in agony. An old man in red cried out in alarm, This is bad! Every single drop of water from the river of death contains the purest power of death. Anyone it touches will die. Quickly retreat back to the Kunlun realm! The man in black laughed loudly. The Kunlun realm is about to fall. This star will soon belong to us. Just then, a solemn voice spoke out. As long as I'm here, you won't succeed. Activate formation. Thousands of talismans flew into the air, forming a giant formation to suppress the river of death. The old man in red exclaimed with joy, It's the island master of Fallen Immortal Island. He's made his move. His formation can actually change the flow of the river of death. Amazing! With this, we have the strength to fight again. Those demons and monsters have finally shown themselves. A cultivator holding a saber praised, The island master's might is divine. The Kunlun realm is saved. But Ye Junlin couldn't help but marvel in admiration. With just a single move, he turned the entire situation around in an instant. Truly miraculous. Suddenly he froze as if remembering something. Wait a minute, they said the island master of Fallen Immortal Island? A hazy figure appeared behind him. He spoke in a deep, warm voice. Young one, you must be very surprised, aren't you? This is the whole truth behind what happened to the Kunlun realm. All those years ago. Ye Junlin turned around and asked, Who are you? The island master stroked his beard and replied with a smile, Listen closely. I am Liu Huangchu, and I am also the one recognized by all the heavens. In myriad realms as the supreme formation master. The moment Liu Huangchu finished speaking, Ye Junlin jumped back in shock, taking a step back. The man stood calmly amidst the hazy, dissipating mist, gathering his power. He channeled his full energy, thinking smugly to himself, I wonder if this kingly aura of mine is enough to scare the pants off the little brat in front of me. Then he calmly waited for his reaction. Who would have thought? Ye Junlin just blinked nonchalantly, then asked a completely unrelated question. So where are your 5 Lakes Grand Generals? Liu Huangchu was completely dumbfounded when he heard that. He had no idea what he was talking about. He had no choice but to ask back. Ye Junlin didn't even bother to explain. He just respectfully bowed his head in salute. In that case, this junior will take the liberty of calling you Senior Liu. This junior, Ye Kunlin, pays his respects to Senior Liu. Seeing that the other party knew his place, his satisfaction was written all over his face. He raised a hand to stroke his white beard, thinking to himself, at least he knows his place. However, the old man's joy was short-lived, as it was cut off by Ye Kunlin's next question. Oh, that was like a bucket of bone-chillingly cold water dumped on him. So you haven't kicked the bucket yet? Not exactly. Liu Huangchu could only look up at the sky and sigh to himself. This little brat, he really has a knack for getting on people's nerves. The young man named Yi then turned to gaze at the distant planet. His expression turned serious and contemplative. That's right, Senior Liu. You just said that this planet is the true form of the Kunlun realm. Speaking of the past, Liu Huangchu was once again lost in memories of a chaotic time. He began to recall those chaotic years. Long, long ago, during the end of the ancient era, a traitor colluded with the alien races. He plotted to corrupt the Star Corps and lead the allied forces of the Outer Realms in an invasion. Ye Junlin couldn't help but be surprised as he listened. He scratched his head, wondering, huh? Back then, wasn't Kunlun crawling with immortals? Weren't masters as common as mushrooms after the rain? So no one could stand up and stop them? Liu Huangchu sighed and explained, stop them? How could there be no one to stop them? The problem was, even if they tried, they couldn't succeed. The traitor in my story was one of the 4 renowned absolutes. Ye Junlin scratched his chin, a look of bewilderment on his face. Whoa, so he was the big boss of the traitors, huh? I always thought it was just the small fries, and who were the ones to pull off backstabbing schemes. Liu Huangchu continued his story. At that time, the other 3 powerful experts joined forces to stop the traitor, but they all fell for his poisonous plot, which led to a disastrous defeat. Ditian was cursed, Fu Jiao fell in battle, and Changsheng vanished without a trace. That one act of treason alone was enough to cause the Star Corps to become heavily corrupted. The spiritual energy became impure, and the cultivation environment severely deteriorated. Having lost its top-tier combatants, the Divine Court didn't hesitate for a moment, and ruthlessly abandoned Kunlun. In that situation, where everything was hanging by a thread, Liu Huangchu laid out a formation, an earth-shattering formation, to forcibly divert the River of Death. With a single move, I shattered the 9 nether. After that, together with the other surviving powerhouses, we gathered the power of the myriad realms to construct the immortal realm. As he spoke, his face shone with unconcealable pride. Although it can't compare to Kunlun in its golden age, it can be considered about 70 to 80% restored. After hearing this, Ye Junlin couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. Truly legendary. So the immortal realm was crafted by all of you. That's a story worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Being acknowledged by a junior, Liu Huangchu was ecstatic on the inside. But on the outside, he still tried to maintain a calm demeanor. It was nothing. Nothing at all. The very next second, he whipped his head around, pointed straight at his face, and lectured him in a loud voice. Listen up, kid, and remember this well. Kunlun's fate lies in its own hands, but the Divine Court cannot be trusted. And the 9 nether, they are a sworn enemy with whom we can never coexist. Ye Junlin just smiled confidently. He replied clearly, Senior, rest assured. Whether it's the 9 nether or the Divine Court, if any of them dare to show their face in Kunlun and cause trouble, I'll make sure they get a beating immediately. I'll round up the whole lot and use them as fertilizer for the Star Corps. Hearing this, Liu Huangchu burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Ha! Ye Junlin's spirit and determination to protect Kunlun made him extremely satisfied. He praised him without reservation. Good. Very good, with you here, Kunlun finally has hope. Seeing that the old man was in a good mood, Ye Junlin cleared his throat and skillfully steered the conversation to the main point. Ah, that reminds me. Senior Liu, the trial is all finished now? So, does that mean the fallen immortal island belongs to me now? Liu Huangso smiled and nodded. From this moment on, all the resources and living beings on Vantine Island are yours to command. A glint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. His smile was overtly cunning. An opportunity this heavenly is something countless cultivators could only dream of. This little brat is definitely going to be so grateful he'll cry his eyes out. But who would have thought Deep Kunlum just went, oh. The single curt sound left Liu Huangso frozen on the spot. His heart sank. That's it? What a completely flat reaction. His His face paled as he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, besides the title of Island Master of Vantine Island, I, this great master, also possess the peerless supreme formation technique. How can I let some little punk look down on me? I have to get some of my dignity back. Putting thought into action, he stroked his beard, feigning profound wisdom. He spoke in a deep, mysterious, and probing tone. Hey, kid, what level do you think your formation skills have reached? Deep Kunlun didn't hold back at all. He immediately shot a thumb up towards the sky and answered confidently, I'm the hero that the entire Kunlun sphere begged to save them. How could I not be amazing? Liu Huangso narrowed his eyes and pointed to the middle of his own forehead. He lectured in a stern voice. Do you know what the level of a formation master is most closely related to? It's spiritual power. If your spiritual power is insufficient, then no matter how advanced your techniques are, it's all just flashy tricks with no substance. You'll never be able to set up the corresponding formation. As soon as he finished speaking, he held up 2 fingers in front of Diep Kunlun, startling him. Liu Huangso seized the opportunity to begin showing off his power. Spiritual power. From low to high, it's divided into levels from 1 to 200. And I am at the peak, level 200. Upon hearing this, Ye Junlin's face lit up. His eyes shone with utter excitement. Level 200, oh my god. If I could clash head-on with a Grandmaster of this caliber, would my golden finger activate? Sucking his power dry and sending my own spiritual power skyrocketing through the roof? Startled by his strange reaction, Liu Huangchu thought, huh? There's something off about this expression. Why are this brat's eyes sparkling like that? Right after that, Ye Junlin bowed his head and earnestly stated his wish. Senior Liu, please unleash your level 200 spiritual power on me. Hearing this, Liu Huangchu was so furious he could have coughed up blood, and he roared. I am merely a wisp of divine will. Where would I get a physical body to unleash my spiritual power from? In his mind, he cursed. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? Seeing this, Ye Junlin immediately resorted to taunting him. It's all right, sir, I don't blame you. These words drove Liu Huangchu insane with rage. What is that supposed to mean? Who needs your blame? To save face, he raised 2 fingers and pointed them straight at Ye Junlin's forehead. I may not have my level 200 spiritual power, but I can test what level your spiritual power has reached. He thought gleefully to himself, ha ha, I finally have a chance to crush this little punk's arrogance. Liu Huangchu let out a cold snort and reminded him, if the result is too low, don't be disappointed. After all, you aren't even an immortal yet. It's perfectly normal for it to be a little low. The very next second, a glaring golden number 10 appeared, floating above Ye Junlin's head. Seeing this, Liu Huangchu couldn't help but nod to himself, smugly thinking, yes, just as I predicted, around stage 10 is his absolute limit. However, his smile instantly froze on his face. His eyes widened in shock. Ye Junlin's spiritual power was skyrocketing at a speed, like a rocket, leaving Liu Huangchu so stunned that he was utterly speechless. 22, 50, it's still rising? A moment later, the perfectly round number 100 glowed brilliantly, right above his head. Liu Huangchu was completely petrified. Stage 100? No, that's impossible! Ye Junlin looked at the old man's stunned face. He waved his hand dismissively and let out a long sigh, putting on a deeply disappointed act. Oh well, it's only stage 100. Compared to Senior Liu's legendary 200 stages, I'm still worlds apart. Senior, you were truly a divine dragon in your time. Looking at myself, this junior is utterly ashamed. Hearing this, Liu Huangchu's blood boiled with rage. He grabbed the young man by the collar and gritted his teeth. Only stage 100? Are you even speaking human words? Back when I, this Taoist master, first became an immortal, I hadn't even reached stage 50, you hear me? You damn little brat. But meanwhile, Ye Junlin still looked completely clueless. He stammered, Did I say something wrong? Liu Huangchu took a deep breath to calm himself down. He deliberately cleared his throat loudly, to hide his own embarrassment. No, you didn't say anything wrong. A spiritual power of stage 100 is indeed passable. With that, he looked up at the sky, an indescribable bitterness welling up in his heart. It seems it's true that the new waves of the river push the old... And as for the old waves, like me, can only die on the shore. Suddenly, Liu Huangchu extended a hand in invitation. Hey kid, you want to learn formation arts? I can give you a little guidance. With that, he opened an ancient, wondrous formation. His tone was incredibly serious. Kid, watch closely now. If you learn this, you'll instantly become a heavenly formation master. You'll be able to roam freely throughout the entire immortal realm. And yet, Ye Kunlun didn't even bother to glance at it. He turned away and let out a huge yawn. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not interested. His blunt words left Liu Huangchu frozen on the spot. He had a look of utter disbelief on his face. He couldn't accept it. He hurriedly ran over and whispered in his ear, "Being a heavenly formation master in the immortal realm is a real prize, you know. Countless powerful female immortals will be lining up, begging you to set up formations for them." He just gave a cold, Seeing that the sweet talk wasn't working, Liu Huangchu continued to paint a dreamlike picture. Resources, status, you'll have whatever you want. Yet Kunlun still let it go in one ear and out the other. His indifference finally made Liu Huangchu explode. He roared in helplessness. "Damn it, stop putting on an act!" The Kunlun ignored the old man venting in his mind. He calmly thought, "With a system that buffs me to the teeth, who would bother toiling away to learn this stuff?" Meanwhile, outside Kunlun Mountain, a crowd of cultivators had gathered, buzzing with discussion. Another day has passed. Heavens, even Senior Shu is out now. Just what kind of godlike figure could possibly eliminate even him? Every one of them was curious and full of anticipation. That's right. What kind of monster is the last person remaining? As for Shui Wu Yin, he stood alone in a corner. His dreamy eyes stared into the void. He muttered cheesy words under his breath. His cheeks suddenly flushed red. As an image appeared in his mind, Vo Keep in a graceful woman's outfit. So elegant. That aura that's both masculine and shy is just so damn cute. It really makes you just want to pull him into your arms and protect him for life. Suddenly, Tuyet Vongan's voice lowered, tinged with melancholy. "But Miss, why hasn't she come to find me yet? Could it be that I'm the only one who cherishes this bond we shared, fighting side by side? Is that it?" The young girls standing nearby heard this and clutched each other, sighing. Senior Tuyet is so deeply in love. It's heartbreaking just to look at him. Hong Thien Deep, who was sitting behind and saw everything, turned to tease Levo Kiep. "Hey Lee, did you hear that? The sword immortal over there is head over heels in love with you. Madly in love. Why don't you reveal your true form and make this beautiful story a reality?" The guy named Lee could only cover his face, wishing a hole would open up and swallow him to hide the shame. He absolutely did not want to recall that dark past. "That stain is a stain on my entire life." In the crowd, Tran Bin gritted his teeth, the sound echoing as his heart filled with resentment. This destined opportunity was originally mine, and yet now he remembered that bald guy with the hateful face and cursed him under his breath. That shameless, bald-headed swindler. "I swear I'll chop you into 100 pieces." As time passed, the cultivators began to get restless. It's been so long. Why hasn't the inheritance found its master yet? That's right. To be able to defeat so many masters and last until the end, this must be an absolutely earth-shattering figure. I'll bet 10 superior-grade spirit stones that it's definitely some old monster hiding among the younger generation. There's no way any junior could be that skilled. Just then, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the mountaintop. A brilliant golden pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. All eyes were drawn to it. "He's coming out! He's coming out!" Ye Junlin appeared in midair. His figure exuded confidence and pride, an unparalleled aura. The inheritance has found its master. From this day forward, Ye Junlin is the island master of Vantine Island, the one who holds the laws of this place. When the cultivators saw this result, some jumped for joy, while others waved their arms and legs in celebration. "It's Senior Ye. I can't believe it's him. Senior Ye, congratulations, congratulations." Ye Junlin's disciple clenched his fists. He laughed and cheered. "It's Master! This is amazing." Hong Tianye frowned as he looked up. He bit his lip, filled with resentment. "That damn old man Heaven? How am I any worse than that guy? Why do you favor him so much?" Shui Wu Yin, however, had a sudden realization. "So that's how it is. Senior Yi is truly profound and unfathomable." Chen Zhao refused to accept the truth. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. "Ye Junlin?" Old man Lu, standing beside him, had a similar expression. "It's him again, Ye Junlin. Go ahead and be smug. Your end is not far off." Meanwhile, Ye Junlin stood high above, enjoying the feeling of being admired by thousands. He felt incredibly pleased with himself. This scene is pretty grand. But why? Do the glares from those flies down there feel so strange? Oh well, I guess being invincible is its own kind of boring loneliness. Zhui Wuyan took a step forward. He expressed his admiration. "Senior Ye, to achieve first place in all 3 rounds. You are truly the chosen one. It's enough to make anyone envious." He waved his hand in reply. "You're one to talk. At least you've shown up for all 3 of these rounds." Hearing this, Tuit Vongan could only force a smile. He felt utterly insignificant. He mumbled, You're right." Just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering wave of demonic energy suddenly erupted from behind the mountain, enveloping the entire Vantine Island. Hong Tianye whipped his head around. His expression changed as he shouted,
Why did the weather change so suddenly? Ye Junlin's disciples, being more perceptive, realized it. They yelled out a warning. There's killing intent! Incredibly thick killing intent. In the sky, the barrier surrounding Kunlun Mountain developed a crack. It then spread rapidly. A cold, arrogant voice echoed through the air. I am the strongest king of the nether abyss. Ye Junlin, get out here and die! A figure tore through space and shot out, carrying with him a palpable killing intent. It was a middle-aged man with bizarre emerald green hair, woven into countless intricate braids that whipped about in the wind. His face was twisted in extreme excitement. He roared out insults. You bunch of frogs in a well. Too scared to even raise your heads. But when the Great War comes, and you won't even qualify to be cannon fodder, today I'll send all of you off. Especially that bastard Junlin, Tweet Vongan roared in anger. Just a mere tribulation transcendence cultivator. Dares to act so insolently before this immortal? You wretched beast, you've got some nerve. True ki erupted from Tweet Vongan's body. Immortal energy surged into the sword in his hand, causing it to emit an incredibly brilliant, dazzling light. He slashed straight towards the Nether King. Die for me. The crowd outside began to whisper amongst themselves, their tones filled with sarcasm. In their eyes, the Nether King's actions were nothing short of suicide. It seems Ming Yuan has been backed into a corner. Even the Great King himself has to step in. He's hopelessly outmatched. A single strike from the Snow Sword Immortal is enough for that Nether King to meet his maker. But just then, the Nether King remained calm, without a hint of fear. Just a mere sword immortal? Today, I will show you that there is always a heaven beyond the heavens, and always someone stronger than you. With that, he poured his spiritual energy into an ancient lamp, and the seal was instantly broken. A deep purple flame erupted violently. A monstrous, heaven-shaking power roared and rushed out. 9 demonic dragons twisted their bodies frantically, swirling in midair. The crowd of onlookers now recoiled in fear. They raised their hands to shield themselves. The 9 blazing demonic dragons, with their purple flames, easily shattered Zhui Wuyin's sword energy. Then they knocked him back a full 10 meters, sensing an aura that far surpassed that of an immortal. Zhui Wuyin's face changed drastically, filled with horror. He couldn't believe the Nether King could block his attack. The Nether King let out a wild, maniacal laugh. This is the supreme Nether artifact bestowed upon me by the emissary. You want to stop this, King? First, why don't you go and become food for it? A burst of dark light exploded, and from it, countless black chains shot out. They were covered in demonic runes. Their sharp tips glinted with a sinister purple light. They shot straight towards the crowd of cultivators. The tips of the chains pierced right between their eyes. Fresh blood splattered as their eyes widened in shock. My soul, save me! Each black chain began to retract, pulling along streams of drained souls. The Nether King threw his head back and laughed. Excellent! The taste of souls is truly magnificent. This is the terrifying ultimate treasure from the outer realms. Zhui Wuyin's eyes widened, his face pale. This is the true terror of a supreme treasure from the outer realms. Now, let your immortal soul be the first drop of blood to be sacrificed to my god-slaying underworld weapon. Immediately after, the 9-headed demonic dragon, carrying a heaven-shaking ferocious might, charged straight towards Tweet Vongan in unison. His face turned deathly pale. His heart was flooded with the feeling of impending death. Don't tell me. I just became an immortal not too long ago, and now I'm about to kick the bucket already? Just when life and death were hanging by a thread, a hand gently patted his shoulder. A familiar voice rang out. Move. This one came looking for me. Senior Dieppe? Tweet Vongan was stunned. Master! Laveau Keep cried out in alarm. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. What? Hong Thien Deep froze, muttering in disbelief. No! Countless cultivators from the desolate continent screamed in despair. Tears streamed down their faces, their spirits shattered. Amidst it all, the underworld king laughed maniacally, his face twisted with excitement. Deep Quan Lum, I never thought you'd deliver yourself to your own death. Today this king will not only kill you, but I will also slaughter your entire pathetic crew. Today this king will go on a bloody rampage. Under countless horrified gazes, Deep Quan Lum remained calm as he stepped forward, proactively charging straight towards the 9-headed demonic dragon, which was blazing with fire. Amidst that raging storm and overwhelming murderous aura, he showed no fear. The corner of his lips curled into a confident smile. His pupils glowed a brilliant gold as he spread his arms wide. At the same time, the familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind, detected that the host is being attacked by an enemy of the 5th heaven true immortal level. Activating passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become.
Cultivation level upgraded to 6th heaven, true immortal. In the horrified eyes of the trio, who were standing frozen in place below, he casually chewed on something in his mouth. Then, with a light cough, he gently spat something out. That's right, just a single glob of spit. And yet, the 9 ghost dragons that were blazing with fury had their violet flames extinguished in an instant. Their entire colossal bodies vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. The space fell into absolute silence. Countless people stared blankly at the scene before them. His face frozen, Tuyet Vongan, who was holding his sword and about to charge forward, suddenly froze mid-air. His eyes widened as he uttered in a trembling voice, "Senior Diep, so it was you. Have you already become an immortal? How is this possible?" As for the Nether King, his eyes looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. He was so terrified that he couldn't help but scream in terror. In a flash, Deep Quan Lum's figure appeared right in front of the Nether King. His eyes were blazing. His whole body radiated the terrifying aura of a true immortal, of the 6th heaven, causing the surrounding space to feel as if it were being crushed, to bring me experience points from so far away. Not bad at all. What good experience? The Nether King was stunned, not understanding what nonsense he was muttering. But before he could compose himself, his body had already unconsciously bowed down. Sweat poured down him like rain. All of his earlier ferocity had vanished completely. All that was left was a pale, trembling face begging, "Great. Great immortal, you. It's good that you are satisfied," Deep Quan Lum asked nonchalantly, lightly flipping the ancient lamp in his hand. "You said this nether artifact was bestowed upon you by an emissary?" The Nether King's body trembled violently. His head felt like it was about to explode under the invisible pressure. He hurriedly kowtowed again and again. I was momentarily foolish. I listened to the instigation of a villain. I beg the great immortal to show mercy. Spare my life. I am willing to lead the entire nether abyss in submission to you." Deep Quan Lum slightly raised an eyebrow. "For the past 2 years, you've been deploying your troops everywhere. On the surface, it was to expand your territory." His voice grew colder with each word. "But in reality, it was to seize the regions that have stargates to control them ahead of time. Am I wrong?" The Nether King's face went deathly pale. "My God. How does he know about our stargate plan?" Ye Junlin took a slow, deliberate step forward. "The stargates connect to all the heavens and the myriad realms. Once they open, the allied forces from the outer realms will pour in and conquer the entire eastern region of Kunlun. And as for that envoy you mentioned, I'd bet 9 times out of 10 he's from one of those outer realm powers. My analysis is likely not mistaken, is it?" The Nether King swallowed hard, forcing a laugh. "High Immortal, I admit you are incredibly powerful in the eastern region, but compared to the powerhouses of the outer realms, you are nothing. Instead of waiting for them to invade, it's better to cooperate with them beforehand to secure a path to survival. I was merely trying to seize the opportunity early, that's all." A smirk played on Ye Junlin's lips. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. "Are you trying to tempt me into becoming a traitor? How interesting." The Nether King scrambled to his knees. If the High Immortal is interested, I can act as an intermediary and pass on a message for you." Ye Junlin let out a soft chuckle. It was a laugh that sent a chill through the air. "In that case, help me send a message to your master." The Nether King looked up, his voice low. "Please, High Immortal, instruct me." Ye Junlin simply raised a single finger. A chilling spiritual light gathered at its tip. "Your blades are dull, and your steeds are gaunt. What makes you think you can challenge me?" The Nether King let out a gasp of shock. Before he could even react, he was swallowed by the light from Ye Junlin's finger. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. The Nether King's body was instantly incinerated, his very soul crushed into nothingness. Amidst a blood-curdling scream, Ye Junlin let out a soft breath. His voice was calm. The world is quiet again. The disciples from all the sects shouted in unison, "Immortal Yi is peerlessly heroic. Immortal Yi is invincible." A gentle breeze blew past. Ye Junlin gazed into the distance. He thought to himself, this matter should be considered settled. It's time to pay a visit to Vantine Island. The scene shifts to the Nether tribe's imperial palace in the Nether Abyss. The Nether King's true body's pupils contracted. He couldn't believe it, that his clone was destroyed so quickly. He collapsed to his knees, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood from the backlash. To think that Ye Junlin is a true immortal. Luckily, it was just a clone. Otherwise, I would have died on the spot. Suddenly, a deep, hoarse male voice echoed from above. "What's wrong? Did Mission 7 fail?" Seeing Ming Ye standing imposingly before him, the Nether King quickly bowed his head and reported with a tremble, Ye Junlin concealed his cultivation as a true immortal. The nether artifact is powerful, but it was completely useless against him. Mingye also showed a hint of surprise. That nether artifact has enough power to deal with a 5th-level true immortal. Could it be that Ye Junlin's cultivation has reached the 6th level? Or even higher? Forgive me. This lowly one couldn't see through him. I only know that the 9 raging flame demon dragons released by the nether artifact were extinguished by a single spit from him. Hearing this, even Ming Ye couldn't help but remark. This Yi fellow really hides his abilities well, and his cunning is nothing to scoff at either. But then a sense of interest sparked within him. This is good too. If every mission went off without a hitch, what fun would there be in life? Let him be smug for a little while longer. Soon I will show him. The price of arrogance. Seeing Ming Ye so nonchalant, the Nether King couldn't help but ask, Divine Envoy, do you already have another plan? The man held the Huale flame in his hand. Min explained with a sinister look.
Uyen
is the sacred ground founded by the ancestor of our Min clan. It holds a world-shattering secret with it in our hands. Even if the Kunlun Immortal Lord himself were to charge in here, it would be a one-way trip, let alone some punk named Deep Kunlum. Who the hell does he think he is? Hearing this, the Nether King was utterly astonished. He never thought the Min Abyss held such a powerful trump card. But how can we lure those cultivators from the eastern region in here? Min Da scoffed, his expression full of confidence. For that, we'll have to use the pawn that I've already placed outside. Meanwhile, at the Huyen Thien sect on Phio Mu Peak, the moment Hu Nian saw the figure, he broke into a radiant smile. Junior brother Diep, the rumors outside are running wild. I can't believe you've already become an immortal. The Peak Lord of Tang Kim Peak stepped forward. His eyes held a mixture of resentment and admiration. I admit defeat. You win. So you are hiding your true strength just to mess with us, huh? The Peak Lord of Thien Hung Peak frowned. His tone was half joking, half flattering. What are you talking about? Our junior brother Diep here is tempering his Dao heart, blending in with the common folk. His perspective is on a completely different level from ours. Deep Kunlum waved his hand modestly. Not at all, not at all. Lavokeep grinned from ear to ear, his eyes sparkling. Master, don't be so modest. This time you even inherited the entire fallen immortal island. That's a top-tier inheritance from the immortal realm. Hong Thien Diep stood to the side. She crossed her arms and shot Diep Kunlum an annoyed look. There he goes, showing off again. A crowd surrounded Diep Kunlum, their eyes burning with anticipation. Junior brother Deep. Quick, show us what the inheritance looks like. Can it give everyone a chance to enter the gates of immortality? Deep Kunlum lowered his head. He stared intently at the tiny object in the palm of his hand. This is the fallen immortal island. As for whether one can become an immortal, that depends on each person's immortal fate. A Peak Lord of Hidden Sword. Peak stroked his chin doubtfully. Why is the immortal island so tiny? And how? The Peak. Lord of Heavenly Fragrance. Peak was full of anticipation. Could it be just a magic treasure? It is indeed a supreme treasure. The space within it contains a world of its own. It can be enlarged or shrunk at will. Not only does it contain countless cultivation resources, but it also has ancient creatures. Li Wuji was overjoyed. Master, then let everyone go in and have a look. Who knows, we might stumble upon a great immortal fate. Hong Tianyi thought to himself. This is my chance to return to the true immortal realm. Ye Junlin said, if you all desire an immortal fate so much, then just take a trip to the island. What fortune you find will be up to each of you to grasp. With that, Ye Junlin formed a hand seal with both hands. One by one, the figures were sucked in. The immortal island became extremely small. Beneath a cliff covered in white bones, Li Wuji muttered, where did everyone go? Why am I the only one left? And why does this place look so familiar? A thought flashed through his mind. He froze, his eyes welling up with tears. His voice trembled. My great eagle? So you're not dead. This must be Blade Grave Valley. Ahead of him was a great eagle. Its entire body was covered in feathers as sharp as blades. Its form was incomparably majestic. It was resting with its eyes closed. Hearing the earnest call, it was startled, and opened its golden eyes. Li Wujie was still sniffling, overjoyed at their reunion. I thought you were dead. Looking at Li Wujie, the great eagle tilted its head. 3 huge question marks appeared in its mind. Where the hell did this guy come from? A pile of bird droppings fell from the sky, landed squarely and completely on Lavokiep's head. He froze for a full 3 seconds. His face turned black with rage. Up in the air, the great vulture flapped its wings. Thwump, thwump, as if it didn't know him at all, and brazenly flew away. Lavokeep was trembling with rage. He started jumping up and down, screaming, Great vulture! Don't you run! You don't recognize me! He pointed a finger at the sky, so furious he could burst. Fine, don't recognize me. But did you really have to drop a whole load right on my head like that? A few feathers drifted down from high above. Lavokeep, still fuming, suddenly froze. Those feathers were gleaming, with a golden light, emitting a faint spiritual aura. He gasped, his voice filled with delight. This is a top-tier forging material. If I use this to craft a saber, it might even rival an immortal artifact. But there's more. This plumage is completely different from that great vulture's from before. Could it be that wasn't a vulture at all, but an ancient immortal spirit? Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Tuitvongan was wandering aimlessly when he came across a patch of strikingly colored earth. He immediately cried out in joy, "This is immortal soil! This is a great fortuitous encounter." Then he began scooping it up, piece by piece, and putting it in his mouth. Although the shape of this earth was somewhat similar to the end product of one's digestive system, and it felt a bit gritty going down, the pure, immortal energy within it was absolutely undeniably real. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared as Tuitvongan looked up. His eyes fell upon the sight of a demonic beast, casually, relieving itself, producing something that looked identical to what he had just put in his mouth. Tuitvongan began to tremble, his eyes bulging wide, and without a second's hesitation, he retched out everything he had just eaten. I was actually eating shit! After an intense internal struggle, he finally came to a decision. But this thing contained such incredibly profound immortal power. For my cultivation, for the great cause, I'll endure it. The other disciples were also having their own fortuitous encounters. One was confronting a giant rhinoceros. This immortal spirit can actually control lightning. My Tao of lightning has been stuck at a bottleneck for so long. Observing it today, I've truly had many realizations. This sea of flowers actually has the aura of an immortal spirit. It can bring enlightenment to one's Tao patterns. I only meditated for a moment, and I've already created a technique perfectly suited for myself. A heaven-defying opportunity like this is truly unheard of. At this time, Hong Tianye was also wandering around. These living beings, their origins are far from simple. It's just a pity that with an opportunity like this, I am fated to encounter it but not to possess it. Suddenly he discovered something up ahead, a small courtyard. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Why is there a courtyard house here? Could it be the residence of an immortal? With a sense of nervous excitement, Hong Tianye pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. I wonder what kind of inheritance will be inside. You'd better not disappoint me. He carefully observed his surroundings. What caught his eye was a small pond, a simple chicken coop, and a small donkey. He shook his head in disappointment. Is this all there is? For an immortal's residence to be this ordinary? The small donkey raised its head. He looked at Hong Thien Deep and let out a really loud hee-haw. A vein on Hong Thien Deep's forehead throbbed. Shut up, you stupid donkey! This courtyard is far too ordinary. There's simply none of the fated opportunity he was hoping for. Damn it, I got my hopes up for nothing. He saw an old clay pot sitting on the stone table. The frustration in his heart welled up. He swung his hand and smashed it on the ground to vent his anger. The pot shattered, and the soil inside spilled out, revealing some fresh green blades of grass. Suddenly, that seemingly ordinary patch of grass began to tremble. Every single blade stood straight up in unison. It emitted a scorching, fiery aura. This kind of flame, even an immortal would be incinerated upon contact and turned to ash. Isn't this the legendary immortal burning grass? Hong Thien Deep screamed in terror from behind the fence. The sound of chickens clucking rang out again. A dozen or so chickens flapped their wings and flew out in unison. They stared intently at Hong Thien Deep. Wait a minute, those aren't chickens. Those are fire phoenixes and ice phoenixes. Their wings spread wide, releasing a boundless, brilliant aura. A sacred, immortal energy filled the heavens and the earth. Phoenixes! They're all phoenixes! Hong Thien Deep's face turned pale as he broke out in a cold sweat. Just then he noticed the pond nearby. Countless golden carp surfaced, their bodies transformed into magnificent golden dragons. They opened their mouths and let out majestic dragon roars. And what's more, they're 5-clawed, pure-blooded golden dragons. Hong Thien Deep was completely dumbfounded, his mind reeling. What in the world is this monstrous place? Don't come near me! The monster opened its gaping maw, revealing a set of jagged teeth. The donkey's body suddenly transformed. It unleashed a murderous, demonic aura. The thick, dark presence scared Thien Deep out of his wits. A terrifyingly dreadful demonic energy. It's truly a legendary, unrivaled great demon. Ye Junlin, on the other hand, had an indescribably bewildered look on his face. All he saw was a donkey that looked so ordinary it couldn't be more plain. Why would it be enough to scare his disciple into pissing his pants like this? He was a little taken aback. This damn disciple of mine? Did he catch a chill or something? Why is he suddenly such a coward? Just then, Diep turned his head. He happened to catch sight of Deep Quan Lam's presence. Overjoyed, he scrambled to his feet. He stumbled forward, wailing miserably. "Master, save me! I'm about to kick the bucket!" He still couldn't wrap his head around it. Hearing his words, he was utterly bewildered. "Save you? Here? Besides a few farmed chickens and a donkey?" With a dopey look on its face, "What the hell is so dangerous that I need to save you from?" But Deep stubbornly insisted that the true forms of those chickens pecking at the grain were actually fire phoenixes. And as for that foolish-looking donkey, it was none other than a supreme demon. Even the patch of weeds on the ground was immortal burning grass, the kind that could make even an immortal perish just from its scent. Deep Quan Lam stood rooted to the spot, not making a single move. He just quietly glanced behind him. "Are you delirious from a fever? Where would you find a phoenix and a supreme demon in broad daylight like this?" Deep was so anxious he stomped his feet repeatedly. He pointed frantically, trying to prove it to his master. But strangely, all that appeared before their eyes was just a flock of chickens and a donkey with a bewildered expression. What the hell is going on? It definitely wasn't like this a moment ago. The master and disciple pair stepped closer to get a better look. Deep Quan Lam looked amused. He praised aloud, "This hen looks quite interesting. She reminds me of an old friend." "Well now, what a fine feathered lady." He even deliberately teased it a little more. "Hey, was what my disciple just said true?" Seeing this, Deep grew extremely tense and screamed until his throat was hoarse. "Master, they're just putting on an act! Please, you have to believe me!" But Deep Quan Lam paid him no mind at all. He calmly walked over and stroked the donkey's fur. "I may not be sure about other things, but this is clearly my little Hui. How could it possibly become a great demon? And that's not all, he even bent down, nonchalantly plucked a blade of grass and said in a deadpan voice, 'And this pot of grass is just ordinary too. How could it possibly be Teotian grass? Hey Tu Hong, or is it that you want to become an immortal so badly you've gone mad and started having hallucinations, huh? Witnessing all the earth-shattering things from before suddenly become so mundane?" In an instant, Deep's world shattered. He clutched his head with both hands. "Impossible. Why did it turn out like this? They must be plotting to frame me." He turned and walked away first, calling back, "Tu Hong, stop letting your imagination run wild. Let's go." But how could Diep be willing to leave so easily? Just leave like this? This place definitely holds some world-shaking secret. Who would have thought Deep Quan Lam would say so bluntly? "If you don't want to go, then just stay here. Keep them company." Seeing his master's decisive departure, he panicked and hurriedly ran after him. Wait, no, I'll go right now." Just as they left the courtyard, the wooden door slammed shut. At that very moment, Deep Quan Lam finally let out a sigh of relief. It was then that Diep finally realized his strange attitude. "Master, so you were just pretending this whole time." Deep Quan Lam raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Don't ask too many questions, just understand what you can." That demeanor made him purse his lips in disdain. This guy is at it again with his unfathomably profound act, speaking so cryptically. Both of them turned their heads at the same time, once again feeling the surging aura radiating from inside the garden. I'm both terrified and overjoyed. How terrifying. This small courtyard is truly the most dangerous forbidden ground in the Kunlun realm. Everything in here, I'm afraid it all has an unfathomably deep origin. Even though I've inherited the immortal Vanishing Island, I still can't completely control them. Perhaps the truth within must wait until the time is right, before it can be unveiled. A moment later, back in the same courtyard, the white hen that Ye Kunlun had praised was holding its head high towards the sky, utterly full of itself. Did you all see that? The new island master just called me a beauty. The other pheasants also chimed in to flatter her. The new island master's words are absolutely right. Lady Phoenix, you are truly devastatingly beautiful. Only the foolish donkey sighed in despair. But the new island master has no aesthetic sense at all. Why did he give me such an ugly name like Little Ash? It's so rustic. Another deep, warm voice cut through the noise. The appearance of the new island master means that the wheel of fate has begun to turn. Our very existence is to assist him in protecting the Kunlun realm, the white hen remarked with emotion. It's just that the new island master's cultivation level is still too low. He's only at the 6th level of the great true heaven realm. But we were sealed for so long that our own realms are no longer what they used to be. I'm afraid the path ahead will be fraught with countless hardships. A goldfish from the pond surfaced and added its thoughts. Currently, the Kunlun realm is entering a recovery phase, but the laws of heaven and earth are not yet complete. For beings of our level, if we were to act rashly, it would be counterproductive. The branches of the giant willow tree rustled as it spoke. I understand all of your worries, But this is the successor personally appointed by the former island master. He must be the one chosen by the heavens. We just need to wait patiently for him to mature. And when the time comes, we will lend our aid. I believe that all difficulties will eventually be resolved. Time flew by in a flash. 10 days later, at the free wanderer peak of the profound heaven sect, the great masters gathered here. Every single one of them was beaming with joy, because their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Hu Yonian clasped his hands and sincerely thanked Ye Junlin. Thanks to junior brother Ye's ultimate treasure, everyone on the island has reaped immense rewards. They've all successfully broken through to the tribulation transcendence realm, he replied humbly. There's no need for formalities. How great one's fortune is all due to the opportunities of you, my senior brothers. Just then a small flame suddenly appeared, startling Hu Yunian. This is a sound transmission talisman. What could be so urgent? Looking at the object in his hand, Hu Yunian's face suddenly turned pale. How could this be? Su Qianshu immediately stepped forward and asked, Sect Master? What happened? Hu Yonian frowned and replied, I received a transmission from an elder. The Feather Transformation sect has gathered an allied force and is preparing to attack the Nether Abyss to eliminate a future threat. Zhao Deju scoffed, his voice full of contempt. Have those bastards from the Feather Transformation sect had a change of heart? Why are they suddenly being so proactive, daring to launch a direct assault on the Nether Abyss, of all things? But Hu Yunian didn't think it was that simple. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Even though recently, the Nether Abyss was severely wounded after junior brother Yi gave them a thrashing, but at a time like this, for them to gather all their masters, it definitely means they have some other ulterior motive. Then, Hu Yunian turned to ask for Ye Junlin's opinion. Junior brother Ye, what do you think? Should we go to Ming Yuan? Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, for activating a new check-in location. Successfully check in at Ming Yuan, and you will receive a surprise. Reward. He tossed the empty cup behind him and answered them. Ming Yu once said that the Yuhua sect and Ming Yuan are in collusion. This trip is definitely hiding something shady. However, the Yuhua sect framed me before. This time I'll go see for myself just what kind of tricks they're trying to pull. Hearing this, Zhu Yunian was overjoyed and cupped his hands in thanks. Then we'll have to trouble you, junior brother Yi. With you taking action, success is guaranteed. The sound transmission just now mentioned that we are to gather at Shanhai Pass in 3 days. He waved his hand, signaling. Got it. Akun disciples, we depart in 3 days. At Shanhai Pass in the eastern region, the flying ships and magical artifacts of the various sects whizzed through the sky. On a nearby cliff, the figures of 2 men appeared. One of them respectfully reported, Sect Master. Everything is proceeding very smoothly right now. The experts from the major sects of the eastern region have all arrived. Only that person is missing, Fan Dezheng announced majestically. The Wendao sect is here to assist. The Emperor of Great Zhou immediately spoke up as well. The Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty is here to help. Even Ding Feng couldn't sit still in this situation. The Lingzhou sect is here to lend its support. Even Shui Wuyin couldn't remain calm in this fervent atmosphere. The Xuanjian sect is here to lend a hand. Ao Yangfeng, seeing the unanimous support from the other sects, was incredibly grateful. On behalf of the Yuhua sect model, thank you, fellow cultivators, for coming to our aid. A moment later, they all witnessed a scene of incredible magnificence that left everyone gasping in admiration. It's the divine beast Kunpeng. High Immortal Yi has arrived. A dignified demon emperor at the peak of tribulation transcendence has been reduced to a mere mount. It's truly unbelievable. But meanwhile, about 10 days ago in Qing province, Sect Master, the sect master of the feathering sect, was so furious he crushed the object in his hand. Old Liu felt a little uneasy, so he asked the sect master, the plan to inherit fallen Immortal Island has failed. What are the Divine Envoy's instructions for our next step? Immediately after, Wan Changwei replied, the Divine Envoy has ordered us to gather the experts of the 14 provinces of the eastern region and form a coalition to attack the Nether Abyss. That answer scared the living daylights out of old Liu. What, attack the Nether Abyss? Aren't we supposed to be allies? Could it be that they think the Nether Abyss has been crippled by Ye Junlin? The Stargate plan is hopeless, and so they're planning to abandon the Nether Abyss and elevate our feathering sect to be the new masters? Even Wan Changwei couldn't contain his anger. He roared, the Nether Abyss is the Divine Envoy's ancestral land. How could they possibly abandon it so easily? The Divine Envoy emphasized that we must gather all the experts. So I suspect they have definitely set a deadly trap. They're just waiting for us to lead all the experts of the eastern region right into their snare. and then they'll wipe us all out in one fell swoop. Hearing this, old Liu grinned from ear to ear. Sect Master, you are brilliant. If the plan succeeds, there will be no forces left in the eastern region to resist us. We will reign supreme, free and unchallenged. But it seemed he still had some worries. The extra-regional forces are truly ruthless. Our feathering sect's choice was not wrong. Truly, only those who adapt to the times are true heroes. Ye Junlin, this time you will obediently become a burial offering for the Yuhua sect. Back in the present, everyone was in an uproar. Is this the power of the divine beast, the Kunpeng? The pressure is so intense I can't even breathe. How terrifying. I can't control my legs. They won't stop shaking. Seeing this, Ouyang Feng whispered his assessment. His aura is truly formidable. But this will be the last time you get to be so arrogant. Just then, Ye Junlin spoke nonchalantly. Ah, Kun, tone it down a bit. You're scaring everyone to death. At that moment, Shui Wuyin flew over. He immediately opened his mouth and spoke with reverence. Senior Yi, it is a true honor to meet you again. However, with his goldfish-like memory, he didn't recognize the person in front of him at all. Ah, I remember now. Little Shu, right? Hearing this, the crowd below was completely stunned. The dignified #1 sword immortal of the eastern region is being called Little Zhu? I'm not mishearing things, am I? Ouyang Feng was just as shocked. What? Little Zhu? The ever-so-proud Shui Wuyin? How could he possibly tolerate a name like that? Ye Junlin, you really think you're the center of the universe, don't you? After hearing this, Shui Wuyin's face darkened. Just when I thought, who would have thought that in the next second, he would actually refer to himself as Little Zhu? Seeing this, the crowd's jaws dropped. What? Is this still that cold, white-robed sword immortal? That arrogant one? Hearing this, Ouyang Feng looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. How can this be? Ye Junlin's position. Is it really that terrifying in his heart? But Ye Junlin paid it no mind and said, oh, so everyone's here. So many familiar faces. When Fan De Zheng saw him, his face lit up with joy. Hi, Immortal Ye. On behalf of the sect, Master, I extend a special greeting to you. An Miao Yi also chimed in, Young Master Ye. I never expected that by the time we met again, you would have already become an immortal. It seems I can no longer keep up with your pace, young master. Seeing this, Ye Kunlin comforted her. There's still a chance. Who knows, maybe one day. You'll have a fateful encounter with immortality and surpass even me? Just then, the old ancestor of the Zhui family also scurried over. Supreme Immortal Ye, ever since you left my residence, this old man has missed you dearly. I wonder if you still remember me. But he couldn't remember this person at all. And who are you? Seeing this, the old man hurriedly replied, Sir, I am the old ancestor of the Shui family from Lingzhou. The Shui family from Lingzhou? We once held a banquet that you graced with your presence. Furthermore, for your sake, I personally dealt with my 2 sons. Those words made An Miaoyi size him up. I didn't expect young Master Ye to be that kind of person. Hearing this, Ye Kunlin was startled and asked back, what kind of person? Wrongfully accused, he turned to interrogate the Zhu family's old ancestor. If you don't want to die, then explain yourself clearly to this immortal. Terrified, the man's face turned pale as he stammered in reply, I meant that those 2 rebellious sons of mine had offended the disciple that you favor, the Blade Demon. So I had to uphold justice and punish my own kin. Having gotten his answer, he irritably yelled at the old man. Next time you open your mouth, choose your words more carefully. At the same time, Wan Changwei, who was standing nearby, also stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Wan Changwei, sect master of the Yuhua sect, the one who initiated this joint force. Greetings, Supreme Immortal Yi. After hearing this, Ye Kunlin turned to him with praise. So you're the sect master of the Yuhua sect, huh? A great sect is truly on another level. I killed so many of your people before, and you still managed to gather this many people. Not bad, not bad, not bad. But those words unintentionally touched a nerve. It made his blood boil. Hi, Immortal Yi. You must be joking. My Yuhua sect is never short on people. But then you suddenly brought up the past. Oh, right. The Holy Son who fought our Akun before, and ended up getting soaked in that pit of piss. Where is he now? Hearing this, Wan Changwei immediately turned away. The Holy Son stayed behind to defend the Yuhua sect. If I am to fall in battle at the Nether Abyss this time, he must still manage the overall situation for the Yuhua sect. But Ye Kunlin dealt him a blow, a ruthless slap in the face. To put it bluntly, he's staying there to clean up the mess you're making. Isn't that right? As soon as he finished, he casually turned and walked away. Let's hope he can handle the mess you've left behind. This statement made Wan Changwei even more furious. Just then, Ye Kunlin said, That's enough reminiscing for now. Let's get ready to move out. Hearing this, Shui Wuyin immediately rallied everyone. Everyone follow Senior Yi to pacify the Nether Abyss. Help high immortal ye pacify the nether abyss, and bring an era of peace and prosperity to the eastern region. After that, following his command, everyone charged forward with great vigor, ignoring the furiously frowning Ouyang Feng. I'm clearly the leader of this alliance, and yet everyone is treating you like the commander. You just wait. A moment later they arrived. The entrance to the nether abyss. Ah Kun and the others had charged straight in without the slightest hesitation. We're here. Ahead of us is the nether abyss, the most dangerous place in the eastern region. And Miaoyi was a little annoyed to hear that. Those fiends from the nether abyss, the last time they faced young Master Ye, they were defeated and had to flee for their lives. So this time our entire army will mobilize. We will slaughter them all, leaving none alive. Meanwhile, Pham Duc Chin was quite eager to get started. That's right. They're on their last legs now. Today we follow the exalted immortal Yi, and purge this vile scourge, and restore the clear blue skies to the eastern domain. With the exalted immortal Ye here, those fiends from the dark abyss won't stand a chance. Let's go fight alongside the exalted immortal Yi. At that moment, they were steadily approaching the gate. Seeing this, Ouyang Feng cursed inwardly. Excellent. These fools finally took the bait. A moment later, they stepped inside. The moment she set foot in this area, An Miaoyi felt a sense of unease. So this is the inside of the dark abyss? The gloomy chill seeps right into your bones. It's so unsettling. The monsters down below saw them, and their jaws dropped in terror. What in the world? The humans actually dared to charge all the way in here? This is all the king's fault. He just had to insist on sending troops to expand our territory. Now they're fighting back. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and run! But Ye Junlin wasn't about to give them a chance to escape. You fiends of the dark abyss once invaded the eastern domain, plunging its people into misery. The time has come to avenge the souls of the dead. I, Pham Duc Chin, can't wait any longer. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Immediately after, Pham Duc Chin rallied the troops. Fellow cultivators, slaughter these monsters! Without hesitation, the allied forces charged forward to attack. What followed was a series of chain explosions. Erupting in mid-air, Hong Tianye, standing to one side, also unleashed a barrage of attacks. Tremble before my power, you pathetic insects! The flames from his palm swept through, wiping out all the surrounding monsters. Li Wuji also raised his sword to face the enemy. With just a single slash of his sword, he sent countless monsters to the afterlife. On top of that, bursts of bright green sword chi shot out. But in the face of Ouyang Feng's attack, everyone was left completely stunned, as expected of the sect master of the Martial Ascension sect. His power is truly immense. Someone else said, with the sect master leading us, our alliance will be even more unstoppable. He fought while thinking to himself. These last few moves have managed to salvage a bit of my reputation. Now I have to think of a way to lead the allied forces straight to the royal city. He gritted his teeth. Immediately after, Ouyang Feng raised his sword high in the air and shouted, Fellow cultivators, the main force of the Nether clan has been shattered. The royal city is right before our eyes. Follow me, full speed march. We'll strike directly at the Nether Abyss Royal Palace. Behead that Nether King and eliminate this threat for good. Hearing his words, everyone's fighting spirit soared even higher. We swear to follow the sect master to our deaths. Charge towards the royal city. Charge, bathe the Nether Abyss in blood. Avenge our fallen comrades. At the same time, Ye Junlin stood proudly in a corner. Looking down from above, he was somewhat pleased. For Wan Changwei to suddenly be so enthusiastic, and even fighting for command of the army, it seems he can't wait to make his move. However, at that moment, Ouyang Feng was smirking to himself in another corner. It won't be long now. All of you will become sacrifices for the Nether clan's trap. Ye Junlin, your end has come. At the royal palace in the Nether Abyss's royal city, the Nether King, Tongzi, from up high, looked down at the army approaching his city. Suddenly, the city wall behind him, pitch-black puddles of liquid suddenly appeared. It was only then that Minda finally spoke. I can sense the presence of the great human army. They're closing in. It's about time. Hearing this, the Nether King's pupil was a bit puzzled. The power of our Nether Abyss is almost completely gone. Divine Envoy, do you really have a way to annihilate Ye Junlin and his men? However, he looked a bit triumphant. I already said I'm absolutely certain. If I say I can destroy them, then I will. Are you daring to doubt me? The king's pupil had faced him before, so he seemed rather intimidated. No, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Since you're so certain, Divine Envoy, I can rest easy. I was just wondering about the trap you've set. What exactly is it? Even so, Minda didn't truly trust him. You don't have the right to know the full plan. In a moment, you will see its effect for yourself. Just then, he stomped his foot hard on the ground. From below, a strange object suddenly emerged. Seeing this, the corner of Minda's mouth curled into a smirk. The moment Minda touched it, waves of killing intent spread out all around. Seeing this, his laughter grew even more maniacal. Ye Junlin, just wait until you all enter the royal palace. That will be the moment your entire allied army is slaughtered. Meanwhile, the royal palace was right ahead. Everyone, we will lead the charge. If we wipe them out, the war will be over. Sect Master Wan himself is leading the vanguard. How can we possibly fall behind? We swear to follow Sect Master Wan and charge into the royal palace. Raise the nether abyss to the ground. Avenge our people! The Nether King's pupil stood below, witnessing the scene, and roared. You human cultivators, you people, how dare you trespass into my Nether Abyss King's city? And yet not only was the man unafraid, he even boldly declared, Today I will bury all of you here. Despite the threat, Tuyet Vongan wasn't the least bit frightened. What shameless boasting. That day you only relied on a magical artifact. That's the only reason you got lucky and suppressed me. Today I will wash away that humiliation and kill a wretched creature like you with my own hands. Just then Van Thuong Uy discreetly glanced over at the Nether King's pupil. Seeing this, a strange glint flashed in the man's eyes. Immediately after, he shot a glance up at him, thinking, that fool Tweet Vongan is blinded by rage. How could he reveal such a huge opening? But just an instant later, Van Thuong Uy charged forward, radiating killing intent. This is the perfect chance to show my loyalty to the immortal slayer. Witnessing this scene, Tuyet Vongan cried out in fury. Van Thuong Uy, you! And yet, at this critical moment, a fire phoenix suddenly appeared and bit down straight onto his hand. Caught off guard, Van Thuong Uy couldn't help but be furious. Which shameless villain dares to launch a sneak attack from behind? So it's Deep Quan Lam's stinking disciple. Master had already figured out your treacherous plot, so he told me to keep an eye on you. Did you really think these little tricks could fool anyone? Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Van Thuong Uy decided to show his hand. Since I've been discovered, then there's no need to hide anymore. He stood brazenly between the two opposing sides and shouted, The era of the Eastern Domain is over. From now on, this world belongs to the Nether Clan. Your Highness, the Nether King. My Vu Hua sect pledges its complete allegiance to the Nether Clan. To help you level the Eastern Domain? Hearing this, everyone else became absolutely furious. Wan Changwei, you really are a traitor. We trusted you. And yet you colluded with the Nether Clan. You shameless bastards. You're a disgrace to the entire human race. And to think the Yuhua sect still calls itself the #1 power in the eastern region. Meanwhile, Shui Wuyin also began his counterattack against the traitor. In that case, I'll cut down your backer first, and then I'll come back for your worthless life. With that, he launched his attack, aiming the cold heaven straight for the Nether King's pupil. Just then, a black hole appeared in the sky, sucking in everything around it. From within it, an invisible hand suddenly reached out. That thing somehow managed to quickly block Shui Wuyin's attack. Before Wan Changwei's eyes, a pair of strangers' feet suddenly appeared. Ming Yi and a horde of monsters appeared. Just a mere first-level true immortal, and you dare to stand in my way? It's Ming Yi, a fourth heaven true immortal. Seeing this, Shui Wuyin began to worry. A small place like the Nether Abyss actually has 6 true immortal-level experts? Meanwhile, Ye Junlin, standing high above, didn't seem to care in the slightest. I knew it. Why would you betray everyone, just for some Tribulation Realm Nether King? So it turns out you had a true immortal backing you all along. That's why you were willing to become their dog. Just then, Ming Ye suddenly turned and asked Wan Changwei, Hey, they're calling you a dog. How do you plan to respond, model? Seeing this, he replied, They often say, only those who understand the times can be called heroes. What's wrong with being a dog? To be able to serve the divine envoy is an honor for me, Wan Changwei. Hearing an answer that pleased him, he was somewhat satisfied. Good. I like people like you, who know how to read the situation. According to Luan of the unified Ming clan, you won't be left out of the rewards later on. Yuang Tongzi, who was standing nearby, also chimed in, Since it's come to this, why don't you just bark a few times to please the divine envoy? Being spoken to like that, Wan Changwei could only curse inwardly. I have no grudge against you. Why do you have to scheme against me behind my back? Seeing this, the guy wasn't worried at all and even provoked him on purpose. It seems our friend here isn't too happy. I must remind you of something. Deceiving the divine envoy is a crime punishable by death. Pushed into a corner, he had no choice but to say, So what if I bark? It's no big deal. As long as the divine envoy is pleased, I'll bark as much as you want. They thought he was joking. But then, Wan Changwei actually did it. Hearing this, Ming Ye burst out laughing. Excellent, excellent! That barking was truly top-notch. You really know how to please me. And yet Wan Changwei even put on a grateful expression. Thank you for your praise, divine envoy. Barking like a dog is my specialty. Seeing this, the people below cried out, "To think you could be so despicable! You're truly unrivaled in this world, and to think we actually trusted this mutt." Shui Wuyin also roared in anger at Wan Changwei. "You and your entire Yuhua,
I'm sick.
will be nailed to the pillar of shame of the human race. Your souls will never find peace for all eternity." But on the other side, Ye Junlin remained very calm. When it comes to being despicable and shameless, you've truly reached the pinnacle. Especially your barking. It's incredibly realistic. But it seemed Wan Changwei still paid him no mind. "Ye Junlin, what are you still so smug about? The divine envoy is here. Today is the day you die." Only then did Ming Ye notice his presence. "So you're Ye Junlin. You've caused me quite a bit of trouble in my conquest of Kunlun." However, he showed no restraint and only grew more excited. "If you were outside, perhaps I would have to be a little wary of you." Ming Ye laughed gleefully and began to display his power. "With this immense power, open for me!" He summoned an enormous formation. Ye Junlin stood outside, trying to withstand the terrifying winds Ming Ye created as he summoned the formation. It seems this is a formation. As expected, he came prepared, but Shui Wuyin standing below shouted loudly upon seeing the formation. "It's the immortal cultivation and demon slaughter formation!" He flew above, using the formation to rain death down on the people below. You lowly mortals actually know a thing or two, don't you? This is a 6th grade celestial formation, created by the ancient Ming clan and the celestial formation masters. Even an immortal lord would find it difficult to escape once they step inside. Those with power immediately rushed up to resist, but their strength gradually depleted. "This is bad. My cultivation base is dissipating. I have to get out. It's all because of that damn Wan Changwei. I really shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess." The Nether King's pupil and Wan Changwei stood outside, laughing loudly. This is what it means to be a wise man who understands the times. "But you pieces of trash, you all thought you were so clever. Lord Divine Envoy, this time Ye Junlin won't be able to escape even if he sprouts wings." He turned around and saw Ming Ye already standing there. "You need my help? That's right, but before that, I need your people to do a small favor for me." "What do you mean?" The elves began to feel uneasy because of those toxic fumes. "It's so uncomfortable. My body feels like it's being drained of all its energy. Great King, save me." King Yu Tongzi, seeing his people slowly dying, was utterly terrified. He frantically turned back to ask him why he was harming his people. Divine Envoy, why are you treating my people like this?" Ming Yi laughed loudly as if he felt nothing at all, while watching the people die off. "When this formation is activated, it requires a massive amount of life energy as a conduit. Your people can sacrifice themselves for the great cause. You should feel honored." Down below, Li Wuji gritted his teeth in fury at his cold-bloodedness. He'd even kill his own people. The Ming clan has completely lost its humanity. Damn them! Could it be that my great ambition is going to end? "Right here? I refuse to accept this!" Mingya, on the other hand, was ecstatic, seeing that Ye Junlin was also beginning to collapse. "Ye Junlin, the look on your face right now must be absolutely priceless." Watching him from a distance, Ye Junlin's eyes were filled with rage, directed at Ming Ye. Upon seeing his gaze, he became extremely worried. "What? Why doesn't this guy show any despair at all? Is it possible he's not afraid? Or does he really have another trick up his sleeve?" But he didn't care. He prepared to attack Ye Junlin. The 6th grade immortal cultivation demon-slaying formation can turn even an immortal lord into a bloody pulp. Ye Junlin is nothing but an ant. "Let's see how you and your disciples die." The 2 children burst into tears upon hearing that he was going to die. "A master, I don't want to die. If I have to die, I want to die at home." Ye Junlin placed his hands on their heads, comforting them. "Model, what are you crying for? How could your master possibly let you die?" Hearing his calm words, the 2 children stopped crying. "Just with a shoddy formation like this, you think you can trouble me? Absolutely pathetic." Seeing this, Ming Ye just gave a disdainful smirk. Ye Junlin looked at him with a serious gaze, filled with the determination to destroy him. A stream of light emanated from his 2 fingers, shooting across the sky. The formation experience pack that Ming Yuan received from the check-in just now. That could be put to use. Those rays of light struck the dome of the boundless calamity formation. He was astonished by Ye Junlin's actions. The formation has already been cast. He's breaking the formation from the inside. Wan Changwei tried to reassure Mingya. "Don't panic, this brat is just for show. This is a celestial formation cast by the Divine Envoy. How could he possibly shake it?" "Isn't that right, Lord Divine Envoy?" He didn't say a word, but his expression clearly betrayed his inner anxiety. Impossible. A 6th grade celestial formation. Not even an immortal lord could break through it. Inside, he was still channeling more power to break the formation faster. Could it be that Ye Junlin is a celestial formation master? That's impossible. In the Kunlun realm, an existence like that is absolutely impossible. A celestial formation master's spiritual power needs to reach the 100th stage. Meanwhile, normal immortal arts only have 12 stages. Even a mystic immortal would be no match for that. Seeing that Min Da's expression wasn't good, Captain Van Thung approached to ask him, "Divine Emissary, what's wrong?" "He's a heavenly formation master." "What's a heavenly formation master?" "Nether King." The attendant beside him was shocked by Diep Kunlum's identity. "Is that a master of formations? Aren't they only supposed to exist in legends? People who can set up formations. To seize the very creation of heaven and earth. It's tied to the rise and fall of an entire clan. I've heard that such mighty beings are greeted with a smile even by immortal lords. They're treated with the utmost respect." Wan Changwei couldn't help but feel a chill of fear when he saw that the formation couldn't hold him. Impossible. How could Ye Junlin possibly be this kind of existence? In that case, this grand formation can't possibly hold him. The barrier of the formation began to crack. Ye Junlin smiled. He unleashed his final blow. The formation shattered into pieces. "Break for me." After that final strike, the formation's barrier was utterly destroyed. But down below, Shui Wuyan couldn't help but be astonished. By his power. To think that Senior Yi could break this formation with just a single finger. A technique like this is truly heaven-defying. "We're saved!" It was Supreme Immortal Yi who saved us. For Supreme Immortal Yi's immense grace, this humble servant is eternally grateful. The two children hugged each other, crying with joy at being rescued. "Master is so amazing. Master doesn't have to die anymore. I can continue to be with Master." Mingye watched as his formation barrier was shattered, his heart filled with terror. How can this be? In the current Kunlun realm, how can there be such a terrifying monster? This is completely absurd. The Nether King's attendant beside him fearfully asked him about their next move. "Divine Envoy, what should we do?" Wan Changwei was also terrified. He secretly plotted his next move in his mind. "I really regret jumping out so soon. Now I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. I never thought I'd end up in a situation like this." Min Da didn't even consider retreating. Instead, he pushed forward, forcefully commanding the others to charge into battle. At this point, this is the only way. If Diep Kunlum isn't eliminated, then this battle is a guaranteed loss. He summoned several mysterious purple orbs. "You all know what to do." Min Da gave them to his subordinates to consume, to boost their power. "Understood." After consuming the pills, their power increased significantly. Emissaries of the Nether clan, Fifth Heaven true celestials, they charged forward along with Min Da. "Even if you're a heavenly formation master, without any formation set up, a Sixth Heaven true immortal like you is absolutely no match for us." Faced with a horde of minions brimming with fighting spirit, Diep Kunlum showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, he gave a lazy, mocking smirk and drew a sword that emitted a mystical light. "To deal with a few small fries who just got a temporary power-up like you, I have to use this treasure? Seems like a bit of a waste, don't you think?" The minions roared and rushed forward, not forgetting to spew some trash talk. "You shameless bragging brat! Go die!" They simultaneously unleashed their technique, the Netherworld's 5 ultimate kills, with all their might. In response, Diep Kunlum just casually spun around once and gently unleashed the Azure Abyss summoning Rain Slash. The moment he turned, countless razor-sharp sword auras radiated outwards. The minions who were in mid-charge suddenly froze, and then their bodies began to crack. How is this possible?" Those were their final words, before their bodies shattered into 100 pieces, unable to withstand that terrifying surge of power. Witnessing that earth-shattering scene, Shui Wuyan could only stand there, frozen and speechless. His jaw dropped and his eyes wide in shock. So this is the power of the legendary One Sword of the 14 continents. A legend indeed. I've heard of its fame for so long. Only after witnessing it with my own eyes today do I truly understand how terrifying it is. A visual shock that truly shakes one to the core. In complete contrast, Min Da was now seething with a single thought: to crush Ye Junlin at all costs. He roared, ordering his remaining subordinates, "Stop holding back. Use every last trump card you have for me." Immediately, the forbidden pills inside the minions began to unleash their terrifying side effects. "To be able to force us to this point, Ye Junlin," a leader growled. "To be able to force us to this point, you can die with your head held high." From below, Shui Wuyan shouted, his voice filled with anxiety. "Watch out! They're going to self-destruct their immortal cores, Senior Ye. Be careful!" Hearing this, Ye Junlin just smiled with amusement. Oh my, a cornered dog finally bares its teeth, huh? You want to self-destruct? Fine by me. Then please, step inside and blow yourselves up to your heart's content. With that, he opened its bottomless mouth. Heaven burial coffin, it's feeding time! The leader watched as all the effort he'd put into his grand sacrifice was sucked into that bizarre box. He screamed in despair. What the hell is that thing? Minda, the mastermind, witnessed this scene and his soul nearly left his body. He stammered, unable to form words. No, this can't be real. This must be an illusion. Right after that, the heaven burial coffin had devoured everything around it. Ye Junlin dusted off his hands nonchalantly, adding a sarcastic remark. Whether it's real or not? Why don't you have a little taste for yourself and find out? With that said, he didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately launching a stream of sword energy straight at Minda. But in the blink of an eye, two terrifying streams of power clashed head-on. But at that very moment, Ye Junlin suddenly had a fleeting, ominous feeling. In contrast, Mingye's entire body trembled uncontrollably with ecstasy. Ha! This is it! This is the power that the great Ming Yuan has bestowed upon me, he thought, his heart blooming with joy. And I was actually able to gain its recognition. Believing victory was already in his grasp. In his hands, Mingye let out a crazed, cackling laugh. It's true, heaven never seals off all paths. Even the will of Ming Yuan is on my side. Tell me, how could I possibly lose? Invincible. The me of right now is invincible under the heavens. Hearing this, Ye Junlin's face filled with contempt. Invincible? In this world? No one has ever dared to stand before me and utter those two words so shamelessly. Because that exclusive title belongs to me, Ye Junlin, and me alone. Stung to the core by such a contemptuous remark, Mingye felt a bitter resentment. He gritted his teeth. I hold the will of this entire small world in my hands. Here, I am a god. You are nothing more than a mere true immortal. Even if an immortal king were to set foot here, he wouldn't necessarily be my match. Wan Shengwei, seeing his chance to suck up, quickly chimed in with flattery. Congratulations. Divine envoy on ascending to the throne as the Lord of Ming Yuan. You are the living embodiment of the great heavenly Tao of Ming Yuan. Even Yuang Tongzi, standing beside him, didn't miss the chance to praise him. I am in awe. It's utterly in awe. So it turns out all of this, I was part of the Divine Envoy's plan from the very beginning, all just to receive the acknowledgement of Ming Yuan's will. You truly are the one chosen by destiny. Hearing those honeyed words, Minda's ego swelled even more. Overcome with arrogance, he roared at the insects. Why haven't you all kneeled before me yet? An invisible pressure, yet as heavy as 1,000 mountains, descended upon them. Here, Shui Wuyin immediately dropped to his knees, his body trembling, completely unable to resist. Is this the power of the world's will? At that moment, even Hong Tianye's face began to turn pale, his heart filled with panic. This guy, he's actually the heavenly Tao incarnation of the nether abyss? In this god-forsaken place, if he tells us to kneel, we have no choice but to kneel. Just then, the little girl beside them suddenly noticed something absurd and asked in confusion, But why is Lord Zhu still standing so tall like that? How is that even possible? Everyone looked up towards Ye Junlin and could only gape in astonishment. What the hell is happening? This is completely illogical. How can he resist the pressure? From the will of an entire world? Even Minda couldn't believe his eyes. My rules, why are they useless against him? But of course he wouldn't give up so easily. Once again he roared and channeled his power. Taste my laws of origin. And yet, even though he strained until he was red in the face, the chains of law still couldn't touch a single hair on Ye Junlin's head. Meanwhile, the man named Ye didn't seem to be taking it seriously at all. He was still in the mood to joke around. At this point, Minda could no longer hold back. He screamed, Even the laws of origin are useless? This goes against the heavenly Tao. After struggling in vain for a while, he decided to go all in. Impossible, in this world I am heaven. I am the law. This world heed my command. Suppress him. The entire space began to shake violently, leaving everyone present in a state of utter shock. This is terrifying. The world is about to collapse. However, Ye Junlin just casually waved his hand. His tone was utterly bored. With this pathetic little bit of power, you dare to play God? I'm afraid your so-called heavenly Tao is a bit malnourished. On the other side, Mingye was pouring his heart, soul, and blood into his final attack. Defiant heavenly Tao annihilation. Myriad tribulations. Nether heaven palm. Wan Changwei, witnessing the majestic scene, hurriedly clapped his hands. Clap, clap, Lord Divine Emissary, you are magnificent. A single palm strike that condenses the entire heavenly Tao of the nether abyss. I'm afraid even if an immortal king were here, he would have to die in regret. But Ye Junlin just curled his lip in contempt and casually launched a counterattack. Is that all? An instant later, the two attacks clashed fiercely, but the result was utterly astounding. His attack was completely overwhelming. Mingya watched as cold sweat streamed down his back. How is this possible? How could he have neutralized my attack so easily? He wondered in a panic. Isn't the power of the heavenly Tao supposed to be invincible? On the other side, Ye Junlin not only looked disdainful, but also deliberately rubbed salt in the wound. You call something like this invincible? If you're this weak, you should go train more. Mingya still tried to argue stubbornly. That was just a test. With that said, he once again unleashed a move. True might of the heavenly Tao. Now it truly begins. Ye Junlin remained completely unfazed. Let me see what this tiny little will of the world of yours is truly capable of. Or Saint Fist! Once again, the two, world-shaking torrents of energy crashed into each other again. The crowd of people standing below, upon witnessing this scene, felt their hearts were about to leap out of their chests. Senior Yi, is he confronting it head-on? The will of this entire world? How can this be possible? Not only is he not being suppressed by the will of the nether abyss, but he's even suppressing it in return. On the other side, the more Ming Da fought, the more terrified he became, screaming inwardly, "Why is this happening?" The harder I try to suppress him, the more ferocious his counterattacks become. And then, as expected, he once again emerged victorious. But Ming Da's technique was utterly shattered, causing him pain in both body and spirit. What in the world are you? How can you twist my heavenly Tao? Seeing this, Shui Wian's eyes went wide, utterly astonished. Senior Ye, how can you possibly resist the will of an entire world? She truly wanted to know the answer. But meanwhile, he remained completely confident. He gave a simple shrug. Because the stronger my opponent, the stronger I become. However, that explanation sent Ming Da into a furious rage. Are you trying to mock me with that ridiculous reason? After hearing this, Ye Kunlin simply replied with sincerity. I'm not joking. I really do get stronger when I face a strong opponent. But how could Ming Da possibly accept those words now? Enough! He roared, deciding to engage in a life-or-death battle with him. In this world, I am the Lord. No one can stop me, no one! Ming Da's hand swung up into the air, summoning a colossal bolt of lightning. Heavenly Tao sword, come to me. From the pitch-black sky, countless streams of light converged. And just a moment later, a giant sword of light appeared. When the crowd below saw that scene, every single one of them screamed in terror. He actually has an even stronger move? That's too terrifying. What do? We're being crushed. To the point we can't even move. What in the world is this kind of power? At this moment, Ming Yi was roaring in absolute fury. Ye Junlin, today I will send your soul into oblivion. The giant sword shot towards him, carrying with it a destructive aura. World-ending severance. Ye Junlin, on the opposite side, remained incredibly confident. I already told you. As he spoke, he launched his own attack towards the sword. When it meets strength, it becomes even stronger. Two supreme powers crashed into each other like two hurricanes. The very next second, a blinding flash of light erupted, and then an earth-shattering explosion erupted, swallowing everything. The Nether King's pupils widened at the sight, and he broke out in a cold sweat from worry. No, that's the lament of the world's will. But then that sword of the heavenly Tao shattered, exploding into 100 pieces. Seeing this, the crowd below finally let out a collective sigh of relief. The pressure is all gone! Immortal Yi won, Senior Yi. He actually managed to, all by himself, fight against the will of an entire world. This kind of power has far surpassed my entire understanding of what it means to be a master. No wonder he's the master. A mere heavenly Tao. Ming Yuan Fist. How could that possibly trouble him? Hong Tianye was also dazed, as if his soul had left his body after what had just happened. Impossible. A mere mortal. How could he possibly contend with the power of an entire world? He must have a supreme treasure hidden on him, one capable of defying the heavens and changing fate. Otherwise, there's absolutely no way he could have reached this level. Even after such a crushing defeat, Mingya still refused to accept the bitter truth. He roared, channeling all his remaining strength forward. If the heavenly Tao cannot suppress you, then let this entire nether abyss become your coffin. All living beings will be buried along with you. Let everything be destroyed. That desperate attack caused the very atmosphere around them to converge into colossal whirlwinds. Ye Junlin maintained his relaxed expression, letting out a light remark. Still want to play the mutual destruction game, huh? It's a pity that this little idea of yours will only ever be a dream. He chuckled, summoning a pitch-black orb of energy in his hand. Ye Junlin, in this realm, I am the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao perishes, the world must be buried with it. Today I will open your eyes to what a true apocalypse looks like. Immediately after, without a hint of hesitation, Mingya slammed the orb into the middle of his own forehead. Let's perish together, a self-destruct attack. It caused crimson fluids to erupt from his entire body. Under the destructive wrath of the heavenly Tao, all of creation began to turn to ash and dust. The earth, rocks, and trees everywhere were sucked into a pitch-black void before them. The crowd of people below, witnessing that horrifying scene, could only scream in terror. The world is disappearing. We're all doomed. Even the Nether King's pupil was stunned into silence by the shock. My warriors of the Nether Abyss are all about to turn to dust. From behind, a horrified Wan Changwei yelled, "Sectmaster! What do we do now?" His sectmaster snapped, "You're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? You were the damn one who instigated this, pushing for us to take refuge with the Nether Clan. And look where it's gotten us." Even Hong Tianye was trembling uncontrollably. The world's self-destruction. This is far beyond what any mortal can withstand. Ye Junlin, no matter how heaven-defying you are, I'm afraid even you can't reverse this outcome, can you? Despite this, Ming Ye, on the opposite side, burst out laughing. Maniacally, ha ha ha. This is the price you pay for backing me into a corner. But no one can change the destruction of the Nether Abyss. Seeing this, Ye Junlin only let out a faint, contemptuous smile. Just a second later, Ye Junlin began to murmur an incantation. Along with his words, countless streaks of light descended from the sky, forming a colossal array. If you want to be fireworks, you can just explode by yourself. Why drag everyone else down with you and waste the space? He didn't forget to add a taunt. This immortal has no interest in being buried with you. Witnessing this display, Mingya roared in disbelief. Is that a large-scale teleportation array? Impossible. What kind of formation of this scale can be completed in the blink of an eye? He then rushed forward, intending to stop Ye Junlin. No one is allowed to leave, but he just gave a light wave of his hand. Just be a good boy and stay here and play by yourself. The two techniques collided, creating a massive explosion. Mingyi was thrown back by the aftershock, tumbling to the ground. Meanwhile, Ye Kunlin was still determined not to spare them. The traitors. Goodbye, Wan Changwei. Only now did he know what fear truly was. He hurriedly tried to deny his guilt, shouting, "Exalted immortal Yi! Wait, actually, I'm an inside agent. Everything just now was all just an act. I'm one of the Eastern region's people too." But in the end, he still took a fatal blow. It was accompanied by Ye Kunlin's cold reply. "Who are you? We don't know you." When everything was settled, he even commented cheerfully, "See? This is what people call only jumping when the water reaches your feet. Clinging to Buddha's feet only when you're about to die." At this moment, despite being heavily injured, he still strained his neck to curse Ye Kunlin. "You won't die a peaceful death!" At the same time, Mingye, on the other side, was endlessly lamenting in despair. Defeated, utterly defeated, the prodigy of the Ming clan, what a joke. The so-called Lord of the Heavenly Tao, in the end, was nothing but a frog in a well. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out. Ye Kunlin, just what in the world is your origin? Just then, Ming Ye suddenly saw a ray of hope flash across the gloomy sky. But before leaving, he roared with hatred. "I hate that I won't be able to witness with my own eyes the flags of the Ming clan planted all over the eastern region. I hate myself even more for becoming a stepping stone for you to shake the world with your fame. Ye Kunlin, Ming Hao will definitely burn the path ahead of you to ashes. My clan will be waiting for you at the very depths of the underworld." Meanwhile, in another place, a streak of light flashed from the sky. Eastern region Shanhai Pass, Zhui Wuyin, and the others were dropped onto an empty plot of land. Everyone was overwhelmed with joy and emotion. "We're back! We're really back! Immortal, yeah, you've given us a new lease on life. The human race of the Eastern Domain will never, ever forget this. Senior Ye, your great kindness and virtue. We will engrave it in our hearts and bones." Hearing this, Ye Kunlin just waved his hand nonchalantly. It was just a small matter, no need to be so formal. As he was about to leave, they could only bow their heads repeatedly in thanks. The Dark Abyss has been destroyed. From now on, there's no more threat from the creatures of darkness. Immortal Ye has truly protected the Eastern Domain for all eternity. Peace? Yes, that's right, that's right. Shui Wuyin stood for a moment before speaking up. His expression was serious. Everyone, although the Dark Abyss has been destroyed, the true culprit, the Yuhua sect, is still out there. Chen Zhao and the power behind him are the greatest threat. Even Fan Dezheng nodded in agreement. Before, Chen Zhao, in his capacity as the commander of the Allied forces, went to suppress the clans in the Dark Abyss. That was all just an act. But this time, he was the one pulling the strings from behind. An Miaoyi also chimed in worriedly, but the Yuhua sect has such deep roots. and their power is so immense. Can we really win again? A moment later, Shui Wuyan asked again, Senior Ye, what are your thoughts on this matter? Meanwhile, he was immersed in the melodious sound of the system. Congratulations, host, for activating a new check-in location. Yuhua Sect. 3. Complete the check-in to receive a reward of 3 true immortal-grade immortal artifacts. You will also be upgraded to an immortal lord. This made Ye Kunlun feel a little happy inside. Perfect. I can settle all my debts, new and old, at once. And I even get upgraded treasures. It's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing his silence, the others thought differently. Senior Ye, and could it be that you're also wary of their power? Behind the Yuhua sect? Well, that's understandable. After all, it is one of the most ancient powers in existence. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke. It's just a mere Yuhua sect. By this time tomorrow, that lineage will no longer exist in this world. Hearing this, everyone roared in unison, their morale soaring to the heavens. Senior Yi is righteous. The human race of the eastern region thanks you, Senior Yi. Thank you, Senior Yi. Ye Kunlun heard this but paid it no mind. Everyone, there's no need for such formalities. The Yuhua sect has made an enemy of this immortal in the past. Now, with new debts and old grudges, it's time to settle them all at once. The scene suddenly shifts to Qing province, the stronghold of the Yuhua sect. A blessed grotto heaven. From the darkness, an ethereal figure emerged. Ancestor Tian Hong, a 6th-level true immortal. After hearing about the situation, his face twisted into a scowl. Everyone, I'm afraid we're in big trouble. But facing him were only sharp glares from within the darkness. From it, a furious voice echoed, Big trouble? Don't tell me Wan Changwei's plan has failed. At this moment, he was busy analyzing the situation. From the memories transmitted back by Wan Changwei, this old man saw an incredibly terrifying scene. That answer surprised the one in the darkness. Terrifying. After learning the whole story, Ancestor Tian Hong was boiling with rage. The divine envoy of the Nether clan didn't just lose to Ye Kunlun, he lost miserably. Even, the entire Nether Abyss has been destroyed! Hearing this, the other person's eyes widened in shock. What? The Nether Abyss was blessed by the will of the world. How could it possibly be destroyed? The group in the darkness began to question him clamorously. Ye Kunlun's strength has far surpassed our predictions. The divine envoy had every advantage. The right time, the right place, and the right people. But we still can't do anything to him. I'm afraid that right now, he's coming to our Yuhua sect to settle the score. Then what should we do now? Pushed into a corner, he had no choice but to show his hand. Since it's come to this, we might as well risk it all. We'll activate the Stargate plan ahead of schedule. But the other man showed hesitation. What? Isn't it too soon? The current number of Stargates is still very far from our target. And those words made Elder Tian Hong even more anxious. Don't you all see the situation clearly yet? A great disaster is about to befall us. If we drag this on any longer, I'm afraid we won't even have the chance to activate the Stargate. Meanwhile, Elder Zihei on the other side was also discussing a plan. Elder Zihei, a 5th heaven true immortal. You're not wrong. It's better to force open the Stargate than to sit here and wait to die. Even if we're suppressed by the laws of the heavenly Tao, the power of the Nether clan's great army is more than enough to deal with a single Ye Junlin. Hearing this, Elder Qinglan immediately asked back. But the energy needed to forcibly open the Stargate. Where will we get it from? Elder Qinglan, a 5th heaven true immortal. However, in response, there was only Elder Tian Hong's calculating smile. Raise an army for 3 years to use it in 1 hour. The pawn we've been cultivating for so long, it's time to use him. It seemed that in Elder Tian Hong's mind, there was already a cruel plan in place. Use his life in exchange for the future of the Yuhua sect. On the mountaintop, Jiawer was cultivating alone with a smug look on his face. He thought to himself, just one more step and I'll reach perfected tribulation transcendence. I'll just wait for the sect master to return triumphant and pass the throne to me. In the future, I will be the #1 person in the eastern region. He sneered at Ye Junlin. So what if you inherited the immortal's fate? In the end, didn't you still fall for our scheme and die? Suddenly 5 beams of light flashed from the sky, shooting straight down toward the mountain. Jiawer stared blankly and took a few steps back. Five ancestors. Why are you all here? Have the sect master and the others returned? The leading ancestor said coldly. Battle update, the plan has failed. Mingyuan has been completely annihilated. Wan Changwei and the others all perished there. Jiawer's face instantly turned deathly pale, completely drained of color. How is that possible? Mingyuan has guarded the eastern region for countless years. Its foundation is so deep. How could it be destroyed just like that? Mingyuan is gone? Jiawer immediately thought of his mortal enemy. Then what about Ye Junlin? Did he die at Mingyuan too? The ancestor explained that he was on his way to get revenge. Not only is he still alive, but right now, I'm afraid he's leading the Grand Army of the Eastern Region Alliance, marching on our Yuhua Gate to settle old scores. With that said, the ancestor waved his hand, casting a spell. Behind Jower, a giant spatial portal instantly appeared. The ancestor's attitude changed in the blink of an eye. He said to him, "And now, the only way to stop him is to open the Stargate." Jower watched in horror as the ancestor powerfully declared, "And you are the key." He panicked, stammering, "Wait, ancestor, you—" "What in the world do you mean?" The ancestor wasted no more words. He attacked him directly with a spell. "Why else do you think we spent so long raising you?" Jar, tormented by agony, cried out in anguish, "Ancestors, I am the holy son of the Yuhua sect, blessed with the talent to achieve immortality. Why are you treating me like this?" The ancestor acted with even more resolve. "It is precisely because you are the holy son. When the sect faces a moment of life and death, you more than anyone must step forward to turn the tide. That is how it should be." His origin core was forcibly ripped from his body. "Why? I have been nothing but loyal to the sect. I have risked my life for you all time and time again. Were you deceiving me? Using me?" Jor stared blankly at his own origin core. Amidst the comforting words of the ancestors, "Rest assured, holy son, as long as we successfully overcome this calamity, this time, I will personally help you reconstruct your solar, immortal physique." He despaired, tears streaming down his face. He thought the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain was within his grasp, but never did he imagine such a tragic end. Meanwhile, Ye Kunlin grows ever stronger, leaving me further behind. "I hate this!" The ancestor threw Jiaoer's origin core into the portal. Such a pure source of energy and matter is enough to force open the Stargate. It could even maintain a stable state for several days. It flew up and collided with the gate's purple layer of magic. Instantly, a terrifying surge of power erupted, shaking the entire region. The ancestors had to shield their faces one by one from the gust of wind blasting from the gate. What terrifying power! It feels like my very soul is about to be crushed. But this kind of power is far beyond our comprehension. Just what kind of monster is inside that gate? Not long after, a flash of light appeared amidst the purple demonic energy. From that light, a piece of sturdy armor, an imposing true immortal-level warrior of the Nether clan, stepped out, followed by an entire army of countless others. This scene terrified the old ancestors so much their hearts stopped. "I can't believe there are so many true immortals from the Nether clan. I'm afraid there must be tens of thousands of them." Before them, the Feathering sect is as insignificant as a colony of ants. Thousands of soldiers parted to both sides, revealing a figure sitting imposingly in the very center. That person was riding a Nether clan lion, looking incredibly majestic. The commander of the Nether clan, Min Van Quan, a celestial immortal, a second-level heavenly origin mystic. Immortal of the 9th heaven. This celestial immortal angrily questioned the ancestors. "You bastards! Why did you open the Stargate at a time like this? Do you have any idea that forcing it open will cause our cultivation to be severely suppressed?" The ancestor bowed his head respectfully and explained, "My lord, the Nether Knight Divine Envoy has unfortunately fallen. There was an unexpected turn of events in the plan. We had no choice but to open the Stargate ahead of schedule." After hearing this, the celestial immortal was stunned and roared. "Nether Knight is dead? Impossible. With just the natives from this backwater place? How could anyone here possibly stand against him? He wasn't just a prodigy of the Nether clan. He was always meticulous. And he even had the protection of the ancestors' 6th-grade celestial formation. How could he have been defeated? Tell me the truth now!" The ancestor fell to his knees, his voice filled with hatred. "It was all caused by a brat named Ye Junlin. He has sabotaged the Stargate plan multiple times. Not long ago, he even inherited the legacy of the fallen immortal island. And now he's even killed the Divine Envoy. He is the mastermind obstructing us." The celestial immortal used his magic to grab the ancestor by the neck and lift him into the air. "Did you say he inherited the legacy of the fallen immortal island?" The ancestor, with his limited knowledge, firmly confirmed, "Yes, that's right. But I'm afraid it's probably just some unknown, insignificant legacy. All he got were some worthless scraps." The celestial immortal raged at Ancestor Guang. "You fool! What the hell do you know? Do you have any idea just how powerful the background of the fallen immortal island's master is?" A hint of fear was visible on his face. A being that terrifying is someone even the progenitor of my Nether clan wouldn't dare to offend. That's the Supreme Formation Master, a name that echoes throughout all the heavens and myriad realms. The celestial immortal recalled the great war of the past, the combat prowess of a celestial formation master,
far surpasses even that of an immortal king. And that supreme formation master, back then, single-handedly turned the tide of the entire war. The color drained from the myriad realms' ancestor's face. I can't believe it. Fallen Immortal Island has such a powerful background. The celestial immortal didn't hold back in his scolding. A frog at the bottom of a well. But this also proves you weren't lying. Mingye's death was justified. Even so, the celestial immortal still had to help the Yuhua sect. The most urgent matter right now is to kill Ye Junlin. This man was able to inherit the legacy of Fallen Immortal Island. He is by no means an ordinary person. If we allow him to continue growing stronger in the future, he will surely become a great threat to our clan's ambitions of supremacy. Suddenly in the sky, a mysterious power tore open a rift. The ancestor leaped to his feet, ready for battle. Who dares trespass into my Yuhua sect? He smirked with confidence. Ye Junlin, I have tens of thousands of immortals backing me. Let's see how you die this time. From within the mysterious portal, an entire army emerged. Zhui Wuyin led the charge, his presence overwhelming. Yuhua sect, you have strayed from the righteous path and colluded with a foreign race. Today we shall enact heaven's justice and eliminate you traitors. The celestial immortal sneered at the small fry before him. Behind him, tens of thousands of Ming clan soldiers stood in neat rows. Their presence was overwhelming. Tuit Vongun hadn't expected this either. What? How can the Yuhua sect have so many immortals? Vokeep asked cautiously. How are we supposed to fight this? Maybe we should just retreat. Hong Thin Deep also recognized their disadvantage. Tens of thousands of true immortals have already locked down this space. Right now, even if Master wanted to deploy a formation, I'm afraid it would be impossible. The ancestor of the Yuhua sect laughed triumphantly. The times have changed. Forget about you lot, you're nothing but a swarm of ants. Even if you gathered every immortal in the Kunlun realm, my Yuhua sect would still have nothing to fear. The celestial immortal demanded, his power overwhelming them. Among you, who is Diep Kunlum? Tuit Vongun glanced discreetly at Senior Ye. In a situation like this, you mustn't try to resist. Find a way to escape. From within the vast army, a figure calmly stepped forward. Diep Kunlum replied in a deep voice, I am he. He stood calmly before the celestial immortal. You were looking for this immortal? He seemed very interested in Diep Kunlum's attitude. Good. If I kill the successor of Fallen Immortal Island, I will become a great hero to my clan. Diep Kunlum's face was filled with contempt. With just you? A crippled celestial immortal? Whose power is suppressed by the Stargate?
You aren't even qualified
to carry this immortal's shoes. Enraged, the celestial immortal attacked. You're courting death! Tuit Vongun shouted worriedly.
Senior Ye, be careful!
He remained perfectly calm, watching as the celestial immortal's attack closed in. Diep Kunlum smiled as he met the blow. Perfect. This gives this immortal a chance to see what the celestial immortal realm truly feels like. Ye Junlin's system announced. Detected that the host is under attack by an enemy. Heavenly Immortal, second layer. Now activating the passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Received cultivation. Heavenly Immortal, third layer. Detected that the host is under attack by immortal energy. Passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Received second grade immortal energy. After that, he was enveloped by countless runes. Ye Junlin spun around and completely neutralized the Heavenly Immortal's attack. Is that all you've got? It couldn't even scratch an itch for this immortal. I barely felt a thing. He recognized his level at a glance. What? You're also a Heavenly Immortal? And the grade of your immortal energy is even higher than mine. By one level? The Heavenly Immortal couldn't help but tremble all over. Excellent. As expected, you were still hiding your true power.
This is it. Keep it coming, keep it coming.
The most bitter thing is that the enemy who killed my father has become a Heavenly Immortal, while I'm still stuck at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. The gap is too big. His spirit must be completely broken. The Heavenly Immortal refused to give up. It must be the inheritance from Fallen Immortal Island that helped him break through to the Heavenly Immortal realm. In this dire situation, I must nip him in the bud. Otherwise, he will become a great disaster for my Nether clan in the future. He took out his scepter, preparing for the next attack. A battle between Heavenly Immortals is not just a contest of strength. Once this land is covered by my Nether clan's battle formation, your control over your immortal energy will be slowed by at least 30%. He roared, activating another formation. Heaven-devouring giant python formation, activate. Following his command, countless giant cobras were summoned. The Heavenly Immortal was on guard, scrutinizing Ye Junlin. This kid still hasn't shown all his trump cards. I wonder if he has any other inherited treasures from the Fallen Immortal Island, huh? You all prepare to use your psychic techniques to launch a sneak attack on his sea of consciousness.
The grunts of the underworld clan had no idea how serious the situation was. To deal with a mere celestial immortal, do we really need to make such a big fuss? The celestial immortal urged his soldiers to follow his orders. Caution is the key to survival. The terror of the fallen immortal island is something you all would never understand. The 10,000 soldiers of the underworld clan began to focus their minds together. Understood. The commander is so thorough in his planning. Don't worry, Commander. With our combined 10th rank spiritual power, it's like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Meanwhile, the celestial immortal was controlling the swarm of black cobras, using the power of the black dragon halberd as bait. He guided the killing intent of the 10,000 soldiers to form the underworld clan's ultimate killing formation. Extreme Python devouring heaven formation. Swallow him whole for me. They all swirled around, encircling Ye Junlin. The underworld clan's soldiers were already celebrating their victory. With the help of the commander's mystic immortal grade artifact, forget a 3rd level celestial immortal. We could even take down a 9th level celestial immortal. To die by the commander's weapon is a blessing for this kid. Just then, Shui Wuyin rushed over to warn him. Senior immortal. Yeah, be careful. That's a mystic immortal grade artifact. I'm afraid even the Kang Yuan sword can't compare to it. Senior Ye, how are you going to deal with this? Ye Junlin frowned, repeating the name of the formation. A mystic immortal grade artifact. A combined attack formation. He drew his own immortal artifact. His smile was still full of mockery. These are just some toys that I, this immortal, threw away. With one slash, the immortal artifact tore the formation apart. Ye Junlin charged straight into the swarm of black cobras with terrifying power. This scene made the celestial immortal's face turn pale with fright. What kind of immortal artifact is this that it radiates such killing intent? Immortal Island with such a terrifying aura. His eyes widened in shock. Wait, could that be an immortal lord-grade immortal weapon? The heavenly immortal growled, taking a serious fighting stance. I can't believe you actually possess an immortal lord-grade immortal weapon. It seems the inheritance of fallen immortal island is truly extraordinary. Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow. You know about fallen immortal island too? He could finally get a clear look at the immortal weapon. So it's true. Even though an immortal lord-grade weapon is powerful, you have to use the cultivation of a heavenly immortal to activate it. That must consume a massive amount of your energy. I bet you can't maintain it for long. He waved his hand tauntingly. If you've got the guts, then come and find out just how long this immortal can last. The heavenly immortal had no intention of backing down. Then let me see what you're really made of. He sent the horde of black cobras forward with a sinister plan. I'll pretend to attack him. But it's actually a feint to let the giant pythons ambush the cultivators behind him. He'll definitely be distracted trying to save them. At that moment, our spiritual arts will seize the opportunity to invade. The Nether clan soldiers couldn't hide their obvious smiles. The commander is brilliant. The heavenly immortal charged forward, scepter in hand. Just as they were about to clash head-on, Ye Junlin suddenly changed direction. The Nether clan troops panicked. What's going on? Why is he suddenly coming towards us? Don't be afraid. Supreme Immortal Yi is still here. Even if Supreme Immortal Yi manages to block it, the aftershock alone would be enough to destroy us. Such cheap misdirection tactics. You can't fool me. Still resorting to such petty tricks, Ye Junlin raised his hand and unleashed his technique. An immense power shattered the Nether clan's protective barrier. The heavenly immortal roared out a command. This is the moment. The black dragon opened its mouth, ready to devour Ye Junlin, but he didn't even bother to look at it. Your bag of tricks is quite varied, but it's all useless. The underworld clan focused their minds, unleashing their final blow. An attack aimed directly at Ye Junlin's spirit. He paused for a moment, then scratched his head and mumbled, Huh? Why does my brain feel kinda itchy? Witnessing this scene, Tianxian's mouth stretched into a grin that reached his ears. So you've finally shown your true colors. Ye Junlin, today is the day you die. As soon as he finished speaking, the black dragon let out an earth-shattering roar and charged straight towards Ye Junlin. In response, the man just casually waved his hand, and yet it struck the black dragon right on its massive head. Amidst the chaos, Ye Junlin remained calm and smiled. My mind feels strangely refreshed. Oh my, what an opening. What kind of cheap trick are you trying to pull now? These dirty, worthless little games. The smile on Tianxian's face froze. He looked like a statue that had been struck by lightning. His jaw nearly hit the floor. He whipped around and snarled at his underlings. You useless fools! Were you aiming at thin air? How is his sea of consciousness completely unscathed? The subordinates of the underworld army clan could only stare at each other blankly. Every one of them had a dumbfounded look on their face, looking pathetically clueless. They never imagined that Ye Junlin could neutralize the attack so effortlessly. How strange, how is that possible? Unless our attack was turned back against us. But what sent a chill down their spines wasn't the counterattack, but the horrifying truth. That he didn't even have a clue. He had just been hit with a spiritual attack. This is no longer a gap in power. This is clearly a bottomless abyss, one that can never be filled. A furious rage erupted. The celestial immortal's fists clenched so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh, drawing fresh blood. He hissed through his teeth, "Ye Junlin!" I calculated everything so carefully, was cautious with every single detail. And yet I still underestimated you. He gripped his scepter as a murderous aura exploded from him. With it, a terrifying suction force radiated outwards, frantically draining the demonic energy from the loyal subordinates of the underworld clan. If it has come to this, then don't blame me for being cruel. Listen up, you useless bunch! Pour every last bit of your remaining energy into the Black Dragon Halberd. Activate it for me. Today, even if I have to drain all my lifeblood, I will tear this bastard to shreds! With a roar, the Black Dragon Halberd was summoned, carrying the destructive might of his ultimate technique. Blood Dragon World Ender! The Celestial Immortal roared. Let's see you block this with wishful thinking now. Facing the world-destroying attack, Ye Junlin just nodded nonchalantly. The immortal weapon in his hand hummed softly, emitting a gentle yet majestic light. Well, it seems the warm-up is over. I suppose I should get a little serious just to be polite.